Chapter 1, Death and Rebirth. 1 year after the end times came, this world has become completely different from what it once was. After the human population on Earth decreased by nearly 80%, nature, which had been recklessly destroyed by humans, found relief. Faint greenery covered abandoned buildings, accompanied by the lingering morning mist, making it look like a fairyland. The gray, mottled outer walls of various buildings gained a sense of lushness and eerie solemnity after being enveloped in green, almost erasing all traces of human existence. The reason it is said to be, almost, is because in this deserted city, there were still corpses that wandered around as if alive, those bodies which hadn't lost their drive due to the virus. Lu Xian lay prone on the ruins of a collapsed building at the city entrance, looking down below. Within less than 50 meters of this derelict structure, several zombies moved slowly, conveniently blocking the only way out between the two collapsed skyscrapers. Another growl sounded from his stomach, followed by waves of scorching pain surging through his body, causing a layer of cold sweat to break out on Lu Xian's forehead. He stuffed the last piece of moldy biscuit into his mouth, restraining the urge to chew it and gradually soaking it with saliva before slowly swallowing it down his throat. If I don't leave now, there will be no chance later. Lu Xian remained motionless atop the rubble, fully aware that unless something else disturbed these zombies, they would keep roaming indefinitely. Raising his head slightly to glance far away, he saw at the horizon's edge a large, light gray man-made wall. That was his destination. Fengqing Settlement, currently the only place in Huaxia that would accept non-animal spirit-awakened individuals without treating them as slaves. At the thought of animal spirits, Lu Xian felt a sharp pain in his chest. The handsome face, though gaunt, remained undiminished in beauty but darkened, revealing a glimmer of unmasked anguish. If he, Lu Xian, had awakened an animal spirit, even the weakest one, who would dare humiliate him to such an extent? As the young master of the Lu family, Lu Xian had never imagined he'd fall to such straits. Wu Siming, his cherished little lover, not only exploited his trust to hand over the assets entrusted to him to Wang Mingyuan but also delivered Lu Xian himself as part of the package deal. Had Lu Xian not sensed something amiss and made a break during the transit, he might have ended up in a situation worse than death. Lu Xian failed to awaken an animal spirit and, having lost the support behind him, his striking appearance became nothing more than trouble wherever he went. After escaping, Lu Xian did not seek refuge with his old business acquaintances at the nearest settlement. Instead, relying on his superb marksmanship, he crossed hundreds of kilometers and reached here, the gathering point established by S-class psychic Baocang. Just then, Lu Xian suddenly heard the roar of engines coming from the direction of the gathering point. His eyes lit up instantly as he stared intently in that direction. A moment later, a military green jeep came into view. Though the jeep was heading towards the outskirts of the city, it wasn't passing by Lu Xian's current position. Lu Xian briefly estimated the speed and trajectory of the jeep and determined that if he could reach the main road entering and exiting the city within 10 minutes, he could intercept the jeep. Already out of ammunition and food, Lu Xian had to make a decision immediately: stay and wait for death or risk his life to stop the jeep and plead with its occupants to take him to Fengqing Settlement. Taking a gamble meant a chance to survive, while not taking it would guarantee his death. Drawing a deep breath, a flash of fierce resolve flashed across Lu Xian's eyes as he flipped a shiny and sharp dagger into his palm. Silently, he leaped off the ruins and rushed toward the zombies. Alerted by the noise, the zombies' slow movements instantly accelerated 2 to 3 times, lunging fiercely at Lu Xian. Though still slower than live humans, their actions were much swifter than the sluggish, stupid ones shown earlier. Lu Xian did not blindly rush forward. Instead, after drawing the zombies' attention, he lightly halted, then rapidly retreated several steps, deliberately luring the few zombies away from the narrow path. The smell of decaying corpses mixed with his labored breathing entered Lu Xian's nose and mouth, making him nauseous. But his feet did not pause for a second. After leading the zombies deeper inside, he looped around and dashed toward the empty gap. Just as Lu Xian was about to reach the road that the jeep must pass, a sudden gunshot shattered the tranquility of the ruined city. Lu Xian felt as though someone had suddenly shoved him hard, and he stumbled to the ground. The next second, searing pain spread from his chest. Lu Xian's lung had been pierced by the bullet, filling his chest cavity with blood. Blood mingled with pieces of shredded internal organs gushed out with each violent cough, and he could feel life slipping away from his body. The zombies following Lu Xian smelled the blood and fiercely pounced on him. Bang! 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 Another series of gunshots rang out, breaking the legs of the zombies charging at Lu Xian, causing them to roll about 20 to 30 meters away. At the same time, a series of light footsteps approached Lu Xian from afar. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound. Someone familiar slowly walked over. Wu Siming. That person, whom he had protected so well that they'd never touched a gun, now looked down at him disdainfully. Her beautiful large eyes were filled with naked malice. Lu Xian, it's been a while. Wu Siming squatted in front of Lu Xian, poking his face with her scorching hot gun barrel and smiling faintly. I thought you should have died long ago. Who knew your marksmanship was actually decent enough for you to survive this long? Lu Xian stared at this face, pure like an angel's, confusion evident in his eyes. He didn't understand what exactly he had done to make Wu Siming hate him to such a degree. From the moment Wu Siming pursued her, through their relationship, until now, Lu Xian had never raised his voice to Wu Siming once. Even during the apocalypse, he preferred drinking porridge himself just to ensure she ate meat. Humph. Seeing the confusion in Lu Xian's eyes, Wu Siming gave out a soft laugh but then pressed harder on his chest wound with her foot, causing excruciating pain almost knocking him unconscious. Lu Xian, you're a decent man. Even if Brother Mingyuan instructed me to get close to you, I wasn't grossed out. Wu Siming sighed lightly. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have seduced Brother Mingyuan. Otherwise, considering all the kindness you've shown me before, I wouldn't have gone to this extent to finish you off. Seduce Wang Mingyuan. Lu Xian curled his lips into a breath-like chuckle, blood gushing out of his throat, streaming onto the ground along his mouth. The vibrations in his chest caused even more intense pain, yet Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh. He hated Wang Mingyuan the most. Everyone who wasn't blind knew how much his aversion towards Wang Mingyuan had reached hatred. Lu Xian was utterly speechless. What bad luck, it seemed not only did he fall in love with his mortal enemy's pawn, but this person turned out to be crazy. Good thing is, I'm about to die anyway. In his bitterness, Lu Xian managed a faint smile, which drew a colder look from Wu Siming. She aimed the gun at Lu Xian's head, ready to pull the trigger. Just then, the sound of the jeep became closer. Wu Siming's expression changed. After a brief pause, she lowered the gun and disappeared into the ruins. Lu Xian heard the jeep come to a stop, followed by the sound of doors opening and closing. A chilling presence enveloped him. Lying there, completely drained, Lu Xian struggled to tilt his head back and caught sight of a figure dressed in a shirt and jeans reflected into his blurred vision. This was the most handsome man Lu Xian had ever seen in his entire life. If Wu Siming was a pure little angel, then this young man was a stunning peony flower. Even wearing the simplest white shirt, he looked so gorgeous that Lu Xian couldn't tear his gaze away. The young man's eyes were icy cold, but Lu Xian could see the sympathy lurking deep within them. Lowering his body, he gently placed his hand over Lu Xian's eyelids, covering his vision. Rest peacefully, you will no longer suffer. The deep voice sounded like a lullaby in Lu Xian's ears, soothing the pain in his body as his consciousness drifted further away. Finally, he found relief. Ugh. Lu Xian abruptly shot up from bed, finding himself drenched in sweat all over. He quickly got out of bed and rushed to the window, pulling open the sliding glass door. Immediately, fresh air streamed into the room, driving away the sticky heat. The cold air made Lu Xian feel comfortable but also brought him clarity about one thing: he, who had died outside Fengcheng, had been reborn. The latest and most complete novels are all on Majia Novel Network, Majua2.com. Lu Xian buried his head, looking at his hands under the moonlight that were yet to bear any wounds. A strange thought surfaced in his mind: was his death something that had already happened, or just a nightmare? No, it couldn't be a dream. Lu Xian furrowed his brows slightly and immediately recalled encountering this situation before he was reborn. Moreover, afterward, he received a call from Wu Siming and picked her up drunk from the bar where they had their first sexual encounter. Thinking about it now, Lu Xian bitterly shook his head, realizing how utterly stupid he had been for not noticing that Wu Siming got drunk because she didn't want to go to bed with him while fully conscious. At this moment, Lu Xian's phone rang. He glanced at it and saw the name, Wu Siming, flashing repeatedly. The pain spreading through his chest momentarily paused his breathing, but he still answered the call. Lu Xian, I'm drunk. Can't move. Please come and pick me up. A voice filled with 3 parts coquetry and 7 parts intoxication came through mixed with music. It was exactly the same as the last time it had occurred. Wu Siming was drunk and asking him to pick her up. If this was the old Lu Xian who hadn't died yet, he would have rushed over without hesitation. However, after dying once, Lu Xian remained silent and simply cut off the call lightly. Lu Xian could not talk to Wu Siming right now, not even one word. He feared that if he opened his mouth, he would ask Wu Siming why she agreed to his pursuit and went to bed with him when she clearly didn't love him. He wanted to know whether her heart was made of stone, so blackened as it was. With a flick of his hand, Lu Xian powered off his phone and sank back into bed. The joy of being reborn never had a chance to sprout, crushed by the bitter reality facing him. It was June now, and the apocalypse would come in another month. Though Lu Xian was wealthy and powerful, he had not awakened a beast soul. Indeed, his defeat before the rebirth came largely from trusting Wu Siming too much. But he understood well, even without Wu Siming, when resources began to run out, his lack of a beast soul would inevitably reduce him to slavery. He must take advantage of his wealth to prepare more necessities and protect himself as best as he could. Chapter 2, After the Breakup. Lu Xian had never worried about money in his life. His father was a wealthy tycoon in Haicheng, and although he and Lu Xian's mother passed away early in an airplane accident, they left Lu Xian with a substantial fortune. Because of the family tragedy, Lu Xian didn't want to attend university. However, he was naturally gifted in business and used the money left by his father to start a company. No matter what he did, he always made a profit. Within less than 5 years, the capital he initially invested in business multiplied more than 5 or 10 times. Lu Xian's ability to make money became a legend in Haicheng, and he mingled with ease in the social circles of the city. Despite being successful in his career, he hadn't settled down in love. Through introductions from friends around him, Lu Xian began dating. His partners ranged from celebrities to refined ladies, covering a wide spectrum, but somehow Lu Xian couldn't find his soulmate. When everyone was joking that Lu Xian was destined to be a bachelor for life, he suddenly announced that he liked someone and was currently trying hard to pursue them. This announcement sent ripples through the crowd, and everyone was shocked. But when they saw the person Lu Xian was pursuing, they were even more astonished. Lu Xian did not like a woman, instead, it was Wu Siming, a male senior student at the Xiao Qing Music Academy. Who exactly was Wu Siming to capture Lu Xian's heart? After seeing Wu Siming in person, some rich second-generation members expressed understanding of why Lu Xian chose Wu Siming. Wu Siming, though already 21 years old, had delicate and fair skin, and those lively eyes made him look like a little angel detached from worldly affairs, especially endearing. But what they didn't know was that Lu Xian liked Wu Siming not just because of his face. Lu Xian admired Wu Siming for his filial piety and kindness. Although Wu Siming had a proud character, his family circumstances were poor. His mother died early, leaving his father alone to raise him. To send him to music school, his father borrowed heavily and worked to pay off debts, ultimately exhausting himself with illness. After his father fell ill, Wu Siming went to play the violin on the street to earn money and also worked part-time in a cafe. It so happened that Lu Xian was a regular customer at the cafe where Wu Siming worked, and thus got to know him. Because of losing his parents early, Lu Xian deeply empathized with Wu Siming's efforts to work for his father and offered to lend him money to pay off his debts, but Wu Siming refused. This refusal caused Lu Xian to respect Wu Siming more, and this admiration gradually turned into compassion and admiration after a period of interaction. Lu Xian did not hide his feelings for Wu Siming and pursued him fervently. However, Wu Siming did not immediately accept Lu Xian's advances nor agreed to accept financial help from him. It wasn't until Wu Siming collapsed due to overwhelming stress that Lu Xian, disregarding Wu Siming's objections, paid off all the debts owed by Wu Siming's family and transferred his father to a better hospital for treatment. Seeing Lu Xian's persistent pursuit, other rich second-generation members in Xiao Qing teased him, even starting a betting pool to wager on when Lu Xian would get tired of Wu Siming's cold shoulder and stop pursuing the little angel. Lu Xian pursued Wu Siming for nearly half a year, during which time Wu Siming's initial firm rejection slowly evolved into acceptance of Lu Xian's presence. On the day Wu Siming finally agreed, Lu Xian prepared a yacht, fireworks, and a ring, officially introducing Wu Siming to his circle of friends as his partner. Lu Xian was completely infatuated with Wu Siming, loving him so much that when they first established their relationship, even after over a month, Wu Siming refused to move into Lu Xian's villa, and Lu Xian simply took him home every day before returning to his own residence. Wu Siming was against becoming physically intimate, so except for occasionally holding hands and kissing, Lu Xian refrained from any further physical intimacy. Yet despite all this, Lu Xian actually let Wu Siming be turned away from his company. "I want to see Lu Xian. You tell Lu Xian to come down and meet me." Wu Siming had a pure appearance and elegant demeanor, and especially when pouting with red-rimmed eyes from anger, it was utterly heartbreaking, appealing to both men and women alike. Nevertheless, the front desk receptionist smiled sweetly and rejected him nonetheless. "Mr. Wu, Mr. Lu specifically instructed me not to let you enter the company arbitrarily. If you insist on making it difficult for me, then I will have no choice but to call security." The implied insult in the receptionist's words cut deeply into Wu Siming's heart. Just a few days ago, Lu Xian called him Siming affectionately, and yesterday morning Lu Xian still drove him to practice the piano, yet today everything changed. Not only did Lu Xian cancel his access card privileges to the company, but he also forbade anyone from letting him in, thoroughly thwarting Wu Siming's plan. After all, he had promised someone that he would surely obtain the bid price for them, and he didn't want to disappoint that person. Wu Siming wanted to berate the woman blocking him, but his rationality reminded him that it all ultimately came down to one person, Lu Xian. Taking a deep breath to calm his anger, Wu Siming dialed Lu Xian's number once again. This time, Lu Xian rejected the call again, but he rose from behind his large office desk, entered the elevator, and pressed the button for the bottom floor. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, Lu Xian emerged, walking straight towards Wu Siming. Seeing Lu Xian appear, Wu Siming was about to deliver a cutting remark when he froze, stunned by Lu Xian's appearance. This was the Lu Xian he knew well, yet something about him seemed oddly unfamiliar. Today, Lu Xian wore a light blue shirt paired with beige pants, entirely different from the dark suits Wu Siming usually arranged for him. The lighter colors made Lu Xian look younger, but also particularly elegant and handsome. Wu Siming's heart pounded fiercely, and a blush crept up his cheeks. But when Wu Siming met Lu Xian's eyes, those eyes, which used to hold only warmth and passion for him, were now cold as ice, making his heart skip a beat in alarm, prompting him to take a step back. Lu Xian noticed Wu Siming's reaction, feeling a renewed stab of pain in his heart, but still asked indifferently, "What do you want?" No matter how much Wu Siming despised Lu Xian's constant presumption of affection, he realized there was something off about Lu Xian. If before, Lu Xian had always enveloped his little tantrums with tenderness, now Lu Xian was talking to him like an ordinary person or even a complete stranger. This revelation caused all the blood to drain from Wu Siming's face. After several seconds, shame and rage flushed his pale complexion. In his fury, Wu Siming momentarily forgot the fact that he never truly loved Lu Xian, instead questioning, Lu Xian, you actually cancelled my access privileges. What does that mean? It means exactly what it says, I don't welcome you in my company. Lu Xian's straightforward words hit Wu Siming like a stick to the head, leaving him speechless, standing there for a long moment without being able to say a word. Looking at Wu Siming's bewildered state, Lu Xian, despite knowing who this man's heart belonged to and why he acted so crazily, couldn't forget the thrill of falling for him and the subsequent pain easily. Not wanting to see Wu Siming any longer, he turned toward the elevator. When Wu Siming saw Lu Xian walk away, he instinctively grabbed his sleeve and stammered, Lu Xian. Are you breaking up with me? Lu Xian didn't turn around, his nose tingling with acidity prevented him from facing Wu Siming. Why? Wu Siming hadn't expected Lu Xian would really break up with him, so he stood dumbfounded. Don't you love me? Why are we breaking up? Why? Wu Siming's tone was accusatory, pushing Lu Xian past his limits, spitting out 3 harsh words. Wang Mingyuan. After speaking, Lu Xian pulled his sleeve out of Wu Siming's grip and rushed into the elevator in 2 strides. When Wu Siming heard those 3 words, his eyes suddenly widened, and he immediately left the company. The same sentence continuously echoed in his mind, Lu Xian knows everything. Back in the office, Lu Xian stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching Wu Siming slowly walk away, gradually disappearing from his sight and stepping out of his life. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the painful emotions bubbling inside, Lu Xian dialed a number. When the phone was answered, a lazy voice came from the other end. Hello, Lu Xian. It had been a year since he last heard this familiar voice. Though Lu Xian's expression became emotional, his tone remained steady. Lu Xinwu, let's meet at our usual place for lunch. Lu Xinwu, one of the few people Lu Xian trusted implicitly, was also his high school friend and a computer prodigy. In the previous apocalypse before his rebirth, after escaping danger, Lu Xian went to find Lu Xinwu only to discover that Lu had already perished under the attack of mutated neighbors. Lu Xian personally buried his remains. This time, Lu Xian would not allow the tragedy from his previous life to happen again, and in the future, he planned to rely on Lu Xinwu's abilities to survive the apocalypse together with his brother. That's fine. Let me get up first. Last night, I fought a big battle with my baby girl. I'm exhausted. Lu Xinwu, still groggy from sleep, muttered complaints as he climbed out of bed and shuffled toward the bathroom. Lu Xian knew that his buddy was a hacker whose life revolved around a chaotic schedule with nights mistaken for days. Since Lu Xinwu hadn't woken up by this time, he must have been up to no good somewhere last night. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lu Xian's lips as he said, not in a hurry. Take your time to get ready. Lu Xinwu on the other end of the call yawned, then ended the conversation. Lu Xian tossed his phone onto the table and sat back at his desk. As soon as he had settled down, before the cushion could warm under him, the phone rang again. With a glance at the screen, it showed an unknown number. Lu Xian arched an eyebrow and picked up the call, speaking softly, hello. Who's this? There was no reply on the other side, only the irregular breathing sounds came through. After repeating his question twice, with still no answer, Lu Xian thought it might be a wrong number and was about to hang up. Just then, he heard a husky moan and immediately hung up, his face darkening instantly. It was Wang Mingyuan. Realizing what that breathing sound and the faint background noise signified, Lu Xian's complexion turned pale and green. He cursed under his breath. Shit. This pervert. The clouds of gloom filled Lu Xian's bright eyes when he realized Wang Mingyuan would stoop so low as to make such calls. However, just 2 minutes after hanging up, the same phone call rang again. Still Wang Mingyuan. Lu Xian was about to reject the call once more but suddenly remembered the tricks Wang Mingyuan used in his past life. He frowned slightly and hesitated. In his previous life, Wang Mingyuan's beast soul was that of a cobra, likely linked to his treacherous character. Lu Xian didn't want to escalate matters with Wang Mingyuan right now. Repressing the nausea bubbling within him, Lu Xian took a deep breath and forced himself to swallow his irritation, picking up the call. Were you just joking with me earlier, Lord Lu? Are you mad? Wang Mingyuan's voice was magnetic, as if the matter were trivial, a mere friendly chat. Lu Xian's brows furrowed slightly, and he spoke quietly, Wang President's joke was too much for me to handle. Your voice sounds a little off. Still upset about my poaching your talent in the past? Wang Mingyuan's tone carried a trace of light laughter as though chatting idly with a familiar acquaintance. Business rivalry, including corporate poaching, is quite normal. I never forced you to sell your company. Are you still angry, Lord Lu? At the mention of the old incident, Lu Xian's expression hardened instantly. If it were anyone else, the company may have been in real trouble. Even Lu Xian, capable as he was, barely managed to resolve the crisis after heavy losses. Though already annoyed, Lu Xian suddenly had a thought and spoke impulsively, hearing President Wang talk like this, does that mean you're still interested in acquiring my company? Lu Xian's question left Wang Mingyuan momentarily speechless. Several seconds later, he burst into hearty laughter, if Lord Lu willingly parts with the crown jewel, how could I possibly refuse? Deal. Without hesitation, Lu Xian replied with 2 words before promptly hanging up. Among all these second-generation tycoons in High City, only a few truly had the capability to independently manage big businesses and earn money, Lu Xian and Wang Mingyuan among them. Close in age, Lu Xian and Wang Mingyuan got along well at first, fishing, playing golf, and racing cars together frequently. Their friendship blossomed. But their amicable relationship lasted only until Lu Xian set his sights on Wu Siming. Once Lu Xian pursued Wu Siming, Wang Mingyuan started luring away Lu Xian's company elders, sabotaging his bids, causing Lu Xian to nearly lose a fortune. Lu Xian didn't know why Wang Mingyuan acted this way, but after discovering one of his company elders leaked bid secrets to Wang Mingyuan, he severed ties completely, refusing any gathering involving Wang Mingyuan. Without Wu Siming's betrayal in his past life, Lu Xian never would have guessed that Wang Mingyuan held such feelings for him. And even more surprisingly, Reborn, thwarting Wu Siming's bid sabotage led to this unexpected call from Wang Mingyuan. After recalling the prior exchanges with Wang Mingyuan, Lu Xian tidied himself up, instructed his secretary to take care of some matters, and directly headed out of the company toward the location agreed upon with Lu Xinwu. Chapter 3, Harsh Reality. The old place where Lu Xian and Lu Xinwu had agreed to meet was a Sichuan restaurant they frequently visited for meals. This Sichuan restaurant was hidden in the old streets of Haiqing, hard for outsiders to find, but anyone who had tasted its food once became a lifelong member, craving its dishes daily. When Lu Xian arrived at the Sichuan restaurant, Lu Xinwu hadn't come yet. Sitting in the private room, despite the thick door, Lu Xian could clearly smell the oil and spices coming from the kitchen. Dry chilies were releasing their refreshing spiciness as they cooked in the rapeseed oil. The chopped pepper dip for peanuts had been enhanced with a touch of aged vinegar, while the boiled cabbage dish was garnished with a bunch of fresh green onions, all radiating an irresistible aroma. So fragrant. The clear, distinct scents made Lu Xian unable to resist swallowing his saliva, and his stomach opportunistically began to rumble, as if his intestines housed a swarm of greedy bugs bouncing around. Immediately, Lu Xian opened the door and signaled to a server who was passing by with dishes. Following the old routine, Lu Xian ordered Sichuan boiled fish, mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, and bamboo fungus chicken soup to wait for, plus 2 cold platters to eat while waiting. Though the spicy thousand-layer stomach salad was said to be spicy, it wasn't overly so. The thousand-layer stomach, with a slightly permeated color, had soaked in white braising liquid for hours, perfectly seasoned. Paired with green coriander, white minced garlic, and crunchy peanuts, and drizzled with a layer of secret 5-spice red oil, sprinkled with roasted sesame seeds, this appetizing dish was a feast for the eyes and taste buds alike. When this cold dish was served, Lu Xian didn't hesitate to pick up the chopsticks and eat a couple of bites. The long-forgotten flavor exploded suddenly in his mouth, the rich sauce spreading throughout his oral cavity, leaving Lu Xian immersed in a mix of sensations. Life like this wasn't bad, but counting down, it would soon come to an end. Thinking about the impending apocalypse that summer, Lu Xian let out a long sigh while chewing thoughtfully and looked up when the private room door was opened. Who else could that young man who entered, with pale skin but dressed in the typical black bubble style of Korean fashion, be but Lu Xinwu? Upon entering the private room, seeing Lu Xian looking at the spicy thousand-layer stomach dish with reddish eyes, Lu Xinwu teased him, "Yo, Master Lu, how can you be so melancholic over just a cold platter? Don't tell me Wu Siming dumped you and now you're complaining to me." The weather in June was already quite warm, and no small cars could drive through the old street. By the time Lu Xinwu had walked there, he was sweating profusely. After teasing Lu Xian, he immediately grabbed the iced tea on the table and gulped it down. We've broken up, Lu Xian said as he mentioned Wu Siming, his expression turning colder, but it wasn't Wu Siming dumping me, it was me dumping Wu Siming. Pfft. Lu Xinwu sprayed the iced tea he'd been drinking everywhere, performing an impromptu indoor rain shower. Thankfully, it didn't spray toward the dinner table or it would have been disastrous. Wiping the spilled iced tea off his lips, Lu Xinwu stared at Lu Xian with wide eyes, incredulous. "Are you really Lu Xian? Prove it to me." Stretching his slender fingers to pinch Lu Xian's face roughly, Lu Xinwu noticed the concealed pain in Lu Xian's eyes, finally believing that Lu Xian had indeed dumped Wu Siming. His teasing smile disappeared, and Lu Xinwu sat down, asking aggressively, "What did that little brat Wu Siming do to you? Speak. If he bullied you, I'll hack into his ID card and credit cards right away without hesitation." This threat wasn't just empty words. There were only a handful of hackers in the world capable of infiltrating the Pentagon and getting out unscathed, and Lu Xinwu was one of them, counted on one hand, and the best among those. He could easily make Wu Siming lose both reputation and wealth. However, Wu Siming knew Lu Xinwu, and behind Wu Siming was Wang Mingyuan. But Wang Mingyuan wasn't just an ordinary businessman. His older brother Wang Mingjing was one of the underground lords of Haiqing City. Wang Mingyuan's business empire was merely a tool for washing the dirty money of his elder brother Wang Mingjing. Otherwise, why would Lu Xian be cheated out of both the bid and the money simply for severing ties with Wang Mingyuan? Or for firing some traitorous senior executives of his company? Wang Mingyuan was someone beyond Lu Xinwu's reach. If Wu Siming got into trouble, he would definitely suspect Lu Xinwu. Even if Lu Xian kept Lu Xinwu by his side at all times, they might still not be able to prevent Wu Siming's revenge. This person was crazy, completely insane. With this thought, Lu Xian shook his head. There's no need to bring up anything between me and him anymore. Let's eat first, and then later I'll talk to you in detail about something. Lu Xinwu knew Lu Xian's temper. Once he decided to let it go, he wouldn't mention it again. Just as the hot dishes were prepared and brought up, the aroma filled the room with every opening and closing of the door. Before the server had even uncovered the dish, Lu Xian suddenly noticed something amiss in the smell of one of them. He smiled at her immediately and said, "Young lady, there's no need to uncover this dish. I ordered Sichuan boiled fish, but this is Sichuan boiled beef. It was delivered by mistake." "Really? But you haven't even looked yet." The server hesitated but then uncovered it. A pot of red soup revealed large slices of beef laced with blood threads, just as Lu Xian had said. Her pretty face turned red instantly. "I'm sorry, sir, since the lid has been opened, please have this first, and I'll send the Sichuan boiled fish over right away." "It's fine, don't rush." Lu Xian didn't say anything more. He picked up his chopsticks and went straight for the big pieces of beef inside. Lu Xinwu glanced at him and joked, "Bro Lu Xian, your nose works like a dog's. Has the heavenly hound taken over your body? You can even tell whether it's boiled fish or boiled beef just by the smell." Amazing. When Lu Xinwu teased him this way, Lu Xian realized that his sense of smell was indeed unusually sharp, so he couldn't help rubbing his nose. In theory, both Sichuan boiled fish and Sichuan boiled beef belong to the same cuisine family, and among the layers of chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and minced garlic, who could tell which was which unless they checked? Yet Lu Xian could discern the difference between beef and fish. Maybe he had spent too much time thinking about delicious food while enduring hardships in the apocalypse, thus, his sense became so keen upon smelling. What heavenly hound? Lu Xian used his chopsticks to pick some spicy marinated thousand-layer stomach into his bowl, giving a glance at Lu Xinwu whose bowl was already piled high, and coldly mocked, "If we're going by what you eat, aren't you really the reincarnation of Marshal Tianpeng?" While they exchanged witty banter, the waitress who had just stepped out returned with the Sichuan boiled fish. At once, their attention was completely captivated by the Sichuan boiled fish. They stopped talking and started eating with their rice bowls in hand. This meal ended in great satisfaction for both host and guest. As they stepped out of the restaurant, Lu Xian took Lu Xinwu back to the villa, brewed a fine pot of tea, and sat down to chat while drinking tea. With a round belly from all the food, Lu Xinwu reclined on the sofa, took a sip of tea, comfortably burped, and asked, "Lu Xian, what do you want with me? Spit it out." Lu Xian's gaze scanned across Lu Xinwu's face, pondered for a few minutes, and then stated word by word, "Old Lu, do you believe in an apocalyptic era?" Lu Xinwu originally thought Lu Xian might want to hack something or vent grievances, but never did he expect Lu Xian to start with such an enigmatic statement. His almond-shaped eyes widened considerably when he saw Lu Xian's serious expression. Apocalypse? Let me think. Lu Xinwu grabbed a handful of hair and slowly shook his head, saying, "Right now, the world neither faces nuclear war nor sudden meteor collisions leading to its destruction. An apocalypse would only be caused by nuclear war, but major countries' power struggles wouldn't casually escalate to that level. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an apocalypse, it'd be the total annihilation of Earth. There will definitely be an apocalypse." Lu Xian stared straight into Lu Xinwu's eyes and said gravely, "Because, I've already lived through one." Lu Xian's tone was too earnest enough for Lu Xinwu not to doubt whether he was joking. Since the meal at the Sichuan restaurant, Lu Xinwu had already noticed some changes in Lu Xian. Swallowing hard, Lu Xinwu asked solemnly, "Can you elaborate on how this apocalypse will unfold? Unless those nuclear superpowers went insane and started playing dangerous games. That's difficult to say, given that the USA recently inaugurated. Not nuclear war, it's a virus." Lu Xian cut off Lu Xinwu's tangent and began slowly recounting what he remembered. Today is June 3rd. On the 5th, foreign media will report a piece of news. A relatively large meteorite fell onto the Antarctic tundra, cracking the permafrost layer. Scientists found an unknown species corpse in the permafrost, and it carries trouble. You mean, 2 days later, a meteorite will hit the Earth, and a previously undiscovered species carrying a virus that causes the apocalypse will be discovered by humans? Lu Xinwu fixed his gaze on Lu Xian, his eyes full of panic and uncertainty. Lu Xian bitterly shook his head and didn't force Lu Xinwu to accept everything he'd just said. He knew clearly that if someone came out of nowhere and told him these bizarre things, as long as that person wasn't crazy or a dreamer, any normal person wouldn't be able to accept such claims right away. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xian said calmly, "It doesn't matter if you don't believe me now. By the day after tomorrow, all you have to do is remember to watch the news." Lu Xian knew that Lu Xinwu would keep what he had just said in mind, and would make judgments once the truth was verified. After sipping some strong tea, Lu Xian stood up and told Lu Xinwu, "When you've formed your own opinion, be sure to contact me right away." "No problem." Lu Xinwu nodded solemnly in agreement with Lu Xian, then also asked, "By the way, if the apocalypse really comes, how do you plan to handle it? What else can we do but tidy up the company and real estate and exchange as much as possible for survival goods after the end of the world?" Lu Xian's straightforward reply left Lu Xinwu dumbfounded. The company was an accumulation of Lu Xian's hard work. How could he abandon it so easily? For a moment, Lu Xinwu didn't know how to continue the conversation. If they followed their usual routine, Lu Xinwu would have finished chatting and left immediately because his darling was still waiting for him at home. But this time, Lu Xinwu couldn't leave so easily, since the changes in Lu Xian made him worry unconsciously. If what Lu Xian said was true, it meant they would face a terrible and fearful future. However, if Lu Xian's words did not come true, it meant there was something seriously wrong with Lu Xian's mental condition. Lu Xinwu couldn't believe that Lu Xian, who could handle the burial of his parents by himself, would suddenly become mentally disordered without reason, and until now, he hadn't been able to accept that Wu Siming and Lu Xian had split up like that. What exactly happened to Lu Xian? The more Lu Xinwu tried to sort out Lu Xian's affairs, the more confused he became. After pondering for a long while, he could only suppress all his doubts and worries temporarily, and wait quietly for the day Lu Xian mentioned. News of Lu Xian and Wu Siming's breakup quickly spread within their circle. Regarding the separation of this couple, some people felt regretful, others thought it was deserved, and there were also those like Ji Mingxiang who loved drama so much that despite knowing Lu Xian had already broken up with Wu Siming, insisted on mentioning her name in front of him. Ji Mingxiang was also a rich black market heir. His father, Ji Zhongxiang, had slightly more power than Wang Mingjing. Ji Mingxiang inherited the family business early and got involved in underground matters. Yet Ji Mingxiang was also someone with flexible thinking. He didn't want to keep committing illegal acts and getting caught. Hence, he collaborated with Lu Xian before, maintaining a relationship that wasn't as close as with Lu Xinwu, but still good. This time, the reason Lu Xian sought Ji Mingxiang was simple. In the world about to come, unless he acquired more weapons for protection, he would feel no sense of security at all. Hey, Lu Xian, why are you ordering so many supplies this time? Ji Mingxiang looked somewhat naive, but those who understood him knew that anyone thinking he was honest must have had their brains clouded by lard, or they were naturally blind. The expression Ji Mingxiang made with winking eyebrows completely ruined his innocent look, making Lu Xian's hands itch a bit. But Lu Xian didn't intend to satisfy the public's gossip, so he shook his head and said, "Don't ask so much. I just want to buy some stuff, and no one should know about it." Pausing for a second, Lu Xian added, "Especially Wang Mingyuan." Lu Xian was well aware of Wang Mingyuan's intentions toward him, plus the phone call he received earlier, so after weighing things for quite some time, he decided not to expose his purchase plans to avoid provoking Wang Mingyuan. He certainly didn't want to get reincarnated again and end up being killed by two crazy people. Lu Xian's serious tone made Ji Mingxiang raise his eyebrows slightly, flashing a look of suspicion. Silent for half a day, he finally opened his mouth to ask, could something big be about to happen? Ji Mingxiang's intuition earned Lu Xian's respect, but he wouldn't disclose the fact of his rebirth to anyone except Lu Xinwu, nor would he announce the coming apocalypse everywhere. So for Ji Mingxiang's question, Lu Xian could only offer a hint. Something will happen in the next month or two. After carefully choosing his words, Lu Xian continued, if it's convenient, prepare more stock on your side too. Move southward. The air down there is good, perfect for a holiday. Being able to navigate through the rich black market circles shows that Ji Mingxiang was indeed one of the shrewdest individuals. He didn't know what Lu Xian had heard, but he was certain Lu Xian never spoke nonsense. Lu Xian, I'll prepare the stuff for you as soon as possible. If it's convenient, let's stay in touch later. Lu Xian nodded and moved toward the door. No problem, I'll take my leave first. As soon as Lu Xian left, Ji Mingxiang made a call to his subordinate. Black 1, Black 2, prepare a batch of goods for me. Add some more peanuts, it's on the house, it's a favor I'm doing for someone. After hanging up, Ji Mingxiang furrowed his brows slightly. His intuition told him that Lu Xian knew even more than he had revealed, but pressing Lu Xian wouldn't work, buying his goodwill was the better approach. On June 5, 2017, a meteor streaked past Earth. As it passed over the planet, a chunk broke off and plunged into the atmosphere. This nearly 10-ton meteorite struck the frozen plains of Antarctica, creating a deep crater. On June 7, 2017, scientists studying the meteorite found frozen remains of ancient creatures in the crater. Experts in paleobiology rushed to Antarctica and brought the ancient creatures' remains back to the United States. On June 11, 2017, these paleobiology experts announced to the entire world that the ancient remains were of an unprecedented organism. After examination, its discovery would fill the gap in history after the Cretaceous period. Staring at his computer and the news, Lu Xian sighed deeply. What was meant to come had finally arrived. Chapter 4, Patient Zero. After that conversation with Lu Xian, Lu Xinwu had become particularly concerned about his buddy's condition. It wasn't until Lu Xian actually started consolidating his business and dealing with the company affairs that he realized Lu Xian wasn't kidding around. Lu Xian was genuinely preparing for the apocalypse. On June 5, after Lu Xinwu saw the news of the meteor-splitting asteroid hitting the ice cap, his attitude shifted from one of observation to solemnity. He searched every network in the world for any information related to this asteroid, even staying up all night tracking down the source of a single piece of information. On the morning of the 12th, Lu Xinwu rushed to the villa where Lu Xian lived, kicking his door open repeatedly with his little child in his arms. Though Lu Xian knew Lu Xinwu would come see him after seeing those things, he never expected him to arrive before 6 in the morning. How did you come so early? Rubbing his forehead, which throbbed from lack of sleep, Lu Xian moved aside slightly to let Lu Xinwu through. Lu Xinwu stormed into the living room and slammed his treasured laptop onto the marble coffee table. With a serious expression, he said, "I damn couldn't sleep. What else could I do but come find you? Congratulations, everything you said is true. And I found something even more terrifying." Lu Xinwu was known for navigating freely across the dark web and having seen countless terrible things, but this discovery shocked even him. Lu Xian's carefree demeanor vanished at this revelation. "What have you found?" In agitation, Lu Xinwu pointed at the laptop and said to Lu Xian, "You'll see." Sitting on the sofa, Lu Xian opened the laptop, and a video immediately popped up. It was a laboratory recording with both images and sound. In the quarantine room of the lab, a middle-aged Caucasian man, who looked to be in his 40s, was tied to a broad operating table. His hands and feet were tightly bound, and his head was encased in something resembling a dog muzzle. Upon closer inspection, the man's skin appeared excessively loose, revealing a complex network of bluish-red veins beneath the surface, looking like multicolored earthworms protruding from the body of an elderly person. Some dry patches of skin even showed signs of flaking off. This person has already turned into a zombie. As Lu Xian watched the man in the lab footage, he let out a low sigh. However, when he noticed the zombie's eyes, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he shot upright from the sofa. No, he's not yet a zombie. There's still consciousness in his eyes. The whites of the man's eyes in the footage were filled with yellow and red impurities, but tears flowed down his cheeks, reflecting fear and pain. Such human emotions could not appear on a brain-dead zombie controlled solely by a virus. This marked the greatest distinction between humans and zombies. Everything Lu Xian had learned in his previous life came passively, and by the time he understood that the virus turned humans into zombies, the first wave of mutations had already occurred. Yet what happened to this man indicated that the global pandemic might be more complex than initially thought. Clang! The quarantine room's door opened, and a woman in her 30s walked in. She was strikingly beautiful, wearing a white lab coat over a professional outfit that accentuated her curves. From the deferential attitudes of the other researchers around her, it was clear she held significant authority within the lab. "Julius, let me go. You can't do this to me. You can't." When the man saw the woman, he struggled fiercely against his restraints, the bindings tearing into his wrists and ankles as he roared furiously at her. Spittle dribbled down his face, making him look both terrifying and pitiful. Julius gazed at the man, her icy features briefly flickering with regret. Yet her tone remained firm. "Adam, I can do anything I want to you. Right now, your status is patient zero. Among all the archaeologists who made contact with that corpse, you're the only one who survived. Your body, in some sense, has achieved a perfect balance with the virus." Julius stared at Adam's eyes, her own taking on a crazed, reverent gleam. She extended her delicate fingers and lightly traced along Adam's distorted face, her lips curling into a smile. "Adam, you don't have to worry about what I'm going to do to you because my experiments won't harm you." Julius paused briefly before continuing, "The virus inside your body is constantly attacking the viruses we inject into you, and it's repairing your damaged body at an alarming rate. If we can control this virus and use the compatibility between your body and the virus to mass-produce vaccines, we could extend human life and solve medical challenges that remain unsolved today. For instance, Ebola, rabies, Marburg virus, deadly diseases like these would be eradicated from the world. Relax, Adam. In the past 2 days, the virus in your body has already eliminated hantavirus, dengue fever, and smallpox." Adam didn't feel any calmer upon hearing Julius' words. Instead, he struggled even harder, his skin tearing at the points where the restraints had cut into him. A viscous liquid seeped out of his wounds and encased them tightly, as Julius had described. His injuries repaired themselves right before their eyes. A researcher pushed open the quarantine room door and handed Julius a syringe gun. Julius glanced up at Adam briefly before pressing the injector against his neck and injecting the concentrated liquid inside into his body. "Let's see if injecting HIV into your body will create the same miracle." At this point, the laboratory recording ended. Lu Xian's expression turned grim, and he instantly understood why Lu Xinwu hadn't been able to sleep. Regardless of the outcomes Julius wanted from her biological experiments on Adam, one thing was clear to Lu Xian: the disaster he had witnessed before his rebirth was likely inseparably linked to these horrifying human trials. "What you said is all coming true." Lu Xinwu ran his hands through his hair, exasperated. "I wanted to know how the virus from that corpse originated, so I searched the dark web and found a screenshot of this video. From there, I traced back its possible origins and used encrypted algorithms. Well, suffice it to say, I found the video. I just want to ask you, what should I do?" Everything Lu Xian had experienced were the results, but Lu Xinwu uncovered the origin. He had originally thought Lu Xinwu would join him after confirming the situation, helping prepare for and plan the impending apocalypse. But now, seeing Lu Xinwu's discovery, Lu Xian was lost for words. If we release this video to CMM or similar media outlets, perhaps we can stop that insane woman's experiments. Watching Lu Xian fall silent, Lu Xinwu couldn't help feeling anxious. Using humans for such experiments, using viruses to counteract other viruses, it might succeed, but everything you've lived through already proves otherwise. This experiment failed. If we expose and stop them before things go wrong, maybe this global catastrophe won't happen. Lu Xian understood Lu Xinwu's desire to reveal the truth and curb the experiments through media exposure, but he considered matters further than Lu Xinwu did. This video screenshot had leaked onto the dark web. Had no one seen it before? Keep in mind, everything on the dark web is laid bare before hackers and tech enthusiasts alike. Lu Xinwu wasn't the first to see this screenshot, nor would he be the last. So why hadn't others come forward to uncover this truth? Perhaps it wasn't that the hackers refused, they couldn't. I think, perhaps, no matter what we do, we can't change the upcoming catastrophe. Lu Xian took a deep breath and expressed his considerations aloud. This experiment involves more than just extending the lifespan of ordinary people with this virus. It also ties into more significant interests, which could even escalate to the level of national interest. If a pharmaceutical company obtained the results of this experiment, it might impact the lifespan of common people, but what if these results were applied in bacteriological warfare? Lu Xian's words left Lu Xinwu feeling both helpless and confused. Staring at the computer screen, after a long silence, Lu Xinwu finally spoke. Without trying, I can't let it go. Though Lu Xinwu was a hacker by trade, Lu Xian knew that at heart, he was a kind and upright person. If he gave up without trying, he'd blame himself when witnessing the devastation during the apocalypse. Without hesitation, Lu Xinwu declared, I refuse to give up without trying. After some consideration, Lu Xian finally said, if you can ensure your own safety, I don't oppose what you want to do. But I hope that while doing this, you can help me with something. No problem. The task Lu Xian asked Lu Xinwu to do wasn't particularly difficult but wasn't exactly easy either. It was to find ways to hack into the backdoors of some commercial satellites so they could be used for simple reconnaissance after the apocalypse or repurposed for other uses. Lu Xinwu agreed to Lu Xian's request and also asked him to gather some necessary tools for him. Despite the considerable cost of these tools, Lu Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest and agreed to everything. In the apocalypse, money is just paper. It's useless for anything, even wiping, as it's too rigid. It's better to trade it for supplies while it still holds value. Following his plan, Lu Xinwu leaked the video, sending it not only to CMM and other renowned international media outlets but also hacking into foreign social platforms to virally spread the video, ensuring everyone who used social media would see it. This chilling video stirred up a massive uproar on social media just as Lu Xinwu had anticipated. Countless journalists immediately sought to verify the story, and Patient Zero quickly became the hottest search term. Chapter 5, The Unrevealed Truth. As the whole world was in an uproar over Patient Zero's video, several other clips also made their way onto the internet. The main character of these videos was also Julius. This strikingly beautiful woman had filmed similar types of video segments in different scenes, making it seem like every experiment she was involved in was extremely shocking. As everyone was talking about this and conducting a cyber hunt for Julius, a very famous Hollywood director of horror films released a teaser for his new movie, with the rookie female actress being none other than Julius. Could the video that made the entire world tremble actually be part of a viral marketing campaign for a horror movie? The netizens who had been scared by the video content were furious about this, and all signed a petition to boycott the director's works. If anyone tried to discuss the authenticity of the video, they would instantly be attacked by the enraged netizens. Is the Patient Zero video just a clumsy promotion? After exhausting his talents, the director makes a pathetic exit. Lu Xinwu saw the news headlines from various media outlets after the manipulation of Patient Zero's video, which left him speechless. Even though he did everything he could to hack websites and post some evidence recently gathered, it was useless. Some people would resist the director even more after seeing it, while others showed interest and attention to the story. It took no more than 3 days from when the video was uploaded for public opinion to swing from one extreme to another, and there were even B-grade movie enthusiasts who started a special feature on the film. Are these people stupid, Lu Xian? Lu Xinwu couldn't comprehend how his painstaking efforts to expose this matter could lead to such a distortion of the narrative. Lu Xian, however, had been mentally prepared for quite some time. He sighed, you've done your best. For something to generate such news and cover up the truth, it appears that companies controlling economic lifelines, or even national interests, are involved. The fact that a Hollywood director would bear slander willingly indicated that there was definitely more behind it than just simple financial incentives. Moreover, this method of fighting poison with poison was quite unusual. From the disheartened expression on Lu Xinwu's face, Lu Xian could tell that he would likely be disappointed. Best effort, sigh, how can I possibly convince myself that this is all I could do? Even though Lu Xinwu said this, he understood the power of reality. No matter how much I publish, everyone will still think it's a poor promotional gimmick. Lu Xian understood Lu Xinwu's sense of helplessness, wanting to do more but feeling completely powerless to change the reality. It clung to him like a bone-deep tumor that wouldn't go away. Lu, think about it, if we weren't close, would you believe me? Lu Xian sighed, shaking his head with a bitter smile. This has already exceeded our scope of interference. Let's hope someone inside notices the potential danger and makes some preparations. Just as Lu Xinwu was about to speak, his laptop suddenly emitted a strange sound. His face changed drastically as he rushed to the laptop and started typing furiously. Immediately, sounds echoed through the room like a sudden downpour. Lu Xian noticed Lu Xinwu's increasingly serious expression and felt a sense of foreboding, but he remained silent and waited patiently as Lu Xinwu dealt with whatever he was doing. Lu Xinwu worked for nearly half an hour. When it was over, he suddenly pulled out a USB drive, copied something onto it from the laptop, and then proceeded to destroy the laptop. What happened? Lu Xian helped Lu Xinwu throw the smoking laptop into a bucket filled with water. After confirming the laptop was completely ruined, he turned around and asked Lu Xinwu. Lu Xinwu let out a deep breath and held up the USB drive, saying, "I scanned something interesting, but it had a firewall, so I wrote a program to attack the firewall. My little baby broke through the firewall just now, and I got what I needed. However, this firewall has a reverse tracking capability, and it's a bit troublesome. Did you leave any trace?" "Of course not." Speaking about computers, Lu Xinwu was confident. "I set up a false path for it, circling half the globe before I destroyed the computer within less than a minute. Haha, they might still be chasing circles in Russia. Hahaha. What good stuff did you get? Enough to make them chase relentlessly." "It's nothing, just the thing you asked me to get. I took a bit more just in case. I reckon the hackers in the US must be annoyed as hell now, hahaha." Lu Xinwu not only laughed wildly, but his handsome face made people want to punch him. This guy rarely acts, but when he does, it's always extraordinary. "How's your preparation coming along?" Lu Xinwu carefully placed the USB drive close to his body, as if remembering something, and looked up at Lu Xian, saying, "By the way, about the person you asked me to investigate, I couldn't find them. You gave too few clues." Before his rebirth, the man who closed Lu Xian's eyes was someone Lu Xian had been trying hard to find. The residual warmth on his eyelids during his final moments kept pulling him out of his recurring nightmares. Although he didn't witness his ultimate fate before his rebirth, Lu Xian knew that this man wouldn't leave him unburied. From their brief interaction, Lu Xian could tell that the man survived decently through the apocalypse. He wanted to repay the man who seemed cold but exuded warmth towards him, making his life better. Couldn't find him. Lu Xian slightly furrowed his brows, feeling perplexed. He pulled out his phone and glanced at the vividly detailed portrait he had drawn. "I believe this picture is clear enough. How could I not have found the person? Using the process of elimination, I went over all males aged 18 to 30. And considering how striking the person in your drawing is, I even checked the female population, yet still couldn't find anyone." Lu Xinwu had truly tried his best. To help Lu Xian, he hacked into both the vehicle registration system and the national ID database. "If even you can't find him, then it's probably impossible," Lu Xian sighed. "There are two possibilities. Either this person's identity is far more mysterious than we imagined, meaning he's not even registered in the regular national systems, or this person might not be from China at all, which is why we can't find any information domestically." Time was running out, and Lu Xian would likely have to head back to Fengqing's gathering place if he wanted to find this person. Lu Xian couldn't waste all his energy looking for someone, his preparations were only half done, and there wasn't much time left before the apocalypse. "Xian, how are the things you're preparing for going?" Seeing the persistent fatigue and exhaustion on Lu Xian's face, Lu Xinwu began to worry. "Regardless of whether the apocalypse comes as scheduled, don't overwork yourself. Recently, Wang Mingyuan has been contacting several backbone employees in my company. It seems like, although rumors about me handling my company have been spreading around, he hasn't fully believed them." Whenever Lu Xian thought of Wang Mingyuan, he felt irritable. Wang Mingyuan hadn't called again with harassing calls, but Lu Xian could sense that Wang Mingyuan wasn't idle. "If Wang Mingyuan wants to buy my company, it'd actually be a good deal. But even if he doesn't buy it, I'll still find a way to handle the situation." Lu Xinwu didn't understand earlier why Lu Xian suddenly broke up with Wu Siming, but once everything Lu Xian said turned out to be true, he knew Wu Siming must have done something to break Lu Xian's heart completely, otherwise based on Lu Xian's character, he wouldn't have given up on Wu Siming. Initially, Lu Xinwu planned to confront Wu Siming, but Lu Xian directly stopped him and informed him about Wang Mingyuan's issues. He worked with computers, and while his abilities allowed him to bother Wang Mingyuan and Wu Siming online, it would only create further problems for Lu Xian. Especially after Lu Xinwu discovered some secrets about Wang Mingyuan, he decided to drop the idea of revenge, better to avoid troublemakers no matter what. Lu Xinwu still worried that Wang Mingyuan might use Wu Siming to cause trouble for Lu Xian. So he warned again, "Just be cautious, alright? If Wu Siming pleads with you to get back together, don't foolishly change your mind." Upon hearing Wu Siming's name, Lu Xian no longer harbored as much resentment as before. He no longer felt the intense unwillingness or pain because he simply no longer cared about what Wu Siming did. "Don't worry, I will never turn back for Wu Siming." All of Lu Xian's expectations and love were destroyed by betrayal before his rebirth, so he wouldn't ruthlessly destroy Wu Siming, that's not his style. But he could never forgive Wu Siming, nor could he be stupid enough to give her another chance to hurt him. After letting out a sigh, Lu Xian rubbed his forehead, which was slightly aching, and said to Lu Xinwu, "By the way, old Lu, if you have nothing else to do, I hope you can go to Fengqing first." After his rebirth, Lu Xian's first move was to buy a small villa in Fengqing. Not only did he hire people to improve and renovate some basic facilities, but he also stored bottled water and canned food in the basement that was camouflaged. Fengqing would be within the power sphere of Gongzhang later, and as long as Lu Xinwu could smoothly survive the initial chaos of the apocalypse, with his capabilities, he'd definitely be an indispensable presence in Fengqing. As a result, his life there would be comfortable and at ease. Lu Xinwu had no objections to going to Fengqing ahead of time, but why wasn't Lu Xian going along with him? He couldn't help but persuade, since you're planning to sell your company anyway, we could leave together. I ordered a customized off-road vehicle that hasn't arrived yet, and I haven't gotten my hands on the things from Ji Mingxiang either. If we want to live well, these two items are essential. I have to stay and get them. Moreover, Lu Xian furrowed his brows thinking about the company situation. Even if I decide to sell the company, I hope I can make arrangements for the employees inside it as much as possible. Regardless of betrayal or loyalty, such matters wouldn't matter anymore during the apocalypse. Although Lu Xian didn't have the ability or intention to take care of everyone, he still hoped to help those people as much as he could. Whether they appreciated it or not was beyond his consideration. Thinking of the impending doom, Lu Xian's expression couldn't help but look somewhat lost, his gaze passing over Lu Xinwu and settling fixedly on the usual landscape outside the window. Who could tell how many people would survive and how many would awaken with lucky animal spirits? Even Lu Xian could only try his best to make all necessary preparations, the rest would depend entirely on heaven's arrangements. Chapter 6, Doomsday Countdown. Lu Xinwu, as arranged by Lu Xian, went to Fengqing to continue preparing for the end times. In the meantime, Lu Xian scheduled multiple company benefits, distributing a large amount of drinks and canned goods to everyone in the company. The few core members who had been in contact with Wang Mingyuan seized this opportunity to start poaching people to leave the company. And this time, those who followed the core members in leaving almost made up 4/5 of the entire company. Seeing the pile of resignation letters stacked in the office, Lu Xian immediately convened an employee meeting. After confirming the intentions of these individuals, he didn't make any effort to retain them and directly approved all their resignations. Lu Xian's previous announcement about dealing with the company, combined with this wave of resignations, led everyone to speculate, could there be a major problem with Lu Xian's company? Before this question was answered, another event occurred. Wang Mingyuan sent an agent to negotiate with Lu Xian, formally launching a plan to acquire Lu Xian's company. In this acquisition, Wang Mingyuan did not intend to offer a high price, and Lu Xian didn't deliberately raise it either. After a routine exchange of arguments, he agreed to the price proposed by the agent. Although many people resigned from Lu Xian's company, its operations were not affected, there was no debt involved. The contracts and bids already secured by the company were also of sufficient value to ensure a profitable deal for the buyer. This series of actions taken by Lu Xian not only surprised Wang Mingyuan, who successfully lured away talent from Lu Xian, but also caused much discussion within High City's second-generation circle about Lu Xian's strange behavior. Everyone wondered if Lu Xian had gone crazy after his breakup with Wu Siming, causing him to behave so irrationally. Of course, Wu Siming also found out that Lu Xian sold his company, and even sold it to a third party whom everyone knew was Wang Mingyuan's agent. Immediately after acquiring Lu Xian's company, Wang Mingyuan celebrated by inviting Wu Siming over. That night, drunk Wang Mingyuan forcibly took Wu Siming's virginity, showing absolutely no mercy during their first encounter. He merely reveled in the psychological and physiological satisfaction derived from acquiring both Lu Xian's company and Wu Siming himself. Though Wu Siming felt glad to have formed such a deep connection with the person he had always liked, lying next to a soundly sleeping Wang Mingyuan, he couldn't help thinking about two things. First, if it had been Lu Xian instead of Wang Mingyuan, Lu Xian would never have let him endure such pain. Second, why did Lu Xian appear so indifferent when selling his company? Was it because Wu Siming had hurt him too deeply? No matter how these thoughts swirled around in Wu Siming's mind, one thing was clear, he and Lu Xian could never go back to how they once were. Though what Lu Xian did certainly became a topic of gossip and laughter among the second-generation circles, some people started to feel wary because of Lu Xian's actions. When Ji Mingxiang saw Lu Xian distribute welfare related to food and drinks, he carefully considered recent events and immediately instructed his subordinates to stockpile a large quantity of purified water and food supplies. After Lu Xian sold his company to Wang Mingyuan's agent, Ji Mingxiang converted all available money into various resources, arranging for someone to guard them and even hiding quite a few things away. One day, Ji Zhongxiang went out for morning tea. When paying the bill, he noticed something off about the balance in his bank card. At first, he thought his account might have been hacked, but upon checking the bank statement, he discovered it was his own son who had been transferring all the funds. Ji Zhongxiang immediately returned home to confront Ji Mingxiang. As soon as Ji Zhongxiang entered the study, he overheard Ji Mingxiang on the phone asking someone to procure peanuts and other items. He waited until Ji Mingxiang finished the call before hurriedly demanding, "Son, why did you drain all the cash reserves and practically empty the bank account as well? If I hadn't whimsically decided to pick up the tab today, I wouldn't have known that my Ji Zhongxiang's bank account now has less than 20,000 left. Dad, don't you think 20,000 yuan is more than enough for your morning tea?" Ji Mingxiang, seated at his desk checking the inventory list of prepared supplies, replied without looking up, "If everything goes smoothly, go chat with some old friends. I'm busy." "Son, is everything okay?" Ji Zhongxiang initially wanted to discuss the bank account issue, but linking it with Ji Mingxiang's hoarding of resources, he began to worry, did someone trick you into converting all the money into material goods? Fully focused on cross-checking his lists, Ji Mingxiang didn't immediately understand what his father meant by trick. Stopping his work momentarily, he looked at Ji Zhongxiang confused and asked, who could possibly trick me? Who else? It's Lu Xian, of course. Ji Zhongxiang raised his voice as he said this. I realized your strange behavior started after the last time he came to discuss business with you. Ji Mingxiang gave his father an exasperated look and replied, Dad, Lu Xian doesn't do things without certainty. You might think he's just some wealthy second-generation heir who makes money off privilege, but in my view, he is someone who profits from dozens of successful investments, a really capable person. His judgment is sharp. If he's stockpiling water and food, something must definitely be going on. Moreover, Ji Mingxiang had also closely followed recent developments and firmly stated, if Lu Xian hadn't noticed any problems, there's no way he would have sold his company so easily. The Haiqing Mr. Lu depends on that company as his golden brand. Who would go insane enough to sell a profitable company capable of scaling up when they don't even need the money? No one. After hearing what Ji Mingxiang said, Ji Zhongxiang thought it made sense. Since Ji Mingxiang took over the family affairs, he has never done anything without confidence. But if something big was coming, were his son's preparations sufficient enough? Ji Zhongxiang thought for a moment, then pulled out his phone and called a close friend. Lu Xian's company was sold in its entirety. Wang Mingyuan directly brought back the people he poached to the original company and allowed them to continue working there. As for those who weren't lured away, Wang Mingyuan displayed the magnanimity of a victor and let them keep working for him. So, when Lu Xian arrived at what used to be his own company during business hours to finalize the contract with Wang Mingyuan, the situation was rather awkward. Lu Xian looked somewhat disheveled, possibly because of how exhausting this period of work had been. He ate poorly and recently suffered from a low-grade fever, making him very uncomfortable. If it wasn't for signing this contract today, Lu Xian would have preferred sleeping for 72 hours straight, getting some much-needed rest. As the employees who betrayed Lu Xian walked past him into the office building, they deliberately turned their heads away from him, while those who didn't betray him simply nodded and left. Everyone moved quickly, fearing that walking too slowly would result in being called back by Lu Xian. Lu Xian was fair even as the boss, but, new emperor, new ministers, nobody was foolish enough to offend the current boss just for the sake of an ex-CEO. It mattered little to Lu Xian, nor did he harbor any intention of provoking anyone or humiliating them, since none of these trivialities held significance in the world about to come. What Lu Xian truly wanted was to act out a performance with Wang Mingyuan and sign the final contract properly. But as Lu Xian arrived, he discovered that his access card had been cancelled, causing a pause. How could he meet Wang Mingyuan if his planned script was incomplete due to missing props? While Lu Xian stood puzzled, a pale, tender hand presented a magnetic card, opening the door for him. Mr. Lu, please enter. Turning around, Lu Xian recognized the receptionist who'd once embarrassed Wu Siming. She carried a backpack, clearly also on her way to work. She didn't inquire about why Lu Xian was there, nor did her eyes carry curiosity or appraisal. All she did was resolve Lu Xian's predicament by holding the door open for him. Since Lu Xian had some impressions of her link to Wu Siming, he paused momentarily before quietly giving her a warning. Fang Xinjian, starting the day after tomorrow, call in sick and avoid coming to the company. Stockpile food and water, stay isolated as much as possible, and preferably prepare some medicine and tools like hammers. Having spoken, Lu Xian didn't wait for Fang Xinjian to respond but strode swiftly into the company, directly taking the elevator to the floor where his former office lay. As the least noticeable part of the company, the front desk receptionist still had her name remembered by Lu Xian, and received his advice. Fang Xinjian watched Lu Xian's retreating figure, her expression flickering for a moment, then swiftly decided whether or not to follow Lu Xian's suggestion inside her heart. Lu Xian was led to see Wang Mingyuan by his former secretary, a task fraught with awkwardness, especially since the secretary had defected along with key personnel. Her gaze upon Lu Xian held both distance and embarrassment, which caused her cheeks to redden. This uncomfortable tension persisted until Lu Xian entered Wang Mingyuan's office, after which the secretary practically bolted out of sight. Wang Mingyuan sat leisurely on the high-end leather sofa Lu Xian had once occupied for years, pretending to embody the mannerisms of a privileged young man. Despite his somewhat devious inner nature, Wang Mingyuan was tall, radiant, and handsome, with two small dimples that appeared when he smiled, making him appear genuinely likable and easy to gain others' affection. If Wang Mingyuan's behavior reflected the darkness of his true inner self, Lu Xian wouldn't have once been caught off guard by him in the past. Seeing Lu Xian, Wang Mingyuan immediately stood up and extended a hand for greetings. It's been a while, Lu Xian. It's been a while, Mr. Wang. Lu Xian didn't grasp his hand but only gave him a cold glance, feeling his discomfort from the low-grade fever swelling up, nearly losing control. Wang Mingyuan saw no issue with Lu Xian's attitude. After all, having poached his staff and bought his company, if the young lord of Haiqing could chat amiably without any grudges, that would make him look down on. Today, Lu Xian wasn't dressed in formal suits. Instead, he wore a casual suit, a silver-gray suit paired with a light tea-brown shirt, which made him look as though he had a touch of asceticism. However, his shirt collar lacked a tie, and the first two buttons were undone, revealing a slightly honey-colored clavicle. Combined with the fatigue evident on his face, this caused Wang Mingyuan's gaze to deepen slightly. Lu Xian. Lord Lu. Wang Mingyuan plotted within himself, thinking about when he could finally bring Lord Lu into his possession. With an attractive physique and handsome face, Lu Xian complimented the pure and innocent Wu Siming. If both of them could look at him with longing eyes in bed, the mere thought already caused some stirring in a certain part of Wang Mingyuan's body. Lord Lu looks great today in this outfit, much better than those outdated formal suits. From top to bottom, then again from bottom to top, Wang Mingyuan carefully examined Lu Xian. His gaze seemed to peel away Lu Xian's clothing layer by layer, missing only extending a hand. Naturally, Lu Xian did not overlook Wang Mingyuan's invasive gaze, yet he showed no signs of detection on his face. Instead, he coolly stated, "Mr. Wang, I'm here not to discuss personal matters with you, but to sign the contract." Pausing for a moment, Lu Xian continued, "If you don't intend to sign the contract today, Mr. Wang, I will come another day." Wang Mingyuan had gotten a big piece of fatty meat, taking advantage where he could. Seeing Lu Xian make a move to leave, fearing this person might reconsider and ruin what they had already agreed upon, he immediately turned toward the desk and retrieved the prepared contract. Obtaining whatever people or things he wanted, Wang Mingyuan always enjoyed using some hunting techniques, forcing the other side until they had nowhere to hide before tightening his net. Injury brought on by love led Lu Xian to handle the company that was his bread and butter, akin to rabbits crashing into trees, leaving Wang Mingyuan elated internally while keeping a neutral expression outwardly. "Lord Lu, what are you saying? The contract you're supposed to sign has been ready for a long time." In front of Lu Xian, Wang Mingyuan signed the document and stamped it, passing over the still ink-wet contract to Lu Xian. "Lord Lu, please." Taking the contract, Lu Xian silently signed his name and also stamped it with his private seal. Before handing back the contract to Wang Mingyuan, Lu Xian lowered his eyelids, suddenly stating, "Mr. Wang, I know Siming is your person. Now, both the company and its employees belong to you. I only hope you treat Siming well and the employees of the company kindly. Is Wu Siming so good? Good enough that even after betraying you, you still hope for him to live comfortably?" Wang Mingyuan hadn't expected that despite having cut ties with Wu Siming, Lu Xian still cared about Wu Siming, his eyebrows slightly furrowing as flames sparked in his eyes. Lu Xian avoided Wang Mingyuan's gaze, falling silent for a moment before quietly saying, "People can't force themselves to love someone they don't love. I don't blame him. Cherish Siming well, he is a kind-hearted person." At that moment, Lu Xian heard a sharp intake of breath from the doorway. Wang Mingyuan also heard it, furrowing his brows and stepping forward twice to pull open the office door. Wu Siming stood there at the door, his innocent little face covered in tear marks, looking at Lu Xian with more anguish and struggle in his eyes. Lu Xian hadn't expected to encounter Wu Siming, momentarily stunned. But he quickly recovered his composure, bidding farewell to Wang Mingyuan, and strode out of the office swiftly. As they passed each other, Lu Xian couldn't help but utter two words. "Take care." Instinctively, Wu Siming turned around, seeing Lu Xian's retreating figure, almost like fleeing. It struck his heart again. He hadn't thought that after knowing of his betrayal and true feelings, Lu Xian would still hope for him to live well, even going as far as wishing him to take care. In Wu Siming's memory, Lu Xian was just a guy who relied on his rich second-generation identity to humiliate people with money. So why did Wu Siming's heart feel as if it had been pricked by a needle at this moment, slightly aching? Wang Mingyuan, upon seeing Wu Siming, felt somewhat discontented that his appearance disrupted Lu Xian's visit. However, when he looked into Wu Siming's confused eyes, a sense of brutal rage emerged in him. A hint of lust surfaced in his eyes as Wang Mingyuan reached out and grabbed Wu Siming's arm, forcibly dragging him into the office. Minutes later, Wu Siming's fragmented moans mixed with Wang Mingyuan's harsh domination filled the soundproof office. The world was still running in an orderly manner, yet a strange flu starting from the US gradually swept across the globe. Chapter 7, That Woman. After leaving the company, Lu Xian didn't go home directly but instead went to the car dealership where he had ordered a vehicle. This 4S dealership provided good service, but when Lu Xian bought the car, he added many conditions, so even this dealership took quite some time to complete his order. However, fortunately, before heading out, Lu Xian received a notification from the dealership that the car he had ordered had arrived smoothly. Taking the keys, Lu Xian immediately jumped onto the camouflage-sprayed off-road vehicle and drove around for 2 laps to test the feel. This off-road vehicle of his cost nearly 10 million yuan. Not only was the body reinforced and bulletproof glass used, but the tires were also replaced with specially customized dual-layer solid tires. If these were the only requirements, it would probably cost several million yuan to get the car. The extra money was because Lu Xian had other special requirements. In the end of the world, oil extraction has basically stopped. After all, these things require specialized talents for exploration and mining, and how many specialized talents have survived? Besides, the stockpiled oil is controlled by the bosses in each area. These are all high-end luxury consumables, just like the Jeep he saw in his past life. Thinking about this, Lu Xian suddenly slammed on the brakes and widened his eyes. Right, the Jeep was also a high-end luxury consumable, so the handsome man who drove it must be no ordinary person. But thinking about this, Lu Xian shook his head bitterly and pushed this person down deep into his heart. He had already decided to look for him once he got to Fengcheng, so for now, he should prepare everything properly. Lu Xian stopped the off-road vehicle and pressed a button inside the car, reigniting the engine of the off-road vehicle. Boom! The starting off-road vehicle surged out like a fierce tiger, but Lu Xian found that the speed of this car wasn't as fast as he thought it would be. Even the acceleration could only reach around 80 to 90 kilometers per hour and wouldn't increase further. However, what Lu Xian focused on wasn't the speed, but rather the energy bar on the dashboard. The special requirement Lu Xian had for this car was related to energy. He wanted to add a solar power storage function to this car, so it underwent relevant modifications. In the post-apocalyptic world, gasoline as a high-end luxury consumable means he has to pay a great price to obtain it, while solar technology, although having significant problems in terms of speed, can still be faster than walking himself. Moreover, this car was equipped with a conversion plug. If you want to boil water or cook, you can simply pull out the plug and use it. It's truly a moving treasure. Tapping his hand on the window nearby, Lu Xian felt more at ease. He continued testing how long he could drive with a full charge of solar power. This lasted for most of the day. When Lu Xian returned home, it was already getting dark. Feeling unwell and being outside for almost a whole day, Lu Xian didn't even want to go out for dinner. He cooked 2 large packs of frozen dumplings, drank 2 pills with the dumpling soup afterward, and then fell asleep the moment he got into his room. He had a low-grade fever for the past few days, consuming physical strength very quickly, and his appetite was also huge. Despite eating 2 large packs of dumplings just now, he would have to eat another 2 bags when he woke up. Lu Xian slept for 2 whole days at home. Lu Xinwu obtained some incredible news and couldn't find him, so he left a message helplessly. Therefore, when Lu Xian woke up and plugged his dead phone, the first thing he saw was a text message from Lu Xinwu. I found the person. These 4 simple words made Lu Xian's heart race uncontrollably. Without specifying who was found, Lu Xian knew it. Lu Xinwu had finally found that man, the man whose brilliance was as radiant as summer flowers. Lu Xian controlled his inexplicably excited mood, looked up, took a deep breath, and dialed Lu Xinwu's number. As soon as the call connected, Lu Xian immediately asked, "Old Lu. Did you find the person?" Damn. Lu Xinwu was in the middle of something important, but upon seeing Lu Xian's call, he picked it up right away and started cursing, "Brother, stop disappearing like that. This is what time it is, I'm worried about you." Although Lu Xinwu hadn't mentioned to Lu Xian anything specific about the things he learned regarding Wang Mingyuan being hidden, it could be seen from the fact that he would become frantic when unable to find Lu Xian that those matters had subjected this youth raised under the red flag to a cruel psychological experience. From the moment he answered the call, there was a bombardment of complaints. Lu Xian, however, didn't get upset. He consoled Lu Xinwu, "Don't be angry, old Lu. I just overslept. By the way, you said you found the person, where did you find them?" "I can't say I've exactly found the person, nor can I say I haven't found them. Turn on your computer and receive a video." Lu Xian was fine, and after Lu Xinwu mumbled a few sentences, he didn't continue to get angry. This is the video of the Shuiqing airport from 2 days ago. Shuiqing is upstream from Haiqing, farther away from Haiqing than Haiqing is from Fengqing. It's a coastal city with the largest deep-water port in Huaxia and also one of Huaxia's economic centers. Why did he go to Shuiqing? Lu Xian opened the video and immediately spotted the man among the crowd of people coming and going. He wore a light yellow floral t-shirt, cropped light blue jeans, and paired them with light-colored sneakers. His hair, slightly long and reaching his ears, was neatly trimmed, tanned deeply brown under the June sun. A pair of light tea-colored sunglasses sat on his high nose bridge, covering his beautiful eyes. He appeared exceptionally dazzling, like the bright moon in the night sky. Even if he just stood there doing nothing, he could draw other people's attention. The pixel quality of the surveillance video wasn't high, but as Lu Xian watched the man through the screen, his heart that had been barely calmed down started racing again, and a hint of blush crept onto his face that he himself hadn't noticed. Clearing his throat, Lu Xian asked, "Did you find out his identity?" "No," Lu Xinwu replied with a bitter laugh, "his name in the video is Liao Jin. I checked, but it turned out to be a fake identity, a perfectly constructed false identity." Pausing for a moment, Lu Xinwu added, "To construct an entire background and pass airport security checks means this fake ID definitely has a national-level background." A so-called national-level background meant it had the backing of the state. In the whole country, only a handful of state organizations were capable of spending such time, effort, and money on these things. Come to think of it, ordinary people couldn't possibly have the resources to do this kind of stuff. Lu Xian's eyes dimmed as he silently conjectured that this man's identity was probably higher than he had imagined. Just who was he? Then where did he go after that? "I didn't find anything." Lu Xinwu continued, "However, don't you find it curious why I've always failed to find him, but now I can? Have you thought about that?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xian realized he hadn't asked more questions, which he usually would given his cautious nature. His concern for this man had exceeded appropriate boundaries. And because of that, Lu Xinwu had decided to give him a reminder. Closing his eyes and swallowing hard, when Lu Xian reopened his eyes, the confusion was gone. Clearing his throat, he said, "You weren't deliberately investigating him, you just accidentally found him." "That's correct, you're right," Lu Xinwu reminded him, "Look at the recording again. Who is the person behind him?" Lu Xian rewound the footage. Suddenly widening his eyes, a person who absolutely shouldn't appear in Huaxia showed up on the screen. Behind Xiao Qing, a group of foreign tourists was leaving, among whom a woman wearing a straw hat looked particularly familiar. Wasn't she Julius, the one who used terrifying methods against patient Zero Atoms in some previous videos? This genius virologist had transformed her appearance completely, her strands of hair dyed light yellow, streaked with purple and red highlights, contrasting beautifully with her strikingly elegant features, making her look exactly like a female university student on vacation abroad. Similarly dressed foreign men, despite their youthful and energetic appearances, betrayed their well-trained past by their every movement and positioning. Each step they took subtly surrounded Julius. Why had Julius come to Huaxiao? What was her purpose? Lu Xian furrowed his brows tightly, staring at the video showing both Liao Jin and Julius several steps away. His gaze flickered back and forth between them. What was the relationship between Liao Jin and these people? In the previous life, Lu Xian had only revolved within his own sphere of influence, never concerning himself with outside matters. Now, because of the knowledge gained from his rebirth, he felt differently. Why did they come to Huaxiao? Not knowing what happened, Lu Xian could only ask Lu Xinwu. Adams is dead. After Lu Xinwu infiltrated America's system, although it caused significant waves and network security was enhanced, as he put it, it's like a locksmith's wife being in a huff and wearing a chastity belt, but the key still remains in the hands of the locksmith. A blatant enticement. Sure enough, Lu Xinwu's big tool hacked into America's networks once again, uncovering their secrets. Lu Xian didn't expect to hear this news, stunned for a while before asking after quite some time, he could withstand those terrible infectious diseases, how could he die? An allergy, Lu Xinwu sighed. My friend in the US managed to get a hold of the autopsy video. Oh man, the sight of the knife cutting down was terrifying. The internal organs were like melted asphalt, a black puddle oozing out, it was horrifying. For a moment, both fell silent. Whatever Julius had done to Adam, death was the best outcome for him. Yet, from another perspective, God is fair, there can never be a perfect existence. Glancing at the calendar, Lu Xian bitterly laughed, the US is about to have an influenza outbreak. Next will be the American countries, then Europe. If you're close to that friend, you could warn him to seek refuge. Lu Xinwu remained quiet for a while before muttering, I've already warned him, but he didn't take it seriously. After sending me the video, I couldn't contact him anymore. Being a hacker always comes with danger, precisely this thrill drives these geniuses to constantly probe the barriers of various secrets. Lu Xinwu had done all he could as a friend by giving his warning, but that was as far as he could go. After some deliberation, Lu Xian spoke, maybe he just took your advice and hid. Hopefully. Suppressing the anxiety and frustration deep within him, Lu Xinwu raked his fingers through his hair and asked, by the way, you've got your car, when are you coming over? I haven't gotten the stuff from Ji Ming-shan yet, I can't leave. Thinking about these matters, Lu Xian also felt troubled, did you manage to get what I gave you money for? Don't worry, it's all set. Your security is taken care of for the whole journey. After confirming some detailed arrangements, Lu Xian hung up the phone and rubbed his temples that throbbed faintly. Although it was still unknown why Julius came to Huaxiao, the end times wouldn't stop just because patient Zero had died, and that time was only 5 days away. The phone rang again. Upon seeing the caller's name, Lu Xian's perpetually furrowed brows finally relaxed. Hey, Lu Xian, sorry to keep you waiting. Finally, Ji Ming-shan called. Chapter 8, Go to Water City to find him. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Xian crossed his long legs together, slightly leaning forward, and placed his empty hand over his stomach. He was hungry. Unfortunately, he couldn't eat anything over the phone without showing disrespect to Ji Ming-shan. With a faint smile, Lu Xian said, it seems that young Master Ji has gotten the stuff. Because of some indescribable reasons, your time was delayed. Therefore, you don't have to pay me the final installment. Ji Ming-shan looked at what he had prepared for Lu Xian, when will it be convenient for Mr. Lu to take delivery? I can deliver it personally. I am quite free now. Lu Xian smiled, would you like to come? Alright, I'll be there in half an hour. After hanging up, Ji Ming-shan instructed He De and He Er to pack the things up, then hopped into his car and drove directly to Lu Xian's place. Even though Ji Ming-shan said half an hour, he actually arrived in less than 20 minutes. Ji Ming-shan parked directly in Lu Xian's underground garage, waved to Lu Xian who had been waiting, and handed over the items Lu Xian wanted by himself. Mr. Lu, my honored young master, I've managed to get what you asked for, Ji Ming-shan cut to the chase, I just want to confirm something, how much time do we have left? Since Ji Ming-shan handled a lot of things according to what Lu Xian said, he started paying extra attention to certain matters that he used to ignore before. To be honest, he did uncover quite a few issues. They weren't exactly major or minor ones, but when viewed in conjunction, Ji Ming-shan felt uneasy. After settling some affairs within the gang today, he hurriedly brought the goods here so he could know exactly from Lu Xian when they should prepare to leave High City. A large gang like this, if he and his brothers left too early, trouble would definitely brew in their territory. The one who sticks his neck out gets shot first. Ji Ming-shan didn't want anyone to later capitalize on something, let alone government interference, which would ruin the whole game. Lu Xian counted through all the items, discovering there were more trinkets than he originally expected, and asked, is this extra? This is the consulting fee. I can't take advantage of you. Putting the things back, Lu Xian turned around and looked at Ji Mingxiang, raising one finger to gesture the number 5. Upon seeing this, Ji Mingxiang's face darkened. Not even half a day, his arrangements were not yet complete. Mr. Lu, I still have business to attend to. I'll be leaving. Ji Mingxiang turned around and left immediately. Lu Xian watched Ji Mingxiang's receding figure, then suddenly said aloud, Young Master Ji, if you have any idle villas, bring everyone there. Huh? Ji Mingxiang didn't catch it, sharply turning back toward Lu Xian, realizing he had indeed heard right, Lu Xian had indeed mentioned it. Those with fever, confine them separately in a room. If they can open the door themselves after 1 day, then fine, if they cannot open it themselves, I advise you not to open it. Lu Xian paused momentarily and added, if you need to open the door, remember 2 things. First, dispose of the person inside as quickly as possible. Second, try not to be scratched. What happens if we are scratched? How should we handle that? Ji Mingxiang wasn't challenging Lu Xian but rather seeking to fully understand everything. Lu Xian lifted a finger and tapped his own temple gently, whispering softly, suicide before turning into those things. Ji Mingxiang had seen many ups and downs in life, but when Lu Xian said this sentence with an abnormally calm tone, it sent a chill down his spine. He left, so preoccupied by these thoughts that he forgot to even bid farewell. Lu Xian took the things to his car and realized his hunger again, driving off to the Sichuan restaurant for a meal. This time, Lu Xian didn't hold back, ordering all his favorite dishes and eating almost an entire pot of rice with the pepper beef slices broth. This appetite was rare, almost unsettling, even the familiar owner came to look several times, worried he might burst and cause trouble. To see him off smoothly, the chubby owner gave him several vacuum-packed sausages. With such courtesy, Lu Xian didn't feel right to keep devouring food, so after letting out a loud belch, he exited the Sichuan restaurant. Although he accepted the sausages, he paid for them, as he wouldn't take advantages for nothing. Throwing the cured meats onto the passenger seat, Lu Xian hummed a song and went home. The car he drove out in wasn't his customized vehicle but only his regular ride, so it didn't end up in the underground parking area. As Lu Xian parked his car and picked up the cured meats, he caught sight of a familiar figure in the distance. Wu Siming. Lu Xian hadn't expected Wu Siming to come looking for him here. In their previous life, he had always been circling around Wu Siming. However, upon further thought, every time Wu Siming came to the villa, it was only after Lu Xian enthusiastically invited him. And each time, Wu Siming merely deigned to show up. Unless Lu Xian initiated contact, Wu Siming never came here on his own accord. Now that Wu Siming had appeared here, Lu Xian wasn't filled with joy, instead, he felt dread. Strange happenings must signal some anomaly. Wu Siming wore a set of light-colored casual clothes. The simple cut accentuated his innocent aura, making him look incredibly endearing and evoking a strong protective instinct in others. Even though Lu Xian knew this guy could turn dark enough to end his life, at this moment, his heart softened. Siming. How long have you been waiting? Hearing his name, Wu Siming immediately looked up, and his watery gaze locked onto Lu Xian. Not very long. Wu Siming's complexion was rather pale, with bloodshot eyes, giving the impression that he wasn't feeling well. Lu Xian furrowed his brows, stepping closer to place a hand on Wu Siming's forehead, finding it scorching hot. He had a fever. Lu Xian's eyes turned more scrutinizing. In their past life, Wu Siming developed a fever after the outbreak of the apocalypse and subsequently obtained the soul of a fox. The items that Lu Xian had handed over to him became exceptionally smart and were eventually transferred one by one to Wang Mingyuan. Could it be that the flutter of this butterfly's wings caused Wu Siming's awakening to occur earlier? Just then, Wu Siming swayed slightly, and before Lu Xian could react, he fainted. Instinctively, Lu Xian caught him. Looking down, beneath his light-colored clothes were numerous whip marks. Where Wu Siming had been sitting, there was now a red-brown stain. Sigh. If Lu Xian still couldn't figure out what had happened to Wu Siming after seeing these traces, then he really would have wasted all these years. Though Wu Siming had lost consciousness, his small hands clutched tightly onto Lu Xian's clothes, and 2 tear tracks slid down his cheeks, stirring pain within Lu Xian's heart. He still couldn't leave Wu Siming alone, at least not at this very moment. It wasn't an option. Holding Wu Siming horizontally in his arms, Lu Xian returned to the room carrying the 2 cured meats along with him. When Wu Siming woke up, it was already late at night. This wasn't the first time he'd come to Lu Xian's villa, but it was the first time he'd slept in Lu Xian's bed. Lifting his head to glance around, the room wasn't as ostentatious as he'd imagined. Instead, it was simply designed in a minimalist style, somewhat different from the image of Lu Xian he carried in his mind. Yet, for some reason, he felt that this simplicity suited Lu Xian perfectly. Propping himself up from the comfortable large bed, Wu Siming realized that the pain in his body had lessened somewhat. Bowing his head, he saw that the wounds inflicted by Wang Mingyuan had been cleaned and treated by Lu Xian. His face flushed red instantly because he could sense that even the intimate areas that he found embarrassing had been carefully cleaned by Lu Xian. Moreover, Lu Xian had changed him into clean clothes. A sudden pang of bitterness rose in Wu Siming's heart. Although he knew he loved Wang Mingyuan, he didn't understand why, after being severely tortured and leaving, his first thought was to find Lu Xian. At that moment, Wu Siming suddenly heard water sounds coming from the bathroom ahead. Subconsciously, he got out of bed and quietly approached, gently pushing open the bathroom door. Earlier, Lu Xian had exhausted himself taking care of Wu Siming's injuries, drenched in sweat, and his low-grade fever left him feeling very unwell. After tidying up Wu Siming's dirty clothes, Lu Xian planned to take a bath and sleep in the guest room downstairs. However, while the warm water eased his fatigue, it also made him gradually drift off to sleep. When Wu Siming pushed open the bathroom door, he saw Lu Xian half asleep, leaning comfortably against the bathtub filled with hot spring water, his body stretched out in relaxation. The hot spring water was slightly greenish due to its sulfur content, clouded enough to obscure Lu Xian's form under the surface. All Wu Siming could see was a vague outline. The long, sturdy legs were crossed, with parts above the knees partially protruding out of the water. The honey-hued skin glistened seductively under the soak, radiating a certain inexplicable allure. Wu Siming's gaze moved upward along the legs, glancing over the unseen portion hidden underwater, finally resting on the faint pink hue just submerged and Lu Xian's sharp chin. There was no denying that Lu Xian possessed remarkable good looks, otherwise, Wu Siming wouldn't have solely criticized his nouveau riche behavior. What would it feel like to be embraced by Lu Xian? Wu Siming suddenly shook his head, his face flushing despite himself. Though he tried to banish the thought, it lingered. How would it feel if the person embracing him was Lu Xian? Just imagining this, Wu Siming noticed a part of himself that Wang Mingyuan had left unsatisfied beginning to stir. Did I actually desire Lu Xian? Wu Siming's eyes widened in shock as this thought startled him, and he took an involuntary step back, hitting the bathroom door. This immediately jolted Lu Xian out of his doze. You. Lu Xian was about to ask Wu Siming how he was doing when the phone buried under the pile of clothes began ringing. His expression changed instantly. He knew only Lu Xinwu could be calling at this hour. It wouldn't be trivial. Upon answering the call, Lu Xinwu's voice came through. Liao Jin is in trouble. Lu Xian's eyebrows furrowed, and without hesitation, he grabbed a towel to wrap around himself and picked up his clothes while saying to Wu Siming, I've got something urgent. Rest well. Wu Siming didn't expect Lu Xian to just walk away like that. Staring at the bathtub full of water, he recalled how Lu Xian always placed him first whenever they were together. He never anticipated such a situation. Lu Xian directly headed for the study and locked the door. What happened to Liao Jin? He was in a car accident and is now unconscious. The sudden news froze Lu Xian momentarily. He didn't expect to hear such a thing. He bowed his head, noticing his hands trembling slightly, a clear sign of his barely controlled emotions. Hey, Lu Xian, Lu Xian. Hearing no response from Lu Xian, Lu Xinwu became increasingly agitated, bouncing up from his chair to search for the car keys. At that moment, Lu Xian spoke again. I'm here. Lu Xinwu detected some rustling sounds on the other end, which gave him a bad feeling. He asked warily, what are you doing? Putting on my clothes. I have to go to Shui City, Lu Xian decided right away. It's probably going to hit soon, and the hospital will be the first hotspot. You're not thinking straight. You still have a fever. Hey. Hey. Before Lu Xinwu finished cautioning Lu Xian, the line went dead. Lu Xian exited the study, catching sight of Wu Siming immediately. Wu Siming looked at Lu Xian with eyes brimming with unnamed emotions. So, you're really going to Shui City? It's not so, I'm definitely going to Shui City, right now. Lu Xian glanced at Wu Siming, considering that upon returning from Shui City, likely during or after the apocalypse outbreak, he might not return here anymore. Thus, he generously added, I'll be gone for a few days. If you want to stay somewhere for a while, you can stay here. Here's the key, just lock it inside once you're done. The more generous Lu Xian was, the more troubled Wu Siming felt deep down. Over their prolonged time together, Wu Siming fully understood Lu Xian's emotional state. Every bit of Lu Xian's conduct made it clear that he had genuinely let him go. Contemplating this, Wu Siming's eyes stung, and his breathing quickened. But Lu Xian handed over the key without even looking at Wu Siming, anxiously leaving the study. Back in his room, he retrieved his prepared suitcase and loaded it into the off-road vehicle before driving off from the villa. Wu Siming watched Lu Xian so busy making all these arrangements yet not questioning him further or saying anything. He silently gripped the key tightly until Lu Xian finally drove away, then broke down into uncontrollable sobs. Chapter 9, The Premature Apocalypse. Lu Xian wasn't going to Xiao Qing for the first time. It was more than 10 hours drive on the highway, and it was almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon when he arrived. He bought some bread and a box of apples before rushing to the hospital, claiming that he was Liao Jin's classmate, who had come to visit him after hearing about his car accident. This is why he made this long journey from afar. Are you his classmate? The nurse led Lu Xian to Liao Jin's ward and said, he was the victim of a hit-and-run case. A small car behind him lost control of its brakes and crashed into him. Luckily, he managed to avoid the direct impact but fell and hit his head. However, both the hit-and-run driver and the car haven't been found yet. A hit-and-run? Who would believe this wasn't a premeditated attack? If it wasn't, Liao Jin wouldn't have prepared well enough to just barely avoid the impact. What exactly has this man gotten himself involved in? Lu Xian's brow was furrowed all the while, and only after the nurse explained the basic situation did he ask, then what's his current condition? Does he need surgery? After we cleaned and examined him, we found out that his coma is likely due to a severe concussion because there's no bleeding in his brain. He has extensive soft tissue bruising and one broken rib, but there are no other serious issues. The nurse glanced at Lu Xian and added, I guess he should wake up around now, so you can chat if you'd like. If he complains of headaches, please let us know. Holding a pile of food, Lu Xian followed the nurse to the end of the corridor, where Liao Jin's room was located. Because of the car accident, Liao Jin's body was covered in bruises, making his usually charming face appear swollen and losing its mesmerizing beauty. With his eyes tightly shut, he looked like a broken doll. He had not woken up. The moment Lu Xian saw him, his heart clenched tightly, and he instinctively slowed down his steps, his eyebrows knitted tightly, and his lips pressed firmly together. Seeing Lu Xian's reaction, the nurse assumed they had a deep relationship and continued, can you reach out to his relatives soon? His treatment fees are overdue already, and if they aren't paid, it may affect his follow-up treatment. I'll cover his fees, thank you for your reminder. Lu Xian still had money left in his bank account, and without hesitation, he took responsibility for all the medical expenses. The hospital isn't a charity, and the money owed was meant to be paid anyway. Moreover, being able to do something for Liao Jin made Lu Xian very happy and willing. Ever since their meeting in the previous life, this person had formed a special bond in Lu Xian's heart. Even though the other party doesn't even know of his existence right now, Lu Xian just couldn't help the impulse to establish contact with him. This room was originally a double-bedded ward, but the other patient was discharged yesterday, leaving only Lu Xian and the unconscious Liao Jin in the room. After confirming everything was okay, Lu Xian took the bag of bread and left the ward to pay Liao Jin's outstanding medical bills. As soon as he stepped out, Lu Xian devoured the bread in a few bites, suppressing the burning sensation in his stomach. After paying the bill, Lu Xian realized his stomach still felt empty, so he returned to the ward carrying a whole case of instant noodles and immediately made 4 bowls of them. The spicy beef-flavored instant noodles, with artificial additives, released an overwhelming aroma when drenched in hot water. Smelling this aroma, the bread Lu Xian had just eaten seemed like a distant memory, and his cravings raged fiercely inside. Lu Xian hungrily stared at the instant noodles until they were ready, then quickly grabbed a bowl and started drinking the soup. Although slightly spicy, the salty soup failed to satisfy the emptiness in his belly, instead, it made him hungrier. Only then did Lu Xian remember that he hadn't had a proper meal since the day before. Without further ado, he began devouring the noodles. In less than 5 minutes, 2 out of the 4 bowls were gone, and as Lu Xian picked up the 3rd bowl, he suddenly heard a faint sound behind him. Before swallowing the noodles in his mouth, Lu Xian abruptly turned around and saw that Liao Jin's closed eyes were now wide open, staring at him blankly. How long had he been watching already? You're awake. Lu Xian met those eyes and was completely at a loss, not knowing where to place his hands or feet. His handsome face turned beet red, swallowing the noodles nervously under Liao Jin's gaze. Liao Jin's pupils were a light brown, intensely focused on Lu Xian. It caused Lu Xian, who was used to seeing all kinds of beauties, to blush deeply. And to make matters worse, Lu Xian had no way to explain why he was eating instant noodles in Liao Jin's room. Liao Jin's eyes were filled with exploration and confusion as he stared at Lu Xian. Ignoring him completely, just as Lu Xian began to sweat nervously, Liao Jin finally spoke in a calm tone, Who are you? Who am I? Where is this place? Lu Xian's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe his ears. Was Liao Jin suffering from amnesia? Damn it! How could something so dramatic happen at this moment? He threw the bowl of instant noodles into the trash can and immediately rushed out of the room, shouting for the doctors and nurses. After a series of examinations and consultations, the attending physician finally gave an answer. The patient suffered brain trauma during the car accident, and the concussion has caused temporary amnesia. As his condition improves, he might recover his memories soon. Lu Xian was speechless. The situation wasn't getting better. Now that Liao Jin had lost his memory, what was he supposed to do? Just then, Lu Xian heard a sharp woman's scream echo down the corridor. Immediately afterward, several security guards ran past the ward door in high alert. The doctor also went out and returned after a while, saying there had been a violent disturbance involving a medical protester who attacked someone. The behavior of these protesters is outrageous. Several of our nurses have been bitten, and the security staff had to restrain the attacker or else they wouldn't have been able to subdue him. Hearing this, the nurse supervisor looked angry, her face red with fury. His wife died due to some allergic reaction from a bite, but he insists it's our fault. Without proper compensation, he resorted to violence. Everyone's family members matter, yet he bit those young nurses so badly, they'll surely be scarred, which will affect their future marriages. As Lu Xian understood the story, his expression darkened even more. This incident sounded suspiciously like the one that happened in the early stages of the apocalypse. In his previous life, such major cases of violent protests flooded the internet on the first 2 days of the outbreak. At that time, similar incidents of violence erupted across the entire country. Public opinion spiraled out of control, and some people took advantage of the social unrest to stir up topics and exacerbate societal divisions, causing deeper issues. Because of all these reasons, the nation faced challenges right from the start. But this time, with Lu Xian and Lu Xinwu having already made waves, the state must be prepared and won't allow these problems to spiral as easily. Still, Lu Xian realized that staying in this hospital would no longer be safe. When he returned to the ward, Liao Jin remained motionless in bed. Hearing Lu Xian open the door, he turned his head toward him, his gaze now containing a hint of anticipation. This look shook Lu Xian deeply. He felt his heart accelerate unexpectedly, and warmth crept into his cheeks. Before he could prepare himself to speak, Liao Jin broke the silence. The nurse earlier said you're my classmate, who came specially after hearing about my accident. Liao Jin's voice contradicted his appearance. It was deep and magnetic, far more aggressive than his handsome face. You must know me well, since you even paid my medical bills. Unfortunately, I don't remember anything, but I suspect we were close. Lu Xian felt a little guilty. It seemed his fabricated story, boosted by the nurse's embellishments, had convinced Liao Jin. At that moment, an idea popped into Lu Xian's mind. He looked directly at Liao Jin and asked, honestly, do you trust me? Liao Jin's gaze swept over Lu Xian's face, then his body, before returning to his face again. He didn't say anything. Just when Lu Xian started to lose hope, Liao Jin gave a slight nod. I trust you. These 5 words made Lu Xian grin uncontrollably. His happiness stemmed from deep within, leaving him unable to suppress his excitement. His eyebrows curved upward, bringing a sun-like brilliance to his expression. Relieved, Lu Xian exhaled and told Liao Jin, I don't know how to explain, but you need to believe me, the hospital isn't safe. Oh. Liao Jin tilted his head slightly, looking curiously at Lu Xian and asking, so what? Even though Liao Jin was questioning, his eyes conveyed to Lu Xian that he was paying attention, giving Lu Xian confidence. I want to take you away from here. After Lu Xian said this, he felt his mouth was so clumsy. He should have explained the situation more before taking Liao Jin away, yet somehow these words just came out like that. To Lu Xian's surprise, however, Liao Jin nodded in agreement without hesitation at his proposal. Alright, I'll go with you. Liao Jin glanced at Lu Xian and then himself, but I feel a pain in my chest. His slightly suppressed voice made Lu Xian feel heartbroken, but there was no better solution for him at the moment. All he could do was to say, then wait for me, I'll go get a wheelchair. A wheelchair would make Liao Jin as comfortable as possible, so Lu Xian immediately went to find the nurse to get one. The wheelchair was brought by the little nurse who usually took care of Liao Jin. When Lu Xian said he wanted to wheel him outside for some fresh air, she cautioned, don't go too far, be careful. There've been a lot of people getting scratched and bitten by maniacs today. Earlier, an old lady even scratched me, it really hurts. Lu Xian originally intended to warn the little nurse, but seeing the bloodstains on her fair wrist turning blackish blue, he felt uncomfortable inside instantly and swallowed his words back. Liao Jin didn't say anything. He looked up at Lu Xian, watching him quietly. At the moment Lu Xian's eyes met Liao Jin's, he made a decision deep in his heart. He took a deep breath and told the young nurse, then I'll take him out for some fresh air. Take care of yourself. Okay, go ahead, she replied. Chapter 10, 2 Patients. After parting ways with the young nurse, Lu Xian took Liao Jin out of the building's back door and straight to the parking lot. They sat in the car before they even had a chance to start it. 2 foreigners speaking fluent English drove in. Just one glance was enough for Lu Xian, who had a good memory, to associate these 2 men with the bodyguards of Julius in the airport surveillance video. Lu Xian instinctively glanced at Liao Jin next to him, then immediately pulled his head down to protect him while hiding himself, just in time to avoid the 2 foreigners looking over. John, what are you looking at? Nothing, let's go. Once the 2 foreigners left, Lu Xian immediately released Liao Jin and started the SUV, driving out of the hospital. How did those 2 get to the hospital? A fleeting thought crossed Lu Xian's mind. He fished out his phone and called Lu Xinwu, telling him about the discovery of the apocalypse starting early and the 2 foreigners. Finally, Lu Xian didn't forget to send Ji Mingyang a warning text message. Just at this moment, Lu Xian turned his head to check his surroundings and noticed Liao Jin sitting beside him, his face deathly pale. He was holding his chest, his thin t-shirt drenched in sweat. Damn it, his wound must have been disturbed by that earlier move. But they couldn't return to the hospital right now, they had to find somewhere quiet for him to rest. After looking around, Lu Xian ruled out hotels and other places, choosing instead to go to a small clinic to get some painkillers, antibiotics, and clean bandages. Then Lu Xian made Liao Jin wait in the car while he went to the supermarket to buy items like a rice cooker and an extension cord. He also carried water, rice, some canned food, and vacuum-packed food, making several trips to fill the SUV completely. Only then did they head to the outskirts. If Liao Jin were in better condition, Lu Xian would definitely take him directly to Fengcheng. But in his current state, Lu Xian wasn't willing to take the risk. Moreover, after a night of driving and the recent commotion, Lu Xian found his body temperature had risen again. If he insisted on taking a long trip, he'd practically be hanging himself, asking for trouble. Following the map, Lu Xian found a countryside inn far away from the city. He threw down a bunch of money to rent a private courtyard where cars could park and asked the owner to prepare a meal. With ribs injured, Liao Jin couldn't feed himself, so Lu Xian didn't hesitate too much. He hastily ate 2 ribs to pad his hunger, then carefully stripped the thorns off the steamed fish he ordered, mixed it with rice, and fed Liao Jin spoonful by spoonful. The plain white rice paired with the savory fish meat steamed with soy sauce and scallions might seem humble compared to the big dishes on the table, but for a patient, it was quite a decent meal. Liao Jin ate politely. Even though his stomach was growling, he chewed each bite slowly before swallowing. After eating almost a full bowl of rice with fish, Liao Jin smiled faintly at Lu Xian, whose mouth was watering, saying, "I'm full. You should eat quickly while it's hot." This care from Liao Jin made Lu Xian feel somewhat surprised and touched. He put down Liao Jin's used bowl, picked up his own, and continued eating using the chopsticks Liao Jin had already used, stuffing a few bites into his mouth. "Huh." Lu Xian suddenly heard Liao Jin laughing. Looking up, he realized Liao Jin was eyeing the chopsticks in his hand, only then realizing he had committed something akin to indirect kissing. His face turning red, Lu Xian quickly put down the chopsticks, switched them, and continued shoveling rice into his mouth, trying to hide his embarrassment with vigorous motions. After being reborn, Lu Xian had become especially meticulous about food, but this meal felt tasteless to him as his eyes often drifted toward Liao Jin. The dishes like braised chicken with potatoes, shredded pork in garlic sauce, and dry-fried duck were accompanied by delicious country-style side dishes, yet Lu Xian couldn't taste anything by the end of the meal. After the meal, despite feeling awkward, Lu Xian still helped Liao Jin settle down to rest. He then summoned the owner to clean up the dishes and briefly learned more about the inn from him. This countryside inn was a newly set up place that few people knew about. Despite its ambition to attract high-end customers, it hadn't worked out very well. Lu Xian and Liao Jin were the first batch of guests the owner had received in a week. The owner's family lived in the village, leaving him alone to manage the farmstead here. While introducing the situation to Lu Xian, the owner received a call from his wife saying their son had caught a cold and now had a fever, needing him to take the boy to the hospital. Upon hearing the owner discussing with his wife about going into the city, Lu Xian furrowed his brow instantly. After the owner hung up, Lu Xian seriously said, "Boss, it would be best if you can see a doctor at home. If you go to the city hospital, you might not even get a bed, and you could even catch some new infectious disease." "Infectious disease? I haven't heard of it." The owner looked incredulous at Lu Xian, thinking this generous boss was just pulling his leg, and his eyes didn't seem too good. Lu Xian bitterly smiled, shaking his head as he said, "Boss, if I hadn't gotten inside information, how could I have brought my friend here to rest? You think with my financial resources, I couldn't arrange for a good ward. But I'm worried about problems, so we've hidden out." The boss thought for a long while but still refused, saying, "Thank you, but according to my wife, the child has already started convulsing from fever. If I don't take him to the hospital, something serious might happen to our son." As he spoke, the owner handed over the farmhouse keys to Lu Xian. "I just restocked yesterday, so there's enough food for you. If you want anything special, I'll prepare it when I return. Boss, this infectious disease is really..." At that moment, the owner's phone rang again. He waved his hand dismissively and left the yard while answering it. Lu Xian had no other choice but to sigh helplessly as the owner walked further away. After all, if he himself hadn't experienced the end of the world once, he wouldn't calmly accept the existence of the apocalypse and zombies. Thinking about this, how could he possibly convince the boss? Back in the room, Lu Xian saw that Liao Jin had closed his eyes to rest, so his movements became much gentler, careful not to wake Liao Jin. Alas! Lu Xian sighed heavily, feeling more and more uneasy and anxious. Lu Xian had already experienced the end of the world once, but then, facing any situation suddenly felt like an unavoidable ordeal. Now, although better prepared, that sense of unease had not diminished one bit, it had actually increased. The feeling of knowing there's no way out yet still having to push forward was utterly terrible. No one knows how long he could survive in this world of the dead. No one knows when this apocalypse will end. And no one knows if he can protect himself and those he wants to protect. Lu Xian's gaze lingered on Liao Jin's face, adding a hint of confusion and unease to his expression. Just at that moment, Lu Xian's phone suddenly rang, and he immediately silenced it, stepping out of the room. When Lu Xian stepped out, Liao Jin woke up, his dim, dark eyes gazing at Lu Xian who had left. His lips curled slightly. "Fellow student. But why don't I remember?" Lu Xian quickly jogged downstairs and picked up the phone, noticing it was Wang Mingyuan calling. After hesitating briefly, he answered. "Mr. Lu, where are you?" Wang Mingyuan sounded deliberate, and Lu Xian frowned without replying, asking instead, "Do you need something?" "Nothing much, I haven't been to Mr. Lu's house for a long time, originally thinking I could have dinner with Mr. Lu while bringing Si Ming home, but Mr. Lu isn't there." Wang Mingyuan glanced sideways at Wu Siming lying next to him, who dared not breathe heavily under his cruelty. Wang raised his foot and pressed down gently on Wu Siming's backside, causing Wu Siming to involuntarily let out a muffled groan of pain. Upon hearing Wu Siming's voice, Lu Xian instantly guessed what this pervert had done at his house. His complexion changed drastically as he coldly retorted, "Mr. Wang enjoys himself too much, playing with women in my house. Go back to your own place and don't dirty mine. All because I haven't visited Mr. Lu's house for too long, plus seeing how well you care for your ex-lover made me a little carried away." The ever-present smile on Wang Mingyuan's face suddenly disappeared. His eyes darted around, harboring evil thoughts that boiled within him. He licked his dry lips and lowered his voice, challenging, "What if Mr. Lu comes back to punish me?" Though provocative, Wang Mingyuan's tone carried a hint of mockery, sounding like whispers between lovers, which not only stunned Lu Xian but also caught Wu Siming off guard. He abruptly looked up at Wang Mingyuan. "If you like my house so much, then I'll let you have it." Lu Xian regained his composure, his eyes revealing a tinge of coldness. "I have things to do. We're done talking." After hanging up, Lu Xian directly sent a text message to Lu Xinwu and then threw his phone into the pond in the courtyard. Back in the room, Lu Xian directly went to another bed to rest. Exhaustion and persistent heat quickly caused him to fall into a deep sleep. After a while, Wang Mingyuan's phone call came again, the crisp ringtone muffled by water. The phone rang for quite some time until it finally blacked out completely due to water ingress, turning into an expensive brick. Lu Xian refused to answer the call no matter what, and Wang Mingyuan's face grew increasingly unpleasant. When Lu Xian's phone was finally unreachable, he directly threw his own in a fit of anger, then turned his head to glare at Wu Siming, who was struggling to pull up his shirt to cover himself. Wu Siming had cried himself out and fallen asleep on the sofa, not even opening his eyes. He was grabbed by Wang Mingyuan. Now under Wang Mingyuan's piercing stare, he felt frightened, blinking tear-filled eyes as he softly called out, "Mingyuan." That trembling whisper irritated Wang Mingyuan deeply. He pulled Wu Siming onto his lap, sitting back on the sofa with a slight raise of his eyebrows as he asked, "Siming, if Lu Xian invited you inside, does that mean he still has lingering feelings for you?" Hearing lingering feelings, Wu Siming's face immediately turned red. While he could feel Lu Xian's care, there was nothing resembling love. Thinking about the unnamed person who had made Lu Xian leave without a second thought, Wu Siming's complexion turned pale again. He only considers me a friend. Sensing the familiar harshness in the touch on his inner thigh, Wu Siming remembered Wang Mingyuan's tone towards Lu Xian earlier. A sudden idea struck him: should he lie and say yes, another round of abuse would surely follow. Thus, Wu Siming decided to divert Wang Mingyuan's attention by mentioning the unknown person. "Lu Xian seems to have found someone else. This trip to Water City was for that person." So Lu Xian was chasing someone new. Young Master Lu certainly had unconventional ways of getting over a breakup. A dangerous gleam flickered in Wang Mingyuan's eyes, his mind now full of thoughts on how to torture Lu Xian once he got hold of him. Still, fire needed to be extinguished, and Wang Mingyuan leaned down, pressing his lips against Wu Siming's, slowly pushing him down. Chapter 11, Him by his side. Lu Xian slept until noon the next day. If he wasn't so hungry, he would have kept sleeping. The boss had taken the kids to the city, so he had to handle lighting the fire and cooking himself. Although Lu Xian had lived 2 lives, his cooking skills were still not that great, just enough to get by. After rummaging through the kitchen, he cooked a large pot of noodles with minced meat from the fridge. Lu Xian carried a big basin and 2 bowls into the room. "Come eat the noodles. They're not very good, but they'll do." Lu Xian served a bowl of noodles to Liao Jin and then started eating as well. Liao Jin ate at a decent pace and quickly finished his noodles. His face was still bruised, but it wasn't as swollen as before. After finishing his meal, Lu Xian calculated the timing and promptly gave Liao Jin his anti-inflammatory medicine. "I want to sunbathe." With a soft tone, Liao Jin's words made Lu Xian feel a bit uneasy in his heart. He helped Liao Jin out and took him outside to sit for a while. As soon as he supported Liao Jin, Lu Xian realized something surprising. Despite being 180 centimeters tall, he had no advantage over Liao Jin. This dazzlingly handsome man, who looked as exquisite as a peony flower, was almost half a head taller than him, standing around 188 centimeters. Lu Xian hadn't noticed this yesterday because he was too tired and Liao Jin had been constantly hunched over. Now that Liao Jin stood a little straighter, Lu Xian immediately felt an inexplicable pressure. To avoid letting Liao Jin notice the height difference, Lu Xian consciously straightened his back a little more. Shit, Lord Lu of Haicheng couldn't let a pretty face like Liao Jin surpass him. After helping Liao Jin sit down, Lu Xian carefully examined his face. Whether it was his imagination or not, he felt that Liao Jin's complexion didn't look quite right, and his spirit seemed somewhat listless. Apparently, taking Liao Jin out of the hospital against medical advice had been too hasty. Staying there even just 1 more day could have improved his condition with 4 fluids. But reality wasn't about Lu Xian wanting Liao Jin to rest peacefully. Compared to the uncertain time when the apocalypse would suddenly erupt, Lu Xian preferred to bring him out rather than risk being trapped inside the city by zombies later. In his previous life, Lu Xian had experienced such days firsthand, watching people around him die in desperate escapes or mutate into walking corpses. All he carried within him was endless despair and uncertainty. Staring off into the distance, Lu Xian's expression carried emotions that perhaps only Liao Jin couldn't understand or penetrate. This man who had abruptly appeared and now occupied his entire world seemed as if his soul had drifted somewhere unattainable. This feeling caused a flicker of anxiety to surge up in Liao Jin's heart, making him feel extremely restless, as though the person in front of him might disappear at any moment. Lu Xian. Liao Jin softly called Lu Xian's name, pulling him out of his memories of the past. Lu Xian turned his head and looked at Liao Jin beside him, responding softly, What is it?" Liao Jin's eyes revealed something hard to decipher. He smiled faintly and said, I don't remember you or anything about my past. I want to hear about the time when we were studying. Tell me about it. Lu Xian hadn't expected Liao Jin to say this, which made him immediately feel awkward. A faint blush crept onto his handsome face. As an upright young man, deceiving others already felt embarrassing to him. And now, he had to continue the deception. Lu Xian felt frustrated but could only reluctantly reply, we weren't in the same class, but we were classmates in the same grade. I wasn't as noticeable as you, so maybe you don't remember me well. But I remember you. Oh, so that's how it is. Liao Jin's interest deepened. Then, since we weren't in the same class, your care towards me implies that our relationship outside of school must have been close. Lu Xian didn't respond. A hint of hesitation flickered across his striking face, but eventually, he spoke up, our relationship wasn't that great, you can say I didn't know you. Lord Lu's honesty left Liao Jin stunned. He had thought of many reasons why Lu Xian would be kind to him, but never did he expect this answer. If I didn't know you, then why are you so good to me? Lu Xian stared intently at Liao Jin and softly answered, because you gave me light. Indeed, Liao Jin had given him light. From every aspect, during the time when everyone deserted him, when he was being hunted down by Wu Siming, the kindness Liao Jin showed him was the sole source of light, the only salvation in his life. There was not a trace of jest in Lu Xian's expression, only total sincerity. His gaze confirmed his thoughts, he was earnestly answering Liao Jin. Liao Jin was left speechless. He hadn't expected Lu Xian to say something like this, and so he stared intently at Lu Xian with his glossy eyes without blinking. Maybe you don't know what it's like for someone to be in despair, but when I was in despair, you gave me the last bit of warmth. Lu Xian glanced over at the nearby sink and sighed lightly, anyway, I won't harm you, believe me. I know you wouldn't harm me. Liao Jin slightly curved the corner of his mouth upward, because you mean the same to me. When that young nurse mentioned you, I realized I didn't remember anything, but I felt lucky because I still had a classmate like you whom I could trust. Lu Xian's honesty prompted Liao Jin to speak the truth from his heart. Their openness greatly strengthened their relationship. A growing sense of trust, which needed no words to express, developed between them. Lu Xian lost one phone, but he still had a spare, known only to Lu Xinwu. No one else was aware of it. After contacting Lu Xinwu, Lu Xian learned that things outside were exactly as described, everything was in chaos. The flu originating from America spread via countless flights across the world, Latin America, Europe, Asia, any country visited by Americans was infected with this terrifying flu. This flu trapped countless people in a repetitive cycle of falling ill, getting cured. Whether in Huaxia or America, or even Mao country, the most elite experts and scholars gathered together to study this illness. The outbreak of the flu severely affected some former victims involved in previous medical violence cases. Many slipped into unconsciousness due to severe illnesses. In numerous families, all patients were related by households. Many young people joined volunteer teams, helping in hospitals by taking care of patients and relieving the already overloaded healthcare facilities. The boss never returned after going to the city, leaving behind enough vegetables for Lu Xian and Liao Jin to eat for 4 days and have leftovers. Lu Xian wasn't in a rush to leave, Liao Jin's condition was not suitable for a long journey, and besides, many people in Water City were escaping recently. He was really worried about being stuck on the road. Anyway, the food in the fridge could last for another 2 days, and the supplies on the SUV hadn't been touched at all. As long as the place didn't become a flu hotspot, Lu Xian actually had no fear. But life is unpredictable. By logic, the flu should spread among crowds, yet right when Liao Jin seemed better, he fell sick with a high fever. His bout was identical to those other patients, he plunged into a deep sleep, unresponsive. Lu Xian was beside himself with worry. Various anti-inflammatory and antipyretic drugs flooded into Liao Jin's mouth without effect. His temperature kept rising and showed no signs of cooling down. During the outbreak of Doomsday, it happened the same way. Many people would run fevers and fall into comas. When they woke up, if they didn't awaken with an animal soul, there was only one outcome, turning into a zombie. Clearly, Liao Jin could survive out of Fengcheng's refugee camp and walk alone through hordes of zombies. He must not be ordinary, surely, he awakened an animal soul too. Even if everyone who awakened an animal soul went through something like this, Lu Xian couldn't stand seeing Liao Jin suffer. He kept lowering Liao Jin's temperature physically. When Liao Jin cried out in thirst, Lu Xian helped him drink, making sure he stayed as comfortable as possible. He tended to Liao Jin tirelessly for 2 days without sleep. Finally, Lu Xian noticed Liao Jin's temperature had dropped. Only then did he feel relieved. However, just as Liao Jin's temperature subsided, Lu Xian's own started to rise. After pouring water, his consciousness grew cloudy and hazy. Lu Xian did not obtain an animal soul in his past life, so he never got a fever. Now, he dared not gamble whether he'd awaken an animal soul or become a zombie after falling asleep. Thus, before completely collapsing from exhaustion, he moved to another room. Lu Xian slept for an entire day and night. In his coma, he felt absolutely terrible. All sorts of strange smells invaded his nose, sour odors, greasy scents, even putrid decay. The mixed foulness almost drove Lu Xian mad. His body, already sore from fever, felt worse under these conditions. It was as though he'd been trampled by 500 elephants, and the pain made him want to vomit. As Lu Xian struggled helplessly between survival and death, he suddenly caught a pleasant aroma. This scent defied description, but when Lu Xian smelled it, all the odious stenches that had tormented him gradually dissipated. They left behind an exceptionally comforting space. A little while later, the smell faded somewhat, as if it were gradually leaving. The moment Lu Xian smelled the returning foul odor, his scalp went numb despite his body's weakness and soreness. He struggled towards the source of the smell, tightly hugging it and claiming its essence. When Lu Xian woke up, he realized he had done something incredible. In his room's large bed, not only was he there, but Liao Jin was lying in the same bed too. Liao Jin was wearing a light beige casual shirt that Lu Xian had personally helped him change into, now wrinkled and distorted, exposing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Most prominently, 2 tender red points were clearly visible in Lu Xian's line of sight, and his hand was still around Liao Jin's slender waist. When Lu Xian looked down, he saw that Liao Jin's white skin bore several red marks where Lu Xian had gripped him tightly. They looked truly pitiful, as if he'd been brutally assaulted. Damn, what did I do to Liao Jin? Lu Xian froze entirely. What the heck? He hadn't thought he'd cross such a boundary all at once. Awake? Are you all right now? A rich, melodious voice rang by his ear. Lu Xian instinctively trembled, sharply lifting his head to look at Liao Jin. The bruises on Liao Jin's body had completely vanished, and his stunning face loomed large before Lu Xian. Blood surged to Lu Xian's head all at once. Before he could respond, a hot rush streamed out from his nostrils. Shit! Young Lord Lu has thoroughly embarrassed himself. Lu Xian's nosebleed came so fiercely that it shocked Liao Jin. He immediately leapt out of bed, grabbed tissues, and frantically helped stop the bleeding in Lu Xian's nose. While stopping the blood flow, Lu Xian watched Liao Jin move efficiently and realized that Liao Jin's condition had fully recovered. His eyes lit up as he asked, Hey, Liao Jin, did your beast soul awaken? Is that called a beast soul? Liao Jin hesitated for a moment but nodded, it awakened. Lu Xian was surprised that even after his beast soul awakened, Liao Jin hadn't left yet, so he asked, then why haven't you gone yet? Liao Jin glanced at Lu Xian, then looked down at his own waist with a blank expression, I wanted to leave, but I couldn't because you wouldn't let me go. I have something to tell you. Liao Jin picked up a tissue, moved closer, and held Lu Xian's chin, wiping the blood off his cheek as he continued, my name isn't Liao Jin. Oh. Lu Xian already knew his name was a false identity and didn't see any problem with that. He took a sip of water from the cup. His composed demeanor made Gongsang inexplicably infuriated, curving a smile on his lips. Classmate, the suddenly approaching beauty smiled, with a hint of profound meaning, my name is Gongsang. Pfft. Lu Xian stared in horror at the beautiful man whose jaw still dripped with water droplets, realizing he had accidentally embraced a big leg. Chapter 12, Gongsang's Mission. Gongsang had suffered from amnesia before, to the extent that he couldn't even remember his own name. Aside from an ever-present anxiety buried deep in his heart, he knew nothing. A life was wiped clean in an instant. He didn't know who he was or what his past held. There was only one person, supposedly a classmate, who took care of him. What about his parents? Other family members? No answers came, nor did any longing. It seemed as if somewhere deep inside himself, he had subconsciously rejected these things that normal people should care about. But this person claiming to be his classmate gave Gongsang a different impression. Lu Xian's emotions were straightforward and pure, making him easy to read. With just a glance, Gongsang could see through him. This is why, when Lu Xian said he wanted to take him away, Gongsang did not oppose it at all. He believed in what he saw, trusted Lu Xian, and trusted that he wouldn't harm him in any way. However, as Gongsang was brought here by Lu Xian, many things began to resurface vaguely in his mind, such as what kind of food he liked, what color preferences he had. His sense of identity gradually returned. Classmates? Yes, they must exist, but with a memory sharp enough to rival a mirror, Gongsang could not find any trace in the corner of his mind that showed Lu Xian had ever been part of his previous life. It was abnormal, extremely abnormal. But what did it matter? When Lu Xian revealed the reason for taking care of him, Gongsang's heart skipped a beat upon seeing the earnest expression on Lu Xian's face. Lu Xian's confession was like knocking down a wall inside Gongsang, allowing him to openly express his feelings as well, thus bringing their relationship closer together. But during a fever, while Gongsang awakened his spirit soul, the energy that altered his body also repaired the damaged parts of his brain, restoring his memories. His identity, his mission, and those fragments buried deep within his memory were now back. Liao Jin was just a fake identity, his real name was Gongsang, which came from the Chinese words, bao, and hide. He belonged to China's special unit, and he had been on a mission when the car accident happened. Gongsang did not conceal his true identity or origins from Lu Xian. He explained the parts he could, leaving nothing out. After listening, Lu Xian showed no surprise. Instead, he asked, so you're saying someone sabotaged you during your mission? Yeah, at the time, I was one of July's bodyguards, and the person who hit me with a car was my colleague. Indeed, as Lu Xian had pointed out, Gong Song made attempts to mitigate the effects of the crash at the last moment. But by then, it was already a knee-jerk reaction. Had he detected his colleague's intentions earlier, none of this would have happened. Lu Xian remembered the two foreign men at the hospital, hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Was your mission related to July's?" "July's?" Gong Song nodded thoughtfully. "That explains why you avoided John and Tom. If you know July's, then you must also know her true identity, right?" "Yes, I do." Lu Xian did not intend to tell Gong Song about his reincarnation since it was too astonishing, but he planned to share some other information. "I have a friend who's a hacker. The video of July's was found overseas by him and circulated further, though the truth has been obscured. No wonder you could identify her." Gong Song sighed softly. "The truth wasn't completely covered up, otherwise, I wouldn't have received this mission." After July's video erupted, despite many people thinking it was a malicious marketing scheme and many higher-ups in China being misled, there were still others holding opposing views. They treated the video seriously, including Gong Song's superior, Xiao Qing. After analyzing the video, Xiao Qing identified Adam and also investigated the whereabouts of all the archaeologists involved, finding that none of them had returned home as expected. The official explanation was that the archaeological team had discovered something special among the relics and was currently conducting screening and identification work. To add credibility, the archaeology team communicated with the outside world via social media platforms like Facebook, and corresponding videos were released to support their claims. However, Xiao Qing's subordinates noticed subtle differences in their usual language usage, leading to suspicions regarding the authenticity of the videos. In reality, these archaeologists had ceased communication with the outside world, aligning with the conversation between Adam and July's. Though Xiao Qing reported these issues upwards, at some point along the chain, something went wrong. The investigation into this event was handed over to another special unit called Longya. Xiao Qing's Qianlong special squad was instructed by the higher-ups to stay on standby and not to expose their presence arbitrarily. Although Qianlong and Longya were both special teams, they differed significantly in nature. Longya focused primarily on combat missions, its members were all top-notch fighters. In contrast, Qianlong was a team that integrated elites from various industries. They possessed higher comprehensive capabilities than those of Longya, blending into their respective fields. Their identities would only be revealed during missions. Gong Song served as a combat member within this team. With his physical prowess and sniping skills, he became the ace of the strongest mercenary company in the United States. This led to his selection for a task involving July's. "The captain gave me the mission to keep an eye on July's, to see why she came to Huaxiao. Before leaving, July's had contacted several top virus researchers in our country. After I relayed this information back home, these individuals were placed under protective surveillance." Gong Song sighed deeply, worry flashing in his eyes. However, after arriving in Huaxiao, July's didn't visit any of the virus researchers but instead went to the Paters Medical Center. The Paters Medical Center. It was a foreign medical institution founded with the purpose of establishing a large identification center while extensively collecting blood for data analysis and information sharing, a non-profit entity. Lu Xian couldn't help furrowing his brows, his expression turning solemn. He asked hesitantly, "Isn't the Pasteur Medical Center where free infectious disease tests are conducted every year? Why did July's go there?" "I don't know either," Gong Song shook his head bitterly. "All I remember is that it happened when we were escorting July's to the Paters Medical Center." Though unclear about July's specific actions, Gong Song recalled hearing her mention something significant. She said she'd prove to those who opposed her that she has the ability to change the world. This ambitious statement unsettled Lu Xian. Connecting this to the video discovered by Lu Xinwu's friend, his face immediately turned grave. "I have a rough idea what July's might be planning. Blood could reveal one's health status, especially in today's technologically advanced society, where countless pieces of information were contained within blood samples. July's clearly had ill intentions." Gong Song wasn't expecting Lu Xian's conclusion, so he questioned, "What is she planning to do?" "Perhaps you don't know, but Adam from the leaked video has already passed away," Lu Xian said quietly, his eyes glinting. "He died due to an allergic reaction." Upon hearing this, Gong Song's expression changed drastically. Dark clouds gathered on his once bright face, and he spoke coldly. "She went to the Pasteur Medical Center to find suitable test subjects who wouldn't develop allergies. Because her experiments in the US failed, she was expelled from mainstream laboratories." This was both Gong Song's and Lu Xian's speculation, only this reason could explain why she left the US for Huaxiao. "What's your next move?" "Complete my mission. Find July's, uncover her purpose and whereabouts, then stop her." Looking at the calendar, Lu Xian saw that it was already June 30th. He glanced at Gong Song before reluctantly speaking, "Your mission has already failed, because July's has already changed the world." On June 28, 2017, viruses began to mutate on a large scale, launching terrifying attacks against human civilization. Within just 10 hours, humans lost control over the densely populated metropolitan areas. In Huaxia, countless soldiers engaged in evacuating civilians got injured or infected by the very people they were protecting or fighting alongside. The casualty rate among the troops exceeded 75%. Had spirit souls not been awakened to counteract the effects of the virus, the number of casualties would have been even higher. All events on that day were labeled the Black June. It marked a critical division between humanity and civilized society. Since that day, most countries worldwide entered a state of anarchy. Society would remain chaotic until different enclaves were established. Without saying anything, Gongcang picked up Lu Xian's phone and dialed his contact number. The call usually answered promptly went to voicemail after 3 rings. Through the earpiece, Gongcang heard Xiao Qing's voice. The target mission has failed, the Longya group was wiped out. Numerous mutants have appeared at headquarters, forcing me to seal it off. All Qianlong members stationed at headquarters have been disbanded. If any members on active missions survive, they should go underground. Brothers, take care. The resolute man's voice was intermittent, clearly indicating he was in an unfavorable situation while leaving the message. Even so, the concern for all members could still be heard in his words. Gongcang's expression changed repeatedly before finally returning to calmness, and he whispered softly, regardless of whether the mission failed or not, I have to return to the Qianlong headquarters. Where is the Qianlong headquarters? Lu Xian didn't stop Gongcang. Instead, he pointed to the SUV parked in the courtyard outside and said, if it's not too far, I can drive you there. After all, 4 wheels are faster than 2 legs. Lu Xian's deliberately light-hearted tone relaxed Gongcang a little. He looked at Lu Xian and spoke seriously, you took care of me in the hospital earlier, and now you're going to drive me back to the Qianlong. It seems. Gongcang took a step closer to Lu Xian, who was concentrating on listening to him and didn't notice the narrowing distance as he asked, it seems what? Lu Xian's handsome face coupled with his expression made Gongcang's hand itch slightly. With long and elegant fingers, he lightly pinched Lu Xian's earlobe and lowered his voice, it seems I can only offer myself in gratitude. The warm breath and magnetic voice exploded by Lu Xian's ear, turning his face red like an apple, and he recoiled a step as if electrocuted. Touching his almost scalding hot earlobe, Lu Xian couldn't believe the cunning look on Gongcang's face. Could it be that he had mistaken someone? Where was the warm-hearted god from his previous life? Chapter 13, Feature, Extremely Voracious. Seeing Lu Xian's face almost turn red as if bleeding, Gongcang retracted his teasing expression and chuckled lightly, alright, I won't joke with you anymore. The place I'm going to is far, in Fengcheng. If you have somewhere nearby to take refuge, go ahead. I'll be fine. At this moment, Lu Xian understood why he could see Gongcang in Fengcheng in the previous life. Gongcang in the previous life was likely organizing a gathering place for Qianlong. Gongcang had just made such a big joke, so Lu Xian hesitated. If he were straight, it wouldn't matter. However, he actually had some feelings for Gongcang, and if Gongcang kept making such jokes, he might not be able to handle it. But hesitation aside, after some thought, Lu Xian stiffened his resolve and said, you're also going to Fengcheng? That's quite coincidental. My buddy also set up a place there waiting for me. As expected, no teasing came. Instead, Gongcang said with a relaxed tone, if that's the case, I'll protect you on your way to Fengcheng. Protection. Lu Xian lost his composure. In the past life, even without a beast soul, Lord Lu could survive by his own abilities. Now that he has awakened the beast soul, why would he fear? Don't talk about protection or whatever, my beast soul has already awakened, can't I protect myself? Lu Xian was unbending, almost thumping his chest loud enough to shake the sky. By the way, what is your beast soul? Awakening the beast soul refers to the combination of human beings with the spirits of beasts, thus revealing the characteristics of those beasts. For instance, if someone's awakened beast soul is a rabbit, then his running speed will be very fast. Though it may not match the speed of someone who awakened the deer soul, his alertness will definitely surpass that of the deer soul awakener. Influenced by the rabbit soul, this person's character will undergo slight changes accordingly. The more powerful the beast soul, the stronger the individual's abilities. Beast souls like lion soul and wolf soul stand at the forefront of the evolution of new humans, while people like Wang Mingyuan, who awakened the spirit of a crawling animal which happens to be a cobra, are much rarer, belonging to the pinnacle of the pyramid, extremely rare. Then what kind of beast soul does the future S-class powerhouse Gongcang have? Lu Xian only knew that his abilities were so powerful that he could manage the Fengcheng gathering place flawlessly, but specifically how Gongcang's ability manifested, he didn't know much. He'd only heard that Gongcang had the ability to leave his opponents with no intact corpses. Upon thinking of this, Lu Xian became more curious. With eager eyes, he looked at Gongcang, wanting to see what his beast soul really looked like. My beast soul. Gongcang didn't make them wait long. He spread out his palm. After a while, a pale pink ball appeared in his hand. The manifestation of the beast soul is closely related to its posture. In the last life, Lu Xian had seen Wu Siming's beast soul, a super cute little fox. Beast souls don't necessarily need to be large, but their posture corresponds to the abilities of their master. Wu Siming was merely a sea-level ability user. Now, the beast soul in Gongcang's palm looked like nothing but a lump of meat. Who knew what it really was? Suddenly recalling that he himself also awakened the beast soul and hadn't checked it yet, Lu Xian couldn't help feeling smug. Your beast soul looks like a lump of meat. Let me show you mine. Although Lu Xian didn't know what his own beast soul looked like, it couldn't possibly be another lump of meat, right? Gongcang wasn't upset either, smiling indulgently as he watched Lu Xian. He made a gesture inviting Lu Xian to proceed, then sat down waiting for Lu Xian to summon his own beast soul. To summon the beast soul, one must concentrate all their mental energy in the mind, calling for the beast soul and letting it reveal its form. It was the first time Lu Xian ever possessed a beast soul, and the first time he summoned it. Unsurprisingly, his heart was not only anxious but filled with excitement. His brain was entirely focused. Lu Xian felt a small light sphere suddenly appear in his mind. This small light sphere was milky white. Lu Xian couldn't clearly see the appearance of the beast soul within, but he could feel the heartbeat and pulse that didn't belong to him inside this tiny light sphere. This miraculous sensation created a strange connection between him and the unseen beast soul, akin to an alter ego. He could even feel its emotional fluctuations. Lu Xian spread out his palm. As his heart rate accelerated, a milky white light sphere gradually formed in his palm. Hee. Lu Xian stared intensely at the mass of milky white light. Soon, the mist dissipated, revealing the figure of the beast soul within. In the instant he clearly saw the shape of the beast soul on his palm. Lu Xian's smile froze. In his palm, a tiny piglet was gleefully prancing with its hooves in the air. Its plump body was almost spherical due to its weight, and it was trotting around in his palm before accidentally taking a tumble. It then rolled a full circle along the edge of his palm, narrowly avoiding falling onto the ground. Lu Xian's face turned as red as a boiled shrimp. His earlier boasts were now slapping him in the face twice as hard, making him want to dig a hole and crawl inside together with this pig. Last life he had no beast soul, this life he finally got one, but it ended up being a pig. Lu Xian's feelings at this moment were extremely conflicted, unsure whether he should cry or laugh. Your pig looks healthy and beautiful, pretty good. Just then, Gongsun leaned closer. The pink orb in his palm began to unfold into what looked like a pale pink soft-bodied creature. Is your beast soul an octopus? Lu Xian curiously approached to take a look. Unexpectedly, the octopus showed great favor toward him and used two of its tentacles to create a heart shape to Lu Xian as a sign of friendship. Its disproportionately large head swayed lazily from side to side, looking incredibly adorable. Yes, it's an octopus, though it shouldn't remain this small forever. As Gongsun spoke, he gave the octopus in his hand a shake, and it grew slightly larger while becoming more distinct in appearance. Lu Xian's mood became even more complex. Now it all made sense why Gongsun's opponents would end up with no intact corpses. The octopus is not just a delicacy served on human dining tables, it is also a dominant force in the ocean. Sly and belligerent by nature, the hooks on the octopus tentacles are extremely sharp. If the octopus reaches a large enough size, its beak could even tear apart the bodies of deep-sea creatures such as sperm whales, making its combat power absolutely terrifying. In the ocean, it's not the great white sharks that fight against sperm whales, it's the giant squid. In his previous life, Lu Xian had heard about someone having a water-dwelling beast soul, but the chances of awakening such a soul were extremely low. In his lifetime back then, he only heard of someone awakening the soul of a koi fish. According to legend, this person had incredible luck and managed to survive when everyone around him perished. Of course, this person met his doom too, trapped in a building full of zombies and unable to escape because of his over-reliance on his fortune. It's really infuriating how people differ from each other so greatly. As Lu Xian glanced at the octopus playfully cooing at Gongsun, he couldn't help but prod the sleeping little pig nestled snugly in his own palm with his finger. Ing. After being prodded, the little pig started fussing, insisting that Lu Xian pet it, threatening to plop down and fake cry if he refused. Seeing its antics, Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh. He raised his hand as if to slap the pig, but instead, the little pig stretched out on his palm, exposing its belly and begging for affection. Watching this spoiled beast soul, Lu Xian realized that instead of gaining strength through awakening, he had awakened a whole lot of trouble. Gongsun watched amusedly as Lu Xian played with the little pig. Seeing Lu Xian's dejected expression, he comforted him. After awakening the beast soul, I could feel my strength has increased significantly. Have you noticed any changes in yourself? Lu Xian brightened immediately upon hearing this. Beast soul awakenings bring physical changes, something he completely forgot about. Pigs must have decent strength, right? Yes, it takes several people to hold down a single pig, which means their strength must be substantial. Confidently, Lu Xian looked around, disregarding objects such as the television, coffee table, and wooden sofa. He shook his hands, then walked up to the big bed and said to Gongsun, "Come give me a hand, let's see if I can carry this." Before Lu Xian finished speaking, Gongsun came over, lifted the corner of the bed with ease, and placed it on Lu Xian's arm, saying, "Catch it steady." At the exact moment Gongsun let go, Lu Xian felt as if his arms were under 10,000-point attack. His face instantly changed, his strength hadn't increased. Thankfully, Gongsun wasn't looking for amusement and quickly took the bed back when he noticed Lu Xian's discomfort. Otherwise, his arm might have broken. Crap, my strength didn't increase at all. What's the point of awakening my beast soul then? Lu Xian was exasperated. His beast soul awakening didn't seem to bring significant strength enhancement. How could this make sense? Why could Gongsun, who had awakened an octopus soul, clearly feel the changes while he, with his pig beast soul, experienced none? This must be heaven discriminating against him. Lu Xian's heart felt as if it were weighed down by a block of lead. Ignoring the little pig beast soul that was cooing and refusing to leave, he sent it back to his mind with frustration, staring enviously at Gong Tsang's octopus with resentment. Even if the beast soul isn't powerful, you shouldn't be upset. Maybe you just haven't noticed its advantages. Gong Tsang earnestly consoled Lu Xian. His thoughts were different from Lu Xian's. He believed every beast soul had its strengths, or else it wouldn't have combined with a person. At this moment, Lu Xian suddenly remembered his increased appetite, frowning slightly. He hadn't taken his previous low-grade fever seriously, but now recalling the details. Shit. Signs of fusion with the beast soul had already appeared on his body. The reason everyone who merged with a beast soul experienced this was due to the body's rejection response. However, since Lu Xian didn't have a beast soul in his past life and hadn't gone through this, he naturally had no experience, thinking his heightened sensitivity to food and increased need for it were because of the hunger he endured at the end of his last life. Thinking about it before, Lu Xian might have been just a little upset, but after realizing more things, he became completely miserable. Seeing his dejected look, Gong Tsang couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Originally, Lu Xian thought about pretending to be tough, but how could he possibly hide this? He wouldn't be able to pretend he wasn't hungry when searching for food later on, right? With a determined sigh, Lu Xian confessed everything with a sullen face. "I think I know what change the beast soul brought me." Gong Tsang's eyes lit up as he asked, "What change?" "An insatiable appetite." Chapter 14, The Recorded Tragedy. After discussing the soul of the beast, Lu Xian's mood improved as well. Although he ate a lot, he realized that he could also endure hunger for long periods. Even though both had been unconscious for quite some time, Gong Tsang's body was noticeably emaciated, whereas Lu Xian not only didn't lose weight but still maintained his tender skin with a pinkish glow. It seemed there were indeed advantages. Lu Xian guessed that perhaps it was akin to how Pig Tough and Huaxia became an inspiration, and in extreme environments, he could endure longer than others. But in the extreme conditions of the apocalypse, the worst was probably being surrounded by zombies. Getting eaten after starving for 100 days or getting eaten immediately made little difference. Lu Xian sighed, cooking while finding solace in adversity, and decided to take a shower since he had sweated profusely due to fever over the past few days and emitted an indescribable odor. With the rice placed into the pot and left to cook, Lu Xian happily went to bathe. As Lu Xian was sweeping the towel across his back, feeling the sticky sensation fade away, he let out contented moans. Suddenly, the bathroom door was pushed open, and Gong Tsang walked in with Lu Xian's phone. "It's your call." Gong Tsang couldn't help but glance a few more times at Lu Xian's broad back leading down to a waistline unreasonably slim, teasingly saying, "Your physique isn't bad, especially this waist." He followed the narrow waistline with his gaze until noticing how firm and uplifted Lu Xian's posterior was. Feeling inexplicably flustered, he quickly averted his eyes and exited the bathroom before Lu Xian said anything. After stepping out, Gong Tsang noticed certain parts of himself starting to awaken, and he deeply inhaled to suppress the stirring emotions within. Gong Tsang liked men, which was something he had long known. In his adolescent years when feelings began blooming, he had a once-in-a-lifetime first love, but their romance ended bitterly, leaving him devoid of desire for any relationship and making him increasingly passionate about missions. Though he thought past emotional wounds would keep him from easily entering new relationships, towards his savior Lu Xian, besides gratitude, he harbored extra affection. Lu Xian might not be gay, though Gong Tsang saw signs of Lu Xian's favoritism toward him, it was mixed with thankfulness. Suppressing the deep stirrings within, Gong Tsang closed his eyes, reopened them with clear vision. He must remain patient because his fondness for Lu Xian wouldn't allow him to risk losing such a friend. Lu Xian felt bewildered after being teased by Gong Tsang, his face flushed red, but as Gong Tsang had already left, he could not retaliate. Instead, he focused all his attention on answering Lu Xinwu's call. "Hey. Hey. Are you done flirting, Lu Xian?" Lu Xinwu heard a strange man's voice, assumed correctly it was Gong Tsang, and grew annoyed at Lu Xian taking so long to pick up the phone. He immediately shot back at Lu Xian. "What nonsense." Having just been teased, now Lu Xinwu brought it up again, heating Lu Xian's cheeks even further. Quickly, he shifted the topic. "What's wrong on your side?" "Oh, nothing special, I've awakened my beast soul, so I gave you a ring." Lu Xinwu was currently experiencing physical changes due to the beast soul, and he was thrilled like it was the Chinese New Year. His fingers flew across the keyboard, leaving behind streaks of shadows akin to a film being shot. Listening to the sound on the other end, resembling torrential rain pelting against flowers, Lu Xian instinctively sensed another impending blow if he dared to inquire about Lu Xinwu's beast soul. Since Lu Xinwu hadn't heard Lu Xian ask about his awakened beast soul, he suspected bad signals and hastily asked several, "Hello?" Finally, he heard Lu Xian's tired-sounding inquiry from the other end, "Which beast soul did you awaken?" Lu Xinwu answered cheerfully, "Octopus." Now I can type faster than ever, and I can simultaneously, "Hello." It turned out yet another rare beast soul had appeared. Wasn't it said that rare beast souls should have an extremely low probability? Why then were Gong Tsang and Lu Xinwu's beast souls both extraordinary ones? Jealousy brewed inside Lu Xian, while simultaneously he wondered if everyone's beast souls were somehow related to their interests. Like Gong Tsang, who is a standard combat maniac, obtaining the octopus beast soul capable of defeating ocean creatures, and Lu Xinwu awakening the octopus beast soul helping with typing. Lu Xian grew a bit disheartened and speculated silently whether his preoccupation with food after rebirth had caused him to awaken the piglet beast soul. The more he thought, the more confused Lu Xian became, and he decided to stop musing. Right at that moment, he caught a whiff of the fragrant rice and braised chicken, as well as the aroma of the green onions mixed into the meat and the pungent spiciness of old ginger. This almost made his mouth water uncontrollably. After drying off the water from his body, Lu Xian froze in place for a second. That wasn't right, the kitchen was so far away, so he shouldn't be able to smell those scents. Gong Tsang. Gong Tsang. I found out my new ability. Excited, Lu Xian wiped the water off his head as he pulled on a pair of shorts. Bare-chested with his 8-pack muscles exposed, he ran out of the bathroom with 2 strong, powerful legs. What kind of ability? Gong Tsang hadn't expected Lu Xian to come out like this, and he quickly looked over his tanned long legs before meeting Lu Xian's face again teasingly. Other than eating a lot, haven't you discovered how fast you can eat? This obvious teasing left Lu Xian a little embarrassed, and he waved it off, saying, eating a lot and fast are just brothers, there's nothing special to celebrate. I've discovered my new ability, my sense of smell is particularly sharp. Fearing that Gong Tsang might not fully understand, Lu Xian shared an interesting story about him and Lu Xinwu during a mealtime to explain better. Gong Tsang nodded approvingly after hearing the story. This ability isn't bad. If we don't have food, being able to smell it might help us avoid starvation. Just as Lu Xian was about to say something, he suddenly picked up a faint burnt odor mixed with the rice fragrance in the air, and without another word, he rushed towards the kitchen. 2 minutes later, a miserable scream came from the kitchen. Ah! The rice is burnt. A hint of a smile crept onto Gong Tsang's lips, marking the first time since hearing Zhu Lizi's news that he truly felt some ease from within. From their interactions, Gong Tsang could tell that although Lu Xian appeared carefree in front of him, he had many secrets. For example, regarding Julius's incident, even though Lu Xian said his friend abroad uncovered the video, Gong Tsang wanted to know why nobody else took the video seriously except Lu Xian. Even when American authorities debunked the rumors surrounding the video and hired professional PR firms to handle the crisis, Lu Xian still insisted it was true and prepared accordingly. More importantly, how did Lu Xian happen to save him? Having spent most of his life overseas, Gong Tsang didn't recall ever meeting Lu Xian. In fact, he was confident they had never met. So, here was the question, was everything Lu Xian said genuine? As someone skilled in interrogation, Gong Tsang could discern whether Lu Xian spoke sincerely or not. If so, when exactly did Lu Xian and Gong Tsang meet? How had Lu Xian been moved to rescue Gong Tsang? But Gong Tsang didn't want to probe any sensitive topics about Lu Xian because he noticed a profound sense of unease within Lu Xian. Gong Tsang thought that if one day Lu Xian could entirely rid himself of this inner unease, perhaps then he would reveal those deep hidden secrets. And now, regardless of whether Lu Xian's journey to Fengcheng was genuinely for a friend or solely to take him there, as long as he lived, Gong Tsang wouldn't let Lu Xian come to harm. Gong Tsang, come eat. Hearing Lu Xian shouting loudly, Gong Tsang responded with a sound, and opened the door. Although golden sunlight bathed every corner of the earth, a dark cloud clearly rolled toward the horizon. Lu Xian's cooking skills were average, but both of them hadn't eaten for quite a while. Even with the burnt rice, the two managed to finish everything. After eating, Gong Tsang turned on the TV, flicking through channels to check the outside news reports, but no matter how many channels he flipped through, only static greeted him. When he was about to turn off the TV, he accidentally landed on a local lifestyle channel. It aired pre-recorded programs, specifically from June 28 featuring a special interview. The journalist from the lifestyle channel went to the hospital along with college students volunteering to help the volunteers there. The hospital had indeed fallen into a state of overwhelming chaos due to the flu outbreak. Many people had set up beds and simple cots in the hallways to accommodate patients and provide rest for the volunteers. The spot the reporter visited happened to be the volunteers' resting area. Just as they walked over, several young men gathered around a single person discussing something heatedly. One of the students checked, and instantly called out. Help! He's having seizures. The group of young volunteers quickly dispersed, leaving room for nurses who arrived upon hearing the commotion. 2 nurses and a doctor swiftly rushed over. At that moment, the camera swayed and ended up capturing the person lying on the hospital bed. He was shaking as if electrified, his muscles were tightly knotted, and his limbs curled into an awkwardly distorted ellipse. 2 young nurses tried to straighten his body so that the doctor could examine him, but even with the help of a few male students, they couldn't manage it. In fact, the more force they applied, the tighter he coiled his body. Eventually, there came a sharp snap as Wang Tao's arm bone broke. Wang Tao's arm is broken. Someone who recognized the college student immediately called out. However, just at that moment, Wang Tao stopped trembling and suddenly unfurled his body. It was as though a spring-loaded doll had been triggered. Wang Tao abruptly sat up from the bed. The camera then zoomed in on his face, making Gong Tsang frown slightly. This Wang Tao was in a terrible state. His face was flushed as if lacking oxygen, his bulging eyes full of bloodshot veins. Prominent blood vessels stretched across his forehead and cheeks while thick blue veins crawled along his neck and disappeared beneath his shirt. His slanted mouth dribbled saliva mixed with foam, and his appearance was horrifying. People who had scattered before now gathered around again. He's awake. He's awake. Oh, Wang Tao woke up. Is everything all right? What are you standing there for? Don't just stand there, send him. The person closest to Wang Tao was his girlfriend, who was examining his arm. As she leaned closer, Wang Tao's nearly protruding eyeballs tracked her movement, his teeth grinding against each other with a creaking sound like gnashing jaws. In an instant when Wang Tao's girlfriend moved her neck closer, he suddenly bent down and pressed his open mouth onto her neck, gripping her body with both hands to press her towards himself. Chapter 15, The Boss Who Escaped. The girlfriend was stunned for about a second, and in the next instant, a scream accompanied by spurting blood erupted. The thick crimson splattered around, instantly causing everyone to take a step back. Someone quickly reacted, moving forward to choke Wang Tao's neck, intending to force him to release his girlfriend. However, things didn't go as they had planned. Wang Tao's neck was squeezed to an almost deformed state, but he still didn't let go of his girlfriend. Instead, he opened his mouth and bit her neck even harder. At first, the girlfriend managed a few pained cries, but then, blood from her broken wound flooded into her throat and trachea. Aside from being violently bitten by Wang Tao, she also endured the agony of drowning. Her struggle soon weakened, and her limbs went limp. Hurry up and pull Wang Tao away. His girlfriend is already dying. People nearby shouted loudly. Everyone struggled to pull Wang Tao off his girlfriend who was on the brink of death. The person who had been choking Wang Tao couldn't bear the sight any longer. With a sudden burst of strength, they snapped Wang Tao's neck. A muffled sound of breaking bones filled the air, recorded entirely by the camera. It brought an inexplicable eerie feeling. Wang Tao's neck broken, it hung limply on that person's arm, terrifying them so much that they immediately let go. At this moment, Wang Tao finally released his almost dead girlfriend. The girl looked terribly pitiful. Wang Tao had bitten a huge hole in her neck, where muscles and pale yellow fat-covered tendons were visibly torn apart. Broken arteries and tracheas clogged with blood clots obstructed each breath, which pushed the mass of clotted blood to tremble, a scene so horrifying that it made the doctors and nurses rushing over to provide emergency care feel immense pressure. After his cervical vertebrae were fractured, Wang Tao finally lost his strength, collapsing completely on the ground and losing his life. Everyone was puzzled about why this good-natured man suddenly showed such terrifying aggressiveness and intent to attack. But at this moment, what mattered most was saving the life of his girlfriend. Unfortunately, despite their best efforts, the doctors and nurses could not save the poor girl. A few minutes later, she ceased breathing in the nurse's arms. This unexpected tragedy left everyone unable to accept it. Sadness permeated the room, one girl after another began sobbing softly, even the men had tearful eyes. As sadness enveloped everyone, the girl, whose death had been confirmed, suddenly opened her eyes and crawled up from the ground just like Wang Tao had. Her revival terrified everyone. The girl's eyes were no longer the same as before. Within just a few minutes, a layer of murky yellow film covered her pupils, resembling a frog's eyelid, slowly sliding over her enlarged pupils. Because of the injuries sustained during her last moments, her neck could barely support her head. Due to severe blood loss, her pale face tilted slightly, making it seem as though she was listening to her boyfriend talk. No one dared to approach her, including the still crying nurses and doctors. Their faces were devoid of all color, even paler than the girls, as they couldn't comprehend what was happening. It's terrible, after regaining consciousness, the patients are attacking others. It hurts, someone pull him away. Auntie, I'm Xiao Qing, don't bite me. The hospital echoed with desperate screams as people scattered upon being attacked. The cameraman dropped his equipment and joined the crowd fleeing outwards. Meanwhile, the initially motionless girl suddenly sprang to life, grabbing a man running past and viciously biting down on his throat. The shattered lens faithfully captured all the horrors, turning the hospital, once a place of healing, into a human hell. Faced with death and unknown fear, it had become Pandora's box, unleashing all manner of sins. This was no fabricated documentary or computer-generated special effect. No one knew what had happened during the live broadcast, but the transmission intended to be short-lived became a playback loop, repeatedly showing one corner of the cruel world to all. Gong Tsang, seeing the repeated start sequence, pressed the button to turn off the power. He couldn't help but think that if Lu Xian, who had intervened in his life with a tough attitude, hadn't timely taken him away from the hospital, he would have encountered all this. If he didn't mistake, at that time, he should have been running a fever, completely unconscious. Lu Xian's intervention saved his life. It kept him from becoming one of those walking dead who could no longer be called human, and prevented him from dying because of their craving for flesh and blood. At this moment, Lu Xian had already finished washing the dishes and stood next to Gong Tsang without him noticing. Together they watched the entire recorded broadcast. If it weren't for you, I'd be in deep trouble. Gong Tsang's gaze on Lu Xian held something he couldn't comprehend, making Lu Xian's heart suddenly skip a beat. He shook his head repeatedly and said firmly, "No, you wouldn't have any issues. I believe you could have safely left the hospital without harm. Don't forget, you're a member of Qianlong." Lu Xian's unwavering expression and voice made Gong Song smile like spring flowers, but he had to burst his inexplicable belief. Extending his arm, Gong Song placed it on Lu Xian's shoulder seriously and said, "No, if you hadn't taken me away from the hospital, my 2 colleagues would have already killed me. Back then, I had absolutely no ability to resist. Have you forgotten?" Gong Song's words reminded Lu Xian of the event, leaving him speechless. As Gong Song mentioned, if he hadn't brought Gong Song out right away, those mercenaries definitely would have killed him. At that time, due to a severe collision, Gong Song had lost his memory and might not have been cautious against these 2 people. No, if that was the case, then last life Gong Song wouldn't have had a chance to meet him before death. Lu Xian couldn't help but think how his rebirth had not only changed Lu Xinwu's fate, his own fate, but also Gong Song's. Not to mention Wang Mingyuan, Wu Siming, Ji Mingshang, and others who were directly or indirectly related to him. Because of his involvement, their fates had undergone pivotal changes. Some changes were good. For instance, Lu Xinwu avoided the sudden death of the previous life, while Ji Mingshang had early preparation. But for Gong Song, this change wasn't necessarily good. If he hadn't informed Lu Xinwu about the apocalypse prematurely for preparation, Lu Xinwu wouldn't have sought evidence and caused a great stir. And without the viral spread of that video, it wouldn't have drawn Zhuo Qing of Qianlong's attention, meaning Gong Song might not have exposed his identity and would have continued missions in America until returning due to other reasons to face the apocalypse. Each link had its cause and effect relationship. The previous life had events that formed the then Gong Song. However, Lu Xian's rebirth forcibly broke this original order. If he hadn't particularly cared about Gong Song and tried to find him first, Gong Song might have died before the apocalypse even began. Just thinking of this possibility made Lu Xian tightly press his lips together, unable to say anything, with guilt overwhelming his expression. This wasn't the first time Gong Song had seen such an expression on Lu Xian. He had witnessed it in the hospital. If Gong Song remembered correctly, it appeared after Lu Xian's conversation with the young nurse. At that time, Lu Xian looked just like he was now, as if he would cry the next second. Gong Song didn't ask anything. He knew that Lu Xian had once again been pulled into the depths of hidden secrets. He disliked this look on Lu Xian, immensely so. He decided to do something to help Lu Xian escape from the vortex he couldn't yet touch, and make himself more special in Lu Xian's life. Lu Xian. Gong Song's slightly low-pitched voice carried a hint of laughter, successfully drawing Lu Xian's attention back. As Lu Xian saw Gong Song's mesmerizing face approach him, his ears unconsciously turned red. Although Gong Song was smiling, there was a sense of pressure released from him that was rather nerve-wracking. What? Lu Xian felt Gong Song's breath hit his neck like a flame, instantly causing goosebumps all over. Unable to control himself, he shivered and took a small step backward. Nothing. Gong Song's lips curved up into a mischievous grin, looking just like a fox spirit from the mountains that had lured scholars, beautiful and charming. After thinking about it just now, you've saved me more than once. Could it be that you actually have feelings for me? Lu Xian looked up and met Gong Song's eyes exactly. Those slightly bent alluring eyes sparkled with mockery but also contained earnestness. Lu Xian wanted to say no way, yet a voice inside him kept telling him not to refuse. After pondering for a moment, Lu Xian also mimicked Gong Song's smile and asked in return, "What if I say yes?" Yes. Gong Song had merely intended to draw Lu Xian's thoughts out, but never expected him to reply in the same manner. Arching an eyebrow, he directly said, "If you say yes, then let's just test it." Before Gong Song finished his sentence, a sudden thud was heard from the entrance of the small yard. His expression immediately changed as he turned around, flung open the door, and rushed downstairs. Lu Xian also swiftly followed, stepping out right behind Gong Song. The gate of the courtyard was made of 2-finger-thick steel bars, topped with a sealed roof that couldn't be climbed over. Combined with the shards of broken glass embedded along the top of the courtyard walls, unless someone had a key, there would be no easy way to break in from the outside. Through the gaps of the steel bars, Lu Xian instantly recognized the person lying on the ground. It was someone both he and Gong Song knew well. "Boss?" Lu Xian exclaimed without hesitation. How could this person lying unconscious not be the boss who had gone to the city with his wife and child to seek medical treatment? Chapter 16, The Nightmare at the Playground. The boss was wearing the same black t-shirt and brown shorts he had on when he left. One of the sleeves on the t-shirt was torn off, and the colorful patterns on it were also ripped apart. There were patches of stains on his pants that were nearly black. Gong Song and Lu Xian immediately recognized them as bloodstains. Apart from these, the skin exposed on the boss's body was all marked with signs of being beaten. Some of the bruises, which were purple, seemed less distinct around the edges, having faded into yellow significantly. "He's not dead, just passed out." Gong Song opened the door, while Lu Xian swiftly rushed out and dragged the boss inside. Then, Gong Song closed the door again. Didn't he go to the hospital with his wife to see their child? How did he end up here? Lu Xian never expected the boss to appear at the door in such a state, feeling utterly astonished. Gong Song examined the wounds on the boss's body and spoke solemnly, "The traces of these marks are inconsistent. Clearly, over the past 2 days, he has been continuously beaten and tortured, so some of the initial wounds already show signs of healing. However, there are no bite marks, so he should be fine. Let's not worry too much for now, we'll deal with it when he wakes up. Lu Xian grabbed the boss's arm. Let's get him upstairs to rest first. Seeing that Lu Xian was struggling to drag the unconscious boss, Gong Song took over directly, carrying the boss upstairs by himself. After being placed on his own bed by Gong Song, Lu Xian removed the boss's dirty clothes and proceeded to tend to the wounds roughly. Although Lu Xian wasn't particularly skilled at this task, it was better than nothing. Still, the rough way he treated the wounds made Gong Song shake his head repeatedly. In the end, seeing this, Gong Song couldn't help but take over completely. After finishing tending to the wounds, Gong Song and Lu Xian went back to their usual business. But when it came time to sleep that night, both of them became a little worried. There were 3 sets of rooms in this small courtyard, but only one set was fully prepared with beds. They had originally planned for Gong Song to closely look after Lu Xian, so they hadn't asked the boss to tidy up any of the other rooms. Now, this situation left Lu Xian embarrassed because he didn't even know where the boss kept his things. Waking him up to ask wouldn't make sense either. Lu Xian glanced at Gong Song and then at his own room, feeling somewhat uneasy. He personally didn't mind sharing a bed with Gong Song, but the marks on Gong Song's body still stood out starkly against his snow-white skin. He feared that once asleep, he might unintentionally behave improperly. After deliberating, Lu Xian finally spoke up. We only have one bed. Perhaps, you can take the bed and I'll sleep on the floor. Lu Xian decided quickly. He rolled out the bamboo mat lying next to him and was about to sleep on the floor. Gong Song, upon seeing Lu Xian's actions, sighed helplessly and pulled him off the ground, saying, "It's damp down there. If sleeping on the bed isn't an option, let's just sleep together on the bed. I'm not going to do anything to you." Lu Xian looked at Gong Song and felt like mocking him internally. He wasn't worried about what Gong Song would do to him, instead, he feared what he might do to Gong Song. Still, although this crossed his mind, Lu Xian thought that if Gong Song said it like that, refusing again would seem overly deliberate. Having thought this through, Lu Xian stopped insisting on sleeping on the floor and 10 minutes later, went to bed with Gong Song. Gong Song, probably exhausted, fell asleep very soon. Meanwhile, Lu Xian tossed and turned without falling asleep. He, the mighty Lord Lu, was actually suffering from insomnia. Tossing and turning until past 3 o'clock in the morning, Lu Xian finally succumbed to drowsiness, closing his eyes and beginning to breathe evenly. Just as Lu Xian drifted off to deep sleep, Bao, who had been keeping his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. He gazed at Lu Xian, whose back was facing him, and gently moved closer, shortening the distance between them. Every breath smelled of Lu Xian, and Bao's expression softened. The more he got to know Lu Xian, the more his fondness for Lu Xian increased. At that moment, Lu Xian's body shifted back slightly, as if nestling into Bao's embrace, adding a touch of darkness to Bao's gaze. Today, when he was about to say something bolder, he was interrupted. Asking him to repeat it was beyond his current ability. However, without saying it outright, using another method to bring their relationship closer was something Bao was very willing to try. When Lu Xian woke up in the morning, he realized that his distance from Bao was almost scandalously close. His arm was wrapped around Bao's waist, his thigh pressed over, and his head buried in the other's chest. It was as if he had used Bao as a pillow, twisting into whatever position he wanted. It was surprising that Bao could still sleep through all this. Lu Xian hadn't expected his sleeping habits to be so bad. His face turned red as a boiled shrimp, and he didn't dare wake Bao. He gently let go of Bao and slowly got off the bed. After Lu Xian fled outside like he was escaping, Bao opened his eyes too. He leaned on one hand, looking at the disappeared back figure, and the corner of his mouth curled with a triumphant smile. Though Lu Xian's sleeping posture was indeed poor, it wasn't entirely his fault that things ended up this way. Just then, suddenly, there was some commotion from the big bed in the outer room, and Bao immediately flipped down and went outside. The boss was already awake. As soon as he saw Bao, he struggled to flip down from the bed and knelt on the ground, bowing his head to Bao and Lu Xian, who came rushing at the sound. "Brother! I beg you, save my wife, save my son. I beg you." Because of the movements, the wounds on the boss's body, which had just barely started healing, reopened again. Drops of blood flowed down to the floor, but it seemed like he felt no pain, continuing to bow his head furiously. The sound of his forehead smashing against the floor echoed loudly, leaving a patch of bruising. Lu Xian quickly dragged the boss up and frowned. "Boss, don't rush, tell us slowly. We'll help you if we can. Didn't you go to the city to take your child for medical treatment?" Hearing Lu Xian say this, the boss burst into tears, telling them everything. The boss's name was Yong. On June 28, his son, Chang, refused to stay in the hospital and insisted on going to the newly opened amusement park in the suburbs. Chang had lost a lot of weight due to his illness. After treatment, his fever had somewhat decreased. The couple discussed it, and they took their child to the amusement park early in the morning. While the hospital was in turmoil, an accident also happened at the amusement park. A couple fell from a Ferris wheel that was 37 meters high. Yong, also on the Ferris wheel, saw everything clearly. The girl inside seemed to have had an epileptic seizure and fainted, while her boyfriend squatted down to check. She bit him, they fought, and shortly afterward, both smashed through the glass and fell down. When people fell from the Ferris wheel, staff rushed over to inspect the situation immediately. Crowds of onlookers surrounded them, trapping the couple together with the staff. Looking down through the glass, Hee-Yong's face changed color. The girl had landed badly, directly smashing her skull. Her white brain tissue mixed with dark blood and broken bone fragments splattered everywhere, clearly showing she wouldn't survive. Her boyfriend had more luck, he landed on top of the girl, avoiding breaking his head. But his arms and legs were broken, exposing stark white bones through torn flesh and skin. This sight made Hee-Yong's heart race violently. What truly caused Hee-Yong's complexion to pale, however, wasn't the condition of this couple. Instead, it was the fact that this severely injured boy crawled awkwardly toward the staff checking on him, biting them forcefully, mimicking how his girlfriend had bitten him earlier. The scream accompanied by splashing blood shocked everyone. Unlike what was happening at the hospital, some young people among the crowd exclaimed excitedly after a moment of pause, "Damn! Biohazard! Is this arranged by the amusement park for the shooting game? Incredible! Huh, so this is publicity for the shooting game? I thought it was real. Scared the hell out of me." Voices rose one after another. Many assumed it was arranged by the amusement park and didn't care much about it. Only the staff managed to pull away the boy. A staff member's carotid artery was bitten, leading to death within minutes. The screams and suffering of female staff did not grab others' attention, some even applauded and cheered while filming it with their phones. Older tourists or those with children stopped watching and left with their kids, whereas young people watched enthusiastically. Hee-Yong's face immediately turned white. Other people might not know, but this couple bought tickets with him to enter the amusement park and just happened to board the Ferris wheel with him. He was sure that this couple had nothing to do with the staff or the amusement park, they weren't props but living human beings. The sense of fear was like a huge hand that tightly strangled Hee-Yong's throat, making it impossible for him to utter a sound. He could only stare wide-eyed at what was happening below. The staff had no idea what exactly happened. All they knew was that their colleague had been bitten and killed by an injured tourist who fell from the ride. Two particularly strong male staff members pinned down the boy with his head tilted back, trying to bite others, while the rest surrounded their fallen colleague, calling their superiors to report the situation. More and more college students and high schoolers gathered around, forming a thick crowd below. They all looked as if watching some sort of performance, fascinated by the so-called game promotion. At that moment, the fallen staff member slowly stirred, then turned his head toward a nearby child. His colleagues were stunned at the sight, even the two men holding the biting tourist were shocked speechless, slightly loosening their grip. One of them was immediately bitten. Are you okay?" A female co-worker behind the deceased worker timidly shouted, but he paid her no attention, continuing to stumble toward the young boy who stood nearby watching curiously. This boy, no older than 12 or 13, saw the horrifying wounds on the staff member and felt scared, yet didn't dare show it. He didn't want to be laughed at as a coward by his classmates. As the staff drew closer, the boy smelled the increasing stench of blood and feces, unable to suppress the nausea rising within him. Pushing through the crowd, he ran outside and started vomiting uncontrollably. His chubby classmate immediately burst into laughter, mocking him as a coward. Ironically, this act saved the boy's life, but his chubby friend wasn't as lucky. The provocative overweight boy was seized by the staff member, who began savagely biting into his arm. The chunks of flesh chewed alongside the spouting blood in the staff member's mouth caused the chubby boy excruciating pain. His screams became muffled whimpers once his tongue was bitten off. This time, no one thought it was a promotional stunt anymore. People scattered in every direction, running wildly away as more zombies emerged and chased after them. In the face of impending death, no one could stay calm. Even several children barely in their teens tripped and were trampled to death during the chaos. The cracking sounds of bones being crushed and the shrill cries from the victims sent shivers down Hee-Yong's spine. He hugged his son and wife tightly, determined to protect them at all costs. He must safeguard his family. In the most ironic twist, the almost hour-long aerial Ferris wheel that trapped Hee-Yong ultimately became their oasis. When they finally reached the ground, the area around the Ferris wheel was deserted, leaving only pools of blood and dismembered bodies on the ground. Lu Feng had never seen such horrors and clung onto her husband's arm tightly. Hee-Chang's temperature, which had dropped earlier, started rising again, burning up feverishly as he fell asleep limply in his father's arms. Leaving the amusement park, Hee-Yong shook violently as he smashed the lock of a rented bike, getting 2 bikes for the return journey. By this point, Hee-Yong's eyes were filled with dense bloodshot lines. Gripping his lips in fury, 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. "I couldn't believe it, we made it out alive when people were eating each other, only to run into trouble back in our own village." Thinking about the villagers, hatred surged within Hee-Yong. They finally managed to return home after much effort. After steaming a soft egg for their son, people from the village showed up unexpectedly. Recognizing the voices of the village secretary and the village chief, Hee-Yong opened the door right away. But what surprised him was not just these 2 men, it was also the over 10 robust males trailing them, all neighbors from the village. If their arrival had already startled him, seeing them wielding hoes and pitchforks completely froze Hee-Yong on the spot. "Old chief, what is this all about? Is your son's illness fully cured?" The chief ignored his question and instead peered inside nervously, looking extremely tense. He Yong maintained good relations with the chief's family and didn't suspect anything amiss, replying directly, "The kid was almost fine, but I took him to the amusement park today where something happened, and now his fever has returned." Before He Yong could finish, everyone standing at the doorway collectively stepped backward. The village secretary leaned close to the chief, whispering hurriedly while stealing glances at He Yong. As the two were talking, He Yong suddenly felt the atmosphere grow much heavier. Those people with weapons no longer seemed like his good acquaintances, tension and fear filled their eyes. He Yong felt something was off, and quietly reached toward the steel rod by the door. The village chief had just finished discussing with the secretary at this moment and said to He Yong, "The reason your son's fever won't go down is because he's about to turn into a monster." This morning, at the village entrance, Wang Bao's wife who had a persistent fever turned into a monster and ate up the entire Wang Bao family. In our village, Lu Da was also bitten by Wang Bao's wife and became a monster too, killing his own family. When He Yong heard this, cold sweat broke out on his back. Would people really turn into monsters when they have a fever? Into those man-eating monsters? So, Yongzi, we've set a rule in the village, anyone with a fever is not allowed to stay in the village anymore. The secretary, a distant relative of He Yong, spoke now without even looking at him, keeping his head bowed while using his toe to scratch the dirt on the ground. "If you and Xiao Fang want to stay in the village, then Xiao Qing can't stay." The secretary's words hit He Yong's head like a heavy punch. Seizing the moment when everyone wasn't paying attention, he slammed the door shut before speaking. "Chief, uncle, you're my elders." He Yong pleaded desperately, "My son has a fever, I admit that, but he's not a monster. F***K. He Yong, don't think hiding inside makes us powerless against you. Today, either you kill your little brat or all of you get out of here. I don't want to become a monster for no reason. I'm also handling my daughter who's running a high fever. Yongzi, children can be born again, but your life only happens once." He Yong was smart since childhood. After his parents passed away, he earned money for his tuition by working, eventually finishing high school, and then embarked on various ventures. He built one of the few three-story houses in the village. Whenever someone in the village needed help or encountered problems, they always turned to He Yong, who would always lend a hand. When the village ran short of money to repair the road, he didn't hesitate to contribute. He Yong was generous because he grew up close to the people of this village. Now, the ones asking him to leave were his cousin-in-law's sister's younger brother, and the one who killed his own daughter was his lifelong buddy. These people seemed so familiar, yet so strange. There was no way he could continue staying in this village. Just thinking about continuing life with these people in the same village made He Yong feel nauseated. By the bedroom doorway, standing silently with tears streaming down her face, was Lu Fang. Lu Fang was a primary school teacher in town. After marrying He Yong, she had helped a lot with things like class assignments for the village kids. But she never expected that these people would now ask her and He Yong to kill their own son. Wiping away her tears, Lu Fang, with her beautiful phoenix eyes glaring fiercely, declared, "Let's go." Both He Yong and Lu Fang shared the same thought. He Yong said to Lu Fang, "Dear, go start cooking the rice. I'll be there soon." Then, through the door, He Yong bellowed out his decision with a voice almost torn apart. "You all stop yelling. We'll eat one last meal as a family indoors, and then we'll leave." Upon hearing He Yong's words, the people outside wanted to say something more, but the chief waved them off, saying, "Everyone stop arguing. He Yong has always kept his word, give them time to eat together as a family." After stopping the restless villagers, the chief added, "Only one meal, remember, just one meal." As the chief led the group away, He Yong and Lu Fang quickly cooked and ate, discussing where to go during the meal. They couldn't possibly stay in the village now that it was like this. But outside was fraught with danger as well. Lu Fang's hometown was 1,000 miles away, and even if they planned to go, they'd have to wait until their child's condition improved. Moreover, Lu Fang called her parents and older brother multiple times but got no answer, meaning they probably. With no way to contact her family, Lu Fang pressed her worries aside to focus on dealing with the situation here. "Wife, let's go live in the orchard," suggested He Yong. The orchard he referred to was a fruit garden he developed for agritourism, cultivating strawberries and grapes under greenhouses, which could later be sold to tourists. Lu Fang hesitated, asking him, "Isn't there housing near the agritourism location? Why not stay there, instead of the orchard?" He Yong sighed, "Before my son went to the hospital, someone rented out the smaller courtyard over there. Us staying there wouldn't be an issue, but if my son really turns out like they say, I don't want to harm them." "Alright, I'll do as you say." Hearing her husband's words, Lu Fang nodded in agreement. She loved He Yong for his thoughtfulness and kindness. After the meal, the couple packed some savings and food before leaving home with their child in tow, never looking back as they exited the village. As the He family left, villagers watched from their homes until they were out of sight. Then a few less fortunate ones unanimously headed toward He Yong's house. Who wouldn't want to live in a nice house? If they couldn't afford it, now that the He family had been driven out, why shouldn't they take what was left? Since there was only one house available, each moved swiftly with their own calculations, rushing towards the little building that still carried the scent of leftover meals. He Yong and Lu Fang didn't expect that just as they reached the village entrance, they were intercepted. The ones who stopped them were a group of thugs from a nearby village, led by Zhang Yuan, He Yong's old middle school classmate. Although Zhang Yuan used to maintain a decent relationship with He Yong due to their shared educational background, ever since Lu Fang came into the picture, he grew intensely jealous, feeling such a gentle woman like Lu Fang deserved someone better than He Yong. When He Yong held his wedding banquet, Zhang Yuan attended but left abruptly after seeing Lu Fang shyly nestled in He Yong's arms. An argument ensued, and relations between the two deteriorated completely. Now that Zhang Yuan blocked He Yong's path, it certainly wasn't to catch up. His eyes roamed freely over Lu Fang, while his followers rushed at He Yong, dragging him into a fight. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan himself approached Lu Fang, who looked utterly terrified. Just as Lu Fang was being violated, He Yong noticed a window opened in a small house nearby. When he screamed for help, the window slammed shut. By the time the village chief arrived on the scene, He Yong sought his assistance through eye contact, but the chief deliberately avoided meeting his gaze, waving off the crowd and walking away. With his senior status, the chief had already claimed He Yong's house for his son. Why would he rescue He Yong now? Human beings are selfish, especially in moments like these. At the village gate, He Yong was beaten, his wife defiled, and his son's fever-ridden fate uncertain. In this moment, this proud man felt as though the heavens had collapsed. Chapter 18, Rescue. Those hoodlums didn't intend to take He Yong's life either. After all, He Yong was capable. Keeping him alive and using Lu Fang and He Chang to threaten him was the best way for Zhang Yuan to get revenge for the past while torturing He Yong and his wife. He Yong had no choice but to follow Zhang Yuan's orders for the sake of his wife and son. However, after encountering this sudden event, his son He Chang was frightened, and his body temperature became even higher. The entire person became like a little furnace, and he even started convulsing from a high fever, which greatly worried He Yong and his wife. Zhang Yuan having plundered He Yong's family meant that naturally, everything He Yong brought out also became Zhang Yuan's. Aside from dividing the money and hard currency that He Yong brought with his own brothers, Zhang Yuan kept the medicine. Zhang Yuan had heard that if someone fell ill with a fever and didn't recover, they could turn into a monster. He pondered that these medicines might save his own life someday, so there was no way he would share them. If it were his son Zhang Yuan, he'd give him anything he wanted. But this damn brat surnamed He. He didn't care. In fact, he hoped the kid would die soon so that Lu Fang could give him a big fat son. Lu Fang and He Yong pleaded with Zhang Yuan for medicine to no avail, so the couple tried stealing the medicine at night, only to be caught red-handed by Zhang Yuan's people. Lu Fang was dragged away by Zhang Yuan to abuse, and He Yong was brutally beaten before being chased out by one of the hoodlums to find food and come back. These people knew that as long as Lu Fang and He Chang were in their hands, He Yong wouldn't dare run away. They weren't worried about He Yong not coming back. After He Yong left, he realized clearly that Zhang Yuan probably wouldn't let his family go. Yet the villagers obviously wouldn't meddle in such affairs, so who could he turn to for help? Just then, He Yong remembered Lu Xian and immediately rushed to his small courtyard to ask for help. But due to the severe beating he endured and lacking food or water, he passed out right at the courtyard gate. He Yong's misfortune caused Lu Xian and Gong Tsang to look grave. They hadn't expected that such an event would happen right in front of them at the very beginning of this apocalyptic era. Please, save my wife and child. He Yong looked at Lu Xian and Gong Tsang with anticipation, his two hands desperately clawing at the floor as he prepared to kowtow forcefully. Lu Xian immediately stopped him. Boss, don't do that. We'll help you. Lu Xian's words didn't surprise Gong Tsang. If Lu Xian remained unmoved after hearing He Yong's plea, that wouldn't be the Lu Xian he knew. Gong Tsang happened to have just awakened his beast soul and wanted to test how much his power had increased. Stretching around, he heard a satisfying crackling sound in his bones, then exhaled contentedly. Subsequently, he asked He Yong, where are those bastards? They're in the house by my orchard now. I'll lead the way. Leaving the small courtyard, He Yong took the two through twists and turns to the orchard he contracted. The orchard was yet to bear any fruit, with only lush greenery spread layer upon layer, swaying gently under the morning light. Gong Tsang glanced at the small house over 100 meters away and whispered, I've observed the area. Beyond the fruit grove lies a stretch of flat land with absolutely no cover. If we proceed directly, we'll likely be discovered by the people inside the house. I fear that the hooligans inside will use the woman and the child as shields. As a combat member of the Qianlong and a sniper, Gong Tsang instinctively began evaluating the battle zone first, clearly recognizing the situation. These three grown men couldn't easily approach the small house located in such an open field. If it were nighttime, Gong Tsang could leverage the environment to move quietly, but in broad daylight, getting close without alarming the opposition wasn't feasible. Behind the small house is a hillock. There's a bamboo grove there. Can you approach them without alarming them? He Yong was becoming anxious. Having found potential rescuers, he was afraid that Gong Tsang and Lu Xian wouldn't lend a hand to rescue his wife and child, causing his eyes to redden anxiously. Gong Tsang narrowed his mesmerizing eyes slightly, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Of course, it's not a problem. After confirming that they would infiltrate the small house from behind the hillock, He Yong went back to retrieve some cured meat and sausages from the courtyard and returned to the house. Although Gong Tsang had assured him there was no issue, He Yong was still concerned for the safety of his wife and son, so he returned earlier as a distraction for Gong Tsang's upcoming action. Meanwhile, Gong Tsang and Lu Xian circled around the orchard and sneaked towards the hillock behind. Cautiously climbing up the hillock, they looked down from above towards the small house, discovering that on the second floor of the two-story house, someone was responsible for lookout duties. However, the person watching didn't pay attention to the rear but instead focused on the front. This thug held a wooden stick. Seeing He-Yong pass through the orchard and return, he immediately shouted loudly to those inside. He-Yong is back, He-Yong is back. As He-Yong approached the door, it creaked open and two hoodlums pulled him and the items he was carrying inside. The moment he entered, Zhang Yuan, with a menacing face, walked over and slapped He-Yong across the cheek. Shit, I thought you had abandoned your wife and kid. Why did it take so long to fetch food? Did you go to the village for reinforcements? That day when our group showed up, your village chief didn't dare come near us. He won't care about you, give that up. Just be loyal dogs to us few, and I'll spare your life. Zhang Yuan and his gang were practically the elite of nearby villages, drug users, fighters, thieves, almost everyone had been in and out of jail since they became adults, and they dominated the surrounding villages. Now these lazy bums had subdued He-Yong, the famous hard-working man, and couldn't help but feel extremely pleased. What's the use of being educated, earning money, or marrying a wife? Aren't you still at my mercy now? Zhang Yuan gloated internally. He-Yong remained silent, only glaring hatefully at Zhang Yuan, which immediately triggered Zhang Yuan's anger. He gave an eye signal to the small-time hoodlums around him, and the whole group started beating He-Yong, cursing while hitting. Seeing He-Yong getting beaten, Lu Fang cried desperately and rushed forward to protect him, but before she could reach him, Zhang Yuan yanked her back. What's the hurry? Your husband is here, where are you going? Zhang Yuan touched Lu Fang's waist with his hand, glancing sideways at He-Yong, then grinned triumphantly. Lu Fang watched as He-Yong was nearly knocked unconscious, tears streaming down uncontrollably. She knelt down in front of Zhang Yuan, hugging his legs pleadingly. Zhang Yuan, I beg you, tell them to stop. If they continue, He-Yong will die. Afraid of provoking Zhang Yuan's anger again, Lu Fang refrained from calling He-Yong her husband and tried begging in a softer tone. Zhang Yuan felt satisfied hearing this, ordered the others to stop, then turned to Lu Fang and asked, since I listened to you and stopped them, how will you thank me? Lu Fang felt sick to her stomach by Zhang Yuan's disgusting behavior but forced a smile anyway. Zhang Yuan got even more aroused seeing this and dragged Lu Fang into the room. At that exact moment, Gong Song had stealthily crept into the house. Like a venomous snake, the dagger in his hand pierced toward Zhang Yuan's hand gripping Lu Fang. The dagger wasn't a specialized military grade one but just a fruit knife Lu Xian carried around. However, in Gong Song's hands, it was incredibly lethal, expertly avoiding Zhang Yuan's bones and directly piercing through his wrist. Overwhelmed with pain, Zhang Yuan instantly let out a shrill scream. At the same time, a foul stench rose from underneath him, spreading to the surroundings. With a cold expression, Gong Song retrieved the dagger, cutting the tendons in Zhang Yuan's hand before kicking him away like trash. Lu Xian quickly dashed forward and shielded Lu Fang behind him. Ah! My hand! My hand! The deafening cries shocked the other hoodlums. When they turned around, they saw a dazzling handsome man and a beautiful youth standing in the room, while Zhang Yuan rolled on the floor in agony. Instinctively, they attempted to drag He-Yong forward as a human shield. Seeing their movements, Gong Song snorted with disdain, crouched low, and immediately lunged towards the hoodlums. The hoodlums hadn't expected Gong Song to start attacking right away. Panicking, they instinctively took a step backward. This small distance allowed He-Yong to roll away from the group, giving Gong Song easier access for attacks. Gong Song's dagger either stabbed or slashed, each strike accurately hitting a hoodlum's hand or shoulder. Yet he didn't aim to kill anyone from the group. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the bedroom entrance. Drop the dagger. Otherwise, I'll strangle this little brat. At the bedroom entrance stood a panicked young hoodlum holding the unconscious He-Chang who had fallen into a fever-induced coma. His hand tightly pressed on He-Chang's neck, already making the child unable to breathe. Seeing this, Lu Fang grew anxious behind Lu Xian and made a move to rush forward. Lu Xian immediately stopped her, saying, Don't act rashly. Gong Song's face darkened, but he also ceased his actions according to the threat. One of the hoodlums he had injured earlier immediately stepped forward and wrestled the dagger away. Two more hoodlums rushed in, seizing Gong Song from both sides. Brother Zhang, are you okay? The thug choking He-Chang immediately shouted to Zhang Yuan on the ground. Zhang Yuan climbed up from the floor, clutching his injured wrist. Although Gong Song had severed Zhang Yuan's hand tendons, he hadn't cut the main blood vessels, so while it was excruciatingly painful, it wouldn't be fatal. Now seeing Gong Song being threatened, Zhang Yuan stood up with bloodshot eyes, a grotesque face as he approached Gong Song and said, his face is quite handsome, aren't you guys envious of me having a wife? Before I kill him, let you have some fun. The bastard stabbed me just now, I'll make sure he cries for his daddy. I don't usually go for men, but with a face like this, I could make an exception. Obscene insults came rushing at Gong Song like a tide, but not only did he not get angry, instead, he gave a faint smile. Instantly, that strikingly handsome face resembled the spring after the snow melted, leaving the surrounding hoodlums staring in awe. Chapter 19, Unworthy to be Human. The greedy gaze seemed as if it could tear Gong Song apart, burning fiercely and wrapping around his body. The two thugs restraining him also reached out their hands toward his face. Shit, I never thought of doing anything to Gongsun, and you actually dare to think about it. Lu Xian's eyes were ready to spout fire, but he didn't dare make any sudden moves. Facing the gangsters threatening them with a child, these people had already no lower limits, they didn't dare to gamble, nor could they afford to. He Chang, his neck being gripped, struggled painfully. However, one of the thugs slapped him, which triggered an overwhelming burst of crying. The sick child was choked too hard and started coughing in between cries, making He Yong and Lu Fong feel like their hearts would break. Swish! A young thug holding a dagger used its sharp blade to rip open Gongsang's clothes. The exposed pale skin and faint pink made the two thugs surrounding Gongsang fixate with wide eyes, gripping onto Gongsang even harder, as if trying to tear him apart. The thug holding He Chang didn't blink while staring at Gongsang. Seeing his companion about to act, he shouted immediately, "Brother Zhang, I'm the only reason we got this man, I should go first." Zhang Yuan smiled cruelly and nodded, "Alright, old five, you go guard that little brat for him." Zhang Yuan was not just a thug but also cunning. They managed to stop Gongsang from acting because they had He Chang in their hands. Out of consideration, he didn't allow the two holding Gongsang to come over and replace others. The man with the dagger turned around and headed towards the thug who held He Chang. The latter also let go, stepping forward 2 steps in an impatient manner. At that very moment, a flash of coldness passed through Gongsang's eyes, and with sudden forceful effort from both arms, combined with a twist and turn of his waist, he shook off the two thugs restraining him. Simultaneously, he quickly pressed his foot on the ground, darted forward, transforming his palm into a knife and slashing straight at Old Five's neck, while simultaneously snatching the dagger from Old Five and throwing it towards the thug holding the child. This slash directly broke Old Five's neck, the sound of bones shattering rang out loud. Old Five collapsed forward like a pile of mud, completely unconscious. In the next second, Lu Xian abruptly shoved Zhang Yuan in front of him, lunging forward to catch He Chang, who had fallen from the thug's grip, securing him tightly in his arms. The thug holding He Chang stared with widened eyes, his face displaying disbelief as he gradually slumped down. Right between his eyebrows, the dagger shot by Gongsang embedded itself deep inside, and a thin streak of bright red blood trickled out. Gongsang's lightning-fast and brutal action stunned everyone, including the thugs who thought they were tough characters. At this point, Gongsang's usually beautiful and charming face was no longer so alluring, and the icy killing intent radiating from his body instilled fear in the thugs. When Gongsang saw Lu Xian secure He Chang safely, he had no more concerns. With a quick thrust of his toes forward, his body shot backward in retreat, twisting and breaking the necks of the 2 remaining thugs. After 2 crisp sounds, these 2 joined Old Five in death, leaving only Zhang Yuan standing there in a daze, his body trembling like a sieve out of sheer terror. Within less than 2 minutes, Gongsang took out 4 men. He was nothing short of a human-killing machine. Lu Xian was utterly astonished, finally understanding why someone with such good looks was capable of becoming the leader who controlled the Fengqing settlement. No one would willingly make enemies with someone like this, unless they were insane. Seeing Lu Xian's intense gaze, Gongsang assumed it was due to the clean and efficient way he handled things, thus smiling faintly as he stepped closer toward Zhang Yuan. Before he could approach, Zhang Yuan screamed in panic, desperately shaking his head and pleading, "No. Don't kill me. You can't murder people. It's illegal. Murder is illegal, but are you even human?" He Yong climbed to his feet, pummeling Zhang Yuan with fists, glaring furiously with bulging eyes. This man, this trash. He destroyed his family, he destroyed Lu Fong. Everything he cherished was snatched away and obliterated by this savage and terrifying individual. Calling him a beast was an insult to beasts. He Yong crawled atop Zhang Yuan, grabbing his neck with great force. Blue veins popped up on Zhang Yuan's forehead due to oxygen deprivation, and his complexion grew increasingly worse. But after all, He Yong had been beaten countless times over the past few days, and his physical strength was almost spent. He was now driven solely by sheer hatred. Still, Zhang Yuan was a big man, and his desperate struggles gradually sapped what little energy He Yong had left. Zhang Yuan, seeing He Yong's state, realized that He Yong would not let him go. With a flash of determination, he clenched his fists and prepared to strike at He Yong's stomach. Damn it, since Zhang Yuan wouldn't survive anyway, he decided to drag He Yong down with him. Just as he was about to do so, Gongsang, who had been observing their struggle from the side, took a step forward and stomped hard on Zhang Yuan's groin with all his might. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from Zhang Yuan's mouth, and Lu Xian, upon hearing it, felt a chill run through a certain part of himself. Gongsang's kick rendered Zhang Yuan completely incapacitated, a large clump of viscous matter was smeared into his crotch, mixing with the dirt on the ground. Gongsang then helped up the exhausted He Yong and signaled meaningfully to Lu Xian. Instantly understanding what Gongsang meant, Lu Xian handed over He Chang in his arms to Lu Fong, who was trembling after having just witnessed a killing, unable to muster any strength. He Yong, fearing his wife and son would fall, immediately broke free of Gongsang's support to take He Chang from Lu Fong's arms, while gently steadying her as well. Pain overwhelmed Zhang Yuan, drenching him in cold sweat, draining all color from his face. Yet even in this moment, his eyes couldn't help but linger on Lu Fong, the woman who had briefly, yet wrongly, belonged to him. Lu Fang refused to glance at Zhang Yuan even once, burying her face in He Yong's chest and weeping uncontrollably. He Yong, your hands must protect your wife and son, they cannot be dirted by filth like this trash. Gongcang glanced at the sprawled Zhang Yuan on the ground as though he were already a corpse and spoke softly. You two step outside for a moment, I'll join you shortly. He Yong originally wanted to kill the root cause of all this suffering. But the presence of his wife and child in his arms reminded him that, as a father and husband, his primary duty now was to comfort his distraught wife. This piece of garbage is in your hands. Thinking back to how those who helped him were not the villagers he had previously favored, but strangers who merely resided here temporarily, He Yong couldn't help but feel his eyes water. From today onward, my life belongs to you both. Whatever you ask, I will dare to do anything. Good people are often taken advantage of, much like gentle horses are easily ridden. These past few days made He Yong realize he needed more than just kindness, he harbored more resentment and became somewhat colder. Take care of sister-in-law first. Lu Xian consoled He Yong and waited until they left before shutting the door behind them. The heavy door closed, cutting off the light. Gongcang approached the still moaning Zhang Yuan and stepped directly on his sternum, shattering it cleanly. After the crackling sound of broken bones, fragments pierced into Zhang Yuan's heart, the ruptured blood vessels filling his body and effectively handing him a one-way ticket to hell. Unlike the others who died swiftly and cleanly, Zhang Yuan would endure unspeakable agony until his last breath. His death could be attributed either to excessive blood loss or suffocation caused by the pooling blood in his abdomen. Gongcang's ruthless actions didn't instill fear in Lu Xian, rather, they earned his approval. In the apocalyptic world already unfolding, kindness can remain reserved for kind people, but showing mercy to someone like Zhang Yuan only invites harm upon oneself and others. In a previous life, Lu Xian had seen people trade their wives, daughters, even their own children, as bargaining chips for a meal. He'd witnessed friends and family being thrown into zombie hordes as escape tactics and even cases where hunger drove parents to devour their own offspring. Some people simply weren't worthy of being called human beings during an apocalypse. Coldly retracting his gaze, Gongcang turned toward Lu Xian, his eyes softening slightly. In a low voice, he said, let's go. Lu Xian nodded, and together they walked out the door, leaving Zhang Yuan inside the vast room, writhing in torment as he awaited death. With fervent eyes, He Yong looked toward Gongcang and Lu Xian, silently imploring their favor. Gongcang nodded back at him, prompting this tall, robust man to burst into tears, repeatedly telling Lu Fang that everything would get better. After allowing time for this couple to comfort each other over their wounds, Lu Xian asked softly, is the kid all right? Wiping the tears from his face, He Yong choked out a reply, he's fine now. His temperature is gradually dropping, it was just the earlier choking that scared him unconscious. Now, with everything outside in chaos, I don't know where to take the child. Returning to the city was out of the question for the couple after witnessing people transforming into monsters, which left them utterly terrified. Lu Xian walked up to He Yong and carefully examined the unconscious He Chang, then pulled the child's small hand to observe it closely. Subsequently, a look of relief appeared on his face. Boss, you don't need to worry about your son, his eye sockets and nail beds haven't turned black, so he'll be fine. The awakening of beast souls and turning into zombies were both triggered by fever, but their specific manifestations differed. Zombie viruses first produced changes in the blood, thus parts like the eye sockets and nail beds, which were relatively thin, would appear black. As the blood inside became thicker and more putrid, those colors would deepen. Lu Xian was particularly attentive to this because in a previous life, he had almost been betrayed by an unreliable teammate. Wu Siming had harbored a woman who, even in the apocalypse, maintained heavy makeup and only claimed she felt unwell, using cosmetics to conceal her symptoms. If Lu Xian hadn't been exceptionally vigilant, he might not be here now. Even so, their team had paid the price of one life. Gongcang observed Lu Xian's actions from the side. His skillfulness and caution left Gongcang naturally astonished. How did Lu Xian know whether something was wrong or not? Chapter 20, Departure. He Yong felt deeply grateful for Lu Xian's uprightness. At this moment, he also remembered Lu Xian's instructions before he brought his wife and child into the city, and he completely believed in what Lu Xian said. Just then, Lu Xian's stomach made a gurgling sound, and Gongcang slightly frowned and said, everyone is tired now, let's go back to the courtyard and rest first. He Yong had no objection to Gongcang's suggestion, he and his wife both needed a good rest. Moreover, He Yong glanced at Lu Fang. Her face, ravaged by suffering, was filled with fatigue, and his heart ached faintly once again. He gently kissed Lu Fang's forehead and tenderly said, dear, are you too tired? Shall I carry you? The affection He Yong showed towards Lu Fang was evident, which softened the coldness that both Gongcang and Lu Xian had. They believed that under He Yong's care, one day Lu Fang would forget the scars left by Zhang Yuan, the hooligan. After they returned to the courtyard, Lu Xian and Gongcang discussed it and decided to give their current room to He Yong and his wife. Zhang Yuan had hurt Lu Fang too much. With the two of them being grown men around, they feared Lu Fang wouldn't even be able to sleep, so they arranged another place for themselves. Lu Xian's stomach was rumbling from hunger, but neither He Yong nor his wife could help due to their injuries. Seeing Lu Xian struggling alone in the kitchen, Gongcang also offered to help. At first, Lu Xian didn't want Gongcang to enter the kitchen. Wasn't this akin to letting Fan Bingbing scrub toilets, a waste of beauty? But when Lu Xian saw how effortlessly Gong Tsang handled an old kitchen knife to peel potatoes, he shut up. The old kitchen knife in Gong Tsang's hands was no longer just a cooking utensil, but a brush in the hands of an artist. A potato was polished smooth and clean in mere moments. Upon closer inspection, Lu Xian couldn't help but curse inwardly about how skilled Gong Tsang was. The peels he removed were as if measured by a ruler, each piece almost identical in size. It wasn't only in vegetable preparation where Gong Tsang outshone Lu Xian, his culinary skills were several levels above. A plate of smoked pork stir-fried with potato slices was aromatic and appetizing. The fatty smoked pork rendered its oil after cooking, then thinly sliced potatoes were added and quickly cooked. Finally, soy sauce, green peppers, and minced garlic were added for extra flavor. It was cooked over a high flame until everything melded perfectly together. It nearly made Lu Xian swallow his tongue. Compared to Lu Xian eating like a storm sweeping away clouds, He Yong and his wife displayed much more refinement and restraint. Lu Fang could barely eat 2 bites before putting her chopsticks down. He Yong was worried and urged her to eat more, but to little effect. After eating a few more bites, she excused herself, saying she wanted to take a shower, and left. Once Lu Fang walked away, He Yong also lost his appetite, but remembering what she earlier told him about needing some space, he hesitated briefly before sitting back down. Lu Xian knew He Yong was concerned about Lu Fang, but having already been injured, not eating enough would harm him too. "Boss, for your sister-in-law and son, you must eat well. Otherwise, if you collapse, what will your sister-in-law do?" Even though Lu Xian himself hadn't eaten enough, he pushed a large bowl of the smoked pork stir-fried with potato slices toward He Yong. "Besides, you're injured. How can you recover without food?" As he spoke, Lu Xian's expression grew serious. "The creatures you encountered in the amusement park are zombies. Being bitten or scratched by zombies easily invites the virus to invade the body, turning living people into their kind. The days ahead would only grow harder. If he fell now, consider this, even with their support, how long could his sister-in-law hold out? In the apocalypse, women without awakened beast souls faced an extremely high mortality rate. Aside from women who had awakened beast souls, those who had not might have been phased out by harsh reality unless they could bear children. In such conditions, these unawakened women lived miserably. They often sold their bodies for food or survival, or were used as cash cows for childbirth by family members. However, it was no easy feat for Gong Tsang to manage Fengqing settlement free from these atrocities. In a chaotic world ruled by the strong devouring the weak, it speaks volumes about his ability to bring about such change. Lu Xian's words caused He Yong to pick up his rice bowl, forcing himself to chew and swallow, bit by bit finishing the meal. After eating, He Yong tried to wash the dishes, but Lu Xian wouldn't allow him, telling him to check on Lu Fang instead. Carrying a pile of dirty bowls, Lu Xian went straight to the kitchen. Gong Tsang also offered to help but was refused by Lu Xian. As Lu Xian put it, if all the cooking in the future was handled by Gong Tsang, then the dishwashing would be his sole responsibility when it was just the two of them. Before Lu Xian even had the chance to turn on the tap, an anguished and heart-wrenching scream suddenly came from the other side. "Honey!" Gong Tsang and Lu Xian immediately rushed towards the source of the voice, one after the other. In the bathroom, Lu Fang, fully clothed, had slit her throat. The blood had already been drained from her body, her pupils dilated, showing no signs of life. On the bathroom wall, Lu Fang had written a line of shaky characters with her own blood. "I'm finally clean." The gushing water from the showerhead splashed onto the ground, masking He Yong's muffled sobs which he couldn't bring himself to release. This man, standing at 1.78 meters tall, opened his mouth, hot tears streaming down and mixing with the cold water before being carried away. Crying almost uncontrollably, He Yong felt as if all his strength had vanished. Clutching Lu Fang, who had already stopped breathing, he shook her again and again, hoping for a miracle that she would open her eyes to look at him one more time. It's all my fault, mine." He Yong's hoarse voice reverberated in the bathroom with his cries. "I saw her emotions were unstable early on, unstable. If I hadn't let her come up here alone, she wouldn't have died. It's all my fault, because I'm not a man, because I didn't protect her well, I couldn't protect my own wife." He Yong sobbed loudly, slapping himself repeatedly. With great force, one slap broke his lips, causing blood to trickle out of his mouth. But He Yong did not stop, instead, he hit himself harder, as if by killing himself he could exchange his life for Lu Fang's. Lu Xian could no longer bear to watch, so he grabbed He Yong and said sternly, "He Yong, do you want your son to lose both his mom and dad in one day? I regret deeply that your sister-in-law couldn't bear everything that happened to her, but there is nothing you can do now by behaving like this." He Yong knew Lu Xian was right. He could still hold on, yet deep down anger swept over him like a fire. If the villagers hadn't driven them out of the village, if they hadn't turned a blind eye to Zhang Yuan's violence against their family, would Lu Fang be dead now? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth hard, as if wanting to bite and eat all those he hated. At that moment, cries from outside came. It was He Chang waking up, confusedly calling for his mom. Upon hearing his son's cries, the murderous intent in He Yong's wide-eyed gaze gradually faded. Lu Xian was correct, he couldn't go on like this. If he failed to take care of Xiang, what face would he have when he met Lu Fang again in death? He abruptly wiped away his tears, tried to control his emotions, and softly requested from Lu Xian and Gong Song, could you two help take the child downstairs for a while? I need to change my wife's clothes. She loved looking pretty the most, I can't let her go like this. Seeing He Yong's emotions gradually calming down, Lu Xian exchanged glances with Gong Song before leaving the bathroom. He Chang had already woken up. Despite being under the care of his parents, even without a fever, his bright little eyes were filled with fear. Mom. Where's Mom? I want Mom. Not seeing his parents, He Chang began crying immediately. Unable to bear it, Lu Xian crouched down and consoled him, Xiang, let's wait for Daddy downstairs first, alright? After crying for a while without seeing his parents, He Chang eventually agreed, nodding slowly, comforted by Lu Xian's and Gong Song's friendly demeanor despite their unfamiliarity. Alright. Lu Xian picked up He Chang and went downstairs with Gong Song. Gong Song made sweet water egg, gently feeding He Chang spoonful by spoonful. Though Gong Song lacked expressions, his movements were tender enough that anyone could feel his care and delicacy. After finishing the sweet water egg, He Chang was giggling as Lu Xian teased him when He Yong finally descended the stairs. This man who had lost his beloved wife had adjusted his emotions upstairs. Seeing his son, he forced a smile and took He Chang into his arms from Lu Xian. Boss, what are your plans next? Lu Xian and Gong Song had briefly discussed earlier. They intended to see if He Chang had somewhere to go. If yes, they would accompany him partway. If not, he could also come to Fengcheng. However, they needed to make sure he understood the possible dangers ahead. I am He Yong, born and raised here. Now that the villagers have driven us out, I don't wish to return. He Yong cast a hateful glance towards the direction of the village, then shifted his gaze back to Lu Xian and said, if you could take us in, my son and me, I would be infinitely grateful. Even if you asked for my life in return, I wouldn't utter a single word of refusal. If you want to come with us, that's no problem, Lu Xian replied earnestly. However, Gong Song and I are heading to Fengcheng. Although we have a car to get around, we can't guarantee your safety along the way. Lu Xian wasn't running a charity. He could provide some protection, but circumstances on the road were unpredictable. If he and Gong Song couldn't even ensure their own safety, it would be dishonest to promise He Yong security. I understand. If my son and I don't make it to Fengcheng, it's not your fault. You've done more than enough already to help me. Since that's the case. Just as Lu Xian was about to speak, Gong Song suddenly furrowed his brow slightly and darted out the door in a single stride. A few minutes later, Gong Song dragged someone inside. Chapter 21, Chang's Beast Soul. Gachi. He Yong immediately recognized the person dragged in as his childhood friend and couldn't help but be stunned. What are you doing here? He Chi had thick eyebrows and big eyes, looking like a rather honest man. He laughed bitterly and said, He Yong, we're childhood friends. Isn't it natural that I'm worried about you and came to check on you? Check. Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh when he saw He Chi. Friend, you can treat us all as fools, but don't think we're all blind. There are snake apple juices on your pants, not just one spot. How many places have you eavesdropped at? He Yong followed Lu Xian's gaze and sure enough, there were red juice stains on the knees of He Chi's pants. Some were completely dry while others were still wet, clearly indicating that the snake apples had been pressed at different times. And He Yong knew it all too well. He had cleaned up all the nearby snake apples because Lu Fang liked these small red fruits, so he left a circle of them by the door of his own courtyard. You don't defame me. He Chi saw He Yong's expression change and immediately became flustered. I fell over on the field ridges, you. Uncle is lying. At this moment, He Chang in He Yong's arms softly murmured a sentence, that's not what he was thinking. Xiang, don't talk nonsense. He Chi glared with raised voice, if your father misunderstands me, it won't be good. But. He Chang was frightened by He Chi's shout and hid in He Yong's arms, only exposing his watery eyes watching everyone, but Uncle wasn't really thinking that way, I can hear Uncle's inner voice. Uncle was thinking of deceiving Dad and Dad's friends, then calling Uncle Village Chief to come and seize the car. Uncle, why did you kill Sister Wenwen? And also want to kill Xiang? You. He Chi's complexion suddenly changed, he hadn't expected that his words were actually heard by He Chang. He Yong immediately kicked He Chi down to the ground and spat a face full of saliva onto him. Not only was He Chi He Yong's childhood friend, but also the cousin of the village chief. However, He Chi's grandfather's side was quite powerless, and very few people managed to achieve anything great, hence the village chief usually looked down on this poor cousin. Just like this time, He Chi killed his high fever-stricken daughter and gained the trust of the village chief. That's why he eagerly came out to find food and such things. Unlike others, He Chi quickly thought of his childhood friend He Yong's courtyard. He happened to be there when they were stocking up goods. If the outsiders left, he would take the stuff back. If not, he'd go back to call for help to snatch the stuff together. However, He Chi didn't expect to overhear He Chang's voice, nor the significant news, these two outsiders intended to take He Chang and his father to Fengcheng. He Chi sneakily glanced at the large cart parked inside the courtyard and thought secretly that this vehicle must carry sufficient food supplies. He had to rush back to report the information. Due to extreme excitement, Qi slipped slightly and almost fell against the wall. Fortunately, he quickly stabilized himself and made no loud noise. Had it been just Yong inside, Qi probably wouldn't have been noticed. But unfortunately, Lu Xian and Gongcang were inside, and Gongcang noticed Qi's slightly louder breath. Qi was kicked over by Yong, sprawling on the ground like a pumpkin, refusing to rise. Despite colliding with his teeth and having blood dripping from his mouth, he begged pathetically for Yong to let him off. "Yongzi, we've grown up together since we were young. Don't you remember? When your parents passed away, my mother helped arrange their funeral." Qi's words somewhat reduced Yong's hatred. His mother was still alive, and Auntie had always treated him kindly. If he allowed someone to kill Qi, she might faint upon hearing the news. Yong looked at Qi, then at Gongcang, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Tie him up." Yongzi, please let me go. I swear I won't tell anyone where you are, Qi's words were interrupted as Lu Xian stuffed a lump of potato into his mouth to shut him up. Yong placed his son aside and threw Qi to the entrance directly. Even a venomous tiger does not eat its offspring. Yong didn't want his life, but he couldn't trust Qi who had personally killed his own daughter Wen. "Sister-in-law, what do you plan to do?" After Lu Xian and Gongcang scavenged everything they could take away, they quietly asked Yong while making sure Chang didn't notice, "If we need to find a place for sister-in-law to rest, we should hurry." "No burial." Yong bitterly shook his head and said, "After my son and I leave with you, I won't come back either." Looking at where Lu Fang was laid out and then at the village, he whispered, "I can't keep that house, and I don't want anyone to wreck this small courtyard again. When we leave, I intend to set this courtyard on fire and leave it to my wife." The love nest they had built together no longer existed, but at least Yong could still preserve the little courtyard. He feared Lu Fang's body might be desecrated by people or monsters, so he preferred to give her a final piece in this way. While this outcome surprised the two others, it also made sense. Lu Xian helped Yong drench the whole building from upstairs to downstairs with a large bucket of lamp oil, then dragged some oil to the door. Qi watched as Yong moved up and down, working hard. His legs went limp in fear. He knew that Yong intended to burn the small courtyard, and he was scared Yong wouldn't take him out before doing it. At the thought of being burned alive, Qi's entire demeanor changed. He was not yet 40, and he didn't want to die. After Yong bid his final farewell to Lu Fang upstairs, he came downstairs, carrying Qi who had been sobbing non-stop out of the small courtyard and threw him by the roadside. "Qi, I will not kill you because someone like you doesn't deserve death." After finishing his words, Yong didn't even look at Qi and walked straight to the gate of the courtyard to light the fire himself. With a loud sound, the flame shot out like a snake and ignited the structure. The fierce burning fire emitted crackling sounds in the air. Lu Xian watched Yong stand tall and firm in the distance, which reminded him of something Chang had once said. So, Lu Xian squatted in front of Qi. "Hey, if you understand what I say, just nod your head, okay?" Fearing that Lu Xian would attack him, Qi immediately nodded frantically, making an sound. "Weren't your daughter also running a fever?" It was persistent, much like those people who turned into monsters on TV, right? Though unsure about Lu Xian's intentions, Qi nodded anyway. "After your daughter caught the fever, did she have heavy dark circles under her eyes? Were there black spots around her fingernails?" Thinking carefully, Qi remembered his daughter didn't exhibit those symptoms, so he quickly shook his head. Lu Xian smiled, pointing to Chang. "Did you see Xiang? Don't you find it strange why Chang almost died too and possibly could have turned into a monster, yet he neither became one nor developed any powers, but he can hear your thoughts?" Qi neither nodded nor shook his head. The fact that his innermost thoughts were overheard by Chang shocked him, making him both fearful and alarmed. Qi had an ominous feeling, fearing he wouldn't like what Lu Xian was about to say, because it might very well break him. However, Lu Xian didn't care whether Qi wanted to hear it or not. He insisted on telling Qi the truth. The virus causing people to run fevers and turn into monsters isn't always evil. There's another possibility, those who endure it may develop special abilities afterward. As he spoke, Lu Xian's smile grew brighter. "Your daughter should be one such lucky individual. Those awakened with beast souls can protect those who haven't. You are an ordinary person without a beast soul, but you've destroyed your only hope for the future with your own hands." At that moment, Qi felt dizzy and confused. A voice in his mind kept contradicting Lu Xian's statement, but if Lu Xian lied, how could he know for sure whether Chang possessed such unique abilities? Suddenly, Qi recalled the single tear that fell from his daughter's corner of the eye as he strangled her. His previously numb heart now clenched in sharp pain. On the third night after Yong's departure, a swaying figure stumbled into the village. The woman of the household nearest the village entrance was the first to hear the noise outside and immediately called out her husband. "Husband, is that someone? Oh dear, how does it smell so bad? Did he fall into the latrine?" Still groggy, the man rubbed his eyes and looked carefully at the clothes, finding them somewhat familiar. Just as he opened his mouth to call others over to check, he suddenly remembered why the clothing looked familiar. Isn't this the same shirt Zhang Yuan wore when he confronted Yong just the other day? Recognizing Zhang Yuan, the man quickly shut his mouth and pulled his complaining wife aside. He was a straightforward man, and these village troublemakers, especially Zhang Yuan who never acted humanely, were not someone he wanted to tangle with. As soon as the man thought of the sufferings He Yong and his wife had endured, he closed the windows just as he had done when He Yong sought his help that day. The man reeking of a strong stench staggered into the village, knocking on the doors of nearby houses. Sounds of movement inside startled him. Who's there? This late at night still? Ah! The woman's scream reverberated through the village, shattering the tranquil night. Zhang Yuan, in his death not becoming a zombie, had brought catastrophic ruin to the village, much like what he once did to He Yong. Of course, Lu Xian and the others who had already set off knew nothing about these events. Lu Xian handed over the driving to Gongcang while he sat in the SUV, playing with Yi Chang who was nibbling on his fingers, all while making a phone call to Lu Xinwu. Hey, old Lu, we're on our way. Can you plan out a route for me as soon as possible? Without hesitation, Lu Xian asked Lu Xinwu for assistance. Chapter 22, The Whisperer of the Wind. After Lu Xinwu's call was hung up by Lu Xian, he didn't call him again immediately. Instead, he was busy investigating certain matters using the preparations he had made before the apocalypse. A while later, when he realized his buddy hadn't called him back, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Could it be that he'd unintentionally hurt his friend's feelings with too much boasting? He was worried yet eager at the same time but also dreaded calling Lu Xian again in case he sounded like a braggart. So, while cuddling with his two beloved little ones, Lu Xinwu waited anxiously for Lu Xian's call. At this moment, receiving Lu Xian's call made Lu Xinwu extremely pleased as he patted his chest and assured confidently, "No problem, everything is on me. Just wait a bit." On Lu Xian's end, he found Lu Xinwu's tone even better than the customer service agents from Xbao who desperately begged for review changes after receiving poor ratings, which confused him. Could it be possible that his old classmate was high on drugs? But after further contemplation, he thought, how could Lu Xinwu, just an ordinary shut-in, have access to such sophisticated drug technology? This reassured him again. If Lu Xinwu encountered any issues, he would definitely tell Lu Xian first. Not long after, Lu Xinwu called back. His tone lacked the previous excitement and ease, instead carrying a trace of anxiety. Lu Xian, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Lu Xinwu surveyed the roads around them and discovered that their location was quite dire, a situation far worse than anticipated. When Lu Xian noticed the unusual tone in Lu Xinwu's voice, he instinctively glanced at Gongcang. Gongcang sensed Lu Xian's gaze and nodded slightly to confirm, saying, "Turn on the speaker." Lu Xian was concerned that bad news might scare the child, but before he could express his worry, Yi Chang, still nibbling on his fingers behind them, softly spoke. "Uncle, Xiangqiang isn't afraid of anything. Go ahead and take the call." Had it not been for Gongcang driving, he would have turned around to check out what the big treasure Yi Chang was thinking. What kind of special ability did this young man possess that allowed him to hear others' inner thoughts? Meanwhile, Lu Xian recalled that annoying man, He Qi. Could it be that Xiangqiang somehow read his mind? Once Lu Xian understood, he figured that hiding things was futile. If Yi Chang could hear his inner voice, then there was no issue sharing Lu Xinwu's information. Besides, the government wouldn't disclose the matter anyway, but Lu Xian's own intelligence-gathering techniques were capable enough to find out. Furthermore, Lu Xian thought since these father and son duo were now in the same boat as them, if there were any important updates, it would be better for everyone to know early, rather than scrambling later when it's too late. More people aware meant more preparation and assurance. So Lu Xian told Lu Xinwu, "I'll put it on speaker." He pressed the hands-free button and placed his phone in the palm of his hand. Lu Xinwu's voice instantly came through the phone. "Lu Xian, 5 of the 6 highways near Water City are already jammed, and the status of the 6th one remains unclear. I don't have detailed images here, but if you have enough gasoline, you can go check that highway. And if this one is blocked too, come down and take the country road." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian laughed, commenting, 5 out of 6 highways are blocked. One status unclear. Come on. Logically speaking, if 5 highways are congested, the 6th shouldn't remain clear either. The first 5 highways are all operational official highways. The 6th one I'm referring to is the newly built route to Daocheng. It's still under construction, and the current condition is unknown. Not even streetlights or surveillance cameras are installed yet. If I manage to get satellite coverage over your area, it will require some time. Lu Xinwu paused, asking, how about waiting for the satellite? Satellite? Can someone actually deploy satellites? Sitting at the back, He Yong's eyes almost popped out at the sound of the word satellite. What exactly was the background of this handsome man with extraordinary features? Previously, He Yong merely thought of him as a wealthy guy. Now it seemed he wasn't only rich but influential too. Indeed, bringing his son to join Lu Xian was the right decision. Having such a person with modern tech capabilities on their side was just wonderful. Just like how Lu Xian gazed at Gongcang, He Yong's stare reflected similar admiration. However, Lu Xian, being impulsive, was so absorbed in his concerns that he paid no attention to He Yong. That won't work. We can't stay here and wait. Though this place is a stopover, lingering too long risks unwanted company. Lu Xian immediately shook his head, declining Lu Xinwu's suggestion to wait. In the post-apocalyptic world, speed was critical. Staying still and waiting might bring zombies, which was bearable, but meeting insane humans posed far greater trouble. Lu Xian had lived through the apocalypse, so he already understood the vast variety of human traits. If it weren't for encountering such exceptional cases, he wouldn't have been given a second chance. Moreover, even if he hadn't met certain people, Lu Xian still feared meeting companions willing to do anything for their goals. In his previous life, he encountered a lunatic who attracted zombies in the middle of the night at the campsite, claiming they were helping some messenger of hell preach. If those zombies had not been the lowest level ones, they would have all perished then and there. In that case, I've mapped out a route for you based on your direction. You won't be able to pass through the main highways now. Suburban roads are also blocked in many places, but I can suggest an alternative near the city. After Lu Xinwu suggested this route, he hesitated somewhat awkwardly before adding, this road doesn't have too many vehicles, but there's quite a lot of zombies around. What do you think? If you don't like it, I'll look into another route. Perhaps we can find one with fewer problems. This one, Gongcang immediately made the decision without waiting for further discussion, send us the map. He Yong was confused and asked, but didn't he say there are zombies there? Lu Xian pondered briefly and quickly grasped Gongcang's reasoning. Killing zombies takes less time and energy than moving cars, right? Yeah. Plus, where there are more zombies, there will be fewer people. Gongcang explained the reason for choosing this route. Considering the events surrounding He Yong's situation, he understood well that during this apocalypse, most vile, despicable thoughts hidden deep inside people often revealed themselves. He didn't want He Chang to witness more tragedies within his family now, this was the only thing he could do for this child in this apocalyptic world. I've sent you the map. Take care along the way. After sending the map, Lu Xinwu suddenly remembered something he had been investigating. Oh right, after you guys were pursued by jealous people, I kept monitoring them, but since the apocalypse began, they disappeared from my radar. You know, I fell ill when I awakened my special abilities. Big Treasure and Little Treasure couldn't lock onto their movements. But I did check the last surveillance records, and several of them seemed unconscious when they left. They might have awakened their powers, but half of them could turn into zombies. If possible, try to continue tracing Jealous movements. As long as she is alive, I believe she will keep pursuing these experiments. Alright, I got it. Lu Xinwu hung up the phone and returned to the computer screen. Just as he intended to use Little Treasure for a search, a new email appeared on his desktop. Upon seeing the email that managed to bypass his firewall, Lu Xinwu lit up immediately. Is it him? Is he still alive? At the top of the email was a tornado symbol. Lu Xinwu swiftly opened it and skimmed through its contents. To his astonishment, he froze. Damn, that's why I couldn't contact this guy earlier. The Whisperer of the Wind has come to China. Lu Xinwu checked the time stamp on the email, realizing it had been sent 2 days ago, making him worried. Due to specific reasons, his system had been fortified like a fortress, and emails like this one could only be delivered once unless recracked. In order to establish contact with the Whisperer of the Wind as soon as possible, Lu Xinwu made a mirror backup of his computer onto an isolated device, dismantled most of his defense systems, and immediately replied to the Whisperer's message. Lu Xinwu waited for hours at his computer until he received a second email. He's actually there. Lu Xinwu immediately set up a room on the dark web, inviting the Whisperer to chat. The invitation took nearly half an hour to be accepted, making Lu Xinwu increasingly anxious, fearing something was amiss at the Whisperer's end. Hey, my friend, it's been a while. It's great to see you're safe. Before the Whisperer finished exchanging pleasantries, Lu Xinwu cut in. Why are you so slow? Is your signal bad, or did you run into trouble? Nothing much, just dealt with some rats. I've got other things to do, so I'll get back to you later. On the other end of the wire, a blonde-eyed youth typed these words and gently closed his laptop with fingers encased in white skin. Turning around, he looked down at the man groaning pitifully in front of him, who would never again have the chance to use tools due to his punishment for attempting to molest him. A slight arch rose from his brow. Blah, what a bore. Don't the Chinese say that one should know how to repay kindness? Look at me, I've come to this unfamiliar foreign land for the sake of repaying a debt. I saved your life, and yet you actually wanted to scheme against me. It seems like I must deal with you. The young beauty spoke in Chinese with perfect pronunciation, not a hint revealing that he'd only started learning this supposedly world's most difficult language 10 days ago. Even though the man was already in too much pain to speak, when he heard the word deal, he became terrified to the point his face changed color, and his eyes were full of pleas. With 2 fingers, the handsome youth lifted the man on the ground as if he were some dirty object and carried him to the window, then threw him out without hesitation. Ah! A few minutes later, the man's scream echoed through the empty playground. The youth brushed off his hands and sat back down, opening the equipment in the broadcasting room while connecting to a dark web room. Dear friends, I am Sutton Martin. Next, I'll play you a song, wishing you a pleasant life. Sutton tapped lightly, and a classic rock song played through every corner of the campus. Livin', easy, lovin', free, season ticket, on a one-way ride. A skin, nothin', leave me be, tucking everything in my stride. Don't need reason, don't need rhyme. Ain't nothing I'd rather do. Going down, party time, my friends are gonna be there too. Chapter 23, Gongcang's Plan. Lu Xian and Gongcang followed the map given by Lu Xinwu, and indeed, their journey became much smoother. However, this smoothness was relative. Some roads were originally narrow and were further congested by vehicles parked haphazardly. If it weren't for Gongcang's first-class driving skills, Lu Xian would have surely gotten his beloved car stuck at some corner or alley. Lu Xian was also grateful that he wasn't the one driving, otherwise, his lack of focus might have caused serious problems. In the suburbs, they hadn't noticed much, but as they drove toward the city center, Lu Xian's expression grew increasingly solemn, his brows furrowed more tightly. Despite having already experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse once, when Lu Xian saw bodies twisted and deformed with bite marks moving slowly as zombies, he still felt an oppressive heaviness in his heart. Some of them were elderly, some were young people, and some were children only a few or a dozen years old. Some didn't have visible wounds on their bodies, while others bled profusely, with chunks torn from their cheeks or throats, obvious signs of biting and decay, making them appear extremely pitiful and terrifying. They had been transformed into these horrific creatures overnight, by a virus or attacks from those around them, becoming bloodthirsty monsters, killers without reason who chased after flesh. They could have enjoyed peaceful retirements, happy and full families, and bright futures like rising suns. But now they had no future. In the previous life, Lu Xian never thought about the real cause of the apocalypse. In this life, after learning the truth, Lu Xian hated the culprit Julia all the more. Her ambition to conquer such terrifying viruses dragged the whole world into a dreadful abyss. Seeing the indescribable pain on Lu Xian's face, something soft deep in Gongcang's heart felt like it had been stabbed, causing a slight ache. He knew why Lu Xian was so pained right now, because Lu Xian knew the truth and tried hard to make everyone aware of it, yet not many believed him. The helplessness of powerlessness weighed heavily on every person of conscience, burdening their hearts with chains, just as he always regretted and lamented not completing the Qianlong mission. Gongcang didn't try to console Lu Xian because he knew that any word spoken at this moment would feel hollow. Lu Xian didn't need cheap comfort. After glancing at Lu Xian, Gongcang turned the steering wheel sharply to avoid collisions with several zombies, then whispered quietly, "We will catch that woman and make her pay for creating all this tragedy. She can't go anywhere right now." Lu Xian nodded, letting out a long breath. Gongcang was right, civil aviation planes would certainly no longer be operational after the apocalypse broke out unless preserved state machinery still had that capability. Julia couldn't leave in the same way she entered China. Even if Julia wanted to escape via ship, she would only do so after obtaining everything she desired. After all, this ambitious woman aimed to decipher the virus genetic code and gain control over this terrible virus. She wouldn't leave until her goals were met. As long as Julia didn't leave China, Lu Xian and his companion still had a chance to find her and settle accounts. Lu Xian looked at the road outside, checked his phone map again, and suddenly noticed a special mark made by Lu Xinwu. He spoke in a low tone, "Gongcang, after we pass this point, it will be the area Lu Xinwu mentioned where zombies are densely concentrated. Based on the numbers he marked, I don't think our off-road drive will get us through." Though the SUV had been reinforced, it wasn't a tank capable of crushing zombies effortlessly. Recklessly colliding could result in hardware damage, potentially causing issues with Lu Xian's custom solar-powered drive system. The car was undoubtedly good, however, if they couldn't drive it, it would become nothing but a steel coffin. Without their off-road vehicle, both men going to Fengqing would be difficult enough, and even harder considering baby Chang was with them. They had to plan carefully. Gongcang's eyes flickered momentarily before he turned the steering wheel and stopped at a secluded spot. "Let me see the map." Lu Xian handed over his phone, and Gongcang enlarged the surrounding buildings on the map. As he scrutinized the structures around, Gongcang asked Lu Xian, "Are you familiar with zombies?" "Yeah, I know some things about them." "So, what generally attracts their attention?" After finishing looking at the map, Gongcang quickly looked up and stared straight at Lu Xian. The broadcast in the hospital was really too messy to see any key points, and the contact between humans and zombies was very direct and fast, so it was impossible to obtain more useful and complete information from it. Therefore, Gongcang could only ask Lu Xian, who had too many secrets. Now on the road, Lu Xian didn't care if his own affairs would be exposed, and straightforwardly said, "Zombies have a special obsession with blood. Fresh blood not only stimulates zombies, but can also attract them from a relatively far distance. At the same time, zombies are relatively sensitive to sound, and loud noise will make them subconsciously go look for the source." After saying this, Lu Xian added, "The muffler of my off-road vehicle has been upgraded, its sound is quieter than the shops outside, so even though the zombies are interested in the movement of the car, they will return to the place where the sound is being played once they can't catch up." "What you said is quite useful." Gongcang enlarged the map he had just looked at and showed it to Lu Xian, pointing to one of the spots and said, "There are so many zombies here because this is a large square, and there is also a shopping mall here, so there is a huge amount of pedestrian traffic." Holy cow. Mall. Square. Combining the people from these two places, there should be hundreds at least. This was still because it wasn't a weekend. On weekends, that's sure to be a disaster, absolutely impossible to get through. Lu Xian became headache after looking at the detailed introduction on the map. There are too many people here, I don't think we can get through. Lu Xian's face became slightly pale when he thought about further ahead being hills of corpses and seas of blood. Even though the speed of zombies was not fast, they could outdistance them by foot, but the zombies wouldn't get tired. They were human, and would get tired. Moreover, the beast souls might counteract some of the zombie virus invasion, which meant that the zombies may not be able to turn him into their kind, but the one more meal situation could definitely not escape. Seeing Lu Xian's poor expression, Gong Song gave a light smile and said, "It won't be easy to pass through, but it doesn't mean it's impossible. You now contact your friend, I'll ask him for something." Lu Xian immediately dialed Lu Xinwu's number and told him Gong Song needed something. Lu Xinwu asked without hesitation, "What do you need? Is it difficult to cross over here? If it's not feasible, I'll show you other ways. Can you find us the map of this mall and the map of buildings attached to the mall? We'll take this route." Gong Song smiled, her eyes as if melting spring snow, gentle yet confident, giving Lu Xian more confidence. Lu Xinwu thought it was nothing, this kind of small matter came naturally to him. He quickly went into the intranet of Xiao Qing's architectural bureau and scoured everything relevant, swiftly selecting the maps and sending them over. "Beautiful lady, the map you want is sent." Lu Xinwu's mouth moved fast, immediately giving Gong Song a nickname, making Lu Xian somewhat worried. Would this person's teasing provoke Gong Song's retaliation? Lu Xian didn't even have time to warn Lu Xinwu. With high spirits, Lu Xinwu told Lu Xian, "You don't have to thank me for my hard work. That guy who helped me with the surveillance video before hasn't gone missing, he's come to Huaxiao. He plans to come to Fengqing to find me, we're discussing this thing, gotta go." Lu Xian didn't say a word and was given a medal, then he hung up the phone with great composure. "You're quite an interesting friend," Gong Song said in a completely indifferent tone, unable to detect any negative emotions, seemingly not bothered by the "beautiful lady" title given by Lu Xinwu, causing Lu Xian to wipe off a cold sweat and hurriedly clarify the situation. "Lu is just a hardcore homebody, this person has no bad intentions, you don't have to mind it." Lu Xian opened what Lu Xinwu sent over and handed it to Gong Song. "Do you need these blueprints to pass through those dense crowds of zombies?" "You got it right." Slender fingertips pointed out areas on the map, and Gong Song carefully explained to Lu Xian, "We're at this position now, if I run over 1,000 meters, I can reach this mobile phone experience store, and then enter the mall through the side door. Next, as long as I go to the mall's broadcasting room and start the mall's broadcast, part of the zombies will be attracted into the mall, allowing us to gain time to get through this place. This plan is a bit risky, but not entirely unusable." Lu Xian carefully examined the spot indicated by Gong Song and suddenly remembered another issue, "But these maps seem rather complicated, shouldn't we try memorizing them first?" "No need, I've already memorized these things." Gong Song handed the phone back to Lu Xian, carefully observing the surroundings and said, "Moreover, I don't plan on having you come with me. If something goes wrong, you'll still have other opportunities to try." Gong Song jumped out of the car, stretching her tall figure slightly, producing a crackling sound, and Lu Xian followed by jumping down from the vehicle. "Our chances of success are higher if we stick together, and if you can't survive, I might not make it to Fengqing either." Lu Xian gave Gong Song a determined smile and glanced at the zombies not far ahead. "I'm more familiar with these things than you, and with this life-saving treasure, I may not be any worse than you." Lu Xian jumped off the car, opened the trunk, and directly unlocked his arsenal with the key, taking out 2 guns and handing one to Gong Song. Gong Song took a glance, her eyebrows arching elegantly as a trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. "M9. This gun is pretty good. Did you get it?" "Cough cough, resources are limited, I couldn't get better stuff." "It'll have to do." He handed over 3 magazines to Gong Song, while also preparing 2 for himself. "This is for self-defense. Use it only in emergencies, otherwise, we'd better rely on our own hands." Lu Xian pointed to his ears, saying, "Zombies are sensitive to sound." "Is that so?" Gong Song then pinched Lu Xian's ear and smiled, noted. Chapter 24, Passing from Above. Gong Song's body temperature was very low. His fingers gripping Lu Xian's earlobe felt like touching ice, yet Lu Xian could feel a wave of intense heat radiating from the pinched lobe and spreading across his face. Shit, does Gong Song not realize that he's like a walking aphrodisiac whose every movement can drive someone insane? Does he even care about letting others live normally? Regardless of whether Gong Song's actions were deliberate or unintentional, Lu Xian only felt the burning sensation traveling from his face all the way to his heart, causing him to momentarily pause his breath. His gaze instinctively avoided Gong Song's breathtakingly handsome face. "Alright, remember it. Let's go." Lu Xian closed the lid of the arsenal and then took out 3 customized pointed hammers from a nearby box. He handed one to Gong Song and another to Hiyong. "We'd better use these to deal with the zombies," Lu Xian said after explaining to Gong Song, then reminded Hiyong, "Brother Yong, you can use this for self-defense if anything happens. You can also use it to signal us." Lu Xian pulled out another phone and handed it to Hiyong, then removed the car keys and gave them to Hiyong for safekeeping. Then, turning around, he walked outside with Gong Song. Hiyong looked at the pointed hammer in his hand and glanced back at the arsenal box. What he thought about wasn't taking the chance to pry open the box and run while Gong Song and Lu Xian were away, rather, he reaffirmed that he and his son hadn't followed the wrong people this time. These capable individuals were truly remarkable. Not only did they look handsome and have money, but they could manipulate satellites and obtain banned items sealed off all over the country. It was really hard not to be impressed. Neither Lu Xian nor Gong Song knew about He Yong's inner thoughts. Since stepping out of the car, Lu Xian's eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. The location where Gong Song had parked the car was on a small alley next to a road. According to the map given by Lu Xinwu, once they got out of the other end of the alley, they would find themselves on a food street. Crossing through this food street would lead them straight to the square. When the outside food street was hit by the strange mutation, it happened to be business hours. Music mixed with calls through loudspeakers wove into a tightly woven net enveloping the entire food street. As they reached the end of the alley and prepared to turn the corner, Lu Xian twitched his nostrils and detected an increasingly pungent smell of decay in the air. Suddenly, he grabbed Gong Song's arm and warned solemnly, "This rotten stench is heavy, it might mean there are many zombies piled up outside. Be cautious." Although Gong Song didn't sense as strong a smell, he could still detect faint odors lingering in the air. Lowering his voice, he told Lu Xian, "I'll check it out first." Gong Song moved nimbly to the corner and slightly peeked outside while pressing his body against the wall. Just one glance, yet everything he saw made his eyebrows furrow slightly. "What's wrong?" "Let me see." Lu Xian had been observing Gong Song's expression and immediately became curious when he noticed his disapproving face. Leaning in closer, he also stole a quick glance. At just one glance, Lu Xian felt every hair on his body stand on end. The road leading from the alley to the food street was already completely blocked by zombies. And, completely blocked, was not an exaggeration, this place was truly, utterly packed. There were at least dozens of zombies squeezed tightly together at the mouth of the alley, much like frantic bargain hunters who'd blocked the exit completely. How did it become such a mess? Lu Xian was ready to shout. If the zombies were packed so densely, there was simply no way they could make it out. If he and Gong Song were able to squeeze through this crowd of zombies without being torn apart, it wouldn't be a miracle, it would be divine intervention. Carefully sniffing the air, Lu Xian caught the distinct scent of decomposing food. After some consideration, he realized their luck was poor. Once out of the alley, they would reach two dominant stalls, one selling fried giant squid and another offering skewered mutton. These two stores shared overlapping customer demographics, but obviously had strained relations. They vied for attention by blasting loud noises from speakers. The fried giant squid store played a wild disco track, while the mutton skewer's shop played a remix of exotic music. Their conflicting sounds drew most of the zombies on the food street towards this spot. Lu Xian sighed after realizing this route was impossible. He turned to Gong Song and concluded, "Looks like we need to find another way." Gong Song helplessly smiled and asked, "Where should we switch to?" "All these areas are similar comprehensive zones. This road is the food street, the next one is a children's amusement park, and further over there are other projects. Switching to any of those roads would be more or less the same. If we change our direction, we might run into abandoned vehicles or obstacles on the road, blocking us." When Gong Song had asked Lu Xinwu for the map, he had already studied the nearby buildings and found that this food street was already their best choice under the current circumstances. Indeed, if there were other possibilities, old Lu would have given them to me already. Lu Xinwu wasn't a single-thread thinker but a multi-thread one. When he calculated things, he had already included every possible option. If he didn't give alternative routes, there must be his reasons. Although that's what Lu Xian thought, they still needed to go through somehow. Continuing to drag on wouldn't ensure anything about changes. But how could they get through? Lu Xian looked around and suddenly spotted a wheel-equipped iron trash can near the alley corner. Seeing this, he became excited and turned to ask Gong Song, "What about using this garbage bin? It has wheels. We crawl inside, make a hole at the bottom, and then slowly push it across." Worried that Gong Song hadn't fully understood his meaning, Lu Xian specially demonstrated how to crouch inside and use the hole to move forward. While bowing his body, Lu Xian's well-exercised backside displayed an inviting curve, making Gong Song's hand itch with a desire to slap it. Seeing Lu Xian almost tripped by the protruding ground, Gong Song couldn't help but chuckle. He found Lu Xian imaginative and realistic. If there were no ways to get through the current barrier, this option was worth a try, but he definitely wasn't interested in diving into that pile of garbage, plus this plan wasn't flawless, it also had critical flaws. After some thought, Gong Song said lightly, "Using this to go through the zombie crowd isn't impossible, but it's too dangerous." Gong Song pointed at the alley entrance and continued, "Look, the zombies have filled up the alley mouth. Think about it, while going, if luck doesn't favor us, we may get stuck right there. At that point, escaping would be very troublesome." Seeing Gong Song smiling like a spring flower, Lu Xian felt frustrated because his plan seemed perfect, yet Gong Song managed to point out so many issues. No, he must let Gong Song see the feasibility of this plan. Watching Lu Xian's face full of disdain mixed with excitement as he circled around the garbage bin, Gong Song couldn't help but say, "Stop circling around that thing. Although we cannot leave this alley, this doesn't mean we don't have other methods to pass through the food street." Lu Xian pondered, recalling from last life how they handled similar situations. He remembered once when they were blocked by a group of zombies. Back then, since there were too many people, they didn't choose to hide inside a garbage can but went down the sewer instead. The smell down there was absolutely dispiriting, making Wu Siming unable to eat properly for nearly 2 days, starving him thin. However, in terms of action, if the sewer was safe, the disgusting odor could be ignored. Except, this wasn't any random place's sewer, this was the food street sewer. In the sewer, not only would they encounter various enchantingly foul odors, but there would also be a killer, grease waste. If he and Gong Tsang dared to climb inside, they'd be guaranteed a 5-minute feast of enough grease waste to sate them. Thinking of those sticky, nauseating chunks, Lu Xian's face turned green immediately. Shaking his head fiercely, he said, "I'm telling you up front here, if you ask me to crawl into the sewer, I'd rather charge straight through and let those zombies rip me into dried meat pieces and eat me." Seeing Lu Xian break out in goosebumps, his handsome face twisted with disgust, Gong Tsang chuckled, his shimmering eyes stealing a glance at Lu Xian, causing Lu Xian's eyes to go wide open. "Who asked you to go down the sewer?" Sighing, Gong Tsang pointed upwards and said, "Why do you always want to either dive into the garbage heap or the sewer? We can simply go above." Above? Looking up, Lu Xian realized how foolish he had been. The zombies occupied the ground, but this food street wasn't covered by shoddy plastic sheds, instead, all were iron sheet tents. As long as the movements weren't excessive, both he and Gong Tsang could easily dance on top of them without problems. Chapter 25, Gongyang's Lesson. Are we going to get over from this one? Lu Xian looked at the tin roof and was initially excited. However, he soon realized a very practical problem. If they wanted to cross over this tin roof, they would first have to climb onto it. Clearly, attempting to climb the tin roof near the fried giant squid or lamb skewer stalls wasn't feasible. They'd probably be pulled down by zombies before they even reached the top. Therefore, the only way for Lu Xian and Gongyang to leave the alley and climb up the tin roof to complete their task was to use the brick walls on either side of the alley. However, the structure of this alley presented some challenges. On both sides were brick walls more than 2 meters high. Although tall walls might normally seem advantageous, the edges had certain issues. The tops of the walls weren't flat, they had been decorated with staggered layers for aesthetic purposes, which made climbing easy but walking across them while standing upright quite difficult. Furthermore, years of exposure to sun and rain had caused moss to grow on the wall edges, making their crossing all the more challenging. Gongyang didn't seem bothered by any of this. With a slight effort, he pushed off the ground and extended his hand in reverse, gripping the edge of the wall. After ensuring his grip was secure, Gongyang extended his hand toward Lu Xian and said, "Come on, I'll help you up first." Lu Xian roughly guessed what Gongyang planned to do. Without hesitation, he took 2 steps back and charged forward, leaping into the air and grabbing hold of Gongyang's forearm. Instantly, Gongyang firmly clasped Lu Xian's arm and, with great strength, hurled him directly toward the wall's top. In his past life, Lu Xian already knew how powerful humans could become after mutation. Thus, he found nothing strange about Gongyang single-handedly throwing an adult man like himself over the wall. He focused intently on controlling his body, managing to nimbly crawl onto the wall. After successfully landing on the wall with an ungainly posture, Lu Xian exhaled deeply and extended his hand toward Gongyang, saying, "Here, let me pull you up." "No need," Gongyang replied with a faint smile. Suddenly, his fingers tensed, and his body soared upward, landing effortlessly in front of Lu Xian. Unlike Lu Xian, Gongyang's movements were extremely graceful, and he managed to stand steadily atop the wall. In contrast, Lu Xian was lying prone on it, looking rather disheveled. Watching Gongyang's dexterous and elegant motions, Lu Xian applauded inwardly. Not a trace of envy or jealousy surfaced, instead, he greatly marveled and exclaimed in admiration, "You're impressive as ever, Gongyang." Gongyang was a trained soldier, whether under the guise of a secret operative or part of an elite security company. He maintained various levels of training regardless of his role. Such advanced balance abilities came naturally to professional soldiers after intense training. Still, noticing the admiration and respect in Lu Xian's eyes, Gongyang felt an indescribable sense of achievement, as if completing a mission. With that thought, Gongyang offered his hand again to pull Lu Xian up, steadying him as he said, "This path isn't too hard. At least there's a 3-finger-wide flat surface on top for us to navigate." A 3-finger-wide flat surface sounded manageable, but how could a grown man walk along such a narrow ledge? Let alone walk on it, it posed a tremendous challenge. Lu Xian tried taking a step, and immediately, his body began to wobble. Panicking, he attempted to control his footing, but the harder he tried, the less cooperative his body became. In a flash, he lost control, headfirst plunging toward the ground. Just at that moment, Gongyang tightened his grip on Lu Xian's hand and yanked him back with great force, pulling him into his arms and preventing him from falling. Lu Xian hadn't anticipated such an outcome, instinctively clutching Gongyang's waist to steady himself. In the instant their distance shortened dramatically, Lu Xian detected a faint, pleasant scent emanating from Gongyang and noticed the dry, smooth skin beneath his grasp. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Realizing their proximity was perhaps too intimate, Lu Xian quickly shifted slightly backward, loosening his grip but not fully letting go. Before he could entirely release, Gongyang furrowed his brow and questioned, "Why are you letting go? Do you want to fall?" "Of course not." Lu Xian shook his head swiftly, feeling his movement causing a slight tremor, prompting him to freeze to ensure no accidental moves would bring harm to Gongyang as well. Gong observed Lu Xian's tense and careful movements, finding his current appearance strangely endearing, but he also realized this wasn't the time for such thoughts. In a low voice, he said, to get across, we can either walk or crawl on top of this tin roof. Crawling would take more strength and time. Do you trust me to bring you over? If so, don't look down, just focus on me, alright? Just looking at Gong. This was something Lu Xian could absolutely do. He immediately nodded and responded, no problem. Seeing that Lu Xian's anxiety had lessened, Gong added, walking in places like this isn't as hard as it seems. You usually exercise, so your sense of balance should be decent, making this easy for you. So, listen closely, there are 3 things I need you to do. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Upon seeing the trust in Lu Xian's eyes, Gong faintly smiled, nodding. First, I need you to adjust your breathing rhythm. Your breaths shouldn't be too fast, try to slow them down as much as possible. Breathe in oxygen deeply each time and exhale slowly. Once you've mastered that, everything else will come easily. As an elite sniper, Gong training was different from ordinary people, he could stabilize his breathing quickly, even blending seamlessly into his surroundings, making himself invisible. He could be a pine tree, or a rock, or remain hidden in shadows where no one could detect him. This was the true power of a sniper. Lu Xian followed Gong instructions to breathe in and out, but for some reason, his breathing remained slightly rapid. As he breathed, he suddenly felt a cold hand pressing against his abdomen. The cool sensation made Lu Xian's entire back feel heated, leaving him unable to ignore Gong hand. When the hand pressed down on his stomach, he began to feel a flicker of warmth rising within him. Breathe in. Unconcerned with what Lu Xian might be thinking, Gong applied a little pressure. Soon, the contours of Lu Xian's abdominal muscles became completely outlined under Gong hands. Despite his heart pounding furiously, when Lu Xian caught sight of Gong's calm expression, the fire in his body was quenched as if drenched with a bucket of cold water, slowly cooling down. Lu Xian adjusted his emotions, and the heat in his body gradually dissipated. He noticed how cold Gong's hand was, shifting his focus onto the point of contact at his dantian, lower abdomen. Breathe out. Following Gong's icy tone, Lu Xian felt a slight force from the hand on his abdomen as he exhaled the burning air from his lungs. You're doing very well. Gong noted the changes in Lu Xian's focus and calmness, feeling reassured. Again guiding him gently, do it again. Breathe in. As the breaths continued, one after another, Lu Xian finally understood why Gong had been teaching him this method of breathing. With his body adapting to this way of breathing, he found the icy air helping him relax gradually. You're doing well. You've achieved the kind of breathing I want from you. After Lu Xian reached the goal Gong set for him, he didn't hesitate to offer praise. But then he added, next, we'll work on the second step, relaxing your body. I'm already relaxed. Before Lu Xian could finish speaking, he felt Gong's hand gripping his wrist and guiding it along his own body. Whether arms or thighs, Lu Xian felt as though his hand was no longer his, it was like a golden right hand. He touched Gong's brawny arm. And the strong thighs of his, long and lean, not inferior to any male model on the runway. If Lu Xian had heart disease, the joy and excitement he felt at this moment would be enough to send him into a fit. Even though Lu Xian's breathing managed to roughly keep pace with the frequency Gong taught him, the fiery blush on his caramel-toned face had spread all the way down to his chest, his handsome features carrying a touch of embarrassment, making him especially tempting. Gong hid the slight deepening of his gaze and explained to Lu Xian, relaxing your body is not just about loosening your muscles, it's also a mental state determining how your body functions. Earlier, when you touched my body, didn't you notice anything unusual? Incredibly sexy, does that count? Lu Xian quietly mocked in his mind and then firmly shook his head. He had not the slightest idea of what he was doing just now, completely indulged in and worshipping this flawless body. Right now, he couldn't help but despise himself for it. Gong chuckled helplessly and said, didn't you notice when you touched my body that my muscles weren't as tense as yours? My center of gravity has shifted to my abdomen, which makes it the focal point, so my abdominal muscles are especially tight, while my limbs aren't as tense, keeping them in a comfortable relaxed state. This kind of state cannot be achieved simply through training, it requires your brain to regulate it. Only when your brain controls your body will your movements become more coordinated. Why am I able to walk around so easily like this? It's because I use my brain to control my body, and something like this can be accomplished through simple training. Do you think you can do it? Lu Xian no longer had Gong's guidance at this moment, and he didn't dare say he lacked confidence either. He vigorously nodded and declared, of course. Chapter 26, The Man Walking on a Tightrope. Lu Xian said confidently, but if he were to do it himself, he might not really be able to. What does it mean to use the brain to control? Lu Xian was a bit confused. His calf muscles were extremely tense now. How could he use thought alone to relax his calves? Lu Xian wanted to ask Gong Cang if he could feel his thigh again to seriously understand the state of using the brain to control the thigh muscles. Gong Cang noticed Lu Xian's expression wasn't very clear and realized that he hadn't fully understood what he meant. Then seeing Lu Xian's gaze lingering on his thigh, he smiled helplessly, pulled up Lu Xian's hand, and placed it on the outside of his thigh, saying, remember how this feels. This time, Lu Xian didn't focus all his attention on the rare opportunity to touch those long legs but concentrated instead on the muscles under his palm and their hardness. Gong Cang's muscles at this moment weren't particularly hard, they would slightly indent with gentle pressure but retained elasticity, feeling soft yet firm. Paired with his dry, warm skin, Lu Xian focused all his attention on keeping his thoughts from wandering elsewhere. At that moment, Lu Xian felt the muscles under his hand begin to harden. This was not an instantaneous hardening but a gradual alteration in muscle firmness so that Lu Xian could perceive the changes in muscle tension. Soon, the previously soft thighs quickly developed defined muscle contours, each line of the muscles as perfect as sculptures by Michelangelo, evoking admiration. Gong Cang's thighs at this moment were like solid rocks, and Lu Xian had no doubt that if Gong Cang delivered a kick to someone's neck, it could snap the neck outright. What you're feeling is the difference between my muscles being relaxed and tense. Gong Cang's expression was extremely serious, which forced Lu Xian to concentrate on listening to him. Now, follow what I'm telling you, and I will guide you into the state where you can control your muscles. Gong Cang held one hand on Lu Xian's waist and the other on his neck, whispering, Lu Xian, while you breathe, control your body. At the same time, let the airflow you inhale sink to your abdomen. Imagine there is a flow of air, perhaps cold or perhaps warm, that gathers around your navel. Gong Cang's voice was deep and magnetic, making Lu Xian inexplicably find it highly persuasive. Although he still doubted in his heart whether he could achieve what Gong Cang had done, his brain, swayed by this voice, began issuing commands to his body. Inhaling. The icy air felt like a spring of cold water being drawn through the nose, chilling down the throat into the trachea and lungs. It was then that Lu Xian truly experienced the sensation Gong Cang had described, the airflow slowly sinking, finally settling 3 inches below the navel. After this current became solidified, Lu Xian found his abdomen growing heavy, as if a large watermelon had been stuffed into his belly, causing his body, which had been swaying slightly, to stabilize. Gong Cang kept watching Lu Xian's movements carefully, noticing the changes happening in Lu Xian's body after gathering the breath. Gong Cang sensed the energy accumulated in Lu Xian's dantian, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He knew he could guide Lu Xian to feel the airflow, but he didn't expect Lu Xian to sense it so quickly. It seemed less like Gong Cang guiding Lu Xian and more like Gong Cang simply hinting, and then Lu Xian independently went through the breathing method. Gong Cang really hadn't expected Lu Xian to have such high insight, but with high insight came benefits, it saved both of them time. Gong Cang. Seeing the hazy look in Gong Cang's eyes, Lu Xian couldn't help but wave his hand in front of Gong Cang. That airflow you mentioned, I've gotten it down to my abdomen. What should I do next? Next. Gong Cang's hand on Lu Xian's neck started to move slowly, his fingertip tracing down Lu Xian's prominent spine. Focus your attention and imagine a stream of heat flowing from your brain down this spinal column, continuing downward along your spine until it reaches here. Gong Cang's fingertip felt like a piece of hard ice sliding down Lu Xian's spine. As the skin it touched reacted, Lu Xian felt as though dry wood caught fire from a spark, it flared up suddenly. Though he knew he should concentrate and direct the heat flow to where Gong Cang's fingers had traveled, Lu Xian's mind was like a crashed system, amplifying the sensations of those ambiguous fingertips instead, making it impossible for him to focus on what he needed to. Noticing Lu Xian's abnormal state, Gong Cang felt that the body beneath his hand, which had almost reached balance, began trembling again. He furrowed his brows slightly and said deeply, don't think too much, concentrate your attention. The slightly cold voice immediately snapped Lu Xian back into focus. This somewhat detached voice also drove away the strange sensations in Lu Xian's body, making his attention highly concentrated amid the embarrassment of being reprimanded. Just as Gong Cang said, under the control of Lu Xian's consciousness, an image of a mass of heat formed in his brain. The hot current flowed along the spine where Gong Cang's finger had once traced, flowing perfectly without deviation, like molten iron running through a mold. The scorching temperature subtly altered Lu Xian's expression, as if he were enduring yet also enjoying it. Lu Xian was about to be driven mad by the heat clinging to his spine. Sweat drenched his clothes in waves, the sticky garments plastered to his skin like a second layer of skin. With every slight movement, the friction between his clothing and skin gave him indescribable sensations. Gong Cang carefully observed Lu Xian's reactions from the side. When he saw Lu Xian's bodily response, he realized that Lu Xian had successfully materialized his intention. Immediately, he spoke up, do not resist the heat wave, relax yourself as much as possible, then let the heat continue downward until it wraps around your legs. Gong Cang's words woke Lu Xian up instantly, and he quickly directed the warm current downward. Soon, Lu Xian felt his legs responding. The heat relaxed his stiff leg muscles, making them feel comfortable. The soothing warmth massaged Lu Xian's legs like a professional masseur, causing him to involuntarily moan with comfort. Gong Cang's gaze darkened slightly due to Lu Xian's muffled groans, but realizing his position, his eyes quickly cleared. Your leg muscles are now soft yet powerful. Can you feel it? The strength hidden within your muscles. After the heat enveloped his thigh muscles, Lu Xian finally understood what Gong Cang meant. He nodded and said, I get it. I can directly perceive the fullness of that power. Gong Cang gently loosened his hand which had been supporting Lu Xian. Not only did Lu Xian's body feel no discomfort, but because Gong Cang had let go, he quickly found his balance point. Gongsun whispered softly, now you have learned how to breathe and how to control your muscles. You've done very well. Perfectly. Now we're going to take the third step. Thinking about the previous training sessions, Lu Xian figured it either involved luring him with beauty or physical temptation. Surely, this third step would involve even more strenuous physical efforts. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Xian couldn't help but grin, eagerly staring at Gongsun and guessing which part of his physique would he sacrifice this time, his pectorals or his firm and rounded buttocks. But this time, Lu Xian was destined to be disappointed. Gongsun wasn't giving him any favors at all. On the contrary, his expression became more serious than ever. Lu Xian, the next third step is the most important one in all our training. Why? Because mastering this step means whether you can truly survive, not just in this crisis but in all future situations. If you master this step, you will possess the true motivation to survive, as well as the real capability to deserve survival. Gongsun's words were profound but also straightforward. If Lu Xian couldn't handle the third step, forget about the future, there wouldn't even be a present for him. Lu Xian promptly discarded his frivolous thoughts and solemnly looked at Gongsun, affirming seriously, I will never disappoint you. Gongsun smiled faintly and said, don't speak too confidently yet, prove it first before saying anything. Gongsun's tone was light but carried an undertone of cruelty and severity. However, Lu Xian understood that compassion and laxity during the apocalypse meant death. He wouldn't resent Gongsun, rather, he would only thank him. Taking a shallow breath, Gongsun calmly stated, this so-called third step isn't about physical training anymore but involves a transformation in brain thinking patterns. Gongsun bent his elegant fingers and lightly tapped them on his head. His icy gaze added a layer of rejection and aloofness to his striking face, but also exuded an unusual allure. The tightrope walker is just a metaphor, meaning that you should imagine the road ahead as a tightrope, and you are the tightrope walker. Tightrope walking is a form of acrobatics. This performance requires complete concentration in every step taken, and your breathing as well as your muscles must synchronize with your brain, becoming a precise machine that allows you to move forward step by step. If you cannot transform yourself into the tightrope walker, your focus which should have been fully concentrated will become scattered, turning you into an unfortunate victim. Now, do you understand what being the tightrope walker means? Gongsun's words made Lu Xian solemnly nod. He knew that if he really fell here, it would lead to utter perdition. Lu Xian was very clear in his mind, he was the tightrope walker, and also someone who had to walk all the way across the tightrope. Chapter 27, Human Bait. Gongsun glanced at Lu Xian, lightly tapped his toe, and turned his body around. He took a couple of steady steps forward. Though not as heavy as a boulder on the pile's top, he showed no sign of swaying. Lu Xian watched Gongsun's walking posture, it was like observing an elegant and majestic black panther, light yet strong in movement. The composed expression added an air of calmness to that striking face, captivating Lu Xian's eyes and preventing them from wavering, locking tightly on him. After taking 2 steps, Gongsun turned around to look at Lu Xian, extending his hand with a gentle voice saying, try walking a few steps. Focus your sight on one single point, make sure all you see is this path. Lu Xian tried doing as Gongsun suggested, concentrating his vision on the mere 3-finger width wide stack top. However, looking at this narrow strip impossible for normal walking, he couldn't focus properly. The more he wanted to control his emotions, the less he could manage it. Seeing how his mood had already disrupted his once stable breathing, Lu Xian steeled himself, deciding to stride boldly across without any further ado. Lu Xian didn't even glance down at his feet but fixed both his eyes on Gongsun's face, relying solely on his peripheral vision to guide his way over the 3-finger wide ridge below. Strangely enough, staring at Gongsun's face relieved some of the earlier tension that came from intensely focusing on the ridge itself. At this moment, he felt again that spiraling current of heat coursing through his brain. The stream slowly flowed along Lu Xian's spine downwards, making his body muscles much easier to control. Simultaneously, the extended thigh pressed firmly onto the top of the pile. Though the landing point of the first step was slightly off, Lu Xian noticed his muscles subconsciously adjusting to maintain balance, compensating for the small misstep. Taking the first step out, Lu Xian's figure wobbled a bit but did not fall down. With the second and third steps following closely, he entered a subtle state indescribable by words. And all these, Gongsun observed carefully, stepping back a bit instantly. But his outstretched hand remained poised, ready to catch Lu Xian if there were any mishap. Yet, Lu Xian managed without needing any help from Gongsun, steadily covering the 20+ meters distance of the alley stacktop with resolute footsteps. Seeing Lu Xian complete this without any error, a touch of satisfaction flashed through Gongsun's shimmering eyes, his lips curling up into a faint smile. You've done it. You've walked nearly 25 meters. Gongsun noted there were only 2 more steps before they reached the corner of the narrow alley leading straight to nearly 50 or 60 meters long passage, where about 2 meters away at its end was an iron shed. How about that technique of concentrating the sight? Did it work? At this moment, Lu Xian, reminded by Gongsun, realized something odd. What really focused his attention wasn't that method, but Gongsun himself. Even the best novels are available at Devil Claw Novels. But Lu Xian quickly thought otherwise. After all, results matter more than process, right? With this realization, Lu Xian's face broke into a radiant smile. Sure, it worked quite well. Looking back at the distance he just covered and then at Gong Sang, he suggested, "We've wasted too much time here. If we don't proceed swiftly now, the longer we wait, the worse it becomes for us." Gong Sang nodded, replying, "If you're certain of your condition being okay, we can start moving." It was indeed somewhat long the time Lu Xian and Gong Sang spent idling here while this task was still in its early stages. For both Lu Xian and Gong Sang conducting the mission outside, a late darkening sky posed more danger. Likewise, it also presented risks for the father-son duo, He Yong and He Chang, staying behind in the SUV. Especially so in this post-apocalyptic world, everyone faced not just bloodthirsty zombies but human hearts far scarier than zombies. Alright, Lu Xian readily agreed. Having experienced that inexplicable state made him feel fearless, akin to overcoming his initial trepidation. Hearing Lu Xian's agreement to begin, Gong Sang pointed towards the alley entrance, suggesting, "You go first, I'll be at the rear. In case anything happens, I can resolve it immediately." "Absolutely not," Lu Xian rejected Gong Sang's arrangement instantly, shaking his head vehemently like a tambourine. "I walk in front. Except for that road, I can't see anything else. I. Gong Sang listened silently as Lu Xian hesitated for a while without saying anything, and then his eyebrows twitched slightly just when he was about to speak. Finally, Lu Xian took a deep breath and blurted out the rest of his words. "You walk in front of me, watching your back makes me feel more at ease." After speaking, Lu Xian added, "When I looked down at the road earlier, my mind was full of panic, but looking at you calmed me down." Gong Sang didn't expect Lu Xian to say this. The expression on his face changed from surprise to astonishment, then to an inexplicable look that Lu Xian couldn't figure out. He stayed silent for a long time before finally nodding, "Alright, I'll walk in front, and you follow behind." Before setting off, Gong Sang turned around and glanced at Lu Xian, warning him, "Remember, don't look down, stay focused." Lu Xian took a deep breath, filling his lungs with slightly cool air. Calmly, he nodded at Gong Sang, "Understood." Gong Sang said no more. He moved step by step ahead, and Lu Xian followed closely behind. The long stack top was like a fine steel cable. Both Gong Sang and Lu Xian had extremely serious and focused expressions on their faces, not showing the slightest sign of relaxation. On this three-finger-width road, they moved quickly, agile and rhythmical. Every landing point, every step was as precise as a finely tuned machine, reaching almost synchronized frequency. This subtle sensation not only brought Lu Xian peace and confidence but also gradually relaxed Gong Sang's previously anxious emotions. Despite their speed, the movement would inevitably attract the attention of zombies. The zombies at the alley entrance immediately scattered upon seeing the two people walking swiftly above them, rushing forward towards Gong Sang and Lu Xian in chaotic competition. These somewhat bloated zombies, whose gait was staggered, showed no hesitation once they spotted food. Like children discovering their beloved toys, they surged toward the brick wall, raising their hands high, swinging wildly. Clumsily bouncing around, they attempted to pull the two walking atop the stacks down. Not only were groans issued from their stiff throats, but there was also a strong stench. These odors, fermented within dead bodies and released afterward, pierced into both their nerves like sharp knives. At this point, even Lu Xian, who had entirely concentrated on Gong Sang's body, couldn't help but shift his peripheral vision to the zombies. These zombies that died during the shopping festival were particularly pitiful, their bodies bore numerous incomplete wounds, bitten by others. Some had suffered agonizing deaths. One such zombie caught Lu Xian's eye. The 20-year-old or younger zombie, aside from being bitten marks, had two chopsticks piercing through its mouth and protruding out from its cheeks. Pale yellow fat and darkened blood vessels burst out of the muscles, hanging suspended in mid-air, pulled by the chopsticks. This unfortunate soul had not only met a painful end but had fallen during the initial chaos, leading to his eating utensils piercing his mouth, prolonging his agony until death. Just by looking, Lu Xian's focus faltered, causing his body to waver slightly, seemingly about to fall. Instantly, the group of zombies became restless, and Gong Sang ahead abruptly turned, reaching out to grab Lu Xian. But upon realizing that Lu Xian had already adjusted his balance, Gong Sang retracted his hand and said, "I told you not to look down. Didn't you say I can help you concentrate? So watch me." There was an irrefutably powerful tone in Gong Sang's voice that wrapped Lu Xian's eyes around his face in the next second. Despite this, Gong Sang paid no heed and instead let out a sigh of relief once Lu Xian refocused on him. Turning again, Gong Sang quickened his stride and said to Lu Xian, "Keep up." How could Lu Xian dare disobey Gong Sang's caution? Immediately, he aligned his steps with Gong Sang's. As the number of surrounding zombies grew larger, the two made it onto the iron shed. It was then that Lu Xian noticed most of the zombies on the street had gathered below these two stores. It was as if they knew humans were here and surrounded the iron shed urgently. For a moment, the place where the two were became an island, and the infinite hordes of zombies played the role of seawater. Lu Xian intended to run along the iron shed, but before he could move, he was held back by Gong Sang. "Don't move, we stay here," said Gong Sang. The iron shed was only about 2.5 meters high. Originally, the taller zombies could almost reach it with their hands extended. The nails, caked with congealed blackish blood, scraped chaotically against the iron roof, leaving behind marks of putrid, murky blood and producing an ear-piercing sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Isn't our plan to keep running? If we stay here, I'm afraid those zombies will just flip the shed over and cause us trouble, Lu Xian couldn't help but ask as he endured the torturous sound. Gong Tsang peered to the left and right first before turning to Lu Xian confidently, we'll wait a little longer. Let the zombies come closer, and then it'll be safer for us. Lu Xian mimicked Gong Tsang's actions and took a look. He realized that all the commotion they'd made had already lured some zombies from the street corner. Suddenly, it dawned on him, Gong Tsang intended to use them as bait. Chapter 28, People Rushing Out of the Mall. Gong Tsang dragged Lu Xian as bait for nearly 10 minutes, luring almost all the zombies on this food street. Lu Xian stood on the iron shelter looking down. The terrifyingly dead-looking zombies circled below like perpetual motion machines, endlessly turning around and emitting bloodthirsty growls from their throats. Looking at the zombies below, Lu Xian's brows couldn't help but furrow tightly. His gaze constantly lingered around the edge of the iron shelter. To be honest, as someone who had experienced the apocalypse, no matter how many zombies there were below, it wouldn't have made Lu Xian feel anything unusual. After all, he was used to it. But with the large number of zombies continuously clawing at the iron shelter he was standing on, that was an entirely different story. Lu Xian was now extremely worried, terrified that the excitement of the zombies below would cause them to collapse the iron shelter. He and Gong Tsang were still on it without moving out. If it collapsed here, even if they awakened their beast souls, they'd surely die. Gong Tsang, why haven't we left yet? It looks like most zombies have already come over. As Lu Xian looked down at the cluster of zombies, he turned his head to ask the question. However, Gong Tsang didn't raise his head, he kept looking down, seemingly calculating something. A few more minutes passed before Gong Tsang finally said, it's about time. Let's get ready. It's time to run. Once Gong Tsang mentioned running, Lu Xian felt slightly relieved and was about to say a few words to him when he heard a thin, squeak sound coming from the iron shelter underfoot. Lu Xian's heart suddenly leapt in alarm as he immediately sensed that the iron shelter under his feet seemed somewhat unstable, and this instability was quite severe. He almost lost his balance. The iron shelter is going to fall. Lu Xian roared in anger to Gong Tsang, instinctively leaning backward a bit to maintain absolute balance. Gong Tsang had been observing these zombies but hadn't expected that these zombies would manage to push one of the iron shelter supporting pillars crooked. At this moment, the iron shelter had already started to tilt slightly. With just a little more force, it would definitely collapse. The currently tilted iron shelter could still bear some weight, but the weight of 2 adult men was clearly too much for it. The shelter groaned as it bore the load. Go! Gong Tsang let out a big shout, directly grabbing Lu Xian's wrist and leaping toward the roof of the nearby store. The moment they jumped onto the metal roof of the store, a heavy, muffled crash sounded next to where they had been. The iron shelter they had just been standing on completely collapsed. Sharp edges of the broken iron sheets slashed into the zombies rushing forward, leaving streaks of marks on their bodies. Their slightly decayed flesh came off under the scraping of the iron. The chunks of torn meat hanging limply looked particularly nauseating. Some especially unlucky zombies had their entire faces peeled off, exposing the bone beneath. Yet, even with no skin or flesh on their faces, these zombies did not lose their bloodthirsty instincts. The 2 rows of teeth showing black and yellow in their gums snapped open and closed rapidly, emitting a chilling clicking sound. Seeing such zombies, even Lu Xian, who had mentally prepared, struggled a bit and faintly felt a sense of nausea. Their movements naturally drew reactions from the zombies, but at this point, Gong Tsang was no longer dragging Lu Xian to keep teasing the zombies. Instead, he pulled Lu Xian on a mad dash and simply didn't care about the intense noise they made as they ran across the iron shelter roof. In less than a minute, covering nearly 100 meters at high speed, they finished their sprint. If not for Lu Xian's weaker balance compared to Gong Tsang, which almost caused him to slip, they could have run even faster. When the 2 reached the end of the iron shelter, Gong Tsang jumped down first, followed by Lu Xian. Upon hearing Lu Xian land, Gong Tsang quietly whispered, "Follow me. Don't fall behind." Right then, Lu Xian suddenly noticed that within only 30 centimeters from their side, there was actually a hidden zombie. This zombie must have been one of the first mutated humans, bound to a wooden plank outside this shop. Now, upon seeing both of them jump down, the zombie became instantly agitated, moving and yelling wildly, stretching its neck to try and bite a chunk of flesh from either Lu Xian or Gong Tsang. Unfortunately for Lu Xian, his landing position wasn't optimal, causing him to land right where the zombie could easily bite him. By the time he spotted this zombie, it was already too late. Damn it! Looks like avoiding getting bitten this time won't be possible. Lu Xian couldn't help but curse loudly in his heart and immediately turned his body to present his shoulder, avoiding having his neck torn apart by the zombie. After the beast soul awakening, their resistance to the zombie virus increased, meaning those who awakened rarely got infected. However, that didn't mean they were immune to getting bitten. At this moment, the decision Lu Xian made was merely exchanging the flesh on his shoulder for keeping his vital areas safe from bites. The excruciating pain Lu Xian expected didn't come. Instead, Lu Xian heard a whistling sound and the crack of bones. He turned his head only to see that Gong Tsang had somehow noticed his predicament, swung back with a kick, and snapped the zombie's neck. Before Lu Xian could thank Gong Tsang grabbed his hand forcefully and began sprinting. Lu Xian temporarily set aside his gratitude, adjusting his breathing to keep up with Gong Sang's pace. At this point, Lu Xian realized that the previously swaying zombies ahead had already seen them running madly and started encircling them from all directions. Gong Sang showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he alternated between quick and slow steps, carrying Lu Xian and cleverly maneuvering just enough to avoid the zombies' attacks. The two weaved through the horde of zombies as if they had eyes all over their bodies, receiving absolutely no interference from the zombies. All Lu Xian could do was admire Gong Sang even more. Gong Sang seemed like a powerful machine with precise calculations, seamlessly entering the gaps between these zombies without any mistakes and perfectly avoiding their attacks. If Lu Xian hadn't fully understood how powerful the people of Qianlong were before, then now he finally did. No wonder Gong Sang could rule the Fengqing gathering place. It wasn't just because of his formidable combat skills but also because of his calm calculating abilities, along with some special qualities Lu Xian hadn't yet discovered. By the time Lu Xian and Gong Sang reached the square, a large group of zombies had already trailed behind them. Though these zombies' movements were clumsy and not very responsive, as Lu Xian had thought earlier, these perpetual motion machines never tired. But Lu Xian was human, he had sensations, and he would feel fatigue. The run atop the iron shelter had already depleted some of Lu Xian's stamina. Adding to that, the near-death experience just now left him physically drained. Gong Sang. Lu Xian gasped for air and said to Gong Sang, who was almost dragging him, "I can't run anymore, you go ahead." Lu Xian wasn't saying something insincere or trying to manipulate Gong Sang, he genuinely meant it. Gong Sang might have excellent stamina, but he too was human. Dragging Lu Xian, who weighed over 100 jin, about 150 pounds, sooner or later Gong Sang would get slowed down by him. Moreover, Lu Xian noticed that Gong Sang's breathing was already slightly heavier than before. If they hesitated at this critical juncture, before reaching their destination, they could both end up being killed by zombies, an outcome Lu Xian absolutely wouldn't let happen. Can't run. Gong Sang delivered a roundhouse kick to knock down the nearest zombie approaching them. He glanced at Lu Xian, eyebrows slightly furrowed, but didn't loosen his grip. He directly stated, "If you can't run, I'll carry you instead. Since you're my companion, I won't leave you behind, not when you're still alive. Even if you became a corpse, I'd still take you away from here." "I understand." Seeing there was no compromise in Gong Sang's eyes, Lu Xian knew he wasn't joking and had no choice but to muster the strength to continue running with Gong Sang. What seemed like just over 1,000 meters distance, under Gong Sang's guidance, involved constantly dodging zombie attacks while running. Lu Xian's physical exertion was extreme, and soon his whole body was exhausted. His breathing became labored, and his thighs even began aching from such high-intensity exercise. In contrast, Gong Sang, despite dragging Lu Xian and sprinting the entire way, though his clothes were somewhat drenched in sweat, and his complexion flushed due to such intense physical activity, Lu Xian noticed his breathing maintained its original rhythm. Clearly, the well-trained Gong Sang still had plenty of energy left. They were just about 100 meters away from their destination, the cell phone experience store in front of the mall, and Lu Xian felt a bit relieved inside, just a little more effort, and he and Gong Sang could reach the first destination. At this moment, the side glass door of the mall suddenly creaked open, and unexpectedly, out rushed a 3-person electric cart used within the mall. Are there actually people still alive? Lu Xian didn't expect that there were survivors inside the mall who could even rush out, which suggested these few individuals hadn't avoided battling the zombies. Although these people had noticed the two of them, they didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. The electric cart was driven by a middle-aged man in his 40s, while 2 younger men sat at the back, staring intently at Lu Xian and Gong Sang. In their hands, they tightly gripped mop handles bound with cleavers and aluminum baseball bats, looking both vigilant and on guard. The electric cart rushed out, drawing the attention of some of the zombies. The middle-aged man driving it was sweating profusely as he drove in the direction next to where Lu Xian and Gong Sang stood. Lu Xian and Gong Sang had different objectives from these people. As the others drove off in another direction, Gong Sang briefly glanced at the current situation and continued running forward with Lu Xian. Suddenly, the middle-aged man driving the electric cart sharply turned the steering wheel and charged toward Lu Xian and Gong Sang, stopping at a distance of less than 20 meters away. "Shit, quickly throw the blood packs onto them. There are too many zombies here, without bait we can't get out." Chapter 29, First Trial of Psychic Powers. The middle-aged man drove his electric scooter, dodging zombies that lunged at them while simultaneously yelling loudly to the 2 young men behind him. Immediately, these 2 bent down and grabbed a few heavy water balloons from under their feet. They fiercely threw the balloons towards Lu Xian and Gong Sang. When Lu Xian saw the middle-aged man driving the scooter over earlier, he had already sensed something was off. But when he heard what the man shouted, all the color drained from his face. Zombies are extremely sensitive to blood. If they were hit by water balloons filled with blood, then they themselves would become living moving targets, being chased relentlessly by all the zombies until they collapsed in exhaustion and became food for the undead. These people were strangers to Lu Xian and his companions, yet they were ready to create an opportunity for their escape using such a malicious way. It seemed that they had discarded all remnants of human dignity and morality, acting as lowly as common thugs in this apocalypse. "Quick, dodge." Lu Xian was terrified. He swiftly turned back and warned Gong Sang. At the same time, he stepped forward and placed himself in front of Gongsun, shielding him with his own body. However, Gongsun suddenly grasped Lu Xian's waist and, with a swift motion of his foot, pulled Lu Xian backward several steps. At the same moment, he transformed his palm into a blade, slashing sideways toward the neck of a zombie that was charging at them. There was a sharp cracking sound, and the zombie lost all strength, collapsing on the ground and turning into a pile of still rotten flesh. Just then, one of the thrown water balloons smashed directly onto the ground. A series of muffled popping sounds followed continuously as the balloons burst. The thin rubber instantly tore apart and curled into colorful shards. The liquid inside wasn't pure blood, it was mixed with water, forming bright dyes. Vivid red patches of flowers soaked in a heavy smell of blood bloomed all over the gray ground, glaringly obvious. Even though neither Lu Xian nor Gongsun was directly hit, plenty of fluid splashed from the broken water balloons onto them. Lu Xian, having consciously shielded Gongsun, now found his calves covered in cold and fetid liquid. Once the surrounding zombies smelled the scent of blood, most of them completely abandoned chasing after those on the scooter and charged straight toward Lu Xian and Gongsun instead. At this moment, the middle-aged man had driven his scooter closer to Lu Xian and the others, watching excitedly as the pair was surrounded by zombies. His eyes gleamed with excitement, and he kept shouting, "Go bite them." Ha ha ha. On the back of the scooter sat the two young men, not sharing the middle-aged man's excitement. Instead, they looked upon him with fear. Yet, when they noticed Gongsun and Lu Xian caught in this predicament, their faces lit up with relief. Relieved that they weren't the bait, and relieved that they hadn't been abandoned, the initially frightened expressions on their faces turned to glints of fortune and malice. Gongsun now stared coldly at these three individuals, his gaze icier than ever. When the middle-aged man locked eyes with Gongsun, his own eyes widened in manic anticipation. Bloodshot veins spread across the whites of his eyes, making him look almost crazed on drugs. To him, it felt like seeing a precious gem being torn to pieces before his very eyes. An exhilarating mix of joy and despair bubbled up inside him as Gongsun appeared to be doomed for destruction right in front of him. Meanwhile, over a dozen zombies had gathered around. Seeing the corpses just inches away, Lu Xian's expression turned grave. It seemed inevitable that both he and Gongsun wouldn't make it out of this alive. Gongsun shifted his gaze back, raising his hand abruptly with his fingers splayed open, as if gripping something invisible. Simultaneously, Lu Xian felt a peculiar ripple in the surrounding air. This sensation couldn't be described in words or seen by the eye, but Lu Xian distinctly felt its presence, and more importantly, he recognized it emanated from Gongsun. In sync, Lu Xian also noticed a subtle increase in humidity within the air surrounding them. Psychic powers. After hesitating for a mere second, Lu Xian remembered some facts about soul beasts. The manifestation of the soul beast's power can be categorized into two distinct aspects. One is strengthening physical attributes, granting humans the beast-like abilities inherent in the soul. Nearly every soul beast holder enjoys this enhancement, whereas the other aspect is vastly different. This other aspect refers to the companion abilities, which are incredibly rare, occurring with only 1 in 10,000 soul beast awakeners. So, what exactly are companion abilities? For instance, if an awakened white-headed eagle soul beast possessed companion abilities, while it may not soar through the skies freely, it certainly could acquire short-distance gliding skills. At this moment, Gongsun's companion ability was quite evident, it was the manipulation of liquids. Gongsun wasn't proficient in using his companion ability, yet his speed was remarkably fast. The psychic power directly drew the fresh blood from Lu Xian's leg into midair, and not a drop of the blood that had splattered on the ground was missed. In the air, it formed into an enormous red water mass. Gongsun strained to control the water mass with every ounce of effort, his lips tightly pressed together, and his long eyebrows slightly knitted. He looked as though he were exerting himself. Even so, this water mass exuding a heavy stench of blood made the zombies instinctively gather around, all stretching out their hands in an attempt to claw at the bloody water. This bizarre sight caused a drastic change in the expressions of the three men on the electric scooter. One of the young men screamed in terror, he is just like that person. He's a monster. The middle-aged man also sensed something ominous from Gongsun's movements and immediately turned the wheel to flee. However, his action was too slow. Gongsun suddenly thrust his palm forward and hurled the blood water at them just as they had done earlier. The foul-smelling blood water exploded over the heads of the three men, turning them instantly into soaked rats. Meanwhile, Lu Xian noticed that on the face of the middle-aged man, along with red blood, there was black liquid smeared around the eye area. The moment the blood drenched him, the middle-aged man became tense, and upon realizing his vision had gone completely dark, let out a shrill scream, "That monster blinded me. I can't see anything." The two young men sitting at the back similarly screamed because their vision was obstructed by the blood, unable to see clearly what lay ahead. The overlapping screams of the three men mixed with the strong smell of blood attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies, who now rushed toward these men and started tearing them apart. With some difficulty, the middle-aged man managed to clear the ink-mixed blood off his face enough to make out the way forward. Then, with great force, he kicked off the encroaching zombies and tried to break free by steering the scooter away. Clang! The electric scooter charged out several meters, carrying the zombie hanging onto it, before colliding violently with a stone pillar on the ground. The scooter's chassis immediately came apart. Caught unawares by this sudden inertia, the middle-aged man lunged forward, smashing his head into the windshield which shattered instantly. Blood poured from the man's nose, scalding drops trickling down, further provoking the swarm of zombies surrounding them. After Gong Song threw the blood ball, the number of zombies surrounding them greatly diminished. The two men seized this opportunity and broke through the siege, managing to escape the zombie onslaught. Just as the two had run several meters away, Gong Song stumbled and fell forward. Quickly reacting, Lu Xian reached out and grabbed hold of his arm, preventing Gong Song from falling flat on his face. Gong Song. Sensing Gong Song's body go limp and lose all strength, Lu Xian's heart suddenly tightened. He half-embraced Gong Song to check what might be wrong. Gong Song's face was deathly pale, his eyes closed tightly, eyebrows furrowed together, white teeth biting hard onto his lips, completely unconscious. Seeing Gong Song's condition, Lu Xian instantly inferred the situation. In this apocalypse, soul beasts would slowly grow powerful by absorbing the crystals found in the brains of zombies. Companion abilities work the same way. They don't appear instantly in soul beast wielders but only gradually emerge with time. But Gong Song's case showed that despite possessing companion abilities, the current state of Gong Song might not have been able to support using such powers. Thus, after manipulating the scene earlier, he fainted due to exhaustion both physically and mentally. Realizing a zombie charging towards him, Lu Xian wasted no time. He pulled out the M9, unlocked the safety mechanism swiftly, and without much aiming, blew the first zombie's head clean off that leaped at him. If previously Lu Xian was hesitant to reveal his hidden strength since he and Gong Song could still sustain themselves, or if he believed even if something happened to him, Gong Song would remain unscathed, then now he must use this weapon because he has to protect the unconscious Gong Song. He cannot allow anything to happen to Gong Song. Unparalleled pressure unexpectedly drove Lu Xian into an extremely calm state. He glanced around, and his brain subconsciously arranged countless scenarios based on the fleeting thoughts that crossed his mind. No, no. Not good. At this moment, Lu Xian's brain was like a precision instrument, running again and again, ruling out possibility after possibility. At the same time, the gun in his hand kept firing, killing zombie after zombie that approached him and Gong Song. Now, Lu Xian was left with only two choices, to rush into the previously decided mobile phone store transfer point, or to enter through the side door of the mall where the three people had rushed out from. The distance to the mobile phone store and the side door were about the same. However, one was a transfer point, and the other was a destination. The mall, it must be said, had an immense allure for Lu Xian. After a few minutes of deliberation, Lu Xian decided to abandon the chance to rush into the mall. Since these three people came out, no zombies followed them, but this did not mean there were no zombies inside. It was more likely that these three people used a malevolent method to create an opportunity to escape. If Lu Xian rashly entered now, he might just meet the zombies inside, which could cost not only his own life but also Gong Song's life without reason. Of course, it was possible that these three people had already cleared the zombies inside, but the probability was very small. Lu Xian dared not and was unwilling to take the risk. Chapter 30, Companion Ability. After making up his mind, Lu Xian immediately slung the bow on his back and took a deep breath before rushing towards the mobile phone experience store over 100 meters away. The three individuals jumped off their electric scooter after it lost power and started sprinting in different directions. They completely ignored whether or not their companions were following them, all they thought about was their own survival. Their blurred vision made their movements less agile. They stumbled and bumped into the crowd of zombies but without any awakened abilities, they couldn't mount effective attacks against the zombies. They relied only on their determination not to die. The two young men, unable to break through, regrouped and continued striking the zombies that approached them with their baseball bats, somehow managing to maintain a temporary and relatively safe distance from danger. The middle-aged man running ahead also failed to break through. His arm was brutally bitten by two zombies, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. The intense pain caused him to lose all color, and he screamed out loud. Even so, his mind didn't stop calculating. He was unwilling to give up even an extra second of life. You come here quickly. I have a way to escape. The middle-aged man shouted. One of the young men revealed a flicker of malice in his eyes, directly hitting the back of his companion's head with the bat when his companion trusted him. A sudden cracking sound filled the air as the attack was successful. Then he pushed his companion into the throng of advancing zombies, freeing himself from their encirclement, and rushed toward the middle-aged man. The man who was attacked and thrown immediately got overwhelmed by the zombies, losing his ability to move as his senses grew dazed. He quickly died under the bites of the zombies. His body was chewed apart by the horde, and streams of warm blood mingled with the light of his life spurted onto the bodies of the zombies before vanishing. Behind him, the sounds of bones being crunched and flesh being torn echoed in the young man's ears, his sense of guilt drowned by relief and survival instincts. What had he done wrong? Although he betrayed the friend he grew up with, and although they had promised to leave this terrifying place together, everything he did was for the sake of surviving. He thought that if they were truly friends, they would be willing to sacrifice everything for him, including death, and he wouldn't blame them. The middle-aged man noticed every detail of the young man's shifting expressions. A smirk appeared at the corner of his lips, yet there was no trace of dissatisfaction. We can. The middle-aged man suddenly spoke, then looked behind the young man and widened his eyes dramatically. He's not dead. Raising his hand and pointing forward, the young man instinctively turned around. At this very moment, the young man felt a dull ache in his neck and immediately realized something was amiss. Turning back, the young man saw the sinister smile of the middle-aged man, with a glass shard firmly grasped in his hand and stained with blood. The young man witnessed a spray of blood mist coming from his neck, the excruciating pain nearly driving him into chaos. He realized that he had been deceived by the middle-aged man, becoming his stepping stone to escape from the zombie crowd. He used one hand to press hard on the wound on his neck while the other grabbed the clothes of the middle-aged man, gasping hoarsely as he stared intently at the older man. You want to survive, but I want to live too. Die. Calmly uttering those words, the middle-aged man swiftly cut the grip of the young man holding his clothes and kicked him forcefully into the zombie pack. Like his friend, the young man quickly became a feast for the zombies. His death was more painful than his friend's, as massive blood loss sapped his strength, providing him no unique distinction. On the contrary, because of the young man's surprise attack, his friend went into unconsciousness before his brain stopped due to excessive bleeding. As the sharp abdominal pain spread, the young man saw two zombies pulling intestines covered in blood from inside his body, and subconsciously extended his hand to reclaim his innards from the zombies. However, his hand barely reached halfway when it dropped heavily, watching helplessly as the zombies ate his insides, which became the last scene he saw before dying. The middle-aged man took the opportunity of the young man being devoured to make a fierce dash forward, finally breaking out of the zombie encirclement. However, he had no intention of leaving. Instead, he chased after the direction Lu Xian had gone. The middle-aged man's body was gradually losing sensation, the torn wound on his arm caused him unbearable pain, but now he could barely feel it. He knew that soon he would become one of those monsters he'd seen transform before his eyes, nothing more than a mindless walking corpse. Before becoming a monster himself, he still had one thing to do, drag the two people who betrayed him, Lu Xian and Gong Zhang, to their deaths together. Filled with nothing but hatred for Lu Xian and Gong Zhang, the middle-aged man forgot about his earlier plan to use Lu Xian as bait. His vision became increasingly blurred, and his limbs started moving uncontrollably. Yet ahead, Lu Xian carrying Gong Zhang extended his hand, desperately trying to grab hold of the two. Lu Xian heard the approaching footsteps from behind. Turning around, he realized the middle-aged man was chasing after him. Seeing the hatred in the middle-aged man's eyes, Lu Xian guessed his intention to drag him down to hell. Although Gong Zhang looked lean, he was all muscle, and quite heavy. But Lu Xian dared not drop Gong Zhang off his back, gritting his teeth and rushing forward, hoping only to bring Gong Zhang to safety as quickly as possible. The distance to the mobile phone experience store drew closer step by step. Lu Xian felt his strength rapidly draining, but he gritted his teeth and sprinted without allowing himself a moment of slack. The middle-aged man was running, but the blood loss and viral infection gradually robbed him of control over his body. He stumbled and staggered, slowing down, his movements becoming less coordinated. His thighs collided during the run, and his body swayed like it was electrocuted. The deeply rooted hatred in his brain was now overrun by an insatiable bloodlust. Saliva dripped along his clenched gums, while the virus transformed into threads of toxic silk, weaving a massive net that tightly wrapped around him. Chatter, chatter. The middle-aged man's teeth began clicking uncontrollably, producing crisp sounds. His eyes rolled up, the black pupils covered with a layer of sticky yellow pus. At this moment, the middle-aged man's body suddenly convulsed violently, and he collapsed to the ground, emitting a series of har-har noises. The changes brought by the virus made him lose control entirely. As the virus attacked his brain, it gradually replaced the active cells, and when he climbed back up, he was no longer the same human. By the time Lu Xian reached the mobile phone experience store, the zombies near the store began advancing toward him. Unable to go directly inside, Lu Xian carried Gong Zhang and ran to the side for a bit until the zombies caught up, then circled back. The phone experience store had transparent glass, providing a clear view of the inside. The door was open, and the staff members inside, altered by the virus after being attacked, wandered aimlessly. Upon seeing Lu Xian, they immediately followed outside. With great effort, Lu Xian boosted Gong Zhang upward, taking advantage of the reduced chance of infection as an awakened beast soul user. He barely managed to brush past these few zombies, clearing the ones closing in with his last bullets, then rushed into the phone experience store with Gong Zhang on his back. Lu Xian roughly threw Gong Zhang off his back onto the floor, turned around and dived forward, gripping the handle of the grill roller shutter door, pulling it sharply downward. Snap! The automatically locking roller shutter door clicked into place. Immediately afterward, several zombies hurled themselves at the door, gnawing futilely at the air beyond it. A great deal of flesh was scraped off their faces by the iron grill, filling the air with a nauseating stench that made Lu Xian gag. Taking a couple of quick steps backward, Lu Xian turned around and helped Gong Zhang sit properly on the sofa. Then, picking up a short stool to use as a shield, he pushed open the door to the back room to check if there were any stragglers. After inspecting a few rooms, Lu Xian closed all the opened windows and locked the back door. Only then did he return to the sofa where Gong Zhang rested. Gong Zhang's complexion was no longer as pale as a dead person, and Lu Xian finally relaxed. Not caring about formalities, he sat heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. Phew. Close call. We almost didn't make it. Watching the increasing number of zombies gathering at the entrance, the relief of narrowly escaping death made Lu Xian sigh involuntarily. After catching his breath, Lu Xian got up and poured 2 glasses of water to drink, then fed some water to Gong Zhang. Not long after drinking the water, Gong Zhang also woke up. The previous outburst of his companion ability had caused him to lose consciousness entirely. Now, realizing he was lying on the sofa, a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. Lu Xian, you've saved me again. When Lu Xian saw that he had woken up, he immediately poured another glass of water for him, drinking it while bitterly remarking, "Don't say I saved you, it was clearly you who saved me, and now I'm repaying the favor. How are you feeling? How's your body holding up?" After drinking the water, Gong Zhang slowly sat upright on the sofa. He reached out his hand, focusing intently on the cup that still contained half a cup of water, but this time, his companion ability failed to manifest. Gong Zhang furrowed his finely shaped eyebrows, confusion filling his eyes as he asked, "Why can't I control the water anymore? Could it be that this ability is one-time use?" Chapter 31, Entering the Mall. The more stunning the previous control had been, the more disappointed Gong Zhang was now. He couldn't believe that the ability he had just barely touched had failed. "Don't worry." Lu Xian picked up a cup, filled it with water, and drank a glass before consoling him. "This ability is a companion ability. It's not something every beast soul awakener has. Even if you possess it, you'll only be able to control it after absorbing more crystals, which will then trigger its activation. Look, this time your near-death situation probably caused an early eruption of the companion ability. The cost of using it was losing all consciousness, which already proves that the mental energy or other forms of energy required far exceed what you can handle right now." Lu Xian's explanation gradually relaxed Gong Zhang's furrowed brows. Although he didn't know how Lu Xian could understand everything about him so clearly, upon reflection, it was indeed just as Lu Xian had said. He had used this ability right after Lu Xian was splattered with blood, and at that time, he had a strong desire to kill. Thus, his body instinctively reacted in this way. The subsequent physical exhaustion also confirmed what Lu Xian had said. This ability shouldn't belong to what he could currently control but rather seemed like a premature outburst triggered by being pushed to the brink. Gong Zhang glanced at Lu Xian, knowing this was yet another secret that couldn't be discussed further, so he stopped questioning. He clenched and unclenched his fists, realizing his exhausted body was beginning to regain strength. "My condition is improving." Gong Zhang loosened his tightly clenched fist, looked up at Lu Xian and said, "The entrance is blocked with so many zombies. We'll leave through another place shortly." Lu Xian nodded and pointed to the side door of the mall nearby. "Originally, I planned to go inside through there while carrying you, but I was worried about potential issues inside, so we ended up here." "You made the right judgment." Gong Zhang observed the mall side door. So far no zombies had come out from there, indicating that there was definitely something unusual happening inside. The mall, even without customers, should have counter staff, cleaning personnel, and security guards. However, after those people came out, no zombies appeared from the inside. This means 2 possibilities. Gong Zhang coldly glanced at the middle-aged man who had turned into a zombie and was gnawing on the iron roller shutter door, and said in a low voice. The first possibility is that these people cleared all the zombies inside along with the survivors, but other survivors may have died in the process. The second possibility is that they used other survivors as bait to force the zombies to stay inside the mall. At this point, Gong Zhang slightly frowned and said, "The first possibility seems unlikely, given human fear would make the average person panic. By the time they realize what's going on, the ratio of humans to zombies would probably not favor them anymore. However, the second possibility also raises doubts in me. When humans turn into monsters, searching for flesh is almost an instinct. But I haven't seen any zombies come out from the mall until now. Therefore, I suspect that something unexpected might have happened inside. My thoughts are aligned with yours." Lu Xian sighed. "When we act next, we need to be even more cautious. I reviewed the map and detailed blueprints Lu Xinwu sent over earlier. For safety, let's not enter through that side door. So where do we enter?" Although Lu Xian had also looked at the blueprint, he only had a vague impression and wasn't entirely clear on the finer details. Gong Zhang lowered his eyelids, thought for a moment, and then looked up toward the mall. "We'll use the fire escape." Lu Xian slightly raised his eyebrows and asked, "Fire escape?" All public facilities provide fire escapes within buildings for public safety, making it convenient for people to escape or for rescuers during earthquakes, fires, or other emergencies. But fire escapes are usually closed since they involve public safety issues and cannot be accessed randomly. The stricter the venue is regarding rules, the more attention is paid to maintaining the integrity of the fire escape entrances. Lu Xian looked at the prominent fire safety model unit sign outside the mall and wryly remarked, "Fire exits are usually locked. If we don't have a key, even if we manage to get inside, it's uncertain whether we can actually enter the mall. Who says we can't get in?" Gong Zhang smirked and picked up a ballpoint pen lying on the coffee table. With a flick of his long fingers, he snapped the pen with a slight pressure, splitting the pen casing open and leaving the pen core in his hand. Gong Zhang confidently maneuvered the thin pen core between his elegant fingers and said with assurance, "Isn't this our key right here?" Lu Xian was momentarily stunned but quickly understood, chuckling faintly, "I guess I forgot who you really are." An organization like Qianlong only admits the best of the best, so basic skills like picking locks would naturally be a given. Seeing that Gong Sang's complexion was a bit off, Lu Xian surmised he might be low on energy. Worried this could affect their next move, Lu Xian scouted around, thoroughly ransacking the staff office in the mobile phone experience store, finding some snacks and even a pack of instant noodles. The power hadn't failed yet, so Lu Xian immediately boiled water to prepare the noodles. He soaked a few packs alongside taking out some chocolate snacks and giving them to Gong Sang, urging him to eat a couple of pieces. Gong Sang didn't bother trying to do extra work, he calmly rested on the sofa with eyes closed, recuperating after his earlier explosive burst of activity that had drained much of his stamina. He had to conserve all the energy possible for the upcoming tough fight. After busying himself for a while, Lu Xian handed 2 packets of the cooked noodles to Gong Sang, and then greedily wolfed down 4 himself. Once both had finished eating and rested a bit more, they started moving again. Gong Sang led Lu Xian out through the back door, just as silently slipping away from the mobile phone experience store. They quickly sprinted at high speed toward the fire escape entrance, arriving in front of its heavy gate. Just as Lu Xian had anticipated, the fire escape entrance was locked with a large iron padlock the size of a fist. At this point, nearby zombies had noticed their presence and began shuffling slowly over. Unfazed, Gong Sang inserted the pen core into the lock's keyhole, turned it left and right a few times, and soon had opened the sturdy iron lock. "Go inside first, carefully," he instructed. After Lu Xian slipped in, Gong Sang followed swiftly through the gates. Then he pulled the chain and lock inside the door, locking it from the inside. No sooner had it been locked when the zombies converged on the gate, clawing at it. Their nails scraping against the metal produced an unnerving sound. Upon entering, Lu Xian immediately surveyed the area, finding everything normal and informed Gong Sang, "There's no one in this passage." Although the fire escape was connected by a security door to each floor of the mall, overall speaking, as long as the security door remained unopened, this channel was essentially an isolated space. Gong Sang nodded and said, "The basement and second basement levels of the mall are supermarkets, floors 1 and 2 sell electrical appliances, floors 3 and 4 offer clothing, and the 5th floor is dedicated to musical instruments and sports goods. Let's check the 5th floor first, as there will probably be fewer people there." "Alright." Lu Xian agreed instantly, understanding Gong Sang's choice. From a commercial perspective, the higher up the floors, the more neglected the areas usually become, compounded by the fact that the sold merchandise tends to be less popular. Therefore, naturally, these floors tend to attract fewer customers. In such cases, for Lu Xian and Gong Sang planning to enter the mall, these less frequented areas would provide greater safety. Then, Gong Sang approached the security door on the first floor to examine it and found it bolted. It couldn't be pushed open from inside the mall, causing him to furrow his brows. That explains why no one is here. This door can only be opened from the passage side. Apparently, no one has ever entered through this route. Normally, this task falls to security personnel. But from this situation, it appears they've already encountered trouble, otherwise they wouldn't have overlooked things to this extent, Lu Xian added, thinking about the chaos witnessed on TV broadcasts. Perhaps the mall's security personnel were among the first to undergo mass mutations. With a brief moment of reflection, Gong Sang comprehended Lu Xian's meaning. If incidents involving injuries had occurred within the mall, security officers would likely be the first to take charge of bringing those individuals into the security room before handling matters further. If those responsible for the injuries were mutated, then these officers, having been in close contact with the infected, would represent the first high-risk group to face complications. Thus, the usual protocols may not have been followed since no one was available to carry out their designated responsibilities anymore. Though they'd pieced together the likely truth, instead of easing his guard, Gong Sang became increasingly cautious. Brandishing the M9, he began ascending the stairs. Lu Xian trailed behind Gong Sang, watching his agile movements akin to a sleek panther. Drawing his own M9, Lu Xian kept watchful eye over their rear while climbing upward, wary of any unforeseen occurrences. At each level, Gong Sang inspected the security doors, whereas Lu Xian grew progressively uneasy with every step upward. Gong Sang noticed his growing discomfort as well. "What's wrong? Did you smell something?" As a member of the Qianlong organization, Gong Sang knew he was likely outclassed by Lu Xian in other areas, especially if Lu Xian's discomfort stemmed from something he himself couldn't detect, likely the scent of something. Lu Xian nodded lightly, his handsome face filled with distaste. "I smelled blood." Lu Xian glanced down at the lower floor. At the ground level, the smell of zombies was too strong, so the smell of blood wasn't obvious. But as we go up, the heavier the smell of blood becomes. It's possible that those people have killed more than one individual just to collect blood. To survive, those 3 men must have all been heavily involved in bloodshed. Recalling how those people had used blood-filled orbs to attack them, Gong Sang sneered mockingly, "So what? They ultimately caused their own downfall. If those 3 hadn't been habitual evildoers trying to use others' lives to protect themselves, they wouldn't have angered someone like Gong Sang with supernatural abilities, nor would they have died because of it. But where can you find regret pills in this lawless world? Survival of the fittest is the only rule here, and showing mercy to those devoid of morals is nothing but foolishness, a folly that harms both oneself and others. Let's go." Lu Xian nodded at Gong Sang, and Gong Sang turned around and continued ascending. Blood bait. When they reached the security door on the 5th floor, Lu Xian didn't let Gong Song open it right away. Instead, he leaned towards the gap of the security door and gently sniffed. Unlike Gong Song's unique ability, Lu Xian's sense of smell had become extremely powerful. Now, he was detecting for any signs of zombie odors behind the security door to gauge whether there were dangers present. The putrid stench of zombies, filtered through the gap, had weakened considerably, but the blood smell was overpowering, like rust mixed with decay, and made Lu Xian furrow his brows tightly. There are no zombies nearby. They might have been cleared by someone, but the smell of blood is quite intense. I'll open the security door then. Trusting Lu Xian's olfactory judgment, Gong Song quietly slid the latch off, then signaled to Lu Xian before carefully opening the security door just enough to squeeze through the crack. Safe. Hearing Gong Song's voice, Lu Xian immediately followed him through the gap into the 5th floor of the mall. Just as Gong Song had imagined, there weren't many people around, but within their sight were several already disposed of zombie corpses. The layout of the 5th floor was different from the other floors. Translucent frosted glass enclosed the atrium, which made it impossible for Lu Xian and Gong Song to see clearly what was below without going further down. So, shall we go downstairs? Gong Song was about to head back when Lu Xian grabbed him and said, wait. We've come this far. Let's scout the surroundings while we're here. Also, there's a sports store nearby. We could look for baseball bats or similar weapons instead of using our M9s all the time. We don't want to attract more zombies by making too much noise. You're not wrong. Let's look around here and see if there's anything usable. Be careful, Gong Song instructed after warning Lu Xian. They entered the sports store. The salespeople had left behind dried bloodstains and cloth fragments, evidence that they had either become food for the zombies or part of the zombie horde. After ensuring everything inside the store was safe, Gong Song holstered his M9, looked around the place, shook his head, and sighed. It looks like the people who were in here took all the baseball bats. I guess we need some substitutes. If worst comes to worst, we can dismantle some hanging rods. Lu Xian's gaze landed on stainless steel bars holding sportswear and he began tearing things apart. Try this. Gong Song inspected the items nearby and brought over a golf club from the store. He picked a heavier one and handed it to Lu Xian, choosing another for himself. This is an iron club, good weight and feels balanced in hand. Gong Song adjusted its weight and nodded in satisfaction. Although lighter than a baseball bat, golf clubs concentrated force at the end tip efficiently, and a comfortable grip offered better usability overall. However, aside from selecting the golf clubs, Gong Song also fashioned a weapon using women's dumbbells and resistance bands, crafting one that could be thrown and returned after striking. He refrained from letting Lu Xian try it out since there was a real risk the dumbbell could bounce back and knock Lu Xian unconscious. Impressive, you've made yourself a shooting meteor hammer. Lu Xian didn't expect that Gong Song would come up with so many ideas after just looking around for a while. Standing nearby to help him watch the surroundings, Lu Xian couldn't stop marveling. Gong Song's survival ability was several times higher than his own. Let's check out other places, we should be able to get some more stuff. Gong Song slung the weapon made from elastic bands over his shoulder. The pink and blue elastic band colors did not make him look strange but instead made him appear very energetic. Comparing people really could drive one crazy. Lu Xian thought he was already an excellent person, yet compared to Gong Song, he lost in both special abilities and survival skills. Moreover, due to Gong Song's extraordinary beauty, even such peculiar items on his body did nothing to diminish his charm. Beautiful and exceptionally powerful, how could this be someone else's child? This was someone else's ancestor. At this moment, Lu Xian suddenly saw the shoes and clothes in the sports store and immediately said to Gong Song, take a look at the clothes and shoes. I didn't prepare enough of your clothes. If they fit, grab some from here. Gong Song originally seemed nonchalant, but upon inspecting his own clothes and shoes, he also nodded and said, you're right. This outfit isn't suitable, but we can also check when we go to the military goods store. The military goods store mentioned by Gong Song was directly across from the sports store. They hadn't noticed it before, but now seeing it through the glass, they decided not to waste any more time there and entered the military goods store directly. Unlike the intact preservation of the sports store, the military goods store had clearly been the first stop for survivors. Most knives in the entire military goods store were cleared out, leaving only Swiss Army knives or multifunctional daggers. Tactical axes and entrenching tools were all taken, whereas clothing and shoes remained untouched, perhaps because when calamity struck, everyone chose essentials for survival. Wait for me here and be careful. Gong Song gave Lu Xian a reminder, then took a set of camouflage uniform and a pair of military boots into the dressing room. Seeing Gong Song's tall and slender figure, Lu Xian kept imagining what he'd look like in his mind. He'd seen Gong Song in shirts and fashionable attire, but never in camouflage. No matter how Lu Xian envisioned Gong Song in his mind, when Gong Song came out of the dressing room, Lu Xian was still stunned, speechless and dumbfounded. The camouflage suit Gong Song chose was slightly large, but the length was perfect. The slightly wide pant legs were tucked into black boots by Gong Song, covering the tightly packed legs under the camo pants. After adjusting them this way, the pants did not appear bulky but instead accentuated the shape of his long legs. A black tank top tucked into the waistband left a piece of cloth visible just enough to cover the top of the pants, highlighting his lean waist. The short-style camouflage jacket was designed with a waist cinch. In front of Lu Xian, Gong Song fastened the lower buttons and rolled the sleeves twice, revealing his delicate yet powerful forearms, making him look spirited and handsome. His somewhat bewitching facial features added a touch of valor, which completely captivated Lu Xian. What? Am I unsuitable in this? Seeing Lu Xian frowning and staring at him continuously, Gong Song thought the outfit might not look stylish enough and started to worry, especially since Lu Xian was nodding vigorously with a flickering gaze. Lu Xian continued nodding and said, "Of course it's unsuitable. Now that it's the apocalypse, who are you trying to impress with such good looks? Let's check out 7 dogs downstairs and see if their clothes can replace yours. You can't dress too well. Perhaps younger will work." Listening to Lu Xian's words, Gong Song couldn't help but laugh, thinking he might have dressed unattractively. He pondered when to brainwash Lu Xian into believing that military gear is cool. But then realized Lu Xian was merely finding him too good-looking to wear this outfit, leaving him unsure of what to say. Whatever, it's the apocalypse anyway. You looking this good can only be for my eyes. Sighing, Lu Xian picked up a large backpack, grabbed 2 sets of camouflage suits based on Gong Song's size earlier, and silently carried it on his back. Let's go. We still need to explore other places. Wait, take this. Gong Song directly smashed the counter glass with a dumbbell, grabbing a couple of Swiss Army knives to throw at Lu Xian. Then he himself selected 2 tactical knives and placed them inside the boot shafts. Subsequently, Gong Song grabbed a waist pouch and stuffed 2 slingshots and a pack of steel beads inside. He also took out a couple of mini flashlights and handed one to Lu Xian. The items here aren't as good-looking as other brands, but they're much more useful. Gong Song was like he had entered a treasure vault, carefully selecting things that could be useful. Wear this tactical glove. If you must fight zombies up close, do your best not to get bitten. Then, Gong Song attached a steel-headed dull Cuban cane vine to his waist. Though the cane was only slightly longer than an adult man's palm, it was sufficient under his handling to smash the zombie's skull. Now that it was the apocalypse, the better prepared he was, the higher his chances of surviving in this world, and protecting those he wanted to protect. When Gong Song finished loading a medical emergency kit into his backpack, both him and Lu Xian carried around 10 pounds heavier each. Reluctantly pulling his gaze from those found things they couldn't carry, Gong Song sighed wistfully and said to Lu Xian, "If it weren't for the concern about carrying too much weight affecting our movement, we could have taken all these things." Entering the mall once was so much trouble that Lu Xian and Gong Song knew they wouldn't come back for these things again. However, giving them up wasn't anything to fret over. Perhaps someone else would need them next time, leaving them behind might also help them in the future. Are we heading to the next level now? Lu Xian asked Gong Song while putting on tactical gloves. Gong Song also wore tactical gloves and nodded. I took a look at the floor service desk layout earlier. There's no broadcasting room on this floor, and the map Lu Xinwu gave me didn't mark any corresponding locations either. It seems we have to search floor by floor. After preparing, neither of them used the escalator or elevator to go down, instead opting to leave via the safety channel. They weren't like those men who had some idea of how the building's interior was arranged. But as soon as they reached the 4th floor, Lu Xian confidently said, "There's a lot of blood upstairs, but the smell of fresh blood is stronger here." "Be careful," Gong Song advised Lu Xian. Just as before, he went through the safety door first, followed by Lu Xian sliding through immediately after. As they moved forward while observing their surroundings, Lu Xian's expression grew increasingly strange. Unable to resist, he pulled Gong Song and whispered, "Gong Song, I feel like something's off here. Although there are quite a few traces of zombie stench on this floor, we haven't seen a single one yet. It's too odd." Gong Song made a silencing gesture and put his ear to listen, saying, "Not strange at all. Did you hear the sounds coming from the central atrium? All the zombies are gathered there." Approaching the atrium quietly, Gong Song and Lu Xian saw dozens of zombies leaning on railings over a meter high, stretching out their hands waving toward the center. Seeing the zombies completely focused on the atrium below, Lu Xian thought of something. He winked at Gong Song and made a hand signal. Gong Song nodded in agreement. Both then took a wool shawl from the nearby women's clothing store, wrapping it over their shoulders. They crouched low and stealthily approached the zombies. Once close enough, they quickly grabbed the legs of the nearest zombies, hoisting and tossing them upward like flying superheroes. A few seconds later, clear sounds of bones snapping and bodies thudding to the ground echoed loudly. Yet, the surrounding zombies remained utterly oblivious to Lu Xian and Gong Song's presence, continuing their loud, guttural screams toward the atrium. Realizing the zombies were undisturbed, both wasted no time circling along the railing of the atrium, systematically pushing every zombie down, making them undergo an involuntary flight experience. Their close contact with the undead certainly left them reeking somewhat. Especially Lu Xian, whose nose was very sensitive, turned green with disgust and hastily discarded the woolen shawls. Neither Lu Xian nor Gong Song spent too much time pondering over this odor problem. As they handled the foul-smelling shawls, they glanced towards the atrium, wondering what was so captivating to the zombies. At the sight, Lu Xian gasped audibly, and even the well-versed Gong Song frowned deeply. In the central atrium on the 4th floor, there was a stainless steel support frame specifically designed by the mall for various holiday decorations. At present, hanging on this support frame was a string of people. There were about 4 or 5 people, men and women of all ages. All had their hands tied and were hanging in mid-air, their wrists slashed open, allowing their blood to drain out over their entire bodies. Gongsun examined them closely and discovered that these people had already perished. The blood soaked their clothes in various colors, making them look like mannequins drenched in red syrup, eerily complementing the Gulliver's Travels decorations below. On the ground floor, there were at least hundreds of zombies roaring up toward the dangling corpses above, pushing and shoving each other with a thirst for the flesh overhead. Do you see over there? Those electric carts they used. With his keen eyesight, Gongsun noticed several shopping mall electric carts amidst the throng of zombies below. It seems after they sacrificed these people and lured the zombies' attention, they rode down on elevators and took those carts away. These 3 individuals had used such bait to divert the zombies' attention so they could leave the area, thanks to which they managed to collect an abundance of blood. Lu Xian had witnessed the ugliness of the apocalypse. This grim scene was merely repeating what he had already seen in the previous lifetime. Nonetheless, he still felt discomfort deep inside. Don't look anymore. Seeing Lu Xian's furrowed brows, Gongsun covered his eyes and gently pulled him back a step from the railing. What I'm about to say might sound presumptuous. After removing his hand, Gongsun looked straight into Lu Xian's eyes and said, but I want to create an orderly place where everyone abides by the basic societal rules from before the apocalypse, ensuring such atrocities won't happen there. After hearing Gongsun's words, Lu Xian not only didn't find them overly arrogant or impractical but realized why Gongsun managed to establish a place like Fengqing Shelter in the apocalypse. I believe in you, Lu Xian solemnly responded. And I want to help you with my abilities. Actually, Lu Xian knew even without him, Gongsun would ultimately achieve his vision. It was this tender side buried deep within Gongsun that provided a bit of warmth before his death in the last timeline. This promise involved neither romance nor benefit but a pure belief, to restore the chaotic world to a structured environment. The virus might destroy human bodies, but it should not erode everyone's moral. When everyone loses their moral bottom line, over time, those who survive the virus may end up dying through mutual destruction and exploitation. Only then would humanity truly disappear from Earth's food chain. Hearing Lu Xian express his willingness to help, a flicker of emotion crossed Gongsun's eyes as he slightly smiled. Then we have an agreement. But first, we need to confirm if the broadcasting room is on this floor. If not, we'll keep searching for it. Walking towards the service counter, they found themselves fortunate since the broadcasting station was located just southeast of this level. After dispatching the trapped zombies in the broadcast station, Lu Xian selected a few rock songs, subsequently setting the entire mall's accompanying external speakers to maximum volume. As the intro to the rock music blared out, Lu Xian peered through the windows outside and found the plan was working perfectly. Almost ear-shattering music indeed lured the zombies. A varying number of dozens stood before each speaker, swaying unevenly around the iron poles housing the loudspeakers, as though trying to dance to the aggressive tune. The zombies loitering in the food street and nearby buildings emerged following the sounds, heading towards the most cacophonous places. Witnessing more and more zombies stepping out from the shadows, both Lu Xian and Gongsun's initial joy gradually turned into surprise. On the vast square, gathered were nearly 1,000, perhaps more, zombies clustered around the speakers. Though huddled in groups around the audio devices, their sheer numbers brought immense pressure upon the two. Looking at the continuous stream of zombies walking towards the square, Lu Xian licked his dry lips and bitterly laughed. Our plan has worked. It seems we've drawn all the surrounding zombies here. Now, how do we get out? A zombie group of such an enormous size could no longer be navigated through purely by relying on Gongsun's skills. If they made even the slightest mistake while moving through, their fate would be to end up dismembered and devoured. Gongsun did not respond immediately but lowered his eyelids, deep in thought. After a long pause, he exhaled slowly and said with confidence, I have an idea. Chapter 33, Crossing the Zombie Sea. After Gongsun explained his plan to Lu Xian also began to deeply contemplate. Gongsun's plan was quite simple. Each floor of the mall had huge wheeled plastic trash bins. They could clean out the trash bin on the 4th floor, drill a few holes at the bottom, and then hide inside it to escape. Zombies wouldn't be interested in the trash bins, but getting through the growing pile of zombies below would test their physical and mental endurance to the extreme. However, this plan was the best option they currently had. Phew. Lu Xian exhaled deeply and nodded, saying, we don't have any other backup plans. Let's just hope there are no problems along the way, otherwise, we're done for. Don't worry. Gongsun curved his lips into a slight smile and said, this plan is much safer than when we came here before. There won't be any issues. As he spoke, Gongsun gestured with his head toward Lu Xian and said, let's go check out the trash bins. The trash bins on each floor were all quite large. Not only could Lu Xian and Gongsun fit inside, but even He Yong and his son could squeeze in as well. Because it was a famous mall, sanitation cleaning was meticulously thorough. After collecting garbage daily, the trash bins would be cleaned and washed specifically, so they weren't too dirty. Moreover, the zombies appeared in the morning, meaning there wasn't much collected garbage yet, and it wasn't even close to lunchtime. The trash bins contained only some breakfast bags and the like. The two of them cleaned the trash bins with water, then used Swiss Army knives to gouge out 2 large holes at the bottom of the bin and drilled a few smaller ones on the walls for breathing and observing the surrounding environment. Next, Gongsang went to the sporting goods store and got a few pairs of roller skates, combining them with 2 small chairs to create a deeper level of mobility. In a short time, he had constructed a moving plastic fortress. Lu Xian and Gongsang tested the performance of this trash bin inside it. It worked perfectly on flat ground. Gongsang joked that it might be the coolest handmade minivan ever made, which made Lu Xian burst out laughing while covering his mouth. After resting for a while, Lu Xian and Gongsang carried the trash bin down to the ground floor. Due to the speakers, many zombies in front of the safety passage had already left. Gongsang asked Lu Xian to get inside the trash bin first, then unlocked the door and dragged it with piano wire, before hiding himself inside the trash bin and closing the lid. "Are you ready?" Gongsang asked Lu Xian in a low voice. Lu Xian nodded and replied, "Okay, let's go." Clang! Gongsang pulled the piano wire hard through the small observation hole. The suspended iron lock fell with a clang, and the few scattered zombies by the door reacted, staggering and crashing inside after opening the door. "Go!" Gongsang whispered quietly to Lu Xian, using both hands to support the sides of the trash bin, slowly sliding forward. Lu Xian sat on the improved small chair, with his feet crossing back and forth alternately, coordinating with Gongsang's rhythm, inching out of the door pushed open. When they reached the outside, the two of them gradually pushed the trash bin towards the front of the mall. At this point, Lu Xian looked through the small hole in the wall of the trash bin towards other areas and realized that there were even more zombies than he had anticipated. The number of zombies drawn by the music was enormous, at least twice as many as what they had seen upstairs earlier. The clusters of zombies surrounding the speakers resembled pilgrims, steadfastly gathered around the sound system. The trash bin moved forward steadily. As they approached the square, the smell of decaying flesh from the zombies became increasingly pungent. Gongsang wrinkled his nose slightly at the nauseating odor, while Lu Xian's face turned red from holding his breath. Fearing that Lu Xian would vomit from the stench, Gongsang lightly tapped him to stop, then promptly took off his camouflage jacket and handed over the tank top he wore underneath to Lu Xian, telling him to cover his nose. Though inside the dim light of the trash bin illuminated only by the faint light from the observation holes, Gongsang's extremely pale skin, under the soft glow, seemed to reflect a pearl-like sheen. Those spots of faint luster dotted against his snow-white skin did not seem out of place but rather gave an impression of exquisite delicacy. Lu Xian, though having shared intimacy with Wu Siming in his previous life, was still a novice in this one. Seeing the person he admired sitting openly before him like this, he suddenly felt the temperature rise in this confined space. Lu Xian didn't dare to continue looking, he was afraid that he might get a nosebleed under the allure of Gongsang's charm, which would be quite troublesome. He quickly averted his gaze. He grabbed Gongsang's tank top and used it to cover his mouth and nose, masking his uneasiness, but he failed to notice the faint alluring smile that flickered on Gongsang's lips. Strangely enough, after Lu Xian covered his mouth and nose with Gongsang's clothes, he no longer smelled any nauseating odors. It was as if the shirt acted as an air purifier, filtering out most of the zombie stench. Something wasn't right. Out of instinct, Lu Xian took the shirt away from his face, only to immediately smell the overwhelming stench again. He quickly returned the shirt to his nose. After some contemplation, Lu Xian realized that his unusually sensitive sense of smell seemed less bothered by the foul odors when he was near Gongsang. Could it be that Gongsang's body odor could somehow filter out the corpse smell? Or maybe it provided a certain level of concealment. Lu Xian racked his brain for a long time but couldn't recall any similar abilities Gongsang had in the previous apocalypse world. Perhaps Gongsang's body had changed after his rebirth. The more Lu Xian thought about it, the more confused he became. Eventually, he stopped pondering these thoughts since there were more pressing matters at hand. They needed to leave this place. With this powerful tool to isolate the stench, Lu Xian and Gongsang continued their journey. On the vast square, the deep gray trash bin moved through the crowd of zombies like crossing the Red Sea parted by Moses. The zombies completely ignored them, remaining gathered around the speakers. Since the wheels on the trash bins were made of hard plastic, not rubber tires like those on cars, they inevitably made some noise as they rolled along. However, compared to the loud broadcasts, the noise was negligible and failed to attract any attention from the zombies. Through their prolonged collaboration, Lu Xian and Gongsang had developed a natural. Before long, the trash bin reached the edge of the square, ready to enter the food street. At this moment, a deafening explosion erupted from the southwest direction. Glancing over, Lu Xian saw a towering plume of fire rising in the southwest part of the city. Then he heard the broadcast crackle before the music abruptly ceased. Lu Xian instantly recognized the situation. The power station must have malfunctioned, leading to a citywide blackout. Without the music, the zombies began wandering aimlessly across the square, moving slowly without purpose. But Lu Xian and Gongsang were already close to the edge of the food street, so they wouldn't disturb the zombies. They relaxed a bit. Once inside the food street, Gongsang and Lu Xian turned into a deserted alleyway, eventually reaching the SUV. Only then did they climb out of the trash bin. "Dad! Uncle has come back!" He Chang, who had been peering outside the car window, excitedly shouted once he spotted Lu Xian and Gongsang. He Yong, who had just finished tending to his son and wanted to rest his eyes, bolted upright without opening them, bumping his head on the roof of the car and making a dull thud sound. Phew, you're finally back. I've been worried sick about you too. Earlier, I heard gunshots and desperately wanted to call you, but I feared disturbing you. So, I kept agonizing over this decision. Neither Gongsang nor Lu Xian got into the car right away. Instead, they opened the trunk, took down their backpacks, and stowed away the supplies they had found. Afterward, they climbed back into the car. Lu Xian gave He Yong a light smile and pinched He Chang's chubby cheeks. Yong, you're lucky you didn't call us because we wouldn't have had time to answer anyway. This time, entering the mall wasn't easy. If it weren't for our awakened powers and quick reflexes, we probably wouldn't have made it back. What nonsense is this? Hearing this, He Yong frowned immediately. Both of you are good people. Good people won't encounter problems or dangers they can't handle. If only things were as simple as He Yong described, but Lu Xian chose not to argue, especially since He Chang was still present. The boy's unique ability allowed him to feel everyone's love for him, and that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Thinking about this, Lu Xian suddenly remembered something and asked He Chang, "Xiang, what is your ability?" Confused, He Chang tilted his head cutely and said in a childlike tone, "Uncle, what is an ability? Can it be eaten?" Xiang is hungry. Seeing that He Chang didn't understand, Lu Xian stopped questioning him and instead turned to He Yong. "Yong, don't you have food in the car? Why aren't you feeding Xiang? There were a few zombies wandering around here earlier. I didn't dare to move for fear of drawing their attention." He Yong chuckled sheepishly, "The music just lured them away, so I thought I could rest for a bit." Although He Yong didn't say it, Lu Xian knew that this honest man was probably too shy to act on his own. Lu Xian didn't dwell on it and handed over some milk and oatmeal porridge for He Chang to eat, as well as a sausage and some instant noodles for He Yong. "Brother Yong, it's not safe here. We need to leave now. Once we find a place to rest, we'll get something else to eat." Gongsang had already driven the SUV into a small alley of the food street. According to the route map provided by Lu Xinwu, they went out through another exit of the food street, bypassed along the edge of the mall, and entered the next location. By the time Gongsang drove onto the expressway, the sky had gradually grown dark. Chapter 34, Is this car for sale? The streetlights on the highway are powered by a separate system, so it was still possible to see the surroundings clearly. However, compared to the pitch-black city, the desolate and bleak atmosphere felt even more prominent. Once upon a time, the city had been brightly lit with neon lights driving away the darkness of the night, but after issues at the power plant, whether voluntary or not, the city had plunged into an inescapable darkness. The towering skyscrapers made from steel and cement looked dark and shadowy in the blackness. The sharp angles of the buildings resembled monsters lurking in the darkness, ready to swallow up any survivors inside. However, Lu Xian knew that these cities would be forever roamed day and night by zombies, maintaining a bizarre form of prosperity in this fallen world of civilization. The highway leading out of Daoqing was as Lu Xinwu had described, newly built, with no apparent vehicle traffic. At the highway entrance, there were several overturned concrete mixer trucks. It seemed that the drivers had encountered accidents while passing through, causing a horrific crash. "Here's relatively safe. Let's stop here for something to eat first. After we enter the highway, we won't know what to expect. Once we're in, we may have neither the time nor the means for food or other needs." Gongsang observed the road conditions and quickly proposed a suggestion. Lu Xian and He Yong naturally had no objections, agreeing with him wholeheartedly. Everyone stepped down from the off-road vehicle, and Lu Xian and Gongsang took supplies out. Gongsang used the car's power source to cook a bland but hearty stew. Instant noodles, potatoes, meat strips, everything mixed together, created a large potful of hot soup, the smell of which could waft for miles in the wind. The scorching broth and the aroma of instant noodles stimulated the appetites of the 3 adults plus 1 child, and the entire pot was devoured in record time. Lu Xian ate the most, almost consuming half the pot by himself. And he was holding back, otherwise, he could have finished the entire pot alone. "The taste is great, though I only got half full," Lu Xian said thoughtfully as he rinsed the pot with water, "but I think it will keep me going until our next meal. Considering my big appetite, we'll need to gather more food along this journey." Gongsang also agreed with Lu Xian, checking their remaining ingredients as he replied, "With the current supplies and excluding your voracious eating habits, it would probably last us 10 days around the surrounding counties and cities. But with you, 5 days at best, perhaps 3. We do need to gather more food on this trip." After hearing Gongsang's comment, Lu Xian blushed furiously and tried to defend himself. "Is this my fault? I'm just like this because of my beast soul abilities. I can't help it." Gongsang closed the car door and patted Lu Xian on the shoulder consolingly. "Relax, whether you awaken the pig beast soul or a dinosaur beast soul, I'll still find enough food to feed you." Lu Xian's face turned green. Was this supposed to be comforting? He Yong and He Chang standing nearby laughed at the two men bickering. He Chang couldn't stop giggling because of their dialogue. Once everything was packed up, Gongsang and the others returned to the off-road vehicle and continued their journey. Gongsang drove while Lu Xian dialed Lu Xinwu's number. Although the substation was damaged, his phone number had been specially processed by Lu Xinwu. It was free of charge, and as long as the satellites orbiting the Earth were not completely destroyed, the signal would remain strong. "Hey, old Lu." As soon as the call connected, Lu Xian greeted his ironclad buddy, but Lu Xinwu sounded unenthusiastic, responding flatly, "What's up?" "Lu, we escaped from the city and are now on the 6th highway you mentioned. Thought I'd give you a call to let you know." Lu Xian noticed something odd about his tone, asking cautiously, "Did something happen?" "Nope, nothing's wrong." Having known Lu Xinwu for years, Lu Xian understood him perfectly. Lu Xinwu always dealt with issues on his own, and although his current tone didn't seem particularly alarming, Lu Xian instinctively guessed something else might be up. "Are the problems you're facing related to the Wind Talker?" Lu Xian asked tentatively, and Lu Xinwu fell silent for a moment before finally uttering a faint "mm." "What's going on? Tell me. You should know that the Wind Talker has come to China. I intend to meet him." Lu Xinwu spoke earnestly. "He's already reached Jiucheng, Wine City. It's not far from Fengcheng, but he's trapped inside the university campus in Wine City. If that's the case, you might find it difficult to rescue him alone. If you really need help, we can detour on our way back and take a look." Lu Xian knew well Lu Xinwu's character. Though he had pressured Lu Xinwu into revealing this issue, there was no guarantee Lu would listen to advice. The kind of person Lu Xinwu was, if he considered someone a friend, he would stop at nothing to help them. Realizing this, Lu Xian frowned slightly and immediately issued a warning, "Old Lu, don't try to save him yourself out of embarrassment for troubling me. Otherwise, if anything happens, I'll rip your precious treasures into pieces without hesitation." Lu Xinwu understood that Lu Xian was serious when he mentioned his treasures, so he couldn't help but make a promise. All right, let's stay in touch, and next time you go and rescue the Wind Talker." With Lu Xinwu's assurance, Lu Xian felt more at ease. He exchanged pleasantries with him before saying, "That's it then. We'll hang up now, and if we encounter any trouble later, I'll contact you again." After hanging up the phone, Gong Song had already driven nearly 10 kilometers. This road matched the information Lu Xinwu had provided. Hardly anyone knew about it, so this stretch of highway saw very few vehicles. Occasionally, they could see abandoned or crashed cars by the roadside, both large and small. Most of these accidents were due to the drivers or passengers transforming into something else. In lucky cases, even after collisions, unmutated individuals managed to escape. In unlucky ones, the impact resulted in blazing infernos, turning people and their mutated counterparts alike into ashes. Even though these incidents happened long ago, it wasn't hard to deduce how horrifying the situation had been from the wreckage of the vehicles. The scorched flesh clinging to shattered glass still exuded the acrid smell of burned skin and hair, even after so much time. He Chang leaned against the window, observing the outside wreckage, wearing an expression of great confusion but occasionally showing understanding as if grasping some underlying truth. No matter how much Lu Xian and Gong Song wanted him to avoid facing the brutal realities of the apocalypse, bloody and inescapable truths continued to rapidly age the boy mentally. When Gong Song had been driving for nearly an hour, little He Chang grimaced and said he needed to use the restroom. Gong Song pulled over to the side of the road. This part of the road was relatively clean of vehicle remnants because any crashes that went beyond the guardrails ended with the vehicles plummeting down tall cliffs. One side of this road was a cliff face, and the other was steep slope. Either way, neither direction promised a good outcome. If they fell off, the rugged terrain wouldn't be forgiving, especially for regular sedans that risked scraping off their undersides on rocks protruding half a foot high. Further along the road was a two-way tunnel, approximately 6 kilometers long through the mountain. After passing through the tunnel, there would be a section of winding mountain road leading down to the base of the high slope. Without this highway, the provincial roads were all spiral mountain routes, taking hours to wind up and down. This tunnel and highway drastically cut down on travel time, a clear testament to human ingenuity and determination. While Lu Xian's thoughts wandered aimlessly, he suddenly noticed Gong Song standing upright after resting lazily by the roadside, squinting toward the direction they had come from. Lu Xian also quickly turned around, seeing 3 vehicles coming around the highway bend, a Porsche and 2 Hummers, flashing their hazard lights as they drove, clearly traveling together. Just then, He Yong finished helping He Chang urinate and noticed these 3 vehicles. Although he became somewhat concerned, seeing Gong Song and Lu Xian remain calm helped settle his racing heart. He quietly stood beside them. "They're too few in number, no need to worry." Gong Song realized He Yong's tension and smiled at him reassuringly. "Even if they're looking for trouble, one of me is enough to handle them." A strikingly casual sentence caused both Lu Xian and He Yong to be awestruck. They truly admired Gong Song, who would soon ascend to S-class rank, for his confidence and fearless attitude. However, Lu Xian knew Gong Song wasn't just bluffing. As a member of the Hidden Dragon organization and an ace at the security company, his skills were undoubtedly top-notch. As the 3 vehicles passed by where Lu Xian and the others were standing, the Porsche backed up a short distance, and 2 men and a woman got out of the car. The younger man was only in his early 20s, the other man appeared to be around 40 years old, both wearing branded suits. The woman was about 30-something, with a pleasant appearance and her jet black hair neatly coiled into a bun at the back of her head. With thick-rimmed glasses concealing her looks, she presented herself as an urban elite professional, exuding a strong sense of competence. After sizing up Gong Song and his companions, the oldest man spoke up. "Friend, would you consider selling your car? He glanced at the SUV in front of Gongsun, pulled out a checkbook from his chest pocket, wrote a check for tens of millions, and placed it on the hood of the SUV. We left in such a hurry that we forgot to bring our off-road vehicle along. Your car is great, I'll buy it. Also, my Porsche can be yours to use temporarily. The middle-aged man's words sounded like a negotiation, but neither his eyes nor his actions left any room for bargaining. Instead, they revealed a determined look as if he didn't care whether Lu Xian and his group agreed or not. Chapter 35, The Disappearance of 3 Cars. Lu Xian glanced at the check and curled his lips into a faint smile, saying, "This car was custom-made by me. I put so much effort into it that I don't want to sell it casually. Over there in Daoqing, there is also an automobile market. You can use this money to buy another SUV." The young man mimicked Lu Xian's smile and said, "My father has gotten a bit fat, and sitting in a Porsche tires him out. If you do me this favor, we can also become friends. Who knows what might happen next? Having more friends is always a good thing." The tone of the young man was extremely arrogant, which made Lu Xian very uncomfortable. Even Gong Song's face turned grim. This time, Lu Xian didn't even want to acknowledge him and walked around him, nodding to He Yong, "Big brother Yong, let's go." At this moment, the 2 Hummers drove back and parked on either side, blocking the road. Several large men and 2 men who looked like young masters jumped out of the cars. Lu Xian noticed a familiar-looking little celebrity on one of the cars. "Uncle Luo, what's wrong?" One of the young masters saw everyone standing stiffly, glancing between Gong Song and Lu Xian with an expression full of intrigue. "It's nothing. My father wants to exchange this off-road vehicle for a Porsche and 10 million yuan, but he doesn't appreciate it." The young man glanced at the woman in her 30s and sneered, "My stepmother usually fights hard with me for control of the company. Now that my father isn't feeling well and wants to change the car, she seems scared like a sparrow now." The woman said nothing but frowned slightly as she glanced at Lu Xian and Gong Song before lowering her gaze. "Does this woman know me?" Lu Xian immediately sensed that the woman had paused her gaze on him for a second and made a quick judgment. However, what puzzled him was why this woman would remain silent. "As for your car, no one will be comfortable riding in it for too long, naturally they wouldn't want to trade." The young master feigned fairness, shifting his eyes to Gong Song and continued, "If you exchange the car with them, I'll let my bodyguard take the Porsche while you and our 2 groups ride in the Hummers. This way, it will benefit both parties without discomfort. How does that sound?" The bare-faced leer that swept across Gong Song's face immediately darkened Lu Xian's countenance. He frowned and shot one word at the young master. "Get lost." Unexpectedly by Lu Xian's lack of respect, the young master's face instantly turned red, his eyes flashing with anger as he screamed loudly at his bodyguards, "Beat him up." Before the 2 bodyguards could charge toward Lu Xian, a sharp gunshot rang out. The young master felt a gust of wind passing by his ear. He raised his hand to wipe and found a layer of his hair shaved off right above his scalp. Though his scalp stung painfully, there was no blood when he touched it. Looking up, he saw the absolutely cold face of Gong Song, whose icy eyes sent shivers down his spine. What chilled him further was that the strikingly handsome man actually held a gun in his hands. After the gunshot, the 2 bodyguards remained motionless. They had witnessed Gong Song's skill, realizing no matter how capable they were, none of them dared arrogantly believe their speed could beat a bullet. The faces of the middle-aged man and the young man changed dramatically from pale to white. Their previous disdain and certainty vanished completely. In contrast, the woman appeared indifferent, as if everything happened just as she had anticipated. Gong Song gave these people a look, then opened his lips slightly and spat out one cold word, "Get lost." This time, no one dared delay. Several bodyguards and young masters jumped into the car and left promptly. When the father and son were about to leave, they were called back by Lu Xian. "Hold on." The young man turned around to face Lu Xian, not knowing what he intended. Though his posture remained upright, Lu Xian could clearly see the uncontrollable fear and panic lurking in his eyes. Lu Xian took a look at the check still lying on the hood of the off-road vehicle and smiled faintly, "You haven't taken your check yet." The young man looked at Lu Xian, stepped forward, picked up the check lying on the car hood, turned around, and climbed into the Porsche. Before getting in the car, the woman looked at Lu Xian apologetically and said, "Mr. Lu, forgive us for embarrassing you." Hearing this, Lu Xian realized that this woman had indeed met him before, yet he had no impression of her. Perhaps they met once briefly in some social setting. The woman sat behind the wheel and sped away in a flash. The bright headlights left a streak on the night highway as this classic sports car roared into the darkness. After those people had driven far away, Lu Xian was about to call He Yong and the others to get in the car when he saw Chang Baby blinking his eyes and opening his mouth. "Uncle Lu, that auntie is very afraid of Uncle Gong Song. She thinks Uncle Gong Song's energy is terrifying." "What is energy?" No wonder that woman didn't say anything, it turned out she was also an animal soul awakener. "Xiang, energy is strength. She's praising your Uncle Gong Song for having great strength," explained Lu Xian, who couldn't figure out how to explain the concept of energy to a child, so he used the simplest way to illustrate it. He Chang, upon hearing this, suddenly understood and nodded, saying, "Oh, so energy is strength. No wonder that auntie said that I and Uncle Lu don't have much strength. She's really smart." Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh awkwardly at this, realizing the boy could hear other people's thoughts. However, he also knew his own abilities were inferior to Gongcang's, yet being criticized by that sharp-eyed woman made him feel somewhat humiliated as a man. After coughing a couple of times, Lu Xian tried to change the subject from his embarrassment, asking, Qiang, do you know what the other uncles are thinking? No. He Chang answered seriously, those uncles are too far away from Qiang. I can't hear them clearly. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Was He Chang's ability related to distance? It's getting late, we should continue our journey. Gongcang looked at Lu Xian whose face had turned red after being teased by that woman earlier, and a hint of laughter arose in his heart. He decided to intervene on Lu Xian's behalf. He Yong also got into the car with He Chang as they all followed suit. When they started the SUV, Gongcang noticed that the gasoline was almost half gone and worriedly commented, we're running low on gas. This newly built highway hasn't been officially opened yet, and the accompanying gas stations might not be operational. Try this. Lu Xian switched the power system over to solar battery storage. Gongcang started the off-road vehicle, finding the power decent except for some slight weakness during high-speed driving, which otherwise left him satisfied. The huge SUV gracefully slid into the night, moving forward along the long highway. Inside the Porsche that had already driven close to the tunnel, the young man continuously mocked and sarcastically critiqued the woman. The woman glanced at him coldly and said, that man just now is Lu Xiao from Haicheng. A few years ago, our company fought with him over a bidding project, and he abandoned it right before the auction. Despite my warning, you insisted on spending more than 100 million yuan to secure the bid, only for the project to be halted midway due to issues within the leadership team. Lu Xiao has keen insight and precision, yet you suffered a significant loss in this matter, and you've forgotten. The young man's face immediately flushed red because this case left a deep impression on him. It wasn't because of this deal that his father wouldn't completely lose hope in him. Xiangling, Tao is being unreasonable. As his stepmother, you should be more understanding. Moreover, haven't your abilities convinced the others? You even persuaded Peng Gongzi to let us tag along on this trip. So why didn't you use those abilities to persuade those people? Fang Bing, though fond of his remarriage wife, still kept in mind the traditional values of male descendants. Since Xiangling hadn't given birth yet, while Fang Tao had grown up, naturally his balance leaned toward Fang Tao under this circumstance. Fang Bing's stance gave Fang Tao a boost of energy, and there was more provocation in his eyes whenever he looked at Xiangling. Xiangling looked at Fang Tao's proud expression, then glanced at Fang Bing. She felt an overwhelming sense of weariness inside. Do you know why I didn't say anything? Xiangling sighed as she massaged her temples, my awakened animal soul is a parrot. It can not only speak persuasively, but also determine whether others are animal soul awakeners and see their energy levels. The energy color around the man next to Lu Xiao is almost saturated. If he discovers that I've used my powers on him, what do you think will happen then? Remember, that man had a gun. Haha, so they have guns. Don't want to work hard, right? There's no need for so many excuses, retorted Fang Tao, annoyed with Xiangling and dismissing her reasons instantly. Their quarrel irritated Fang Bing. Unable to endure it any longer, he shouted, that's enough. Stop arguing, there's a tunnel ahead. Tao, shut up. Xiangling, focus on driving. Xiangling usually listened to Fang Bing. Though her mood wasn't good, she controlled her emotions and steered the Porsche into the long tunnel. However, at that moment, the three people bickering in the car failed to notice that the two Hummers ahead in the tunnel were gradually slowing down. Due to the use of alternative energy sources, coupled with the added weight inside the off-road vehicle, Gongcang kept the speed at around 70. It had been almost 20 minutes by the time they approached the tunnel entrance. Lu Xian glanced at the upcoming tunnel and then out of the window, furrowing his brows slightly. Gongcang immediately noticed Lu Xian's expression and asked, what's wrong? Don't rush into the tunnel just yet. Lu Xian instructed Gongcang to park the car on the side of the road. He stepped out of the vehicle and stood on the high slope side, looking down. The long highway adorned with streetlights resembled an orange silk ribbon winding around the entire mountain. The warm lights dispelled the darkness, giving a soft and beautiful ambience. But after careful observation, Lu Xian's expression grew increasingly grave. The two Hummers and that Porsche were ahead of us by nearly 20 minutes. If they were driving at normal speeds, they should have already passed through the tunnel and reached below by now. Lu Xian pointed at the highway below, yet I can't see any of the three cars. It's as if they've never appeared, they've vanished. Chapter 36, The Terrifying Tunnel. Gongcang stood beside Lu Xian and looked down. As Lu Xian had said, there was no trace of the three vehicles on the highway below. The orange-yellow lights inside the tunnel were still on, but the serene environment gave an indescribable sense of oppression. Should we go back or investigate first? Lu Xian hesitated and turned to Gongcang. Gongcang slightly lowered his eyes before replying, Lu Xian, you try contacting Lu Xinwu first, see what other routes he has planned. Lu Xian took out his phone and called Lu Xinwu. Strangely, the phone that Lu Xinwu had modified showed no signal. Strange, why is there no signal? Lu Xian then picked up another backup phone, which also showed no signal. Old Lu said the signal for this phone couldn't possibly have any issues. Could there be trouble on Old Lu's end? It's unlikely it's a problem on their side. Gong Sang glanced at the profound tunnel and frowned. This situation resembles more like the signals being jammed. If so, then let's go back and try to contact old Lu again. After pondering for a while, Gong Sang responded, retreating is the safest course, but none of us can guarantee that the other roads won't have problems either. I suggest we go in and check the situation, and if anything feels off, we'll retreat immediately. That could work. In the absence of communication with Lu Xinwu, Lu Xian also thought Gong Sang's suggestion worth a try. We just need to be careful. After deciding to enter, Lu Xian retrieved several magazines from the back seat and both he and Gong Sang got back into the car. As we enter, everyone needs to be cautious. Gong Sang restarted the off-road vehicle and carefully entered the tunnel. Lu Xian asked He Yong to roll up the rear window, then he rolled up his own window too, leaving only a thumb-width gap for breathing. After driving several hundred meters into the tunnel, Lu Xian noticed that the tunnel lights that should have been lit ahead were completely extinguished. Beyond 100 meters, the entire tunnel was pitch black, as if the dark tunnel was like the mouth of a monster, extremely terrifying to look at. What happened to these lights? He Yong, sensing his son trembling nervously in his arms, couldn't help but ask aloud. Even for him, a grown man, this tunnel felt sinister and scary. Gong Sang turned on the car headlights. Although they did not use high beams to save electricity, the headlights were sufficient to let them and others clearly see their surroundings. All around the tunnel walls were covered with semi-transparent white mucus. Under the light of the headlights, it shone dazzlingly, much like where a snail had crawled over, giving a slimy sensation. The air flowing into the car even carried a strange fishy smell. Wait a second. Lu Xian suddenly spoke and asked Gong Sang to stop the car. Gong Sang obeyed and stopped. He didn't turn off the engine but placed his hand directly on the gearshift. I smell blood. Lu Xian looked at the dim area not illuminated by the headlights. A growing sense of unease became evident in his heart. He rolled down the car window a little more, pulled out the M9 directly, aimed far away, and fired a shot. The crisp sound of gunfire echoed through the tunnel. The bullet head repeatedly struck the wall, causing countless sparks to fly. These sparks allowed Lu Xian and the others to see everything hidden deep within the tunnel. My God! Seeing this scene from behind, He Yong instinctively hugged his son tighter. What he saw completely defied his imagination. Gong Sang slightly narrowed his eyes. A flash of determination appeared in those charming eyes, and he directly shifted the gear to reverse. With a strong press of the accelerator pedal, the car started reversing. At this time, all the creatures hidden in the shadows deep within the tunnel surged out. Yes, they were creatures. Although these creatures had met Lu Xian and others before, they now had lost their original appearance. At this moment, all the people from the previous 3 cars had already left their vehicles. They stood on the ground or stuck onto the walls around the tunnel. Their bodies were coated with a layer of semi-transparent milky white mucus. It seemed as though they had soaked in paste, and when they moved, threads of mucus formed between their gestures. All their eyes had transformed into glowing green colors, like 2 green light bulbs installed, and the color-changing eyes appeared to be emitting fluorescent light. On closer inspection, these eyes had turned into something like jelly in texture, trembling with every movement as if vigorous exercise might shake the eyes right out. It seemed that there was something wrong with these people's bodies as well, leaning left and right. Although they were running, it could be seen that their bones had become much softer, insufficient to support their bodies, and the sound of bone fractures kept coming. At this time, Lu Xian observed carefully, and despite these people becoming so strange, the violently trembling muscles on their faces clearly revealed their suffering. As they ran, the air in the tunnel began to move, and a strong stench of decay, together with a deeply penetrating fishy smell, lingered, even overwhelming the scent of blood. As these people continued running, those who were on the ground continuously collided with various vehicles. To grasp all the situations, Gong Sang directly turned on the high beams. At this moment, the appearance of the vehicles was revealed before everyone's eyes, shocking them again. In the more outward position, the Porsche from before had crashed into the wall. If someone who didn't know what happened saw it, they would certainly think that this vehicle couldn't possibly be the latest model of Porsche, but rather an abandoned car that had been parked for a long time. The outside of the Porsche was also covered by a layer of mucus. The beautiful paint had peeled off and cracked, revealing the steel plate underneath. The steel plate looked as if it had weathered for a long time, and a layer of rust of varying depths had accumulated on its surface. What had happened to these people in this tunnel? Why had they become like this? What kind of creatures had attacked them? One question after another emerged from Lu Xian's mind, yet he found that, despite having gone through the apocalypse already, he still couldn't find answers to these problems. He had no idea what kind of thing was hidden inside this tunnel. Meanwhile, an unprecedented sense of urgency caused his heartbeat to suddenly accelerate. Lu Xian smelled a concentrated fishy odor approaching, and he immediately warned Gong Sang, "We must retreat immediately, that thing is chasing us." Gong Sang's gaze moved among these people, but he did not find any suspicious individuals. However, just at this moment, a sudden sixth sense hit him like something deep in his bones, causing him to abruptly look up. He saw a large shadow wriggling and chasing after them from above. It's on the top of the tunnel. Gong Sang suddenly seized the M9 from Lu Xian's hand, rolled down the car window, and fired a shot at an angle. The bullet accurately struck that shadow. Instantly, a hoarse, sharp male voice echoed. "Damn it, you hurt me, I'll suck you dry." That mass of shadows dropped down from above and completely exposed itself under the glare of the high beams. It was a person, but also a spider. If one had to describe it in one sentence, it would be a human-bodied spider. Its upper body was that of a totally hairless man, while its lower body consisted of 8 furry spider legs, looking as though it was haphazardly assembled, entirely devoid of the beauty associated with natural organisms. Lu Xian noticed a pink scar across the waist of this Spider-Man, indicating that this species wasn't naturally generated but rather a terrible product of experimentation. At this moment, Gong Song suddenly jerked the steering wheel, moving the entire car sharply to the left. At the same time, a glob of translucent milk-white liquid violently smashed into their previous position. "Roll up the windows, those liquids are sprayed out. If we're splashed with them, we might end up just like them." Gong Song spoke sternly, ordering Lu Xian to roll up the window and warning He-Yong, "There are seatbelts in the rear, fasten them." He-Yong understood that Gong Song's warning wasn't without foundation and immediately buckled the seatbelt, while tightly holding He-Chang in his arms. Lu Xian was just about to buckle his own seatbelt when suddenly he noticed that Gong Song's seatbelt wasn't fastened. Regardless of whether it might seem too intimate, Lu Xian leaned over Gong Song's chest and pulled the seatbelt to secure it around him. By then, Gong Song's car had retreated to a spot with light within several seconds, and under the pale yellow glow, the features of the Spider-Man became clearer. "What the hell is this thing?" Lu Xian looked at the Spider-Man and the others who followed behind running, utterly shocked. The Spider-Man's abdomen shot out countless thin threads, which tightly wrapped around the throats of those people, controlling them to run madly against their wills. Sections of snow-white bones broke through their bodies, resembling white chopsticks inserted in a pile of fresh meat, looking terrifying and revolting. Lu Xian thought that spiders were afraid of light, so they just needed to escape to a place with light. However, unexpectedly, that was just an illusion created to hunted ones. Gong Song wasn't deceived by such an illusion. Moreover, as a fighter, his habit was to only stop combat when he reached the safest place possible. Therefore, even though they had arrived at a spot with light, he didn't stop but continued retreating. The Spider-Man was large in size, and its 8 legs moved extraordinarily fast. Despite Gong Song's extremely skilled techniques for dodging its liquid attacks, he decided to change the combat plan. "You take the wheel, and I'll make sure it can't keep chasing us." Lu Xian immediately extended one hand to grab the steering wheel, taking over Gong Song's task, while Gong Song rolled down the window and extended one hand gripping the M9, firing a series of bullets at the Spider-Man. Chapter 37, The Mountain Collapses. Whistling bullets left faint moans in the air. The Spider-Man casually grabbed a victim and placed it in front of its face and chest. If Gong Sang were attacking its vital spots, this person would be enough to completely block all attacks. However, the Spider-Man did not expect that Gong Sang never attacked its vital points but instead targeted its 8 hairy thighs. The bullets repeatedly struck half of the Spider-Man's leg joints. The powerful attack shattered its joints, and with its frantic running, several legs were torn off by opposing forces. Dark green blood splattered around as it let out a piercing cry of agony. Losing some of its legs to support its massive body, the Spider-Man immediately lost balance, screaming as it rolled into a ball and collided hard with the wall. Just because the Spider-Man stopped chasing them didn't mean others under its web control abandoned their pursuit, they surrounded from all sides. "I'll continue." Gong Sang withdrew his hand and rolled up the window. Meanwhile, Lu Xian also returned to his seat. As they were about to leave the tunnel, Lu Xian suddenly noticed a tour bus swerving down the road behind them. On closer inspection, a zombie had pounced on the driver's seat and was gnawing ferociously at the driver. Gong Sang, "We can't retreat anymore." Lu Xian's long, handsome eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and a flicker of worry passed through his eyes. In the current situation where there were wolves in front and tigers behind, even he couldn't remain calm. "Hold on. I have a plan." Seeing the approaching tour bus behind them and the injured Spider-Man resuming the chase, Gong Sang took a deep breath and spotted a relatively spacious area, abruptly braking. He quickly shifted gears, reversing to align the car's front with the exit, then switched to high speed and burst out forcibly. A tour bus ahead. Lu Xian observed the tour bus less than 200 meters away from them, and his face darkened abruptly. "Hold tight." Gong Sang issued one last warning to everyone, sharply turning the steering wheel. With full throttle, the SUV smashed through the railing and charged towards a slanted slope. But just over 10 seconds after they broke through the barrier, the tour bus rushed forward, colliding head-on with the creature controlled by the Spider-Man before crashing against the tunnel wall. Seconds later, boom. With an explosive sound, a roaring flame erupted from the tunnel entrance. Shattered glass fragments shot out like knives in every direction during the explosion. The Spider-Man, which had hunted countless vehicles and supplies, turned into a moving torch in the violent collision. It howled miserably and ran toward its lair, but the flames on its body ignited other objects, like rust-covered but still fully fueled gas tanks. After breaking through the railing, the SUV roared down the slope. The large tires produced creaking sounds due to the friction on the incline, sounding incredibly terrifying. Had it not been for Lu Xian's specially designed solid rubber tires, the tires would have already worn down during the charge down the hill. He-Yong held on to his son tightly, bouncing violently in the back seat. His body felt like a little boat tossed around in a huge wave, rising and falling with each crest, his face filled with shock and anxiety. Ugh! Lu Xian was so shaken that he could hardly catch his breath, feeling the muscles in his abdomen quivering so severely that they seemed close to cramping. He turned to check on Gongsang, only to find that Gongsang remained completely composed, his radiant face retained its usual calm demeanor, except for a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. Under the intermittent glow of orange light, the beads of sweat made his face look even more beautiful, causing Lu Xian to forget himself and stare at Gongsang blankly. They had escaped. This joy of surviving against all odds allowed Lu Xian's repressed emotions to surface for the first time, and he no longer wanted to conceal them. It was simple, he liked Gongsang. At this moment, under the shadow of death, he could no longer deceive himself about his feelings. Still, Lu Xian wouldn't express his inner thoughts aloud. After all, liking someone, secretly loving someone, is one's own business. He couldn't impose his affection on others simply because he liked them. He loved Gongsang, and sharing such a close encounter of life and death alongside him was enough. Gongsang didn't notice Lu Xian's gaze. If it were someone else, he would have realized it much earlier, because of his innate vigilance and years of training, he was always on guard against others. Due to an event many years ago, even during the Qianlong mission, he remained highly alert and became renowned for completing missions independently. A strong person needs no weaknesses, nor any opponents that could be overlooked. However, after recognizing Lu Xian and sensing his own feelings, Gongsang gradually allowed Lu Xian to intrude into his world. This man who had saved him more than once, who used all his strength to protect him, giving him the feeling of being protected for the first time, forced Gongsang to admit that he was his partner. Now, this man had become a part of Gongsang, spiritually connected and unconditionally trusted. This complete acceptance made Gongsang overlook Lu Xian's mysterious background and all the secrets he carried, but this feeling wasn't bad. At least for Gongsang, having someone he could slightly show weakness to provided some relaxation for his always tense mind. However, this moment of relaxation caused Gongsang to miss an opportunity to glimpse into Lu Xian's inner emotions and also missed a chance to mutually confirm their feelings. At this point, Gongsang concentrated all his energy on the steering wheel. The specially customized larger steering wheel required all of Gongsang's strength to control it effectively. The slope ahead, roughly hundreds of meters long, was filled with upright stones, clearly placed to prevent vehicles from losing control. Yet, under the powerful impact of the SUV, these stones failed to fulfill their purpose. The solid rubber tires grinding against the stones emitted creaking sounds. Gongsang never touched the brake, doing so now would cause the entire SUV to roll sideways or even flip over midair. That would indeed be catastrophic. Now, all Gongsang needed to do was make slight adjustments at appropriate moments, changing the angle of the SUV as it transitioned from moving downward straight to gliding sideways. As a sniper, Gongsang had excellent eyesight. Before entering the tunnel, he had conducted some reconnaissance of the surroundings. After this long slope, beyond the highway, there was a cliff. Based on his estimate of the distance between one loop of the highway and the next, it was unlikely to be another extended incline, and even if it were, the SUV wouldn't maintain its current balance after such a steep descent since the angle mattered greatly. Seeing the SUV slowly align with his expectations, Gongsang finally gained some confidence, but there was one issue that required immediate resolution. The vehicle hadn't fully adjusted to the correct angle, yet the slope was almost at its end. "Everyone, press your bodies toward my side as much as possible." Gongsang's expression turned cold as he immediately warned Lu Xian and Hiyong. Hiyong leaned his weight toward the left, while Lu Xian pressed himself entirely toward Gongsang's side. "Hold on tight." Gongsang noticed they were just a few meters from the bottom of the slope, shouting loudly before sharply turning the steering wheel upon reaching the edge. The whole SUV spun like a monstrous beast suddenly making a U-turn, and the tires screeched against the well-maintained ground. Squeak. Squeak. In the loud friction sounds, the immense inertia pressed Hiyong and his son tightly against the glass, while Lu Xian was flung into Gongsang's arms, his nose colliding directly with Gongsang's chest, eliciting a stifled groan from him. Nevertheless, Gongsang couldn't afford to let his attention waver. He focused all his vision and awareness on the steering wheel, then suddenly countersteered just as the SUV's front was about to crash into the long slope, forcefully adjusting the direction back again. At this point, Gongsang lightly tapped the brake several times, slowing down the vehicle, and after several hundred meters, finally brought the SUV to a halt. "We've escaped." The explosion from the upper tunnel entrance reminded everyone that they had just escaped the clutches of that terrifying creature. Lu Xian struggled out of Gongsang's embrace, asking repeatedly, "Did I bump into you just now?" "No problem." Gongsang rolled down the window, preparing to breathe in some fresh air. Suddenly, a series of explosions came from the upper tunnel. Simultaneously, countless tiny rocks began falling from above. Realizing something, Gongsang cursed under his breath. "Damn it, the tunnel is collapsing." Hiyong, still dazed from the near-death experience, immediately tightened his grip on his son with growing tension. Unaware of the consequences of a tunnel collapse, it was clear that whatever could make Gongsang's expression shift so abruptly wasn't anything good. Lu Xian, at this moment, wore a face full of exasperation. All they wanted was to take the highway, yet here they were again, either facing a monster or now a collapsing tunnel. However, unlike Hiyong, Lu Xian did not grasp the sheer terror that came with a tunnel collapse. Tunnels are essentially excavations through mountains, creating pathways for vehicles. Generally speaking, these constructions are carried out using various explosives and tools to ensure stability, causing minimal strain on the mountain structure. With a little caution, no issues would arise. Moreover, these tunnels are meticulously calculated by engineers, employing extremely precise amounts of explosives to prevent major disasters. Yet, the vehicles that the monster had conjured up were different. Chapter 38, Life and Death at Top Speed. Lu Xian and the others had no idea how many cars were hidden in this tunnel, but from the continuous explosions, the number of vehicles was certainly more than just dozens or hundreds. The constant explosions caused the entire mountain to shake violently. Countless rocks tumbled down. With the increasing frequency and intensity of the explosions, the size of falling stones grew larger and larger. Under Gong Song's control, the SUV transformed into a living creature, accurately dodging the large rocks rolling down from above. The boulders that descended like rain struck the road, creating shallow craters in it. Some sections patched up or weakened by earlier attacks gave way entirely under the assault of multi-ton rocks, with concrete slabs being shattered and jutting upwards. By now, Gong Song had switched the power system back to gasoline, and the speed instantly shot up. The off-road vehicle let out a terrifying roar. It wouldn't matter if there was no gasoline or solar energy left, escaping this calamity would leave them options eventually. Gong Song had turned into a race car driver, weaving through the towering rocks on the ground as he tried to finish the most directly impacted section of the highway in time. Once they entered the next section of the highway, their danger would be reduced somewhat. With more and more falling rocks, Gong Song had to watch the road ahead while also paying attention to the falling rocks. Lu Xian became anxious too. You focus on the road ahead, I'll keep an eye on the falling rocks from above. Lu Xian unfastened his seatbelt and stuck half of his body out of the car, watching the massive rocks rolling down after the collapse above. He shouted to Gong Song, turn right. There'll be a rock in 4 seconds. Hearing Lu Xian's warning, Gong Song slightly swerved the steering wheel. No more than 1 or 2 seconds after passing the forewarned point, a colossal boulder smashed onto the ground, its tremendous weight severing the road in half. Debris flew everywhere. A piece of rubble grazed Lu Xian's cheek, the sharp edge cutting a thin line across his face, blood seeping out immediately. Afraid of showing his injury and not wanting it to affect Gong Song's driving, Lu Xian said nothing and continued commanding Gong Song to dodge the falling rocks. After racing through the perilous section with all his might, the first thing Gong Song did was pull Lu Xian back inside. Fasten your seatbelt. Gong Song's voice dropped slightly, devoid of other emotions yet filled with evident anger, which Lu Xian could sense clearly. I just wanted to help, Lu Xian explained quickly, seeing Gong Song constantly looking at his own cheek, knowing why he was angry, and anyway, I'm a man, disfigurement doesn't concern me. I don't need your help to handle the falling rocks. Gong Song couldn't contain himself anymore, slamming on the brakes and shouting angrily at Lu Xian, you got lucky, only scratching your face. If the stone had been bigger, half your head could have been cut off. Do you understand? Lu Xian knew Gong Song cared for him and realized his injury made Gong Song furious, but with the thundering sounds overhead persisting, he hastily replied, I was wrong, all right. But this isn't the time for discussion. This mountain is about to collapse. As Lu Xian mentioned, the vehicles inside the tunnel weren't just causing explosions, they were also burning. Sturdy stones became brittle under the high temperature, some even melting due to the intense heat. The entire mountain was nearing collapse. In such circumstances, the position where Lu Xian and his companions were located wasn't safe either. If they didn't escape this range, they'd remain in danger. Gong Song wiped away the blood on Lu Xian's face with his slender fingers without saying anything more, started the SUV again, and continued roaring down the escape route. Without the nuisance of falling rocks this time, Gong Song's off-road vehicle became a terrifying beast, roaring furiously as it charged forward. Amidst the loud rumbling sound, everyone remained silent, unsure of what changes the next second might bring. However, it appeared that Lu Xian and his team were extremely fortunate. They encountered no further urgent situations until they left the mountain range. Finally, able to stop and catch their breath, all of them got out of the car and looked back at the towering mountain. This mountain had already collapsed significantly, and the long tunnel became the last straw that broke the overall balance. However, gazing at the dusty mountainside, Gong Song's expression turned abnormally grim. The long tunnel partially collapsed, revealing a section that was already 2 or 3 kilometers away. There, he saw an even larger Spider-Man crawling out. However, no matter how big this Spider-Man was, it couldn't match the destructive power of nature, its massive body turned into minced flesh under the cutting and compression of colossal boulders. Gong Song had no idea how many more Spider-Men were inside there, but he hoped this collapse would completely destroy their nest, making them vanish from the world forever. The terrifying nature of these creatures had utterly disrupted the balance of mutation. If more such monsters existed, even if humanity could escape the zombie siege, they would still be unable to contend with these monsters and would only end up as nourishment for their reproduction. Lu Xian also spotted this Spider-Man, his expression turning grim. But he didn't say anything because he hadn't experienced such things in his previous life, nor had he ever heard of such horrifying creatures. No, Lu Xian reconsidered, thinking that any creature as terrifying as this would probably hunt its witnesses to death after seeing it. How could anyone have possibly known of its existence? Glancing back at Gongcang, Lu Xian realized he owed him an apology. His actions had seemed like helping Gongcang from behind, but in reality, they involved too many uncontrollable risks. If his luck had run out and he'd been decapitated or crushed by a boulder, it would have affected Gongcang's focus, putting everyone in even greater danger. Sorry, Gongcang, I made you worry. Lu Xian's sincere apology began easing Gongcang's anger. After all, Gongcang's concern far outweighed any criticism. Watching Lu Xian's guilt-stricken face, Gongcang couldn't help but sigh, it's fine. I should have explained why I could avoid the stones accurately. Lu Xian thought Gongcang was just speaking offhandedly, but he didn't expect Gongcang to actually possess such ability, so he was stunned and asked, can you really dodge the giant rocks? Yeah, otherwise, how do you think I managed to drive through the falling stones? Gongcang pulled up his sleeve, revealing pristine skin without a single mark. It looked like the most flawless piece of art, drawing Lu Xian's gaze. What was wrong with his arms? While Lu Xian pondered this, he noticed some black dots floating on Gongcang's forearm. Upon closer inspection, these resembled tattoos but certainly weren't ordinary ones. Lu Xian immediately understood they must relate to Gongcang's king squid ability. Is this part of your ability? Seeing Lu Xian's keen interest, Gongcang elaborated further, yes, it's my ability. The king squid lives deep in the ocean where its skin is highly sensitive to pressure changes. I lowered the car window earlier. If there were large stones above us, the air pressure carried by wind would differ from the surrounding areas. Although Lu Xian didn't fully understand the concept of skin detecting pressure changes, hearing Gongcang explain made him nod repeatedly, saying, I see now. I won't take unnecessary risks anymore. Good. Remember this. If I ever reach a point where I can't protect myself, I'll let you know. Gongcang didn't wish to dwell on this topic any longer, shifting his attention back to himself. The glossy skin, covered in black ink-like dots that gathered and then dispersed again like some novel toy, held Gongcang's serious demeanor throughout. This is likely my innate ability, Gongcang mused with a slight frown. This ability consumes energy differently from the water control companion ability. That almost drained all my strength, while this ability though taxing doesn't cause me to pass out like the companion ability does. Otherwise, how could people claim the greater the ability, the higher the consumption? Lu Xian sighed, but beast souls awaken naturally, so there shouldn't be issues with excessive energy consumption. Just as Lu Xian and Gongcang discussed, the mobile phone placed in the SUV suddenly rang. Quickly reaching over, Lu Xian answered, recognizing it was Lu Xinwu calling. As soon as the call connected, Lu Xinwu exploded in anger. What happened with your phone earlier? Why couldn't I reach you? Do you know how worried I was waiting so long? Lu Xinwu suddenly lost Lu Xian's signal, which made him extremely anxious. He kept calling Lu Xian, but the calls either had a busy tone or couldn't connect at all, making him wish he could instantly be by Lu Xian's side. There was an issue over here, so I made you worry. Lu Xian then told Lu Xinwu everything they had encountered, especially the part about the Spider-Men and how they managed to escape from them, which made Lu Xinwu's back drenched in cold sweat. According to Lu Xian's description, these Spider-Men were incredibly powerful, and the way those people under their control moved left Lu Xinwu feeling utterly terrified. Just thinking about it briefly, Lu Xinwu couldn't relax at all. If it weren't for encountering Gongcang, Lu Xian might have become one of those controlled people, ending up being eaten by the Spider-Man. Lu Xinwu sighed and asked, have you ever encountered such creatures before? He considered Lu Xian's secret of rebirth and slightly adjusted his choice of words. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian immediately understood Lu Xinwu's concern and replied, I've never come across anything like this before. However, I noticed there was a scar from splicing on its waist. I suspect this creature isn't naturally formed but is rather an artificially created monster. Although Lu Xinwu was a homebody and thought relatively simply in many areas, when it came to fields he specialized in, his mind became particularly sharp. Based on what you said, there seems to be some sort of signal jamming near the Spider-Man's nest. Lu Xinwu hesitated for a moment but still voiced his thoughts. I suspect that the reason for the signal jamming is related to the origins of the Spider-Man. Perhaps it's intentional to gather food for the Spider-Man, thus jamming the signals. Without a signal, news about the Spider-Man wouldn't spread outward, and more people would unknowingly head towards this route, eventually becoming food for the Spider-Man. Lu Xinwu's simple words carried deeper implications, chilling everyone who heard them. Chapter 39, Collecting Gasoline and Returning to Haiqing. If this is the case, then what these people have been doing is truly disgusting. Lu Xian thought about the appearance of those humans controlled by the Spider-Man and how they were being tortured alive. His heart felt heavy. Humans, driven by ambition, challenge viruses and the laws of nature. But it's always the ordinary people who pay the price while the ambitious never feel guilty for the disasters they create. Instead, they only regret not reaping the maximum benefit from their misdeeds. Can you bring up the old satellite maps of this area? Gongcang, who had been lost in thought beside him, suddenly spoke up, there's more than one of those Spider-Men. They must have been transported here using large vehicles. By comparing changes on the satellite maps of this area, we can definitely find some clues. I've also thought of that point. I've already started working on it. Lu Xinwu made his vow and said to both of them, the highway where you are now connects Daocheng and Haiqing highways. The last withdrawing forces previously used this route and cleared the roadblocks along the entire road. You can go to Haiqing from here first. The highway from Haiqing to Fengqing has been blocked. I am still scanning the area, and when you arrive in Haiqing, I will arrange your next route for you. If all the events along the way could be described as perilous, then Lu Xinwu's words certainly counted as a single ray of hope. Not only did Lu Xian and He Yong breathe a sigh of relief, but even Gong Cang's expression relaxed slightly. Lu Xian remembered that the reason he had managed to stabilize himself in Haiqing in his previous life was also related to the forces that arrived in Haiqing at that time. Back then, he made a deal with those people, offering them his properties and food supplies in exchange for ammunition. Most of the people in this force were beast soul awakeners. There weren't many of them, but they were highly skilled. Although, to some extent, their nature had changed, they were no longer serving the public purely out of duty, instead collecting protection fees for survival, yet they maintained strict discipline and wouldn't cause chaos in the Haiqing gathering place because of this. In the early stages, Lu Xian's deliberate befriending of the head of this force earned him considerable goodwill. In power struggles, Lu Xian received significant help from them, otherwise, he would not have been able to survive Wang Mingyuan's relentless pressure. This force brought an order, albeit disorganized, to Haiqing. Therefore, it became a thorn in Wang Mingyuan's side. If most of these troops hadn't vanished during an external food search mission, perhaps Haiqing wouldn't have experienced such drastic changes. Even if Lu Xian had been betrayed by Wu Siming and lost all his influence, he wouldn't have been forced to flee. Upon hearing about taking a detour through Haiqing, Lu Xian's thoughts churned. If he could possibly bring over some of the soldiers from that force, it could be beneficial for Gong Cang's settlement in Fengqing. However, these were just musings that Lu Xian entertained in his current state. Specifically, it depended on whether it was feasible. If not, there was no point in forcing it. Gong Cang, you've been driving for a while now and need some good rest. From here on, let me take the wheel. Lu Xian grinned and climbed into the driver's seat of the SUV. If the highway from Daoqing to Haiqing is clear, it will be great. Maybe we can pick up some gasoline along the way. Sure enough, just like they had guessed, there were no gas stations along this highway. These ancillary facilities were either under construction or renovation. The high-speed pursuit earlier had completely burned through fuel. Now, only half of the battery and less than a quarter of the fuel remained. Finding a gas station could help replenish their supplies little by little. After driving intensively for some time, Gong Cang was a bit tired. He nodded at Lu Xian and sat in the passenger seat, letting out a deep breath before closing his eyes to rest. Once He Yong's father and son boarded the SUV, Lu Xian started the engine, driving the SUV into the night. An hour later, Lu Xian switched from the newly constructed expressway to the highway connecting Daoqing and Haiqing. This highway also linked two other cities, so abandoned vehicles were significantly more than they had seen before. As Lu Xinwu had mentioned, thanks to the cleanup done by that military unit, the three-lane highway had its middle lane cleared by heavy machinery like dump trucks, creating a relatively wide passageway. On either side of the road, various vehicles with obvious crushing marks had been pushed to the side. Be it a Land Rover or a Hummer, a Hongqi or a BMW, after being abandoned, they all became garbage and obstacles. In this apocalypse, it seems that in the face of death, everyone is truly equal. Being wealthy doesn't necessarily guarantee survival until the end, nor does poverty mean certain death. Luck plays a significant part, a highly fair portion at that. There were also quite a few zombie corpses on this highway, some of them bearing the marks of being crushed by vehicles. Among these, zombies who had lost their hands and feet but hadn't suffered injuries to their heads began raising their heads upon hearing the sound of the SUV. They opened their mouths wide as if trying to tear chunks of meat from the vehicle. Even without limbs, they wriggled desperately toward the edge of the road or into the middle of it. Under the illumination of the headlights, this terrifying scene left Lu Xian with an indelible feeling of gloom hanging over his heart. Lu Xian realized that he had led too simple a life in Haiqing during his previous lifetime. Apart from running into those scoundrels Wu Siming and Wang Mingyuan, he hadn't encountered much trouble. Living this life again, he originally thought that if he was adequately prepared for the apocalypse, it would be enough. But as he left Haiqing, he discovered that the apocalypse wasn't as straightforward as he'd imagined. Countless mysteries lay hidden behind it all. What he once thought of as advantages no longer seemed as significant as before. Taking a deep breath, the cold air helped steady Lu Xian's emotions, making him focus even more on the road ahead. No matter what changes awaited concerning these matters, Lu Xian believed in handling situations as they arose, step by step. Looking at the dashboard's energy level display, Lu Xian bitterly shook his head. Compared to those more distant issues, whether or not they could find gasoline now was far more pressing. The remaining fuel and power supply certainly wouldn't be enough to support them all the way to Haiqing. If their energy ran out just when they happened to be in a region heavily populated by zombies, they would be finished. There were the most blocked vehicles at the entrance to the expressway. As they ventured further onto the highway, vehicles gradually grew fewer. Lu Xian began examining the roadside for any suitable gas stations to refuel. Though the army's retreat had involved a certain degree of clearing away zombies and vehicles, the gasoline at these stations had already been looted long before their arrival. Not only was the gasoline gone, but the attached convenience stores were also thoroughly emptied. Just as Lu Xian was worrying himself to the point where his head was practically catching fire over the gasoline issue, Gong Cang woke up. A short 2-hour rest had given him a temporary replenishment and recovery of his strength. He greeted Lu Xian, then shifted his gaze to the dashboard's power and fuel indicators. The gasoline and power are nearly gone. Gong Song looked at the dwindling power levels, feeling worried. If it were daytime, solar power might help charge the vehicle. With dawn still some time away, their remaining power likely wouldn't last much longer, and the last bit of gasoline shouldn't just be burned up. Without it, if something unexpected happened, they'd have no means of responding. Lu Xian let out an helpless laugh. I just passed several rest areas and gas stations, everything there was a complete mess. There was no gasoline left inside, and abandoned vehicles completely blocked the entrances, making it impossible to get in. Our current power can probably sustain driving for another hour at most. If we don't find gasoline soon, we will have to abandon the car. Abandoning the SUV, this sturdy mobile fortress, in the apocalypse meant death. Perhaps someone like Gong Song could survive, but neither He Yong's father and son nor Lu Xian could definitely endure. There are a lot of abandoned vehicles on the side of the road. We'll try to collect gasoline from them, no matter how much. Every little bit counts. Gong Song knew that getting out of the car at night, especially under such circumstances, was unwise. Yet if he didn't act, their team would be the ones to suffer. Saying this, Gong Song asked Lu Xian, is there a hose in the car? No. Lu Xian mentally berated himself for thinking of everything except this detail. It's fine, let's see if other cars have one first. If not, we'll think of something else. Gong Song lowered the window to check the outside conditions. Soon, a small car crashed on the side of the road came into view. After taking a quick glance, Gong Song said, all the people in this car have turned into zombies. Let's just check the trunk and the fuel tank. They stopped beside this car, and Lu Xian and Gong Song each took their M9s. Lu Xian grabbed a thick wire from the back and headed toward the fuel tank, while Gong Song approached the trunk with his Swiss Army knife. With a few deft movements, Gong Song pried open the trunk. The family had fled with quite a few necessities, including camping supplies among other items. Although no hose was found, there were two 20-liter sealed water buckets, still filled to the brim. Upon seeing them, Gong Song felt a surge of relief and picked up both water buckets. How much gasoline is in the tank? Gong Song glanced over at Lu Xian, watching as he pulled the wire out. The long wire was only damp for about 6 centimeters near its tip. Optimistically, it's around 10 liters. Even 10 liters was already substantial, enough to get even an oil-guzzling SUV going for a while. Holding the two sealed water buckets aloft, Gong Song said, alright, let's first pour these into the empty mineral water bottles in the car, then come back to siphon the gasoline. Chapter 40, Reunion with Wu Siming. After filling more than a dozen mineral water bottles with 40 L of water, there was still one pot left over. Lu Xian and Gong Song saw that the gasoline was originally scarce, so they had a refreshing drink of the remaining water with He Yong and his son. They then carefully wrapped up the rest of the water in sturdy plastic bags for future use. After shaking out the nearly dried empty bottle, Lu Xian handed the water pot to Gong Song. Gong Song, holding a Swiss Army knife, went to the gas tank of a nearby sedan. He was about to open it with a screwdriver when Lu Xian grabbed his arm tensely. What are you doing? Will the fuel tank explode like this? Gong Song looked at Lu Xian helplessly, smiling bitterly. Don't rely on what you see on TV or in movies. Gasoline is relatively stable, it generally doesn't explode under normal circumstances. Otherwise, car accidents would result in explosions much more frequently. And let alone using a bullet to shoot it now, even if I am only trying to damage the fuel tank with a screwdriver, it wouldn't necessarily cause an explosion. After hearing this from Gong Song, Lu Xian's face turned red, and he immediately stepped aside. Indeed, his fixed impression came from watching TV and films. Gong Song squatted down and placed the water pot below the fuel tank. Then, he reversed his Swiss Army knife and suddenly thrust it into the fuel tank. The sound of the punctured metal broke the tranquil night sky. After quickly pulling out the knife, Gong Song withdrew the Swiss Army knife, allowing the pungent smell of gasoline to seep through. The transparent dark liquid started flowing into the water pot via the hole pierced by the knife. After some splashing sounds, all the gasoline flowed out of the fuel tank. Gong Song returned to the front of the off-road vehicle, pouring the gasoline inside. I estimate there's no more than 10 liters in here. We need to collect as much gasoline along our way as possible. If we can get more containers, then we'll collect more. Gong Song put the emptied gas container in the trunk. I think it will be harder and harder to obtain gasoline in the future. It's fortunate that you're smart enough to have chosen a hybrid engine, otherwise, if we run out of gasoline, your car would become useless, a waste. Hee hee. Let's go, we still have a long way before reaching High City, said Lu Xian. Praise from Gong Song made him slightly proud, but he didn't dare to show it. After all, the reason he managed this was simple. He knew solar energy would become valuable later. Even if it couldn't entirely replace gasoline, it would at least allow them to save on fuel. Alright, let's move. Lu Xian and Gong Song switched drivers, allowing Lu Xian to take a break while Gong Song drove. Later, if Gong Song got tired, Lu Xian could take over. Lu Xian had no objection. This wasn't a time for politeness. No one knew what might happen next, and preserving their maximum strength would ensure they survived longer in this apocalypse. With closed eyes, arms crossed around his body, the seatbelt tightly held him to the passenger seat, embracing him snugly. His head slightly tilted towards Gong Sang's direction subconsciously, pressing hard against the headrest, though uncomfortable, allowing him to smell Gong Sang's presence even in sleep. After rebirth, Lu Xian's sleep wasn't particularly good. Given all he'd gone through, calm slumber became impossible. In that past nightmare from which he could never escape, the memory of being saved by Gong Sang stayed with him. Now, what allows him peaceful sleep is the scent of Gong Sang. It's difficult to describe Gong Sang's scent. It was clean, pure, keeping Lu Xian's sensitive nose free from the pervasive stench of corpses around them. It was just like those memories of embrace, giving Lu Xian a deep sense of security. Since he slept so soundly, Lu Xian even began to snore lightly. When Gong Sang heard the light snoring, he couldn't help but glance at Lu Xian. His usually cheerful demeanor disappeared during such deep slumber, leaving only serenity behind. With just one look, Gong Sang noticed Lu Xian's slightly furrowed brows, making him steal occasional glances at Lu Xian while driving. Even in dreams, it seemed Lu Xian was tormented by past memories. However, whenever these memories were about to disturb his awakening, his brow smoothed once more. Seeing Lu Xian's peaceful expression made Gong Sang inexplicably feel better himself. Soon after, Gong Sang spotted another vehicle parked on the side of the road. As before, he intended to check whether there was any gasoline left in the fuel tank. However, he couldn't act alone and needed Lu Xian to stay alert. Although not wanting to interrupt Lu Xian's slumber, Gong Sang reluctantly reached out and gently tapped Lu Xian twice on the cheek. The skin he touched wasn't smooth. In fact, due to the post-apocalypse era, it hadn't been well maintained and had become a little rough. But Gong Sang suddenly felt as if an electric current had passed through his heart. Lu Xian, wake up. Gong Sang softly called Lu Xian's name. Lu Xian slowly opened his eyes, looking dazed, and gazed at Gong Sang in front of him for quite some time before coming fully awake with a jolt and struggling to sit upright. But bound by the seatbelt, his attempt only resulted in bouncing back onto the seat, which made Gong Sang chuckle quietly. Still, while he was laughing, he leaned closer slightly and helped untangle the seatbelt for Lu Xian. There's a derelict car ahead. We need to check if there's any gasoline or other useful stuff inside. Rubbing his eyes and shaking his head, Lu Xian finally regained full consciousness. At this point, he also noticed the vehicle ahead, and together with Gong Sang, they got out of the SUV and walked over with their tools ready. After searching thoroughly, they found even less gasoline than before. It seemed that someone else had already taken all the gasoline from this car, judging by the fuel cap being tossed aside carelessly. Gong Sang looked at the meager layer of gasoline stuck to the bottom of the water pot and said to Lu Xian, based on this situation, even if we gather enough gasoline to reach High City, we might not have enough to return to Feng City afterward. Lu Xian understood too. The extent of looting seen on this car demonstrated how many people had realized the importance of self-protection after the apocalypse. This awareness would make their scavenging increasingly difficult. If we reach High City, we don't necessarily have to rush to Feng City right away. I'm originally from High City, and I have sufficient gasoline reserves for the off-road vehicle. At his villa, Lu Xian had indeed stored some supplies. The key to these reserves, however, wasn't given to Wu Siming, and Lu Xian bet Wu Siming wouldn't be able to guess where his stash was. Gong Sang pondered for a moment and said, what you propose is indeed feasible, but after the apocalypse, order has been disrupted, and we can't guarantee whether anyone else has entered your home. Lu Xian shrugged indifferently, saying with a smile, there isn't much in my place. Anyone who enters would likely just take my car, and there shouldn't be any other major problems. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Gong Sang and added, besides, I still have you as my partner, right? If anything happens, you could help me. Lu Xian's words caused Gong Sang's previously tense expression to soften like melting snow under the spring sun. He nodded and replied, you're right. If anyone causes trouble at your house, I will certainly deal with them appropriately. Lu Xian had more plans beyond this one. His mind kept circling around that matter concerning the military forces. Without his assistance now, the army personnel in High City were probably having a hard time under Wang Mingyuan's influence. If he encounters them, he might just convince them to join the trip to Feng City. Driving along and scavenging, they actually accumulated a fair amount of gasoline bit by bit. However, because the off-road vehicle burned oil so fast, what remained was barely half a tank of gas. This was only possible due to the solar power Lu Xian used when the sun came out 2 hours ago. Otherwise, even this half tank wouldn't have lasted. Ahead is the entrance to High City. Lu Xian had already taken back the wheel, choosing an entrance closest to his home. It was also the route confirmed cleared by the military force after contacting Lu Xinwu. Meanwhile, Lu Xinwu faced a small issue. His team's route hadn't been fully cleaned yet. The cleared sections weren't continuous, increasing the danger level. Hence, he needed more time to reorganize and adjust the map accordingly. Gong Sang raised his head toward High City. Just like other cities, High City suffered from the devastating virus. The entire city lacked its previous vitality. Gazing into the distance, he could see black or gray smoke clouds swirling in certain corners of the city, giving it an even stronger sense of being a deserted industrial metropolis. Dad, look, there are so many big buildings. He-chan didn't understand the adult's worries and sorrows. He was merely thrilled by the sight of such grand structures, it was so impressive. He-yong couldn't help but feel amused yet sorrowful as he watched his son pressing against the car window to observe the outside world. His hand subconsciously reached out and ruffled his son's hair, while reminiscing about his wife who had been forced to take her own life. If she were alive, what would she be saying right now? The more He-yong thought about it, the more grateful he became towards Gong-sang and Lu Xian. They had saved him and his son, regardless of the path his wife had chosen, their lives had been rescued from the hands of those scumbags by these two individuals. He wished that if he possessed similar abilities, perhaps he could be of help to Lu Xian and the others. Lu Xian drove his off-road vehicle along the cleared road into High City and noticed that at the entrance, someone had constructed crash barriers using sandbags and concrete blocks. On a short tower made out of concrete stood several obviously thug-like individuals gesturing for him to stop. At the position of concrete barriers, even though Lu Xian trusted in his SUV's performance, he didn't dare drive straight toward them but obediently stopped before the defense system. To enter the city. Pay protection fees. One adult pays 10 catties of rice or 2 catties of meat or 2 packs of 5-in-1 instant noodles. For children, it's half price. A slick man approached and recited the rules for entering the city. Lu Xian lowered his window and asked this man, "What if I don't need your protection?" The man caught sight of Gong-sang, hesitated for a second, then smirked, "We've gone through all the trouble to clean up this road, so you can think of this protection fee as hard work fee. If you don't want to pay, just lend us your pretty boy here to play with for a couple of days, Mr. Lu." Seeing that the other party recognized him and continued to make such provocative statements, Lu Xian didn't get angry but chuckled instead, opened his car door suddenly, pushing the man down onto the ground, jumped out of the car, and stomped on the man's stomach with one foot. This man didn't expect Lu Xian to act violently without any argument, taking a hit silently, but upon regaining his senses, decided to engage Lu Xian in an all-out physical fight. But although he thought about it, comparing Lu Xian to whom exactly was weak? Compared with Gong-sang, he couldn't compete. However, compared to such hoodlums, even if he couldn't take 10 men down, dealing with 2 or 3 wasn't an issue. After kicking the man twice, rendering him incapable of resistance, Lu Xian glanced at him, then looked at the few people closing in, and snorted coldly, "Let me borrow my pretty boy for your fun. Have you forgotten who I, Lu Xian, am? Should I really pay protection fees when I return to High City? You'd better have the capability to take it if you dare to ask." Lu Xian's money-making ability and his connections in both the legal and illegal world truly could intimidate these people before the apocalypse. But they were no longer the nobodies they used to be. After setting up obstacles here, they took advantage of the opportunity not only to eat well and drink well but also to enjoy women they couldn't before, even female celebrities. Like before, when a wealthy businessman fled with his mistress, a famous international female celebrity. When they demanded the rich man hand over the celebrity for some fun before being allowed to enter, the businessman said nothing and pushed the trembling woman out without hesitation. Thinking back to the taste of that female celebrity, the people intimidated by Lu Xian's presence immediately grew bold again. "What's this, High City Lord Lu? Shit, now that he has no support in High City, let's go ahead. Fuck, why should we believe he can take down 10 of us?" As these several individuals recklessly prepared to surround and attack, ready for Gong-sang to get out of the car to deal with them, a crisp voice rang out. "Who dared to show disrespect to Lu Xian? Get lost, all of you." Lu Xian recognized this familiar voice, and looked up quickly following the sound. There stood Wu Siming wearing a white casual suit on the defensive tower, nodding slightly towards him. Upon seeing Wu Siming, Lu Xian was reminded of the events that occurred after he left, which caused his head to ache uncontrollably. He could handle trash, but what to do against a psycho? And worse still, a psycho he never wanted to encounter in his life. Chapter 41, Wu Siming's Calculations. Upon hearing Wu Siming's reprimand, these few individuals, though unwilling, reluctantly halted their steps. Lu Xian's expression suddenly turned grave, sensing that the situation was not good. With Wu Siming present, it meant these people were under Wang Mingyuan's control. Did this imply Ji Mingshang hadn't managed to secure the core of Haiqing? He had already found a way to warn Ji Mingshang, so how did the situation turn into Wang Mingyuan being completely in charge? Also, what about the troops that had retreated to Haiqing? Why couldn't he see them? Wu Siming quickly descended from the defensive tower and walked directly up to Lu Xian, flashing a smile that used to make his heart race, pure and beautiful. "Lu Xian, you've returned." Despite Lu Xian being on guard, he was still caught off guard by that smile. His heart clenched with a dull pain. This smile was clean and pure, almost like an angelic grin. Yet, Lu Xian noticed something different about it compared to the past lives Wu Siming. In the previous timeline, those smiles never reached his eyes. The Wu Siming he saw back then seemed like a perfect angel, or perhaps more accurately, a perfect robot. His smiles had always been mechanical, likely due to Lu Xian's blind love which prevented him from seeing through it. However, the joy Wu Siming showed in his eyes now could not be concealed, and Lu Xian could see the gleaming happiness in them clearly. Was Wu Siming actually pleased to see him? Reflecting further, Lu Xian let out a bitter laugh. In the previous life, his protective actions toward Wu Siming only ended up being shackles confining him, while in this one, his letting go turned him into someone Wu Siming wanted to meet instead. This was truly absurd. After silently sighing inside, Lu Xian put on a calm expression and directed a tranquil look at Wu Siming. Instead of responding, he asked, "You seem to be doing well. Is Wang Mingyuan treating you properly?" Though seemingly indifferent, there was a thread of concern laced with lingering affection in Lu Xian's voice. Wu Siming's eyes lit up with pleasure at this. He hadn't expected Lu Xian to start their conversation by asking after his well-being. Could this mean Lu Xian still harbored some old feelings for him? But the joy on Wu Siming's face didn't last long. Recalling the reason for Lu Xian's departure from Haicheng, his gaze instinctively fell on Lu Xian's off-road vehicle. There, Wu Siming spotted Gong Song, and immediately his features darkened. The forced smile slipped entirely from his face. The presence of this man alongside Lu Xian indicated that Lu Xian's earlier departure might have been because of him. Wu Siming had always thought that Lu Xian remained attached to him, which was why he acted so gently and considerately towards him, even taking care of him and offering refuge when Wu Siming started his relationship with Wang Mingyuan. Now, Wu Siming was unsure whether Lu Xian still felt anything for him since the sight of the handsome man sitting in the passenger seat startled him profoundly. At the moment he identified this person, he nearly wanted to drag the individual out of the passenger seat right away. But Wu Siming refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, he forced a faint smile onto his face and said, "He treats me well. After all, during the apocalypse, I awakened certain abilities that could help him." Then he glanced at Gong Song again before asking, "Lu Xian, is this the friend you went to find in Xiao? I never heard you mention knowing someone like him." Lu Xian was no stranger to power plays, having thrived in corporate battles, and it wasn't difficult for him to discern Wu Siming's underlying intent to probe him. Noticing the subtle hostility towards Gong Song, Lu Xian exchanged a glance with Gong Song before saying with gratitude in his eyes, "I arrived at the hospital in Xiao shortly before the zombie outbreak occurred. My friend wasn't in good health and during our escape. I myself also faced peril. If not for his assistance helping me escape, I might not have made it back alive. Siming, he saved my life, and I wish to repay him." The anguish evident on Lu Xian's face as he spoke about his friend, along with the heartfelt gratitude displayed towards Gong Song, was portrayed with such conviction that Wu Siming found no reason to doubt the truth behind his words. Based on his understanding of Lu Xian, deception or lies would never cross his mind. Had it not been for Lu Xian's decision to let him go and allow Wu Siming to think more rationally, Wu Siming wouldn't have realized just how remarkable this man who once slipped through his fingers truly was, especially in comparison to Wang Mingyuan. Taking a deep breath, several ideas ran through Wu Siming's mind about how he could maintain contact with Lu Xian, but none of them worked with the fox-faced seductress seated beside him. After much deliberation, he finally instructed his subordinates. "Clear the roadblocks." Though a flicker of discontent flashed across the faces of those men, they obediently cleared the roadblocks. Lu Xian hadn't expected that Wu Siming's words would carry so much weight. In his mind, he wondered why this lifetime was different. In the previous life, Wang Mingyuan valued Wu Siming because he handed over all his resources to him, yet in this timeline, Lu Xian had already emptied everything out. So what capability had Wu Siming relied on to gain Wang Mingyuan's favor? However, Lu Xian didn't press Wu Siming for answers. He could see from Wu Siming's gaze upon him that as long as he stayed in Haicheng, Wu Siming would inevitably come to him sooner or later. "Siming, thank you." Lu Xian smiled gratefully, and under the sunlight, his handsome face was especially captivating. Wu Siming hadn't seen Lu Xian smile in quite some time. The longing in his heart stirred again. It felt as if there were little claws scratching at his chest. He desperately wanted to keep this smile hidden from others, especially from that dazzling man he envied. Wu Siming cast a discreet glare at Gong Song before forcing a faint smile and saying, "You don't need to be so formal with me." Then, he pulled out the necklace hanging around his neck. Lu Xian noticed that the pendant was actually the key to his villa, which surprised him momentarily. "No one has disturbed your place. I even cleaned it. You can move right back in," Wu Siming said while taking a step closer to Lu Xian and lowering his voice. "Brother Mingyuan has plans for you. You'd better find the soldiers stationed in the eastern part of the city to protect yourself." Vocalizing in such a low tone, close to Lu Xian's ear, warm breath brushed against Lu Xian's skin, causing him to develop goosebumps. Seeing this sensitive reaction, Wu Siming paused for a moment and stepped back from Lu Xian. From Gong Song's perspective, Wu Siming appeared to be kissing Lu Xian's cheek. This intimate gesture made him feel restless but also helped him understand that Wu Siming was throwing down a challenge. Lu Xian hadn't anticipated Wu Siming offering him this warning. Startled for a second, he quickly masked his feelings with gratitude. Quietly accepting the key without showing any trace of emotion, he nodded and said, "I'll head home then. See you when we have time." "All right, till then," replied Wu Siming. Wu Siming stood aside as Lu Xian jumped into his off-road vehicle and drove slowly toward the city. After Lu Xian left, Wu Siming returned to the defensive tower and retrieved a walkie-talkie. When the communication connected, Wang Mingyuan's voice came through loud and clear from the speaker. "Siming, is he back?" Wang Mingyuan sounded tense yet excited, his barely contained excitement was almost palpable. "He's back. Though there was an undercurrent of unwillingness and resentment in Wu Siming's eyes, his tone remained soft as usual. That person's sense of smell is truly extraordinary, just like he claimed. It's good that he's back. I've missed seeing him for so long. Mingyuan. Wu Siming suddenly addressed Wang Mingyuan. He swallowed audibly, mustering up the courage to continue. Don't forget what you promised me. Don't worry about it. I've already said I'll give you a taste if Lu Xian willingly comes to my bed, Wang Mingyuan responded with a soft laugh. Besides, I'm eager to see what happens when he gets tangled up with you. Just imagining such a masculine guy being devoured by you, a little angel, it excites me so much that I feel like my blood is boiling. His voice quieted as the sound of shuffling footsteps came through the device. A dragged-out cry soon followed. Wang Master, please don't. A voice filled with seductive allure transmitted through the walkie-talkie. A sardonic smirk curved Wu Siming's lips, and his eyes became exceptionally cold. Master needs a release, you'd better satisfy me. The command left no room for refusal, accompanied by dragging sounds. Within seconds, wet sucking noises echoed through the speaker. Wu Siming spoke softly, Mingyuan, I'll go prepare a few things, and I'll be back later. Good. When you return, I'll show you how much I've missed you, Siming. Without hesitation, Wang Mingyuan tossed the walkie-talkie onto the side desk. At this point, he sat in the office where Lu Xian used to spend most of his time. Beneath the large desk, a young man knelt devotedly serving him. This compliant young man made Wang Mingyuan relax his eyes in satisfaction. He inconspicuously nudged the man's abdomen with his shoe. The man who bore a slight resemblance to Lu Xian released a muffled groan, like a nasal hum. Wang Mingyuan, however, turned cold on his face, grabbing the young man's cheek from behind and pulling him out from under the desk. The young man extended his crimson tongue, his anxious and pleading expression making Wang Mingyuan even icier in demeanor. As the pressure in Wang Mingyuan's hand grew heavier, the young man woke up from his frenzied daze. Seeing the increasing darkness in Wang Mingyuan's eyes, his body trembled uncontrollably. Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang. Wang Mingyuan held the young man's face, dragging him closer to himself, saying coldly, Lu Xian would never be so enthusiastic. Even when he was coerced into having me, he definitely didn't do it willingly. His gaze would not be lustful, it would only carry disdain for me. You are now Lu Xian, so don't make any expressions that wouldn't fit him, or I'll lose control and end you. Understand? Remembering the substitute that Wang Mingyuan had disposed of before him, this unfortunate fellow had nearly all his bones broken, a certain unmentionable part of his rear was as if corroded by venom reaching inside his internal organs, being carried out barely alive. The young man broke out with goosebumps covering his bare back. He nodded frantically, his gaze toward Wang Mingyuan shifting instantly from compliance to coldness and rejection. Seeing this glare, Wang Mingyuan smiled contentedly, pulling the young man into his embrace while thrusting him onto his hardness. Wang Mingyuan kissed the young man's ear red with pain and whispered softly, Lu Xian, during the apocalypse, I resented your deal with me which made my brother scold me endlessly. But now I no longer resent you because without provisions or water, we'd be doomed, yet there were plenty in your company's warehouse. I think perhaps you knew but couldn't directly tell me, hence you helped me in such a subtle way, otherwise, all the money I possessed would be useless junk incapable of getting anything. Lu Xian, I love you, I love you. Meanwhile, Lu Xian had no idea how much he was being romanticized in Wang Mingyuan's mind. He returned effortlessly to the area where he once lived. Wu Siming had already prepared ahead of time. The guards recognized Lu Xian's off-road vehicle and promptly opened the defensive barriers for him. It was then that Lu Xian noticed this entire district had been reassigned to different individuals for habitation. Previous residents who wielded power either fled or perished, others rendered useless were relegated to the outskirts by Wang Mingyuan for group living. Lu Xian's residence was exactly as Wu Siming described, exceptionally well protected. Except for some damage to the garden caused by vehicles outside the villa that hadn't been repaired, there were even two scruffy-looking thugs guarding it. Upon seeing his home in one piece, Lu Xian did not feel any relief. On the contrary, he felt anxiety and agitation rising. Wang Mingyuan's actions reaffirmed one fact, that Wang Mingyuan had not abandoned his intentions towards him. Gong Tsang, sensing the fluctuations in Lu Xian's emotions, placed his hand over Lu Xian's and murmured softly, Don't worry, leave everything to me. This simple sentence eased Lu Xian's furrowed brows. Driving his off-road vehicle into his courtyard and parking it in the garage, Lu Xian led Gong Tsang and the He family father and son into the house. This is my home. There are 2 guest rooms. The bigger room can go to Uncle He and Qiang. The other room will be for Gong Tsang. Each room has a bathroom. After washing up, take a short rest. Everyone has worked hard these past few days. Returning to his room where he had lived for so long, despite knowing what those 2 men had done here, Lu Xian still found comfort in its preservation. Seeing Lu Xian's weary face, Gong Tsang could not help but say, You should also take a good rest. You've worked hard too. I'll cook later. You 2 have been taking care of us father and son, not letting me do anything. Let me handle dinner preparation this time, I'm good at cooking. He Yong, who had been taken care of by the duo all along, was worried about finding no way to thank them. Upon hearing Gong Tsang offer to cook, he quickly took over the task entirely. Lu Xian did not resist, indeed feeling drained. He nodded and said, let's rest first, we'll talk about dinner later. After the four returned to their respective rooms, Lu Xian used solar energy, whereupon the water was not boiling hot but perfect for bathing. Bathed in warm water, Lu Xian washed away the dirt and blood of the past few days. The familiar scent of his bath gel took away his fatigue, the clean, accustomed smell bringing him great peace. However, Lu Xian had no idea that at the same moment, in another villa, Wu Siming was watching his image as he bathed, unable to resist starting to do things he had long wanted to do. You belong to me. Lu Xian, you are mine, I won't give you to anyone, including brother Mingyuan. Chapter 42, Wu Siming's Visit. Lu Xian flipped and got up from the bed a few hours later. The sky outside was nearly dark, around 8 o'clock perhaps, yet he still felt terribly sleepy, the kind of exhaustion that could have him sleep through anything. But he got up because his stomach, which had been long deprived of satisfaction, started to function again upon catching the aroma of delicious food. Lu Xian jumped out of bed, opened the door and rushed straight to the kitchen, expecting to see a nurturing dad busy in the kitchen, but instead, he saw Gong Sang. Gong Sang had changed out of his camouflage outfit and into a simple t-shirt and shorts, revealing his snow-white skin that seemed impossible to tan. Under the weak orange glow of the kitchen light, it emitted a sense of warmth. Gong Sang was busying himself by the stove, tasting the soup with a ladle. At the sound of Lu Xian leaving his room, Gong Sang turned around and looked at him, a faint smile appearing on his lips as he waved the ladle towards Lu Xian, saying, "Are you hungry? Come drink a bowl of soup." Looking at this side of Gong Sang, something stirred in Lu Xian's heart, and he involuntarily recalled a notion that he had once kept buried deep within himself, an idea about love and family just before the apocalypse of his previous life. Because of his parents' simultaneous departure, Lu Xian grew up more mature than his peers. His experiences in the cutthroat world of business had made him even more cynical of social hypocrisy, and thus he yearned all the more for genuine warmth. Lu Xian wanted to find someone he could love deeply, someone who would love him like his father and mother had loved each other, mutual affection and care, growing old together. He sometimes thought that maybe the reason his parents left together was that they feared the other might feel too lonely without them. Such a love, so profoundly embedded in their souls for decades, simply couldn't exist alone. He envied such feelings and yearned for them, which is why he fell in love with the pure-hearted Wu Siming, believing Wu Siming to be the flame that lit his life. In his previous life, Lu Xian had given everything to Wu Siming, wanting nothing more than what Gong Sang now offered, a bit of warmth, the kind associated with family, whether real or psychological comfort. That was all he ever wished for. But what did he get in return? Betrayal. Lu Xian never imagined that he would find the warmth he had long sought right here at this moment, the same warmth that accompanied his death and rebirth. Gong Sang's smile instinctively drew Lu Xian closer, and he accepted the bowl of soup that was handed to him. The ingredients for the soup were pieces of cured meat that Lu Xian had previously purchased from a Sichuan cuisine owner. A block of cured meat weighing about 3 jin, 1.5 kilograms, was washed whole and placed directly into a clay pot for stewing. All the fats that rose to the surface of the soup were completely skimmed off, much like a beauty of extraordinary charm shedding unnecessary embellishments to reveal her true radiant allure. After some time simmering over low heat, the soup became a pale yellow similar to mung bean soup. The smell of the cured meat, after prolonged cooking, released an irresistible aroma. Even without scallions or any additional flavor enhancers, the essence of its fragrance managed to successfully make Lu Xian's stomach rumble hungrily. Taking a sip of the hot soup, the warm broth smoothed his restless stomach as though stroking it with a large hand, making Lu Xian close his eyes and breathe out deeply in contentment. The boss's cured meat is incredible, even used for soups, it's fragrant enough to kill 4. In his haste to drink the soup, Lu Xian's upper lip was smeared with a thin layer of grease, looking almost as if he'd applied glossy lip balm, adding a seductive sheen to his lips. Gong Sang slightly lowered his gaze and turned to look at the pot where chunks of cured meat bubbled over the fire. He deftly scooped one piece out with chopsticks, and with surgical precision, sliced 2 identical pieces of meat and fed them directly to Lu Xian. When Lu Xian saw the slices brought toward him, his first reaction was to open his mouth and bite into them. However, his teeth brushed against something, and instinctively, he licked it only to realize that he had, in this posture, been fed by Gong Sang, and accidentally licked Gong Sang's fingertip. The half-fat, half-lean cured meat carried a special fragrance, but not even this could distract Lu Xian entirely from the embarrassing thing he had just done. His handsome face turned crimson, and he wanted to immediately apologize to Gong Sang. Without fully chewing the cured meat, Lu Xian hastily swallowed it down without choking, then swallowed another gulp of saliva before speaking to Gong Sang, "I'm sorry, I accidentally bit your finger just now." Gong Sang didn't seem to find anything amiss, instead, he smiled and said, "It's fine. The cured meat is nearly ready. Go call Brother Yong and Xiang down." "All right." Lu Xian called He Yong and the sleepy-eyed He Chang downstairs. On the dining table in the hall, there was already a bowl of soup with blanched green vegetables and slices of cured meat, a large plate of cut cured meat, and several bowls of freshly served rice. Just then, a knock on the door was heard. Lu Xian frowned slightly and nodded at Gong Sang, saying, "I'll go open the door." Walking to the door, Lu Xian smelled Wu Siming's scent, along with the aroma of fresh vegetables. Raising his eyebrows, he swiftly opened the door. Wu Siming stood at the doorway, holding a basket filled with vegetables, meat, and sealed bread. Seeing that it was Lu Xian who opened the door, Wu Siming immediately put on an innocent and cute expression. I just came back and I worried you might not have food, so I brought some over. Wu Siming looked at Lu Xian's chest but recalled something else, the scene from hours ago on the camera where the shower water had hit Lu Xian's taut skin and splashed off, causing a flush of pink on his white cheeks. But at this moment, Wu Siming also caught the aroma of cured meat wafting out from inside. Looks like you've already prepared dinner. So, these can be for tomorrow. Seeing Wu Siming hadn't handed the items over, Lu Xian understood that delivering them was probably Wu Siming's way of probing. He too had something to ask Wu Siming, so he boldly opened the door wide, grinned and said, Gong Tsang has just finished preparing dinner, why don't you come in and try some? The moment Wu Siming heard Gong Tsang's name, the handsome man instantly popped into his mind. A shadow of gloom crossed his eyes, but he still maintained a pure smile as he entered the house. As soon as Wu Siming stepped in, his eyes immediately landed on Gong Tsang and He Yong sitting around the table. None of them had started eating yet, they were waiting for Lu Xian. Gong Tsang saw Wu Siming and showed no change in expression. He simply stood up and went to fetch another set of bowl and chopsticks, placing them at an empty seat. Seeing Gong Tsang's action, Wu Siming felt very uneasy. He had been to Lu Xian's place before, back then, he was Lu Xian's official boyfriend. He knew every corner of the house well and certainly didn't need someone who had just saved Lu Xian's life to bring him utensils. Wasn't this treating him as a guest? If it were before their breakup, Wu Siming would think it was a trick by Lu Xian to win him back. But now, knowing Lu Xian had truly let him go, and considering that this fox spirit could likely have taken a fancy to Lu Xian as well, he had to be cautious. With Wang Mingyuan already coveting Lu Xian and now adding a fox spirit into the mix, dark emotions churned in Wu Siming's heart, almost threatening to explode. Lu Xian took his seat and casually served a bowl of soup to Wu Siming, saying, have a bowl of soup. You still remember I like drinking soup. Wu Siming looked at the bowl of soup, his eyes beginning to turn slightly red-rimmed. His handsome face paired with this look made him appear deeply nostalgic, an act that prompted Gong Tsang to raise an eyebrow slightly. This man who kept acting as if he was special to Lu Xian clearly wanted to stir up trouble. However, Gong Tsang didn't intend to take things personally with Wu Siming. After all, he had always been exploring how best to relate to Lu Xian. Now that it was confirmed that Lu Xian was also interested in men, he actually owed this ex-boyfriend a bit of gratitude. Eat your meal while it's hot or it will get greasy when it cools down. Gong Tsang poured a spoonful of cured meat soup into Lu Xian's bowl. The slightly yellow broth immediately soaked the pristine white rice, creating a beautiful hue. Then, he picked up the chopsticks and placed 2 thin slices of cured meat into Lu Xian's bowl. He Yong also mixed small amounts of the specially chopped meat and soup with a portion of rice, handing it to his beloved son. Upon smelling the delicious aroma of cured meat, He Chong quickly devoured his meal with big bites, gobbling up the rice and sauce without any restraint, getting grains and soup stains all over his little face. He Yong was too busy attending to his son to start eating himself. Seeing the food laid out, Lu Xian didn't pay attention to Wu Siming's dramatics anymore. He lifted the bowl and steadily ate mouthful after mouthful of rice. The rich and fatty cured meat, preserved with special seasonings, exuded a vibrant color and aroma that never left one feeling greasy despite its fattiness. On the contrary, its scent was inviting. With those 2 pieces of meat, Lu Xian easily polished off a whole bowl of rice. Then, he carried the pot and added 2 more bowls, devouring everything like the wind sweeping away clouds. Though he ate quickly and in great quantity, Lu Xian's eating posture remained graceful, though not as elegant as Gong Tsang's, it carried a certain casual charm. Especially after being full, the slight smile on his lips caused a sudden flicker in Gong Tsang's heart and almost made Wu Siming choke while drinking the soup. Why rush to drink the soup? What if you get choked? Lu Xian's tone remained gentle as he tore off 2 sheets of paper and handed them to Wu Siming. Wu Siming had been watching Lu Xian eat. Gong Tsang kept occasionally serving him meat, creating a kind of intimacy between them that Wu Siming couldn't penetrate. It was making him feel increasingly agitated. At this moment, as Lu Xian handed him the tissues, Wu Siming felt a flicker of warmth inside him. But then he remembered his purpose for coming and used this opportunity to speak. I'm fine, Wu Siming exhaled softly and said in a low voice, Lu Xian, High City is basically under Mingyuan's control now. If you plan to stay here long term, you're bound to deal with him. You know how he has always, well, it seems like you need to seek other protection. Lu Xian showed no visible reaction on his face, but he started to suspect things internally. Wu Siming had earlier suggested that he seek out the army forces at the east side of the city for protection, and now brought up the matter again. Lu Xian didn't believe Wu Siming's concern was purely altruistic. This boy who still appeared simple-minded was tactically sharp and capable of cruel methods. What exactly was he planning? Lu Xian naturally wouldn't tell Wu Siming that he wouldn't be staying in High City for long. He didn't want to risk being betrayed again and forced back into the desperate situations he once faced, especially now that he wasn't alone anymore. He had to take into account Gong Tsang and He Yong's father-son duo. Putting down his chopsticks, Lu Xian asked quietly, Siming, what exactly is happening in High City? There are many people capable of standing up to Wang Mingyuan, why does only the military force in the eastern part of the city remain? What about the other factions? Lu Xian had not overlooked the word basically in Wu Siming's earlier statement. It implied that Wang Mingyuan hadn't fully gained control over the entire city yet. The other factions? When the apocalypse began, some retreated, others vanished, and after some collapsed, they were absorbed by Mingyuan. Wu Siming's words sent a heavy weight settling into Lu Xian's thoughts. He wondered which category Ji Ming Shang might have fallen into. But instead of asking this question aloud, Lu Xian queried another one. How did Wang Mingyuan manage to preserve his power so intact? If Wang Mingyuan's power hadn't remained intact, then how could he have basically taken control of Hai City? Lu Xian was highly interested in how Wang Mingyuan managed to maintain his strength. Chapter 43, Act for Them. Wu Siming did not conceal anything from Lu Xian, revealing all the secrets about Wang Mingyuan. It turned out that when Lu Xian sold the company to Wang Mingyuan, he inadvertently helped him a great deal, allowing his power base to be maximally preserved. Before the apocalypse, Wang Mingyuan's brother, Wang Mingjing, had managed to move all of them into that company. He ordered Wang Mingyuan to place everyone in positions and prepare for laundering their gang's past. At first, all the brothers were discontented with this decision since their activities before were much different from those white-collar workers they were now supposed to impersonate. Making them go through the trouble of punching time clocks was inconvenient at best. And it wasn't just minor adjustments, Wang Mingjing was ruthless. Even while sitting around reading newspapers in the office, they weren't allowed to wander outside. They had to strictly adhere to the company rules, locked down in their respective offices. Inadvertently, this strategy saved these people from the chaos happening outside, preserving the majority of them as they were already isolated from danger. When zombies attacked the company building, these street fighters dealt with the threats swiftly due to their superior combat abilities, thus retaining significant fighting strength. The company also benefited from previous welfare programs introduced by Lu Xian, stockpiling supplies left unclaimed due to resignations and turnovers. These resources sustained Wang Mingyuan's group after the outbreak occurred, buying them enough time until the situation clarified somewhat. Apart from these factors, Lu Xian learned another surprising fact: several original employees within the company had awakened beast souls. More importantly, among them were beast soul users with powerful regenerative capabilities. This discovery laid a solid foundation for Wang Mingyuan to grow his influence. Lu Xian inwardly rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath, "What the hell, I wanted to trick Wang Mingyuan, but instead ended up aiding him. Not only did I gift him a rare recovery ability from those awakened beast souls, but I unintentionally boosted his chance of uniting Hai City." Additionally, Wu Siming informed Lu Xian that both the southern and northern districts had completely fallen. Despite consolidating control over Hai City, Wang Mingyuan lacked the capability to fully clear the southern and northern parts. Clearly, Wu Siming's warnings carried weight. Lu Xian realized he needed to carefully strategize how to stay safe until Lu Xinwu found a way to rescue him. He definitely didn't want to be an accomplice for Wang Mingyuan. That twisted maniac might have harbored sinister plans for quite some time. Recalling the wounds on Wu Siming's body when he visited before heading to Shui City sent shivers down Lu Xian's spine, making his expression grim. Wu Siming didn't stay long, drinking the bowl of soup Lu Xian offered before leaving. "So, what do you think?" As soon as Wu Siming left, Lu Xian immediately asked Gong Tsang. The revelations Wu Siming had shared were too shocking to ignore. Gong Tsang pushed aside his food bowl and raised an eyebrow, saying, "His intent goes beyond warning you, there are other plans brewing. Although I don't know what they are exactly, I can tell that they won't be simple. If he truly cared about your safety, he could have arranged for you to leave before entering the city, rather than bringing you in and then telling you where to find allies capable of protecting yourself. He intends to use you for something." Had Wu Siming been present, he would have jumped hearing Gong Tsang's analysis, which struck close to the truth. His machinations aimed partly at dealing with Wang Mingyuan and partly at altering Lu Xian's perception of him. He also sought to utilize this situation to acquire more power. Though Gong Tsang uncovered these insights, Lu Xian roughly guessed the same, especially since he returned to Wang Mingyuan's territory without the madman targeting him directly, suggesting there must be an agenda tied closely to the eastern forces Wu Siming kept emphasizing. Considering this, Lu Xian grinned cunningly. "Whatever Wu Siming and Wang Mingyuan plan is irrelevant to us, we can still use this opportunity to check out the eastern forces." Lu Xian spoke earnestly, adding, "Even though we're uncertain whether governmental institutions still exist under current conditions, I trust soldiers will behave differently compared to Wang Mingyuan's men." "Agreed, I recommend we head there as well to investigate the situation." Wang Mingyuan's inability to conquer the east likely stems from additional factors. Looking out at the night sky, the moon hung amidst scattered clouds, its light flickering between visibility and shadow. Suddenly, Gong Tsang remarked, "Let's rest briefly tonight, and then explore the eastern district." "Tonight?" Lu Xian glanced at the areas outside untouched by moonlight, unsure if any zombies lurked in those shadows. Though it might still be relatively safe within Wang Mingyuan's territory at night, the distance from here to the eastern harbor wasn't short, and getting there wouldn't be easy. After hesitating for a moment, he expressed his concerns. Going over there tonight might cause some problems. While some of the zombies have been cleared out, with Hai City's large population, even if the port isn't a densely populated area, there are still a few farms along the way. It won't be that simple. If Wu Siming and Wang Mingyuan want to use you for something in the east part of the city, they'll definitely send someone to follow us during the day. And we might not be able to shake off the tail safely under such circumstances. But on nights like this, when many people fear an inability to guard against zombies, it's also when Wang Mingyuan's people are most concerned about their own safety. If we go out now, even if our tails know we're heading east, they won't dare to follow. Gong Tsang looked at Lu Xian and smiled, saying, they fear zombies at night, but we don't because you've got this. Then Gong Tsang touched the tip of Lu Xian's nose, the icy sensation causing Lu Xian to shiver involuntarily. Lu Xian touched his nose and understood what Gong Tsang meant. His sense of smell was quite sharp, so if any zombies approached, he would definitely detect them in advance. I almost forgot about that. Ha ha ha. In this city, many awakened individuals had improved senses of smell, but to reach Lu Xian's level of sensitivity, there were probably not many people. Those with sharper noses than his were even rarer. And people like that, even if Wang Mingyuan had them, wouldn't be used recklessly. After careful thought, Lu Xian couldn't help but admit that although Gong Tsang's plan carried a certain level of risk, it was feasible upon closer inspection. While Wang Mingyuan and the military may not have completely eradicated all zombies, the areas near their controlled zones must certainly have been cleaned up. At least they wouldn't encounter situations similar to the shopping plaza debacle in Shui City. By the way, if we're going to the east side, walking there might not be suitable, as Hai City is no small town, and the distance between here and the east won't be close. Lu Xian tilted his head toward Gong Tsang and said, let me show you something good, come. Gong Tsang rinsed the bowls in the sink and followed Lu Xian to the garage. Lu Xian's garage wasn't too small, but he had converted half of it into a tool room and storage space. He led Gong Tsang to his storage room. If we're driving out at night, it may not be convenient, but with these, it'll be a lot easier. Lu Xian opened the storage room, revealing not only some unfinished woodwork projects but also several limited edition mountain bikes. Gong Tsang's eyebrows rose slightly after taking a quick glance. If this had been before the apocalypse, Lu Xian's collection would have been enough to buy an ordinary person half a house. Even now, lightweight yet sturdy mountain bikes could significantly assist them in entering the east side while remaining as quiet as possible. Check them over. If everything's fine, let's rest briefly, then get ready to set off. Gong Tsang felt the tires and found them to be high quality, just like Lu Xian's off-road vehicle. This pleased him greatly. Lu Xian refilled the tires on the two mountain bikes chosen by Gong Tsang, asking while doing so, when we leave later, should we go through the front gate? Or what? Gong Tsang didn't mind using the main gate, he just didn't want anyone following them. Still, making it known that others can't easily manipulate Lu Xian was important since Wu Siming and Wang Mingyuan intended to use him as cannon fodder. Gong Tsang's calm demeanor helped reduce the unease that Lu Xian had harbored due to Wu Siming's words earlier. Yes, though both Wu Siming and Wang Mingyuan had schemed against him, he still had strong support. With this reassurance, Lu Xian felt more confident. After cleaning up the dishes, Lu Xian returned to his room, and Gong Tsang went back to sleep. They needed to act next, so wasting time was unacceptable. That night, as Lu Xian dozed off hazily, he suddenly felt a hand cover his mouth, startling him into breaking out in a cold sweat. However, the familiar scent immediately relaxed him. Gong. The words that were about to come out of his mouth were silenced by Gong Tsang's gaze. Gong Tsang looked down at him from a higher position, the bright moonlight behind him creating an appearance as if covered with a hazy white veil, making him seem like a flower demon under the moon, his gorgeous face paired with a cold stare that caused Lu Xian's heart to skip a beat. Lu Xian couldn't help but think in his mind, no wonder people would say it's stylish to die beneath the peony and become a ghost. Gong Tsang's beauty was like a light that could attract others like moths to flames. But shouldn't Gong Tsang have woken him up instead of straddling his stomach like this? The trembling in Lu Xian's eyes wasn't just out of shock, but more out of confusion. He didn't understand why Gong Tsang had suddenly done this. Gong Tsang then curved his crimson lips and formed a wordless sentence with his mouth. Put on a show for them. A show for them? A show for who? Lu Xian's hesitation only lasted for a moment, the next second, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He understood what Gong Tsang meant, there was surveillance installed in his room. Shit. Whoever did this must be the freak Wang Mingyuan. However, this time Lu Xian wrongfully accused Wang Mingyuan. Little did he know, it was actually the ruthless little angel Wu Siming who set it up. At this point, Gong Tsang slowly leaned forward, kissing Lu Xian's lips like a devil incarnate. Immediately, Lu Xian felt a familiar scent filling his nostrils, causing his heart rate to accelerate sharply. Chapter 44, Shall we give it a try? Gong Tsang did not engage in a deep kiss, merely allowing her lips to brush lightly against Lu Xian's. The soft and warm lips trembled slightly, causing Gong Tsang to realize Lu Xian's nervousness and uncertainty. Had Lu Xian never experienced such intimate contact with another person? Gong Tsang blinked her eyes in confusion and refrained from succumbing to the desires in her heart that would have deepened the kiss. She left the intimate touch at its surface, feeling Lu Xian's body temperature rise below her, his cheeks gradually turning red. Suddenly, Gong Tsang remembered the look in Wu Siming's eyes as he stared at Lu Xian, a look filled with an intense desire for possession. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, she didn't want anyone else to see Lu Xian in this state. Humph. Seemingly sighing with a breath, Gong Song flipped over directly, switching positions with Lu Xian. Her long, slim legs intertwined around Lu Xian's waist. With a gentle gesture, she pulled the thin blanket up and covered it over Lu Xian's back, shielding their bodies underneath so that only Lu Xian's silhouette and her own face could be seen from the camera's angle. A tantalizing smile curled at the corner of Gong Song's lips as her expression suddenly shifted into one mingled with pain and pleasure. Her pair of long legs tightened around Lu Xian's waist, pulling him toward her. From the outside, the movements of these two people were extremely alluring. Under Gong Song's expressive changes, what exactly transpired between them was practically self-evident. In some ways, the guesswork involved in imagining what happened was even more stirring than seeing it outright, an image capable of infinite reverie, enough to ignite passion in anyone who saw it. Lu Xian was captivated by Gong Song's stunning appearance, though he knew she was putting on a performance for others. This version of Gong Song had mesmerized his senses like a poppy flower. Unable to resist, Lu Xian began nibbling on Gong Song's lips, behaving like an enthusiastic little beast in a fit of abandon, which drew a faint smile from Gong Song. Though Gong Song's gaze remained fixed on Lu Xian, in reality, she continuously observed the camera for any movements. On the other side of the camera, Wu Siming's angelic-looking face was utterly distorted. Watching Gong Song as if she had reached the pinnacle of ecstasy, her confused gaze and emotionally charged expressions, he could not deny how Gong Song possessed a kind of seductive charm that felt capable of swallowing someone whole. But the fact that Lu Xian gave her such pleasure was something Wu Siming couldn't bear. Lu Xian belonged to him, no one would take Lu Xian away from his grasp. Yet Wu Siming noticed Lu Xian's fervor towards Gong Song, his passionate and persistent kissing, which made him wonder, if he hadn't betrayed Lu Xian or if he had held less prejudice before the betrayal, would he then be able to replace Gong Song in that position now, receiving Lu Xian's passion and tenderness? Watching the camera recording their seemingly inseparable intimacy, Wu Siming could finally hold back no longer, reaching out to turn off the device. At that moment, he noticed the couple pausing suddenly with no further action, frowning in confusion. What were they doing? It seemed as if they were fumbling about under the blanket as if dressing themselves, then dismounting from the bed. Lu Xian opened the door. Upon opening the door, Yong stood there. He glanced at Lu Xian and then at Gong Song lying in bed, making a shu hand signal. Wu Siming noticed a sharp glare emanating from his eyes as he looked at Gong Song. This slut really had the nerve, waking up the neighbor sleeping next door. Was it because of such shamelessness that she was able to entrap Lu Xian so thoroughly? Wu Siming wished nothing more than to slap this shameless fox spirit right across the face. After Yong left, Gong Song also got up from the bed. Lu Xian embraced her slender waist and whispered in her ear. Their sweat-soaked clothes clung damply to their bodies, yet their mutual kisses revealed an obvious lingering excitement as they headed toward the door together. Wu Siming panicked. Acquiring these cameras was not easy. They were installed only in Lu Xian's bedroom and bathroom, nowhere else. Thus, while he felt jealous and angry watching their interactions, when he couldn't see them anymore, he grew incredibly anxious. Where are they going? That damn fox spirit is taking Lu Xian where? Enraged, Wu Siming nearly shattered his teeth grinding them together, desperate to storm into Lu Xian's home and discover exactly what scheme Gong Song was concocting. 10 minutes later, Wu Siming heard static through the intercom as the person stationed in the secure area began speaking. Mr. Wu, Master Lu, and his friend are heading out. Should we let them pass? Wu Siming's fingers on the walkie-talkie had gone white. He knew why these two were going out, to avoid that father-son duo for a proper escapade. Wu Siming was so furious he felt his stomach ache, but what could he do by saying no? Perhaps the fox spirit would drag Lu Xian into some corner and have their fun there. If it got to Wang Mingyuan's ears, maybe he wouldn't wait anymore and just take Lu Xian as he pleased. And that fox spirit. Whenever Wu Siming thought of Gong Song's alluring image in the video, hatred flashed across his eyes. Did this fox spirit not like being played rough? After his plan succeeded, there would be plenty of men willing to replace Lu Xian's position. Moreover, if these two dared to leave the secure zone, they must have had something up their sleeves. This was a good chance to probe their bottom line, and perhaps their strength would play a decisive role in his plan. As he thought about his own plan, Wu Siming gradually calmed down. Suppressing his anger, he passed on his orders steadily. Regardless of where they're heading, let them pass. All right. Lu Xian and Gong Song pushed their bicycles and boldly left the secure area. The guard at the gate wondered what these two were doing outside in the middle of the night. Wasn't that suicidal? But given Lu Xiao's reputation and Wu Siming's affirmation, they didn't stop them. It was just a pity that Gong Song, with her enchanting beauty, followed to what seemed like certain doom. The iron gates of the safe zone opened, and Lu Xian and Gong Song rode their mountain bikes away, quickly disappearing into the darkness. After waiting for a moment, Wu Siming picked up the walkie-talkie and called Wang Mingyuan, reporting that Lu Xian and Gong Song had left. But he certainly did not intend to tell Wang Mingyuan the real intentions of these two. He came up with an excuse that he thought was reasonable. Mingyuan brother, I think they probably went to the east side of the city late at night. Should we send someone to follow? Wu Siming wasn't afraid that Wang Mingyuan would really send people to tail them. After all, Wang Mingyuan cherished his subordinates quite a bit. In the end times, beast souls awakened in many, but useful ones weren't common. He wouldn't waste them on uncertain matters. Sure enough, Wang Mingyuan chuckled. Going to the east side of the city at midnight? Lu Xian's actions are still hard to fathom, but I think he doesn't want any tales. No need to send anyone. Pausing briefly, Wang Mingyuan whispered softly, Simon, don't forget, I only gave you so much time. You promised me, apart from making Lu Xian comply willingly, you would also use this opportunity to annex the eastern city. That's why I'm willing to wait. Otherwise, Lu Xian would already be here. I have little patience, don't make me wait too long. When have I ever disappointed you, Mingyuan brother? I made you wait because I care about our future happiness. You know Lu Xian's personality, you wouldn't want to drive him to death either, right? Wu Siming's expression remained unchanged, but his tone turned slightly sulky, as if a child pouted at him coquettishly. His straightforward words made Wang Mingyuan hesitate momentarily, then sighed deeply. Wu Siming's words touched his heart. He could force Lu Xian to come over, but he couldn't stop Lu Xian from seeking death. Given Lu Xian's proud nature, while Wang Mingyuan might be able to imprison Lu Xian's body, he couldn't confine Lu Xian's mind or pride. This matter, you must handle it well. I promise you, I'll let you interact more with Lu Xian. At the thought of Lu Xian looking at him coldly, Wang Mingyuan's heart churned restlessly. And at this moment, he didn't even want to suppress his desires. Directly addressing Wu Siming, he said, didn't you say you'd come back today? Why aren't you here yet? Enjoying living alone now? Have you forgotten me? But I miss you so much. Hearing Wang Mingyuan's intimate voice, combined with the heat he had stirred after spying on the intimate scene earlier, Wu Siming grew hotter. He didn't like that Wang Mingyuan kept other lovers, and he disliked Wang Mingyuan's roughness during such moments. But since awakening the charm fox beast soul, he found roughness oddly pleasurable. I'm busy. Wu Siming's voice carried a touch of coquetry, yet his palpitations were clear too. I'll be there right away. Having hung up the walkie-talkie, Wu Siming tidied up his clothes and walked toward Wang Mingyuan's residence. After leaving the security zone, Lu Xian and Gongcang rode their bicycles side by side without speaking. Unlike Gongcang's relaxed state, Lu Xian looked somewhat awkward, constantly feeling uneasy. His gaze kept shifting between the front and the side. Earlier, it had clearly been a performance between the two of them, but Lu Xian knew that during this so-called act, his emotions and inner feelings could not deceive himself. He liked Gongcang. Although this liking hadn't yet turned into some deep-rooted love, he was aware that his fondness for Gongcang had completely surpassed the boundary of mere friendship. In his heart, he could no longer maintain that kind of distance from Gongcang. Gongcang, on the side, observed as Lu Xian's expression shifted from simple to complex, frowning and then relaxing again. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He knew what Lu Xian was struggling with, and he also knew that this feeling had been fermenting in his own heart just the same. His fondness for Lu Xian, after learning about Lu Xian's sexual orientation, was something he could no longer restrain. And he didn't intend to hold it back anymore. Suddenly, Gongcang stopped his mountain bike, and Lu Xian quickly halted as well, looking at him with confusion as he asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Gongcang raised his head and looked at Lu Xian with a fervor and eagerness he'd never shown before. With the most natural tone possible, he told Lu Xian, "I like you. If you don't mind, maybe we could try dating." Lu Xian was still stuck in the previous allure and now, hearing Gongcang's proposal to date, suddenly froze in shock. "What?" "I said, I like you, and I want to give us a try," Gongcang repeated. Looking at Lu Xian's dazed but handsome face, a sweet sensation welled up inside Gongcang again. He leaned closer, lightly kissed Lu Xian on the lips, and winked at him, saying, "Like that." Reacting instinctively, Lu Xian kissed him back. After their lips and tongues intertwined, his eyes curved into a smile. "Okay." Chapter 45, Night Visit to the East Side of Town. After this kiss, Lu Xian and Gongcang deepened it as if they couldn't get enough, regardless of anything else. The unique male aura passed back and forth between them. Lu Xian smelled the scent emitted from Gongcang's body, feeling his own body growing hotter. He tightly embraced Gongcang, not caring about his mediocre kissing technique as he clung tightly to him, seeking even more sweetness. Gongcang was also ignited by Lu Xian's passion. He hadn't expected that Lu Xian's response would go beyond a verbal request but into such a fiery deep kiss. However, amidst their heavy breathing, neither could ignore the dark shadows swaying toward them. After breaking the kiss, Lu Xian looked at Gongcang with twinkling eyes, pressed the bike bell, letting its crisp sound echo through the night in place of the heat in his heart. Such childish behavior did not bother Gongcang one bit. His cold, elegant eyes reflected Lu Xian's image, filled with indulgence and affection. He curved his beautifully shaped lips slightly, emitting a barely audible laugh and then mimicked Lu Xian by pressing the bell too. Ding dang. The clear and continuous sound broke through the darkness, causing both of them to burst out laughing simultaneously. "Zombies are coming, let's go." Lu Xian caught the smell of the approaching zombie corpses from far away, hopped onto his mountain bike, called Gongcang, and they fled together. Not long after they left, a few slow-moving zombies walked to where the two had just stopped. They were drawn by the bell sound, but since they didn't find the source of the sound, they gradually dispersed and wandered off following faint hints of noise. In a two-story building not far from the street, a little girl with braids had been listening for a while on the second-floor balcony. After hearing the crisp sound twice, she immediately jumped down and rushed indoors. "Sister, did you hear the bicycle bell just now?" The little girl dashed to the side of the bed and shouted at the woman lying there, "There are people out there. I can find them to save you." "No." The woman reached out and grabbed the little girl's wrist tightly, refusing to let her go. Concern spread across her face as she warned, "Dodo, you must not go looking for anyone. If they're one of those people, they'll capture you and torture you." Dodo saw the woman's reaction and was almost crying. She turned her head to look at the woman's legs, those strong, long legs where a chunk of flesh had been bitten off by a zombie. Although the wound had stopped bleeding, it wasn't healing well because the woman had given all the food to her. This woman, though a beast soul awakener with a certain resistance to the virus, could still lose her life to an infection. From the high fever visible on her body, which was higher than normal, her condition was already worsening. "Sister, the sweet powdered drink I have is almost gone, and so are the white pills. What if your temperature doesn't come down and you turn into someone like Mom?" Dodo thought of her mother, and then her father, and her little mouth pouted as tears cascaded down her face. Dodo remembered how her mother became a monster after a fever and wanted to eat her. She even bit Dad. Thinking of her dad, Dodo cried harder. Her dad locked her outside so that her mom wouldn't bite her. Through the window, Dodo saw her dad inside hugging her mom, only to be bitten on the throat later. So much red blood flowed, and she was terrified. Fang Xinjing bitterly smiled, unable to utter the lie that she would be fine. She knew her own condition too well, the continuously high fever would prevent her from recovering her strength, and whether or not she would turn into a monster remained uncertain. Just the sound of the bell twice did not necessarily mean they were worth asking for help. Since she insisted on bringing Dodo, her boyfriend betrayed Dodo's abilities to obtain favor from that man. If it weren't for her awakening the beast soul and escaping during their negligence, Dodo might have been captured and subjected to their will. Recalling the gaze that man gave Dodo made her shiver to her bones. That man didn't see people as humans. It was like looking at something lifeless, something destructible and disposable. Fang Xinjing even thought, if it weren't for that man, would the southern part of the city have become the current hell? After all, she had witnessed firsthand what that man did to beast soul awakeners and ordinary people. At least as long as she was alive, she could take care of Dodo, but if she died, Dodo would be even more helpless. Fang Xinjing looked at Dodo. This 8-year-old girl had matured a great deal after witnessing the tragedy between her parents. Though Fang Xinjing knew Dodo's abilities were stronger than she imagined, she couldn't bear to let Dodo face the possible dangers alone. After thinking for a long time, Fang Xinjing made a decision and gritted her teeth, saying, "Dodo, I'll go with you to check the situation over there." "No, sister. You can't go." As soon as Dodo heard that Fang Xinjing would join her, she shook her head like a tambourine immediately, her little face tensely drawn, making her seem like a little adult. Dodo can hide so monsters and people don't find her, and she can slip away from them, but they will surely grab sister with sore legs. To prove her point, Dodo shivered on her body surface, and she truly disappeared. But upon closer inspection, it wasn't hard to tell that this was just a skill of blending in with the surrounding environment. Though Dodo's hiding ability was extremely remarkable, no one really noticed her existence. At that moment, Dodo revealed herself again. A layer of mucus secreted from her body surface, making her look as if she'd applied a layer of sunscreen. Fang Xinjing reached out and grabbed Dodo's little arm, but Dodo only moved slightly, slipping out of Fang Xinjing's hands like an eel. "See sister, you can't even catch Dodo, so others won't be able to either." In a way, Dodo was right. Zombies couldn't detect her presence, and her slimy secretion made her slippery like a small loach, impossible to hold on to under normal circumstances. However, this assumption was based on the other party not intending to harm Dodo. Fang Xinjing glanced at the bread and water in front of her. After the food she had brought ran out, Dodo cleverly utilized her abilities to obtain food and medicine recently, improving her condition somewhat. Dodo was right, if she insisted on going along, she might become a burden instead. She sighed bitterly and nodded, "Dodo, promise your sister that if you see anyone in white coats or wearing gas masks, stay far away. Your sister would rather die than let you be captured by those people, understood?" Dodo immediately stood tall, thumped her chest vigorously, and said proudly, "Dodo can tell who is good and who is bad. Before, when I told you Brother Sue was a big bad guy and you didn't believe me, humph, sister, you're not as good at judging people as Dodo." Upon hearing Dodo mention her boyfriend, Fang Xinjing found herself unable to utter a word of opposition. Her trust and affection for Su Xing clouded her judgment, causing her to be unable to distinguish between good and evil. "Alright, Dodo, your sister is blind." With a sigh, Fang Xinjing handed the bread and water to Dodo. "Dodo, eat your fill and rest before heading out." Although Dodo's ability allowed her to remain hidden from zombies outside for extended periods, she was still a child. Fang Xinjing hoped she wouldn't have too much contact with those monsters. "Okay, then Dodo will eat." Watching Dodo hungrily devouring the bread, Fang Xinjing sighed with a bitter smile. She remembered Lu Zhao's warning, enduring the initial outbreak didn't change much. Even obtaining a beast soul and encountering scum like Su Xing didn't make things better, nearly dying. However, Fang Xinjing was also curious. She knew the base's entry and exit times inside out, it was impossible for someone to come out in the middle of the night. So, it was worth taking a gamble. But if it wasn't someone from the base, nor one of those guys, who was wandering around late at night. Lu Xian and Gong Cang continued riding all the way to the port. Just before getting close, two beams of light shone onto their bodies. Halt, who are you? State your name or I'll shoot. A voice with a tone of authority came down from the watchtower at the port. Gong Cang looked up and saw the person speaking, raising an eyebrow upon recognizing him. Could it be that this unit was part of the 1437 force? Gong Cang cleared his throat, straightening his voice. Lu Depeng, don't you recognize me? Gong Cang's voice carried a hint of teasing and mockery, the quintessential veteran rascal tone that was completely at odds with his usual demeanor. This sudden outburst nearly caused Lu Xian to fall off his bicycle. Damn it, wasn't he supposed to be the cool and aloof god? How did this instantly remind him of Li Yunhu from the classic drama, Bright Sword? However, the person on the watchtower was momentarily stunned upon hearing Gong Cang's words. But soon, an even more excited voice echoed out. Wow, Sarge. Quick, tell the boss, the instructor is here. Instructor? Lu Xian glanced at Gong Cang, wondering, what the hell, wasn't it agreed that Qianlong operatives wouldn't carry out missions domestically? Then why had Gong Cang become an instructor all of a sudden? This question went unanswered as in the next second, the tightly locked iron gates of the port opened. More than a dozen soldiers came rushing out, circling around Gong Cang, their eyes brimming with tears of joy. Instructor. Gong Cang instructor. Ugh. We've missed you so much. One after another, the soldiers, upon seeing Gong Cang, broke down in tears like little children. Chapter 46, Trap. Lu Xian took a quick glance at these soldiers and realized that there were indeed a few familiar faces, all of whom he had encountered in his previous life. However, Lu Xian didn't see the person from his past who had interacted with him, Li Qian, the company commander in his 30s. Lu Xian slightly raised his eyebrows, puzzled as to whether his rebirth not only changed Gong Cang's fate but also altered the destinies of these people. Gong Cang's icy demeanor softened when looking at these soldiers, appearing more approachable. Her beautiful face grew gentler, becoming even more captivating. Coach, how did you know we were here? A tear-streaked soldier finally stopped crying and asked Gong Cang with a blank expression, only to receive a slap on the back of his head from a comrade behind him. He is part of the Qianlong team, is there anything he wouldn't know about? You're so stupid. The speaker was Lu Depeng. Seeing this chubby boy solemnly talking nonsense, Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh. He could feel the inexplicable trust, pride, and unmasked admiration these men held for Gong Cang, which pleased him. After all, one of his primary goals in returning to Haicheng was to gather this force of new energy. Gong Cang was amused by Lu Depeng's words but then grew serious, undoubtedly thinking of comrades with unknown fates and those sacrificed at the base like Xiao Qing. Impulsively, Lu Xian took a step towards her. At this moment, Lu Depeng noticed Lu Xian and realized Gong Cang wasn't alone. He immediately asked, Coach, is this your friend? Gong Cang glanced at Lu Xian and smiled at Lu Depeng, saying, Lu Xian isn't my friend, he's my boyfriend. Lu Depeng and the group around him froze in disbelief. They knew finding a girlfriend wouldn't be easy for someone as beautiful as Gong Cang, but they never imagined the capable coach would end up with a man. Their gazes towards Lu Xian suddenly turned somewhat unfriendly. Facing these soldiers' enthusiastic stares, Lu Xian's face turned bright red. He tried to calm himself with a deep breath of cool air but instead began coughing due to the chill. Gong Cang patted Lu Xian's back while glaring at Lu Depeng and his group, reminding them of their miserable experience for mocking her woman-like appearance before. The men shivered and quickly surrounded Lu Xian enthusiastically. Brother Lu, are you okay? Come inside and rest. Yeah, you must be tired after riding over here. Let's go inside and rest. There's plenty of food in this port. We just opened a Russian cargo container filled with boxes of caviar and bottles of vodka. Let's have a drink. That's right, let's drink. Their attitude shifted dramatically from moments ago, leaving Lu Xian a bit disoriented. Still, he followed this group of soldiers inward. Gong Cang stayed close by Lu Xian and casually asked Lu Depeng beside her, are there just you guys here? Definitely not, Lu Depeng answered seriously, surveying the fellow soldiers around him. There are nearly 60 of us from 1437 plus another company. 1437 is the designation of this battalion, originating from the number of enemies it eliminated in battle. It is also a source of pride for them. The significance of this battalion is substantial too, its members having some foundation in military expertise, and many selected from here become candidates for special forces. One could say that 1437 serves as a cradle for special forces. An infantry battalion of the army typically consists of around 500 people, with specialized technical units having at least 200 plus personnel. Yet now, even combining the remaining members of 1437 with another company, there are barely over 60 people. It goes without saying how high the mortality rate in the army is during the apocalypse. Where are He Yong and Li Qian? Gong Cang inquired, referring to the commanding officers of 1437 with whom she worked closely while teaching here under the Qianlong assignment. Especially He Yong's martial arts prowess, which she greatly admired. The camp leader and vice leader took on a mission, to help find something for a party who agreed to provide us with an oil tanker once completed. Lu Depeng spoke proudly about his camp leader and vice leader. They took some of our brothers out yesterday morning. They should be back by tomorrow. Lu Xian felt something was off. In the previous life, when he met this group, he never heard of a person named He Yong. The one with the most influence in the entire army was Li Qian. Moreover, this mission seemed questionable. An oil tanker is no small thing, it's a great reward in this apocalypse world. If finding something was so simple, no one would offer an oil tanker as payment. Any somewhat far-sighted person should know that. With this in mind, Lu Xian couldn't help but ask Lu Depeng, do you have contact with them? Although Lu Depeng didn't know why Lu Xian was asking this, he truthfully answered, of course we're in contact. I communicated with them last night, and they said everything was going smoothly. Hearing Lu Depeng's words, Lu Xian thought he might be overthinking things. But Gongcang knew Lu Xian wouldn't ask unnecessary questions. He became more alert and concerned, telling Lu Depeng, you contact them again later, let me confirm if they are safe. As someone from the Qianlong team, Gongcang knows there are many ways to create a false sense of security. Even from the tone and breathing of the person speaking, he can judge their situation. Lu Depeng initially didn't think much of it, but after interacting with Gongcang, he realized Gongcang was highly capable. If he wanted him to make the contact, it likely meant something important, so he quickened his steps a bit. Coach, good. When Lu Depeng brought Gongcang into the encampment area, Gongcang glanced at the soldiers standing guard at each container entrance. Upon recognizing Gongcang, they immediately saluted him without hesitation. Coach, when we retreated here, some civilians trusted us and came along with us. The houses near the port were insufficient, and the warehouses were filled with various complicated items that couldn't be cleared. Therefore, apart from the elderly, weak, and sick who were arranged to live inside, young people and middle-aged individuals were placed here by the camp leader. Although Lu Depeng didn't explicitly say why his colleagues were posted as guards, it was clearly done by He Yong and Li Qian to prevent any discord from happening and avoid unpleasant consequences. Sometimes rules are just rules, once indulged or broken, what faces you is a domino effect that no one knows how far-reaching it will become. Rather than waiting for issues to arise at the base and then solving problems, it's better to tackle them at the root. In the previous life, they handled matters this way too, and it proved to be quite effective. Had they not mysteriously disappeared, adding Lu Xian and handling Wang Mingyuan would have made Haiqing another Fengqing base. While Lu Xian was lost in thought, Lu Depeng had already led Gongcang to a large warehouse. At the entrance of the warehouse stood armed soldiers on guard, but once the iron gate opened, a temporarily set-up command room appeared before Lu Xian and Gongcang. This command room featured not only a summary map of the entire Haiqing area but also several computers equipped with Tencent devices. We discovered this warehouse was empty when we arrived, so we set up all the equipment brought from the base here. Lu Depeng shouted to a man examining the situation inside the command room, Fang Tong, can you reach the camp leader and the vice leader? I can, replied the man called Fang Tong, who looked short but very skilled at operating the computer. His fingers danced over the keyboard like playing the piano, typing fluently and swiftly. Soon, a green signal icon appeared on the screen, and he quickly answered the call. Carrot, how's your situation now? It's fine. When will you return? Tomorrow, gotta go. A slightly deep voice mumbled through the speaker before hastily cutting off the connection. Upon hearing the response, Lu Depeng finally exhaled in relief. Just as he was about to turn around and say something to Gongcang, he noticed a change in Gongcang's expression. Lu Xian sensed the shift in Gongcang's demeanor and couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Is something off? Gongcang responded with another question, can you reach the party who commissioned you? Yes. Fang Tong, upon being asked by Gongcang, immediately dialed the phone number left by the client. However, after dialing, the previously reachable number turned into a series of busy tones. Lu Depeng, hearing the busy tone instantly, had Fang Tong try contacting again. Yet despite repeated attempts, 10 times or 100 times, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, all traces of the other party disappeared. At this point, Lu Depeng also sensed something amiss and rushed to ask Gongcang, instructor, what have you discovered? Tell us quickly. Gongcang pursed his lips slightly before speaking, that voice wasn't from a living person, it was an electronically synthesized sound. That doesn't make sense. It was clearly Carrot's voice, how could it now be an electronic synthesis? Fang Tong didn't believe Gongcang's words. However, when he tried contacting the other side again, the person who had just been conversing with him had vanished without a trace. Gongcang sighed deeply, the previous voice had some noise in the background, but that wasn't caused by communication issues because different types of communication problems produce different sounds. Was the initial sound during your first contact like this? Fang Tong, terrified, carefully replied, it was only at 6 p.m. yesterday afternoon when the communication started becoming unclear, while everything prior to that was fine. With the disappearance of the client, and the soldiers vanishing after their mission, Gongcang had to reveal a cruel truth. Li Qian and the others were very likely lured into a trap. Chapter 47, Their Whereabouts. Gongcang's words made everyone abruptly widen their eyes. They couldn't believe that such a thing could happen, but the loss of contact with the captain's squad, the synthetic voice disguised as a comrade, and the sudden disappearance of the client left them no choice but to accept Gong Sang's judgment. Lu Depeng's face went white with fright. He had never imagined that the captain and deputy captain would find themselves in such a situation. Moreover, not only were they the mainstays of 1437, but they also included brothers who had barely survived. Overcome with worry, he approached Gong Sang and repeatedly pleaded, "Instructor, you must save the captain and deputy captain. You have to rescue our brothers." In the hearts of the people from Unit 1437, the members of Qianlong team had become synonymous with omnipotence. Encountering such a predicament, they naturally turned to Gong Sang for help first. It wasn't just Lu Depeng, Fang Tong and the other soldiers also joined in the requests. "Rest assured, I won't let this go unattended," Gong Sang promised immediately, yet he sensed an intense gaze upon him. Turning around, sure enough, he saw concern and hesitation in Lu Xian's eyes. Lu Xian knew that since Gong Sang had agreed, he wouldn't renege on his promise. Therefore, his only option was to try and minimize the risks involved in Gong Sang's actions. With this thought, Lu Xian suddenly spoke up to Fang Tong, "Don't rush into dragging Gong Sang off to save people. Can you provide us with the destination and details of this mission? If not, even Gong Sang might encounter trouble." Lu Xian's words were harsh, considering only the danger of the operation from Gong Sang's perspective. But as Gong Sang's boyfriend, though they had only officially started dating less than an hour ago, and having lived for a long time in High City during the apocalypse, this unheard-of eerie incident set off alarm bells in Lu Xian's mind. Lu Xian was certain that this post-apocalyptic world, familiar yet alien to him, had grown unpredictable. The overall environment hadn't changed much, but countless variables had been introduced. A lack of caution could lead to death just as they had almost encountered with the Spider-Man in the tunnel. Additionally, theoretically, the military personnel already had weapons, and those capable of venturing out on missions must have awakened their beast souls. Yet even such an action team had fallen victim to a trap. He didn't trust that the ones behind it would be easy to deal with. Lu Xian did not oppose Gong Sang's rescue plan. After all, he still wanted to build a base in Feng City with Gong Sang leading the group, and bringing these soldiers over would undoubtedly expedite the process. However, before embarking on the rescue, thorough investigations needed to be conducted. Like making any investment decision back in the pre-apocalypse era, knowing your strengths and weaknesses was essential to winning every battle. TCH, how could I forget something so important? Brother Lu really thought this through. After hearing Lu Xian's words, Lu Depeng slapped the back of his head with great force, shaking his head vigorously. Then, he urgently shouted at Fang Tong, "Quickly check the tracker that the captain and others brought along." Fang Tong had also forgotten about this crucial detail amidst his confusion, but being reminded by Lu Depeng, he quickly typed a command into the keyboard and found the location of the tracker without delay. Looking at the results, Fang Tong became worried and said, "The tracker has stopped moving, it must have been discovered. Don't panic. Check their current exact positions. Even if the trackers have been found, the last place they appeared will still assist us in finding Li Qian and Hiyong." Gong Sang watched the red dot on the green screen calmly before speaking. Fang Tong nodded immediately and proceeded accordingly. The trackers are currently located in the southern part of the city. Fang Tong positioned the tracker on the map in real time and found that its signal was stationary outside the enclosed walls of the southern district. This discovery came as quite a surprise. This result was not good news, as there were too many zombies in the southern city, and it had become impossible to clear them. So, after entering, the army had directly sealed off both the south and north parts of the city, locking the overly numerous zombies inside. Having personally participated in this operation, everyone understood the grim conditions within the southern city. Now, with the trackers placed outside, it presented two possible scenarios to them. First, some individuals, for unknown purposes, had deceived or lured Li Qian and the rest into the southern restricted area. Second, these individuals had taken all the soldiers while creating the false impression that they had been led into the southern region, thus distracting these military men. Regardless of whether the truth is the first or second scenario, from Lu Xian's perspective, since the other party was able to talk and keep the troops calm without making them suspicious about the whereabouts of these groups, it was very likely that their plan and objectives required time to complete. Otherwise, why would they bother using a synthetic voice to answer their inquiries? Lu Xian thought carefully. He remembered how Lu Depeng had kept saying that Li Qian and the others would return after dawn. This meant that if there was a possibility, they still had a chance to find those who had been taken away. But by the time it was daylight, even if they found those people, it might already be too late. Lu Xian immediately voiced his concerns. After everyone gave it some careful thought, they agreed with him. However, a more specific situation stood before them. If they were to go to the southern part of the city, they would need to act at night. Fang Tong tried to connect to the southern city surveillance system but realized that it had been tampered with unknowingly. Strong protective measures were set in place, and if he wanted to connect, it would take him several hours to carry out an overload attack, by which time everything would already be too late. Since Lu Xian had decided to help Gong Sang increase goodwill within the unit, he naturally wouldn't stand idly by. Given the current situation, they would have to rely on Lu Xinwu's abilities. With this thought in mind, Lu Xian took out his phone and called Lu Xinwu right in front of everyone. As soon as the call was connected, Lu Xinwu's exhausted voice came through immediately. Lu Xian, I'm about to die from exhaustion, let's discuss this after dawn. After dawn will be too late. We have something that we need your help with, I'm putting you on speaker. Lu Xian could hear Lu Xinwu's fatigue and felt especially guilty toward his old friend. However, Lu Xinwu's abilities were the only way they could directly find the correct answer without wasting time choosing between the two options. Lu Xinwu also heard the surrounding noise, realizing it wasn't Lu Xian's home. In one swift motion, he got up from bed, worriedly asking, where are you? What's going on? I'm with Gongcang at the 1437 unit. These people are acquaintances Gongcang knows. Their company commander and deputy commander have gone missing due to a plot, and the situation is quite complicated. We can only trouble you for help. There was a trace of urgency in Lu Xian's voice. Lu Xinwu also recalled some things about the past life that Lu Xian had once mentioned to him. He guessed that these few people must have had some connection with Lu Xian in the previous lifetime. Otherwise, Lu Xian wouldn't have made this late-night call. Sitting in front of his computer, Lu Xinwu interlaced his fingers and pressed them together, causing his long fingers to crackle loudly like popcorn. With a serious tone, he said, what do you need me to do? Just tell me. I need information on the southern part of High City, but the city surveillance system over there has been tampered with, and it'll take too long to break into it. After Lu Xian finished speaking, he added, also, I'll send you a set of tracker data shortly. Could you see when they were dumped there and if you can access nearby cameras to figure out what happened? High City South. My email is. Have them send the data to this email. Lu Xinwu's voice was filled with surprise, isn't that area already sealed off? It's rumored that the zombies inside are packed like bikinis in a summer pool. If they've been brought inside, then it's unlikely they'll make it. And you. Accompanied by the sound of rapid keyboard typing, Lu Xinwu continuously babbled, leaving everyone speechless. Hearing Lu Xinwu's chatter, Lu Depang's eyes reddened, half out of anxiety, half out of anger. Their camp leader and deputy leader were so skilled that they couldn't possibly end up badly. Lu Xian naturally knew Lu Xinwu's capabilities, but Lu Xinwu's endless chatter was indeed. Seeing the people around looking as though they were about to cry, he couldn't help but interrupt, old Lu, stop worrying about anything else, just focus on trying to access that surveillance system in the southern part of the city. Alright, no problem. After being redirected by Lu Xian, Lu Xinwu sighed deeply after more than 10 minutes and said, that broken system's encryption method hasn't patched its backdoor. Heh, no need to waste time with an overload attack. I've sent over the footage showing the tracker appearing at that location within the relevant time frame. The camera of this city surveillance system is actually pretty clear, and once you watch it, you'll know the situation. Fortunately, although High City sealed off the south, it didn't cut off the power. Otherwise, I'd have to figure out another way to see the detailed situation. Lu Xinwu's chatter was like Monk Tang reciting sutras, which made Fang Tong and others both anxious and angry. Whether he helped or not, he talked too much. At this moment, a mysterious email suddenly appeared on Fang Tong's computer. He had just heard Lu Xinwu mention sending the video, so he immediately opened the email and clicked the video inside. The timestamp in the video was around 7 p.m. 7 or 8 people wearing white coats and gas masks pushed wheeled carts into the area covered by the camera. On these wheeled carts were several people in camouflage uniforms, wasn't it Li Qian and the others? At that time, one of the white-coated figures brought over a scanning device and swept it across Li Qian's group, taking out all their trackers and throwing them to the ground. The street corner of this area was blocked off by the troops and Wang Mingyuan's men using large vehicles, but this wasn't foolproof. If humans could think, entering or exiting the southern part of the city would still be quite easy. For instance, the buildings on either side of the blockade could be cleared of zombies to gain access. The white-coated individuals took advantage of this, pushing their carts into an adjacent cafe that had been previously cleaned out. They went through the lobby and entered the sealed-off southern region. They're crazy. Outside are zombies. Outside the cafe were many zombies, and hearing the commotion, they surrounded these white coats. Lu Depang and Fang Tong couldn't bear to watch any longer, these white coats seemed to be taking Li Qian and his team to their deaths. However, just as the zombies were about to surround them, one of the white coats took out a spray bottle and sprayed liquid onto themselves and others nearby. At that very moment, Lu Xian noticed the zombies stopped moving almost simultaneously, then dispersed and wandered off elsewhere without attacking these individuals at all, as if they viewed them as their own kind. This scene left everyone stunned. Then, Fang Tong received several more videos one after another. Through the videos, everyone learned where these people were headed. But when they saw the destination, Lu Xian and Gongcang exchanged a glance because neither of them had expected Li Qian's disappearance to be linked to this organization. Chapter 48, moving on from there. Pasteur Medical Center. When Gongcang saw the name of this institution, her pupils contracted violently, and her beautiful face turned cold as if covered in ice and snow. Even Lu Xian was stunned. This medical institution was not unfamiliar to the people of Huaxiao, and it also had some relevance to Gongcang's mission. But Lu Xian never expected that this organization would do such a thing. In his previous life, in High City, this institution, along with Chengnan, had already been destroyed long ago. Until Lu Xian left High City, he hadn't heard anything about it. That's not right. Lu Xian took a deep intake of cold air. He remembered why Group 1437 had disbanded, because after going out on missions, Li Qian and others' effective forces never returned. Could it be that those disappearances were also related to this institution? If so, what role did Julius play within this organization? Gong Tsang thought of Julius at the same moment as Lu Xian. This woman carried too many secrets and possessed abilities that could fuel her ambitions. If she was involved in all this, resolving the situation wouldn't be so simple. Judging from the video, the spray used by people from the Pasteur Medical Center to stop zombies from attacking them clearly demonstrated how extraordinary this institution was. This time, if we want to take action, it won't be an easy task. Lu Xian sighed slightly as he spoke to Lu Depang and the others. Gong Tsang nodded, pointing at the screen. Based on their route of entry, there are simply too many zombies. These originally terrifying zombies, under the effect of their spray, instead became their greatest shield. If we try to enter the same way they did, it will probably be impossible. Maybe we can consider going through from above, Lu Xian suddenly suggested, remembering a previous operation at the mall. However, after hearing this, Gong Tsang shook her head lightly. Gong Tsang pointed at the buildings in the video for Lu Xian to see, smiling bitterly. Look at these buildings, their heights vary, and there are gaps between them. Crossing from one building to another would require climbing, traversing, and leaping across, which would consume a lot of physical energy. Even if all these buildings were of uniform height for our convenience, now being night, there are far too many uncontrollable factors. Lu Xian immediately understood what Gong Tsang meant. He only thought of avoiding the zombies below but had forgotten an important point: there must be zombies inside these buildings. If they got trapped on top of these structures, it would spell disaster. Apparently, going above was unworkable. So, how to get inside? There were two ways to attract zombies, one was loud noises, the other was blood. The former was definitely out of the question. Even if Lu Xian could enlist Lu Xinwu to help them by playing available broadcasts in intervals across the areas, doing so would reveal that someone had infiltrated Qingnan. As a result, the individuals from the Pasteur Medical Center might react desperately and take action against Li Qian and his group. As for the second option, that wouldn't work either. Even if they managed to lure the zombies using large amounts of blood, who would act as bait? More importantly, even if everyone in their team was willing to sacrifice themselves for their comrades, given the sheer number of zombies, it wouldn't even fill their hunger gap. Seeing how both Lu Xian and Gong Tsang looked deeply concerned, Lu Depang anxiously paced around before asking Gong Tsang, "Coach, with so many zombies, how are we supposed to rescue anyone?" Suddenly, Lu Xian recalled a project still ongoing in High City. His eyes brightened instantly as he immediately dialed Lu Xinwu's phone, saying, "Old Lu, how's the construction status of Line 4 in High City?" Line 4. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinwu started tapping on his keyboard vigorously to look up information. After quite a while, he responded to Lu Xian, "Construction for Line 4 is completed, but no trial runs have been conducted yet, hence it's not operational." "What's up?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of insight crossed Lu Xian's eyes. He turned to Gong Tsang and Lu Depang, saying, "Line 4 connects from Qingxi to Qingnan. If the line isn't operational, we can use this tunnel to enter Qingnan and then exit at the subway station near the Pasteur Medical Center. Though it'll carry a certain level of risk, it'll be safer than going directly from the checkpoint to the medical center." True, but Line 4 is not entirely separate, it has some overlap with Line 2. Line 2 connects Qingdong to Qingxi. You could go through that route. However, it also means you may encounter zombies while walking through the subway tunnel. Lu Xinwu did not fully approve of the plan Lu Xian suggested, and most importantly, Line 4 has yet to be tested after its completion. So if you're going there, I won't be able to help because the monitoring hasn't been enabled. Having said this, Lu Xinwu continued, "Based on my findings, the surveillance station is in Qingxi, and it falls within Wang Mingyuan's sphere of influence. If you want to activate the monitoring, it will certainly catch Wang Mingyuan's attention. Moreover, once the monitoring is activated, your every move will be under his control, and I doubt he'll let you rescue people smoothly." Although Lu Xinwu didn't state things explicitly, everyone present understood his implication. If the power of Li Qian and He Yong, who are currently the mainstay in Qingdong, was lost this night, it would undoubtedly cause turmoil internally. And such an outcome would only benefit Wang Mingyuan as he could find a way to absorb this force, unifying all the powers in High City. So, this opportunity he wouldn't let slip, and knowing this situation might even bring out the hungry wolf, Wang Mingyuan. Lu Xian was originally thinking about asking Wu Siming for some assistance, but now he realized that wasn't a smart idea either. Wu Siming had also planned things carefully around him. He couldn't afford to hand over the knife to others like last time. Looks like the idea of setting up the surveillance can't be done. Gong Tsang sighed deeply before suddenly asking Lu Xinwu, "Old Lu, can you control the subway broadcasts?" "This isn't a problem." Lu Xinwu immediately answered. "In that case, when we go through the overlapping areas, we'll give you a signal, and you can use the subway broadcasts to attract zombies towards Line 2 and the concourse, minimizing the possibility of zombies appearing." Gong Tsang then said, "Also, subway stations are more concealed, so we don't have to worry about Pasteur Medical Center finding out from our playing broadcasts. Mass transit systems, in order to avoid disturbing residents and ensure safety, often extend deep underground with good sound insulation effects. Hence, any minor operations inside the subway would not worry about the Pasteur Medical Center detecting them. This is feasible, though I want to remind you, no matter what your plan is, since we cannot use the surveillance on line 4, I won't be able to offer you maximum protection. After seriously weighing this scheme, Lu Xinwu confirmed it was feasible. But whether there would be other unforeseen incidents, he couldn't guarantee. After all, if everything in the world could proceed according to plans, the word accident wouldn't exist. This mission is not just about saving people, we can also figure out what Pasteur Medical Center really intends to do. After listening for a while, Lu Xian determined that Gongcang's plan was feasible. He also realized this might be their best chance to understand what Pasteur Medical Center and Julius were up to. Corroborating events from his previous life and now, Lu Xian found this apocalypse more complex than he thought. It was precisely because of this complexity that he felt extremely concerned about what Julius was doing. Lu Xian even entertained an extremely frightening assumption in his mind: the spread of the zombie virus had already been determined to be a disastrous consequence of Zuliza's experiment. But what if Zuliza's experimental direction wasn't limited to just this? What kind of research did she conduct before the zombie virus? Thinking about this, Lu Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and sent a text message to Lu Xinwu, asking him to look into some of Zuliza's previous experiments, those experiments that could not be conducted in official laboratories. Since we've decided to head there, we need to finalize our actions quickly. Gongcang glanced at the time. It was already 2:30 in the morning, nearing 3. No one knew how much time the operation would take. If they didn't set off promptly, he feared that even if they arrived, they wouldn't be able to rescue Li Qian and the group in time. We can all go to save the people. Lu Depeng vowed by thumping his chest, and the others also nodded, showing their readiness and determination to get down to action at a moment's notice. The key is quality, not quantity. Lu Xinwu casually spoke up from afar. I checked just now, and there is an experimental car running on line 4. If there's someone among you who knows electrical engineering, that'd be ideal. If you have luck, your mission duration could shorten by at least half. Fong Tong immediately stood up and said, I know. Gongcang nodded and said, we should keep the number of people as small as possible. We still need people to look after the base. Therefore, I suggest the team should not exceed 5 people at best. A tactical group of 5 people would be sufficient to suppress any threats, and with fewer members, if something irreparable happens, it won't significantly damage the overall strength of the base. Gongcang's considerations were not just about saving people but also safeguarding the base, which he observed was well managed, completely different from the undisciplined mob under Wang Mingyuan. The best outcome would be rescuing them, but if we truly end up losing them, I must ensure there are enough capable individuals left to support the operation of this base. This is simple. We can send 3 capable fighters along with Fong Tong and you. This suggestion came from a middle-aged man in his 30s who had just entered. He had gone to handle other matters earlier and hadn't participated in the discussion until then, quietly listening to Gongcang, Lu Xian, and Lu Xinwu. Occasionally, he whispered with another middle-aged man. When he heard Gongcang speaking, he immediately responded by selecting 3 more people for the mission. Upon realizing that he wasn't part of the 5-person group, Lu Xian quickly protested, I want to be on this team too. You. Brother Lu, even us ex-soldiers aren't sure if we can come back alive, so why should you go? Lu Depeng immediately dissuaded him, saying, Fong Tong specializes in technical skills, although he excels in engineering, his shooting and fighting abilities are not as good as others, so he already needs someone to watch over him. If you go along, the instructor's squad will struggle to accomplish their task. My marksmanship is excellent. If you give me a silencer, I can definitely be useful, Lu Xian replied, pointing to his nose, adding, since my beast soul awakened, my sense of smell has become highly developed. I can detect scents from a great distance, and bringing me along will only offer benefits. You're an excellent marksman. Lu Depeng scrutinized Lu Xian from head to toe, disbelieving every inch. He could tell Lu Xian was some rich kid, a type who might enjoy hunting birds or wild game, but whose real gun skills weren't reliable. Lu Xian instantly sensed Lu Depeng's doubt. Just as he was about to retrieve his gun to demonstrate his skills, Gongcang interjected, Lu Xian's sense of smell is valuable. I want to take him with us. While Gongcang didn't prefer taking Lu Xian on such a risky mission, he recognized the undeniable value of both his heightened sense of smell and superior marksmanship. Most importantly, from Lu Xian's eyes, Gongcang saw determination. He knew Lu Xian would find a way to go regardless. It was better to bring him and keep him within a controllable range where he could protect Lu Xian than let him wander into unknown danger alone. Everyone was stunned by Gongcang's decision, yet no one questioned it. 20 minutes later, the fully armed and armored team set off in a military jeep escort en route to the targeted subway station. Chapter 49, Subterranean Horror. Lu Xian and his group chose a subway station at the intersection of the east and west sides of the city. There had already been some preliminary cleaning here, and most of the zombies on the ground had been dealt with. Occasionally, there were a few stragglers, but they were no match for Lu Xian's group. Standing at the entrance to the subway station, Lu Xian could smell the accumulated stench of rotting corpses inside. The odors of undead flesh mixed with the putrefaction of human remains made Lu Xian's face turn greenish-white in disgust. Lao Lu, you can start now. After Lu Xian called Lu Xinwu, he immediately began his operation. Long silenced music suddenly played inside the subway. It wasn't extremely loud but was enough to attract the attention of the zombies inside. Once you enter the subway station, head left for 100 meters and take the freight elevator directly to the bottom level. Stop the elevator once you're there. Wait for my signal before moving further. Lu Xian, be careful. Lu Xinwu's voice was unusually serious. At this moment, he had also shed the usual lightheartedness in his tone because he knew that this mission was no joke. It might very well be the last time he and Lu Xian spoke. Understood. Lu Xian also picked up on Lu Xinwu's concern and reassured him, don't worry, we'll be fine. Gongcang took a deep breath and said to the 5-member team, let's go. Gongcang entered the subway station first, weapon at the ready. Second went Lu Xian, Fang Tong followed next in the middle, and 2 soldiers brought up the rear. The 5 people moved systematically into the subway station. Watching their backs, Lu Depeng and 2 middle-aged men had undisguised worry in their eyes. Will they be alright? Hearing Lu Depeng's whispered words, one of the middle-aged men shook his head bitterly, if even Gongcang can't rescue them, then no one will be able to bring back our company commander. Let's go. The base still needs us, sighed another middle-aged man. We'll wait until they contact us again before seeing where we can pick them up. The jeep drove away into the night, leaving a trail of exhaust behind it. However, soon these smells were concealed by the pervasive stench of decay, as if no one had ever been there. Guided by Lu Xinwu, the 5 members entered the subway station. Sure enough, from the other side of the hall, sounds emanated from an automatic vending system, attracting all the zombies towards that side and clearing out a nearly vacuum-like space for them. Go. Gongcang softly called out to Lu Xian and the others before rushing toward the left, holding down the elevator button. When the elevator arrived, suddenly, a clear woman's voice came from within it, saying, welcome to use. Shit. Isn't this just making things worse? Lu Xian turned around and saw that although the automatic vending machine continued to distract the zombies, the sound of the elevator attracted a few closer ones. Without hesitation, Lu Xian pushed Fang Tong, who was behind him, into the empty elevator, issuing a low command, press the switch. At the same time, Lu Xian was pulled into the elevator by Gongcang. Just as the doors closed, the 2 soldiers managed to dash inside at the last second. Before the nearest zombies arrived, the passenger-loaded elevator began descending. As they reached the bottom, Gongcang quickly pressed the stop button, immediately halting the elevator mid-process. Lao Lu, we are at the elevator on the lowest level. Lu Xian established contact with Lu Xinwu. After listening, Lu Xinwu told Lu Xian's group to stay put and not move while he continued to handle the situation. What should we do next? Fang Tong, whose complexion had been pale the whole time, hearing the shuffling of those zombies outside, lost even more color from his face. There were too few of them. Despite having the advantage of weapons, in terms of numbers, they simply weren't enough to make much of a difference. Moreover, the buzzing static coming through the elevator announcements was making everyone's emotions increasingly unstable. Seeing the anxiety in Fang Tong's eyes, Lu Xian couldn't help but console him, Fang Tong, don't be nervous. Lao Lu has asked us to wait here, and he definitely has a plan. We must not act rashly, otherwise, it would lead to greater trouble. In a confined space like this, it's easy to trigger anxiety disorders. Once anxiety causes loss of calm, it may lead to actions harmful to oneself or others. And in this elevator, any unnecessary noise would mean death to them. No one could escape unscathed in such a situation. No one. Fang Tong knew that Lu Xian's words were true. With the arrangements by a much more powerful computer genius, this mission indeed had some guarantees of success. However, Fang Tong couldn't help but wonder, given his own inadequacies, would these companions sacrifice him in moments of crisis? The 2 soldiers also had other thoughts at this moment. The situation was very urgent just now. However, those people did not wait for them to come inside before pressing the button, they pressed it directly without hesitation. Their eyes conjured up the image of the elevator doors slowly closing earlier, and the emotions brewing inside gradually soured. These people were not comrades, comrades never betray. They are traitors. Lu Xian saw that Fang Tong and the 2 soldiers' gazes suddenly lost focus, then their eyes darkened with indistinguishable expressions. Under the influence of emotions, their faces turned angry, filled with fury accumulating within their unfocused eyes, as if waiting for their anger to consume everything. Gongcang, why does their condition seem a bit off? Lu Xian realized that the state of these 3 was similar to the one induced by nightmares. He immediately reported his findings to Gongcang, but Lu Xian didn't receive any confirmation or denial from Gongcang. Instead, when Lu Xian turned around, he found that Gongcang was also in a semi-dazed state. Xian. Lu Xian, Gongcang's face, frozen like ice, showed no emotion, his mouth merely repeated Lu Xian's name, don't leave me, otherwise. Lu Xian looked at Gongcang's bewildered eyes and did not understand what was wrong with him, so he asked, Gongcang, what's wrong? Gongcang. As he spoke, Lu Xian wanted to feel Gongcang's temperature with the back of his hand to see if anything was wrong. However, at that moment, Gongcang grabbed his wrist and dragged the shorter Lu Xian into his embrace, hugging tightly. No. I won't kill you. I won't. Gong Song hammered his head furiously as though trying to crack it open, using immense strength. Scared, Lu Xian quickly grasped Gong Song's arm and held on tightly to restrain him. Gong Song, wake up. Shit, had Gong Song and the others fallen under some kind of hypnotic spell? What should he do now? Lu Xian noticed that Gong Song's face was turning increasingly red, his breathing growing progressively rapid, realizing that this was Gong Song struggling against his own subconsciousness. Without thinking, Lu Xian grabbed Gong Song's arm and told him, Gong Song, don't hit yourself, I won't leave you. Then, Lu Xian forcefully kissed Gong Song. But at that moment, he saw Gong Song's face become even redder, and he even tasted the metallic flavor of blood in his mouth. What was happening? Before Lu Xian could react, Gong Song's beautiful face exploded with a loud bang right in front of Lu Xian. In shock, Lu Xian's mind went blank, overwhelmed with disbelief. Tears involuntarily streamed down his face as he watched the broken remnants of Gong Song's face fall, knowing that the pillar supporting his inner resolve had crumbled instantly. The ground was covered in blood, pieces of flesh, and white brain matter. Lu Xian didn't dare to move, fearing he would step on part of Gong Song. He wasn't afraid of blood or such a horrifying death scene, rather, he feared hurting Gong Song, even if only symbolically. Lu Xian wanted to ask loudly why, but he found himself unable to utter a single sound. Tears flowed almost unconsciously. The blurred vision made it impossible for Lu Xian to believe that Gong Song could have died this way, he refused to accept it. This must be a dream, yes, this must be a dream. Lu Xian slapped his own face hard, but the pain transmitted through his skin didn't erase the blood flowing on the ground. What was the meaning of his existence? Lu Xian thought about the warmth he always chased after and greedily cherished, despising himself for it. If it weren't for his reincarnation, if he hadn't intervened and altered the rules of this world, how could Gong Song, who was originally destined to lead the Fengqin gathering place, die here? It was all his fault, he had caused Gong Song's death, it was all his doing. Lu Xian pulled out the M9 and shoved it into his mouth, ready to pull the trigger. However, at that very moment, a powerful force struck the back of Lu Xian's neck, knocking him unconscious into darkness. Watching Lu Xian collapse softly to the ground and seeing the M9 clatter onto the floor, the usually cold-faced Gong Song showed signs of panic and tension across his features for the first time. Just then, Gong Song had knocked out the two soldiers who attacked him, successfully preventing Fong Tong from suicidally pressing the elevator button. Turning his head, he witnessed a horrifying sight that shattered his soul, Lu Xian silently shedding tears as he placed the M9 in his mouth. Just this one glance was enough to make Gong Song's blood run cold throughout his entire body. It wasn't until he knocked Lu Xian unconscious that he realized his hands were trembling. Unbelievably, the hands of a sniper were shaking. Gong Song didn't dare to imagine what would have happened if he had only turned back a second later. He would have faced a shattered version of Lu Xian, someone with whom he had just shared such profound understanding. At the thought, an intense shadow crossed Gong Song's eyes. He suddenly looked up at the intercom in the elevator and leaped with a fierce kick, smashing the speaker embedded in the wall with ease. A thunderous sound echoed within the elevator, naturally drawing the attention of the zombies outside. However, Gong Song made no further move. Instead, he pulled Lu Xian closer, leaning against the elevator wall as he gently placed the unconscious man on his lap. He let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness he was in time. Thank goodness. Lu Xian was the last to awaken among the four who had fallen unconscious, remaining out for about 20 minutes. The two soldiers and Fong Tong regained consciousness a few minutes earlier. Upon waking, they immediately saw the stoic, ice-cold Gong Song sitting there with Lu Xian lying across his lap. They suddenly recalled the crazy things they had done while unconscious, and their faces instantly paled. They had tried to kill Gong Song. Master, Fong Tong began but stopped abruptly, confused by his own actions and not knowing how to apologize. You have done nothing wrong toward me, it's not your fault. Gong Song's voice was firm and resonant, yet cold and emotionless, as if suppressing his nearly crumbling emotions. No one spoke after that. There was an added layer of regret and worry in their gazes when looking at Gong Song. They knew what they did was unforgivable, and now they could only hope that Lu Xian would wake up unharmed. Chapter 50, Relying on Oneself. When Lu Xian woke up, the first thing he saw was Gong Song. He immediately flipped and jumped up, tightly embracing Gong Song. His hands fiercely caressed Gong Song's face, carefully distinguishing whether he was still dreaming. The delicate, dry skin and the warmth he could feel beneath his fingers confirmed to Lu Xian that Gong Song was safe and sound. With red rims around his eyes, Lu Xian suddenly kissed Gong Song's lips. The scorching breath was so urgent it seemed as if it wanted to devour the other person, and the tongue explored Gong Song's entire mouth with a tinge of affirmation. Gong Song was fine, it was truly wonderful, wonderful. Gong Song didn't reject this kiss. On the contrary, he deepened the kiss and tightly embraced Lu Xian with great strength. He did not know what kind of nightmare Lu Xian had, but the scene he witnessed was enough to make his heart stop. Only after an intense entanglement that made Lu Xian's cheeks flush red did Gong Song let go of him, yelling softly, "You nearly scared me to death." The fierce emotions, entirely different from Gong Song's usual personality, caused Lu Xian to suddenly tremble. He suddenly remembered the shattered face in front of him. His complexion turned ashen as he realized that he fell into a trap induced by hypnosis. Not only did he fail to discern the trap, but he almost succumbed to the temptation of shooting himself. All the blood drained from Lu Xian's face. He realized why Gong Song's emotions had changed so drastically. Gong Song had seen the moment he tried to commit suicide. He couldn't even begin to imagine what tortures he would have endured if Gong Song had pulled the trigger in front of him. At that moment, all he felt was that he owed Gong Song an apology. "I'm sorry. I made you worry. This isn't your fault, it's mine. I failed to notice this trap, and almost got all of you into trouble." Gong Song looked self-accusingly and said bitterly, "The noise transmitted from the broadcast is called B-band white noise, an artificially synthesized waveband that can influence human judgment, and one of the ways to induce hypnosis. If you're not aware of this waveband, you won't consciously resist the hypnotic effect brought by this sound. And people without systematic training will never notice or resist." Then Gong Song pointed at Fong Tong and the two soldiers and continued, "Among the 5 of us, 4 of you who haven't received special training were unaware of the severity of this thing, thus falling victim to it. I knew about it, yet I failed to respond promptly. After all, I never expected the B-band noise to be released inside the elevator of the subway. But, we actually attacked you." The soldiers' faces were crimson with guilt and shame. They were supposed to be the most trustworthy members of the group, yet under the influence of hypnosis, they chose to attack Gong Song and his team. Such behavior, even though related to that cursed B-band noise, filled them with immense shame. The B-band amplifies the negative emotions within your heart. Under its influence, you are no longer yourself. What exactly does the B-band hypnotize a person into doing? Recalling the face exploding in front of him, Lu Xian's heart suddenly tightened. If his M9 had been aimed not at himself but at Gong Song while under the hypnotic effect, what terrible consequences would there have been? Lu Xian dared not think or guess, for the idea chilled his whole body. Every time he thought about the possibility, he couldn't control his emotions. Perhaps it makes you see everyone around as enemies and attacks them, or perhaps you see your greatest fear, and because you cannot bear it, you go insane. Gong Song paused to take a deep breath before continuing. "Some may be confronted with their darkest secrets or fears in life, driven to suicide due to destruction, just like you. What exactly did you see under the hypnosis?" "I saw you, seeing you die in front of me." The secret hidden deep in Lu Xian's heart, though unutterable, could at least be shared with Gong Song, revealing how he lost the warmth he had pursued in both his past and present lives within the dream. Gong Song originally assumed Lu Xian dreamed about his family, but instead, Lu Xian dreamed about Gong Song himself and chose to commit suicide because of Gong Song's death. Whereas others might be deeply moved by such profound feelings, Gong Song's expression grew more somber than ever. The frown on his forehead clearly indicated just how terrible his emotions were now. "Lu Xian, listen. Even if I die, you must live on for me." Lu Xian instinctively wanted to protest, but his protest was ineffective as his words were stopped by a single finger from Gong Song. That pair of star-bright eyes was filled with restrained anger. "Listen to me." Under the pressure of Gong Song's suppressed emotions, Lu Xian had no choice but to nod in agreement. "All right." Hearing Lu Xian's promise, Gong Song finally let out a sigh of relief, and the shadow in his eyes began to dissipate. Shouldn't this B-band not be something that can just be triggered randomly? Lu Xian didn't want to dwell on the previous issue, so he changed the subject. Moreover, it's specifically installed inside the elevator, probably meaning whoever did this didn't have good intentions. That's definite. The B-band is only known by a few select institutions. Gong Song gave the remains of the device a cold glance and pulled out a spring marked with symbols. The medical insignia and PST abbreviation clearly pointed to their destination. One of the soldiers looked at the mark and abbreviations on the spring and couldn't help but freeze for a moment, asking, could they know our purpose and thus set this trap specifically? This isn't necessarily so, but the trap might have been meant for all people using the elevator. Fong Tong carefully examined the broken component kicked by Gong Song and analyzed the circuit structure, saying, this speaker system has a trigger response line. If I'm not mistaken, when we pressed the floor button, it connected to this side, broadcasting the white noise. It seems like they're also guarding against someone infiltrating their defense perimeter through the subway. Our problems might be more than we imagined. Lu Xian frowned slightly. He hadn't expected that what should have been a medical institution devoted to saving lives would secretly be so vicious and terrifying. Worse still, if an elevator could already have such a precautionary measure, he couldn't even begin to imagine how many traps they might encounter later. At this point, Lu Xinwu's call came in, serious as he said, all of you get ready. I'll try my best to attract the zombies nearby away. Once you leave the elevator, jump onto the railway tracks, and follow them 200 meters to the left into the culvert. There will be a closed secret door. Once opened, go straight through until you reach the end, which will lead you to the yet unopened starting station of Line 4. Upon finishing this, Lu Xinwu sighed and said, there should be a trial train there. Let's see if you can successfully board it. From now on, because I won't be able to monitor the surveillance anymore, I can only provide communication support. The rest depends on yourselves. Be careful. Just a few seconds after Lu Xinwu hung up, a sound emanated from the overhead broadcast. Intense music drew all the zombies toward its source. The lingering zombies gradually moved from the track near the elevator to the entrance of the escalator, lying down, standing upright, or piling up as they ascended. Screech. The operating elevator, burdened with increasing load, groaned under the strain. Upon hearing this sound, Gongsun and the rest of the group exchanged a look. They knew the opportunity created by Lu Xinwu was one and only, and if they missed it, they wouldn't have another chance to escape. Once safe and empty, the upper level had now welcomed visiting zombies, making it unsafe again. For this mission, they could only succeed, failure wasn't an option. Let's go. Seeing that the platform ahead was almost clear, Gongsun issued a low command, unlocking the elevator and rushing out with the group. Before the slow-to-react zombies realized what happened, Gongsun drew a solid dagger from his hand, forcefully inserting it into the safety shield door, slicing it open to create a gap. Subsequently, he jammed his prominent knuckled palms into the slit and exerted immense force, managing to open the hydraulic safety shield door. Jump quickly. Under Gongsun's urging, the 5 people successively leaped off the over a meter-high platform, dashing towards the place specified by Lu Xinwu. The attracted zombies shuffled toward the hydraulic safety shield door, which had already resealed itself. Zombies drawn by the hurried footsteps of the 5 surrounded the transparent safety shield door, scratching on the glass with sharp nails, creating chilling sounds. Rotten flesh clung to the glass, leaving brownish imprints. The 5 of them sprinted all the way to the culvert, catching their breath slightly. Lu Xian turned his head and looked at the group of zombies beating on the glass doors behind them, sighing, "It's fortunate that subway stations in Huaxia have these safety shield doors installed to prevent people from falling onto the tracks. Otherwise, being chased by such a large group of zombies would have exhausted us." "Being chased would have been the least of our worries," Gongsun said as he glanced at Lu Xian, who was panting heavily. He instinctively helped him catch his breath. Without the safety shield doors, the zombies could enter this tunnel, and that would be an even bigger trouble. Lu Xian briefly imagined the scenario Gongsun described, his skin breaking out in goosebumps. Definitely not good. If there were no safety shield doors, and zombies fell into the tunnel instead, wouldn't that be disastrous? For instance, if Lu Xian had jumped down, he might have landed not on the floor but directly into the raised arms of a bunch of zombies. A fleeting thought about this terrible scene made Lu Xian shake his head repeatedly, shifting the topic. "Since we're down here safely, let's continue. Time waits for no one." Indeed, time waited for no one, especially after Lu Xian and his team had wasted so much time inside the elevator. He felt the urgency even more now. Chapter 51, Unexpected. The culvert that Lu Xinwu mentioned was quickly found, and the 5-person team entered one after another. The damp and chilly air from the long tunnel slapped each of their faces, raising goosebumps. Everyone took out their flashlights for illumination. Under the crisscrossing beams of light, the surroundings became visible in the deep and long tunnel. The walls, treated for waterproofing and to prevent dryness, were relatively dry, but the moisture in the drainage channels on either side indicated that these tunnels' basic facilities were still intact with no other issues. Lu Xian carefully smelled the air. There was no scent of zombies, but the musty smell caused by lack of ventilation still lingered around his nose. Lu Xian confidently said to everyone, "It seems the safety shielding doors have been effective, as there are no zombies in here." At that moment, a loud boom came from the distance. Everyone stopped in their tracks, revealing expressions of relief on their faces. Clearly, the previously overloaded handrail elevator had reached its limit and snapped. If Gongsun and the others hadn't left in time, they would definitely be surrounded by countless zombies right now. This channel wasn't long, and the squad walked less than 10 minutes before reaching the hidden door that Lu Xinwu had spoken about. The hidden door was of the bolt type. Holding the bolt tightly, Gongsun gave it a gentle push, and the door opened smoothly, revealing another passage. A faint glimmer of light could be seen at the end of the tunnel, and everyone finally felt reassured. It seems old Lu's information is correct. Lu Xian followed Gongsun into the passageway, where the air was just as stale and musty as on the other side. After leaving the hidden passage, Lu Xian indeed saw the platform and the solitary carriage waiting in front of it. What made them all speechless was that, while there was electricity on this platform, there was none for the test carriage, making it obvious that it couldn't transport them to their destination. This should be the experimental vehicle. "We need to figure out a way to power it up, otherwise, we'll have to walk forward," said Gongsun as he glanced at his wristwatch and told the others, "We must make 2 plans. If we can't solve the power issue within half an hour, we'll proceed on foot since wasting too much time will affect the subsequent mission." The partially open, unpowered safety doors revealed everyone stepping onto the platform. There weren't many zombies along the way, mostly subway station staff and engineers who came for testing. Given the combat experience of the group members, handling these few zombies was straightforward, and they retrieved the key to the power room from one of the staff members' bodies. Fong Tong, as he had claimed, knew all about this system. After some tinkering, he managed to actually connect the power supply to the experimental train car. Once aboard the experimental vehicle, Gongsun's mind finally settled. However, Lu Xian felt a bit uneasy about such a smooth operation, wondering if something might go wrong. After all, they had already encountered traps earlier, yet everything seemed unusually easy here. Nothing unusual happened during the rest of the trip until they reached their destination. Stepping out of the metro station closest to the Pasture Medical Center, Lu Xian could now confirm that he had probably overthought things. But once they set foot on solid ground, Lu Xian immediately understood why the Pasture Medical Center didn't deploy any defensive forces. Due to Lu Xinwu's forewarning, they did what they'd done before in the mall, used trash bins for camouflage and protection. From this vantage point, the entire city was filled with dense clusters of zombies. Under such conditions, defense became superfluous, and the zombies themselves, capable of tearing humans apart, were the ultimate protection. The Pasture Medical Center people monitor the vicinity through the urban surveillance system, but I've already taken control of it back. Right now, all they see are delayed images. Lu Xinwu frantically typed away at the keyboard, giving instructions to Lu Xian and the team. I can control the feed from all areas except for the view facing the Pasture Medical Center directly, where I can only delay the footage by 30 seconds for you. If you want more time, you'll have to take care of the surveillance system yourselves. 30 seconds. Can I get a street map of that area and the architectural structure diagram of the Pasture Medical Center? Given 30 seconds of action time was rather brief, if only Gong Song and skilled soldiers were involved it might work. But Fang Tong, the soldier responsible for computers, and Lu Xian, who knew nothing about technology, may not complete the task in time. That shouldn't be a problem. Lu Xinwu took a little time and quickly provided Gong Song with the entire map and architectural drawings, while reminding them, you've already passed through countless dangers. If you're discovered here, it wouldn't be good. Gong Song studied the street view map and then the distance, saying to everyone, the area where we are located is relatively advantageous. Nighttime movement does offer certain conveniences, but the crux is this street corner. Gong Song's finger traced over the concrete avenue in front of the Pasture Medical Center. This intersection was a 6-lane road, so getting across within 30 seconds would require extremely fast speed. If they weren't hiding inside the trash bins, they could easily make it, but dragging along the camouflaged trash bins might not work. If this is how it's going to be, I'll deal with the surveillance first. Gong Song asked Fang Tong, do you have enough tools? Of course I do. Fang Tong pulled out his prepared materials from underneath the trash bin and handed them to Gong Song, who was hiding in another trash bin. I just scanned the surveillance system. There are 2 cameras set up at the main entrance outside the medical center. Installing 2 signal diverting devices and rushing across the street within 30 seconds might be challenging. My suggestion is to install the one on the left first and then the one on the right. Install left first, then right. Gong Song carefully looked at those 2 monitors and memorized the sequence. After all preparations were made, Gong Song informed Lu Xinwu about their plan. Once Lu Xinwu sent the command to block the signals, Gong Song directly stood up from the hiding garbage can, like a galloping black leopard, rushing toward the street corner. Tall and muscular, with long, powerful legs, Gong Song dashed across the intersection in an instant. The swaying zombies quickly followed behind him, although their movements were slow yet determined. Not long before several zombies trailed far behind. Seeing Gong Song unprotected as he crossed the street, Lu Xian felt anxious, understanding that Gong Song would push his abilities to the limit this way. However, he was also irritated that Gong Song didn't consider what would happen if surrounded by zombies. While Wang Jin indulged in various thoughts, Gong Song had already reached the gate of the Pasture Medical Center. Extending his long arm, he gripped the nearby railing, and suddenly exerted himself, vaulting over to the top of the gate. Gong Song took out one of the signal diverting devices and inserted it into the monitor to take control of it. At the same moment, the camera on the right side turned over. Keeping his eyes on it, Gong Song immediately concealed himself in the blind spot where the camera couldn't see. By then, Lu Xian noticed the zombie surrounding, making him feel instantly restless. He almost wanted to rush forward and help Gong Song resolve the situation, yet he knew that any move now would expose their presence near the Pasture Medical Center. As one of the zombies lunged at Gong Song, he swiftly grabbed its neck with both legs, applying tremendous force, and twisted its neck clean off. As the soft zombie fell towards the ground, the camera on the right finally moved away. At this point, Gong Song efficiently disposed of a few approaching zombies and rushed toward the camera on the right, successfully installing the signal diverting device. With the installations complete, Gong Song gave Fang Tong a sign indicating success. Fang Tong immediately played back the blank footage of the street recording he had saved earlier. It's done. Let's go. After Fang Tong ensured the signals were fully controlled, the team calmly headed towards the gate of the Pasture Medical Center. Once inside the gate of the Pasture Medical Center, the group jumped out of the trash bins they had been hiding in. Now, you 2 enter from the back, we'll enter from the side. As Gong Song was arranging the mission, Lu Xian sniffed lightly and abruptly patted his shoulder, saying, Gong Song, something's wrong here. Lu Xian's words put everyone on high alert, each taking out their weapons, quickly forming a defensive position. Gong Song quietly asked beside Lu Xian, what's wrong? Lu Xian raised his head and looked at the Pasture Medical Center, furrowing his brows. I smell blood coming from inside. Moreover, it's fresh blood. Lu Xian's statement made Gong Song frown slightly. A flash of determination appeared in his eyes as he said, wait for me here for a moment. I'll go check it out. The password for the Pasture Medical Center security system had already been obtained by Lu Xinwu, so Gong Song easily entered. After disappearing for a few minutes, Gong Song returned to the main gate and signaled to everyone, saying, the alert here has been cleared. Lu Xian and the others quickly rushed into the Pasture Medical Center. Once inside the fully enclosed gate, not only was Lu Xian nauseated by the strong smell of blood in the air, but even those with less acute senses could detect the iron-like stench swirling in the atmosphere. What happened here? Lu Xian asked Gong Song, whose eyes were dark as he led them to the first guard room. The guard room was covered in blood. The guard who once wore a uniform had been decapitated, his body torn apart and chewed on. Most of the internal organs were eaten, with yellow fat and dark red muscles clinging to shattered bones. This sight made Fong Tong, the technical soldier, cover his mouth and almost vomit. Fong Tong wasn't unfamiliar with death, but these deaths turned people into zombies rather quickly, and once they became zombies, the feeling of otherness would allow one to detach from the gruesome sight of their remains. But these deaths belonged entirely to ordinary humans, and the empathy mixed with fear made everything feel vividly real. That's exactly what happened within the Pasteur Medical Center. No one could figure out what caused this tragedy, and all of it fell completely outside the expectations of Gong Song and the others. Chapter 52, Successful Rescue. After everyone witnessed this tragic scene, they all showed a few signs of caution on their faces. It was evident that these guards were not eaten by zombies but torn apart by a more powerful predator. This meant Gong Song and the others would soon face an even stronger opponent. Lu Xian saw how the guards were shredded without any resistance, which reminded him of the place that had almost cost him and Gong Song their lives. Tunnel. Lu Xian quietly muttered 2 words, and Gong Song also nodded simultaneously. He too, like Lu Xian, thought of the monster that nested in the tunnel. Gong Song carefully examined the ground and walls and found differences from that nest. He whispered, "The traces here are different from those inside the nest, take a look at this." Everyone had been so startled by the brutal deaths earlier that they didn't pay much attention until Gong Song pointed it out. Shockingly, they noticed the traces hidden under the bloody scene. Winding trails of slime covered in blood caught Lu Xian's eye. His brow furrowed as he picked up a pen, using its tip to poke around in the semi-solid pool of blood. On the pen tip, there was a thumbnail-sized scale lifted out. "Everyone, be more careful. The situation here is more complicated than we expected," warned Gong Song after taking a deep breath to everyone present. "Whatever wreaks havoc in here isn't a zombie, it could likely be a modified human." Modified humans? Fong Tong suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief, not trusting what he'd just heard. This world filled with zombies was bad enough already, and now something about modified humans. Even though they had a certain degree of expectation for this horrible world, this was still far too bizarre. Lu Xian explained, "Yes, it's combining humans with other types of creatures to create new species with offensive capabilities. Using humans as experimental animals for such research." Though Lu Xian didn't say it directly, it still sent shivers down the spines of the 3 listeners. What kind of madman could carry out such terrible experiments? But it had happened, and not only that, but it had occurred within one of China's first-tier cities. Even these experienced soldiers couldn't help but feel a cold sweat running down their backs, worrying even more about the fates of Yong, Li Qian, and others. "Then let's hurry up and find the battalion leader. I'm afraid these freaks might have experimented on them." Fong Tong's concerns echoed those of Lu Xian and the rest. After warning each other, the 5-person team moved towards the Pasteur Medical Center. The first floor of Pasteur Medical Center was an ordinary reception area where crowds of patients and their families swarmed before the apocalypse. After the end of the world, the number of people significantly decreased, making the place eerily quiet, with very few corpses lying around. Judging from the horrifying deaths these individuals endured, being dismembered earlier seemed relatively humane by comparison. These 2 staff members suffered horribly deaths. Their bodies were like smashed toys, bones completely crushed, and broken ribs pierced through the skin from their chests and abdomens. Internal organs squeezed out from the wounds, mouths, and anus. The stench mixed with blood left all of them looking quite pale. Lu Xian restrained the urge to vomit, speaking sternly, "From their state, I guess the creature that attacked them was a snake. But judging from this scale, this snake probably won't be small." Gong Song lightly flicked the collected scale with his fingertip, sending it aside as he continued to observe the bloody climbing marks on the wall. His gaze grew sharper, judging from the traces, it went upstairs. It might be the direction where Li Qian and the others were taken. "Everyone, be extra cautious." After reminding them, Gong Song led the group again, heading up to the 2nd floor. Lu Xian followed closely behind, ascending step by step. The closer they got to the 2nd floor, the stronger the overwhelming fishy smell became. It was similar to the odor downstairs in the guard room covered by blood. Lu Xian glanced at this with a sense of caution, lightly nudging Gong Song. Then, he pointed to his nose and then toward the left side of the 2nd floor. Immediately understanding, Gong Song nodded slightly and gestured to the 3 people behind him. As the group reached the 2nd floor and were preparing to move in the direction Lu Xian indicated, suddenly, faint sounds of fighting came from the 2nd floor. Gong Song immediately became alert, propelling himself forward with a quick leap. Lu Xian quickly followed, tracing the sound to find an isolation room. It was Li Qian and the others. Lu Xian immediately recognized Li Qian. At this moment, Li Qian and 2 soldiers were trapped in a semi-transparent sealed room with a half-human, half-snake monster. The 3 of them were holding their own against the creature using stainless steel carts and surgical beds. Outside the semi-transparent room, a tall brown-haired foreigner wearing a white coat was watching nervously inside, repeatedly muttering, "Don't hurt the test subject." Damn! Lu Xian could see that even though the monster was powerful, the 3 of them were coordinating well, inflicting quite a few wounds on it, leaving the creature helpless against them. The identity of the foreigner was clear, and when he spotted Gongsun and Lu Xian, his expression changed abruptly as he quickly raised his hand to shoot at them with his handgun. How would Gongsun let him have this chance? With a powerful push from his toes, he darted forward like an arrow released from a bow, transforming his palm into a knife and directly chopping at the foreigner's wrist. With a snap, the foreigner screamed in pain like a butchered pig as Gongsun grabbed him by one hand and slammed him onto the wall, coldly saying, "How do we kill the monster inside?" "Kill? No, no, no. That is an extremely rare test subject, you can't kill it. You mustn't." When the foreign man heard Gongsun wanted to kill the test subject, forgetting about his broken hand, he began yelling like a madman. In response, Gongsun knocked him unconscious. This foreigner's identity was extraordinary, he couldn't be killed as certain answers needed to come from him. Gongsun handed the gun in the foreigner's hand over to Lu Xian and simultaneously said to the few people behind him, "I'm going to open the sealed door. Be extra cautious of the monster's counterattack." Lu Xian leaned against the wall next to the sealed door with the heavy pistol in his hand, nodding at Gongsun. Gongsun pressed the switch to open the sealed door. Quickly, the door opened, and Gongsun darted inside before pressing the button again to close the door, intending to leave the others outside. However, Lu Xian squeezed through the closing gap from very close range. Gongsun had no time to scold Lu Xian. Once the monster saw people entering, it instantly rose upright, opening its mouth with a hissing sound, then charged toward them. As Lu Xian watched the monster charge, he didn't panic but steadily aimed his pistol at the monster's eyes and decisively pulled the trigger. The monster quickly realized Lu Xian's intention and sharply sidestepped to avoid the shot. Bang! After the deafening sound, the monster trembled. Though it avoided the fatal blow to its eyes, the bullet grazed its neck, and gushing out was a stream of dark red blood. Clutching the wound on its neck, the monster fell to the ground, but just before it hit, its long tail swept toward Lu Xian. The thick tail made a slicing sound through the air, making it impossible for Lu Xian to dodge. At this moment, Gongsun noticed the monster's attack. Without thinking, he rushed forward and threw himself onto Lu Xian, rolling both of them backward. Even though Gongsun's actions and reactions were top-notch, the monster's tail still managed to strike them. Its immense force flatly hurled both men away, and Lu Xian clearly heard the cracking sound of bones breaking. Despite being injured, Gongsun did not abandon the attack. In the instant when he fell backward, he suddenly twisted his waist and turned around, firing the flames of his M9 pistol, a burst of bullets flying straight out. The monster naturally would not sit idly waiting to die, especially after seeing this weapon that could harm it, trying all the more to evade. But right at this moment, the three men who had been cornered by it moved. One of them was incredibly strong, picking up the surgical bed he used as a shield and violently throwing it at the monster, sending the creature back once more. Suddenly, bullets from the M9 struck the monster. As the bullets pierced its flesh with a plop-plop sound, its head was completely obliterated, collapsing onto the floor, twitching continuously. Streams of foul-smelling blood flowed across the ground. Fortunately, Lu Xian and Gongsun were thrown against the slightly softer sealed door instead of the hard wall. The enormous impact almost caused Lu Xian to lose consciousness. But even with the added weight of Gongsun, the sealed door buffered some of the force. Combined with the physical improvements bestowed by his awakened beast soul, the combined weights pressing onto Lu Xian only left him momentarily winded, without causing him to spit blood. "It's Gongsun. He Yong, I told you our fate wasn't meant to end today." "Yes, yes, yes, you're right, Oldly, let's hurry and see how he is, that monster wasn't exactly harmless." When Li Qian and the others saw that the monster they had been fighting for a long time had been killed by someone they knew, they immediately jumped up excitedly. Behind him was He Yong, a man very different from the honest fellow Gongsun and his group knew. This guy looked like the fierce Zhang Fei from a story, standing at 194 centimeters tall, with dark skin, resembling an intimidating iron tower. At this moment, Lu Xian also hurried to check on Gongsun's condition. He had clearly heard the sound of bones breaking when the monster had struck Gongsun with its tail earlier. Seeing that Gongsun didn't respond for a long time, Lu Xian lifted Gongsun up and noticed cold sweat all over his forehead. But he also noticed that Gongsun was signaling with his eyes that he was fine. Lu Xian dared not move Gongsun recklessly and waited patiently for him to catch his breath. Chapter 53 Super Gene. Gongsun felt a strange sensation at the spot where his broken ribs had been injured, and his eyebrows slightly furrowed as he was surprised by the ability of the beast soul. Strangely unfamiliar heat and energy kept accumulating inside his body, healing the wound under such an energy comfort. With rapid recovery, the wound became increasingly painful, and a tingling sensation also appeared. Lu Xian noticed Gongsun's face gradually becoming rosy, instantly realizing that Gongsun's condition was improving. However, he guessed in his heart that this probably also had something to do with the beast soul. Huff. Feeling his ribs had recovered as usual, Gongsun turned over and got up from the ground, exhaling deeply. "Gongsun. How did you come here?" Gongsun slammed open the sealed door, and Fang Tong and others who were anxiously waiting outside rushed in. "Captain. Deputy Captain." Fang Tong saw the two of them, then noticed the thin, black-skinned soldier behind them, shouting, "Luo Bo, are you alright? I was so worried about you." This time, if it weren't for the captain and the deputy captain leading us, something terrible would have happened to me. Looking at Fong Tong, then glancing at the two other brothers behind, Luo Bo asked, did you find Xiang Xin when you came in? We got separated, they were taken away. We just heard some noise and directly rushed in, not having enough time to check the other rooms. Lu Xian glanced outside, and Fong Tong and the other two soldiers immediately rushed out to investigate. A short while later, Fong Tong and his companions returned. Their faces looked very grim. Fong Tong said, we haven't found them. I just checked the surveillance. About 2 hours ago, a group left taking 7 or 8 people along, including our 3 men. Fong Tong held a palm-sized computer in his hand. He pressed a key, and an image appeared on the small computer screen. A few people dressed in white lab coats used weapons to force 7 or 8 individuals to follow them out. Leading this group was none other than Julius, the person Lu Xinwu had been desperately searching for but couldn't find. Who would have thought that this woman had actually arrived here after that disaster? Lu Xian and Gong Tsang exchanged a glance, each seeing shock in the other's eyes. This woman could only have made it here with significant help from the Pasteur Medical Center. And what was completely exposed behind her arrival was a terrifying reality. Their concerns had already become a reality. This woman was colluding with the Pasteur Medical Center, and whatever they were planning would certainly not be simple. What exactly were these cursed foreigners plotting? What roles did they play in this catastrophic event? More and more questions arose in Lu Xian's mind, which eventually culminated in one alarming question. Was this catastrophe truly accidental, as they all had originally assumed? Gong Tsang noticed Lu Xian's worsening complexion, and placed his hand on his cheek to warm him with the temperature of his own palm. He softly asked, Xian, what's wrong? Why does your face look so pale? Lu Xian stared into Gong Tsang's eyes and answered, I'm wondering, was this catastrophe really an accident? If it was an accident, how do we explain the monster that's half human, half snake? These incidents clearly occurred before the apocalypse arrived. What is it they're really using Huaxia for? A large-scale experimental site? There was pain and confusion in Lu Xian's voice. His doubts echoed similar confusions among the others present. For these individuals to still set various traps to capture humans, even at a time when the human population has drastically decreased, meant there were surely no good intentions from the Pasteur Medical Center. Let's just ask him. A barely noticeable flicker of anger appeared in Gong Tsang's eyes. In 2 quick steps, he went outside and grabbed the unconscious foreigner, forcefully snapping him awake with brute force. Ugh! The foreigner woke up with a dazed look on his face, but when he turned and saw the dead mutant monster, he immediately started yelling wildly, you actually killed such a precious experiment subject. You bunch of lunatics. Lunatics. Being called a lunatic by someone who performed experiments on human bodies caused Lu Xian to laugh angrily. He delivered 2 ear slaps that made the foreigner bleed profusely from the nose. As soon as the foreigner began struggling and screaming, Lu Xian simply responded with more slaps. After being hit several times, the foreigner realized that as long as he didn't randomly shout, he wouldn't get hit again, and became much calmer. I'll ask you a question, and you answer it. Otherwise, I don't mind handing you over to them for interrogation. Lu Xian stepped aside to reveal several people standing in the room behind him. When Li Qian, He Yong, and other soldiers saw the foreigner, they very compliantly showed looks of hatred along with snarling laughter. Even He Yong, the tallest man among them, cracked his knuckles a few times, making terrible popping sounds that made the foreigner's ears tingle. These test subjects and their companion were terrifying. The foreigner decided at least this Chinese person who only slapped ears seemed a little better. The foreigner immediately nodded and raised his finger to swear to the heavens, you ask, you ask. Whatever you ask, as long as I know, I'll tell you everything. Lu Xian didn't waste any time and directly asked, what's your relationship with Julius? Why are you capturing psychics? How did you create those monsters? What kind of monsters have you created? A series of questions left the foreigner dizzy, but he still kept nodding, indicating that he would answer everything truthfully. This foreigner looked like a research fanatic and somewhat foolish, but his position within the Pasteur Medical Center was truly not low. He was the research supervisor for High City's Pasteur Medical Center, responsible for experiments involving hybrid creatures. The so-called hybrid creature referred to the snake-like creature killed by Lu Xian and Gong Tsang. This experiment had already been ongoing for quite a while before the apocalypse. Even this experiment revealed even more secrets. Throughout human evolution, numerous mythical stories have been left behind, such as Nuwa and Pangu from Huaxia, and angels and demons in Western civilization. For a long time, these were just creatures living in the realm of imagination. But as humanity's development of Earth became more thorough, more buried things were uncovered. They discovered some suspicious ruins. For example, inside Egypt's pyramids, they not only found human and animal mummies, but also a sphinx mummy. At first, scientific researchers and archaeologists considered this mummy to be a high imitation product created using modern mummification techniques. However, after testing and DNA sampling of the corpse, they found the mummy was a single entity without signs of forgery, shocking the financial consortium backing the archaeological project. The discovery of an incredibly powerful species caused more questioning within the scientific community about the origins of humanity. The theory of evolution failed completely when tested on this species, and some researchers even extracted a special type of human gene from it, which they called super gene. This human gene revolutionized the entire research field. What was even more ironic was that whether it was strong black people or pale-skinned whites, very few super genes appeared in their genetic profiles. On the contrary, many individuals among the physically weaker yellow race possessed this gene. In order to study this gene, relevant financial groups supported the establishment of the Pasteur Medical Center in Huaxia to collect information on humans possessing this gene using vast resources, then enticing them to participate in the studies with high rewards. The snake person that Lu Xian had previously killed and the spider people in the tunnel came from different laboratories at the Pasteur Medical Center. After identifying holders of special genes, they combined them with other organisms. Jules' collaboration with the Pasteur Medical Center originated because she could no longer stay in the United States, and she knew about the existence of these special genes. Therefore, she hoped to find such genes to conduct her great experiments. In America, Jules had already reached an agreement with the Pasteur Medical Center. The ambitions of both sides aligned perfectly at this point, and their cooperation became even closer after the apocalypse began. They discovered something: people awakened with beast souls were all somehow related to super genes. If someone had super genes, they almost certainly would awaken with a beast soul. Both wanted to uncover the secret of this gene, intending to make themselves masters of humanity. Coincidentally saved and brought here, Jules persuaded this foreigner named Peter, asking him not to forget her experiments while creating new objects. Therefore, Peter worked with Jules to kidnap and deceive psychics into becoming their test subjects, and when there weren't enough test subjects, they used their resources to set traps, luring over Li Qian and others. Since one of the test subjects had barely succeeded in the experiment, they no longer needed as many psychics. At this time, Jules lacked a laboratory to carry out her experiments here, so she and her subordinates took some people to other cities' Pasteur medical centers for the experiments. The underlings taken away by Li Qian were selected by Jules as experimental subjects. No one expected that there were other secrets behind this disaster. Lu Xian looked at Peter speaking about super genes with an insane expression, unable to resist the urge to slap him twice. Where did that woman take my people? He Yong, hearing that his soldiers were used as such experimental subjects, couldn't help but glare fiercely, grabbing Peter by the neck. Instantly, Peter's neck emitted crackling sounds. Will go to other research bases, but I don't know. I don't know her exact destination. Jules was very cautious in all she did, and her status in the institute was higher than Peter's. Perhaps Peter could be considered the head of the research department here, but Jules didn't report to him, and those above Peter had asked him to cooperate with Jules. Thus, he wasn't entirely sure which city Jules would head to next. If you know nothing, then you're no longer useful. He Yong felt nothing but disdain for the man who dared to use himself as an experiment, ready to choke him right then and there. But Gong Tsang quickly grabbed his wrist. Don't kill him yet. Gong Tsang glanced at Peter, whose eyes had already rolled back from the pressure on his throat, and said to He Yong, when you were brought in, they used a spray that repelled zombies. If he can produce more of it, it could benefit the base. And concerning super genes, we need to understand more from him, perhaps this is the key for humanity's survival. Gong Tsang's words made He Yong loosen his grip. His expression remained ugly, but he understood Gong Tsang's reasoning. Though killing Peter might feel satisfying, keeping him alive could prove more beneficial. Chapter 54, Saving Fang Xinjian. In order to emphasize the necessity of his own survival, Pete took everyone for a tour around the Pasteur Medical Center, explaining things as they went. After Pete's explanation, Gongtsang and the others finally understood how such a huge medical center had been reduced to just Pete alone. When that test subject was released, it wreaked havoc everywhere. The security guards failed in their attempt to subdue it, causing everyone to hastily flee, only to become easy prey instead. Pete, however, realized he couldn't outrun the test subject. He immediately sprayed himself with an extract from the subject's glands. Mistaking Pete for one of its strange kind, the subject left him alone. After the test subject killed all the moving figures, it targeted the 3 people, including He Yong, who were drugged and placed in the isolation room. Had the test subject initially gone after He Yong and the others, they would have perished instantly. However, due to this delay, He Yong and the others woke up with enough strength to resist and managed to hold out until Gongtsang and Lu Xian arrived. Though the Pasteur Medical Center could be considered the root of all evil, there were plenty of good things within as well. Under Pete's guidance, everyone reaped a bountiful harvest. Besides the earlier spray that kept zombies away, there were also large amounts of medical emergency supplies, which were nothing short of a godsend for those struggling to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. However, after walking around the entire Pasteur Medical Center, Lu Xian had a feeling that while Pete told them about the super genes, he didn't reveal everything he knew. Inside the morgue, Lu Xian saw numerous bodies, some showing signs of animalistic mutation while others appeared to have died quite simply, without any noticeable wounds or abnormalities. Precisely because of this, Lu Xian felt something was off, though the time wasn't suitable for idle chit-chat. He refrained from further questioning, but the unsettling feeling lingered deeply within him. After filling 2 vehicles with resources they could carry, everyone sprayed themselves with the mist that could make zombies ignore them, then they climbed aboard the vehicles, slowly driving towards the blockade line. Lu Depang and the others had long been waiting at the blockade line, looking at the vast sea of zombies inside, catching whiffs of the putrid stench carried by the wind, his face soured. To calm his nerves, he tried convincing himself that this smell was akin to rare and exotic stinky tofu. Just as Lu Depang was getting anxious waiting, music began to sound in the distance. When the zombies heard the music, they surged towards the source like mechanical dolls set in motion by a winding key. The throng of zombies near the blockade quickly dispersed. Seeing the now empty streets, Lu Depang opened his eyes wide, gazing down the road. Sure enough, 2 cars came into view, getting closer and closer. It's Instructor Gongsun. Lu Depang immediately spotted Gongsun and Lu Xian in the first car. Upon closer inspection, he also noticed Laobue. If not for fear of attracting zombies, Lu Depang might have shouted in excitement. Beside him, middle-aged man Guodong grinned so widely that his mouth cracked open, seeing Laobue, and knowing there was another car behind, gave hope that some of his comrades were on board. Once Gongsun and his team arrived, they had no plans to destroy the blockade. After all, a significant number of zombies were still contained here. They certainly didn't want to release these creatures just for convenience. Everyone unloaded the goods outside the gate, passing them through the coffee bar before sending them off. Following Gongsun's instructions, Lu Depang and his group brought 3 vehicles, fully loading every single bit of available cargo space. Seeing Laobue, Li Qian, and Hiyong but missing the others, Lu Depang couldn't help but ask, "Captain, what about the others? Did this foreigner capture your people?" At Lu Depang's words, everyone sorting the supplies stopped simultaneously, turning their gaze toward Pete. Lines of anger in their eyes made Pete tremble, fearing for his life. Pete dared not speak, instead turning his watery eyes toward Hiyong, clearly unable to bear the immense pressure that usually came with being a scientist. "They were taken away by someone else, we'll go back and figure out a way to find these people," replied Hiyong. Annoyance welled up in Hiyong when questioned by Lu Depang, who couldn't help but glare fiercely at Pete once more before saying, "Hand this foreigner over to you for safekeeping. He's still useful." Lu Depang stopped glaring at Pete, following the captain's command by reaching out and grabbing Pete directly. Unfortunately, Lu Depang lacked precise control of his strength, causing Pete to cry out loudly, obviously using this moment to secretly retaliate against the foreigner for a little interest payment. After returning to the base, Pete was escorted by Lu Depang for custody, while Lu Xian and Gongsun sat down with Hiyong and Li Qian in a makeshift conference room. Gongsun explained his purpose for coming and did not forget to recount Wu Siming's various insinuations. Since he and Lu Xian returned later than Hiyong's group, they were unclear about any grudges or conflicts of interest between the two. Therefore, it seemed best to inform Li Qian of their situation. After listening, Hiyong was still pondering, but Li Qian let out a cold laugh. Unlike Hiyong, who was tall and robust, Li Qian stood at around 175 centimeters, his features bearing the gentle softness characteristic of southerners. However, at that moment, his expression carried an extra hint of ruthlessness. "Someone is trying to take advantage of your boyfriend? This is something we'll definitely get involved in. Later, we'll send people to protect you." Li Qian's reaction matched exactly the man of integrity Lu Xian remembered, but Lu Xian smiled, shaking his head to decline, "I don't intend to bother you with this matter." "But what if they attack you?" Lu Xian's response was unexpected by Li Qian and others, yet within expectation for Gongsun. Wu Siming's character was far from simple, especially after observing the base. This impression became even more pronounced. Hence, Lu Xian made such a judgment. Though Wang Mingyuan had shown intense interest in him, nothing had happened so far, whereas Wu Siming kept making appearances. Clearly, Wu Siming wanted to use him for some scheming. "They are holding off on attacking me because they want me to establish contact with you all." Lowering his eyes, Lu Xian's mind rapidly processed, an approximate possibility forming in his mind. "I believe their real target is your base. If we act according to Wu Siming's wishes, we'll surely fall into their trap. Therefore, I don't plan to proceed this way. Besides..." Pausing, Lu Xian continued, "Baowang and I don't intend to stay in Haiqing any longer. We plan to leave Haiqing as soon as possible." Lu Xian recalled the cameras installed in his room, which left him feeling repulsed, reinforcing his intention to leave Haiqing. Well, Li Qian didn't expect Gongsun and the others to have intentions of leaving Haiqing, stunned for a moment before asking, "Where do you plan to go?" "Fengcheng," Baowang answered without hesitation, stating his destination. "The headquarters of Qianlong is there, and I wish to return and check things out. Furthermore, there I can acquire tools that are essential necessities for long-term plans." Baowang made a gesture, to which Li Qian and others understood immediately, sighing, "If you're determined to leave, then we won't insist on tagging along. Even though we're soldiers, there are also many people outside. It's inconvenient." Lu Xian glanced outside and chuckled, "Wang Mingyuan can assimilate other forces, meaning he cannot tolerate coexisting with you here. Naturally, he will seek to exploit you. Be careful. If anything feels off, let Fang Tong contact old Lu or us. Whenever we can help, we will." Hiyong knew of Boang's abilities and tried once again to persuade him to stay, only to be cut off by Baowang. "He chief, as long as Wang Mingyuan lives, this place will never be safe for Lu Xian. I cannot possibly let Lu Xian risk himself here. Staying is out of the question." With Baowang being so forthright, Hiyong ran out of words. He sighed, "Then I won't force you to stay. Nevertheless, you saved our lives. Whatever you need, just speak up. As long as it's something He can do, I will never shirk. Li Qian approached and said to Lu Xian, both Wang Mingyuan and his lover are troublemakers and not easy to deal with. If you encounter danger there, run back this way. We can ensure your safety. Thank you. Although Lu Xian shared more experiences with Wang Mingyuan and Wu Siming than Li Qian and the others, and though Li Qian and He were upright military men unable to fully fathom Wang Mingyuan's tactics, further explanation would prove useless now. Seeing the sky beginning to lighten, Lu Xian addressed both men, we've been out long enough. We should go back. Let's keep in touch regarding any matters. He and Li Qian didn't try to keep them. After escorting Gongcang and Lu Xian to the entrance of the base, Li Qian handed a not-so-conspicuous bag to Gongcang, saying, there are 2 cans of spray that can avoid zombies in this bag for you guys, which could temporarily help you out. There's also some anti-inflammatory and disinfectant stuff. Although Pasteur Medical Center is evil through and through, these things still work pretty well. Then, Li Qian gave a military dagger to Gongcang, saying, I saw that you don't have a convenient close combat weapon. Here's one for you. It's a specially made military dagger, it will surely be comfortable to use with good results. Gongcang pulled the dagger out and took a look. The dagger was entirely black, inconspicuous at first glance, but the slightly white blade indicated that this thing was incredibly sharp. Generally speaking, triangular military daggers are paired with the Type 56 assault rifle, but this one was smaller than those on the Type 56 rifles and came with a sheath, clearly designed to enhance injury and lethality. With its smaller size, the dagger was more portable for Gongcang, as Li Qian had said, comfortable to use and very effective. After sliding the dagger back into its sheath, Gongcang inserted it behind his waist, smiled at Li Qian, and said, good stuff, I won't decline it. Don't decline it. If you need anything, just say so, and if I've got it, I'll prepare it for you. Well then, we'll stay in touch later. Waving goodbye to Li Qian and He Gongcang and Lu Xian mounted their mountain bikes and retraced their steps back along the road. Having traveled this way once before, the two of them cycled much faster now. They were almost near the base when suddenly Gongcang stopped, and Lu Xian stopped too. Lu Xian didn't understand why Gongcang had halted and was about to ask when he saw Gongcang looking alert toward the side of the road and heard him whisper sharply, come out. Come out. What come out? As Lu Xian hadn't smelled any signs of zombies nearby, he was puzzled and looked at Gongcang. At that moment, a small figure rose from the grass. A little girl wearing dirty clothes shyly gazed at him and Gongcang, softening Lu Xian's expression a bit. Little sister, how did you end up here alone? Lu Xian, seeing the girl materialize from nowhere, realized she must be an awakened individual and her appearance here probably wasn't coincidental. Bean compared Lu Xian and Gongcang mentally with the bad men who tried to capture her earlier. With courage, she asked, brother, can you save sister? Seeing the cautious look on Gongcang's face, Bean was somewhat scared, yet instinct told her this big brother was handsome and didn't seem like a bad person. Plus, they weren't wearing white lab coats, unlike the terrifying ones she encountered earlier. Bean had gone back and checked Fang Xinjian's condition earlier, the sister was already unconscious. Missing this chance with the two brothers meant she didn't know when she would meet someone trustworthy again. Thinking of her sister whose body felt as hot as iron, Bean couldn't hold back her tears, which gathered in her eyes as she looked at them pitifully. The dampness in Bean's eyes caught Gongcang and Lu Xian's attention, and each saw determination in the other's gaze. Since no other ambushes had been detected, the girl's plea was likely genuine. No matter what happened next, neither of the two could ignore a child's cry for help. Lu Xian dismounted from his bike and gently picked Bean up, asking softly, little sister, where is your sister? Sister is over there. Bean immediately wriggled free from Lu Xian's arms and hopped down to the ground, the awakening of her beast soul making her movements coordinated and nimble. She even spun a little circle mid-air before landing gracefully. Her short legs carried Bean swiftly as she led Lu Xian and Gongcang to the small building where they'd been hiding. She took out a key, unlocked the iron gate, and let them inside. Following Bean upstairs, Lu Xian and Gongcang watched her push open the bedroom door, revealing the unconscious woman lying in bed. As the familiar face appeared in front of him, Lu Xian widened his eyes in surprise, exclaiming, why is Fang Xinjian here? Hearing Lu Xian call her sister's name, Bean could no longer pretend to be strong. Clutching onto Lu Xian's thigh, she cried pleadingly, brother, you must save my sister. Sister got hurt to protect me. Brother, you must save my sister. Don't worry, we'll save your sister. Sighing, Lu Xian began examining Fang Xinjian's condition together with Gongcang. He had hoped that Fang Xinjian would survive thanks to his warning, but he never expected such a reunion and reconnection. How could this exceptionally smart woman end up like this? Fang Xinjian's face was burnt bright red, and she had lost consciousness. Yet as Gongcang and Lu Xian checked her wounds, pain and sadness still made her whimper. One might say it was lucky for Fang Xinjian that Li Qian had handed over the package when he left, they gave her the anti-inflammatory medicine. However, in their current environment, there was no way to properly treat the festering wound on her leg, so they had to take Fang Xinjian back to their base to handle it. After discussing briefly, Gongcang said to Do, your sister's wound needs further treatment, and we must bring her back to that base. Although Dodo knew the people at the base were all ferocious and mean, these two brothers seemed trustworthy, and they even knew her sister. After thinking about it for quite some time, Dodo firmly replied, "All right, big brother, if you can save my sister, I will go with you." Dodo tightened her small fists, looking somewhat uneasy. Lu Xian held her up, spraying the zombie-repelling spray onto her body, while Gongsun also sprayed it onto Fang Xinjian before carrying her downstairs. Initially, Dodo wanted to serve as bait to lure away the zombies near their little building after they had just lured them over, but once they reached the bottom floor, she found that the zombies seemed to ignore them entirely. Her eyes lit up, fluttering towards Lu Xian and Gongsun with admiration brimming over. Neither Lu Xian nor Gongsun thought much about it. They leaned Fang Xinjian against Gongsun's bicycle, using the straps of the backpack to tie the unconscious woman onto Gongsun's back. After confirming that Fang Xinjian wouldn't fall, Lu Xian placed Dodo onto the front bar of his bike, telling her to hold tightly around his waist. Then, together with Gongsun, they quickly returned to the base. Just as they reached the entrance to the base, Lu Xian saw from afar Wu Siming standing there and glaring their way, his expression clearly displeased. Seeing the little girl in Lu Xian's arms and the person tied onto Gongsun's back, Wu Siming frowned deeply. "Lu Xian, why did you guys stay out for so long? It's not safe at night." Upon seeing the twisted concern in Wu Siming's eyes, Lu Xian decided against wasting any more time explaining things to him. He cut straight to the point, "Gongsun and I saved 2 people. We don't have time to talk now, we'll discuss it later." Lu Xian instructed Dodo to hold on to his waist tightly, and he and Gongsun went straight into the secure area. Wu Siming originally thought this couple was out scavenging privately. But when they came back with 2 people instead, he didn't immediately understand what Lu Xian and Gongsun were up to. Clenching his teeth, he had no choice but to suppress his anger, deciding to figure things out later. When Fang Xinjian woke up, she felt the pain throughout her body had diminished significantly, and the surrounding dirt and stench of decaying corpses were gone. Though her fever had subsided slightly, the discomfort caused by the high temperature lingered in her body, leading to an involuntary groan. "Sister, you're awake." Hearing Fang Xinjian's voice, Dodo, who was crouched at the foot of the bed, sprang up immediately, staring wide-eyed at Fang Xinjian. The surroundings were extremely clean, and one could faintly smell food in the air. Fang Xinjian realized neither she nor Dodo were still in that abandoned small house outside the suburbs. Licking her parched lips, Fang Xinjian asked softly, "Dodo, where are we?" With prior work experience in a large company, Fang Xinjian recognized many brands. The bedding beneath her, the furnishings in the room, along with the minimalistic furniture style, all spoke of someone with refined tastes from before the apocalypse. Looking down at her well-bandaged wound, Fang Xinjian couldn't help but wonder who this mysterious helper was who had saved them. At the moment, there was a light knock on the half-open door. Turning her head, Fang Xinjian just caught sight of Lu Xian walking in. "Brother Lu." Seeing Fang Xinjian recognize him after waking up, Lu Xian let out a faint smile, saying, "Long time no see." Chapter 55, Rare Dual System Spirit Beasts. Fang Xinjian looked at the still handsome Lu Xian, her eyes suddenly welling up with tears. The unease and anxiety in her heart melted away like a snow-covered mountain under the sun. "Master Lu, I never thought we would meet again here." Although Fang Xinjian continued to work for the company that Wang Mingyuan bought after Lu Xian left, she quit not long after receiving his warning. Before the discovery of zombies outside, Fang Xinjian had already informed her boyfriend, Su Zheng, about her concerns. This allowed both of them to survive smoothly even as the apocalypse began. Seeing the surprise and excitement in Fang Xinjian's eyes, Lu Xian gave a calm smile and said, "I didn't expect to see you like this. Haven't I warned you before? How did you end up in such a situation?" Fang Xinjian's lips curved into a helpless smile as she whispered, "I was blind, unable to see my childhood sweetheart boyfriend for what he truly was, a scumbag. We barely survived the first test of zombie-like mutations but almost failed the second." She spilled everything about herself and Su Zheng. After listening to Fang Xinjian's story, Lu Xian and Gong Tsang realized they only knew part of the truth from Pete. At this moment, all that Pete concealed was finally revealed. Pasteur Medical Center wasn't just researching super genes and zombies, they were also studying ways to help those with beast souls regress their ancestry, awakening natural beast spirits, to replace artificially manufactured monsters as terrifying biological weapons. One must admit, Pasteur Medical Center's concept was insane and horrifying. Moreover, Lu Xian recalled the bodies he'd seen in the morgue, his face suddenly darkening. Treating humans as experimental subjects was atrocious enough, but compared to their ambitions, it wasn't even worth mentioning. As for the boyfriend mentioned by Fang Xinjian, based on his description, he seemed to be one of the few staff members who retreated with Julia. It seemed Su Zheng, engaged in genetic research, and his mentor were both favored by Julia, avoiding being killed by the experimental creatures. "Since you're awake now, do you want to eat something?" Lu Xian had only tidied up Fang Xinjian's wounds earlier and fed her some medicine. Now that Fang Xinjian had woken up, he intended to let her replenish her strength. "Yes, Daodu and I haven't eaten for days." The faint aroma drifting from the kitchen had already made the starving Fang Xinjian's mouth water. She needed to replenish her energy quickly after the fever, and she immediately agreed with Lu Xian. Lu Xian nodded and said, "All right then, I'll bring the food up to you. Do you have any food restrictions?" They've made fresh meat congee in the kitchen. Master Lu, don't bother bringing it up, I want to go down and eat. Fang Xinjian slowly slid off the bed, and Daodu immediately rushed over to support her. These past days of discomfort have kept me lying down too much. I should walk around a bit. Lu Xian originally wanted to assist Fang Xinjian, but when she declined, he didn't insist, heading to the dining room first to help Gongcang and Hiyong prepare the tableware. After rescuing 2 people during their trip, Hiyong trusted Lu Xian and Gongcang more. In such an environment, helping others was a favor, not helping was the norm, surviving oneself wasn't easy, yet saving lives nonetheless, leaving no room for Hiyong to harbor complaints. Daodu and Hichang were children. The 2 little ones sitting together chatting made everyone laugh with their innocent conversation, easing the tension of the apocalypse. You 2 can stay in the master bedroom. Gongcang and I will take the guest room. Lu Xian arranged the rooms while eating and also asked Fang Xinjian about her future plans. What are your next plans? Hearing Lu Xian ask about her future plans, Fang Xinjian shook her head bitterly and said, Master Lu, if you could take me and Daodu along, I would be eternally grateful. Daodu has special abilities, I can't let her stay in this base, sooner or later, it will cause trouble. At this, Fang Xinjian nodded at Daodu and said, Daodu, show the big brothers your ability. Okay. Daodu jumped off the stool and bounded toward Lu Xian and Gongcang. After giving them both a bright smile, she suddenly disappeared from everyone's view. Wow! Daodu is gone. That's so amazing. Hichang clapped excitedly, nearly falling off his stool. Being praised by her newly acquainted playmate, Daodu couldn't hide her pride and quickly reappeared. Meanwhile, she extended her hand to Lu Xian, saying, Big brother, hold my hand. Lu Xian had no doubts and went to hold the little girl's hand, but he couldn't catch Daodu at all. It was as if her arms were oiled, slippery like an eel. Brother can't catch Daodu, can he? Daodu is very powerful. Seeing Lu Xian pulling for nothing, the little girl immediately stuck out her chest proudly. If she had a tail, it would definitely wag around. At the same time, in the palm of Daodu's hand appeared 2 spirit beasts, a chameleon and a little loach. The 2 small spirit beasts looked extremely tender and cute, snuggling together like conjoined twins. Daodu showed off her beast souls to the 2 while attributing her abilities to them, I'm so powerful because of them. Lu Xian and Gongcang exchanged a glance and saw astonishment in each other's eyes. Lu Xian hadn't heard in his past life about anyone having a dual-system spirit beast soul, and Gongcang didn't expect this little girl to possess such special abilities. If people with ulterior motives knew about this, Daodu might face great trouble. Both understood why Fang Xinjian wanted to go with them. Only people she trusted could ensure that Daodu wouldn't be harmed. If you don't have any particular place you want to go, there's no problem being with us. But when Daodu is in this base, she must not show the ability of her dual-system spirit soul, otherwise, it will cause trouble. Lu Xian had no objections to taking these 2 into his team, but he must make sure that everything proceeds smoothly when they leave. Rest assured, Daodu is sensible. She won't show you her spirit beasts unless she trusts you. Fang Xinjian nodded at Daodu, who then packed up her spirit beast babies and ran back to continue drinking her salty meat porridge. I never expected someone to have a dual-system spirit soul, this is really something unheard of. Lu Xian couldn't help but marvel. In his previous life, he hadn't heard of anyone having a dual-system spirit soul. However, thinking about the existence of Pasteur Medical Center, he guessed that this kind of spirit soul might indeed be 1 in 10,000. Encountering Pasteur Medical Center, Daodu would probably be directly taken away for experimentation. After all, it was only because of the variable, Fang Xinjian, that Daodu avoided capture by Pasteur Medical Center. Without Fang Xinjian, Daodu might not have been able to survive from the beginning of the apocalypse. Gongcang also marveled at Daodu's uniqueness. However, he remembered the camera in the bedroom and said to Lu Xian, you know, your bedroom has a camera. Probably, Fang Xinjian and Daodu shouldn't stay here. Lu Xian just thought of giving the best room to Fang Xinjian but momentarily forgot about this detail. He said unconsciously, I forgot about this. Then you and I will stay together, and Fang Xinjian and Daodu can take your room. Camera? Fang Xinjian didn't expect that Lu Xian's room had such things installed. Her look towards Lu Xian remained respectful, but added a hint of questioning. Master Lu knows about the existence of the cameras, so why not dismantle them? This matter goes deep, I suspect either Wu Saiming or Wang Mingyuan installed them. Lu Xian frowned. By the way, I wonder if there's a camera in the bathroom. Gongcang watched Lu Xian's darkened face and had to inform him of a grim fact. Based on my observation earlier when I pretended to wash my hands when bringing people to your room, there is at least 1 camera in your bathroom. Lu Xian's expression hardened, gritting his teeth and saying, where was the camera installed? Please tell me it wasn't in the toilet. Although it was phrased as a question, Lu Xian was pretty sure that if the camera was in the toilet, he would tear the face off with whoever installed it. It was installed at the shower. Though it wasn't exactly depraved, it was absolutely far from harmless. Just imagining himself unknowingly exposing himself to the camera, Lu Xian's face darkened like a pot bottom. Seeing Lu Xian feeling upset, Gongcang comforted him, I'll handle that camera later anyway, there are plenty of ways to get rid of it. Lu Xian had no choice since he wasn't ready to completely sever ties yet, but the matter made him feel extremely uncomfortable, like finding a bug in delicious food. After eating, Lu Xian and Gong Song tidied up the two rooms respectively and sent Fang Xingjian to the guest room to rest. Lu Xian wanted to see how Gong Song would deal with the camera, but Gong Song did not agree, simply slinging a towel over his shoulder and going into the bathroom. Soon after, the sound of water running began, and Lu Xian heard Gong Song humming as he took his bath. Gong Song's voice was a little deep, echoing in the small space and creating an extra layer of hazy feeling. The gentle humming of a tune also soothed Lu Xian's anxious emotions. Just then, Gong Song's voice came from inside. "Come in and push me against the wall and kiss me." Gong Song's voice was soft. If Lu Xian hadn't been concentrating on listening to his humming, he probably wouldn't have heard what Gong Song said, most of which was drowned out by the sound of water. Upon hearing Gong Song's words, Lu Xian was slightly dumbfounded. Go inside and push Gong Song against the wall, and kiss. The mere thought of this scene made Lu Xian's heart feel like it was about to leap out of his chest, and he even felt some heat rising in his nose. Since Gong Song didn't hear any movement from Lu Xian inside, he couldn't help but urge him. However, at that moment, Lu Xian suddenly rushed inside. The solar energy for heating hadn't been fully stored yet during the day, so Gong Song was showering under cold water. The icy droplets hitting his pale skin were like splashing onto top-grade white jade, and the scattered drops resembled tiny mist clouds. This sight added an air of sensuality to his already enticing figure. Gong Song's body was covered with muscles, with tight and non-exaggerated lines that were stunning enough to make Lu Zuan. After falling deeply in love, Lu Xian shouldn't be shy about seeing Gong Song's body anymore, but witnessing such a nearly perfect physique made every picture in Lu Xian's mind pale in comparison to this visual impact. His lips dried up as he wanted to move closer and lick the water droplets gathered in Gong Song's collarbone. Lu Xian not only thought about it, but he actually did it too. Walking decisively towards Gong Song, Lu Xian instinctively acted like any man would with his lover, possessive, reverent, and forcefully pressing down on Gong Song. Afraid his actions might cause pain to Gong Song, Lu Xian didn't obey fully by pushing him hard against the wall as Gong Song had requested. Instead, each of Lu Xian's movements and details exuded extraordinary caution despite the rough exterior. As a result, Gong Song himself used more force to lean back, subtly pressing and adjusting the camera angle he'd tampered with earlier, changing its focus from below the shower head inward. At this point, the camera only caught a narrow strip of their passionate encounter at the intersection with the wall, similar to exposing just 1 foot. Such an incomplete view stirred an even stronger desire in those who wished to peek. Passionately, Lu Xian kissed Gong Song like an overexcited young animal, chasing after Gong Song's lips with all his strength. Not holding back either, Gong Song quickly embraced Lu Xian tightly and returned the kiss fervently. Wu Siming never expected to witness such early morning PDA between Gong Song and Lu Xian. Annoyed by seeing the camera deviate due to their impact, he directly turned off the bathroom camera and focused intensely on the bedroom camera instead, hoping they would emerge soon. Unexpectedly for Wu Siming, Gong Song and Lu Xian spent nearly half an hour inside before coming out. Lu Xian doggedly wrapped a towel around Gong Song's lower body while walking out semi-naked from the waist up. Scattered pink spots adorned the snowy skin near his collarbone, making him appear completely filled with charm, a vivid sign of how intense their battle inside had been. Seeing them emerge hand in hand, Wu Siming grew angrier and paler, glaring at Gong Song more malevolently than ever. What a damnable fox spirit. Wu Siming gnawed on his fingernails furiously, bleeding through nails already damaged by his biting habit. His anger boiled so fiercely that his once pure face now radiated chilling hostility, looking downright eerie. Unaware of Wu Siming's current mindset, Lu Xian and Gong Song's theatrics in the bathroom had turned genuine, nearly crossing boundaries. Gong Song excelled in sniping, and his skillful fingers proved adept in special areas, giving Lu Xian a taste of how awesome the dragon could truly be. To put it mildly, if he hadn't sworn to defend his integrity, there probably would have been more. Still, Lu Xian enjoyed no small amount of benefits from being close to Gong Song, especially regarding his long-held obsession with licking the other's collarbone. This fantasy was thoroughly tested until he almost broke Gong Song's skin with his enthusiasm. Both were satisfied with their respective gains, particularly Gong Song, who laughed like a sly fox having eaten a chicken. Before fetching clothes and heading back to the bathroom, Gong Song casually glanced at the camera, wondering whether Lu Xian would want to deal with it since he found their previous contact left him craving more. Chapter 56, Turning the Tables. Lu Xian and Gong Song had dealt with that blasted camera. They didn't touch the one in the bedroom, but this still made Wu Siming uneasy. By the afternoon, Wu Siming showed up again. When he arrived, he didn't mention anything else, pretending as if Lu Xian's previous unpleasant attitude was just a passing cloud. He gave them both an innocent smile and said, "That girl got hurt today, right? Do you need any medicine? If you do, just let us know. Whatever I have here, I can provide some to you." Lu Xian didn't beat around the bush either. He asked outright for bandages, disinfectant alcohol, anti-inflammatory drugs, and other items, all of which Wu Siming agreed to provide. With this opening, Wu Siming smoothly steered the conversation forward. "The area around here has already been cleared of our people, no one's left. Where did you rescue those 2 people from? Was it near the eastern side of the city?" Wu Siming blinked his eyes, appearing more concerned and curious than calculating. However, Lu Xian understood Wu Siming's character extremely well. There was no way he couldn't see that Wu Siming was trying to draw out information, to learn whether they had made contact with the intended group as planned. Although Wu Siming had deep intentions, Lu Xian, who regularly dealt with seasoned veterans in business negotiations, could easily see through him. Recalling his past life, Lu Xian sighed inwardly. He had been naive enough to romantically embellish Wu Siming's intentions back then, and it wasn't unfair that he had died. Lu Xian might not know Wu Siming's exact plan, but he wouldn't allow Wu Siming to use this opportunity to endanger others. Having made up his mind, Lu Xian responded calmly, after you mentioned the east side, Gongcang and I originally planned to check it out last night. But Gongcang noticed a derelict building surrounded by zombies, so we went in and saved those two. Wu Siming had assumed that Lu Xian and Gongcang accidentally came across the survivors during some random excursion, but hearing Lu Xian admit they actually listened to his advice about checking the east, Wu Siming's underlying frustration turned into slight embarrassment. If Lu Xian listened to his advice to go to the east, did that mean even though the sly vixen was together with him, he still held a special place in Gongcang's heart? This thought made Wu Siming's tone softer, and his gaze at Lu Xian became tinged with emotion. Lu Xian, trust me, I won't harm you. If you want to avoid falling into Ming Yuan's hands, your only option is to get the people from the east side to protect you. If they're willing to send someone over to protect you, I can contribute some resources as payment for hiring their help. Lu Xian knew Wu Siming must be scheming something, but he also detected genuine concern in Wu Siming's words. It seemed Wang Mingyuan was determined to secure him. After chatting casually with Wu Siming for a bit longer, Wang Mingyuan's men came to take him away. After Wu Siming left, Lu Xian immediately contacted Li Qian. Did he particularly emphasize his willingness to exchange resources for protection? Li Qian raised an eyebrow, his eyes gleaming with interest. Everyone knew how much favor Wang Mingyuan showed towards Wu Siming, but even with all that favor, it wouldn't reach a point where Wu Siming could freely mobilize significant resources, especially considering that hiring them as bodyguards certainly wouldn't come cheap. Yes, he definitely said that. Lu Xian reaffirmed Li Qian's question while sharing his own speculations and analyses with him. I suspect there's another motive behind this. It's likely an attempt to disperse your forces so they can attack your base. If Li Qian and his team had anything worth plotting against, it would be the tools, weapons, and protected individuals in the east side of the city. In this post-apocalyptic world, every resource, including human beings, is incredibly rare. After the massive human deaths, the remaining survivors are still busy trying to scrounge food and drink, yet the propagation of humans and free labor could lead the founders of the bases to have improper ambitions. Lu Xian was not baselessly accusing Wang Mingyuan and Wu Siming of scheming for the base. Though Wang Mingyuan wielded great power, he answered to the shadowy figure Wang Mingjing above him, not to mention the consumption brought on by his subordinates and their families. So, for Wang Mingjing to permit Wu Siming to use these supplies at will was already a strange thing. Unusual events often carry hidden schemes. Guessing the hidden plans wasn't hard. I knew these guys weren't going to leave us alone. Li Qian didn't find Lu Xian's words surprising. After entering High City, Wang Mingyuan had once proposed that they join his base. However, Li Qian and his group of soldiers, upon seeing those ruffians who indulged in their desires and wreaked havoc without restraint, outright rejected this request. They took their people to the east side of the city, a relatively less populated area, for cleanup operations and carved out a territory for themselves. They also provided shelter to any civilians who wanted to join them. It seemed that humans without harmful intentions could be targeted by those with ill intent. The idea to disperse forces in such a manner clearly indicated that the plan to annex the eastern part of the city wasn't impulsive but rather had been carefully premeditated. My arrival has only given them an excuse, Lu Xian said calmly. Even if I hadn't been here, they would have found other ways to achieve their goals. You all must be extra cautious. Don't worry, the base is still within our control, Li Qian replied, suddenly realizing an issue as he glanced towards the shipping containers. I'll figure out a way to root out the infiltrators among the civilians. Diverting forces, inside-outside cooperation. These tactics might fool ordinary people, but Li Qian was a graduate from a proper military academy. With extensive theoretical knowledge and practical experience in warfare, Lu Xian's subtle hints immediately led him to foresee future maneuvers. At this point, Gongcang asked Lu Xian for the phone. After exchanging pleasantries with Li Qian, Gongcang suddenly inquired, Li Qian, you can prevent this problem now, but what about next time? Either you kill all of Wang Mingyuan and his subordinates, or you directly agree to merge. Otherwise, your men will gradually wear down under Wang Mingyuan's schemes until the last one perishes. Li Qian was skilled in leading troops, yet he didn't understand human nature as thoroughly as Gongcang did. It wasn't that Gongcang's views weren't considered, it was just that Li Qian thought about more variables. If they tried to eliminate Wang Mingyuan and his followers, they were outnumbered compared to the brothers Wang Mingjing and Wang Mingyuan, who commanded the entire underground force of High City. In terms of ruthlessness, they slightly fell short against these desperados turned bullies. Moreover, if they killed these hooligans, wouldn't they have to deal with their families and friends as well? If they did so, it would mean more people dying in the power struggle between the two sides. But if they ignored this factor, as Gongcang pointed out, their men would be slowly sabotaged and worn down until the last one was gone. Retreating wasn't Li Qian and He Yong's intention, they didn't come here to die for such laughable reasons. At this moment, Li Qian realized that perhaps following Gong Song's suggestion was the best option to avoid either of the outcomes. Let me think about it. Li Qian didn't hang up the phone. A hint of exhaustion flashed in his eyes as he turned to consult He Yong, most of their whispers reaching the ears of the two people on the other end of the phone line. Lu Xian was patient, merely waiting while He Yong and Li Qian deliberated. If the opinions of these two couldn't align, then no decision would count regardless. After a few minutes, Li Qian picked up the receiver again and sighed heavily before speaking to Lu Xian. He Yong and I have discussed it, and you should have heard our opinions, right? Yes, since you've decided to leave, we need to find a way to relocate the resources. If not, they'll simply fall into Wang Mingyuan's hands. Li Qian laughed, is my stuff so easily taken? Don't treat me like someone who eats vegetables. Pausing briefly, Li Qian continued, Gong Song, you guys come over tomorrow, then I'll head back with you. Afterwards, I'll arrange some personnel to assist. Hearing Li Qian say this, Gong Song instantly understood his plan and laughed, we'll meet tomorrow to discuss how to carry off more things. Listening nearby, Lu Xian also grasped Li Qian's meaning. Since Wang Mingyuan insisted on giving them resources, they naturally intended to accept it willingly. After all, missing out on a good deal made one a fool. After hanging up, Lu Xian and Gong Song exchanged a brief discussion and decided to take a walk around the base, paying a visit to Wu Siming on the way to inform him of their plans to go to the east and negotiate protection with those soldiers. Just as they stepped out of their home and began strolling, two small hooligans trailed behind them from afar, clearly monitoring their movements. Neither Lu Xian nor Gong Song cared, content to let them follow as they walked hand in hand through the base. Along the way, they encountered several rich second-generation heirs and officials' children with whom Lu Xian had previously interacted. Lu Xian greeted them warmly, displaying no sign of awkwardness despite his current position as a lone leader. Unlike Lu Xian and Gong Song's circumstances, these second generations enjoyed comfortable lives even though it came at a cost. Those who blended in better possessed awakened beast souls and maintained followers. One of the rich second-generation heirs who was relatively familiar with Lu Xian saw Gong Song and immediately approached with a teasing tone, young Master Lu, is this your sister-in-law? Lu Xian had a decent relationship with him. They had conducted some transactions before the apocalypse, so they were fairly close friends. Nodding with a smile, Lu Xian replied, what sister-in-law? He's my boyfriend. Lu Xian would have liked Gong Song to be his wife, but after all their recent back and forth, he doubted if he could really win over Gong Song. Besides, Lu Xian realized that Gong Song was like a thermos cup, always boiling on the inside, especially whenever they got into a spat. Lu Xian feared irritating Gong Song too much or else tonight wouldn't be an easy one. It just so happened that Lu Xian's sixth sense wasn't wrong, Gong Song did have a little thought in mind. If Lu Xian had called him wife to save face in public, then behind closed doors, he'd surely demand interest on that favor. Upon hearing Lu Xian say that, Gong Song silently lamented about missing out on a good chance to claim his dues. His furrowed eyebrows darkened slightly, causing the heir to stare at the lustrous eyes of this handsome man. Even though the heir wasn't interested in men, looking at Gong Song's captivating features made his heart race wildly, and he felt his face heat up. Lu Xian, I have to say, you have excellent taste, the heir chuckled, pulling his gaze away from Gong Song. Whether it was the previous person or your current boyfriend, you truly know how to choose well. When Lu Xian heard the heir compare Wu Siming with Gong Song, though his expression remained unchanged, his hand instantly grasped Gong Song's, speaking softly, they're different. He's the only one. Seeing Lu Xian blatantly show off their affection, the heir momentarily didn't know what to say. After a long while, clearing his throat twice awkwardly, he told Lu Xian, yeah, your boyfriend is unparalleled. After saying that, the heir lowered his voice and added, Wang Mingyuan has developed some intentions toward you. You should watch out for yourself. That man he keeps around now looks 4 or 5 parts like you and is already adored excessively. After delivering his warning, the heir waved goodbye to Lu Xian and strutted away with his subordinates. Lu Xian understood that this friend had come to warn him because he didn't want him to get disadvantaged. He appreciated the gesture, considering this was the post-apocalyptic world, not the superficial networking they used to indulge in. Helping Lu Xian meant potentially offending either Wang Mingyuan or Wu Siming. As his eyes returned from his friend's figure walking away, Lu Xian suddenly felt a chill in the air. Turning his head, he noticed that Gong Song's face had become as cold as ice, with unhidden murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. That Wang Mingyuan keeps a man who looks 4 or 5 parts like you. Gong Song smirked wryly in anger, his beautiful face tinged with a touch of fury, which paradoxically made him more enchantingly alluring. However, seeing this smile chilled Lu Xian to the bone. Shit, Gong Song is angry. Chapter 57, Everyone is acting. It seems that the person named Wang Mingyuan really cares about you. Gong Song took a gentle breath, reining in the anger that was about to burst forth. His eyes grew darker, and his grip on Lu Xian's hand became very strong. Someone had dared to covet his person. It seemed that before he left, he would have to teach this person a lesson. Wang Mingyuan, who was currently fraternizing with the man who looked about 4 or 5 parts like Lu Xian, sneezed. He rubbed his nose and slightly frowned, wondering silently why he sneezed in the middle of summer. Could it be a cold? But this sneeze was just a small interlude and didn't interrupt Wang Mingyuan's good mood. The man in front of him, as a substitute for Lu Xian, was becoming increasingly satisfying under his tutelage. He wanted nothing more than to indulge with this person until Wu Siming brought Lu Xian to him. After their earlier conversation, Gongcang and Lu Xian lost interest, directly asking for Wu Siming's residence before heading over. Wu Siming was just calculating how to hasten Lu Xian's trip to the east side of the city when he saw Lu Xian show up at his door, making him unexpectedly delighted. However, seeing Gongcang come along, Wu Siming's smile stiffened slightly. Especially looking at the two tightly intertwined hands, his watery eyes were nearly filled with red blood vessels. Lu Xian didn't let go of Gongcang's hand and smiled at Wu Siming, saying, "Siming, I want to quickly deal with the matter you mentioned yesterday. Can we discuss it inside?" Wu Siming was displeased that the fox spirit came to flaunt affection with Lu Xian, but since Lu Xian had come to discuss matters regarding the east side, he suppressed his dissatisfaction, stepped aside, and let them both enter. Wu Siming's residence was a small villa. The original owner had been bitten to death by his mutated family during the apocalypse. When Wang Mingjing and Wang Mingyuan confirmed that they would establish their base here, all these houses were cleaned out. As one of Wang Mingyuan's people and an awakened beast soul possessor, Wu Siming received a relatively independent living space. The interior decoration was similar to Lu Xian's preference for a simple style. Gongcang even noticed that Wu Siming's living room furniture was deliberately chosen in the same color scheme as Lu Xian's, and the furniture positions were almost identical. Interesting. Although Lu Xian never explicitly mentioned anything between him and Wu Siming, Gongcang could see the relationship between the two. Adding Wang Mingyuan into the mix, Gongcang wasn't sure whether he should cry or laugh, rivals in love and an old flame both having feelings for Lu Xian. It wasn't just him who recognized Lu Xian's worth, others did too. Seeing Wu Siming's living room decorations, Lu Xian felt no ripples inside. He pulled Gongcang to sit on the sofa. In the previous life, he had devoted himself completely to Wu Siming, never glancing at other women or flowers. Now, with mutual affection between him and Gongcang, naturally there was no room for anyone else. This declarative gesture made Wu Siming feel inexplicably congested, his eyes reddening to the point where he almost cried. But Wu Siming inhaled sharply, suppressing the sourness in his nose. "Lu Xian, have you thought carefully about the matter regarding the eastern part of the city?" Sitting on the sofa next to Lu Xian, Wu Siming completely ignored Gongcang as if he weren't even there. The sight of his own attractive face in front of Lu Xian irritated him so much that he wanted to tear that fox spirit apart. Ignoring Wu Siming's hidden anger, Lu Xian nodded, "Yes, Gongcang and I will head to the eastern side today. As you said, we'll hire some bodyguards to protect me from any sudden actions by Wang Mingyuan." Pausing here, Lu Xian added bluntly, "I heard that Wang Mingyuan already has someone who looks about 4 or 5 parts like me. If I had known this earlier, I definitely wouldn't have come back. If you had told me this at our meeting outside the city, I would have left immediately." Recalling how he hadn't mentioned this matter when they met outside the city, Wu Siming's expression involuntarily changed. This was something Wu Siming certainly knew, but he chose not to mention it. First, because he wanted Lu Xian. Second, because after learning that Lu Xian was coming to High City, he already had plans to use Lu Xian. "I'm sorry. I didn't want you to know about this," Wu Siming apologized to Lu Xian with teary eyes. "I didn't want you to leave High City because of this. If anything happened to you, I'd feel uneasy every day." Lu Xian understood that Wu Siming intended to use him, though he still couldn't figure out how Wu Siming knew he was back. Thinking about this, Lu Xian smiled faintly and asked, "Siming, did you know I was coming back long ago?" Wu Siming did not expect Lu Xian to ask about this, and for a moment he was caught off guard. But since he wanted Lu Xian to trust him, after a brief contemplation, he nodded and said, "Yes, I knew in advance that you had returned. Brother Mingyuan has an awakened beast soul user with an exceptionally developed sense of smell, who smelled you heading towards High City, which is why I came out to meet you." To be able to sniff out Lu Xian coming toward High City showed that the person's sense of smell was much more advanced than his own, making Lu Xian inwardly marvel. However, upon hearing this, Gongcang instead felt somewhat troubled. A keen sense of smell would imply the ability to track their movements, wouldn't it? In that case, they would definitely need to create some obstacles that would prevent them from being tracked. Lu Xian thought the same as Gongcang. He secretly mused that if Wang Mingyuan could fool him once, fooling him again wouldn't be too difficult. The real challenge would be dealing with Wang Mingjing. Wang Mingjing was different from Wang Mingyuan. His mind wasn't just sharp, it was razor sharp. Otherwise, Wang Mingyuan wouldn't have been assigned to interact with well-connected rich second-generation individuals or capable merchants on behalf of the Wang family. For this plan to succeed, they would absolutely need to keep it hidden from Wang Mingjing. Therefore, Lu Xian felt compelled to ask Wu Siming for information. Of course, Lu Xian couldn't directly inquire about Wang Mingjing without drawing Wu Siming's suspicion. After some thought, Lu Xian asked, "Siming, you've given me so many resources to hire bodyguards. Even if Wang Mingyuan lets you do what you want, wouldn't Wang Mingjing cause you trouble? I don't want you to get into difficulties here." After the base in High City was established, young master led a team out to explore the surrounding area but never came back. "I think he won't come back either," Wu Siming replied. He was delighted by the implication in Lu Xian's words, believing that Lu Xian cared for his well-being, so he mentioned Wang Mingjing's matter. Brother Mingyuan became worried because he hadn't returned for quite some time, so he sent people to check the situation. His convoy was completely wiped out, but all the people disappeared. I heard those who went to investigate say that the cars were overturned on the ground, and inside there were blood and shredded meat. I suspect young master's convoy might have been surrounded by zombies. Sighing, Wu Siming continued, young master's disappearance has been kept secret from others. They were simply told that young master has been busy. Without young master's backing, it wouldn't be easy for brother Mingyuan to suppress those people. The alliance of the Wang brothers was evidently a formidable force. However, upon learning that Wang Mingjing seemed to have met such an end, Lu Xian couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Still, Lu Xian also felt relieved. If Wang Mingjing had been present, perhaps Wu Siming wouldn't have gained such favor. More importantly, Wang Mingyuan probably wouldn't have restrained himself and might have caused Lu Xian trouble right away. Reflecting on it, Lu Xian couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune. Who would have guessed that the most feared adversary encountered such a mishap beforehand? It really was lucky. But while Wu Siming talked openly, Lu Xian was naturally cautious and wouldn't easily believe everything. On their way to the eastern part of the city, he planned to let Lu Xinwu check the satellite map. Time, whether more or less, was something Lu Xian always had when examining these matters. He didn't intend to rashly put Li Qian, himself, Gong Cang, and everyone else in danger. In that case, I can say I have a certain level of confidence now. Lu Xian learned what he wanted to know, and together with Gong Cang, he stood up and said to Wu Siming, then I won't waste any more time. I'll head east shortly to discuss the matter there. I can offer you resources including medical supplies, food, and some other things. After thinking for a moment, Wu Siming made an extravagant offer, even gasoline, if it helps persuade them, I can secretly give you some. Wu Siming was willing to make such a generous offer to entice Li Qian in the eastern city, which surprised Lu Xian. However, it also indicated how determined Wang Mingyuan was for the success of this plan. Seeing no reason to linger further, Lu Xian bid farewell to Wu Siming along with Gong Cang, then drove directly to the eastern city. With the all-terrain vehicle, they reached the eastern city much faster. Watching them leave, Wu Siming's emotions were incredibly complicated. On one hand, he knew that Lu Xian and the others were following his plan, but on the other hand, he worried whether he could successfully complete it. Just thinking about how soon Lu Xian would be his, Wu Siming's face lit up with a rare smile, his eyes shining brilliantly. Chapter 58, Digging a Pit and Setting a Trap. After leaving the base, Lu Xian immediately called Lu Xinwu, who picked up the phone just a few minutes later. On the other end, the sound of keyboard typing as always could be heard, mixed with the rhythmic beats of trap music, giving an avant-garde feel. Lu Xian, what do you need from me? Can you check the satellite images of Hairen City after the apocalypse? There might have been a convoy that was wiped out near the city. Lu Xinwu minimized his conversation window with Wind Whisperer, curiously asking, why are you so suddenly interested in this news? Wu Siming gave me a lead. He said Wang Mingjing led a convoy for exploration nearby and got into trouble. The entire convoy was wiped out. I want to confirm if it really happened because it relates to our plans and safety. No problem. Lu Xinwu readily agreed to the task. Before Lu Xian hung up, he also mentioned, Lu Xian, I originally sorted out the route to Fengcheng. However, my friend, the one you know, the Wind Whisperer, can barely hold on much longer, so I made an alternative route for you guys. If possible, I hope you can rescue him along the way. Give me the route to Jiucheng. We have enough manpower this time when we leave, rescuing people will be easier. With He Yong and Li Qian, plus all these soldiers, Lu Xian knew this would be a considerable force. The better prepared they were, the safer the rescue mission would be. When Lu Xinwu heard that Lu Xian had agreed to the rescue mission, he let out a sigh of relief, laughing and saying, I'll send you the address then. After receiving the evacuation route sent by Lu Xinwu, Gong Cang glanced through it and asked Lu Xian to memorize its rough outline before deleting the data. They didn't know what problems they might encounter or whether they'd lose their phones. The evacuation route wasn't only crucial to them but also to He Yong's family and the people at the East City base. Therefore, they had to handle these matters with caution. After entrusting Lu Xinwu with the satellite map inquiry, the two arrived at the East City base where the roar of their ostentatious SUV immediately drew everyone's attention. The last time they came to the base was late at night when most of the base residents were either in containers or rooms sleeping. This whole process went unnoticed. Now it was afternoon. Men, women, and children alike stared as Gong Cang and Lu Xian arrived in the SUV. They were handsome and driving an off-road vehicle that could be considered a luxury car even before the apocalypse. Without exaggeration, they were like Prince Charmings of the post-apocalyptic world. Not only were the young girls excited, but even some of the middle-aged women started experiencing fluttering hearts. As Lu Xian and Gong Cang stepped out of the SUV, Lu Depeng immediately approached, going through the routine procedures just as before for those with connections to Wang Mingyuan's spies. After completing the formalities, Lu Depeng overheard the murmurs behind him and turned around to see many warm glances directed at them. Feeling somewhat jealous, Lu Depeng whispered to Gong Cang, Instructor, your charm is really something. I've spent so much time interacting with these aunties, and they've never shown even half the enthusiasm they have towards you. Gong Cang noticed Lu Depeng's envious gaze and smiled. Then, he took Lu Xian's hand, interlocking their fingers. Lu Depang hadn't reacted fast enough when he heard wails from both the aunties and young girls, wailing cries filled with sadness but occasionally punctuated by excited screams. They're actually a couple. Mom, I believe in love again. Without hiding their affection, Gong Sang and Lu Xian headed towards He Yong and Li Qian, who had already waited for them and guided them to a small room. Li Qian prepared tea for Gong Sang and Lu Xian, and the four of them quickly sat down to discuss Wu Siming's previous information. Wu Siming says he can provide medical supplies, food, and other resources. If you're willing to take the job, he'll also get some gasoline for you. Lu Xian straightforwardly laid out Wu Siming's offer. Also, he told us an important piece of information. Wang Mingjing, Wang Mingyuan's brother, is no longer in Hairen City. Wang Mingjing is not in Hairen City. Li Qian hesitated to believe his ears but soon realized something. That explains why Wang Mingyuan wants to take control of the East City area. Perhaps Wang Mingjing has encountered some issues within. Li Qian had never been able to figure it out. Although there had been underlying tensions between them, he didn't think they would go so far as to come after their tough nut to crack. Why would they make such a decision and let someone like Wu Siming handle the operation? It seemed far too childish. If Wang Mingjing were around, it could only mean that Wang Mingjing already had a plan to take over the east side of the city. The hard battle that Li Qian and his team were facing would be extremely difficult. But if Wang Mingjing wasn't present, then based on just Wang Mingyuan and Wu Siming, the whole thing was probably staged to gain more support for Wang Mingyuan's rule. Thus, this was the purpose behind what they intended to accomplish. Li Qian's thoughts aligned pretty closely with reality. Wang Mingyuan indeed had such a scheme in mind. When Wang Mingjing's convoy encountered trouble outside, it was impossible to completely hide the news. Though Wang Mingyuan used clever excuses and methods to create signs that Wang Mingjing was still at the base, the subjugated forces had already started to catch on and became restless. Had it been Wang Mingyuan's style, anyone who disobeyed would have been killed. But Wu Siming reminded him that in this apocalypse, aside from food, people were also valuable resources. Wu Siming lacked the cruelty of Wang Mingyuan and the experience of Wang Mingjing when it came to handling some matters, but he still understood some things. The awakened fox spirit within him made his thinking more mature. Precisely because Wu Siming could see the crux of the matter, Wang Mingyuan assigned the task of appeasing the dissenting voices to him, the one who raised objections. Wu Siming knew about the differing opinions within the base, but he also knew that as long as everyone was fed and watered, no one would stir up trouble in such an unstable environment. But nearby infrastructure and supply points had mostly been cleared out by them. To acquire more resources, they had only two options, either organize more people to search for resources in the sealed-off areas and remote zones, which would be uncertain and risky, or merge with the eastern part of the city. When Li Qian and his group arrived at High City, they brought a large amount of supplies, even machinery and heavy equipment, especially the latter two, which were absolute unique advantages. Merging with the eastern part of the city would involve risks, but it wouldn't be too complicated to carry out. At least, their opponents wouldn't be terrifying zombies but humans. At this moment, Lu Xinwu called back. Lu Xian asked whether the satellite images regarding Wang Mingyuan's convoy had turned up any leads, putting the phone on speaker so Gong Sang, He Yong, and Li Qian could all hear Lu Xinwu's response. Lu Xian, what you mentioned is true. I compared regional maps using cloud computing, and there was indeed a convoy of 4 vehicles deliberately exploring the area around that time. However, they encountered an attack from a large creature, damaging their vehicles and causing massive casualties. Massive casualties? Gong Sang slightly raised an eyebrow, sensing the meaning behind Lu Xinwu's words, and followed up with a question, did anyone survive under the assault of this creature? Yes. Lu Xinwu nodded and said, 3 people managed to escape in time from the attack. But due to the large creature's pursuit, they couldn't return to High City and instead went into hiding. Upon reaching this point, Lu Xinwu added, they are hiding in a garbage dump, where not only garbage is piled up but also where discarded vehicles are stored. There were too many interferences there, so I didn't continue investigating further. However, I can confirm that these 3 people did not return to High City. It doesn't matter if those 3 include Wang Mingjing or not. As long as he didn't return to High City, we'll have a chance to trap them according to our original plan. Lu Xian wasn't concerned about whether Wang Mingjing was alive or dead. As long as Wang Mingjing wasn't present, Lu Xian could deceive Wang Mingyuan once and again. With that thought, Lu Xian smiled mischievously while looking at Li Qian and He Yong and said, now, the 2 of you can tell me what you want to get from Wang Mingyuan. He Yong and Li Qian deliberated for a while before sharing their needs with Lu Xian, focusing mainly on fuel. We don't need anything else. The focus is on gasoline. He Yong glanced at the place where their large machinery was stored, sighed, and said, these things are gas guzzlers. We've taken some gasoline with us, but it isn't much. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost 3 soldiers over those oil tankers. The whereabouts of the 3 soldiers taken away by Julie and what they might encounter were unknown. Whenever he thought about the things he saw at the Pasteur Medical Center, He Yong felt uneasy and troubled. Going for the oil ended up costing them people, and not bringing back the fuel was like a splinter embedded in flesh. The surface wound might have healed, but the internal inflammation and pus made He Yong's heart ache every time he thought about it. Lu Xian understood the importance of those large machines too. He fully supported He Yong's decision to focus on gasoline. Unlike food, where there were plans to cultivate fields after the establishment of bases in both Feng City and Hai City last life, along with short-cycle vegetables that were planted and eaten, oil remained scarce. And restoring the mass production of petroleum was absolutely not something achievable overnight. So when you negotiate with Wu Siming, just ask for gasoline. Negotiate ourselves? Li Qian asked, won't you help us negotiate? Nope. If I were to go, I would likely draw Wang Mingyuan's attention. Therefore, our close relationship should not be overly exposed. It's better if you two handle the negotiations. Lu Xian smiled faintly and said, when it comes to negotiation, I have plenty of experience. So trust me, if we want to finalize this deal, the best negotiators are none other than you guys, and the best way to negotiate boils down to 8 words. Which 8 words? Exaggerate your demands initially, then settle for much less in return. Chapter 59, Terrifying Bioweapon. Lu Xian's 8-word maxim was also the secret to his business success. Though these words appeared simple, to be proficient in them wasn't an easy feat. What does exorbitant asking price and counter with rock bottom mean? Ordinary people might think this is the act of a sly merchant, preying on others. But true masters wouldn't let anyone hate them. In fact, they would establish a trusting relationship with others due to their proper grasp of the situation, thus forming a good cooperative foundation and proceeding with more transactions and commercial cooperation. Undoubtedly, Lu Xian was one such master. When it came to commerce, Lu Xian had an acute instinct that allowed him to fully maximize the effectiveness of those 8 words. Li Qian, hearing Lu Xian's words, paused briefly, instantly understanding the rationale behind them, nodded with a smile, and said, I know what to do. Gongcang then asked, how are you going to get your stuff out? He Yong chuckled lightly and said, this is a port. If we try sneaking out, we can't avoid the spies that have infiltrated our midst. However, Li Qian and I discussed it, and we figured it might be better to do it openly. That's right, instead of conspiracies, we'll play it straightforward. Li Qian laid out a map, pointing at one of the routes on it as he explained to the 2 men, Hai Cheng has this port, 3 city gates, but the blockade zone controls 2 of them. The only unblocked gate is controlled by Wang Mingyuan's group. Trying to find another way out would surely get us noticed, thereby exposing our intentions. At this point, Li Qian continued, so, He Yong and I agreed that we'd use gasoline and arrange for people to go out and gather resources. Afterward, we'd bring out heavy machinery for excavation. Of course, during this process, some losses will occur among our people, and some items will become unusable. However, this action will speed up the enemy's movements. Your intention is to conduct deliberate consumption, making Wang Mingyuan believe an opportunity has arisen, prompting them into action. Lu Xian immediately grasped Li Qian's plan and said, if that's the case, then the agents Wang Mingyuan planted here will likely take some actions. Yes, added He Yong, recently, I've noticed some restlessness among the people here. Initially, when we took them in, we made it clear, they needed to help clean up the cargo containers in the harbor to check if there's anything usable. Though there are many resources within this port, since it mainly handles fresh produce, most things have rotted already and need timely clearance. However, recently while arranging work schedules, reports from soldiers working alongside them indicated most were being unproductive. Gongcang asked, are these all people whom you've protected in Hai Cheng? No, some were rescued from along the road. Li Qian thought for a moment and replied, during our retreat from the highway, we encountered several people trapped in cars or gas stations. Within our capability, we saved them and brought them back to Hai Cheng. Do these people also show signs of resistance? Their proportion is smaller, but yes, some still resist actively. He Yong frowned slightly, saying, now I'm concerned that under our notice, someone might be deliberately inciting unrest. These people, after all, are civilians, so once stirred up, we have limited means to control them. There are elderly, women, and children involved, making us very passive. Therefore, while discussing with Li Qian, we thought to use personnel losses to test them. Even amidst the lawless world of the apocalypse, these soldiers still adhere to their own principles. Lu Xian admired them but had to warn them nonetheless, if they're being incited, you must prepare to retreat. Otherwise, your momentary kindness may jeopardize your lives. Lu Xian had experienced the end of the world before, knowing the evils that humans could do when riled. For instance, some survivors forced others to commit crimes with them to justify their harm to others. But afterward, those coerced people often became capable of far worse deeds than the ones who initially forced them. Thus, Lu Xian felt compelled to warn Li Qian and He Yong. He feared these soldiers might suffer greatly due to their temporary soft-heartedness. Don't worry, Li Qian looked outside calmly and assured them, I won't be so merciful that I let my men get hurt. With that statement from Li Qian, Lu Xian understood his point had been made. Since that's settled, we can head back to the base together. Gongcang glanced at the time, it was getting late. He then addressed Li Qian and He Yong, oh, there's one more thing we need to prepare for in advance. What is it? There's a person on Wang Mingyuan's side whose sense of smell became incredibly sharp after awakening with a beast soul, Gongcang explained seriously, this person smelled Lu Xian even before he arrived at Hai Cheng. So, whether your plans or our attempts to conceal traces succeed, we must consider if we can get hold of some strongly scented items. That shouldn't be too hard. Li Qian shouted toward the door, Lu Depeng, bring in a few bioweapons. Bioweapons? And more than one. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian froze in disbelief. This meant Li Qian intended to accelerate the evolution of zombies. No one knew what changes would result from combining bioweapons with zombies. Gong Song also furrowed his brow slightly. Given that he had dealings with Julius, he was aware that the current crisis was inseparable from medicine, science, and biochemistry. Now that Li Qian planned to use bioweapons, Gong Song also worried about potential unintended consequences. However, just as they all began to speculate, Lu Depang entered. What he held in his hand were not the sealed cans or powdered agents Lu Xian had imagined, but rather 4 or 5 cans. Is this something edible? Lu Xian took a can and inspected it. Inside was canned fish. Surprisingly, he asked, "Do you mean this thing has an intense smell?" "Yep, once we're out of the base, I'll find a patch of empty land to let you try its scent." Li Qian picked up one of the cans and tossed it into the air, then caught it again. It was then that Lu Xian noticed these cans were unlike regular ones. The sealed tin cans were clearly swollen. When we discovered these among the containers, we were quite pleased. But when we opened them, those 2 days while the stench lingered, we had to eat outside the base. What exactly was so bizarre about the smell that Li Qian remembered it so vividly? Gong Tsang also examined the can closely and translated the words written on it. This is Swedish fish canned food, seemingly quite popular over there. Now that even food could qualify as bioweapons, Lu Xian was astonished to a point where he doubted it. Yet another legendary dish came to mind. Does this stuff belong to the same category as stinky tofu? Stinky tofu? Li Qian looked at Lu Xian with an additional note of sighing, wearing an expression like Lu Xian was completely naive. You'll soon know how aromatic stinky tofu really is. Not only did Li Qian return to the base along with Lu Xian, but he brought a few soldiers as well. Each one carried fully loaded weapons, sitting in camouflage SUVs, looking exceptionally fierce. It wasn't long before the 2 vehicles left the base. A middle-aged man who had been resting inside one of the containers waved casually to a group of young people nearby. Immediately, they started playing poker within the container, causing loud noises that reverberated deafeningly around. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man pulled out a modified mobile phone and dialed a number. "They're here, and they've taken some people along." After speaking briefly, the man hung up and turned off the phone, then quickly joined the group of young people playing poker, loudly shouting as well. The safe zone constructed by the military appeared as peaceful as usual, yet beneath this surface, dangerous undercurrents were building with the passage of time. Once outside the base, Li Qian's vehicle led the way until they reached an open space far from the base. Li Qian leapt off the jeep and instructed Lu Depang to place one of the swollen cans on an open area. Once Lu Depang returned, Li Qian signaled Gong Song to move their car and themselves backward. From a distance of 20-odd meters away from the can, Li Qian retrieved an M9 pistol and handed it to Gong Song, saying, "Shoot through the can." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Depang, Li Qian, and others immediately covered their noses. Watching this gesture, both Gong Song and Lu Xian hesitated. Was this thing really so terrifying? Gong Song hesitated, urging Lu Xian to cover his nose as well, but Lu Xian shook his head, saying, "We're this far apart already, it should be fine." After all, stinky tofu didn't have an unbearable smell, especially considering Lu Xian, being somewhat experienced with survival during the apocalypse, doubted this could surpass the odor of zombies. Bang! With a whistling sound, the bullet penetrated the can. Accompanied by a dull explosion, the juice and shattered chunks of meat inside the can sprayed violently all around, like flowers scattered by celestial beings. At the same time, Lu Xian felt an intense and indescribable stench assault his head like a punch, instantly triggering a physiological response at the bridge of his nose. Tears involuntarily streamed down his face in the blink of an eye. This was no longer just a bad smell, it was something that could literally kill people. Lu Xian's sense of smell was already more sensitive than that of an average person, but if this odor encountered someone with superhuman olfactory abilities, what kind of reaction would it provoke? Not only Lu Xian, but even Gong Song, who was usually composed, almost fainted from the overwhelming stench. This wasn't just a bioweapon anymore. It was practically inhumane. After being sealed and fermented, this smell had become solidified into stink grenades. Even though the wind blew over the open area where they stood, and they were on the upwind side, the scent still persisted without fading. Without hesitation, Gong Song urged Lu Xian back into the car and immediately reversed for several dozen meters before they managed to get a little farther from the horrific odor. Li Qian's vehicle leisurely caught up. Li Qian rolled down his window glass and chuckled to Lu Xian, who was still slightly retching. "Actually, you two are quite lucky. During one of our earlier tests, we didn't know how potent the smell would be, and the chef responsible for cooking warmed up the cans using hot water. TSK, the resulting stewed feces-like smell made everyone throw up." Chapter 60, Successful Negotiation. Although they had escaped the source of the stench, that terrible smell seemed to linger in Lu Xian's nasal cavity, preventing his expression from improving. Especially when he thought about the encounter Li Qian had mentioned, it was enough to drive him crazy. On the contrary, Gong Song asked with great interest if those cans Li Qian spoke of came in larger sizes. Upon learning there were also 1 kilogram sealed cans, Gong Song appeared very pleased. Lu Xian couldn't help but ask, "Gong Song, why do you care about whether the can comes in a larger size?" Gongsun smiled with excitement flickering in his eyes and said, well, it's obviously so that we can bring out its worst stink as much as possible. I need to ensure it can't be removed by any means. How exactly do you plan on doing that? Lu Xian furrowed his brows and tentatively asked, do you also intend to boil it in a pot? Lu Xian, are you coming back after we leave this time? Instead of answering directly, Gongsun questioned, if you're planning to come back, I'll figure out another method to deal with this stuff. If not, then before we part ways, I can use the place where you're currently living to make everything even more concealed. Should he return to High City? A shadow of sadness flashed in Lu Xian's eyes as he scratched his hair with 5 fingers. He replied, if I could return, I definitely will, since my parents are buried in High City. But as for the house you asked about, I don't mind, everything I cherish is here, aside from death, nothing can take away these memories. Lu Xian tapped his finger against his temple at this point. Gongsun's gaze softened when he looked at him, and he whispered, in the future, I'll create more memories together with you. Though not exactly a declaration of love, this phrase left Lu Xian deeply moved and brought a smile to his face. Lightly, he uttered one word. Good. The moment he thought about how Gongsun would teach those people an unforgettable lesson, coupled with recalling the horrifying smell earlier, the melancholy that had touched Lu Xian's heart regarding his parents instantly disappeared. At this moment, Gongsun suddenly suggested, can we find some time to visit your parents? I want to tell them, before we leave High City together, that in the future I will protect and love you on their behalf, giving them peace of mind. Gongsun's words warmed Lu Xian's heart. In response, he didn't utter any words but leaned forward, planting a light kiss on Gongsun's cheek. Following that kiss, Gongsun felt a slight warmth dripping onto his face. When he glanced over, all he saw was Lu Xian's smile at the corner of his lips. Alright, let's go visit my parents together. Lu Xian felt like the luckiest person in the world right now, who else could say otherwise? Had it not been for such luck, how could he have received the opportunity to relive this life? How could he have found the companionship he always longed for? Lu Xian thought, perhaps this was also the protection of his parents, giving him the chance to correct his wrong choices and finding the right person beside him now. When they returned to base, Lu Xian had already hidden his unguarded self that he displayed in front of Gongsun, descending the car with a cold demeanor, looking irked. Li Qian and others jumped off the jeep, equally dissatisfied expressions plastered across their faces. The soldiers also feigned ferocity, leaving the guards at the gate momentarily stunned, rushing forth to greet them. Deputy Camp Leader Li. What brings you here today? A middle-aged man who seemed to be in charge came forward laughing and made a welcoming gesture, come in, please. Li Qian didn't speak, instead, one of the soldiers nodded towards this middle-aged man and stated, we've come to handle something. Thrown off guard by this cold reception, the middle-aged man's pride was somewhat hurt. However, aware of Li Qian's capabilities, even though it irked him, he dared not retort and reluctantly led Li Qian, Gongsun, and Lu Xian inside. Li Qian wasn't about to treat Lu Xian or Gongsun any better despite ignoring the middle-aged man, after all, he had a task, negotiations. Moreover, Lu Xian had imparted his negotiation skills to Li Qian, instructing him to hold the upper hand emotionally and with forcefulness so as to maintain control over the negotiations. What did you say the name was of the person who wanted to talk to me? Li Qian looked at Lu Xian with a defiant expression, his tone not very friendly either. It was obvious that although he was quite interested in this mission, he didn't have any good feelings towards the people of this base, which suited his usual style and character. To common people, he was as warm as spring, but when it came to Wang Mingyuan's group, naturally, it was far from the warmth of winter. Lu Xian retorted, Wu Siming. Lu Xian seemed to have been upset by something at Li Qian's place, and his face clearly reflected it, making the middle-aged man sympathize with him. Damn, they were both upset. Instantly, the middle-aged man's perception of Lu Xian improved a little bit. Li Qian noticed the middle-aged man's look and gave out a sneer, half smiling to Lu Xian, saying, then let's go, take me to see him. Lu Xian wasn't sure where Wu Siming was at the moment, but since this middle-aged man had been arranged by Wu Siming, he naturally knew where Wu Siming was. He quickly came to Lu Xian's rescue, saying, Deputy Camp Leader Li, please follow me. We've been waiting for you. The middle-aged man's tone remained ingratiating. Li Qian no longer acted aloof, leading everyone to park their vehicle inside the compound of the base, then followed Lu Xian and others inside. The middle-aged man led Li Qian, Lu Xian and others to a 2-story building in the villa area. This small building used to be the Office of Property Management. Because its location belonged to an upscale residential area, it was built to resemble a Western-style mansion, looking clean-cut and impressive. Even the hoodlums at the door appeared poised. However, Li Qian didn't seem to feel the hostility from those hoodlums' eyes at all, striding into the courtyard outside the small building with leisurely ease. At this moment, Wu Siming and several other men who exuded killing intent stepped out. His delicate features with innocent expressions made him stand out remarkably among this group of men. Wu Siming's gaze first swept across Lu Xian's face before landing on Li Qian's, a faint smile appearing as he crisply said, Deputy Camp Leader Li, welcome, welcome. Li Qian strode up with his soldiers, giving Wu Siming a cold smirk and said, I won't waste time on pleasantries. The reason I'm here is clear to all. Let's get down to business. Wu Siming showed no signs of irritation at Li Qian's tone. Instead, he smiled and let them in graciously. His smile looked genuinely warm, unlike the subtle resentment displayed by the middle-aged man who had led them there. There was no one else inside except Wu Siming himself. Those who accompanied him earlier stayed outside. Meanwhile, the soldiers following Li Qian instinctively stopped in their tracks and remained outside with those ostentatious thugs. Only Lu Xian, Gong Cang, and Li Qian entered the room. As the door closed, the crisp sound not only made Lu Xian feel uneasy but also flashed a hint of ambiguity in Gong Cang and Li Qian's eyes. Not only Lu Xian saw it, Wu Siming had already utilized his abilities just now, cleverly applying psychological suggestion to ensure that the soldiers who should have come in with Li Qian stayed outside instead. It wasn't problematic right now, but what if Wu Siming intended harm? In such case, wouldn't Li Qian's situation become perilous? Seeing Wu Siming like this, Lu Xian couldn't help but recall his previous life, when he repeatedly made wrong decisions even knowing potential risks existed, perhaps linked to Wu Siming's awakened fox spirit beast. Despite showing no emotional cues on their faces, all three had become alert. After seating the three guests, Wu Siming turned around and sat down at the head position, gazing at Li Qian with his charming big eyes and said, "Deputy Camp Leaderly, your time is precious, so I'll save yours too. I believe Lu Xian has already informed you about my terms. So, what are your conditions?" "Simple." Li Qian grinned and said, "I want gasoline." Wu Siming made no judgment, pursuing further, "How much? Didn't your side acquire plenty of oil tankers before?" "I don't ask for much, 1 tanker of 3 tons will suffice." Li Qian asked for 3 tons at once, and Wu Siming struggled to maintain his polite smile. Originally, he thought that even if Li Qian went greedy, he'd likely settle with a few gasoline barrels of 200 liters each, but he didn't expect Li Qian's appetite to be so voracious. 3 tons. Deputy Camp Leaderly, your request seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Wu Siming chuckled, "In fact, this matter I initiated more as a ruse. Although I have authority, it's limited. A request like yours, I can't easily agree to." Li Qian did not get angry at Wu Siming's words. Instead, he grinned and said, "Mr. Wu, you know that our East City faction has never wanted any friction with either young Master Wang or second young Master Wang, which is why I originally had no intention of taking on this matter. After all, neither of the Wang young masters are good to mess with, so it would only be disadvantageous for me to make enemies out of them." Li Qian paused here for a moment, then continued, "However, our base needs some gasoline to handle some tasks. So after careful consideration, I've decided to take this job, provided the condition is 3 tons of gasoline." Wu Siming heard Li Qian's terms, but he made no immediate judgment. He pursued further, "How much? Didn't your faction secure quite a few oil tankers beforehand?" "I'm not asking for too much, 1 tanker of 3 tons will suffice." Li Qian asked for 3 tons at once, and Wu Siming struggled to maintain his polite smile. Originally, he thought that even if Li Qian went greedy, he'd likely settle with a few gasoline barrels of 200 liters each, but he didn't expect Li Qian's appetite to be so voracious. 3 tons. "Mr. Li, your request seems a bit excessive, doesn't it?" Wu Siming chuckled, "In fact, the initiation of this deal was more of a ruse. Although I have authority, it is limited. A request like yours, I can't easily agree to." Lu Xian, who watched the exchange between Li Qian and Wu Siming, suddenly caught a whiff of a peculiar manly smell wafting down from upstairs, mixed with a frightening stench similar to what Lu Xian used to smell in pet shops that sold reptiles. Abruptly, Lu Xian's expression turned somewhat grim. He realized there was someone hiding upstairs, Wang Mingyuan, and the pervert was up there again doing something disgusting. This revelation soured Lu Xian's mood, but he didn't show it. He kept a close eye on Wu Siming's expressions while lightly gripping Gong Cang's hand, spelling out a word on her palm using his fingertips, where Wu Siming couldn't see. "Wang." When Gong Cang recognized the character, Lu Xian beside her gave a slight nod, tilting his head back as though stretching his neck bones because he was feeling fatigued, exposing an elegant line of his neck that caught her gaze momentarily. At the same time, Wu Siming noticed Lu Xian's gesture, and his eyes took on a slightly obsessed look. Yet, the gadgets stuffed inside him began to move restlessly. One kept the conversation going, another brought the price down, the third completed the deal. The vibration of several toys left a thin layer of sweat on Wu Siming's body, making him exhale lightly. If he were to carry out the entire plan by himself, he'd have a lot of trouble coming his way later. But now, with Wang Mingyuan's tacit backing, things were different. He could proceed unhindered with this plan. After strong vibration subsided for a brief period, one of the toys emitted a buzzing sound and slowly ground away inside Wu Siming's body. Wu Siming inhaled deeply, allowing the cold air drawn into his lungs to calm the burning sensation in his body, and then, he smiled faintly, saying, "Deputy Camp Leaderly, 3 tons of gasoline seems a bit too much. And I don't know what exactly you plan to do with so much fuel. If Deputy Camp Leaderly could share its purpose with me, then I might consider your terms." "Mr. Wu, you're overstepping." Li Qian's face darkened, his brows furrowing. Suddenly, an awe-inspiring aura erupted from his seemingly refined figure, engulfing Wu Siming like a hungry tiger lurking beneath his polished appearance. Under such oppressive momentum, Wu Siming's complexion paled 2 shades. Yet, he had no choice but to persist, as this question wasn't meant for his curiosity, it was Wang Mingyuan upstairs who needed to know. Biting his pink lips, Wu Siming said, "What if you use this gasoline for something against our interests? If Deputy Camp Leader Li has nothing ulterior on his mind, why not tell me and put my concerns to rest?" Li Qian fixed a hard stare on Wu Siming, with conflicted emotions flashing through his eyes. After what seemed like an eternity, he spoke, "Some supplies we have won't last much longer. There are some discoveries nearby that need heavy machinery to extract. I've got diesel fuel for large equipment, but the transportation vehicles require gasoline, which isn't enough." The large machinery stationed at East City Military Camp looked impressive, but maintaining them wasn't easy. The transport vehicles consumed fuel like they drank blood, hence the necessity for 3 tons of gasoline just for a single trip. Still, this burden was both sweet and significant, also a major reason why Wang Mingyuan intended to annex East City. Listening from upstairs, Wang Mingyuan curved his lips into a sinister smile. If Li Qian needed oil for resources extraction, let him have his 3 tons. In the end, Wang Mingyuan planned to seize both him and the land, including those treasures that were unearthed. Reactivating the control buttons for the 3 devices, Wang Mingyuan heard Wu Siming confirm the deal below, the latter's voice quivering slightly as the tail of the sentence carried a trembling lilt that made Wang Mingyuan increasingly aroused. After hearing the 3 downstairs bid farewell, Wang Mingyuan turned the remote controller up to maximum. Not long afterward, the closed door creaked open, revealing Wu Siming, whose tender little face flushed crimson as though about to bleed, his wet and glossy eyes locking onto Wang Mingyuan. "Big brother Mingyuan, the task is already done, you should reward me." "Reward?" Wang Mingyuan's lips curled into a wicked smile as he kicked the young man lying limp on the ground. "Little Meng is tired and wants to sit." The young man immediately arched his back and crouched onto the floor, his lean waist slightly sinking, just like a low stool. Wu Siming shuffled step by step in front of Wang Mingyuan, ready to comply with his wishes and sit down, but was lightly pushed over by Wang Mingyuan instead, landing on the man's waist. Chapter 61, Li Qian establishes authority. Although Wu Siming said the deal was done, since the resources hadn't been delivered to Li Qian's hands, naturally he wouldn't stay around. Leaving the small building, Li Qian took his people back to the east side of the city, while Lu Xian and Gong Sang returned to their residence. Back at the residence, Lu Xian didn't hide anything from He Yong and Fang Xinjian, and recounted the events to them. He Yong listened with wide eyes, completely unable to understand all the twists and turns, and could only repeatedly tell Lu Xian to be extra careful. Fang Xinjian, on the other hand, quickly grasped the complexity of the situation after a brief moment of thought. After some contemplation, Fang Xinjian said, "Young Master Lu, if it's like this, once Deputy Battalion Commander Li arrives, perhaps the few of us should head to the east side of the city instead. One reason is that we can make room for them, and besides, Daodu and Qiangxiang's abilities could come in handy and provide some help." Lu Xian had not yet decided, as although He Chang and Daodu were beast soul awakeners with very special abilities, they were still children, and he wasn't comfortable with it. Instead, Gong Sang carefully thought it over and nodded in agreement. "This works too. Although there might be troublemakers in the east side, it's ultimately safer than here. Even if we don't need Daodu and Qiangxiang's help, we won't have to worry about Wang Mingyuan using Uncle Yong and the 2 kids to threaten us." With Gong Sang's words, Lu Xian also agreed with this idea, saying, "That works. Camp leader he and the others can watch over the 2 children, those people won't be able to cause much trouble. However, handling their transfer must still wait for Li Qian to deal with it properly." Thinking about how they'd be temporarily apart, both He Chang and He Yong felt a little sad, especially He Chang, who had developed quite an attachment to Lu Xian and Gong Sang. Upon hearing the news of parting, he stopped playing with Daodu and clung to them, trying to act cute. Daodu, being older, and having experienced more, didn't beg for attention like He Chang, but she looked at them with pleading eyes, making Lu Xian feel sorry for her. He picked her up and tossed her into the air playfully. He Yong reflected on his cooking skills, and prepared a big meal using the vegetables sent over by Wu Siming along with the canned goods and preserved meats Lu Xian had. The group ate heartily. After finishing dinner, Lu Xian and Gong Sang cleaned up the dishes and went to bed, where they lay chatting. Wu Siming, after playing a few times with Wang Mingyuan, limped out of the small building and immediately arranged for the oil tanker to be sent over. He had already arranged with Wang Mingyuan that when Li Qian arrived, they would stage a performance, and then he would try to intervene between Lu Xian and Gong Sang. Watching Wu Siming leave, Wang Mingyuan pushed away the young man clinging to him and glared coldly toward the direction of Lu Xian's house. Wang Mingyuan knew that Wu Siming loved him but also had designs on Lu Xian. Despite whatever Wu Siming planned, Wang Mingyuan let him proceed freely. Yet after meeting Gong Sang, Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but think that Lu Xian had great taste. All sorts of exceptional individuals seemed to pass through Lu Xian's life. But Wang Mingyuan did not harbor the same kind of feelings for Gong Sang as Wu Siming did. He figured keeping such a breathtaking face hidden away solely for oneself was inferior to letting it serve greater purposes. Furthermore, Wang Mingyuan was jealous of Lu Xian's smile directed toward Gong Sang and resented how Gong Sang had taken possession of Lu Xian's heart. He could tolerate Wu Siming, but for some inexplicable reason, he simply could not tolerate Gong Sang. The presence of this devilishly handsome man was overwhelmingly strong. The detailed reports he received from his subordinates left no stone unturned, vividly describing how their fingers interlocked. The more he read these reports, the stronger Wang Mingyuan's urge became to destroy Gong Sang, the only person left in Lu Xian's eyes. It was already impossible for Wang Mingyuan to make Lu Xian love him. Though he fantasized about Lu Xian loving him, Wang Mingyuan was fully aware that getting Lu Xian to love him was a hopeless task. So if he couldn't be loved, making Lu Xian hate him would be just as good. As long as Lu Xian could remember him. Lu Xian, soon you will belong to me. Wang Mingyuan chuckled pleasurably, looking down at the seated man gasping for breath on the ground with the same cruelty one reserves for discarded trash. On one side, Wu Siming dispatched the oil tanker, while the other side saw Li Qian signing off on the delivery and immediately executing the plan, dispatching some base personnel, driving trucks full of fuel, and preparing to gather more resources. Li Qian wasn't fooling around. With Lu Xinwu's assistance, they really managed to find a large wholesale market in the suburbs where they could gather resources to avoid suspicion. Once everything was arranged with He Yong, early the next morning, Li Qian set out with over a dozen beast soul awakeners to visit Wang Mingyuan's territory. As they entered the base in a grand procession, their intimidating aura forced the surrounding thugs to step back. Where does that guy Lu Xian live? Li Qian asked the people surrounding them, but no one answered. He didn't hold back, grabbing the nearest person roughly. Do you know where he lives? The intimidating aura immediately made the young thug go weak in the knees, stammering, I don't know. Li Qian gave the thug a sidelong glance and smirked faintly before tightening his grip and throwing the man aside with some force. The sound of shattered bones reverberated through the air. He didn't even look at the person groaning on the ground. Instead, he casually grabbed another person and asked amiably, do you know where Lu Xian lives? As Li Qian acted, Lu Depang and others had their guns pointed directly at the surrounding restless individuals. Anyone considering surrounding them would have to decide whether they were faster than bullets. This time, the man Li Qian seized dared not be defiant. Stubborn resistance couldn't withstand being thrown around recklessly, so he nodded hastily, saying, I know. I know where Lu Xian lives. Over there. Li Qian gently placed the man on the ground, straightened his wrinkled collar with a smile, and said, lead the way. The man immediately jogged ahead toward Lu Xian's residence, fearing that slowing down would invite more trouble from Li Qian. Li Qian ignored the man he had thrown and broken his bones earlier as he strode confidently forward, with Lu Depang and others following closely behind. The bystander gangsters picked up their comrade off the ground, only to discover it wasn't just his leg that was broken, it was also his family heirloom part. At this moment, a thug suddenly recalled something and exclaimed in shock, hey! Didn't Fong Gu break the grandpa's leg when trying to screw a girl? It was exactly Fong Gu who did it. Everyone immediately remembered, the elderly man whose legs were broken while protecting his granddaughter with his last breath of life, and if they weren't mistaken, the girl who almost got assaulted was the same one saved by Li Qian and company. The corpse of the deceased grandfather was taken away by Li Qian and buried properly. Recalling this incident caused everyone's faces to darken. This was an old story from when those people from the Eastern District first arrived, yet who knew that Li Qian could still remember it after all this time, and had singled out Fong Gu who had lusted for the girl and intended to violate her right there among the crowd. Li Qian was truly a tough character. Each of them involuntarily shuddered. They had done plenty of vile deeds. If Li Qian felt like picking a quarrel with them, what should they do? The gang members who hadn't been assigned to monitor Lu Xian relaxed slightly, while those given tasks by Wang Mingyuan returned to their positions looking as though they had attended a funeral. Li Qian and his group behaved as though nothing had happened, calmly following the man to Lu Xian's residence. Here we are, Deputy Battalion Commander Li. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. By the time the young thug had brought them to Lu Xian's residence, he was drenched in cold sweat. Not waiting for Li Qian to respond, he turned and fled. Li Qian didn't make things difficult for him, having deliberately exerted force because he recognized the man's identity, thus using his broken bones to establish authority. Lu Depang knocked on the door, and Lu Xian opened it, inviting Li Qian and his group inside. Lu Xian had already communicated with Li Qian the previous night, arranging everything that needed to be done. Once inside, Li Qian grinned mischievously and instructed 2 of his soldiers, "We'll be staying in this place. Send the father and daughter duo to the east side of the city. We'll bring them back once we're done with our task." Without further ado, the 2 soldiers led He Yong away. For Fang Xinjian, who had mobility issues, they simply carried her out on their backs. "On what authority do you dictate the whereabouts of my companions?" Lu Xian stiffened, stepping forward coldly as he stared at Li Qian, seemingly barely suppressing his anger. If it weren't for Gong Cang subtly standing in his way, Lu Xian might already have lunged forward to stop the men. Li Qian remained unfazed, smiling, "We'll be living together for a while. Who knows if you'll play tricks on me? With your friends under my roof, I'll feel much safer. Don't worry, as long as you don't harbor ulterior motives, both you and your friend will be fine," Li Qian added. "I'm just fulfilling my mission and won't stay here indefinitely." Li Qian then had others thoroughly search the entire house and clear the main bedroom surveillance cameras. His troops confidently occupied 2 guest rooms, while he himself found blankets and bedding to lay down in the study and living room. Inside the house, everything was bustling with activity, and outside, there was similar excitement. Wang Mingyuan led his people toward Lu Xian's residence, and the second-generation inhabitants who lived here also came to witness the commotion. It was astonishing that Wang Mingyuan's paramour had traded gasoline to protect Lu Xian, whom Wang Mingyuan considered his sure thing. It was like family fighting family within the temple of the Dragon King. Such a spectacle was rare to begin with, especially involving Lu Xian, the gifted talent who had once lived freely in Haicheng, along with his entangled history with Wu Siming and Wang Mingyuan. Not coming to see would be foolish. The four on guard duty saw Wang Mingyuan approaching with an eerie expression and immediately shouted fiercely, "Halt! Halt!" Wang Mingyuan glared at the sentries, grabbed the hair of Wu Siming standing unsteadily beside him, and sneered coldly, "Damn it, I raised such a good dog, actually daring to make decisions for my stuff. Looks like I've spoiled you too much." With one slap, Wang Mingyuan sent Wu Siming, whose face already had purplish marks, into a grunt, and half of his small face instantly swelled up. Hearing the noise outside, Lu Xian and Li Qian exchanged glances and stepped out of the door. Seeing the blood at the corner of Wu Siming's mouth, Lu Xian immediately said to Wang Mingyuan, "Release Siming right away." "Lu Xian, Wu Siming tampered with my gasoline. If I let him go just like that, how will I explain this to my subordinates?" Wang Mingyuan's eyes greedily swept over Lu Xian as though trying to undress him with a glance. "If you could bring my car back to me, then I might consider giving him to you." "All right." Before Lu Xian could agree, Li Qian took a step forward, directly moving to the front and declared, "What good is there? Since the tanker arrived in our eastern city, it belongs to us. If you want your tanker back, you'll have to see whether I agree or not." Li Qian glanced sideways at Lu Xian. Several soldiers immediately moved to block Lu Xian behind them, then he slowly smiled at Wang Mingyuan. "Sorry, Mr. Wang, we will have to disturb your base for some time. Li Qian, those things in the oil tanker are not what you should covet. You'd better give the car back, and I promise I won't cause you any trouble." Wang Mingyuan flung Wu Siming to the ground carelessly, saying, "Moreover, the items belong to me, he has no right to use my belongings as a favor." Li Qian looked at Wu Siming shivering on the ground and said, "Now, the stuff is mine, and the person is yours. Even if you beat him to death, I have nothing to do with it." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Wang Mingyuan stared at Wu Siming on the ground and lifted his foot as if to kick down. Everyone present involuntarily gasped. Being a powerful beast soul awakener, they all knew Wang Mingyuan's abilities, and under such a kick, Wu Siming would probably lose half of his life. Lu Xian's gaze darkened, pushing aside the soldiers in front of him, rushing in 2 swift steps to shield Wu Siming. Wang Mingyuan didn't expect Lu Xian to burst out like that, so he couldn't resist and forgot about any plan or grand ambition. Without thinking, he reached out to touch Lu Xian's face. Gong Tsang had already reached for his M9 but decided not to shoot yet. However, Li Qian was faster, making a hand signal, and instantly a gunshot sounded from the house behind. A hole appeared 2 inches before Wang Mingyuan's toes, and wisps of smoke emerged, spreading the smell of gunpowder and scorched earth. Wang Mingyuan raised his head and saw a soldier lying motionless on the second-floor window with a sniper rifle aimed down below. Despite the absence of infrared targeting, Wang Mingyuan knew the person aimed at his vital areas, and as long as Li Qian gave the order, that person wouldn't hesitate to fire. Wang Mingyuan had no choice but to withdraw his hand, narrowing his eyes towards Li Qian. "Since I'm not returning the oil tanker to you, Mr. Wang, I will still honor my commitments." Li Qian strode 2 steps forward. The soldiers behind him separated Lu Xian and Wu Siming from Wang Mingyuan's men. They carried Wu Siming back into the house. Wang Mingyuan watched Lu Xian being taken away right before his eyes and his face darkened immediately, gritting his teeth. "Li Qian, you meddle in too many affairs." After Wu Siming was safely inside and Lu Xian was brought to a secure place, Li Qian finally responded, "Can't help it, I value contract spirit. Young Lord Lu, it's time to go home." Lu Xian ignored Wang Mingyuan completely, entering the house. Li Qian, smiling broadly, stood unmoving with the soldiers, waiting quietly for Wang Mingyuan to leave. Although Wang Mingyuan lost face, he successfully placed Wu Siming inside, which meant he had accomplished his goal. "Since Deputy Battalion Commander Li wants to be a nanny, I won't bother with your good hobby anymore." Wang Mingyuan didn't make any threats either. He left with a calm expression, as if the person who wanted to beat Wu Siming to death just now wasn't him. "In that case, I won't see you out." Li Qian glanced at Wang Mingyuan's retreating back and then led his people back inside. 4 men were still left standing guard at the door. The second-generation rich folks, having witnessed the fun, also got to see how capable Li Qian was. Their curiosity was fully satisfied, and they went off chatting about related topics all along the way. Inside the house, Lu Xian and Li Qian exchanged a glance before entering the room where Wu Siming was resting. Chapter 62, Strong Baby Finds the Big Villain. Wang Mingyuan's acting was merciless. Wu Siming's little face, about the size of a palm, was bruised and swollen, looking like he had been thoroughly brutalized, which made Lu Xian catch his breath. Wu Siming heard the sound of the door opening and saw Lu Xian with a complicated expression. His heart couldn't help but ache inexplicably. If it were in the past when they were still together, how could Lu Xian have just stood there? He would have definitely been very worried. People are like this, only after losing something will they slowly realize their mistakes and repent. However, Wu Siming himself knew that even if his relationship with Wang Mingyuan was slightly more harmonious than Lu Xian's, he was no longer the person Wang Mingyuan and Lu Xian loved. His scheming towards Lu Xian was because he wanted to get back this man who had once pushed him away. The irony of this reality caused Wu Siming to smirk bitterly at the corners of his mouth, showing a laugh that didn't fit his demeanor at all. Lu Xian took the joint oil from Gong Zhang's hand from behind, walked to the bedside, and handed the joint oil to Wu Siming, saying, "You should temporarily not go back to Wang Mingyuan's place. It's safer here. I'll discuss with Li Qian and see if we can leave for the east side of the city." Wu Siming wanted as few people as possible at the eastern base, so how could he agree to such an idea? He shook his head immediately. Now Wang Mingyuan wouldn't dare to touch you because of Mr. Li Qian's face. But if you try to leave the base, then even at the risk of ruining his relationship with Mr. Li Qian, Wang Mingyuan would hold you back. Moreover, now that Mr. Li Qian has brought so many elite soldiers, Wang Mingyuan wouldn't dare to do anything rash against you. After pretending to be troubled for a long time, Lu Xian eventually agreed with Wu Siming's persuasion, allowing him to rest while exiting the room. Li Qian was contacting the base and confirmed that He Yong and his son, along with Fang Xinjing and Daodu, had arrived safely. After nodding to Lu Xian, everything planned was ready. Now it was simply waiting for someone to achieve their goals first. Li Qian forcefully acted as security on Wang Mingyuan's turf, while on the other hand, He Yong organized people to exit the city gates. How could Wang Mingyuan let them pass so easily? He immediately ordered the city gates to be sealed off. He Yong wasn't one to mess with either. He directly drove down the engineering vehicle and shoved the stone slabs out of the way. Moreover, he used heavy equipment to repeatedly pile up the stone slabs into a small mountain before leaving arrogantly. This obvious act of humiliation infuriated Wang Mingyuan, but what could he do? Was he supposed to call his people to work as laborers and follow He Yong's whims? Even if He Yong could pile up a small mountain today going out and coming back, could they act as day laborers for a whole week, carrying stones? Still, seeing He Yong's convoy depart made Wang Mingyuan furious. He quickly sent people to trail after He Yong, hoping to benefit somehow. He Yong didn't make things difficult for him and continued walking as usual. Anyway, the road was free to use by anyone. If Wang Mingyuan had the guts, he could also join to secure supplies. The followers curiously noticed He Yong's convoy finding an abandoned wholesale market. Most of the goods here had already been ravaged, so what exactly could they find? He Yong paid no attention to these musings, calling everyone down from the cars to start dividing tasks, clearing nearby zombies, and subsequently circling the engineering vehicles and transport trucks around the designated location given by Lu Xinwu. "Captain, right here." He Yong squinted and found out that it was the warehouse area of the wholesale market. Unlike the freezer storage areas, this section looked barren and had fewer zombies, making the cleanup faster. After verifying the position and noticing it was in front of a yard enclosed by high cement walls, He Yong narrowed his eyes and loudly shouted to the greenhorns beside him, "Let's get to it." With He Yong's command, all excavators began working. Black smoke billowing machines roared toward the fence. Huge teeth-like saws gnawed away at the wall until the sound of brick walls being torn down echoed. This stretch of fence was quickly almost cleared, with nothing much inside. It appeared that those guarding the place had completely neglected this part during the apocalypse and never bothered to check. Upon opening the warehouse door with the padlock firmly fastened, He Yong found no zombies inside. A smell of rice and flour emanated from within. Unlike other perishable fruits and foods that needed quick turnover or freezing warehouses, the storage conditions for rice and flour did not demand such measures. Apart from 3 shifts taking turns to keep watch, the other loaders only showed up when the goods needed shipping. "Commander, we're at the correct spot." He Yong peered closely and realized that this was the warehouse district of the wholesale market. Unlike the frozen goods area, this zone seemed relatively empty, and it had very few zombies. Clearing the area turned out to be quick. After verifying the location, which matched precisely to a yard surrounded by high cement walls ahead, He Yong slightly furrowed his eyebrows and shouted to the nearby troops, "Get to work." At He Yong's command, all excavators commenced operation. Machines releasing black smoke thunderously charged toward the walls. Large saw blades devoured the walls, tearing bricks apart in moments. This section of the wall was soon mostly cleared, revealing no signs of zombies inside. It seemed the guards had abandoned this area when the apocalypse struck and neither manned posts nor came to inspect the situation further. When the warehouse doors with massive locks were opened, He Yong discovered no zombies inside. The warehouse emitted the smell of rice and flour. A warehouse storing rice and flour did not require the constant rotation or refrigeration like others handling fresh produce or fruit. With the exception of a rotating shift responsible for monitoring, the loading personnel were usually summoned only when the products were ready to be shipped. This warehouse seemed untouched by much except for feeding some rats, leaving most items in good condition. Unlike other places where they had to clear both inside and outside, there was no need here. However, after the end of the world caused water and power outages, it was impossible to keep the dehumidifying machines running to maintain dryness in the warehouse, so some of the rice and flour had absorbed moisture and clumped together. Still, if one wasn't picky, they could be eaten as long as they weren't spoiled. This was no longer the pre-apocalypse world where money could buy anything. But He Yong did not intend to make his people suffer eating these damp supplies. Moreover, Wang Mingyuan's followers were still around, so leaving nothing behind would surely infuriate Wang Mingyuan. Thus, He Yong already had plans for this location. He Yong led his group of soldiers to pick out the rice and flour barely affected by moisture, loading them onto the large vehicles that transported heavy military equipment. As for those excavators used earlier to break down the walls, Xiong had them parked in front of the warehouse. These machines were cumbersome and bothersome, and before things turned ugly, he didn't believe Wang Mingyuan would dare steal them. Once everything was done, Xiong didn't lock the warehouse door but left it wide open and left with the convoy. Wang Mingyuan's followers couldn't figure out what Xiong's intentions were. When they went to check the warehouse after Xiong left, they were immediately astonished by the mountains of rice and flour inside. These supplies, if brought back, would be enough to feed the base's people for a long time. Excited, these individuals immediately returned to the base. Although Wang Mingyuan was still fuming, hearing that Xiong had left so many things behind made him realize this was a gesture of goodwill from the eastern side of the city. The pressure on his mind eased slightly, and he quickly organized people to bring back the supplies. With these resources secured, Wang Mingyuan's anger lessened, and more schemes began brewing in his mind. If Xiong's team could obtain these resources, perhaps they knew about the whereabouts of others. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Mingyuan decided that once they got hold of their findings, their harvest might surpass expectations. After arriving at the eastern part of the city, Xiong, his son, Fang Xinjing, and Daodu were assigned separate quarters. This act immediately aroused discontent among some who still lived in containers. Those who previously caused trouble now had an excuse, starting to incite other parents under the added stress of post-apocalypse life. Several people with children approached the commanding soldiers, demanding the same treatment as Xiong's group. "Sir, I wouldn't care if you gave special treatment to someone else in the base, but how can these new arrivals deserve individual rooms?" The speaker was a young woman with dyed golden hair, dragging a boy of about 7 or 8 years old. She looked quite agitated, her eyes red, clearly dissatisfied with the special treatment given to Xiong's family. Another middle-aged man around 40 joined in, supporting her claim. "Exactly, why should these latecomers have private rooms? I don't accept it. That's right, we refuse." Once someone stood up, more stirred up others joined the commotion. A crowd gathered in front of the command room with their children, causing headaches for Fang Tong. Attempting to reason with them proved futile. Fang Tong, who had a bad mouth and a quiet voice, shouted only to be drowned out by louder voices from the mob. What further complicated the situation was that many adults were pulling children along. Even though the soldiers wanted to forcibly send them back, they feared injuring the children. Unbeknownst to them, someone initiated the idea of dragging Xiong's group out forcefully, marching toward their residence with aggressive intentions. Fang Tong's team had no choice but to block the mob with their own bodies. Surprisingly, the usually calm citizens started throwing punches, striking the soldiers' bodies. Despite being continuously restrained, these soldiers felt disheartened by the harm inflicted upon them by the very people they protected. Yet, while some were incited, others remained clear-headed, voicing dissent. "Everyone, please calm down," said Qian Jiejia, the girl whose grandfather was beaten to death by others. She owed her life to these people, cherishing their kindness. Usually warm-hearted and generous, many became calmer seeing her step forward. "Jiejia, even if you ask us to calm down, just look, newcomers have better living conditions than us. How can we blame ourselves?" Qian Jiejia looked at everyone's flushed faces and loudly consoled, "But if it weren't for Captain He offering us protection and a place to stay, wouldn't our living conditions in the previous place be even worse? Wouldn't our food situation be even poorer?" In Wang Mingyuan's territory, those who awakened with beast souls or had strength lived comfortably. However, ordinary people, if they didn't contribute labor or risk their lives when needed, would never have enough to eat. The tragedies that happened to Qian Jiejia were countless, whether men, women, young, or old, no one had any sense of security living there, only continuous fear. Not fearing they'd become the next victims, but fearing they'd get hurt. But even though Qian Jiejia had revealed the truth, under the incitement of some people, they disregarded facts and started verbally abusing her instead. "Given how pretty she is, I bet she just wants to find a man among us. I see the soldiers are being nice to her, they must have gotten something good out of her. What good could she possibly offer others? You know, women." The increasingly sharp-tongued comments angered others who thought similarly to Qian Jiejia. They stood up to protect Qian Jiejia and Fang Tong's team. Seeing this scene, Xiong and Fang Xinjing quickly discussed, deciding to give up the place so as not to let Fang Tong and those like Qian Jiejia, who believed in the soldiers, get hurt. Just then, Xiong returned with supplies. At first glance, he noticed the situation, frowned, and immediately nodded at someone beside him. 2 rounds of bullets were fired into the sky, their piercing sound startling everyone, nearly deafening them. It also made those who were still attacking the soldiers completely quiet. Xiong's gaze swept over everyone's eyes before landing on Fang Tong and his people. Although Fang Tong wasn't tall, he had been struck on the nose and eye, half his face swollen. The rest, those awakened with stronger beast souls, hadn't left much room for leniency either, sporting deep claw marks on their faces. Qian Jiejia and those helping Fang Tong had each been beaten black and blue. Yet, because they refrained from escalating things further, they hadn't retaliated. They'd been hit without fighting back. "What's going on here?" Xiong's voice remained calm, yet those who had just argued fiercely fell silent, glancing nervously at one another, trying to come up with excuses in numbers to avoid punishment and pretending this was all a misunderstanding. Having reached the rank of captain after weathering numerous storms, Xiong gave a mocking laugh. "Since none of you can explain yourselves, I'll deal with this matter according to the rules set for establishing the East City base. Fong Tong. At He Yong's call, Fong Tong immediately stepped forward. Yes, sir. Identify those who attacked you, allocate 3 days' worth of rations and water to each person, then send them out of the base. Captain He. Are you trying to starve us to death? Upon hearing the expulsion order, those causing trouble couldn't remain quiet anymore, chattering anxiously. We're just dissatisfied with those 4 latecomers getting better treatment than us. Dissatisfied? Do you have the right to be? He Yong smiled, showing 8 white teeth, pointing toward the group of 4, which included himself and his son. We've taken a job to protect a certain young master from Wang Mingyuan's side, retrieving several tons of gasoline in the process. Li Qian has already led some people there to provide protection. To ensure nothing goes wrong on their side, I invited the young master's 4 friends over as guests. What? You think they should sleep in the communal warehouse despite giving us those several tons of gasoline, enabling me to bring back rice and flour today? Once the origin of the group was revealed, the smarter ones realized it wouldn't be simple. These esteemed guests might seem to live well here, but it was essentially a form of house arrest. If Wang Mingyuan's side hadn't done anything to harm them, these comfortable days were like a last meal, good-looking yet ultimately fleeting. Understanding the truth about the 4, the crowd, who moments ago were stirred by jealousy about treatment, deflated instantly. 2 older individuals tried to step in and mediate, but He Yong raised his hand, cutting off their words. Do you even understand what's happening now? He Yong glanced at those who still had an air of discontent, a hint of mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I know you've been dissatisfied during this time, dissatisfied with our requirement for everyone to do things that are within your abilities, but tedious. But have any of you ever thought about this? We risk our lives going out there, and when we return, should we be treated like beasts of burden by you? Aren't you supposed to be the people's army? A deep voice came from the crowd, and upon hearing it, many others echoed in agreement. That's correct, we're all elderly, weak, or disabled. Aren't we supposed to be protected? This comment irked those who stood with Qian Jiejia. Wiping the blood off her cheek, the young girl shouted loudly, because they're the people's army, they managed to bring us out from Wang Mingyuan's territory. But don't you realize what's happening right now? There is no government, no country, no bottom line anymore. Are their requests unreasonable? Have those unwilling to work considered this? They've saved us and given us shelter. But if they die from exhaustion, who will take care of you? Wang Mingyuan. He Yong observed the faces filled with dissatisfaction below and those equally furious alongside Qian Jiejia. He understood clearly, just as Lu Xian said earlier, the base was bound to disintegrate sooner or later. A wave of weariness swept over him, making He Yong reluctant to continue. When he left, he knew very well not many would accompany him. This matter ends here. He Yong took a deep breath and declared, if any of you still want to challenge my bottom line, feel free to try. After uttering these words, He Yong coldly eyed those who hid behind their children's excuses, parting his lips briefly, get lost. His icy tone startled them, and immediately afterward, they dispersed. Seeing the crowd disperse, Fong Tong quickly escorted Qian Jiejia and the other injured civilians into the medical room for treatment. Returning to the room, He Yong encountered Fong Xinjing and the 3 others. Lowering his voice apologetically, he said, you should have been properly taken care of, but instead, I caused you distress. It's nothing, though our provocation has intensified the conflict between you and the citizens. Having witnessed the demeanors of those individuals, Fong Xinjing couldn't help but remind him, that girl, Qian Jiejia, and the citizens who stood up to protect Fong Tong like her, you need to pay more attention to them. I fear that some people might vent their frustrations on them after failing here. He Yong had anticipated this. Nodding in agreement, he stated, I understand, I'll handle it. Just then, He Chang, who had appeared terrified and hidden in He Yong's arms until now, suddenly spoke up. Uncle, those uncles and aunts were deceived by someone. Blinking his eyes, He Chang continued, the man who did bad things said they failed to deceive you this time, but next time, you won't get away so easily. Commander He, my son's beast soul allows him to hear inner thoughts of some people. This ability might seem trivial, but strong never lies, explained He Yong, seeing the slight furrow in Commander He's brows as he instantly guaranteed his son's credibility. I'm not doubting Strong's honesty. I just wonder if Strong can help me identify this person. Upon hearing this, He Chang immediately nodded, Uncle, if I hear that man's voice again, I'll definitely recognize him. As the camp commander, He Yong wasn't suited to stroll around with He Chang outdoors. This task fell to Fong Tong. To prevent He Chang from being scared alone, Dao Du also accompanied them in their wanderings. The duo plus Fong Tong wandered through the crowd for an entire day, and eventually, He Chang identified the harsh-voiced uncle. After pointing the man out to Fong Tong's eyes flickered with surprise. Commander, the person He Chang mentioned is Luo Jijun. Him. Can He Chang be certain? He Chang has confirmed it, and more than that, he heard Luo Jijun's current thoughts and identified several others. Fong Tong sighed, relaying what He Chang told him, he secretly knows a few others and is actually a spy planted by Wang Mingyuan. He Yong hadn't expected it to be Luo Jijun. Luo Jijun had come from Wang Mingyuan's side and always maintained a good relationship with He Yong's group. He even seemed like a decent individual. Who would have guessed this person was another plant from Wang Mingyuan? Apparently, since the beginning, the brothers Wang Mingjing and Wang Mingyuan had had designs on their team. Perhaps due to issues with Wang Mingjing, matters had been delayed somewhat, but now they had simply used Lu Xian and his team as an excuse to resume planning. The voices He Chong had heard not only included Luo Jijun's but also the inner thoughts of others. After understanding the situation through Fang Tong, He Yong finally made a decision. "You few, come over here, take care of the things on the vehicle." Chapter 63, Losses at the East City Base. For 2 consecutive days, He Yong led his troops through the surrounding suburbs and managed to find food, water, and even some daily necessities. Of course, with He Yong returning fully loaded, Wang Mingyuan who trailed behind him also got a share of the spoils. Not only did the people in the East City start living more lavishly, but the atmosphere on Wang Mingyuan's side improved significantly as well. "Wang Ershao, if they have the capability to find supplies over there, we won't hold Wu Siming's gift-giving of resources against him." One of Wang Mingyuan's wealthy second-generation friends had just received some resources and brought his lover to chat with Wang Mingyuan, saying, "By the way, I wonder when Dashak will come out and meet us. With so much time having passed since we've seen Dashak, Wu Laosi and his people are getting restless. This isn't good for us." Upon hearing a mention of his elder brother, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Wang Mingyuan's eyes as he said heavily, "Even if my brother doesn't show up, so what? I don't believe Wu Laosi can defy the heavens." At this point, Wang Mingyuan crossed his legs together, exuding an intimidating aura that looked quite terrifying. "As for the East City, I've already made arrangements. They seem to have leads on finding resources. If we get our hands on them, we'll naturally gain something as well. Everything is under my control right now, you needn't worry." "What is Urshaok talking about? With you here overseeing everything, how could I possibly be worried?" The rich kid stood up smiling and patted the creases off his clothes, saying, "Since Urshaok has it all planned out, I'm not worried anymore. You're busy, so I'll leave first." After the rich kid left, Wang Mingyuan received news from the East City base. He learned that He Yong's team had stirred things up once, but He Yong had kept everything under control. A smug smile involuntarily curled at the corner of his lips. What can putting things down do? Once trust is broken, it might be impossible to restore it to its original state. Wang Mingyuan told one of his henchmen who was delivering the message, "Contact them and tell them to incite things a bit more. Lay the groundwork." "Yes, Urshaok." The henchman turned around and left the room, passing Wang Mingyuan's instructions to the person specifically responsible for communicating with the other side. Wang Mingyuan sat back at his desk, slightly turning his head to look behind the sofa. There lay the man he had ravaged, currently suffering because of Wang Mingyuan's perverted whims. After being bound by restraints, he couldn't even collapse on the ground and could only endure an uncomfortable, awkward posture. Wang Mingyuan caressed the man's smooth back, feeling the skin beneath his hand tremble slightly, and a flicker of an ambiguous gleam flashed in his eyes. Everything happening now followed Wu Siming's plans, and the East City base had also given some benefits, which calmed down those who were previously restive. It was too smooth sailing. Everything was happening too easily, making Wang Mingyuan feel somewhat uneasy. If he didn't know Wu Siming's intentions toward Lu Xian, he might suspect it, but knowing what Wu Siming wanted reassured him, allowing him to bide his time. Thinking of Lu Xian, Wang Mingyuan felt his body begin to heat up. And adding the allure of that seductive man beside him, various intimate images involuntarily appeared in his mind. Damn! Wang Mingyuan wasn't someone who would let himself be at a disadvantage. Sensing his burgeoning desire, he immediately pulled up the trembling man below him. While Wang Mingyuan and He Yong each had their own worries, Li Qian and Lu Xian were enjoying a bit of leisure. The skills Li Qian had previously demonstrated intimidated these little troublemakers from acting rashly. And the favors left by He Yong quieted down those looking for trouble. Anyone can start trouble, but finding resources was different. No one was foolish enough to stir up issues at this critical moment. Wu Siming wasn't beaten too severely, though the appearance was daunting. He could get up after resting for more than a day. In Lu Xian's home, he was like a quail, quietly sitting on the couch watching everyone go about their business. When he saw Lu Xian, his gaze lit up with obvious admiration. This heated glance, not only noticeable to Lu Xian and Gongcang, but also caught the attention of even big tough soldiers like Li Qian. "Hey, looks like your boyfriend is pretty popular with the ladies." Li Qian wanted to tease Lu Xian, but not wanting to expose their close familiarity overtly, he acted distant while still dropping sarcastic hints anyone could pick up. Gongcang smiled as if he hadn't heard anything and continued with his plans, staying in the room and using the materials provided by Li Qian to prepare a grand gift package. He was irritated by Wu Siming's longing gaze towards Lu Xian, but he wouldn't warn Wu Siming, because he knew Lu Xian belonged to him and only him. Even though Gongcang didn't confront Wu Siming directly, he wasn't pleased inside. The materials for the big gift were now more abundant than before. His movements were light, yet the burly soldiers walking back and forth couldn't help feeling like stormy weather was about to hit and didn't dare breathe too loudly. Lu Xian had been looked at by Wu Siming so many times with such direct eyes that it made him feel somewhat confused and uneasy. Though aware of Wu Siming's lack of good intentions and their remaining relationship being solely based on mutual exploitation and calculation, Lu Xian did not want to pretend ignorance and let Wu Siming harbor any impractical thoughts. After some thought, Lu Xian called Wu Siming aside and spoke candidly with him. "Siming, it is over between us. Lu Xian could scheme against Wu Siming and utilize him, but there was one thing he would not do, deceive Wu Siming's feelings. If Wu Siming hadn't expressed his admiration so clearly, Lu Xian could have pretended not to notice. But now that Wu Siming's gaze had grown this obvious, he couldn't ignore it anymore. Wu Siming was well aware of Lu Xian's character. Once Lu Xian said this, it meant severing any potential for their relationship in the future. Although waves of turmoil surged in his heart, looking into Lu Xian's eyes, Wu Siming found himself unable to utter a word to change the situation. What could he say? It was Wu Siming who betrayed Lu Xian and who revealed Lu Xian. Now that Lu Xian simply no longer loved him, what right did Wu Siming have to complain? Still, the more things unfolded this way, the stronger Wu Siming's desire to possess Lu Xian grew, as if fuel had been poured onto fire. I know we can't be together, but isn't it fine that I still like you? When Wu Siming spoke these words, he reached out and grabbed Lu Xian's arm. He had long realized what he wanted from the beginning, but everything before him told him it was already too late. Yet, he nurtured a small hope, hoping Lu Xian would allow his affection. This gave him the illusion of having some chance left. Lu Xian let out a soft sigh, pulling Wu Siming's hand off his arm. He shook his head lightly and rejected him. Don't waste time on me. I've already found someone I wish to cherish and spend my life with. You should value what you have right now. Value everything you have right now. These words didn't make Wu Siming despair, instead, they made his inner fervor burn even more fiercely. A faint smile curled on his lips as Wu Siming looked at Lu Xian with determined eyes. He softly replied, "You're right. I should treasure everything I have now." Lu Xian didn't know whether Wu Siming had truly grasped his words. At this moment, seeing Wu Siming act as if he understood, he decided not to waste more words. Regardless of how Wu Siming interpreted their connection, there could be no romantic feelings between them again. In fact, after this conversation, he understood they might never be friends either. Keeping distance from each other would be the best way forward. Wu Siming turned around and left first, skillfully concealing the burning passion in his eyes once again. As time passed, Lu Xian occasionally gleaned updates about the overall plan through Li Qian's exchanges with the East City base. Just as they anticipated, the people from East City gradually suffered losses while seeking resources. Though not in large numbers, the repeated setbacks were enough to destabilize the foundation of East City. The previously suppressed negative emotions were slowly resurfacing. What? East City lost 1/3 of its people this time. And also heavy machinery. Upon hearing the report from his subordinates, Wang Mingyuan was thoroughly shocked. It seemed that when the team from East City tried to secure supplies from a large wholesale supermarket located in the suburbs, something went awry. The place looked safe, but the zombies were hiding inside the supermarket and within the surrounding underground parking lots. He Yong's team rushed in without noticing these issues, and Wang Mingyuan's people following behind also failed to catch the signs of trouble ahead. Just like before, Wang Mingyuan's subordinates hung back at a distance waiting to pick up leftovers, but this time, they missed the chance and instead witnessed an outbreak of a zombie swarm. The extremely dense zombies swarmed like an ocean, encircling the East City base expedition team that had become trapped in the supermarket. Seeing the overwhelming mass of undead closing in, these gangsters felt their scalps go numb. Hundreds, even thousands, of corpses spilled out when lured by living humans, completely submerging the entire convoy. And these bodies wouldn't disperse on their own, they remained at the spot, mindlessly shuffling as if lifeless dolls. Sounds came from within for a while, but soon fell silent. Wang Mingyuan, though always planning to take action against the East City base, still harbored no complaints about acquiring more benefits. But it was one thing for the people of East City to suffer losses, it was quite another for the heavy machinery to be lost as well. This left him with a gnawing sense of pain. The reason he had readily supplied fuel was because all these resources would eventually be his anyway. But now, not only had he failed to secure enough resources, the heavy machinery he desired had been destroyed as well. His heart churned with frustration, there was simply no relief. This unwelcome news made Wang Mingyuan restless. He drove to the location his underlings reported and took a glance. Sure enough, the area was flooded with hordes of zombies just as they described. Losing those heavy machines was now inevitable, so Wang Mingyuan could only console himself, thinking that capturing the base later wouldn't be too bad. Chapter 64, Taking Action. The incident at the East City base quickly spread throughout Wang Mingyuan's territory. By the time it was passed on by word of mouth and reached Lu Xian's ears, the story had become completely absurd. If it weren't for Li Qian's connection with Yong, they would have almost believed that the East City base had already been wiped out. Because of Wu Siming's presence here, Li Qian and Gong Sang didn't interact much, but everyone knew that the East City base had successfully implemented their plan. This failure not only caused unrest among various factions in Wang Mingyuan's territory, but also made the people at the East City base start to grow restless. Previously, those who had conflicts with Fang Xinjian and other base soldiers began stirring things up secretly. The cleanup operation in the East City was still ongoing. Luo Jijun and his group were mixed among the crowd. While doing the cleaning work, he whispered to the people nearby, "We've lost a few more people this time we went out. It looks like there will be fewer and fewer of us at our East City." A few middle-aged men beside him chimed in, agreeing, "Yeah, if this keeps going on, how can they continue protecting us?" Exactly. None of the people from the last trip came back, and the vehicles didn't return either. This base will likely disband sooner or later. A woman added, if we had known these guys were so unreliable, we wouldn't have followed them here. Now, if we want to go back to the previous base, it probably wouldn't be possible anyway. I heard that Deputy Battalion Commander Lee got into trouble as a bodyguard and offended quite a few people. I even overheard Battalion Commander He reprimanding Deputy Battalion Commander Lee to calm down, the woman continued. Sigh, if only we could go back, another man sighed. He had previously had a conflict with Fong Tong and constantly worried about what they might do to him. After thinking it through, he concluded that leaving here as soon as possible was the best option. Luo Jijun listened to these complaints and glanced over at Qian Jejia and others who kept their distance due to ideological differences. A smirk of satisfaction appeared on his lips as he spoke in a low voice to the few around him. If you want to go back, it's not hard. If we manage to take control of this place and offer it as a token of allegiance to Wang Mingyuan's people, they will definitely accept us. Luo Jijun appeared sincere when he spoke, making it easy for others to believe him. After all, the apocalypse means people should stick together. We need to know when to align ourselves with powerful forces in order to survive. Let those who cling to He Yong's coattails die, there's no reason for us to be as stupid as them. There was an obvious intent to sow discord in Luo Jijun's words, but for those already predisposed to such thoughts, there was nothing wrong with them. Instead, these people nodded in agreement. Their gazes towards Qian Jejia and her group became distant and wary, fearing that she and her group might overhear their conversation and reveal it to He Yong. As Qian Jejia and her group worked, upon sensing these cautious stares, they looked at each other, shook their heads helplessly, and turned to walk away to some other place. Seeing that the object of their caution had moved far away, these people finally relaxed and continued their discussion. Even though Luo Jijun's words had caught their attention and they agreed with him, they were still somewhat fearful to oppose this group of physically strong individuals. It's impossible to make cowards decide matters of life and death without mature conditions. However, events over the next few days injected confidence into these people. When He Yong's men went out, few returned, and those who did return were covered in injuries, some were nearly dead. Watching blood being poured out bucket after bucket during rescues filled these people with both fear and joy. Fear because the outside world was so terrifying, strengthening their desire to rely on stronger forces. Joy because He Yong and his team had suffered heavy losses, offering them opportunities to gain advantage from the injuries and deaths of many soldiers. One day, one of He Yong's close associates led a group out to search for resources. Due to the large number of soldier casualties, He Yong personally mobilized the people within the base, hoping they would actively assume some responsibilities. Yet, apart from Qian Jejia and a few supporters who were willing to help He Yong and his team, the others all pretended not to hear. These soldiers awakened with beast souls couldn't resist the terrifying undead hordes. What could these ordinary people possibly do? Isn't it just suicide? They aren't fools, unwilling to make sacrifices without purpose. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. They lacked both the capacity and the willingness to shoulder the pressure on behalf of these soldiers. Qian Jejia and her group, upon seeing these people unwilling to come out, became even more determined and committed to joining He Yong's team. A woman who had been taken care of by Qian Jejia on many occasions truly didn't want her to die in vain, so she made an excuse and called Qian Jejia aside. Jejia, you are so young. Why get involved in all this nonsense? Though the woman didn't explicitly say what might happen outside, her overwhelming worry revealed many hidden facts beneath the surface calmness. Qian Jejia smiled and pushed away the hand of the woman gripping her arm. Big sister, the soldiers' casualties are too severe. If we don't help them soon, our base will also be ruined. And I'm going out because I'm young. After all, some uncles and aunts of much older age are willing to contribute their share, so how can a young person like me hide back and do nothing? You. Seeing that Qian Jejia had already made up her mind, the woman stopped trying to dissuade her. There was more sympathy and pity in her eyes as she looked at her but ultimately chose not to continue holding her back. He Yong's men got into the off-road vehicles, and he looked at those whispering, constantly surveying the entire squad, his heart filled with sadness yet a sense of acceptance. Originally, he thought after the apocalypse they would depend on each other. Now it seemed that such life wouldn't go on. He Yong recruiting ordinary people to participate in tasks. News spread as expected to Wang Mingyuan's base. Upon hearing the news, Wang Mingyuan nodded satisfactorily and said to his trusted aides, it seems He Yong's strength in Qingdong has been consumed excessively, otherwise, they wouldn't need normal people to assist. Let's prepare here. Time is just about right, and we can take action. The aide nodded after Wang Mingyuan finished speaking, then asked, young master, if this side is set to act, shall we leave Li Qian alone to jump around? Wang Mingyuan chuckled and replied, I will visit that place personally, order Wu Siming to put the drugs in. Wang Mingyuan used his fingers to rub his lips, exhaling a long breath. People from the eastern city have been nearly wiped out, and within these few days, he would make his move. As for Lu Xian, there would be no place left for him to hide. Regarding Li Qian and his people, they would definitely not be of use to him. After using drugs, he must resolve them. The script was ready, just waiting for the actors to be in place. Patting the man kneeling before him on the back, the man obediently rose to stand beside him, and Wang Mingyuan stood up, stretched his clothes, and walked toward the door. Li Qian and his people were preparing dinner when Wang Mingyuan arrived. Seeing Wang Mingyuan coming alone, Li Qian did not pull knives or guns on him but opened the gate and let him into the villa. Wu Siming was helping set the dining table, chatting idly with someone nearby every now and then. The moment Wang Mingyuan entered, Wu Siming's movements paused abruptly, and his gaze instinctively sought Lu Xian, who was murmuring low with Gong Song in the living room. Lu Xian didn't see Wu Siming's gaze, but Wang Mingyuan did. Unexpectedly, Wang Mingyuan saw that Wu Siming didn't even look at him, causing dissatisfaction inside. However, remembering their plan, the unease was quickly suppressed. Wang, second young master, how do you find time to play? Li Qian still wore an expression of indifference, but his eyes revealed weariness, and his complexion was somewhat pale, clearly burdened by something. Wang Mingyuan surveyed the people around, noticing everyone's condition was similar to Li Qian's, even seeing anxiety and impatience in some expressions. Instantly, he felt more satisfied inside. Although no one from Luo Jijun's group wanted to risk their lives to verify things, considering all clues comprehensively, the issues in Qingdong couldn't possibly escape. Having received the leads, Wang Mingyuan ignored the veiled threats in Li Qian's tone, curling his lips into a smile. There's nothing particular. I've heard your Qingdong area had some recent issues. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate, we're both rooted in High City, and mutual support should be expected. Upon hearing Wang Mingyuan mention Qingdong, Li Qian's eyes flashed briefly with fierceness, but it soon disappeared, appearing resigned as he sighed. His words, however, remained fiercely defensive. Our issues in Qingdong don't need troubling Wang's second young master. Soldiers will block bullets and soil will stop water. Whatever difficulties we face, I believe the people in Qingdong can endure. It seems I've overstepped. Wang Mingyuan coldly humphed, losing interest in staying any longer, and turned to leave. Before leaving, he shot a glance at Wu Siming, his half-smiling, half-mocking expression carrying a chill, which caused goosebumps to creep down Wu Siming's back. Wu Siming knew the purpose of Wang Mingyuan's visit, which also meant that the matters in his plan were about to happen. At the thought of this, Wu Siming's heart couldn't help but beat violently, yet he dared not reveal even a trace. He merely lowered his gaze, avoided Wang Mingyuan's line of sight, and continued to feign the appearance of someone filled with anxiety. However, after Wang Mingyuan left, Wu Siming bit his lips and walked over to Lu Xian, whispering, Lu Xian, I have something to tell you. Lu Xian glanced at Wu Siming, feeling utterly surprised inside. He knew Wu Siming's arrival must have some ulterior motive, and this plot was inseparable from Wang Mingyuan. But he didn't expect Wu Siming to approach him at this critical moment, looking ready to confide something. Seeing Lu Xian lost in thought, Wu Siming assumed he was dwelling on Wang Mingyuan's earlier visit. He paused momentarily and said, Lu Xian, Wang Mingyuan is about to make his move. Chapter 65, Hallucinogen. Wu Siming's voice was not controlled in volume, and not only did Lu Xian hear what he said, but even Gong Song and Li Qian beside him also heard Wu Siming's words. None of them expected to hear this news from Wu Siming. They were all stunned for a moment and then stood up, walking over to him in unison. Li Qian's expression darkened as he coldly said, Mr. Wu, you just said that young Master Wang is about to make his move. What exactly does he plan to do? Li Qian's tone still sounded somewhat polite, but the sharpness in his demeanor showed the importance and alertness he placed on this information. Wu Siming did not directly answer Li Qian's question. He glanced at Lu Xian and kept silent, clearly indicating that unless Lu Xian communicated with him, he would not reveal his bottom card. Seeing that Wu Siming was waiting for Lu Xian's response, Li Qian's face changed abruptly as he was about to lose his temper. However, at this moment, Lu Xian spoke up. Siming, what on earth has happened? Hearing Lu Xian's voice, Wu Siming let out a soft breath and said, Wang Mingyuan didn't bring me here originally to pick a fight with you guys. He actually wanted me to infiltrate your group and wait for the right moment to drug you. As Wu Siming spoke, he pulled out a tiny plastic bag, containing a small half-package of powder. Gong Song saw this little packet, took it, and carefully examined it. His face immediately turned grim. What is it? Seeing Gong Song's troubled look, Lu Xian had an instant sense of foreboding. GHB. When Gong Song uttered these three letters, Lu Xian was taken aback. He never expected that Wu Siming would be carrying something like this. Gong Song and Lu Xian knew about these substances. After all, Gong Song had wide-ranging experience, and Lu Xian associated with people from all walks of life, so knowing GHB was natural for both of them. However, the group consisting of Li Qian and others were soldiers who hadn't just seen or heard of such things before. Still, they could tell by looking at the faces of Gong Song and Lu Xian that this substance was definitely not good. Furrowing his brows, Li Qian said to Gong Song, explain. Before the apocalypse, this stuff was popular as a date drug. When used in water or alcohol, it has almost no smell or taste, but once ingested, it affects the central nervous system. Gong Song gave a brief introduction of what these three letters represented, and then continued, if we consume this, we will be completely helpless and at someone else's mercy. This item looked insignificant, but it apparently had such potent effects. Through Gong Song's explanation, everyone now understood its purpose. Although none of them had personally experienced its effects, they had certainly heard enough about it. Every face grew extremely grim. Swallowing this would lead to complete loss of resistance. No matter how you look at it, it didn't seem to offer any bright future for them. Li Qian sneered coldly, "It seems like something's amiss in our eastern city area, which has caught Wang Mingyuan's attention. He instructed me to drug you, and then might use you to force Commander He into submission." Wu Siming glanced at Lu Xian and then towards Gong Song, a challenging gaze in his eyes, "And, he's never lost interest in you, Lu Xian. He merely intends to take advantage of this opportunity to disperse your forces in East City." A hint of hostility appeared in Li Qian's eyes as he stared at Wu Siming, questioning mockingly, "All this is your one-sided account. How do I know if what you say is true or false? If Wang Mingyuan sent you here using the strategy of self-sacrifice, who knows if this isn't another ploy to deceive and exploit my trust? You're right, there's no way you can trust me, and I cannot prove the truthfulness of my statements." Wu Siming curved his lips into a smile and said, "However, I can tell you, my choice to betray Wang Mingyuan and inform you of this plan means certain death if I fall into his hands. And if you miss this chance, not only you but also the East City base will end up in his grasp. Do you really think I'm the only one embedded in your group? In East City, among the survivors, some are nails planted by Wang Mingyuan. He has long desired to take control of East City, he just hasn't acted because the conditions haven't been right." Wu Siming turned to Li Qian and added, "And as things stand now, the situation is clearer to you than to me. Wang Mingyuan has already found a way to acquire control of East City. If we don't cooperate, it's just a matter of time before he takes it. The current situation indeed seems to favor Wang Mingyuan more and more." Gong Sang inhaled deeply and exhaled. "Since Wang Mingyuan has hinted to Wu Siming to act, this indicates that our situation is unsafe. We must come up with a response quickly. Does he think we in the eastern city just sit back and do nothing?" Li Qian arched an eyebrow, his eyes flashing with intensity as he clenched his hand, causing a series of popping sounds from his joints. "Wang Mingyuan wants to play strategies. Then let's turn his plans against him and retaliate." Upon hearing Li Qian's words, Wu Siming's eyes suddenly lit up. He hadn't expected that Li Qian's ideas would align so closely with his own plan, causing an involuntary flicker of excitement, but it passed quickly. "I know the basic situation of the base. If you need me for anything, I will certainly cooperate fully. After all, we're all on the same boat now, and none of us want it to sink." After Wu Siming finished speaking, he turned to Lu Xian and said, "No matter what happens, I will do my best to protect you." Lu Xian noticed that Wu Siming's obsession had not diminished. He frowned slightly without responding, while instead Gong Sang took a small step forward, blocking Wu Siming's line of sight towards Lu Xian. "I'll take care of him, no need to trouble yourself further." Wu Siming was deeply dissatisfied with Gong Sang's move, which felt like a territorial declaration, causing his anger to rise instantly. At this moment, his fingertips moved slightly, feeling the small bag attached to his thigh, prompting him to immediately suppress his irritation. Failure to exercise patience would ruin great plans. Wu Siming knew this wasn't the time to confront Gong Sang head-on, his scheme still required execution. Without replying to Gong Sang, Wu Siming said to Li Qian, "Since Deputy Battalion Commander Li intends to interfere with Wang Mingyuan's plan, we might as well use the ample time to carefully deliberate." Li Qian's gaze lingered on Wu Siming's face for quite some time before nodding in agreement. "We indeed should devise a proper strategy." Wu Siming and Li Qian sat down to discuss their ideas, while Gong Sang and Lu Xian went to assist in the kitchen area. Once far enough from Wu Siming and Li Qian, Lu Xian quietly told Gong Sang, "I don't believe things are this simple." Gong Sang gave a light grunt in response. He turned on the faucet, allowing the gushing water to cover his next words. "Wu Siming's betrayal of Wang Mingyuan's plan isn't merely because of you. His true intention is to replace Wang Mingyuan and become the one controlling the base." Gong Sang slightly lowered his eyes and picked up a knife to wash vegetables. "Right now, he gives off the impression of retreating to make progress, aiming to set the eastern city and Wang Mingyuan at odds with each other, causing mutual depletion. I thought he'd remain loyal to Wang Mingyuan forever, but I didn't expect him to turn against him." Recalling how, in the previous life, Wu Siming was willing to kill to maintain Wang Mingyuan's attention, Lu Xian couldn't help but find the current betrayal both unreal and ironic. What Lu Xian didn't know was that, in the last lifetime, Wu Siming perceived his affection and care for Lu Xian as restrictive chains, making Lu Xian the villain who broke apart their union, thereby fostering deep resentment. But in this life, letting go altered everything. Wu Siming began recognizing Lu Xian's various merits, especially since Wang Mingyuan no longer treated Wu Siming with the same tenderness as in the past life. After the apocalypse, Wang Mingyuan became more promiscuous, seeking multiple substitutes for Lu Xian to satisfy his desires. A partner who was neither faithful nor steadfast inevitably lost value in Wu Siming's eyes. Meanwhile, the loving relationship between Gong Sang and Lu Xian stood in stark contrast to Wu Siming and Wang Mingyuan's deteriorating bond. This only heightened Lu Xian's importance gradually, reaching its current peak. Seeing Lu Xian's confusion, Gong Sang couldn't resist brushing his fingers along Lu Xian's cheek. The cold droplets caused Lu Xian's dazed gaze to refocus on Gong Sang. Gong Sang could feel that the moment his hand touched Lu Xian's cheek, Wu Siming's sharp eyes momentarily glanced over, lingering for a second on his hand. An immediate warning bell rang in his mind. Regardless of whatever happens between him and Wang Mingyuan, we shouldn't be too complacent. "I understand." He Yong's confidence led the crowd who had signed up to participate in the exploration out of Haicheng. Due to the previous near disaster involving almost being surrounded by a zombie sea, Wang Mingyuan abandoned any scavenging opportunities and prepared to attack the eastern city instead. He didn't wish to waste his manpower unnecessarily, thus giving the eastern city expedition team relative peace. The vehicles were driven far into the suburbs, where all the large vehicles came to a stop one by one. All the soldiers disembarked from the trucks. The parking spot was in front of an abandoned building. After the soldiers disembarked, they took out cans of spray and sprayed everyone in the crowd before making them get off the vehicles as well. Soon after, the door of the building creaked open, and several soldiers who were supposed to have died earlier emerged, weapons in hand, welcoming everyone inside. Jian Jijia stared at the lively faces in front of her, stunned, her rosy lips slightly parted in disbelief. You weren't supposed to. Seeing the soldiers who had once helped her still unharmed, Jian Jijia's eyes grew moist, almost shedding tears but found herself smiling amidst the overwhelming relief. You're all right. That's wonderful. We apologize. There will be significant changes in the East City base. Therefore, we've gathered some civilians here to prevent them from being harmed during the commotion. Squad leader Jiang Jun gave a brief explanation to Jian Jijia and the others while the soldiers beside him skillfully applied artificial blood on their clothes, disguising themselves as if doing makeup for one another, all movements orderly and systematic, which left the civilians utterly bewildered. By now, Jian Jijia and her companions were unclear what exactly happened at the East City base. However, this fact made it clear that these soldiers' protection towards ordinary people would no longer be as thorough as before, and this change in the East City base also meant that those who fiddled around or caused trouble within the base would be abandoned. The cruel reality made Jian Jijia and her companions grateful for their own choice, yet it brought them some sadness. Life and death seemed to be decided so easily. Seeing the unmasked sorrow on Jian Jijia's face, Jiang Jun sighed, saying, "This time we've only evacuated part of the civilians. When we officially withdraw, we'll give them one last chance to choose. If they decide to stay, it cannot be blamed on us." Yes, it can't be blamed on these people. Everything depends on one's judgment. Chapter 66, Uprising in the East City. After consulting, Li Qian and Wu Siming came up with a plan. Meanwhile, Lu Xian and Gong Song were also discussing matters concerning GHB. If this thing is actually successfully released, even we might be affected, Lu Xian said as he sniffed the water containing GHB. If you sniff carefully, you can detect some traces. Its scent isn't strong. If mixed into soups that already have a fragrance or into strongly scented alcohol, it's indeed not easy to identify. Gong Song looked at the glass of water, slightly furrowing his brows. Wu Siming took out this, and he is now cooperating with Li Qian, which looks pretty smooth so far. But I always have a premonition that things won't be this simple. I don't know if he still has more of this stuff, and if he does, who will he slip it to? Lu Xian understood Gong Song's wariness towards Wu Siming, he shared the same doubts. Having been through one death encounter at Wu Siming's hands before, Lu Xian knew Wu Siming wasn't an easy adversary to handle. Especially since he was being cooperative, and Lu Xian could sense Wu Siming's feelings for him, making it hard for him to believe that everything would proceed smoothly. After pondering for a moment, Lu Xian glanced at the door. Even my sense of smell may not be able to distinguish this substance. All we can do is verify if he still has any other backup GHB. I can take care of verifying this matter, Gong Song replied confidently. As a member of the Qianlong team, his various skills are quite proficient. If he wanted to investigate Wu Siming, he could certainly get to the bottom of it. That night, Wu Siming was exhausted after being dragged by Li Qian into discussions for a long time. When sitting on the sofa nodding off, Gong Song quietly sneaked up behind him, pressing gently on his neck, causing him to pass out entirely. Seeing Wu Siming unconscious, Li Qian stood up from the couch immediately and exchanged a look with Gong Song. He will probably wake up in about 20 minutes, enough time for us to frisk him and search the room. Lu Xian and others checked every corner of the room, while Gong Song and Li Qian gently laid Wu Siming down on the sofa, removing his clothes carefully to inspect whether he had anything on him. Though Lu Xian and the others didn't find anything, Gong Song and Li Qian noticed a small plastic bag stuck with double-sided tape on Wu Siming's thigh. Inside was indeed half a packet of white powder. What else could it be but GHB? With great dexterity, Gong Song pulled out a thin, cicada wing-like little dagger, skillfully cutting along the adhesive line and safely removing the small plastic bag. Then he opened the plastic bag and poured its contents into a spoon nearby. When Min saw the powder poured out from the small plastic bag, he quickly ground 2 tablets identical in color to fine powder and handed them over to Gong Song. Gong Song filled back an equal amount of powder into the small plastic bag, then reattached the small plastic bag to Wu Siming's thigh where the double-sided tape was placed. Gong Song examined thoroughly and even pressed the edges to ensure there wouldn't be any visible differences. The GHB they obtained from Wu Siming wasn't thrown away but was kept by Gong Song. Although not yet sure what to do with it, he firmly believed that although it wasn't top tier, keeping it around might come in handy at some point. Once all traces were cleared up, Gong Song gave Li Qian a signal, prompting Li Qian to immediately grab Wu Siming by the collar. This sudden action startled Wu Siming out of his unconscious state, squinting his eyes open as consciousness returned. His gaze met with a wrathful glare from Li Qian. What's your intention? We're discussing serious matters, and you fall asleep. Li Qian's clenched fists revealed prominent veins, his glare releasing a pressure that made Wu Siming clench his bladder tightly in fear, shaking his head hurriedly in denial. "I'm not intentionally." Awakened abruptly from sleep, tears welled up in Wu Siming's large eyes, giving him a pitiable appearance like a delicate porcelain doll that might shatter at any moment. Lu Xian and Gong Song tried to mediate, urging Li Qian to calm down, but overwhelmed by many voices of counsel, Li Qian shot Wu Siming a glare before letting go of his shirt and gruffly said, "If you're too tired, just say so, I'm not forbidding you from sleeping." Once released by Li Qian, Wu Siming stumbled back into his own room. The shock from earlier clearly left him in a state of fright. Once inside, he slumped onto the bed panting heavily. Wu Siming also felt strange, he wondered why he happened to fall asleep. After calming down, Wu Siming felt something was off. Instinctively, he thought of his secret stash and instinctively touched his thigh where the plastic bag was hidden. Finding that it was still in place did not fully settle him, so he took off his pants to ensure his concealed item hadn't been tampered with. Only after confirming everything was intact did he feel reassured. Thank goodness Li Qian didn't find out, otherwise my plan would have failed. Wu Siming sighed deeply. The tension followed by sudden relief made him unable to hold on any longer. He fell onto the bed, eyes closed, letting sleep envelop him entirely. After Wu Siming drifted off into slumber, Gong Song began his actions. A large part of this plan relied on Gong Song for preliminary preparations. With the herring cans procured by Li Qian and some tools, Gong Song devised a mechanism to enhance their destructive power. Now that Wang Mingyuan had revealed his intentions, Gong Song needed to deploy these devices as well. The night was deep, and during the late hours, two shadowy figures darted out from Lu Xian's little villa. Gong Song and Li Qian each carried two large cans fitted with detonation devices, walking stealthily out of the house. Gong Song's movements were exceptionally light, and after fully equipping himself, he camouflaged his exposed skin, merging perfectly with the night like a ghost. Li Qian placed the herring cans at the edge of the villa. The two bulky cans appeared sturdy but went unnoticed thanks to their camouflage when placed at the boundary. After setting those two cans down, Li Qian picked up two more and moved slightly farther away from the villa, stashing these carefully prepared surprises near its vicinity just like a squirrel storing food for winter. Though holding two cans, Gong Song's movements remained astonishingly agile. He wasn't heading towards the area where Wang Mingyuan and others resided, instead, he targeted some buildings around the base's perimeter. Once there, he quickly examined the pre-observed convenient spots to perform his operations and formed a plan in his mind. Holding one can securely in his arms, he leapt upwards with incredible force, propelling himself over 2 meters nearly 3 meters high. At the same time, the fingertips of his free hand clawed onto the edge of the upper floor, bending and unfolding his body swiftly, landing silently on the second floor like an agile cat. Even though the building was abandoned and rarely visited, Gong Song treated the operation as if he were confronting a great danger, maintaining no slackness. His decision to enter externally was due to unfamiliarity with the interior structure, which could potentially bring troubles. It only took Gong Song about dozens of seconds to climb one level, making repeated ascents close to 100 times without any hesitation. Incredibly, he managed to scale the entire 4-story building. On reaching the final floor, with an effort from his strong fingers and flexible waist, he gracefully flipped onto the rooftop of the building. There wasn't much on the rooftop of this deserted building except for clotheslines hanging on what was originally used as a sun-drying platform. There were some tattered clothes lying around, while other usable garments had already been scavenged by people who needed them. Gong Song crouched low, surveyed the surroundings, swiftly choosing a suitable angle and position for his purpose. He set up a broken-legged stool next to a clothesline pole, placing the can upon it. From the outside view, it would be almost impossible to detect the appearance of this can. Even if noticed, one might easily misjudge it due to its dull gray exterior blending into the wall. Having completed the positioning of this can, Gong Song retraced his steps silently, grabbing another can, and once again disappeared into the dark night. On another direction, further deployment awaited. By dawn, Li Qian and Gong Song had successfully hidden most of the herring cans in secure places. Not long after they returned to the villa to rest, Jiang Jun and a few others came back to Haicheng, their bodies riddled with injuries. Seeing the wounded soldiers covered in blood with unmistakable signs of exhaustion and defeat, these local ruffians in Haicheng displayed obvious smug satisfaction on their faces, almost mocking the soldiers as incompetents. Only a few young rascals considered a more critical point: given how many of these awakened soul soldiers ended up this way, how many would remain alive if faced with resource-gathering tasks? Upon arriving in East City, Jiang Jun and his team, with their bloodied and injured figures immediately drew everyone's attention. He Yong quickly instructed his people to take the injured soldiers to the medical room, completely ignoring the ordinary citizens. These citizens, witnessing such a small group returning from the mission, were stricken with panic. Less than half of the soldiers who went out with Jiang Jun returned, and there might even be only a third of them. However, none of the ordinary civilians who went out with Jiang Jun came back. All those people who volunteered to go out have died. The grim reality terrified the civilians who, under the protection of the soldiers, no longer had the direct danger of encountering zombies. Meanwhile, Luo Jijun, hiding among the crowd, also noticed an opportunity that had come his way. Looking at the trembling crowd around him, Luo Jijun lowered his voice and said to them, "See? People like Qian Jiejia who went out with them all died outside. Who knows if they deliberately took these people out to ensure their own survival. Now, with no ordinary people around, even if they were used as cannon fodder, no one would know. Luo Jijun's words were like opening Pandora's box, completely destroying the already taut nerves of the crowd. Almost everyone began to fear that they would become cannon fodder for these soldiers going out to search for resources, stepping stones for their survival. They looked at Luo Jijun like drowning people seeing a floating log, quivering and asking, "What should we do? We don't want to die." Feeling the complete trust in their eyes, Luo Jijun grinned, a sinister gleam in his eyes as he glanced at the soldiers. "What else can we do? Take over this base and hand it over to young Master Wang, letting them protect us." Luo Jijun knew many of these people had suffered under Wang Mingyuan's territory, but without Qian Jiejia and her group around, it was incredibly easy to manipulate these people. You can think about it, young Master Wang only wants your money and strength, but these people are after your lives. Luo Jijun's words successfully swayed everyone. Nodding in agreement, they accepted Luo Jijun's perspective. They had to join Wang Mingyuan. Seeing the increasingly agitated crowd, Luo Jijun incited some middle-aged men with flushed faces. "Big brother, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Drive these people out of East City. Murderers. Executioners. Qian Jiejia and others were killed by these bastards. We need to take revenge for them." These civilians, who were extremely frightened of corpses, showed unusual courage when facing the soldiers who had always protected them. Some parents even pushed their children in front of themselves, using their small bodies as shields as they moved forward. He Yong looked at the chaotic crowd outside and realized that the moment had come. The uprising in East City has begun. Chapter 67, The Foul Smell of Hell. He Yong saw the noisy crowd outside but didn't say a word. However, when someone tried to attack the guards outside the door, his face suddenly changed, and he rushed out in one swift motion, kicking the middle-aged man attempting to seize the soldier's weapon aside with one powerful kick. He Yong was an awakened beast soul user, and his strength was enormous. Even though he had held back by 7/10, the kick still managed to knock the breath out of this man, causing him to faint as his eyes rolled back. Luo Jijun watched as this man, whom he had incited, was easily dealt with by He Yong, and cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. When Luo looked at He Yong again, he found that pair of eyes watching him with a sly smile, as if He Yong could see through all of his schemes. "How dare you hit someone?" A woman wailed as she tried to lunge at He Yong. He ignored her completely and simply lifted his leg in a threatening posture to kick. Even before the foot touched her, the woman immediately screamed and retreated, rolling on the ground, crying and shouting that there was a murder happening. He Yong found the racket unbearable. Seeing the growing clamor among these people, he roared loudly, "Shut up." These people usually found He Yong intimidating and somewhat different from others. At that shout, they lost any courage to argue back. They only mumbled complaints, not daring to openly oppose He Yong. Luo Jijun couldn't bear seeing He Yong take control with just a shout. He immediately shouted loudly to others, "We can't let our guard down. You all know what the consequences will be, either we starve to death or become stepping stones for others. Think carefully and don't be scared off." Luo Jijun's words ignited a drive among those who were beginning to fear He Yong. That's right, they wanted to fight against these soldiers because they did not want to die. Giving up now would be such a waste. At this point, some individuals shoved their children forward, using them as shields without considering how lethal even a single kick could be if directed at a child. They were gambling that He Yong and his men wouldn't harm the children. Such actions were despicable, but highly effective. He Yong indeed wouldn't deal with the children violently. However, this did not mean He Yong would let these people use the young bodies to act beyond reason. He caught sight of a young man hugging a child while wielding an iron hammer toward one of his subordinates. This subordinate barely blocked it in time, the hammer slammed into his shoulder, breaking the clavicle. Yet, instead of stopping after succeeding with this blow, the enraged man swung the iron hammer once more, aiming directly for the young man's head. He Yong observed everything clearly and wouldn't let him continue so easily. A sneer formed at the corner of his lips as he swiftly drew his pistol and executed this man in a clean and decisive move. The sound of the gunshot silenced everyone, echoing across the open space. Afterward, the hammer fell lifelessly from the man's hands and still struck the injured soldier's head, but no longer with lethal force. The bullet had grazed the iron hammer before entering this man's brain. It hadn't fully penetrated his skull due to the high velocity being deflected, yet it entered from a cutting angle, shredding everything inside before exploding outward and leaving a large hole in the bottom of his cranium. Splashes of white brain matter covered in thick blood spattered onto the faces of others. It looked like red and white peach blossoms planted on a desert of yellow sand. But the warmth of the blood and the strong scent of its metallic stench made those nearby who had been advancing hesitate. They left the child accompanying the dead man lying on the ground, too afraid to pull the child away from his father's dead grip. As soon as the gunshots rang out, several people emerged from inside and stood side by side with the soldiers already posted outside. Each loaded their weapons and aimed them towards the ground, making it clear that these normally amiable people had now drawn a line and were prepared to confront them head-on. With a cold expression, He Yong took a step forward. These people immediately stepped backward in response, viewing He Yong like a terrifying monster, full of fear. Ignoring these fearful people, He Yong's piercing eyes locked onto Luo Jijun. Squatting down, he gently retrieved the child from the dead man's arms and handed the child over to a nearby woman. The woman accepted the child hesitantly, but quickly placed the child on the ground, unwilling to get closer. He Yong's eyes were icy and filled with killing intent, making Luo Jijun wonder whether he might die here today. Unexpectedly, He Yong opened his mouth and spoke. Luo Jijun, I know why you've been secretly inciting everyone to make a fuss. He Yong's smile was extremely mocking, but also tinged with some helplessness. You encouraged everyone to attack me so that when I acted in self-defense, things would turn out like they have now, right? You've achieved your purpose. If it's because Wang Ersha wants this territory, you really don't need to resort to such tactics. Don't say it like that. After all, the one who pulled the trigger is you could have chosen to stop resisting. Luo Jijun caught He Yong's gaze and knew that even though he had killed someone out of necessity, he didn't want to harm others further. Therefore, no matter if He Yong had guessed his scheme, it wouldn't make a difference now. He had already made an unavoidable choice, saving his people or letting them be killed. He Yong did not reply to Luo Jijun's words. His eyes bloodshot, he looked at these civilians, scanning their eyes. Speaking softly, he said, my soldiers have already died trying to save others from zombies. Am I supposed to sit by and watch my men restrained by children being used as shields by those we've saved, and get beaten to death? Sorry, I can't do that. After saying this, He Yong took a deep breath, his eyes flashing before growing resolute. He spoke to Luo Jijun and others, if you want the East City base, we will hand it over to you. I'll take my people and leave. At the same time, if there are still those who trust us and want to leave together, we will do our best to protect them. Like how you protected Qianjie. The moment He Yong stopped talking, someone immediately sneered, and quite a few people shared this sentiment. That's right. Who knows if they're trying to lure us outside as bait for the zombies so they can escape safely themselves. I don't believe them. I won't go out there and die with them. Yes, High City is still safe. Even if I die, I'd rather die in High City. Upon hearing that He Yong and his team would leave, the civilians realized they had won. Simultaneously, their remarks became increasingly brazen since they knew the man's death resulted from attacking the soldiers. If they only surrounded but didn't attack outright, the soldiers would continue to consider their children and the elderly, weak, and women. However, despite most people distrusting He Yong, fewer than 10 individuals still stepped out from the crowd. Most of these were people either rescued by the soldiers on the way to High City or those who had suffered under Wang Mingyuan. Although Luo Jijun's words had planted some doubt about He Yong and his team, deep down, these individuals knew just how many had sacrificed their lives to save them. The people described by Luo Jijun were not the ones they had witnessed. Most of them were older middle-aged adults or even elderly people. They might not be able to help find food like Qianjie, but they believed that He Yong's soldiers were trustworthy in any situation, much more than Wang Mingyuan or Luo Jijun. Bring the cars over, let's go. Seeing these few figures, He Yong's heart, which had been injured by the uprising, finally found some comfort. Despite the situation, these people chose to trust him, even though they might not bring much help. Their trust stood out incredibly precious in this world ravaged by disaster. 2 large military vehicles stopped at the square. One carried part of the food supplies. Before Luo Jijun could cause trouble, someone immediately shouted, you can leave, but you can't take the supplies with you. He Yong didn't feel like arguing anymore. He simply showed the gun in his hand and smiled coldly, if you want reason, here it is. I've always given some leeway, not taking everything. But if you keep nagging like a damn fool, I'll take what I can carry and burn the rest. If you dare test me by throwing children into the fire, you think I'll save them? As soon as he said that, no one dared to speak up. He Yong paid them no heed and directly instructed his people to disassemble and take away everything from the command post, leaving absolutely nothing behind, packing up nearly everything. He Yong, along with his father, Fang Xingjian, and Daodu, naturally became part of the evacuation. While they were facing off, Fang Tong informed Li Qian about the situation. Upon receiving the news, Li Qian quickly gathered everyone. Now, there's an uprising in the eastern city, and we can't hold on to our base anymore. So, we must leave or we won't stand a chance once He Yong is gone. Saying this, Li Qian asked Wu Siming, when Wang Mingyuan discussed with you, the plan was to act now. Now we must pretend, deceive them, then break out at the opportune moment. Once you take the bait, Wang Mingyuan won't come himself, he'll send his underlings to keep an eye on you. After all, with what's happened in the eastern city, he fears He Yong may make trouble when he leaves. He will ensure they're gone before he feels at ease. At this moment, Wu Siming said, one of his men has a very strong sense of smell. Last time, he came with Wang Mingyuan and became familiar with everyone sent here. So, I'm worried they might send this person to check if anyone has taken the bait. It's best for all of us to pretend, and each take a sip from a cup. Wu Siming's reasoning was convincing, and everyone readily agreed without any objections. Wu Siming helped as one of Li Qian's people went to fetch water. He personally handed 2 cups of water to Lu Xian and Gong Sang. As soon as Lu Xian and Gong Sang tasted it, detecting a faint bitterness, they immediately understood that Wu Siming had put the drugs into their cups. However, there were no prior signals exchanged with Li Qian's group, indicating that Wu Siming hadn't intended to target them, but only calculated against these 2. Lu Xian felt somewhat surprised yet quickly calmed down. He knew Wu Siming too well, he should have realized long ago that this man was never as simple as he seemed on the surface. Wu Siming was cunning, someone who was never truly trustworthy. Moreover, hadn't he himself not trusted Wu Siming? In Wu Siming's presence, both Lu Xian and Gong Song drank half a glass of water in one breath, then placed the empty cups on the table. Others either put their cups on the table, coffee table, or let them fall deliberately to create the illusion of having taken hallucinogens and lost their strength. They each chose a spot where they could collapse convincingly, seemingly caught off guard by the sudden onset. However, Li Qian's team didn't fall randomly, they positioned themselves to easily subdue whoever entered next. This part wasn't something Wu Siming would be aware of. Seeing everyone lying down, Wu Siming's heart began racing like crazy, finally pulling the curtain on his carefully laid plan. The drug he gave to Lu Xian and Gong Song wouldn't take effect immediately, giving him some buffer time. Just then, Wu Siming rushed out of the villa, heading towards the rendezvous point with Wang Mingyuan. When Wu Siming arrived at Wang Mingyuan's location, Wang Mingyuan had just received news from his operatives in the eastern city, they had successfully incited tensions between He Yong and the civilians. Whether they wanted to leave or not, now wasn't their choice anymore. What Wang Mingyuan needed to consider now was whether he should try keeping them all. Wang Mingyuan believed in the supremacy of power, and he had full confidence in his own abilities. However, he also understood the potential combat power of this army that had broken through the highway blockade to reach High City amidst extreme peril. Eating away at this hard bone wouldn't be easy, meaning a significant loss of his forces. By then, those who were secretly restless wouldn't treat him so kindly. Wang Mingyuan couldn't risk this gamble, nor did he dare to take it. After much deliberation, he made his decision. Let them leave High City. Meanwhile, just as Wu Siming anticipated, Wang Mingyuan decided to personally monitor He Yong's team, ensuring they would leave peacefully without making trouble. Right at this moment, Wu Siming brought news that Wang Mingyuan had longed for, a discovery too enticing for him to resist. However, the situation forced him to abandon pursuit of the treasure. Without hesitation, he summoned his underlings, instructing them to go with Wu Siming to reap the rewards of victory. Back at the villa, Lu Xian and the others were ready to welcome the visitors. Gong Song retrieved the powder Wu Siming had hidden, mixing it into the water glasses. With Wu Siming leading the way, the group returned to the villa. As soon as they entered, those people quickly scanned the fallen figures on the ground, about to speak when the latter performed a swift roll and leaped up, swiftly knocking them down. Seeing this, Wu Siming's heart leapt with joy, recognizing instantly that his plan had succeeded as Gong Song and Lu Xian remained sprawled on the floor. Now the people from the east side are already setting off and will be leaving the city soon. If you want to leave, it's now or never. Wu Siming feigned surprise while looking at the two on the ground, asking, what's wrong with them? I don't know. Let me check. Li Qian tapped Gong Song and Lu Xian's cheeks, furrowing his brow impatiently. They can't wake up for some reason. We must leave now since we've already obtained and used the gasoline. The deal's done, so let their lives be. Wu Siming, upon hearing Li Qian's words, let a pleased smile curl the corner of his lips. However, before that smile could even set, Li Qian was already looking at him with mocking eyes. Do you think we won't care about the life or death of our trading partners? Well, you guessed right, I don't care about my trading partners, but Gong Song and I are buddies. This is an affair I can't ignore. At this point, Lu Xian and Gong Song stopped pretending, getting up from the ground. Seeing them standing there completely unscathed, Wu Siming was struck with astonishment. The drug had been so effective, how could it possibly fail now? Wu Siming's brain rapidly churned through the scenarios, then suddenly he remembered something that made his face go as pale as death. It was that night. As Wu Siming realized all that had transpired, it became clear he wouldn't get another chance to act. As he opened his mouth to shout, a large ball of water suddenly smacked into his throat, forcefully choking him, nearly making him lose consciousness. Li Qian wasn't going to waste time with him, directly knocking Wu Siming unconscious before everyone quickly headed toward the garage and jumped into their off-road vehicles. This time around, Lu Xian held nothing back. He distributed the firearms he had obtained from his trade with Ji Mingxiang among everyone, giving Gong Song a high-powered sniper rifle. The sniper rifle was a domestically produced JS sniper rifle, which was not easy to obtain. Although some of its features differed from or were even inferior to those of the Barrett gun, for Gong Song, this was one of the weapons he trained with the most. When he saw the magnificent sniper rifle, his face lit up like a flower blooming in the sunlight, his handsome features seemed as if bathed by the spring rain, causing Lu Xian to stare without blinking, his mind fixed on one single thought, if only he could exchange the entire world to keep Gong Song's smile forever intact. Regaining his composure, Lu Xian finally understood why King Yu of Zhou was willing to play the feudal lords with beacon fires for Bao Si. It was absolutely worth it. Since Gong Song was responsible for the shooting duties, driving fell to Lu Xian. Lu Xian sat in the driver's seat, started the off-road vehicle, and instantly, the car roared like a small monster, roaring behind Li Qian's car as they rushed out. On the front SUV, Li Qian took out the remote control, setting off the herring can's bombs. With a massive explosion, the canned herring got heated, releasing a smell that defied description when mixed with fermented fish meat softened by glutinous rice under temperature, spreading even more nauseatingly due to the blast. These foul sources scattered in all directions. The pungent stench caused the people guarding outside the villa to immediately turn and vomit, but taking advantage of this, Li Qian broke through the encirclement at the gate and drove out. Lu Xian skillfully controlled the off-road vehicle following closely, while the explosions drew the attention of others, signaling reinforcements coming. Regardless of this, Li Qian detonated each of the previously placed canned bomb chains, creating a smell as though overturning a terrible septic tank, causing everyone to vomit repeatedly. While wearing masks, Li Qian's group easily coped with such conditions. At this moment, Gong Tsang picked up the sniper rifle, entering the state of shooting with his body steady like a rock. Despite being on a moving car where the road was not entirely smooth, he showed no fear and accurately hit the explosives attached to the tin can on the roof using the sniper rifle. From hundreds of meters away came the deafening sound of an explosion, releasing not only the foul stench but also heavily shaking the abandoned building until dust and rubble from the walls fell, inciting screams and vomiting among people around. By this time, the vehicles from the eastern side were already approaching the gate of High City, taking only a few minutes for Li Qian and his crew to reach the entrance of High City too. Commander He, will leave without further ado. At this point, Wang Mingyuan knew well enough that He Yong must have already tampered within his own camp. Listening to the chaos inside, his face turned livid. However, realizing his base was in disarray, he understood confronting He Yong's team at this moment would mean losing greatly. Therefore, swallowing his pride became a necessity, he simply had to endure. Don't bother sending us off. To be honest, I don't want to see you either. Arriving just then, Li Qian interjected and drove past the gates, Lu Xian following close behind. Meanwhile, He Yong, who'd been waiting at the gate for some time, signaled two military trucks to depart together, forming a blocking position at the rear. Seeing Lu Xian brazenly leaving right before him, along with his associate, Wang Mingyuan gazed at them for quite a while. But even with his extreme fury, he couldn't possibly order his men to rush to certain death given the absolute mechanical superiority of the other side. Shit, I'll remember this. Wang Mingyuan shouted in fury, suddenly realizing something, he hadn't seen Wu Siming on the vehicle. That meant whatever had happened could be unraveled by interrogating Wu Siming. Wang Mingyuan ordered his men to re-establish the defenses and then turned toward Lu Xian's residence. But before he even got close, the overwhelming stench nearly choked him, making it almost impossible to breathe. Barely managing to force his way into the villa, all Wang Mingyuan found were unconscious people. To his utter outrage, Wu Siming was high on a massive dose of hallucinogens, hugging a man and making obscene thrusting movements. Enraged, Wang Mingyuan tore Wu Siming off the unconscious man. Get me someone with a good nose over here. Now, if Wang Mingyuan still didn't realize that he had been outsmarted by Li Qian, he would be utterly foolish. Chapter 68, Rescuing Sutton. When the person Wang Mingyuan had always relied on was brought in, he was already in a very pitiful state. The extremely pungent stench that would be hell for an ordinary person was even more unbearable for him with his sensitive sense of smell. The poor man's face was covered in snot and tears, and it was clear that due to the stimulation of the foul smell, his consciousness had already lapsed into a semi-unconscious state. The vomit residue at the corner of his mouth had no solid content left, only bile with a pale yellow hue. This poor fellow had lost all ability to track. By this time, Wang Mingyuan was already seething with anger inside, wishing nothing more than to kill those incompetent people. Suddenly, Wang Mingyuan thought about the eastern city base and couldn't help but wonder if everything there was going smoothly. Thinking about how he had been outwitted here, Wang Mingyuan couldn't sit still anymore. He completely ignored the sleeping figure on the ground and rushed off to the eastern city base with his subordinates. After He Yong and his team left, Luo Jijun immediately organized people to inspect the stored grain. They found that there was indeed quite a lot of grain left as He Yong had said, but some of the grain was damp, clumpy, moldy, and even worse than what Wang Mingyuan had found following He Yong. It also differed from the grain that Luo Jijun had seen. At this point, how could Luo Jijun not realize that his identity and plan had already been discovered? It was likely that He Yong had always shown them tampered grain, while the real grain had probably been moved and tampered with when they weren't paying attention. No, Luo Jijun's expression suddenly turned somewhat grim. He wondered if He Yong's team had never brought the real grain back to the eastern city base in the first place. If so, then where had the grain gone? When Wang Mingyuan arrived, what he saw was Luo Jijun in a dazed and confused state, looking at the moldy rice and flour in the warehouse. How could he not guess that after all the trouble of bringing gasoline out, all he got back were these inferior products that, though not appetizing, wouldn't let you starve to death? Wang Mingyuan carefully thought it through, and his body suddenly stiffened. He went with his subordinates to the place where they had once dug a pit that killed many of He Yong's men by hiding zombies there. There, instead of the large machinery they had previously seen stopped operating, the gates that were originally tightly shut were now open, and far away, scattered paper box packaging could be seen everywhere. If Wang Mingyuan still couldn't see through the tricks played by the eastern city base at this point, then he wasn't fit to be called human. Damn! Even though Wang Mingyuan didn't know how they managed to escape from the surrounding zombies, he understood that his intentions to outsmart the eastern city base must have been uncovered from the start. Find out where they went. Dig 3 feet underground if you have to, but bring them back. After leaving his underlings with harsh instructions, Wang Mingyuan returned to the eastern city base again. After tallying the contents of the base, the biggest gain turned out to be the people who stayed behind. Wang Mingyuan looked at these men and women with a somber face, and these people also knew how ruthless Wang Mingyuan could be. Thus, they showed none of their earlier unruly behavior in front of Hiyong. Instead, they desperately retreated, hoping to cower behind others. In this post-apocalyptic world, food and supplies can be sought, crops can be replanted, and any resource can partly recover over time. But people, especially adult laborers, are resources that cannot be replenished in a short time. Seeing the large number of people, the anger in Wang Mingyuan's heart gradually subsided. Indeed, he had suffered a bit of a loss in this deal, at least because the person he wanted had escaped from his hands, but with the eastern city base and these people, even without the heavy machinery, he still had something he could use to account to others. Yet, accounting was one thing. Every time Wang Mingyuan thought about the person who had slipped through his fingers, he felt a pent-up frustration in his heart. After returning to his own base, the first thing Wang Mingyuan did was to order his subordinates to distribute some of the people brought back from the eastern city to various factions. The second task was to send someone to retrieve Wu Ximing from Lu Xian. Wu Ximing was returned in a semi-paralyzed state, but his mouth still muttered Lu Xian's name, his body rubbing against the men on either side of him, his desire burning like fire, reddening his cheeks. Watching this innocent yet sensual allure combined with pure yearning was enough to make every man present salute with their private parts. Wang Mingyuan tightly hugged Wu Ximing, who could barely stand straight, and sent the others out. Subsequently, he pushed Wu Ximing, who had gone limp, onto the cold grand table, tore his clothes apart, and began his own punishment. After Lu Xian and his group left Haicheng, they immediately contacted Lu Xinwu and joined the convoy with those who had evacuated earlier, heading towards Jiucheng. Li Qian's group split into two teams to mislead Wang Mingyuan's men by leaving obvious tracks. With Lu Xinwu's map, they planned to rendezvous on their way to Jiucheng. Hee, 3 roads ahead, let's see which one they choose. Everyone had the spray they obtained earlier from the Pasteur Medical Center, so they were not afraid of being surrounded by zombies. However, Wang Mingyuan's people might not dare follow them too deeply into dangerous territory. This gave them a chance to slip away. I think Wang Mingyuan would guess we're headed to Fengcheng, where survivors remain, Lu Xian analyzed, and he might track us in that general direction. But if he can't find us, he'll probably give up. Lu Xian seemed confident as he opened the map Lu Xinwu sent and showed it to everyone. This time, we're detouring to Jiucheng for 2 reasons. One is to shake off Wang Mingyuan, and the other is to rescue Windtalker, Lu Xian said to Li Qian and the others. We previously saw some videos about Julius's experiments, and part of that data was acquired by Windtalker in the US. He's a genius hacker, and I believe he has even more things that could be extremely useful to us. Ever since seeing that half-human, half-beast monster, I've realized how little we know about these underground research projects, Li Qian sighed. The Pasteur Medical Center here has done such studies, but I'm not sure if there are similar insane actions taken by our country or domestic research groups. This matter is critical, and we will support your decisions. Seeing all this at the Pasteur Medical Center made Li Qian skeptical of everything around him, despite the many experiences he'd already been through. He knew what he'd seen in the Pasteur Medical Center in Haicheng was merely the tip of the iceberg. If they had the opportunity to learn more about these things, he wouldn't let it go. Perhaps combining the evidence from this foreign genius hacker will help uncover more secrets behind this phenomenon, which might very well be the key to solving the problem, Lu Xian added. Hiyong thought along similar lines. After witnessing all sorts of bizarre phenomena since the apocalypse, he understood that only by uncovering the truth behind it all could they possibly resolve this terrifying era. He may not be the person to solve the problem, but in times when their homeland has fallen, he hopes he can contribute to helping others. Li Qian and Hiyong's determination also reflected the choice of the soldiers accompanying them, and the civilians like Qian Jejia, who voluntarily followed them, supported their course of action as well. In this world with no foreseeable future, any moment might be their last. If that were the case, they'd rather die meaningfully. Since choosing to leave with Jiang Jun at first, they hadn't considered their own lives. Lu Xian contacted Lu Xinwu, asking him to inform Windtalker that they would come to rescue him. Then the group set off in great numbers toward Jiucheng. Just as Lu Xian guessed, Wang Mingyuan's men stopped chasing after a while, probably because the sensitive-smelling man hadn't recovered from the stench hell and couldn't figure out their direction. After pursuing for a while amidst countless zombies, they finally abandoned the chase. At the same time, Wang Mingyuan sent people to intercept on the road leading to Fengcheng but gave up completely after finding no trace of Lu Xian and his team. Ximing, how could you possibly lose my people? Since Lu Xian's escape, Wang Mingyuan had tortured Wu Ximing in various ways every night. This escape affected him more than before, and thus, he held back less restraint while torturing Wu Ximing. Wu Ximing's snow-white skin was covered with dark purple finger marks and blood-red teeth marks, even his most private parts had not escaped the horrible torture. The tender buds on his chest had been so cruelly abused that they became swollen and protruded like peanuts. Even the gentlest touch of wind brought tears streaming down Wu Ximing's face from the unbearable pain. Wang Mingyuan paid no attention to Wu Ximing's feelings, slightly rough fingers gently teasing the red that he had trained into a deep crimson. Though a smile played on his lips, a cold glint shone in his eyes. The force between his fingers gradually increased as he squeezed, causing Wu Ximing's tears to instantly flow. I had someone check those cups. All of them were clean except for one cup which still had some hallucinogen residue. Wang Mingyuan leaned closer, watching Wu Siming's flood of tears, and grinned cruelly. Didn't you say that you put the drug in all the cups? So why was there only one with the hallucinogen? And why were you the only one affected by it? I. After waking up, Wu Siming endured even crueler punishment than before. He knew Wang Mingyuan was furious inside, and if he couldn't provide an answer satisfactory to him, his fate would be absolutely tragic. Thus, while wiping his tears, he stammered out the reasons for his mishap. There was one day when I was dozing on the sofa listening to their discussion about the east side of the city. I don't know why, but I suddenly fell asleep. As Wu Siming felt Wang Mingyuan applying more strength, he could only move forward a little bit to make himself look obediently submissive in order to please Wang Mingyuan. After careful consideration, I think the reason for my sudden sleepiness might not have been accidental. Someone tampered with me, and that is likely the reason why the drug I put in the water turned harmless, letting them escape from this incident unscathed. But what's more, the person who checked the cups also discovered 2 cups containing traces of cold medicine powder, aside from the single cup with hallucinogens. Though a smile still lingered on Wang Mingyuan's face, his icy glare was plain to see. So let me guess, did you not put the drugs in the others' drinks? But just gave the 2 who were swapped the wrong dose instead? Siming, this makes me wonder, could it be that you've already betrayed me? Told them my plans, thereby allowing them to use my own strategies against me and escape. The immense strength applied by Wang Mingyuan made Wu Siming scream outright. His voice was incredibly sharp, completely losing its usual seductive charm. Pain almost made Wu Siming lose control of his bladder. Shaking his head immediately, he cried, I didn't betray you. How could I betray you? For your sake, I even betrayed Lu Xian. I did put the drug in the water, but they added another layer of water, so I feared the doses for Lu Xian and Gongcang wouldn't be strong enough, so I added extra medication. Perhaps, when they refilled the water, they already discarded the drugged part. Mingyuan, please believe me, believe me. Stop. It hurts too much. Wu Siming's pleading managed to calm Wang Mingyuan's anger a bit. Wang Mingyuan could tell Wu Siming wasn't lying. And at this point, all these events were in the past. Wang Mingyuan believed he would meet Lu Xian again one day. At that time, he would find a way to capture Lu Xian and personally tear off his wings, making him nothing more than a plaything on his bed. But now, Wang Mingyuan's gaze swept across Wu Siming's trembling legs, finally releasing the nub he'd almost yanked off. Reaching toward Wu Siming's wide-open legs, he embraced his waist, pulling him close in front of him. What else could Wu Siming do? Besides enduring, he could only secretly hate Gongcang for putting him in such a situation inside his heart. He firmly believed that this traitor had incited Lu Xian, thus leading to Lu Xian's betrayal of him. Yes, Wu Siming was certain of his belief, because if he didn't think this way, he might have collapsed already. He couldn't accept that Lu Xian would abandon him and let Li Qian and Gongcang scheme against him. Wu Siming was a pitiable person, but there was also something detestable about him. After traveling for 2 days, Lu Xian and the group finally reached the outskirts of Xiao Qing. According to the map sent over by Lu Xinwu, they finally understood their current location and destination. It must be said that compared to previously needing to cross through the edge of the city, the mission to rescue Windtalker was much easier. Because of its small size, Xiao Qing had improperly planned new and old districts. There wasn't enough land to build a proper university district, so the university district was constructed in a suburban area further out. Being newly built, apart from 2 universities that had begun accommodating students, other universities were still under construction and renovation. A school, especially a university, would never have a small number of people. There would be at least several thousand, and if it's a prestigious institute, with enough departments, over 10,000 students per campus is quite normal. However, the 2 schools already accepting students were a private school and a vocational college for beauty and hairdressing, both of which had relatively fewer people, a blessing in misfortune. Unfortunately, this stroke of luck ran out here. The school where Windtalker was hiding wasn't the beauty and hairdressing school with only around 300 people, instead, it was a private university with over 1,000 students. Thus, rescuing someone from within wouldn't be easy. After Lu Xian made contact with Lu Xinwu, Lu immediately connected with Windtalker. Upon hearing that someone was coming to save him, the first thought that came to Sutton's mind wasn't about his impending rescue but the chance to finally meet Lu Xinwu. His attractive lips curved into a beautiful smile. My friend, they don't need to come in. This campus is riddled with danger. Sutton stood by the window and looked down. The man he had thrown down had now become one of the zombies, shuffling slowly across the campus along with other unfortunate creatures. I know this campus very well. Your friends just need to wait for me outside the university gate. But I've seen these zombies, there are so many. Can you really handle them? Of course. Sutton blinked his big eyes and replied as if it was obvious, don't forget who I am, I'm the famous Windtalker. Although Lu Xinwu felt that Sutton's decision was somewhat reckless, he trusted Sutton's judgment and believed that this hacker, fluent in Mandarin, wouldn't risk his life recklessly. Before cutting off the connection, Lu Xinwu reiterated, if you encounter any trouble, don't hesitate to contact Lu Xian. I got it, don't worry about me. After saying this, Sutton disconnected, whistling lightly as he walked to the desk and opened his laptop computer. His 10 fingers quickly began tapping on the keyboard. Soon, the screen displayed surveillance footage of Lu Xian's group. Seeing such a large convoy heading toward his location, Sutton couldn't help but remark, even before this damn virus outbreak, I'd heard how face-conscious people in Huaxia are, they always welcome guests with grand gestures, and the more guests, the greater their respect. Oh, maintaining such grandeur even now shows how much they must appreciate my presence. His lively voice echoed throughout the room, and Sutton gained momentum. He shoved his few laptops into a black backpack, then used a mini handheld computer to control rock music, gradually luring the wandering zombies from the campus to the playground behind the teaching building. However, not all the zombies followed the music, quite a few still roamed aimlessly on the playground. Watching the remaining zombies, Sutton showed no fear. In one hand, he grabbed a small ironclad wooden table attached to a leg, and with a single kick, shattered the thick door that had remained unmoved despite being pushed and scratched by multiple zombies. The sturdy door splintered like a piece of thin cardboard under Sutton's strength. Shards flew and struck the nearby zombies, even forcing them back slightly. Hey, goodbye, everyone. Thanks for your company all this time. Taking advantage of the moment while the zombies were still struggling to get up, Sutton moved with remarkable agility, breaking the thigh bones of the nearest zombie. Without legs, the creature flailed uselessly on the ground, unable to keep up with Sutton's quick steps. Had Lu Xian been present, he might have noticed something bizarre. Among the zombies surrounding Sutton, some had decomposed long ago, yet others appeared fresher, as though they had died only a few days earlier. Their bodies retained a certain stiffness typical of newly deceased individuals. Sutton didn't give these zombies a second thought. Striding confidently, he wielded the two tables as both shield and weapon. Swinging them around, he appeared extremely formidable, and their effect was unmatched. With a flurry of movements, the ironclad tables crashed against the heads of the zombies, smashing their long-dead craniums. From upstairs down to the lower levels, the originally clean tables soon became unrecognizable, stained with blood and debris, but Sutton's movements never slowed. On the contrary, he continued forward briskly and without hesitation. The zombies scattered across the playground stood no chance against Sutton, just like those that had jammed the hallway earlier. As he approached the school gate, Sutton could already see the convoy waiting for him. Wielding one of the small tables, he smashed it into the skulls of several zombies running toward him. He then greeted the rescuers with a table still dripping with brain matter. "Hello there, my friends." Sutton's voice rang out crisp and clear. His face, angelic in its purity and beauty, made the incredible strength and violence he exhibited even more savage by contrast as he toppled each zombie. Lu Xian widened his eyes. Was this young foreign boy truly Wind Talker? This guy was too badass. By the time they reached the school gate, the zombies attracted to the playground had been mostly dealt with by Wind Talker, while the rest had fallen to Gong Song's gunfire. The school gate was locked, so climbing over was necessary since neither dismantling the heavy machinery nor crashing through with vehicles would be quick or easy tasks. Sutton understood this perfectly. He nodded at Lu Xian and said, "You're Lu Xian, right? You don't need to worry about me, I'll get out of this cursed place on my own." With that, Sutton turned and walked toward the school guardhouse. With a swift kick, he opened the door and dragged someone out. "Earlier, when this man fled here, he gave me some food. Now, he seems to have awakened a beast soul and hasn't turned into a zombie, so I must keep my promise to bring him along." Sutton looked at Lu Xian and asked, "Is it okay if I take him?" "No problem, but bringing someone might make it inconvenient for you to climb over." He-Yong watched in awe as Sutton dominated the playground with brute force, unable to resist trying to cozy up to the impressive foreigner. However, before He-Yong's people could fetch pliers to cut the thick chain securing the gates, as thick as a child's arm, Sutton simply hoisted the face-down man onto his shoulder and climbed up the iron gate, leaping down effortlessly. His monstrous strength combined with an unpredictable nature left everyone feeling that this foreigner was somewhat strange, and Lu Xian shared this impression. At that moment, Lu Xian received a call from Lu Xinwu. "Lu Xian, I've seen you rescue the person." Before Lu Xian could reply to Lu Xinwu, a loud voice sounded nearby. "Hey, hello there, my friend." Suddenly, the teen carried the unconscious man on his back and flashed 8 teeth in a sincere introduction. "Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sutton Martin. Please call me Sutton." He tapped on his handheld computer, and once again, the rock music that had accompanied him throughout his ordeal thundered loudly across the silent campus. "Livin' easy, lovin', free, season ticket, on a one-way ride. A skin, nothin', leave me be, tucking everything in my stride. Don't need reason, don't need rhyme. Ain't nothing I'd rather do. Goin' down, party time, my friends are gonna be there too." Chapter 69, Ogre. Many people didn't know how to interact with the unpredictable Sutton. This person gave others an odd feeling, but also seemed incredibly handsome. His good-looking face added even more charm to him, and both men and women developed a liking for him. More appealing articles. However, this liking was only skin-deep since anyone with eyes could easily tell that Sutton's thinking was not on the same line as normal people. Sutton didn't mind much. He found a car and threw the man he was carrying over his shoulder into it, then walked up to Lu Xian and shook hands warmly. "I know who you are, Lu Xian. You're Lu's good friend, just like a close brother, so in the future, you'll also be my big brother-in-law." Big brother-in-law? Lu Xian's smile froze on his face, unable to digest the shock of Sutton's words. According to what he knew, Lu Xinwu had never shown any affection towards Sutton. More importantly, weren't they friends because of their strong relationship through network hacking? How could Sutton think of such a thing? Lu Xian wanted to call Lu Xinwu to describe his current feelings, but Sutton gave him no such chance, sitting down firmly in his SUV. Big brother-in-law, I will go with you to see Lu. The bright smile accompanied by a crisp voice made Lu Xian utterly speechless. Gongsun watched the shock and helplessness in Lu Xian's eyes, smiled indulgently, don't worry, if Lu Xinwu doesn't want to, no one can force him. Just as Gongsun spoke these words, Sutton looked up at him, his clear gaze laced with a playful note. Was this alluring Chinese man consoling his lover and making assurances? Sutton took an interest in Gongsun but did not underestimate him. Everyone thought he was a genius hacker, yet his capabilities were not confined to the cyber world alone. His high IQ enabled him to quickly adapt to various environments. At the same time, Sutton was also a skilled problem solver and cleaner. Of course, this profession in the dark world was one of his jobs before the apocalypse. His previous career as an outstanding cleaner allowed Sutton to sense who could pose a threat from the people around him. Without question, Gongsun was definitely the one he respected most out of everyone. If possible, Sutton would have liked to spar with Gongsun. However, he felt this possibility wouldn't happen, since Lu Xian was Lu's brother. If he spars with Gongsun and Lu takes sides with them, he might get angry, which wouldn't be good. With that thought, Sutton smiled obediently at both of them, adopted a comfortable position in the car, and closed his eyes to recuperate. Dear Lu, we will meet soon. He softly hummed a strange melody and peacefully drifted into sleep. The journey from Liquor City to Feng City went smoothly, encountering no major trouble, but the situation became more complex as they neared Feng City. Close to the highway, there were many iron poles erected by the roadside, tied with zombies. At the same time, Lu Xian and his companions identified some bodies that were not zombies. When Gongsun went down to inspect the situation, Sutton followed too. The two checked the marks on those iron poles front and back. After 10 minutes or so, they returned to the group. This situation is probably worse than we expected. Gongsun turned and pointed at the corpses on the iron poles, explaining to everyone, most of these zombies were beaten to death with sticks, though a very small number were killed with headshots. It's the deaths of those living humans that make me uneasy. After pausing briefly, Gongsun truthfully told Lu Xian everything he saw. Most of the dead bodies inside were old and frail individuals. They looked very weak and had numerous traces of injury, including torture and knife wounds. There were also a few young male and female corpses whose bodies were even more severely abused. Not only were there signs of sexual abuse, but many parts of their bodies were missing. After Gongsun finished speaking, Sutton added, the missing parts of these people's bodies show signs of contraction and scarring. In my personal opinion, besides being sexually violated, these victims were likely used as reserve food, hence why their bodies are more severely damaged. Sutton's words not only made Lu Xian's expression sour but also turned the others' faces grim. After Gongsun had examined the marks, he was already able to judge what these poor people had suffered through. But since he didn't want to upset those with weaker nerves, he refrained from sharing it. Lu Xian was confused. When he had escaped this way in his previous life, he hadn't heard or encountered anything like this near Feng City. Thinking about it, Lu Xian looked at Gongsun, his eyes carrying a hint of thoughtfulness and speculation. In his past life, Feng City had been very safe, and by this point, Gongsun should have already entered Feng City and started its development, which meant none of this had happened. Could it be that all this occurred because he took Gongsun away? No, perhaps when he intended to expose what Julian had done, the butterfly's wings had already begun to flutter. Gongsun noticed Lu Xian's troubled expression. Having spent enough time with him, Gongsun could tell what Lu Xian was thinking. Just as now, Gongsun clearly saw that Lu Xian was feeling guilty, as if the deaths of these people were somehow connected to him. Lu Xian's sudden silence also caught Sutton's attention. He had interacted with Lu Xinwu more often and knew that the reason for the apocalypse was the stupid actions of the woman named Julian. However, he also sensed something strange. What exactly made Lu Xian and Lu Xinwu so particularly focused on this matter? Sutton himself was someone who was extremely well informed, yet if not for Lu Xinwu, he wouldn't even have paid attention to this event, let alone learned about it. From previous contacts with Lu Xinwu, Sutton could sense that Lu Xinwu had done many things, and they all seemed closely tied to this man before him. What kind of secrets were hidden within him? Gongsun noticed Sutton's gaze. He slightly lifted his head and sent a warning glance to make Sutton behave. Sutton knew that Lu Xian's mood swing was caused by his excessive talk, so he stopped staying there. Instead, he raised both of his hands in a gesture of surrender, slowly moving his body back. Who on earth would commit such terrible acts? Li Qian and He Yong, after hearing Sutton's words, went to check the specific conditions of the corpses and came back looking far from good. This matter had surpassed their imagination. If what Pasture Medical Center did was horrifying, then the experiences of these dead people could only be described as utterly inhumane. Some of the bodies inside were around 20 years old, but there were also a few teenagers just over 10 years of age. Even with swollen faces, the expressions of pain preserved on their corpses were clear. He Yong spoke softly. The older individuals were emaciated due to starvation, but the younger ones still retained plumpness in their bodies. So I dissected the stomach of one corpse to examine it, finding normal food residues inside. This proves that the perpetrators weren't short of food. They treated the victims this way merely to vent their own desires. Wait, Lu Xian suddenly remembered something, his eyes widening instantly. I remembered something. What is it? Did you figure out the identity of the ones responsible for these actions? I remember there's a prison in Feng City, not far from here, located in the suburbs of Feng City. Lu Xian had not immediately recalled this earlier because his memories were still stuck in the apocalypse of his former life. In his last life, this prison had already been dealt with by Gongcang, which is why it never crossed his mind. Seeing such an inhumane scene, Gongcang grew angry and wanted to resolve the issue. But their group included not just highly skilled soldiers, but also elderly, women, and children. After contemplating briefly, Gongcang said seriously, "Contact Lu Xinwu and ask him to check the current map and specific situation for us. The actions of the people at this place are unspeakably horrific, and I wish to eliminate these scum. However, we must consider the needs of others. Let's deliver them safely to Feng City first, then we'll go and clean up that prison." I also support Gongcang's idea. Li Qian and He Yong discussed for a moment before opening their mouths. The suffering these people endured may still be happening to others right now. Yet we cannot bring everyone with us to deal with it. If the other party's methods are so cruel, I assume they will also be extremely despicable. Perhaps they cannot inflict serious harm on those of us who have awakened with beast souls, but for the ordinary people behind us, it would be a different story. Gongcang's decision was incredibly cruel and starkly realistic, yet, there was no way they could ignore these people and take such risks. In silence, Lu Xian managed to contact Lu Xinwu, and with his help, they obtained relevant information about the prison and safe routes. The convoy sped quickly towards Feng City. However, despite their efforts to stay hidden, their movements were detected by guards at the prison outpost. There's a convoy trying to reach Feng City. The man sitting in the former prison guard office was around his early 40s, with a scruffy beard and sharp eyes like those of a hawk. His physique was very robust, with a tattooed body mostly covered under a sleeveless shirt, making him look far from decent. Have someone keep an eye on them and then ambush them before they reach Feng City. The man's voice was deep and commanding, directly triggering cheers among his subordinates outside. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's see what kind of quality these people are made of. I'm tired of playing with those ones below. Just brother gang's rusty silver gun is mighty fierce, If you're done with that girl, why not let your brothers try something fresh? Desire was the greatest driving force for humans. Watching the energetic appearance of his subordinates, the man smirked in satisfaction. Chapter 70, The Great Weapon. The convoy maintained a relatively fast speed, but the closer it got to Fengcheng, the more obstacles there were on the road. For safety, Li Qian had no choice but to order all vehicles to slow down, avoiding any issues. But as soon as the speed slowed, the possibility of trouble on the road increased significantly. Therefore, not only did the soldiers with awakened beast souls heighten their alertness, even the ordinary people without beast souls couldn't rest. Most of them looked cautious. We are about 30 kilometers away from Fengcheng now. If this part of the journey goes smoothly, then we can consider ourselves temporarily safe. He Yong and Lu Xian communicated via radio. Throughout their journey, those iron rods bound with zombies and human corpses weren't always visible by the roadside. They often reappeared when people least expected it, just as one let down their guard. The psychological torment brought by these occasional iron rods was immense. Even the stalwart soldiers felt the unrelenting pressure. The mental strain on everyone right now is quite heavy. Old Lu didn't pay much attention to this area earlier, so he can't offer too much help. Lu Xian's mood was somewhat low. He had been busy having Lu Xinwu track Julis, but he had overlooked an important point, to have Lu monitor the surrounding areas of Fengcheng. He had overly relied on his memory of that world post-apocalypse, forgetting that the relative safety of Fengcheng back then was because of Gongcang's existence. Don't overthink it. Things are hard to predict. Even if you were Zhuge Liang, a godlike strategist, you might not be able to foresee everything. Gongcang watched as Lu Xian kept frowning tightly, so he couldn't help but extend a finger and pressed it against his forehead. A finger slightly cooler than normal made Lu Xian lift his eyes to look at Gongcang. He knew Gongcang was right. He could plan for many things, but there were far too many variables, making control impossible. For now, his hope was simply for the convoy to safely reach Fengcheng. Such enormous mental stress inevitably led to physical exhaustion. But in this group, aside from the children who were still ignorant and less affected by fear, very few people could easily cope with such pressures. For instance, Gongcang, who had experienced countless battles, or Saitan, who had been highly competent as a cleaner before the apocalypse. After passing another iron rod by the road, Saitan observed the zombie attached to it still moving its limbs. A flicker of something indiscernible passed through his striking blue eyes. He spoke to Gongcang. You can sense how formidable that guy is, right? Upon hearing Satan's words, Lu Xian was surprised. That person was powerful. Who was Saitan talking about? Seeing Lu Xian's confused gaze, Saitan pointed ahead. Hey, bro-in-law, focus on driving. This powerful person I'm referring to, your brother surely senses him too. I do feel that the person behind all this is even scarier than anticipated. Gongcang admitted calmly, apart from the overwhelming number of iron rods at the beginning, we've mostly encountered scattered ones along the way. The person who arranged all this has an antisocial personality. You're being too polite, this guy's a brilliant psychopath. Saitan glanced at the empty road now, shrugged, and said, his intentions here aren't as simple as you think. Saitan licked his lips with interest, analyzing. As a predator, he initially set up those iron rods using zombie and human remains to announce their presence. With such a strong and terrifying demeanor, he intimidated everyone. But that was just the first step. Then he intermittently placed iron rods tied with zombies along the roadsides. Unlike the first set of zombies, these hadn't been killed, they merely had their teeth removed, to prevent biting, and their hands mutilated, to avoid scratching. Using these iron rods and zombies, he repeatedly reminded travelers of the initial impression, preventing anyone from getting proper rest. When speaking, Saitan noticed that there wasn't a trace of surprise on Gong Tsang's face. He instantly realized, Gong Tsang hadn't failed to guess what the man was up to, he just hadn't vocalized his concerns. Humph, I thought I understood more than you. Looks like you know everything, Saitan pouted slightly, as expected, seeing appraisal in Gong Tsang's eyes. What Saitan had mentioned earlier wasn't merely what Gong Tsang had observed, but it also confirmed something. Saitan was exactly as his intuition had told him. This handsome foreign boy wasn't as harmless as he appeared on the surface, he knew far more than what his age should allow, and his adaptability and psychological transformation were stronger than others. Noticing that Gong Tsang was guessing his identity, Saitan smiled at him and made a gesture with his hand, his pinky, ring finger, and middle finger pointing downward, while bending his index finger to let its tip touch the base of his thumb. When Gong Tsang saw this gesture, a flicker of mysterious light passed through his eyes. He hadn't expected Saitan to be a scavenger. But based on Gong Tsang's observations of Saitan, who was adept in hacking technology and had been a scavenger for 3 years, he believed there might still be other surprises from Saitan that he hadn't yet shared with them. And now, the dangerous feeling emanating from Saitan could finally be explained. However, after knowing Satan's background, Gong Tsang felt somewhat relieved instead. The identity Saitan revealed to him wasn't that simple, he was a family scavenger. The origin of the name, scavenger, wouldn't evoke fear, it was merely another term for someone who swept streets. But in the industry Saitan belonged to, scavengers often meant cleaning up messes for others in return for commissions. However, family scavengers were different. They usually worked to protect their family's interests by eliminating anyone standing in their way. This angelic-looking youth could undoubtedly do things that would surpass others' imaginations and terrify them. However, Gong Tsang could sense that Satan's affection for Lu Xinwu exceeded his expectations and imagination. This also meant that Saitan wouldn't harm those closest to Lu Xinwu. But Gong Tsang only focused on Saitan for a moment before his attention shifted back to the surroundings. Watching the scenery pass behind them, he suddenly picked up the radio and opened the communication channel. Hold on, Gong Tsang said decisively. There's an ambush ahead. Don't get out of the vehicles until I notify you. Lu Xian had just stepped on the brakes, slowly stopping the off-road vehicle. He nodded and said, something's definitely wrong ahead. I smell instant noodles, and no one in our group has eaten that today. In a place where zombies ran rampant, the smell of instant noodles inexplicably appearing was certainly strange. However, Saitan developed a keen interest in Lu Xian's awakened beast soul. Curious, he asked, what is your beast soul? Your nose seems quite sensitive. Lu Xian blushed slightly and replied, pig. No wonder, Saitan added. Your sensitivity to other scents isn't so good, but you can pick up the smell of food. Saitan sniffed the air once. My sense of smell is also decent, but I'm better at finding water sources. What's your beast soul? Lu Xian casually counter-asked. Saitan grinned broadly. Elephant. That explained why Saitan could fight zombies like they were gophers. But reality soon drew the trio's attention back again. The convoy behind them stopped upon hearing Gong Tsang's words. Gong Tsang immediately grabbed the sniper rifle, climbed onto the top of the SUV, while Saitan went to the arsenal at the back, selecting some weapons he liked, humming a little tune as he left. Not long after Saitan departed, Gong Tsang said to Lu Xian, go to the other vehicles and tell Li Qian and He Yong to drive along the left side of the road. Saitan and I will clear the way for them. Lu Xian softly murmured a yes, without getting out of the car, relaying Gong Tsang's message to the others via radio. Half a minute later, the vehicles behind them quickly took action. The roaring engines erupted in sound instantly, followed by bursts of gunfire coming from the front. Bang bang bang. Atop the SUV, Gong Tsang held the large sniper rifle like a venomous snake ready to strike its prey. With each gunshot, a scream of agony would immediately follow from not far away. Boss, they have snipers. What should we do? Should we retreat first? Seeing his fellow comrades nearby falling with a headshot, Peng Dingyu's face, covered in coarse flesh, was filled with terror. A comrade who had just been attacking their convoy beside him was now dead, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. He was a man who had been imprisoned for an accidental killing, whose hands had stained with blood since the apocalypse began. However, such swift and precise firepower completely shocked him. Pei Yong looked at Peng Dingyu's pale face, grinned, and kicked him out with a single foot. The force of Pei Yong's kick was immense, but what was even more terrifying was that his foot had sprouted several claws nearly 10 centimeters long. Gleaming with a silvery light, these sharp claws were like miniature daggers as they suddenly plunged into Peng Dingyu's abdomen. A spured sound rang out as blood splashed from Peng Dingyu's stomach. The claws swiped effortlessly, tearing the wound wide open, and the organs inside were shredded into several pieces. Internal organs, suspended by pale yellow membranes and fat, tumbled out under the barbs of the claws, emitting a strong stench of blood that shocked everyone nearby. Though Pei Yong smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, his eyes remained cold, sending shivers down the spines of the others. He cast a glance at Peng Dingyu who was gasping for breath on the ground and said in a low voice, "Anyone who wants to flee can take him as an example." Getting killed instantly by a sniper shot might seem quick and painful, but being killed by Pei Yong would be nothing short of a nightmare spent wandering in hell. Peng Dingyu's abdominal flesh, ripped apart by the claws, began to turn black and rot in the air, adding much suffering before his death. Such a method of execution pierced deeply into the hearts of the other people there. Seeing how shaken his subordinates were, Pei Yong nodded satisfactorily and looked toward the distance. Once he identified Gong Song's position, he ordered all of them, "If we can stop those supply vehicles, let's do it. If not, then focus on the people in that off-road vehicle. Someone got out of his car earlier, so have everyone be careful." After finishing his orders, Pei Yong grinned at a young girl who had been hiding beside him and said, "Xiao Hong, it's your turn to control the zombies for our sacrifice. If you can earn some merit today, I'll reward your sister with something good to eat later. But you should know, I don't keep useless people around. Although no one has touched your sister yet, plenty are interested in a little virgin. Brother Yong, I will do exactly as you've arranged, just please don't harm my sister." Xiao Hong appeared pale, her skin covered with a layer of black fur that looked quite horrifying. Careful observation revealed she had multiple small pupils above her eyes that extended to the edges of her hairline. To prove her capability, Xiao Hong shuddered, splitting her skin into several cracks, from which spider-sized creatures emerged, each about the size of a silver coin. These tiny spiders quickly crawled onto the zombies that the prisoners had herded toward the roadside, entering their ears. Shortly, the originally uncoordinated movements of the zombies became marginally more coherent. As more spiders entered the zombies' bodies, Xiao Hong's complexion turned increasingly ghastly white. She panted heavily, struggling to breathe as if her life hung in the balance. When Xiao Hong's spiders had successfully infiltrated the brains of all the zombies, she gave a nod to Pei Yong. Pei Yong immediately signaled his men, and they released the iron wire fences binding the zombies. The slow-moving zombies shuffled back and forth in a reserved location. Lao Chi released the smoke bombs. Under Pei Yong's command, another rough-looking man smashed 2 tin cans onto the ground. At the same time, a few people fanned large fans, scattering countless white powders across their area and enveloping them completely. Every prisoner lay in ambush, using the zombies to draw gunfire. Amidst sounds of explosions, each zombie collapsed to the ground, struck through the forehead. What astonished them even more than this impeccable sniping skill was the fact that the supply trucks didn't stop for a single second, charging straight through their defenses. With 100% accuracy and a 100% mortality rate, they had narrowly avoided a similar fate thanks to Xiao Hong's ability to briefly manipulate zombie movement and divert bullets. As a predator, Pei Yong hadn't encountered such intriguing opponents in a long time. Once the shooting ceased, he made his arrangements right away. Attack that person. Remember, his life is mine to claim. Yes. Boss. After firing all his ammunition, Gong Sang nimbly jumped off the roof of the vehicle. The scorching gun barrel burned a little when held, but without ammunition, it was useless. No matter how fond he was of it, it couldn't stay with him forever, so he tossed it behind the off-road vehicle in one swift motion. Saitan almost raided everything, and I haven't seen where he went. Lu Xian handed the remaining 4 magazines to Gong Sang, but Gong Sang refused to take them. Gong Sang picked up a row of small daggers and a black carbon steel military dagger, saying to Lu Xian, "These are all I need." Hearing the constantly approaching rustling footsteps, Gong Sang nodded and said, "Once it starts, protect yourself as much as possible, or I'll be distracted." As for Saitan, if I'm not mistaken, he has already started his attack. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian twitched his nostrils slightly, able to distinguish the increasing scent of blood in the murky air. They had stayed behind, they had to fight. This was not about morality or justice, they simply wanted to survive. Chapter 71, Powerful Gong Sang. After Lu Xian and Gong Sang separated, Lu Xian hid in a place slightly further away. He was fully aware that he couldn't be a burden to Gong Sang, otherwise it would cost Gong Sang his life. In the apocalypse, there are no rules, and everyone thinks only of surviving. Lu Xian is no exception, he wants to survive. Especially after Lu Xian finally found the warmth he yearned for, no matter how much effort it takes, he doesn't want to lose this warmth, and he doesn't want to lose Gong Sang. After confirming that Lu Xian was safely hidden, Gong Sang's expression changed slightly, losing the gentleness he showed before Lu Xian and becoming cold as ice. A black carbon steel military dagger was held inverted by Gong Sang. He deliberately concealed his presence. At the same time, he rolled up the sleeves of his clothes, allowing his skin to come into contact with the air. The beast soul of the giant squid allowed Gong Sang to sense the flow of the air, which undoubtedly was an added advantage for a top-tier hunter. Peng Yong's men only knew that Lu Xian had precise marksmanship, but they didn't know that it wasn't easy to become part of the Qianlong team. They were holding guns, machetes, and daggers, slowly advancing towards Gong Sang's location, moving forward in pairs, trying to trap Gong Sang and then let Peng Yong deal with him. Peng Yong's ferocity was not much worse than Gong Sang's bullets. The thought of Peng Dinyu, who arrogantly talked back in front of Peng Yong and was tortured to death, reminded all of them of their obligation to follow Peng Yong's orders without question. Smoke bombs spread around, obscuring Gong Sang's sight, but also obstructing the view of these people. Gong Sang used changes in air pressure to discern the positions of the enemies. As he gathered his breath, his whole body moved like a nimble black panther toward one group of convicts approaching him. Click. The man, intently focused while advancing forward, observed his surroundings carefully. His restricted vision could not see too far ahead, but his heightened concentration made his hearing sharper. When he heard the slight sound of a foot kicking a pebble, his eyes lit up. He immediately touched his companion, who looked at him confusedly. The man pointed towards the direction where the sound came from, and then to his ears, his excitement obvious on his face. Peng Yong rarely tells his subordinates whom he will personally kill, but once he sets his mind, it becomes an opportunity for someone to gain favor with him. Although the precedent set by Peng Dinyu made gaining favor with Peng Yong dangerous, the preferential treatment given to those deemed useful by Peng Yong was unimaginably superior. Living in this apocalypse, no one knows when they will meet their end. Rather than living cautiously in hunger and fear until dying as cannon fodder, it might be better to achieve some merit under Peng Yong's eye and live well for a day. Even among Peng Yong's followers, the treatment varies. These two men, though they ate regularly and enjoyed leisure activities, still found their food ingredients and portions inferior compared to what Peng Dinyu consumed. Furthermore, the beautiful women were either shared or solely owned by higher-ups, while those available to them were vastly inferior. If not for the apocalypse leaving few choices, these men wouldn't have settled for less quality based on what they had enjoyed pre-apocalypse. Thinking about having the same opportunities as Peng Dinyu to enjoy fine food and pleasures, the man quickened his steps. Although Peng Yong wanted to personally kill that person, he hadn't said anything about not being able to injure them. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the man planned to wound the sniper first and then call the boss over. Hiss. The man heard a sound similar to a water-filled balloon being punctured, simultaneously feeling a chill in his chest. Looking down, he saw a segment of a black military dagger protruding from his chest, blood gushing along the blade's grooves. Only then did he feel excruciating pain burst through his insides. He tried to warn his companion, but when he turned his head, he saw his companion lying on the ground, with a gaping hole also pierced through his chest. The blood still trickling out of the wound colored the soil beneath them crimson. Fear and unease overwhelmed the man, his pupils suddenly contracting, yet as the blood kept spurting out, his pupils dilated, strength left his body, and his consciousness fell into darkness. Gong Sang's technique was extremely skillful. When the black military dagger withdrew from the man's body, the skin and clothing wiped off most of the blood, leaving only a trace in the grooves. The corpse was then quietly placed on the ground by Gong Sang just like the companion of the previous man. Taking a glance at his hands, Gong Sang manipulated the beast's soul to condense a sphere of water, gently controlling it to flow along the groove above the dagger and thoroughly cleanse any remaining blood. The long, elegant fingers flicked the handle of the dagger slightly, flinging all the adhering water away. A streak of liquid marked the ground as Gong Sang looked toward another direction and stepped over. Lu Xian smelled the sudden burst of intense bloodiness and worried if Gong Sang had been injured. Yet, he heard nothing and couldn't help but think if he was worrying too much. Only after a moment, when he smelled a faint sea scent, did Lu Xian finally feel relieved. Thinking that Gong Sang didn't carry a single gun with him, Lu Xian developed immense curiosity about Satan. What was Satan up to, and why did he take so many weapons? By now, Satan had already moved far away from the battlefield where Gong Sang and Lu Xian were. For someone who awakened the elephant beast soul, those dreadful signs or obstacles set up nearby by the prison held no real use for him. Besides, Satan's target was never these people, his target would be far more interesting than them. And if Gong Sang couldn't handle these people, what qualification did he have to stand beside himself? Gong Sang, don't let me down. Recalling Gong Sang's striking yet oddly upright face, Satan cheerfully hummed a tune, thrusting the gun barrel straight into the person leading the way before him, saying lightly, "Friend, you're walking too slow. Afraid of stepping on ants? Or do you want to become one?" This light-hearted tone combined with this sentence seemed peculiarly innocent, yet the man guiding ahead trembled violently upon hearing it. He didn't dare look back even once, merely trying his best to steady his steps and quicken his pace. As Satan said, this man certainly didn't wish to become an ant either. Just recently, he had witnessed firsthand how this pretty foreign youth crushed his blabbering companion's head with a single kick, and he did not wish to be the next unlucky one. With that thought, the man shivered and softly spoke to Satan, "We're almost there, almost there." Satan hummed through his nose, his heart still beating at the same rhythm as before, but his steps clearly became faster than his previously leisurely pace. However, this exercise did not change Satan in any way. In stark contrast to the man in front drenched in sweat, not a single drop rolled off Satan, making him seem like a monster. No, to many, Satan Martin was originally a monster. As time passed, the smoke bombs gradually lost their effect, visibility for everyone increased significantly. Pei Yong, who had been waiting to hunt Gong Sang, discovered that less than half of his subordinates remained. Upon closer inspection, he saw a body lying not far from him, one of his own men. Pei Yong had excellent eyesight, and he instantly spotted the cause of death. This man's neck hung twisted to one side as though kneaded like dough, with the bones inside likely shattered into fragments, suggesting how immensely powerful the person who killed him must have been. Upon seeing the ghastly sight of his subordinate, Pei Yong felt no fear or anxiety. On the contrary, excitement spread across his face. His blood surged due to overexcitement, even red blood vessels creeping into the whites of his eyes, making his entire face appear much more ferocious. He took deep breaths, attempting to control his overly excited emotions. From his throat came two words, strained out. Interesting. Gong Song did not cease his attacks because of the dissipation of the smoke bombs. Like a hidden grim reaper lurking in the dark, he used every means possible to claim lives. Nevertheless, despite being formidable, Gong Song encountered some troublesome opponents during ambushes and sneak attacks, even sustaining some injuries. The most severe wound was on his waist, inflicted by a person with the awakened brown bear beast soul during their dying counterattack. The sharp nails left claw marks 1 centimeter deep on Gong Song's waist as he retreated. However, the injury did not slow down Gong Song's speed in killing his opponents. Without the cover of smoke bombs, his approach to his enemies became much faster. During this time, although Gong Song had given his gun to Lu Xian, the weapons in the hands of these men after they died were taken by Gong Song. With clear sight lines, Gong Song displayed an almost demonic level of skill. Even without a sniper rifle, he could guarantee 100% headshot accuracy while running and moving. And when visibility cleared, Lu Xian also joined the battle. His marksmanship was exceptional, and any opponent that Lu Xian judged as a threat to Gong Song would be attacked immediately. Several people fell under Lu Xian's gunfire, but whenever they tried to pursue him, Lu Xian would run off without a word, leaving them frustrated. No matter what Gong Song was doing, Lu Xian would make sure to eliminate the enemy first thing. Unable to defeat Gong Song in close combat and unable to kill either Gong Song or Lu Xian from a distance, despite Pei Yong's continued authority, his subordinates started to lose morale, slowing down both the frequency and speed of their attacks against Gong Song. Each one hoped that someone else would die for them so they might survive. Seeing that his men were losing their nerve, Pei Yong stepped forward a few paces and directly twisted the head off a subordinate who dared block his path. The scream began but abruptly ended as the sound of bones cracking and flesh tearing rang out. Everyone's attention focused on Pei Yong. Upon seeing the head in Pei Yong's hand, even those who feared him wanted nothing more to do with this terrifying man. They abandoned their attacks on Gong Song, glancing at each other unspokenly, then left the battlefield. These prisoners gathered together as a mob, and even with a fearsome leader like Pei Yong, their fear outweighed their trust in him. Now, having to fight an unprecedentedly strong opponent and endure Pei Yong's cruelty was simply too much, no matter how good the conditions might be. Moreover, if they left now, Pei Yong would surely confront Gong Song. These men believed that Gong Song could certainly match Pei Yong, buying them enough time to return to the prison and take away what or whom they wanted. Following Pei Yong had allowed them to play big, but now they couldn't afford it anymore. Chapter 72, Komodo Dragon Beast Soul. As these prisoners were leaving, Gong Song and Lu Xian didn't intercept them, allowing them to leave the battlefield. The purpose of Gong Song and his team staying behind was only one, to ensure that the convoy could pass safely. So at this moment, as these prisoners wanted to leave, they wouldn't intervene without reason. Besides, Lu Xian had run out of bullets, and if he continued fighting, he probably wouldn't end up well. Pei Yong had no intention of leaving. He didn't feel any anger seeing his subordinates go, because the opponent he wanted to challenge wasn't those weak and incapable people, but this handsome man in front of him, who looked like a fairy-like enchantress and yet was strong. "My name is Pei Yong, what's yours?" Pei Yong licked his lips, throwing the head in his hand aside like garbage, flashing Gong Song a toothy smile. Although his face looked kind, Gong Song showed no desire to chat, just coldly looking at him, gripping the military dagger tightly. This man named Pei Yong sounded somewhat familiar. Lu Xian felt that he had heard of this person somewhere, but for the moment, he couldn't remember where. Just then, an old news clip flashed through his mind, and Lu Xian finally remembered where he had seen this man. Gong Song, this man named Pei Yong is a serial killer. He enjoys torturing female soldiers and police officers, not only killing those poor women but also eating parts of their bodies. He's a total psycho. Lu Xian shouted loudly, and at the same time, he saw Pei Yong move. At this point, Sutton and the unlucky man who became his guide had already arrived at the prison. This prison located in Fengcheng mainly housed death row inmates and life sentence prisoners, filled with ferocious or utterly depraved offenders. But even so, before the apocalypse, the prison still managed to set up some arrangements that encouraged the prisoners, such as the slogans on the white walls beside the iron gray gate that read, "Making a mistake doesn't have to mean regret for a lifetime, today's decision can help you start over." However, after the apocalypse, the words on the prison walls had faded significantly. The once snow-white walls were now spotted, and many of the red slogans were covered with dark dried blood, making it impossible to recognize the original font outlines. Before the apocalypse. Although there were guards at the watchtower, they weren't cautious enough when recognizing the ones who left in the morning, and thus opened the gate. The instant the prison gates opened, Sutton hiding in a concealed spot shot the guard on duty, and simultaneously carried his weapons into the prison. Following the deal with the unlucky guide, he let the man go. When the man heard Sutton telling him to leave immediately, he even wanted to kneel down and kiss Sutton's feet, thanking him for his kindness. He was not a fool. Upon seeing how Sutton had disposed of his comrades, he already knew that this man's ruthlessness and capability would be comparable to Pei Yong. Despite the verbal agreement made with Sutton, he was still constantly anxious. Now certain that he wouldn't die, the man expressed thanks to Sutton's back, then turned around and fled wildly. He didn't know where he was going, but he knew that as long as he stayed away from this terrible place, that was enough. However, the man did not know that Sutton originally planned to eliminate him, until he heard the man say, "Thank you," causing Sutton to think for 3 seconds and decided to spare his life. There weren't many people in this world who knew how to express gratitude, and Pei Yong's gratitude slightly improved Sutton's mood. After all, both before and after the apocalypse, Sutton had encountered countless ungrateful people, like the guy he threw downstairs. Phew. I must stop daydreaming and clear out these pieces of trash properly. After all, I am a man with my own goals. Sutton took a deep breath and walked decisively toward the people rushing toward him. His current feeling was like a starving lion encountering a flock of sheep charging at him, absolutely wonderful. And those people rushing toward him hadn't realized the danger emanating from this foreign handsome teenager who looked extremely pretty. They mostly lusted after Sutton's beauty, and some had started fantasizing about what they would do to him once they conquered this little pony. Facing the people whose eyes gleamed with ill intent, Sutton smiled more innocently, more seductively. Pei Yong summoned his own beast soul, which was clearly more powerful than others. Not only had the size of the beast soul grown larger, but it was also evident that the soul had developed significantly. If one were to compare the other beast souls as cute newborns just out of the womb, Pei Yong's beast soul had surpassed that stage and entered a toddler phase. Pei Yong's beast soul was a reptile, specifically, a Komodo dragon, the largest lizard currently in existence in the world. This terrifying creature could act so savagely that it might devour its young or even adult members of its own species. When the Komodo dragon beast soul appeared, it let out a hissing roar at Gong Song, and its cold-blooded eyes gleamed with the same excitement as Pei Yong's. There was no doubt that the Komodo dragon beast soul resonated deeply with Pei Yong. This frightening man, whose desires had transformed into sadistic impulses and an insatiable appetite, mirrored the behavior of the Komodo dragon. Furthermore, his preference for eating members of his own kind led Pei Yong to discover that by devouring others' beast souls, he could advance more quickly. Pei Yong developed an extraordinary interest in the formidable yet beautiful Gong Song, giving him another compelling reason to possess Gong Song. Pei Yong thought, after dealing with Gong Song, he would slowly eat her. He would bring her body back to the prison and eat a little every day. Lu Xian noticed Pei Yong's Komodo dragon beast soul and his heart skipped a beat. If Pei Yong's beast soul had evolved, it meant he would inherit more abilities and strength from the Komodo dragon. If so, it would be much more difficult for Gong Song to handle Pei Yong. Lu Xian didn't hesitate any longer and dashed away from his hiding place. He wanted to search around for something he could use to his advantage. Although Pei Yong sensed Lu Xian leaving, he paid no attention to it. The only thing he cared about was the man standing before him. Gong Song's strength and beauty irresistibly attracted Pei Yong. To his surprise, the part of him that usually only stood up when feeling the warmth of blood and organs during cruel killings was now completely erect, filled with intense excitement. He could even feel the pleasure mixed with pain as this raised area rubbed against his pants. This was a situation Pei Yong had never encountered before, and his smile became extraordinarily radiant. The thought repeatedly running through his mind was simple: he wanted to have Gong Song, and he wanted to savor this person properly. Pei Yong's beast soul then merged with his body. At the same time, scales appeared on his skin. Those who had observed the Komodo dragon beast soul closely wouldn't find it hard to recognize these scales as identical to the Komodo dragons. Pei Yong clenched his fist and slammed it towards Gong Song. Gong Song had anticipated Pei Yong's attack and directly sent his military dagger forward to meet Pei Yong's punch. Gong Song internally calculated that if this blow succeeded, it would likely humble Pei Yong. However, Gong Song's attack failed to inflict significant damage on him. He heard a sound like that of a sharp object scraping against metal and looked closely. His strike hadn't missed, but instead of flesh, there was a layer of gray covering Pei Yong's fist. With the combined weight of his body and strength concentrated on the military dagger, this force should have been enough to wound the opponent. Yet, it was unexpectedly blocked, prompting a fleeting expression of surprise in Gong Song's eyes before he quickly responded by dodging the momentum of Pei Yong's assault. Gong Song examined Pei Yong's fists carefully and noticed they were covered with scales. These scales not only provided Pei Yong with defense but also enhanced his attacking capabilities. The prominent ridges on the surface of the scales made his punches even more lethal. Naturally, Gong Song wasn't foolish enough to directly compete with Pei Yong in terms of brute force. Suddenly exerting force underfoot, his whole body swiftly shifted to the side. And Pei Yong, seeing Gong Song evade, showed no surprise. He skillfully followed Lu Xian's direction and continued his attack. The huge fist, accompanied by a whooshing sound breaking the air, carried such overwhelming power that even before hitting Gong Song, he already sensed the terrifying change in the air. Without being surprised at being pursued by Pei Yong, Gong Song kept changing his stance to avoid the attacks. Pei Yong's movements, though not as agile and fast as Gong Song's, were far from weak. Each time, he was almost able to strike Gong Sang, and his punches grew increasingly powerful. The pressure on Gong Sang continued to mount. If Gong Sang couldn't evade in time, serious injury or even death awaited him. In the face of such an opponent, Gong Sang seemed utterly unfazed by the looming danger. His lean body, evenly covered with sensual muscles, managed to dodge at the very last moment every time Pei Yong's attacks came close. At the same time, Pei Yong's beast soul suddenly arched its body and leapt directly onto Gong Sang, aiming for his neck with a bite. The beast soul could not directly attack the physical body, but its motion was directed not at Gong Sang himself, but at the giant squid beast soul within Gong Sang's body that had awoken. Gong Sang naturally wouldn't allow his own beast soul to be captured without resistance. If the giant squid beast soul were bitten to death, he didn't know what might happen to his body, but he could foresee that there would be a chance that all the changes the beast soul had bestowed upon him could disappear. The giant squid beast soul instantly burst out of Gong Sang's body, releasing a large cloud of ink straight toward the Komodo dragon ahead. Chapter 73, The Choice is Yours. As Gong Sang S appeared, Pei Yong sneered. He thought Gong Sang S must be something special, but he never expected Gong Sang S to be a squishy soft-bodied animal. Even if it could spray ink, so what? Wouldn't his Komodo dragon still have the upper hand? Pei Yong, looking at that floppy giant squid, couldn't help but say to Gong Sang, "It seems you're as nothing extraordinary. How about you surrender willingly? I promise to make your death comfortable, not like those who don't know their places." Gong Sang looked coldly at Pei Yong and didn't utter a word. He recalled the mutilated parts on the corpses of those young men and women, and as he looked at Pei Yong, there was a touch more disgust in his gaze. The proud and icy stare made Pei Yong feel as though he had been scratched by cat claws. He couldn't wait to charge towards Gong Sang and launched another attack. Huge fists struck quickly and forcefully towards Gong Sang, bursting with great speed and pressing down heavily on him until he struggled to breathe. At the same time, the Komodo dragon and the giant squid were entangled in combat. The Komodo dragon with its sharp teeth slashed with its claws, as if trying to rip the giant squid apart with fierce determination. Though the giant squid appeared still in its juvenile stage, it had undergone some changes and improvements over this period. It had grown twice its previous size, its formerly pink and almost transparent body had thickened somewhat. Faced with the Komodo dragon's attacks, it simply swayed left and right using its flexible body to evade direct strikes. The giant squid, an extremely intelligent mollusk, did not foolishly engage head-on against a stronger enemy, instead leveraging its own advantages to turn the situation around. In this ongoing back and forth of dodging and countering, each attack from the Komodo dragon missed its mark. Though it maintained the initial advantage, advancing further proved difficult. This scenario drove the inherently anxious Komodo dragon into a frenzy. Opening its huge mouth with a roar, it lashed out with its tail, rushing towards the giant squid. Ignoring its own defense entirely, it focused solely on annihilating the giant squid. At this moment, the battle between Pei Yong and Gong Sang had also entered a deadlock. Although Gong Sang couldn't handle Pei Yong's punches, every time he managed to block them with a military dagger. Pei Yong's skin encased in scales prevented injury, the most discomfort was the counterforce pushing against him. Persisting in his attacks for a long time, Pei Yong couldn't help but wonder if Gong Sang had some problem in his head. Didn't he see that Pei Yong already had an absolute advantage? Now, while Gong Sang still had the strength to dodge, regardless of how much he escaped, ultimate death was inevitable. Just when Pei Yong was confused, Gong Sang switched from defense to offense. Withdrawing the military dagger in his hand, he actually used his palm to intercept Pei Yong's punch. Seeing that beautiful white hand spread open, ready to meet his punch, Pei Yong smirked with a savage smile. Increasing his power by a third, he hurled it towards Gong Sang. Just thinking of Gong Sang being destroyed by his hands, Pei Yong felt his body heat up even more fiercely. Gong Sang daring to use his hand to meet Pei Yong's punch wasn't due to arrogance, but preparation. In their earlier sparring rounds, Gong Sang had already figured out Pei Yong's capabilities. After assessing, now it was time for Gong Sang to repay the favor. When Pei Yong's punch reached Gong Sang, his 5 fingers bent into a claw shape. The slender fingers cradled the massive fist. Simultaneously, with his arm thrust forward, the force gathered and then suddenly released backwards. To Pei Yong's surprise, the powerful punch that should have shattered both hand and arm failed to do any harm. As soon as Gong Sang's fingers latched onto Pei Yong's fist, he abruptly increased the force backwards. Instantly, Pei Yong lost balance, thrown violently off course by his own force. In that instant when Pei Yong lost control of his body, all of his previous fantasies vanished. However, his realization came too late. With a light step, Gong Sang gracefully shifted out of Pei Yong's falling body path. At the same time, Gong Sang raised his right hand and transformed it into a knife-like strike towards Pei Yong's neck. Crack! With unimaginable force applied in an instant, Gong Sang released a sudden burst of energy through the edge of his palm as it met with Pei Yong's vertebrae. It broke through the solid scales to sever Pei Yong's cervical spine. The crisp sound of bones snapping brought a fleeting sense of despair to Pei Yong's mind, but it was already too late for him to respond. The force behind that last blow had been so immense it even damaged his throat. Now, all Pei Yong could do was emit wheezing gasps from his mouth, he could no longer utter a word. The moment his cervical vertebrae snapped, Pei Yong lost all control over his body and fell straight down like a sack of wet mud. Pei Yong never imagined that he, who'd consistently held the upper hand in their duel, would fall victim to Gong Cang's hands. Filled with uncontrollable rage, something even worse soon happened. Despite its larger size compared to the juvenile giant squid, Pei Yong's Komodo dragon was unexpectedly enveloped by the squid after some exchanges of attack and defense, rendering any effort to break free impossible before entering the battle. Upon being encircled, the Komodo dragon immediately opened its massive jaws and lunged toward the approaching giant squid. At that exact moment, the giant squid swelled twice in size and opened its mouth, revealing a razor-sharp beak, as it swallowed the Komodo dragon whole into its body. What filled Pei Yong with even greater despair was how not only did his fail to escape from the giant squid's mouth, but it died in an embarrassingly hideous manner as it was absorbed. Giant squids, apart from grinding their prey with sharp teeth, also use suckers to extract the fluids of their prey. Clearly, after capturing its prey, the giant squid initiates an extremely long and agonizing death process for its victims. As his suffered through this unbearable demise, so did Pei Yong. The pain endured by A upon annihilation is partially reflected onto its host, and this torment doesn't manifest physically or via nerves, it happens within one's consciousness. At this point, Pei Yong felt as if existence itself had become insufferable. Although he had lost all sensation in his body, the sensation of being suction dry, blood, and even cellular fluid being drawn out, remained vividly real inside his consciousness. Such suffering cannot be described in words. If pushed to articulate it, Pei Yong could only hope for swift death. When Lu Xian returned with his weapon, what he saw was exactly this scene. Gong Cang stood tall, slightly lowering his head as he stared at the spasming Pei Yong on the ground. Pei Yong no longer retained the composed demeanor from before, along with the arrogant air of controlling others' lives and revealing malicious intentions without reservation. The area beneath Pei Yong had become an unsightly mess due to the total collapse from overwhelming pain and loss of bodily control. Feces and urine created such a foul smell it almost made Lu Xian sick. Lu Xian thought to grant Pei Yong a quick end, but before his finger even touched the trigger, Gong Cang gestured for him to stop. Gong Cang didn't care about Pei Yong's fantasies regarding himself, he stopped Lu Xian simply because of one reason. He doesn't deserve your mercy. Indeed, Gong Cang believed that this person was not worth Lu Xian alleviating his anguish. Since Pei Yong chose a survival of the fittest approach, now that the opportunity has ripened, Gong Cang didn't mind letting Pei Yong experience what it feels like to become prey and a weaker being. Some people are sheer evil incarnate and don't deserve forgiveness. If those who cause such suffering die quickly, who then will bring closure to the pain inflicted upon their victims? Sometimes, repaying evil with evil, though bloody and dirtying one's own hands, is the best way to restore justice to those who died unjustly. Lu Xian suddenly remembered the men, women, and children cruelly bound to iron poles and met their tragic end at Pei Yong's hands. In response to Pei Yong's desperate gaze seeking relief, Lu Xian sheathed his weapon. Just as Gong Cang said, someone as deranged as Pei Yong didn't deserve salvation. Sutton, having fun inside the prison, remained unaware whether Lu Xian and Gong Cang had already dealt with Pei Yong. Faced with countless opponents, he efficiently dispatched the lives of those attempting resistance and attacks against him in an incredibly professional manner. Damn it! Where did this kid come from? Shit, if this keeps up, everyone in the entire prison will be slaughtered. The man firing a gun at Sutton saw that his bullets were clearly aimed accurately, yet Sutton effortlessly evaded them with a mere turn of his body. He was so furious he almost crushed his own teeth. This guy, where did he come from? It's like fighting an invincible machine, more crucially, he actually is like one. From entering through the gate, he cut through the prison population just as easily as chopping chickens in a market. Both sides lacked sniper rifles, so the combat basically amounted to close-quarters fighting or short-range shooting. Despite this, Sutton emerged with only minor wounds, his vital areas remained completely untouched. As for the corpses on the ground, each one had either been hit in the heart, suffered a headshot, or had their own weapon turned against them, resulting in their deaths. The entire process was so efficient that not a single unnecessary movement was wasted. Sutton was like an old-school gentleman taking a stroll under the sun, his movements precise and unhurried. His calm rhythm infuriated the prisoners to the point of bloodshot eyes, only to break their spirit completely after they lost control. For those wise enough, they surrendered immediately, dropping their weapons and lying face down to signal no threat, while others weren't as fortunate. In the moments they hesitated, Sutton quickly decided their fate for them. However, for those who were clearly oppressed and bullied, Sutton didn't unleash much more killing. He figured these individuals had endured enough hardships, he didn't want to burden them further. But if someone tried to blend in among them to counterattack, or foolishly thought defeating him would please their tormentors, Sutton saw no other choice but to send them straight to God's hands to cleanse their souls. Though Sutton spared the lives of those who surrendered, he didn't lift a finger to stop the victims of oppression from exacting revenge. When a 15 or 16-year-old girl approached, sobbing, ready to kill a man, Sutton even kindly taught her how to stab a knife into the man's heart. After Lu Xian and Gong Cang dealt with Pei Yong, they naturally wouldn't neglect the situation at the prison. Moreover, after realizing Sutton had disappeared, they roughly guessed what he intended to do. When they arrived at the prison, they witnessed Sutton organizing the remaining people and commanding a group to load supplies onto a pickup truck. It seemed Sutton had subdued all the remaining personnel in the prison, but upon seeing his arrangement, Lu Xian asked somewhat exasperatedly, "Sutton, what exactly are you doing?" "Hey, I'm just putting together the dowry," Sutton replied innocently, explaining his plan to Lu Xian without a trace of malice. "There's a saying in your country, a drop of kindness calls for a spring of gratitude and, a life-saving grace deserves one's devotion. I've heard dowries are popular in China, so I worked hard to get all this stuff. Are you satisfied with what you see?" Lu Xian found himself speechless. This negotiation expert who dominated the business world discovered there was nothing he could say now. Sutton's words individually made sense, but when put together, Lu Xian felt inexplicably furious inside. Among the men and women who finished loading the supplies, one woman in her 20s stepped forward after observing the three talking. She forced out a smile and said, "What are you gentlemen going to do with us? If you can give us something to eat, we're willing to do anything for you, whatever you want." Lu Xian's gaze shifted past the woman, focusing instead on the young boy and girl standing nearby. At this moment, the woman took a step forward, shielding the two youngest girls and sending Lu Xian a flirtatious wink. The woman appeared well-born, with proper speech and manners. Though she wasn't exceptionally beautiful, her gentleness was enough to make any man's heart flutter. In the apocalyptic world, such a delicate woman would be subjected to exploitation and abuse. Yet despite everything, she still tried to protect those weaker than herself. Lu Xian's attention returned to the woman. Looking into her eyes, which brimmed with panic yet attempted composure, Lu Xian didn't speak. Instead, he whispered something quietly to Gong Tsang. Gong Tsang examined these people and noticed they mostly looked like former slaves. Nodding, he told Lu Xian a couple of things. Lu Xian took a deep breath before softly addressing them. "We plan to establish a settlement in Fengcheng. If you're willing, you can come with us. Once there, if you want to sit back and eat by doing nothing, I won't interfere because that's your freedom, it's a need humans have too. But I'll also provide opportunities for you to work for your food honorably, ensuring you aren't forced to do anything against your will. Whether you join us or not, and how you earn your meal, is entirely your decision. Now you can first think about the first question, and we'll discuss the rest when we reach Fengcheng." Lu Xian's words left the woman and the others exchanging bewildered glances. They had understood what Lu Xian said, but they couldn't believe their ears. The impact of his words left them almost speechless. They had survived until now in this apocalyptic world, with no signs of any beast soul awakening, which turned them into slaves for these prisoners. Not only did they endure all kinds of hard labor, but they were also forced to do things against their will at the whims of the prisoners. This woman was originally the younger sister of a prison guard who had come to visit her brother when she got caught up in this disaster. Her brother died under the teeth of a mutated zombie, and she became property of the prisoners, treated just like the other young boys and girls being repeatedly violated by those vile men. Surviving in this apocalypse was already difficult enough, and they had resigned themselves to it, hoping only to find masters who wouldn't mistreat them and would give them a bite to eat. But now Lu Xian was telling them that they didn't have to degrade themselves as playthings to earn food and protection. This news seemed too good to be true. But was Lu Xian speaking the truth? This question didn't just arise in the woman's mind but in everyone else's as well. Opportunities like this were rare. No one could be certain that staying behind would ensure their survival, nor could they confirm whether they'd be safe from other dangerous people after these prisoners were gone. The woman pondered for a moment, her eyes flickering for a long time before finally making her choice. She took a step forward and firmly told Lu Xian, "I'll go with you." Chapter 74, Give a Chance. After the woman was the first to stand up, more people came out afterward. However, even though the majority of people came out, there were still those who stood in place without moving. Judging from their expressions, they did not trust Lu Xian and Gong Tsang, so they decided to stay behind. Just then, the woman looked at a girl hiding behind several others and walked up to her, asking, "Lingling, are you not leaving?" This Lingling girl appeared a bit neater in attire compared to the others. Apart from being thin, she had no signs of injury on her body. Among this group, it wasn't too noticeable, but when viewed individually, it was clear that her condition was much better than the others. Lingling glanced at the woman and gently shook her head, saying, "Sister Fan, I will wait for my sister to come back. Xiao Hong hasn't returned yet, perhaps." Fan Lily looked at Xiao Ling's tense little face and couldn't help but persuade, "Lingling, why don't you follow us first, and if Xiao Hong returns and knows you've arrived in Fengcheng, she'll surely come looking for you." "I'm not leaving. Without my sister, I won't go anywhere." Xiao Ling pulled away from Fan Lily's hand, retreating into the crowd, looking around with cautious and wary eyes. At this moment, someone beside Fan Lily gently pulled on her, advising, "Sister Fan, if Xiao Ling doesn't want to go with us, let it be. She can live this easily because her sister has been helping the wrong people, she isn't any good person either." "My sister is a good person." Xiao Ling heard others speak ill of her sister and jumped up, ready to argue with them. Within her frail frame seemed to be stored immense energy, her previously soft eyes now sparkled with fire. "You mustn't insult my sister." Fan Lily immediately stopped the person beside her and seriously said, "Although Xiao Hong follows along with those people, she shares what she gets with everyone." Xiao Ling nodded rapidly upon hearing Fan Lily speaking on her behalf. She knew that everyone disliked them due to her sister working for those people, but in her eyes, her sister was the best person in the world for her, no one could surpass her. Lu Xian deduced Xiao Hong's identity from the conversation between Fan Lily and Xiao Ling. He asked Xiao Ling, did your sister leave with those people to intercept today? However, I've never killed a woman. Gong Tsang thought about his previous targets for sniping and assassination, and also shook his head, I don't recall having killed women. Accurately speaking, whoever didn't directly attack me, I let go. Thinking about this, Gong Tsang remembered during his duel with Pei Yong, there seemed to be a woman's figure among the people who had left. When I killed Pei Yong, your sister might have left with others. But why hasn't my sister returned? You're lying. You must have already killed my sister. Upon hearing that Gong Tsang could kill Pei Yong, Xiao Ling instantly believed he had deceived her and her sister had likely been killed by this man. Seeing Xiao Ling sob uncontrollably, Fan Lily instinctively hugged her shoulders, consoling her softly. Just at that moment, a voice came from outside. Lingling. As soon as Xiao Ling heard this voice, she jumped up and rushed toward where the sound came from. And Gong Tsang and the others also followed the sound with their gaze, spotting an ordinary-looking woman hugging Xiao Ling together right away. Sister, you're not dead, that's wonderful. Xiao Ling buried her head in Xiao Hong's embrace and cried out loud as if trying to cry away all her worries. Xiao Hong glanced at Gong Tsang and Lu Xian and comforted Xiao Ling quietly in her ear, they did not kill us all, and they let us go if we wanted to leave. Previously, after Xiao Hong followed those people back, she heard gunfights inside. Those people ran off to save their lives, but Xiao Hong could not bear to abandon her younger sister and hid outside observing the situation. When Xiao Hong saw Lu Xian and Gong Tsang, she listened to Lu Xian's words and felt they were different from Pei Yong. Seeing Xiao Ling crying over her safety made Xiao Hong unable to hide anymore. Mister, earlier when I encountered you. Xiao Hong wanted to explain why she was with those people led by Pei Yong, but Sudden interrupted her directly with a wave of his hand, what you thought or did is no longer important. It's fine if you want to go to the gathering place. The surrounding people were shocked upon hearing Sudden say so, and they never expected Sudden, this great killing deity, would be so easygoing. Seeing those relaxed faces, Lu Xian felt these people were too naive, Sudden wouldn't be as easy to deal with as they imagined. Sure enough, after Sudden saw the relaxed posture of these people, he grinned and said, anyway, I am just a sweeper. If any trash appears, I'll just sweep it away. As he spoke, Sudden glanced at the bodies on the ground that hadn't yet stiffened, as expected, causing everyone's expressions to change. Don't be afraid, alright? Wasn't what I said earlier all for your own good? Seeing everyone avoiding his gaze as if they had seen a ghost, Sudden gave an innocent smile, to prevent you from unintentionally doing something you shouldn't. Since Sudden played the bad cop, Lu Xian naturally became the good cop. He nodded at Sudden who casually returned to the pickup to continue counting his dowry. Lu Xian stood where Sudden had been earlier, directly addressing everyone. What Sudden said might not have been pleasant to hear, but it's the truth. And we welcome anyone who hasn't previously done anything especially vile. Lu Xian did not elaborate on how those with exceptionally vile pasts would be handled because, after observing carefully, he was very sure of one thing, within the scope of the prison, almost all of the people who followed Pei Yong in doing wrong were already dealt with by Sudden. Even some clever ones who chose to surrender could not escape the angry attacks of those who had been oppressed. Xiao Hong understood that the statements made by Lu Xian and Sudden explained her identity and positioning. She thanked Lu Xian gratefully, thank you, we also want to join your settlement. After taking stock, more than 20 people were willing to follow Lu Xian. Aside from the 4 in Lu Xian's SUV, the rest squeezed into 2 pickups. The last dozen or so who still didn't trust Lu Xian remained in the prison, believing they could survive using the conditions there even though they had no awakened beast souls. For these people, Lu Xian did not force them to leave, leaving them a portion of the supplies plundered by Sudden before departing toward Fengqing with those willing to leave. Not long after leaving the prison, Lu Xian's convoy encountered rushing military vehicles. Upon seeing the olive-green military trucks, Sudden immediately jumped up, sticking his head and hands out the window to wave greetings. Hey, my friends. How are you doing? His loud voice, accompanied by a wide grin, immediately caught the attention of the military vehicle driver. The military vehicle screeched to a halt and then made a sharp turn, blocking the road. Before the vehicle fully stopped, He Yong and Li Qian leapt off the truck and rushed to where Lu Xian and the others had parked. Upon confirming that Lu Xian, Gong Tsang, and Sudden were all unscathed, Li Qian and He Yong both simultaneously let out a sigh of relief and hugged them tightly. At this moment, other soldiers also jumped off the military vehicle and enthusiastically surrounded Lu Xian and the others, celebrating their safety. Sudden immediately started boasting. While praising Gong Tsang's incredible sniper skills, he subtly bragged about his own exploits in the prison. The soldiers, knowing Sudden wasn't an ordinary person, instinctively looked at Gong Tsang for confirmation. Gong Tsang nodded, acknowledging Sudden's abilities, making Sudden swell with pride under the respectful gazes of the soldiers, nearly bristling with arrogance. Then, He Yong noticed the passengers in the vehicles and asked, do those people intend to come with us? Gong Tsang glanced at the men and women whose faces were filled with anxiety and said to He Yong and Li Qian, these are all people who were enslaved by the prisoners. They've suffered quite a bit. Since we're building a settlement, more people will help contribute effort. Besides, we're setting up a small society anyway. After work specialization, they'll find their place through their labor. After all, we aren't running a charity, we can't support those who do nothing productive. What we can offer is an opportunity for equal work. If they don't cherish it, I won't stop them from leaving either. This speech resonated deeply with Li Qian. After going through the base incident, he realized why the people in the East City had rebelled. Did the soldiers in the East City do anything worse than Wang Mingyuan? No, in fact, they took responsibility for most of the food gathering in the East City. Those people initially never contributed to survival efforts at all. Only when the soldiers could no longer bear the entire burden and assign tasks to them, did some start feeling that living off others was a given. Once the work was assigned, they immediately became uncomfortable. We'll discuss the details once we establish the settlement. Li Qian nodded in agreement with Gong Song's suggestion and handed over another piece of news to Gong Song. We've set up camp outside Fengcheng. Based on our observations, there are already people inside Fengcheng, and they seem to have established a territory. I'm worried that bringing too many supplies might make them envious or cause conflict with the other side, so I want to find you first before proceeding. Now everything's fine. We can go to the camp to rest first, and then we'll discuss other matters later. Everyone got back into their vehicles, with the military trucks leading the charge forward. In no time, they arrived at Fengcheng. Outside Fengcheng lay a forest, a deliberate municipal project from before the apocalypse. The city had intended to turn Fengcheng into a forest city and define it by this characteristic. As for how successful that endeavor was remains untold. But as it stood now, this patch of woods outside Fengcheng provided some convenience for the army's encampment. The soldiers, having practiced camping setups countless times, wasted no time when Li Qian and He Yong left to check on Gong Song's whereabouts. Those left behind immediately organized manpower to fell trees, constructing simple obstacles around the campsite. While they couldn't protect against those who'd awakened certain terrifying beast souls, these barriers were still somewhat effective against zombies. Within the safe confines of the camp, older individuals in poor health were given special care, allowed to rest in prepared areas. The younger ones divided responsibilities among themselves, methodically preparing food and water. When Gong Song returned, everyone surrounded him, peppering him with questions about his situation. Upon hearing that he was unharmed, they spontaneously gave up the cleanest resting spots for Gong Song and his team to recuperate. These people were not fools, they knew exactly what Gong Song and his team had accomplished and understood the implications of choosing to stay. That's why they genuinely celebrated the return of their companions. As for the people Gong Song and his team had rescued from the prison, they were not treated differently. Lu Depeng assigned them tasks, providing them with clean food and water just like everyone else. This fair treatment and assignment of work didn't displease Fan Lily and her group. On the contrary, receiving work and food in the same manner as everyone else held more meaning than just survival. It also signified respect. With each passing moment, these people finally began to feel reassured after their fears were proven unfounded. As Lu Xian said, they could earn food and shelter through labor. Although exhausting, it made them feel human again. Sutton had retired early alone, and after helping Gong Song set up the tents, Lu Xian was also exhausted. After eating some food, he was about to rest when Lu Depeng approached, saying, "Instructor Gong Song, the commander requests your presence." Gong Song had already guessed what the discussion would be about and nodded to Lu Depeng, replying, "All right, we'll be right over." Chapter 75, Knowing You in the Last Life. When Gong Song and Lu Xian walked into He Yong's tent, He Yong and Li Qian were just scribbling away around a small table. Seeing Lu Xian and Gong Song come in, Li Qian put down the pen he was holding and stood up. "Good timing, I was just discussing matters about Fengcheng with He Yong." "Sit down first." He Yong guided Gong Song and Lu Xian to sit on the nearby stools, then sat down himself. "We've already arrived at Fengcheng. Today, we're inviting you over to discuss several things together." Li Qian handed the piece of paper to Gong Song and Lu Xian for them to read. "Let's learn from past experiences. This time we should set down some rules so that we won't ruin regulations later and end up losing what we've earned with our lives and also the soldiers under us." Li Qian referred to the incident at the base in the East City. If it hadn't been for Gong Song and Lu Xian's help in coming up with ideas, it would have been almost impossible for them to escape without any harm. It's important to learn from mistakes, and Li Qian didn't want the people he had left behind to be sacrificed either. Since we want to establish a settlement here in Fengcheng, we need to carefully plan this out. What we've decided are some guidelines, but the specifics need Lu Xian's assistance more closely reviewed. He Yong glanced at Gong Song, then at Lu Xian. He knew of Gong Song's capabilities, but when it came to sharp wit, Lu Xian probably surpassed Gong Song by a notch. After all, leading soldiers meant winning their hearts, but where human nature and institutional building were concerned, there was much to be learned from Lu Xian, who had long been immersed in the business world. Lu Xian had pondered this matter for many days. When He Yong asked him, he didn't hold back and voiced his thoughts. The present state of the world has completely split from the one before. After what happened in Haicheng and the prison, it's clear that various factions value two crucial things. Lu Xian raised two fingers and counted them off one by one. One is resources, the other is beast soul awakened ones. Of course, some resources and issues do indeed rely on beast soul awakened individuals. But what have we seen along the way? People who haven't awakened their beast souls are treated as objects, just like those in the prison, living in extreme hardship. But that's reality because of the unique nature of beast soul awakened beings. So most forces regard unawakened people as playthings, consumables, and slaves. What will such a base gain if it continues like this? The death of large numbers of ordinary people will only make survival during the apocalypse even more difficult. Although commoners consume resources, their existence isn't without meaning, Lu Xian stated earnestly. I think if we want to establish a real society, ordinary people must not be missing. By ordinary people, I mean free people, not slaves. Once people lose their dignity and sense of recognition, life becomes merely existing. Only humans can create various kinds of miracles. I agree that ordinary people shouldn't be regarded as slaves. After all, we were born in a new era, grew up under the red flag. Asking us to do what those people do, we simply couldn't do it. Li Qian and He Yong both nodded in agreement with Lu Xian's statement. However, considering the issue regarding ordinary people post the events in the eastern city, how should we handle this? This isn't a tough matter. Establishing societal systems fundamentally resembles running a company. A system of rewards and punishments would motivate everyone to participate actively in society. Lu Xian smiled and said, there's only one thing that cannot change. Establishment of the gathering site's core must be built upon powerful, dependable armed force, and that relies on you. In a certain sense, if the entire settlement is considered a society, then Li Qian, He Yong, and their people constitute the indispensable armed force defending the settlement. Looking back at pre-apocalyptic times, every major power followed the jungle rule where strength determined voice. Having strength means having the right to speak. These great powers could make an international incident even if just one vagrant died abroad. On the contrary, countries without strong military power might barely receive mention in mainstream media even if dozens or hundreds of their citizens perished. And this armed force cannot be replaceable or adjustable. While higher and middle positions in the settlement can be opened up to accommodate and pacify beast soul awakeners, allowing them to join the armed force, control over the armed force under normal circumstances must remain exclusively within the hands of Li Qian and He Yong, and can only reside within their control. To put it plainly, the reason why the current team is different from other gathering places and bases is precisely because these people who have awakened their beast souls are soldiers. The sense of responsibility they once had has become a benchmark for their behavior in this new world. Even if reality makes it impossible for them to continue selflessly giving as they used to, they will never become like Wang Mingyuan. From a certain perspective, this situation means that the base will maintain stability. People choosing to live in this gathering place can rest assured that there won't be fundamental problems, thus creating a small, self-sustaining society. He Yong and Li Qian fell silent after hearing Lu Xian's words, but their minds were constantly pondering over what Lu Xian had said, thinking about the deeper meaning behind those words. But if we assume a role equivalent to the previous military, would it invite issues from emerging forces? People won't just focus on the present, they'll see further. And when they propose participation in their own way at that time, how should we respond? Gong Tsang, upon hearing these questions, grinned and said, if people look far enough ahead, they won't cause you trouble. Of course, if they do want to cause trouble, we'll solve the problem. As for participation, we welcome it, but replacing your positions, that's unacceptable. And you need to recognize one thing, the gathering site needs an absolutely dominant force to suppress restless individuals. Other things you don't even need to worry about. Just like Lu Xian wanting to build a gathering place others wouldn't easily provoke, Gong Tsang also shared the same mindset towards He Yong and Li Qian's concerns. Though a harmonious gathering place might earn good reputation, ensuring the long-term sustainability of a gathering place relies on rules. And to make everyone follow these rules under such circumstances, the ultimate truth still lies in brute strength. With Gong Tsang's straightforward words, He Yong and Li Qian instantly understood his thoughts and why Lu Xian had spoken in such a way. Probably building a small society where others could live together was just the first step. Following that, Lu Xian probably had more actions planned. Lu Xian didn't intend to settle everything all at once. This was similar to negotiation. Once there's a theme and intention, the next steps would be easier. As for specific regulations, we'll wait until we've settled down. I've contacted old Lu. Tomorrow, we'll meet up with him first, then we'll discuss Fengqing's matters. A city as big as Fengqing surely has survivors and organized forces. As newcomers, they naturally couldn't just barge in confidently. They had to first probe the other side's intentions, observing how the other side views their group. If the other side could accommodate them, Lu Xian would try his best to blend with them as much as possible. If the other side couldn't accept them, Lu Xian wouldn't care. Fengqing is larger than Haicheng. They could simply choose another location, clear out zombies, and set up camp there. In that case, rest up. He Yong stood up and escorted Gong Tsang and Lu Xian outside. We too still need to arrange night shifts. This time, Gong Tsang, Lu Xian, and Sartan stayed behind to create distractions with firepower and provide time for everyone to escape, so they weren't included in the night shift teams. Most other Beast Soul Awakeners were assigned 2-hour rotating duties. After all, having reached their destination, no one wanted any issues that might lead to failure. Lu Xian and Gong Tsang returned to the tent and lay down on the mat on the ground. Lu Xian couldn't help but exhale deeply. He had arrived at Fengqing. Compared to where he died in his previous life, he was now closer to Fengqing. At this moment, Lu Xian's feelings could only be described with the word complex. In his past life, Lu Xian went to Fengqing seeking a place to stay but failed due to Wu Siming. Now, not only had he safely arrived near Fengcheng, but he also had a soulmate by his side. Because of his experiences from his past life, Lu Xian had an immense attachment to Fengcheng. The desire to reach Fengcheng almost became the motivation that sustained him. Looking at Lu Xian beside him with a complicated expression, Gongcang's eyes seemed to pierce through something above as if seeing a position he couldn't reach. He had a sense of illusion, as if he might lose Lu Xian. Instinctively gripping Lu Xian's hand, Gongcang tightly embraced Lu Xian. No matter what happened in the past, I'm here now, and I'll be with you. Gongcang didn't know what Lu Xian had feared in the past or what secrets Lu Xian carried. But he knew he was willing to face whatever hidden matters Lu Xian held deep inside. Feeling the warmth of the hand beside him, Lu Xian could no longer keep the secret buried in his heart. He wanted to tell Gongcang, to tell him about everything that had happened to him, and why he had saved Gongcang. If I told you that I knew you in my past life, would you believe me? Lu Xian carefully revealed the secret hidden deep within him, and his gaze toward Gongcang wavered with uncertainty. He hoped Gongcang would believe him, but at the same time, he feared that if Gongcang believed him, he might distance himself from Lu Xian. Yet, Lu Xian couldn't stay silent any longer. He wished to openly share his story with Gongcang and never hide it from him again. Gongcang detected the tremble and longing in Lu Xian's voice. He realized that what Lu Xian was sharing must be connected to his secrets, and he saw the hesitation in Lu Xian's eyes. Loosening his tightly gripped hold on Lu Xian's hand, Gongcang rolled over and positioned himself above Lu Xian. Lowering his head, he kissed Lu Xian on the lips, expressing his feelings in a manner almost akin to reverence. The gentle yet irresistible kiss left Lu Xian almost breathless. When Gongcang finally broke the kiss, Lu Xian heard his soft and resolute voice by his ear. I believe you. Chapter 76, Consolation. It was just 4 words, but they made Lu Xian almost want to shed tears when he heard them. This was not just a simple consolation, but also a display of an attitude. Gongcang trusted him and believed in him wholeheartedly, which was why she revealed such a sense of treasuring and unconditional trust towards him. Seeing Lu Xian getting emotional, Gongcang kissed his lips gently and whispered softly, I've always known how good you are to me, it can't just be fate. Lu Xian didn't understand why Gongcang said this, raising an eyebrow slightly as he asked, do you still believe in fate? I don't believe in fate. But I do believe that everything happens for a reason. Gongcang smiled seductively, her beauty resembling that of a demon as she whispered into Lu Xian's ear, perhaps you didn't know that I have a very good memory. After regaining my consciousness, I realized, you're not my alumnus. Gongcang's confession shocked Lu Xian. He hadn't expected her to remember the alumni details, but he then thought back to her ghostly-like steps in the mall earlier. He knew now she wasn't joking around. Lu Xian dumbfoundedly stared at Gongcang, who had long known his true identity wasn't that of an alumnus, yet never mentioned anything about it. A sudden warmth surged in Lu Xian's heart. This meant that Gongcang had always trusted him completely, so much so that despite being part of Qianlong, she had overlooked someone who concealed their true identity to approach her intentionally showing affection. Even knowing something was off about his identity, she willingly chose to engage in such an emotional connection with him. The excitement inside Lu Xian wanted to bring forth tears, even screams, as if all the terrible events of the previous life were signs that heaven itself knew he'd chosen wrong. That's why he got a second chance to live again and make different choices. However, Lu Xian knew that Gongcang's idea of the previous life differed from what he intended. Taking a deep breath, he let the cold air seep through his throat into his body, suppressing his excitement. Gradually exhaling his excitement along with that deep breath, Lu Xian slightly lowered his gaze and earnestly told Gongcang, Gongcang, I'm someone who has died once. In the last life, I died outside Fengcheng in your arms. There was no doubt or suspicion in Gongcang's eyes, she only listened quietly as Lu Xian slowly recounted his previous life, how he fell in love with Wu Siming, only to be betrayed. When Lu Xian reached the part where Wu Siming's betrayal left him isolated and ultimately dying outside Fengcheng in her arms, Gongcang instinctively tightened her hold on him. Lu Xian had always given Gongcang the impression of being strong. Although Lu Xian wasn't a trained person, his ability to control the environment around him and his robust inner strength left a deep impression on Gongcang. But at this moment, Gongcang could feel Lu Xian trembling slightly in her arms, his breathing becoming erratic. Piercing pain surged in Gongcang's heart. She planted a kiss beside Lu Xian's cheek. Unable to verbally reassure Lu Xian that everything is over and to stay calm because the person who was betrayed, hurt, and killed wasn't herself, she lacked the right to ask Lu Xian to forget those past events. So, she chose this way to let Lu Xian know she was by his side, ready to accompany him. Lu Xian intermittently spoke of how after rebirthing, he searched for Gongcang in reality, found traces of her through Zhu Lizi, and later, upon learning about the car accident involving Gongcang, immediately went to be by her side. Gongcang had only known that Lu Xian coming to her was not coincidental, but never imagined that Lu Xian put so much thought and effort into finding her just because of that bit of tenderness in the previous life. As Gongcang listened to more of these stories, her heart grew even gentler towards Lu Xian. She tightly hugged him, unwilling to let go even for a moment. Regardless of why Lu Xian chose to be with her, and whether their encounter was by chance or deliberate, Gongcang only wished to hold on to Lu Xian for this lifetime and never let him leave her side. Wu Siming missing out on Lu Xian? Well, let him miss. Gong Sang silently thought, darkly. If she ever got the chance to meet Wu Siming again, she would surely thank him properly. Had it not been for Wu Siming's betrayal in the previous life, how could she be together with Lu Xian in this one? In a sense, Wu Siming played the role of a matchmaker between her and Lu Xian. After hearing Lu Xian recount all these things, Gong Sang left a kiss on his forehead and softly murmured, "Only you, Lu Xinwu, and I need to know about these matters. Don't tell anyone else. Otherwise, I'm afraid others might harm you." Lu Xian nodded, knowing that the things happening to him were too incredible to believe. He also knew that his second life was purely accidental. If someone tried to dig out the secrets of his rebirth from him, they could torture him to death and he still wouldn't be able to explain much. It's precisely because of this that Lu Xian couldn't tell anyone else about his secret. As the saying goes, flowers do not bloom for 100 days, people do not live 2 lifetimes. He didn't think he would be able to die and come back to life again. After telling Gong Sang all these things, Lu Xian felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart, releasing the pent-up emotions that had been bottled up inside him for so long. Gong Sang kept slowly patting Lu Xian's back, making him feel more comfortable. These stories, once told, no longer troubled him. Your previous life did not involve me, so I don't have the right or stance to ask you to forget it. Gong Sang looked straight into Lu Xian's eyes with a determined gaze. However, I hope I can make you happy every day from now on. One day, you will no longer remember those past events, but only remember me. Lu Xian and Gong Sang had known each other for so long, and had been in a relationship for a while. He knew that Gong Sang wasn't someone who was good at sweet talk. But what came out of the mouth of this person who wasn't good at sweet talk made Lu Xian feel like his heart was about to explode with happiness. Lu Xian nodded forcefully, wrapped his arms around Gong Sang's slender neck, pulling him closer to respond to Gong Sang's words with a passionate and sweet kiss. The two's kiss was like the spark that set fire to a haystack, their whole bodies burning with passion at that moment. Every breath resonated in their ears, each faint panting sound clawing at the depths of their hearts. A delighted Gong Sang was like a poisonous peony, her dazzling allure leaving Lu Xian bewildered and unable to resist. Lu Xian thought to himself that even if he died at that moment, he wouldn't regret it. In his hazy vision, Lu Xian saw Gong Sang lick her lips with her tongue, her sparkling eyes like fine wine instantly intoxicating Lu Xian, making him willingly surrender to Gong Sang. Their emotional surge came quickly but faded slowly. This mutual comfort lasted for several hours, until the sky had started to turn a faint white at dawn, before they finally took a rest. Gong Sang got some water to clean both herself and Lu Xian, and then the two laid down to rest. Lu Xian lay next to Gong Sang, his heart beating wildly. He never expected that he would cling to Gong Sang like a naive young man seeing beauty for the first time. But when looking at Gong Sang's face which was as beautiful as spring flowers, Lu Xian felt that being a naive young man was completely justified. Who could stay composed when facing Gong Sang? Unless that person is incapable. At this thought, Lu Xian felt extremely lucky to be able to be with Gong Sang and share mutual affection. Lost in these thoughts, Lu Xian couldn't fall asleep, neither could Gong Sang. She softly pulled Lu Xian's hand and said quietly, "It's getting late, get some sleep." Hearing Gong Sang's slightly hoarse voice, Lu Xian, who was originally unable to sleep, suddenly became sleepy, obediently closing his eyes, and soon began lightly snoring. When Gong Sang heard Lu Xian's soft breathing, she opened her eyes, looking at Lu Xian with an indescribable tenderness. Lu Xian sacrificed this life just for the little warmth from his previous life. Perhaps Lu Xian didn't know, but the one who felt fortunate was actually her. At around 7 in the morning, everyone in the camp woke up, dividing tasks between cleaning up and cooking. It wasn't long before everything was sorted out. Lu Xian couldn't possibly drag the entire group along to find Lu Xinwu, so he and Gong Sang only took Yong, Li Qian, and Sutton to Lu Xinwu's place. Lu Xinwu knew that Lu Xian and Sutton were coming, so he got up early, sending his location where he was staying to Lu Xian, then waited outside anxiously for their arrival. The place Lu Xinwu stayed at was arranged by Lu Xian, though it was clean and spacious, it was a bit crowded due to the current number of people. At Lu Xian's request, most of Lu Xinwu's space was used to store various resources and equipment. Li Qian and Yong were startled upon seeing the fortress-like structure. Lu Xinwu's residence appeared secluded, yet the exterior wall's electrical currents flashed real sparks. Not only would touching it turn someone into roasted meat, but charred zombie corpses piled up quite a lot underneath it. As soon as he saw them, Lu Xinwu turned off the external wall defenses, opening the thick door and rushing out, throwing himself into Lu Xian's arms, tightly embracing his brother. "You bastard finally came. I almost went insane cooped up here." Lu Xian was almost unable to breathe from the force of Lu Xinwu's tight embrace, until Gong Sang finally interjected to divert Lu Xinwu's attention. "Not only has Lu Xian come, but we've brought your friend along too." At Gong Sang's words, Lu Xinwu immediately shifted his gaze directly to her face. If the Gong Sang in the surveillance footage had already been stunningly beautiful, then the vibrant and radiant reality left Lu Xinwu momentarily holding his breath. Gong Sang. You're 100 times more beautiful than in the surveillance footage." Lu Xinwu's awestruck expression instantly annoyed Sutton standing nearby, who glared at Gong Sang once before striding forward and throwing his arms around Lu Xinwu, whispering gently, "My friend, have you completely forgotten about me? There wasn't a trace of foreign accent in Sutton's voice, and the hint of emotion conveyed in it made Lu Xinwu immediately recall Sutton's presence. Hugging Sutton back, Lu Xinwu broke into a wide grin. Welcome, Wind Whisperer. Chapter 77, An Old Acquaintance. Lu Xinwu's address to Sutton brought a smile to Sutton's face. He whispered in Lu Xinwu's ear, compared to this nickname, I would rather you call me by my name, Sutton. Sutton's tone was intimate, but Lu Xinwu, who had never been in love and was just a shut-in, had no idea what this intimacy implied. Agreeing readily, he said, all right, Sutton. Before Sutton's smile could fade, Lu Xinwu released him and said to the group, let's go inside first and talk there. Sutton watched Lu Xinwu in front of him, feeling somewhat abandoned. The restlessness in his heart caused a strong sense of dissatisfaction to be released from his body, which was so evident that Gong Sang immediately sensed something amiss with Sutton's emotions and instinctively shielded Lu Xian. At that moment, Lu Xinwu turned around and saw Sutton burying his head and not moving. Without much thought, he approached, grabbed Sutton's arm, and urged, come on, Sutton. After we're done talking with them, I'll show you my treasure at home. I made a new system, the strongest fortress in the world. Let me show it to you. As Lu Xinwu rambled on, he didn't notice that the moment he grabbed Sutton's arm, Sutton's tense mood relaxed instantly, as did his restlessness. There was no doubt that Lu Xinwu was Sutton's safe word. As long as Lu Xinwu was around, this wild and unrestrained beast could be restrained. Who would have thought old Lu could become so powerful? Seeing Sutton obediently following Lu Xinwu in, Lu Xian couldn't help but complain to Gong Sang. Just now, Sutton's mood changes were extremely intense, and it was probably only someone as dense as Lu Xinwu who couldn't detect the emotional fluctuations. Gong Sang quite understood why Sutton's mood had worsened. If it were Lu Xian who had inadvertently neglected him, he too would feel unhappy, though he would endure better than Sutton. Shaking his head, Gong Sang faintly smiled at the corner of his mouth and whispered into Lu Xian's ear, the feelings Sutton has for old Lu aren't as simple as they seem. It's just that old Lu is extremely dense emotionally. I can only imagine how many years or even centuries it will take for old Lu to understand Sutton's intentions. The main point is, while old Lu understanding Sutton's feelings is one matter, accepting them is another story altogether. Lu Xian nodded, agreeing with Gong Sang. Though old Lu always displayed an indifferent attitude towards his sexual orientation, it didn't necessarily mean he would accept being with a man. Lu Xian thought for a moment and said, if old Lu agrees to accept Sutton, that would naturally be great. But if he doesn't want to, not even Sutton should force him. Just thinking about being with someone he didn't love brought up feelings of deep disgust. Gong Sang kissed Lu Xian on the forehead, comforting him, don't worry, if Sutton truly likes old Lu, he wouldn't possibly force him. Although he is a bit crazy, he's not insane enough to hurt the one he loves. Sutton was a dangerous element, this much Gong Sang could confirm, but beyond that, Gong Sang also confirmed that Sutton was a very smart person. What he wanted definitely wasn't conquest, but empathy. Someone who feels lonely due to their excessive intelligence would highly cherish someone who could synchronize with them in certain aspects. Lu Xinwu led everyone inside, where they were momentarily blinded by the blatant display of various items. Things like water purifiers, generators, solar panels, anything imaginable as essential items could be found here. Without a doubt, Lu Xinwu's thorough preparations had made his fortress a Shangri-La in the apocalypse. It was just that this Shangri-La wasn't big enough, and its strategic location wasn't sufficient either, otherwise, it would be perfect if everyone could move in. Lu Xuan, I've prepared everything you asked me to buy. Lu Xinwu proudly puffed out his chest with a look of expectation on his face, making Lu Xian speechless. Wasn't this guy seeing that Sutton was practically shooting daggers at him, turning him into a pin cushion? But Lu Xian still couldn't ignore Lu Xinwu's contribution and could only nod awkwardly, yes, you're the most capable. Lu Xinwu happily nodded again and said to Lu Xuan, this place of mine is relatively far from Fengcheng, so generally, people searching for food and supplies in Fengcheng haven't considered this direction. They mostly search in the concentrated markets and wholesale spots. Pity this place is too small and cannot be expanded further. Otherwise, this area could accommodate everyone, and we wouldn't need to fight for territory inside Fengcheng. Lu Xian realized that Lu Xinwu was not unaware of the situation inside Fengcheng, so he asked, Old Lu, do you have any understanding of the forces inside Fengcheng? I understand it pretty well. Fengcheng was in chaos for a while, and then a group of beast soul-awakened individuals entered Fengcheng. They were not only extremely powerful but also had firearms, so they consolidated the factions. Now, those people are setting up some kind of base. Lu Xinwu, who had been busy helping Lu Xian and looking for Julius's information, didn't pay much attention to the powers in Fengcheng since they wouldn't bother him. From my observation, although many factions have been integrated, the forces inside may not necessarily submit to the top person. Looking at it this way, if we want to establish a gathering place, it seems like someone has already taken the first step. Li Qian frowned and thought for a moment, now our number of people is on the higher side. If we enter as those being managed, I'm not particularly willing. Li Qian's meaning was clear to both Lu Xian and Gong Sang, being managed always brought the worry of something similar to what happened at Wang Mingyuan's base. However, if entering as affiliates, it could be worth trying. Let's go check there first. If it doesn't work out, we'll try to find another place. We've made promises regarding the fate of these ordinary people. At least, we can't lose their trust. Gong Sang was more relaxed about this. On one hand, their manpower was enough, and they had some valuable items stashed away. On the other hand, the things Lu Xian prepared beforehand due to his knowledge of the post-apocalypse were the foundation of their survival. If negotiations didn't work out, they could just search for another place capable of accommodating everyone. After a brief discussion, Sutton stayed behind with Lu Xinwu to keep guard here. Sutton's superior combat abilities meant Lu Xinwu would be fine. Li Qian and He Yong returned to allocate the personnel. Some stayed behind to protect the commoners, while others came to collect usable items, and this place would be stored away as a secret base. As for Gong Sang and Lu Xian, naturally, they went over to check out the situation. Once the decisions were made, everyone began carrying out their assigned tasks. Gong Sang and Lu Xian left immediately and headed to Fengqing. The environment of Fengqing, even before the apocalypse, was among the top cities with a high greening rate. After the apocalypse, the lush greenery didn't only alleviate the fear brought by the disaster, but the scents emitted by the large trees and the humus smell from the soil also counteracted quite a bit of the zombies' odor, making this place feel more comfortable than other areas. But even in such an environment, the vitality brought by the thriving trees couldn't compete with the atmosphere of death. Passing through the main road outside Fengqing City, Lu Xian and Gong Sang saw many dead zombies as well as decayed bodies abandoned after live humans were eaten. But these corpses grew fewer as they approached Fengqing. Lu Xian also noticed small burial mounds along the roadsides and within the woods. Clearly, to ensure there would be no plague inside Fengqing, the people in the city buried the zombie and human corpses outdoors. This revelation made Lu Xian amazed and impressed by the foresight of the leader of this settlement. Such preventative measures clearly indicated that the person was someone with long-term planning. If this were true, the upcoming negotiation would likely be easier than expected. Negotiating with rational people maximized cooperation potential. This was the experience Lu Xian gained from various negotiations, and this insight applied whether it was pre- or post-apocalypse. Raising their vigilance, the two journeyed forward, fortunately without encountering any zombies. Instead, they spotted several small groups of people coming out to look for supplies. Not wanting trouble, Lu Xian and Gong Sang held their guns in hand, openly showing their strength while discouraging others who might harbor ill intentions against them. When they reached the entrance of Fengqing, Lu Xian saw a checkpoint. Unlike the one in Haiqing, this checkpoint not only checked for any traces of zombie bites on them but also required them to fill out forms asking if they were beast soul awakeners, the types of beast souls, whether they planned to stay temporarily or reside permanently in Fengqing, etc. In addition to these inspections and registrations, entry into Fengqing required the payment of a certain amount of supplies. Gong Sang and Lu Xian exchanged a 5-pack of instant noodles for the right to reside in Fengqing for 3 days. With a temporary residency permit, they could stay in the open area free of charge, but after 3 days, if they could not pay additional resources, they would be expelled from Fengqing. At the same time, should they leave Fengqing early, the paid resources would not be refunded. The concept of user fee was applied in this settlement, clearly indicating that it fit the law of the jungle more. Upon entering Fengqing, Lu Xian saw a relatively stable environment. There were still many people on the side of the road selling their supplies, and also men and women with decent appearances looking at passers-by with suggestive eyes, hoping to exchange their bodies for the right to live here and the daily necessities needed for survival. Even in the apocalypse, such ancient trades never lacked supporters or users. However, when Lu Xian and Gong Sang, both with outstanding appearances, appeared in the settlement, they clearly attracted the envy of many people. Yet those individuals also realized something sharp about these two after years of experience in the post-apocalypse world. With such striking looks and maintained cleanliness, either these two belonged to a power-dominant force or were themselves extremely powerful. Either way, they were not someone these envious people could offend or dare to mess with. At that moment, Lu Xian suddenly heard a voice. Lu Xian. How could it be you? Turning his head, Lu Xian found the person who called out his name was actually an old friend. Chapter 78, Encounter with Ji Mingxiang. Ji Mingxiang. Lu Xian looked at the man behind him, who was thinner but still as honest-looking as ever, and was pleasantly surprised to discover that it was none other than Ji Mingxiang, who had vanished for a long time. A smile naturally appeared on his face, and he stepped forward to give Ji Mingxiang a hug. Lu Xian hadn't heard any news about Ji Mingxiang while in High City, assuming Ji Mingxiang had been taken care of by Wang Mingyuan. He didn't expect to meet Ji Mingxiang here in Feng City, which made him feel overjoyed, tightening his grip on Ji Mingxiang's shoulder, giving him a few hearty pats. Mr. Lu, I never expected to meet you here. It's really great. Lu Xian also chuckled and said, yeah, I thought you were done in by Wang Mingyuan, but who would have guessed you weren't in High City but here. TSK, that guy Wang Mingyuan, if it wasn't for his brother, he would have died way before the apocalypse at my hands. Ji Mingxiang sneered disdainfully, I followed your advice earlier, and managed to preserve most of my brothers. Later we moved here, and finally established our own power base. While talking, Ji Mingxiang's eyes caught sight of Gong Sang, instantly noticing his exceptionally beautiful face. Slightly stunned, he asked, Mr. Lu, is this your young lover? Young lover? No, not a lover. Lu Xian shook his head and casually lifted Gong Sang's hand, calmly saying, he is my partner, Gong Sang. Then Lu Xian introduced Ji Mingxiang to Gong Sang. Gong Sang, this is my friend Ji Mingxiang. All the firearms we used earlier, I bought from him. Without him, escaping would have been much harder for us. Gong Xiang nodded to Ji Mingxiang and smiled faintly, saying, Lu Xian, your friend seems like a good person. The firearms he gave you are all of good quality, no substandard goods. Mass gun transactions aren't easy, yet Lu Xian got some good ones. After going through them himself, Gong Xiang naturally knew how good their quality was. In his view, the items Lu Xian acquired from Ji Mingxiang were first hard to get, second high quality without any defects, indicating excellent integrity. Lu Xian's comment made Ji Mingxiang laugh heartily, and after sizing up Gong Xiang, he said, Mr. Lu, your partner certainly surpasses Wu Siming from before. His words resonate well too. But in the old days, you could protect him, the current chaos may require extra vigilance regarding his appearance. By the way, I have considerable influence within this base. If you two plan to settle here, I can offer you protection. Gong Xiang doesn't need anyone's protection. He is very powerful. Lu Xian never hid the strength of his partner, proud of Gong Xiang's formidable abilities. Ji Mingxiang knew Lu Xian never exaggerated. Therefore, he developed a new impression of Gong Xiang. Not having heard anything from Lu Xian for so long, he assumed Lu Xian might already be dead in this chaotic world. Now seeing Lu Xian safe and sound, he was happy and directly invited Lu Xian and Gong Xiang to his place as guests. After exchanging glances, both Lu Xian and Gong Xiang understood each other's intentions. They came to Feng City mainly to explore the situation, so why not seize this chance that fell into their laps? Thus, they agreed to Ji Mingxiang's invitation. Without delay, Ji Mingxiang instructed his subordinates, go prepare something delicious to eat and drink. I'm treating Mr. Lu today, don't mess it up. The two men singled out by Ji Mingxiang immediately turned around and ran off. At this moment, the malicious gazes targeting Lu Xian and Gong Xiang became slightly more restrained. They hadn't anticipated that Lu Xian and Gong Xiang had a connection with Ji Mingxiang, someone not to be messed with. Ji Mingxiang then led Gong Xiang and Lu Xian toward another side of Feng City. This initial area of Feng City looked mixed and its population composition was rather complex. However, as Lu Xian followed Ji Mingxiang deeper into the city, he noticed that the further inside they went, the quieter things became. On either side of the streets, there were stores, some offering bartering services. Clearly, whether it be quality or quantity, the items in these stores surpassed those found outside. Meanwhile, Lu Xian observed some shops labeling supplies that could be exchanged with crystal cores, causing him to linger on that site for a moment longer. Ji Mingxiang, being a sharp person, noticed Lu Xian's prolonged gaze and grinned, explaining to Lu Xian, both you and your boyfriend awakened beast souls, right? Lu Xian nodded and replied, yeah, we both got lucky awakening beast souls, though mine isn't great, sigh. Ji Mingxiang leaned close to Lu Xian's ear and whispered, currently in Feng City, many people only know that the base is acquiring crystal cores from zombie brains. However, let me tell you something confidential, those who have awakened beast souls can extract energy from these crystal cores to enhance their power. This is known only to the top-tier members of Feng City. But considering our relationship, I'll share this with you as a favor. Lu Xian already knew about this fact, but he understood well the numerous potential benefits hidden behind it. With not many people aware of this at the moment, Ji Mingxiang had clearly regarded him as an insider, leaving Lu Xian with a feeling of appreciation. I thank you for this information in advance. Without reservation, Lu Xian expressed his gratitude to Ji Mingxiang. However, Ji Mingxiang shook his head, his smile fading slightly. Mr. Lu, if it weren't for your assistance, I would probably be in no better state than the undead now. We are comrades bound by life or death. Don't talk nonsense with me, wherever I am needed, I will be there without hesitation. Gong Xiang glanced at Ji Mingxiang, discerning from his subtle expressions that what he said was genuinely heartfelt, meant exactly for Lu Xian. Afterward, Gong Xiang averted his eyes. Though Gong Xiang's gaze flickered briefly, Ji Mingxiang still caught it, realizing Gong Xiang wasn't someone to be underestimated. His belief in Lu Xian was reinforced further, deepening his admiration. Although it was unusual for Lu Xian always to associate with men, this man he brought along impressed Ji Mingxiang with his look surpassing even the goddess adored by the base leader, truly showing Lu Xian's impeccable taste. Ji Mingxiang smiled at Gong Xiang and led the two to a quadrangle courtyard. Feng City had undergone urban renewal, and old houses were demolished. However, this quadrangle courtyard was part of the Faux Antique Street plan for Feng City. Seen from the outside, it appeared like a vast four-sided courtyard, but inside, besides the antique-style garden, there was also a three-story retro high-rise, capable of accommodating dozens of people. The courtyard featured artificial hills, a pond, green grass covering one side, and vines trailing on the other. If Lu Xian hadn't been aware it was the apocalypse, he might have mistaken this place for a vacation home rented by Ji Mingxiang. But to Lu Xian, nothing felt particularly surprising. Amidst such brutal times of the world ending, having such a place for rest was akin to healing one's spirit. Ji Mingxiang generously guided Lu Xian into his territory, immediately shouting at his subordinates, quickly bring some good tea for Mr. Lu and his friend. Upon hearing Ji Mingxiang's call, several of his men came out, smiling kindly toward Lu Xian. When did I improve my standing among Ji Mingxiang's followers? Puzzled by the situation, Lu Xian turned to Ji Mingxiang, asking curiously, Mr. Ji, do your men know me? Have we interacted before? Lu Xian, you reminded me to separate everyone into different rooms, replied Ji Mingxiang indirectly. He laughed softly and continued, among my hundreds of brothers, half followed me to live in large villas separated accordingly. Dozens awakened beast souls while around 100 turned into zombies. The remaining brothers were ordinary civilians. If I hadn't followed your advice and segregated them all, exercising caution as you suggested, the lives of these brothers might have already been lost. You think you merely saved my life, don't you? All these brothers owe you a debt of gratitude. Leading Lu Xian and Gong Zhang to a tiled roof building beside the retro high-rise, this house contrasted sharply with the newly built structure. Instead, it exuded antiquity and dignity, indicating a long history. Approaching closely, Lu Xian inspected the bluish, oblong bricks, touching one gently and asked, Mr. Ji, is this an old relic? Ji Mingxiang grinned and replied, you have a keen eye, Lu Xian. This house within the courtyard truly has historical value. I've converted it into a tea room to entertain guests. All furniture inside was either ebony or golden-threaded Nanmo wood, handcrafted with intricate carvings and completely assembled using mortise and tenon joints, devoid of nails. Seeing the furnishings, Lu Xian couldn't help but marvel. Any piece of furniture in this room, if taken out, could fetch more than a house thanks to its craftsmanship and timber quality. To put it simply, even any trinket in this room would hold significant stories worth telling. Originally, the Chinese interior decoration emphasized uniformity in color and style. However, under the skillful arrangement of the house owner, the gravity of ebony and the splendor of golden-threaded Nanmo wood were seamlessly integrated. The two types of furniture complemented each other perfectly, creating a harmonious atmosphere without any sense of incongruity. On the contrary, everything appeared so beautiful that it evoked awe. Ji Mingxiang led the two to sit at the golden-threaded Nanmo 8 Immortals table, just as his subordinates arrived with freshly brewed tea. Although Lu Xian did not pay much attention to such details, he was accustomed to quality items and recognized at once the superior quality of the tea leaves from their aroma. The refreshing scent of tea diminished the oppressive feeling of the apocalypse significantly. Smiling, he remarked nostalgically, Mr. Ji, no wonder you rest here. Being able to slowly savor a pot of tea in such an environment truly offers respite amidst life's toils. Hey! Unfortunately, my father didn't have this fortune, or he would definitely have liked it here. Upon hearing Ji Mingxiang mention his father, Lu Xian immediately noticed the absence of Ji Zhongxiang's figure. Considering that these people all looked up to Ji Mingxiang as their leader, Lu Xian couldn't help but feel perplexed. He then asked seriously, did Uncle Ji fail to survive the first trial? Chapter 79, Complicated Situation. No, Ji Mingxiang sighed, his voice filled with a mix of anguish and anger, my father failed to awaken his beast soul, but he was lucky enough not to turn into a zombie. Ji Mingxiang then slightly turned his head towards the outside and whispered, my family has always been involved in the dark side. I won't deny that, but my father is a very emotional person. So when he realized how serious the apocalypse situation was, he decided to bring his close friend's family out. When Ji Mingxiang mentioned Ji Zhongxiang's friend, Lu Xian realized that the problem might have originated from this family, otherwise Ji Mingxiang wouldn't have brought it up. But he said nothing and quietly listened as Ji Mingxiang poured out all his bitterness. My father's friend is the dean of students at Haiqing University, Yufang. His family owns a villa outside of Haiqing, not too far from ours. Both my father and I went to pick them up, but we never expected that Yufang's wife had been bitten by a mutated student. We were forced to kill her after she had already turned into a zombie. But Yufang thought we were murderers. While my father wasn't paying attention, he dragged him and rushed straight into the horde of zombies. Lu Xian knows not everyone understands what zombies truly are, yet Yufang's actions still chilled him to the core. Ji Zhongxiang only wanted to save his best friend, yet this so-called friend dragged him along to death because of a misunderstanding. Witnessing his father's death must have left an indelible mark on Ji Mingxiang. Lu Xian couldn't say much, except for a soft murmur, Ji Xiao, please bear it with strength. I'm fine now, Ji Mingxiang coughed dryly, disguising a sniffle tinged with emotion. My father made his decision and choice, and I respect him. This close friend grew up with him on the same street since childhood, they were like brothers in misfortune, and they finally went together without any regret. But, before my father left, he told me I had to take good care of Yufang's daughter. Hee hee. At this, Lu Xian remembered that Ji Mingxiang didn't have a girlfriend prior to the apocalypse, his mind suddenly clicking as he realized the reason behind it. He looked at Ji Mingxiang speechlessly, Ji Xiao, don't tell me you've stayed pure just for that girl. Ji Mingxiang blushed awkwardly when Lu Xian guessed the truth, Lu Xiao, you're really brilliant, I can't hide anything from you. Ji Fangfang and I were betrothed as children. Though our families' backgrounds differed greatly, we were both quite satisfied with each other. However, I never imagined this apocalypse would change us so drastically. We killed the zombified Mrs. Yufang, and Yufang dragged my father to his death with him. You see, Romeo and Juliet could face so many problems and still love each other. Yet after Yufang's actions which claimed my father's life, Yufang viewed my family as owing her something precious. She avoided me like a snake. Ji Mingshang laughed coldly. I initially thought that even with all these incidents between our families, if I, Ji Mingshang, had breath in me, I would never betray her, Yu Fangfang. Little did I know that when we endured hardships bringing her to Fengqing, she promptly sought help from university classmates. Now it made sense why Ji Mingshang appeared so sullen. His betrothed killed his father, and now she was openly mingling with other men, green with envy. No one would blame him. Heaven will make it rain, mothers will marry. Be grateful you were enlightened before losing your purity, otherwise, you'd feel worse later, Lu Xian advised, though not particularly skillful at giving advice. After all, his own experience post-breakup led to happier results, so he casually added another example. Look at me, had I clung solely to Wu Siming, I'd never end up where I am now with Gong Tsang. As you said, my partner now is better than before. Surely, Ji Mingshang, as prestigious as you are, you'll find a woman better than Yu Fangfang. Lu Xian clearly saw through the situation. If Yu Fangfang could immediately seek comfort with others upon arriving in Fengqing, chances are her interest lay elsewhere even before then. Ji Mingshang was simply blinded by the moment. Having realized this, Lu Xian didn't shy away from offending Ji Mingshang, directly asking, Ji Xiao, I once advised you to ensure your survival by going towards Fengqing, but there are other cities along the way, not only Fengqing. With the people and resources you have, you could easily live like a local tyrant in smaller towns and wait out this chaotic period rather than involving yourself here. Let me ask, was the decision to come to Fengqing yours, or someone else's? Of course it's M. Ji Mingshang replied without hesitation, only to pause and freeze momentarily. Yu Fangfang's subtle hints to him came back into his mind. He had wanted all the brothers to rest nearby, but Yu Fangfang said a bunch of reasons why she didn't want to stay. If Ji Mingshang hadn't realized this by now, he would have wasted his life. It turned out that this time, Ji Mingshang had played the role of a cuckold, delivering Yu Fangfang straight to her lover. No wonder Yu Fangfang, who clearly knew how good he had been to her, still acted as if the Ji family owed her something. Here was the hidden blade. Lu Xian saw Ji Mingshang furrow his eyebrows and flush red with anger, and so chose not to say anything else, merely patting his shoulder. Lu Xian understood Ji Mingshang's anguish. Once, when betrayed by Wu Siming, he too had felt such anger and despair. But wrong people are like splinters stuck in your flesh, they will cause infection and pus if not removed. Only by extracting the splinter can the wound heal. Gong Tsang had been silent on the side the entire time, silently observing the exchange between Ji Mingshang and Lu Xian. He then firmly held on to Lu Xian's hand. If Yu Fangfang's affair was a wall Ji Mingshang thought he had climbed over, then now this wall had completely collapsed. Disappointment and pain made even this man who had survived countless dangers feel the corners of his eyes redden. He had lost all the love and familial bonds that he could lose. Now, all he had left were these brothers who shared life and death situations with him. With a deep breath, Ji Mingshang suppressed his tumultuous emotions and said to Lu Xian, the observer sees more than the participant. I thank you, Mr. Lu, for this awakening. We're also friends. Don't worry, if I come across a good girl, I'll be sure to take notice for you. Lu Xian deliberately winked at Ji Mingshang, whose laughter erupted at the sight of the carefree antics so unlike the gentleman he once knew. Ji Mingshang was crystal clear about Lu Xian's intentions, to lighten his spirits, and he couldn't allow himself to continue sulking. With grace, he replied, then I entrust my matter to you, Mr. Lu. Should you come across a good girl, don't forget to introduce me. Saying this, Ji Mingshang made a gesture as if counting money and teased, if this works out, there'll definitely be an envelope waiting for our matchmaker. Ji Mingshang normally looked quite sincere, but now coupled with a slightly sly expression, the comedic effect was undeniable, causing both Lu Xian and Gong Tsang to burst into laughter uncontrollably. But after the laughter subsided, their expressions grew solemn. Mr. Lu, I assume this visit to Fengqing isn't just casual sightseeing? Ji Mingshang asked straightforwardly, both you and Gong Tsang look well-dressed and energetic. There's no doubt that you belong to a group, and it must not be a weak one. After all, a weak group could never keep Lu Xian and Gong Tsang looking so impeccable and without signs of hardship. Yes, we've come to Fengqing to scout the area, Lu Xian replied honestly, revealing his thoughts, our team is a bit large. Originally, we wanted to use Fengqing as a gathering place, but since one already exists here, we've come to inspect the situation. It would be ideal if we could live here, but if not, we'll find another spot to establish our own base. Ji Mingshang was somewhat taken aback by Lu Xian's calm demeanor but knew he wasn't joking around. If Fengqing wasn't enough to accommodate them, they'd leave and search elsewhere. After some consideration, Ji Mingshang responded, Lu Xian, let me be honest with you. If you wish to settle here and can share some of what you bring with the various factions here or make it common property, that wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, I believe these items could resolve any trivial issues. The real concern is that the forces here are complicated. If you do decide to join us, you'll need to carefully choose which side you're on. Before Lu Xian could reply, Gong Tsang suddenly looked up and asked Ji Mingshang, Mr. Ji, which side have you chosen here? Well, Ji Mingshang grinned, showing his teeth, let me be candid, I haven't picked a side yet. I am part of one faction. So, if I get into trouble in the future, I can rest assured you won't pick on me. Lu Xian guessed correctly that Ji Mingshang wasn't the kind to easily become someone else's subordinate, but noticing the seriousness behind Ji Mingshang's smile, he realized the situation wouldn't be so simple. Ji Mingxiang refilled Lu Xian's and Gong Cang's tea, placed the tray on the ground, and used the tea from his cup to sketch on the tabletop. Fengcheng is less a gathering place supported by one main power and more a gathering place propped up by 3 factions. Ji Mingxiang wrote 3 characters on the tabletop, Ji, Luo, and Wang. The Ji family has the fewest people among the 3 factions, but my brothers are the most united. Plus, with our ample preparation and sufficient ammunition, it's not easy for the other 2 tus. We mainly exchange supplies. The street you saw earlier is where the best shops in this district are, and half of them are owned by the Ji family. Ji Mingxiang circled the Luo character and continued, the Luo family has the most people, but they lack firearms and resources are average. They expanded from a local Fengcheng gang and rely on their numbers to take a cut, also maintaining basic order during peacetime. However, the current spokesperson for the Luo family, Luo Yatsu, is a young man, Yu Fangfang's lover, and he's no ordinary person. He has ambition and ability, no one knows what he'll become in the future. When mentioning Yu Fangfang, Ji Mingxiang's expression still wasn't very good, but his loosened brows showed that Yu Fangfang had already become the past. Ji Mingxiang just needed time for her wounds to heal. As for the last character, Wang, Lu Xian noticed that Ji Mingxiang was extremely wary. This Wang isn't a family like our Ji or Luo families, it's a group of influential individuals gathered together, led by Wang Zheng, the son of Commander Wang from the Fengcheng military district. Ji Mingxiang looked extremely serious, they don't lack people, resources, or weapons. However, they're focused on research, and most of their energy goes into that, so they pay less attention to other matters. Wang Zheng. Gong Cang slightly squinted his eyes, and Lu Xian immediately noticed this expression, asking, Gong Cang, could it be that you know this person? Not only do I know him. Gong Cang raised an eyebrow slightly, I've also had conflicts with him. Chapter 80, Wang Zheng, the man. It can't be. Upon hearing Go Cang mention that he had a grudge with Wang Zheng, Ji Mingxiang's expression immediately turned serious. He earnestly advised Lu Xian and Go Cang, Lu young master, our relationship is extraordinary. Let me tell you this blunt truth, if you've offended Wang Zheng, your life in Fengcheng will not be easy. But if you truly intend to settle down in Fengcheng, I'll support you. Ji Mingxiang's words were directed at both of them, yet his final statement clarified his stance, he was willing to risk offending the Wang family for Lu Xian's sake. Go Cang hadn't expected Ji Mingxiang to support Lu Xian despite knowing the situation could be dire, so he gained more respect for Ji Mingxiang and lightly smiled, don't worry, Wang Zheng isn't as petty as you think he is. We both went to the juvenile training center once, and back then, Wang Zheng and I were the best fighters there. However, every time we fought, I would always defeat him. After some time, whenever Wang Zheng saw me, he'd insist on sparring with me. But after I entered Qianlong, and he joined another organization, we lost touch. Never thought I'd meet him here. Your conflict isn't really about grudges, it sounds more like you guys were childhood friends, except most kids played with mud and caught birds together, while you two have been fighting since childhood. With a roll of his eyes, Ji Mingxiang sounded a little irritated. He thought earlier that Go Cang had seriously wronged Wang Zheng and that trouble was bound to come their way. After all, even if Wang Zheng didn't act himself, he has many subordinates now who are capable enough to cause problems without much difficulty. Now it seemed they wouldn't just avoid trouble but might actually gain some advantages. It's an old saying, having connections helps get things done, and this held true for the apocalypse too. Having someone connected meant at least no unnecessary troubles. With this, 2 out of 3 factions within our teams may support you, which will certainly reduce a lot of hassle. Ji Mingxiang said to Lu Xian. But what I don't know is whether you plan to inform Wang Zheng after bringing people in, or go ahead and give him a heads up. Wang Zheng wasn't someone Lu Xian knew well, so Lu Xian turned to Go Cang, I'll leave the decision to you. Since we're already here, let's see Wang Zheng beforehand. Go Cang wanted to resolve matters as soon as possible instead of putting it off, plus, from what Ji Xiao said, Wang Zheng is involved in some research, and I want to check what exactly they're up to. Also. Although Go Cang didn't finish his sentence, his expression became solemn. Lu Xian understood right away, Go Cang was still thinking about Qianlong's former base. Lu Xian reassured Go Cang, I know what's on your mind. Don't worry, I'll accompany you to figure out what happened. Go Cang quickly controlled his emotions, reverting to his usual composed demeanor, then asked Ji Mingxiang, Ji Xiao, where exactly can I meet Wang Zheng? If you've decided to visit Wang Zheng now, I'll take you there. But first, join me for dinner, it's already arranged. I'll send someone to check if Wang Zheng is at the institute or in his territory. Lu Xian didn't decline Ji Mingxiang's hospitality and nodded in agreement. Ji Mingxiang promptly summoned one of his men to scout Wang Zheng's whereabouts. The trio continued discussing various issues. Ji Mingxiang shared most of his post-apocalypse life with Lu Xian, though he knew little about Lu Xian's circumstances, hence inquiring further into the latter's experiences. Moreover, Ji Mingxiang only knew about Lu Xian breaking up with Wu Siming but was unaware how he met Go Cang, so he probed eagerly into their romantic story. Lu Xian originally had a good impression of Ji Mingxiang, and with his straightforward character, appreciated him even more. Now considering Ji Mingxiang a close friend, Lu Xian told their story truthfully. However, he altered the part where they met, changing it to falling in love at first sight on a plane, leading to his buddy later helping him chase after Go Cang. Their romance combined with their end-of-the-world adventures intrigued Ji Mingxiang greatly, who burst into laughter when he heard how Goatsong and Lu Xian used herring cans to wreak havoc in Wang Mingyuan's base. By the time Lu Xian finished recounting the events of the apocalypse, Ji Mingxiang's subordinates returned, announcing the meal was ready, waiting for them to be seated. This beautifully antique-styled house did not have any dining arrangements, it merely served as a tea house. Ji Mingxiang led Lu Xian and the others upstairs to a small room in the dining hall. The small room emphasized simplicity, cleanliness, and elegance. On the round table were nearly 10 dishes, and the moment they entered, the aroma wafted towards them. Cold mixed meat, garlic smashed cucumbers, vegetable salad, crispy instant noodles served with luncheon meat, a mushroom-based vegetable soup, and some other dishes, all these looked both savory and appetizing. Apart from these mouth-watering dishes, there were 2 wooden rice buckets on the table, filled to the brim with fragrant white rice where each grain was distinctively separate. It wasn't just post-apocalypse high quality, even before the world changed, such rice would be considered premium. Hee Lu young master, we owe this fine meal to our incredible master chef. Not only did acquiring the materials prove difficult, but also reaching this level of cooking in this wasteland, turning it into a paradise with all these exquisite flavors, the chef's skills indeed deserved the praise Ji Mingxiang gave him. Lu Xian didn't hesitate, he sat down and started serving himself some rice. Once Ji Mingxiang announced the beginning of the feast, Lu Xian eagerly began digging into the food with his chopsticks. The flavor is perfectly stable. Though not as rich as restaurant meals before the apocalypse, these dishes were still delicious and highly enjoyable. So much so that Lu Xian ate continuously without lifting his head, shoveling food into his mouth at a rapid pace. At first, while Lu Xian finished 1 bowl of rice and then 2, Ji Mingxiang's expression remained normal. However, when Lu Xian reached his 5th bowl and showed no signs of stopping, Ji Mingxiang was completely stunned, his stomach seemed like a bottomless pit. Even after eating so much, Lu Xian maintained the air of an elegant young master, but the undeniable fact was that he truly deserved the title of a genuine food bucket champion. Goatsong and Ji Mingxiang exchanged glances and quietly served themselves more rice from the 2nd bucket before directly handing it over to Lu Xian. Lu Xian accepted it without hesitation, placing the bucket in front of him to continue devouring the meal. By the time Lu Xian finished, every single dish, including the soups, had been cleared off the table. He poured the leftover broth over his rice and enjoyed every last bit, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. With an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, Lu Xian let out a sigh and praised, Ji Xiao, your master chef is amazing. I haven't eaten such delicious food for a long time. Glad you liked it. Ji Mingxiang had originally planned to serve more dishes for show, but he hadn't expected Lu Xian's appetite to be so extraordinary. He couldn't help but admire the sheer strength of Lu Xian's eating ability. This master chef happens to be a younger uncle of a friend of mine. He used to run a restaurant in Xiao Qing and excels in making great dishes. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian reflected on the familiar taste of the meal, especially the tangy cool mixed vegetables with just a hint of spice reminiscent of his favorite Sichuanese eatery. Out of curiosity, he asked, is the chef skilled in Sichuan cuisine by any chance? You hit the nail on the head, Ji Mingxiang put down his utensils. This chef does both red-hot and white cooking styles well, really improving our hard life. As the trio continued chatting, the person sent out earlier returned with news. After listening briefly, Ji Mingxiang nodded at Lu Xian and Goatsong, saying, you guys have good luck. Wang Zheng went to the research institute this morning, came back for lunch, and will handle some affairs this afternoon without leaving. Let's go, I'll take you 2 to find him. Feeling full and happy, Lu Xian followed Ji Mingxiang and Goatsong to Wang Zheng's turf. The territories of the 3 factions were close together. Following the same route they took earlier, they arrived right outside Wang Zheng's domain. Unlike the other 2 factions whose territory styles appeared more laid back, Wang Zheng's area stood out, 2 men guarded the entrance rigidly, rifles held at attention, staring ahead sharply. At the sight of Ji Mingxiang and the others approaching, their posture immediately tensed up, muscles flexing powerfully, an unmistakable demeanor of seasoned soldiers. Though they weren't dressed in military uniforms now, their clothing choice showcased convenience suitable for combat training, albeit sacrificing a touch of aesthetics. Ji Mingxiang addressed the guards, please inform Wang Zheng that Ji Mingxiang has arrived with friends. One guard quickly turned around and jogged in to deliver the message. The remaining guard kept his rifle parallel to the ground in a warning gesture, and Ji Mingxiang, unfazed, said to Lu Xian and Goatsong with a smile, my brothers are good at everything else, except they lack the vigilance of those who've been trained. Ji Mingxiang was a man who had seen many battles. Instead of feeling disrespected, he appreciated their strict defense mechanisms. Goatsong, hearing Ji Mingxiang's words, chuckled softly, practicing isn't difficult, it just requires enduring hardship. If our territory can be closer in the future, your men can come and train with us. If you put it that way, then I won't be shy about accepting. Ji Mingxiang was highly motivated to improve his comrades' skills. Before the apocalypse, boxing had been their method of self-defense and a way to protect their routes for profit. Improving survival chances meant no effort was too much, even if it was exhausting. When the time comes, my brothers and I will come together to receive training, hee. Their conversation drew the attention of the soldier. He scrutinized Goatsong carefully, though without speaking. It was evident from his eyes that he didn't think Goatsong could properly train anyone. A tinge of humiliation also lingered, as if feeling belittled by Goatsong. How perceptive Goatsong was, at the moment the man's aura changed, he noticed something was off. But he wasn't here to pick fights or meddle with others' thoughts. At this very moment, hurried footsteps were heard from inside. Lu Xian looked up to see a tall and burly man stepping briskly out. Behind him followed several people, including the one who had gone inside to deliver the message earlier. Ji Mingshang, you said you brought over my friends. What friends? The man's voice boomed so loud it felt like there was a megaphone stuffed into his throat, amplifying everything around. Without exaggeration, his sound was loud enough to shake the dust off the roof tiles. Ji Mingshang smiled and pointed towards Goatsong behind him. Why don't you check yourself? Wang Zheng only knew Ji Mingshang wouldn't speak lightly, but unexpectedly turning his gaze landed on a face familiar to him for a long time. His usually cold face bore a hint of laughter, and his dazzling countenance seemed more attractive than before, leaving Wang Zheng momentarily stunned. Wang Zheng, it's been quite a while. Goatsong greeted the childhood friend, extending a hand while introducing Lu Xian to Wang Zheng. This is my boyfriend, Lu Xian. Lu Xian, hearing Goatsong introduce him smilingly, felt inexplicably awkward, akin to an unskilled daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. Yet, he forced himself through and greeted Wang Zheng. Hi, nice to meet you. Wang Zheng's gaze swung between Goatsong and Lu Xian, regaining his consciousness suddenly. He took 2 steps forward and embraced Goatsong tightly, patting his back forcefully. Kid, I thought something bad happened to you. Wang Zheng's voice cracked slightly as he let go of Goatsong, then enveloped Lu Xian in the same bone-crushing hug with equal enthusiasm. Brother, this little rascal has always got a bad temper. If he ever bullies you, tell me, and I'll teach him a lesson. Upon hearing Wang Zheng mention teaching him a lesson, Goatsong curved his lips into a smirk. The last time we met, I recall someone being beaten to the point they couldn't get up. Afterward, I still had to carry them to the medical room. Shut up, hitting people is not supposed to mess up their faces. Don't you understand? Wang Zheng's face turned red immediately. Those standing nearby watching the playful banter between Wang Zheng and Goatsong finally realized something. If Goatsong could knock down their super-strong Wang Zheng, he truly defied appearances. Several pairs of eyes focused on Goatsong and Wang Zheng. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Wang Zheng explained, you guys don't know him yet, right? He's Goatsong from Qianlong, the creator of our devil training program. Chapter 81, The Choice of Evolution. What? He's Goatsong. A group of people were almost stunned, but it wasn't their fault for being surprised. The devilish training plan Wang Zheng had spoken of was detested by every special forces soldier. But as long as one followed this training plan, no matter how weak they would make great progress after a period of persistence. In order to become the ace in the team, many people regarded Goatsong as their unseen idol. After all, someone who could devise such a terrifying training plan definitely wasn't an ordinary person. However, none of these individuals had thought that Goatsong himself looked completely unrelated to that devilish training plan. How could someone so beautiful with not an ounce of killing aura be this person? Several people glanced at Wang Zheng again and were speechless. Wang Zheng worked in scientific research, but no one dared to underestimate him. He was exceedingly capable, not only good at fighting but also exuding confidence while conducting his research. Everyone knew he was not to be trifled with. But never had they expected that Goatsong, who was even tougher, more skilled, and more badass than Wang Zheng, didn't have an ounce of intimidation factor. It simply wasn't scientific. Goatsong caught onto the doubts in these people's eyes and smiled faintly, saying, my specialty in Qianlong is sniping. These individuals now looked at Goatsong as if he were a deity, practically bowing down to the ground. Seriously, this powerful person excelled at sniping, and there was absolute reason to believe that his looks were due to his abilities. Wang Zheng was slightly displeased now. He had never seen these people look at anyone with such enthusiasm before. If this continued, where would his position be? Coughing dryly a couple of times, Wang Zheng drew everyone's attention back and enthusiastically patted Goatsong on the shoulder, saying, let's go inside and rest a bit. We haven't seen each other in ages, so we must catch up. Then, without forgetting to call out to Lu Xian, the 3 proceeded forward. Ji Mingzhang saw how tight the relationship was between Goatsong and Wang Zheng and decided not to barge in. There would be plenty of opportunities to familiarize himself later. With a very active farewell, Ji Mingzhang departed happily. As he walked back, Ji Mingzhang burst out laughing, almost unable to close his mouth. Hearing that Goatsong was so talented, he excitedly screamed inwardly about how profitable it was. Previously, he hadn't known exactly what Goatsong was capable of, but after listening to these people now, Ji Mingzhang felt that his group of brothers' chances for improvement greatly increased, which made him indescribably happy. The others did not care about Ji Mingzhang, following Wang Zheng into the room with unrestrained joy. Only the 2 guards outside seemed less cheerful, having the responsibility of keeping watch and thus needing to stay outside. Wang Zheng brought Goatsong and Lu Xian to his reception area and let them rest for a moment to discuss things regarding the post-apocalyptic world. Wang Zheng pushed the tea tray offered to him over to Goatsong first, who then placed a cup of tea in front of Lu Xian before picking some tea leaves for himself. It has to be said, the environment around Wang Zheng was different, making his lifestyle significantly different from others. Just like the tea, he'd already found Ji Mingzhang's tea to be pretty good, but the cup in front of them contained premium Keishi tea with a rich aroma, which showed, whether pre- or post-apocalypse, that it was truly high quality. Lu Xian enjoyed a sip of tea, releasing a comfortable sigh. Today, he felt coming here was absolutely worth it, not only for the good meal but also for tasting so much exquisite tea. He was about to faint from happiness. Gongzong took a sip of tea and, after placing the teacup down, heard Wang Jing ask a question. Gongzong, there's something I need to tell you. Not many people from Qianlong remain, and most have lost contact. Wang Jing wiped the smile off his face and told Gongzong the situation here. My father was at Qianlong headquarters at the time and trapped there, just like Xiao Qing. I still don't know the current status of the headquarters and dare not easily reopen it. Others should also have heard his message, sighed Gongzong. Perhaps, like me, they awakened a beast soul and survived. Perhaps they turned into zombies, or perhaps died during the hiding process. I do not know the whereabouts of the others either. After the apocalypse, basic communication had broken down. Even the Qianlong personnel were powerless against this collapsed world. Because Gongzong coincidentally met the well-prepared Lu Xian, he learned what happened in the Qianlong base, but as for the others. Gongzong's eyes dimmed slightly as he solemnly stated, honestly speaking, I once tried to establish contact with headquarters. The captain left us a message, stating that problems occurred at headquarters, including mutation-related situations. However, even if there were mutations, the resources and manpower within headquarters should have been enough to handle it. How could they have lost the captain and everyone else? Could the situation have become so severe that evacuation was impossible? Gongzong had always been puzzled about what happened at the Qianlong headquarters, but since it was sealed away, these questions remained unresolved, as he hadn't investigated the place himself. Wang Jing looked at Gongzong and then Lu Xian, lowering his voice. There were indeed problems at Qianlong, but I know a little more than you. My father went to Qianlong because Hippo discovered something. After bringing it back to Qianlong, Xiao Qing immediately contacted my father, and he rushed over. Hippo was one of the members of Qianlong who specialized in biological science research and was part of those who didn't go out on field missions. My father didn't tell me specifically what it was, as I had a mission at the time and wasn't focused on this aspect. But later, I realized my mission was deeply related to what Hippo had found. What was your mission? And how do you know it was connected to what Hippo discovered? Gongzong felt a bit confused by Wang Zheng's words. On one hand, Wang Zheng said he didn't know the situation, on the other hand, he claimed that his mission was related to what Hippo had discovered, which sounded somewhat contradictory. Wang Zheng replied nonchalantly, are you dumb? I already told you, it was something I realized later. My mission was to help evacuate a group of experts from the Central Research Institute. Wang Zheng's expression grew serious. These experts held some classified materials from before the apocalypse that were considered top secret, and they were studying them, attempting to decipher their content since these things would impact the development of human society. At first, I thought it might be exaggerated. However, during my mission, I received a call from my father. My father said they'd found some strange meat inside the Qianlong headquarters. This meat didn't belong to any known species. Its cellular structure seemed like a combination of humans and beasts. As he was talking, the signal cut off. That was the last time he ever contacted me, almost like a final message. Wang Jing sighed. It was clear that despite appearing unconcerned, he still carried the pain and sadness deep inside. Lu Xian, hearing what Wang Zheng had said, instantly associated it with what they'd encountered at the Pasteur Medical Center. He spoke up, we once faced an incident at the Pasteur Medical Center. Perhaps this can explain the origins of that unknown creature. Pasteur Medical Center. Wang Jing frowned slightly. The materials the experts possessed originated from there, and I later learned that some experiments and data from that place matched exactly what my father described as those strange things. Wang Jing sighed again, staring straight at Gongzong as he said, those studies demonstrated the madness of science. If those things were actually realized, they would indeed impact the development of the entire human society. Yes, but regardless, human society has already changed now, Lu Xian chuckled bitterly and shook his head. As for the madness of science, let's set that aside for a moment. Everything happening right now is enough proof that chaos would eventually erupt, zombie outbreak or not. Gongzong also agreed with this perspective, saying, if not for beast souls awakening, humanity would have suffered far more fatalities, and the world would soon be overrun by monsters from the Pasteur Medical Center and zombies. Even someone as powerful as Gongzong, standing atop the pyramid of humanity, couldn't remain in peak condition forever. People could get injured. Even Gongzong, living in a world dominated by zombies, wouldn't necessarily survive without abundant resources. He certainly couldn't guarantee making it to the end. I don't know if either of you thought about this during the apocalypse, Wang Jing stroked his chin while voicing his long-standing view. If humanity keeps evolving, does the awakening of the beast soul count as evolution? Did it occur due to resisting the destruction brought upon us by the zombie virus, preventing our extinction? But based on the artificial monsters we saw at the Pasteur Medical Center, most beast soul awakened individuals cannot compete with them. So, if this is considered evolution, why would humanity choose such a direction? Why not evolve directly into those monsters instead? Lu Xian recalled the dreadful spider monster that had dominated the tunnel and couldn't help but shiver, we once encountered a monster like this. Its terrifying combat ability was off the charts. If we hadn't managed to escape by sheer luck, we would have become the monster's reserve food long ago. Lu Xian used a humorous word to replace the bewilderment in his heart, but the seriousness and vigilance towards this creature in his tone didn't decrease at all. These monsters are indeed very frightening, but there is a reason why humans choose not to evolve into that. Wang Zheng nodded to Lu Xian and Gongcang, signaling them to follow him. Although Lu Xian didn't know what Wang Zheng had up his sleeve, he still followed Wang Zheng with Gongcang and left the room. Wang Zheng led the two directly away from the cluster of houses and went to a laboratory nearly a li away. Compared to the 2 sentries at the entrance of their territory, it was clear that this place was much more heavily guarded. Not only were there armed soldiers stationed here, but there were also more of them, let alone the fact that all these people were beast soul awakened individuals. Upon seeing Wang Zheng's arrival, these people immediately saluted Wang Zheng and then let him pass. After Wang Zheng brought Gongcang and Lu Xian into the laboratory, Lu Xian saw the differences in this lab. From the outside, this lab didn't appear special, but inside it was divided into separate rooms. Following the current path for a while, Lu Xian discovered some half-human, half-beast corpses placed in solutions. These half-human, half-beast corpses ranged from embryos to adult forms and included various types, not only spider men, snake men, but also kangaroo men, bird men. This lab was like a monster factory, displaying these horrifying corpses, making Lu Xian and Gongcang involuntarily gasp. What exactly was Wang Jing researching here? Chapter 82, Aberrants. Did you conduct human experiments like those people? Lu Xian didn't want to say it, but the embryos and corpses soaked in formalin in front of him spoke for themselves. Lu Xian's expression turned grim, while Gongcang also looked seriously at Wang Zheng. Regardless of what happened, conducting such a shocking experiment on humans and animals was absolutely beyond comprehension or acceptance. Gongcang stared directly into Wang Zheng's eyes and asked, "What is going on here?" "These aren't experiments we conducted, but rather something we discovered." Wang Zheng shook his head with a wry smile. "You know about the materials the experts I mentioned earlier obtained from the Pasteur Medical Center, right? We found these embryos and experimental subjects while transferring to Fengcheng. When we returned and reunited with the main force, we found abandoned vehicles from the Pasteur Medical Center. This is what we found inside them." Abandoned vehicles? Lu Xian recalled Lu Xinwu's investigation into how the spider-like creatures reached the tunnel, exchanging a glance with Gongcang. Could these be from the Pasteur Medical Center inside Fengcheng? "I'm not sure. When we found the abandoned vehicles, we also encountered a horrifying scene." Wang Zheng's demeanor grew particularly solemn. "At the scene, we found the remains of some security personnel and doctors, no survivors, but we also didn't discover any aberrant species responsible for this tragedy. All we retrieved were the contents from the refrigerated truck, these embryos. By the way, we couldn't assign these creatures normal names, so we classified them all under the category of aberrant species." Aberrant. That name fits these creatures. Gongcang looked at Wang Zheng and said, "Before bringing us here, you mentioned that there's a reason why human evolution didn't go in the direction of these aberrant species. Did you find evidence on these aberrants?" "Yes, we found evidence, follow me." Wang Zheng led the two to a sealed laboratory, tapping on the glass. The researcher inside turned around and saw Wang Zheng, then came out of the lab. The smell of high-pressure disinfection lingered, and the person who emerged had already taken off their protective clothing. It was a young and attractive girl. "Gongcang, this is Luo Ning, the primary leader of these research projects. Luo Ning, this is Gongcang, a member of the Qianlong team, and this is his partner, Lu Xian." Luo Ning had distinct features, sharp eyes, and an automatically upright posture, which revealed her military background. Upon hearing that Gongcang was part of Qianlong, she couldn't hide her admiration and respect. She also gave Lu Xian a kind look. "Nice to meet you both." Luo Ning shook hands with Gongcang and Lu Xian confidently before turning to Wang Zheng and asking, "Leader, what did you call me out for?" These two have had contact with the things from the Pasteur Medical Center, and they know some information that we don't. So, I hope we can fully disclose everything, work together, and solve these puzzles. After introducing their backgrounds briefly, Wang Zheng said to Luo Ning, introduce our discoveries to them, specifically about the aberrant species. "All right." Luo Ning adjusted her glasses and stated seriously, "Before receiving this batch of frozen embryo tissue, the research topics and related data we acquired from the Pasteur Medical Center were incomplete. Moreover, the ideas presented inside were too terrifying for us to believe such experiments could actually exist. They believed that the human genome went through a process of self-purification, during which, for reasons unknown, humanity developed into its current state. Therefore, they aimed to use a series of genetic studies to bring back early versions of humanity. We've always believed that the formation of modern humans began with the emergence of Homo sapiens, and Darwin's research and the theory of evolution supported this point. However, some other materials within the Pasteur Medical Center indicate that human evolution might be more complicated than we thought." Luo Ning's tone became much more serious. "Why are other primates only able to approximate human intelligence but cannot match it? Why can't these primates evolve into humans? What makes humans so special? Historical records spanning thousands of years already show differences between humans and these other species. Many people argue that the use of fire distinguished humans from other animals. However, after training, other animals no longer fear flames, yet they still cannot become human-like beings. Therefore, supporters of the Pasteur Medical Center began to advocate a theory. The reason humans differ from all other species is because humans are not ordinary species. It's highly possible that some human genes exist in other species. Super genes. Lu Xian and Gong Cang recalled the secret they discovered at the Pasteur Medical Center in Haicheng and blurted it out simultaneously. Luo Ning and Wang Zheng's faces lit up with pleasant surprise. Wang Zheng nodded, saying, "I knew I was right in telling you this. You truly know about the secrets regarding this thing." However, there are discrepancies between what the people of Pasteur Medical Center know and what we've learned from the materials obtained this time. Most people only know that the source of these genes was discovered in the mummy of the Sphinx found inside the Egyptian pyramids, but it's more than just that. Luo Ning looked extremely serious, and Lu Xian could sense even more explosive revelations lay ahead. The reason why the Pasteur Medical Center came up with such a terrifying hypothesis is that they discovered the existence of angels, as well as some other entities. Luo Ning slightly parted her lips and spoke the name of a place neither Lu Xian nor Gong Cang had imagined. These pieces of evidence were found in Atlantis. Atlantis? The legendary city said to have sunk beneath the sea. Lu Xian exclaimed in shock, never expecting that these fanatics had obtained their proof from there. But the ocean is so vast, how did they find those ruins? They've been exploring this for quite a while. Luo Ning wore a heavy expression and left for a few minutes, returning with a pile of documents she handed to Lu Xian and Gong Cang. "Take a look at this, and you'll understand." Lu Xian and Gong Cang took the documents and started flipping through them. The contents spanned roughly 30 years, mostly studies based on legends and historical narratives. But what shocked them immensely was that they had actually found Atlantis, the true lost civilization. How could this place be near an island in the Pacific Ocean? Lu Xian was astonished when he saw the location of the excavation site, a small island barely 200 square kilometers in size. It was like a mere pebble in the vast Pacific Ocean, almost insignificant, yet they had managed to locate it anyway. One couldn't help but admire, even if angered by the consequences caused by these people, their spirit of exploration deserved respect. The next thing Lu Xian and Gong Cang saw felt like a terrible fantasy story. There were many photographs in the documents, most showing human skeletons. Despite the fact that Atlantis had sunk beneath the sea, these bones and relics were preserved intact thanks to some special seaweeds that had enveloped them. From the photos, the human skeletons appeared nearly twice the height of the archaeology team workers. The shortest adult skeleton measured approximately 3 meters tall, while others were generally around 4 meters, and the tallest one was close to 5 meters. Lu Xian stared wide-eyed, his eyeballs almost popping out. Are these really human skeletons? No fabrication involved. How could they possibly be 5 meters tall? Didn't we uncover some ancient city walls and graves during the Sangxingui River civilization excavations? The leg bones of those people were also long. Regarding this point, Wang Zheng himself felt somewhat surprised but remained calm and stated matter-of-factly, humanity has chosen its current body shape due to evolution. Luo Ning glanced at the photo in Lu Xian's hands, then gestured for him to flip the page, saying, "Take a look at the following pages now, the content will surprise you even more." Lu Xian quickly flipped through several pages and suddenly paused, his lips tightly pursed, pupils constricting as if overwhelmed by the revelation before him. Is this an angel? Lu Xian's hand trembled, causing a photo to fall to the ground. Gong Cang bent down to pick it up and scrutinized it closely. The photo revealed a large piece of amber, which encased a semi-rotten corpse. This particular corpse didn't share much in common with the previously mentioned skeletons. Instead, this corpse had a face resembling a human's, yet clearly, its back bore 2 wings. The wings, estimated to span 3 to 4 meters when fully extended, were now curled up with broken bones, as judged by the stains on the bones, indicating that the wings had been forcibly broken while the creature was alive. The corpse bore countless injuries, with claw marks all over its face and chest. Deep gashes tore through its stomach, forcing its internal organs out. Apart from the wings, which clearly differed from humans, this being had no eyelids. 2 rotten white eyeballs were exposed in broad daylight, and the torn face revealed gums and teeth unlike those of humans, teeth that more resembled 2 rows of razor-sharp saws. He looks like an angel. Gong Cang studied the photograph, his brow furrowed deeply, but he's not like the angels portrayed in religions. If I'm not mistaken, this leather rope around his wrist is made from human scalps. Gong Cang referred to a leather rope among the things wrapped around the corpse's wrist. This rope stood out from other colored ropes due to a streak of golden hair. After Gong Cang pointed it out, Lu Xian also nodded in agreement, confirming the claim, this indeed is made from human scalp. Chapter 83, The Hidden Secrets of Pasteur Medical Center. Aside from the corpse of this angel, these people also discovered some other species in the ruins of Atlantis. Luoning flipped through the materials in Lu Xuan's hand and revealed some additional photos. They were all corpses, and they had all been preserved in amber. Some of these corpses were relatively intact while others were fragmentary, but there was no denying that they shared characteristics of both humans and animals. It seems that these archaeological findings have been studied and analyzed to reveal super genes. Lu Xuan hadn't expected that the version Peter told him about would differ so much from the truth, and his eyes darkened. We have someone from the Pasteur Medical Center in our custody. I think he might be able to contribute to your research when we get back. You actually managed to capture someone alive. That's absolutely fantastic. When Luoning heard about the captured individual from the Pasteur Medical Center, his big eyes immediately lit up. I have a few issues here that need their help. I don't know what difficulties you're facing, but I hope I can assist you. Gongcang thought of Jules and said to Luoning, by the way, the zombie virus responsible for this apocalypse was created by Jules. She now intends to use the bodies of Beast Soul Awakener for experiments. Wang Zheng's face changed instantly after hearing this. He frowned and said, if that's the case, things might get complicated. How complicated? Lu Xuan asked. Very. Wang Zheng glanced at Luoning, his expression turning restless. If they discover some secrets of the Beast Soul Awakeners, it won't be good news for any of us. The secrets of the Beast Soul Awakeners? Gongcang furrowed his brows and asked, can you explain exactly what happened? Luoning sighed and said, do you remember the archaeologists who went missing before the apocalypse? And that video regarding the virus? Luoning's words caught the attention of Lu Xuan and Gongcang. After investigating information about Jules, they had learned many secrets they originally wouldn't have believed. Hearing Luoning mention those unfortunate archaeologists, both Lu Xuan and Gongcang nodded. Gongcang said, yes, the captain noticed something suspicious about those archaeologists and sent me there to check out what was going on. One of the surviving archaeologists once participated in the exploration of Atlantis, Luoning explained seriously. And that poor guy named Adam got into an accident while organizing the remains. A crane lost its balance and smashed a piece of amber containing a corpse, injuring his hand while handling it. Lu Xuan remembered the scene in the video he had seen where Jules mentioned that everyone who had come into contact with that body had died except Adam, whose body could resist even the most lethal viruses to humans. His body was contaminated during that accident, giving him the ability to resist that virus. Wang Zheng looked at the suddenly enlightened expressions on Gongcang and Lu Xuan's faces and stated seriously, if Jules discovers the correct direction through her research, she may achieve her goals. Before that happens, we must find Jules and take her out. Gongcang felt uneasy about Jules' existence. Her madness and obsession had brought trouble to everyone. Who knows what consequences allowing her to continue her research might bring. At this point, Lu Xuan asked Wang Zheng, even though you've said a lot, I still haven't understood my main question. Why did you say humans chose not to embrace such beings as these mutants? Carefully examining the bodies of these creatures, each one is strong and obviously not to be trifled with. If humanity evolved into beings like these, perhaps we could break free from many current constraints. Do you guess how old these mutants are? Luoning pointed to the photographs of the monster corpses and asked Lu Xuan, who examined them closely and roughly estimated, I assume these mutants are adult individuals, probably over 20 years old. No, based on the dissection of these mutant bodies, their ages are much younger than you think. Luoning announced the correct answer. Most of these mutants are only 2 or 3 years old, with very few exceeding 4. The oldest one was 7 years old. However, their bodies were comparable to humans of 70 or 80 years old. They inherited the strength of different species but were deprived of their lives. That's why I said, humans would not choose that evolutionary direction. Compared to the majority of other species in this world, our longer lifespan means we can do more than just look for food, shelter, and reproduce. At this moment, Wang Zheng turned around and looked at the way they had come. Do you know how those creatures in that room came about? Lu Xuan had heard Peter roughly mention it before and guessed, they used humans for experiments to create the hybrids. No, they cultivated those genes, then injected them into people with super genes. When Luoning said this, there was a hint of disgust on his face. People with super genes can adapt to these foreign genes. These humans became stronger, but they couldn't directly turn into hybrids. So they began thinking of ways to modify these gene cells and implant them into human eggs for experimentation. As a result, they obtained mutated embryos. Your point is that they used humans with super genes as incubators for these hybrids, allowing them to give birth naturally. Gongcang felt nauseous upon realizing what Pasteur Medical Center had done. These people are insane. Yes, they've gone mad. To uncover so-called super genes and past humans, they have created terrible monsters. The more Wang Zheng learned about all of this, the more disgusted and terrified he became. Just thinking about how many greedy and foolish people there are in this world makes me sleepless at night. Luoning sighed while shaking his head helplessly. They don't realize once they take this path, there's no turning back. Adam's body was infected by the hybrids due to the archaeological dig, and Jules started conducting terrible experiments when she saw that Adam wouldn't die from those plagues. These experiments led to the apocalypse. This is how humanity's ambition led step by step to our own destruction. Lu Xuan understood why the apocalypse had become this way. He held his forehead and groaned painfully. The viruses that Jules made Adam endure didn't just cause mutations but were also highly contagious and lethal. That's why the zombie virus spread so quickly. And when the hybrid genes combined with the viruses, it somehow awakened beast souls in humans with super genes. Lu Xuan's words revealed the truth that Wang Zheng and the others had uncovered about this post-apocalyptic world. Science is great, but it is also terrifying. Luoning sighed and lowered his gaze, showing no respect for science and natural laws will only bring troubles to oneself and humanity. Yet even at this stage, Jules and her group still cling to their delusions, and this is the scariest part for me. Gongcang understood what Luoning meant and whispered softly, so what are your current research directions regarding the hybrids? Is there any place where we can be of help? Of course, we need your help. Wang Jing nodded. Regarding the research on hybrids, our goal is to create reversible genes that could deactivate the viruses and zombies, thus ending this apocalypse. However, we lack certain technical resources in this area. After hearing that you captured someone from the Pasteur Medical Center, I believe they could be helpful for our study. After the four discussed this matter further, Wang Jing brought Gongcang and Luxuan back to the previous room. After Wang Jing understood Gongcang and Luxuan's purpose, he nodded and said, because of our research project, your side has more people, coming to our territory might not be convenient. However, near Ji Mingchang's territory, there are some places cleared of zombies yet not yet occupied. You can stay there. Once you arrive, we'll send some people to help you settle down. The heavy machinery we brought can be used by the settlement. Luxuan also clarified their plans, but our condition is to become one of the forces here. Relying on a certain force could indeed save time, but to fulfill the promise given to the rescued women, becoming a local power was the only way to gain protection. This is acceptable. You have people and resources, and both Ji Mingchang and I will support you. As for the Luo family, although they have many people, if the two of us agree, they won't be able to do anything about it. Wang Jing briefly mentioned his personal connections. If you guys don't enter Fengqing as a power group, then the Luo family will surely exploit you. But if you are recognized as a power group, it would mean cooperation instead. At this point, Wang Jing glanced at Gongcang and said, although Ji Mingchang and I can support your establishment of a new force, this is still the end times. There are some things I must make clear. Gongcang, if you want to establish a foothold in this settlement of nearly 10,000 people, Ji Mingchang's and my protection alone won't be enough unless you can prove your strength, making those with ill intentions reconsider. Rules are rules, we cannot arbitrarily break them. I hope you understand this. Don't worry. If I didn't have this confidence, I wouldn't have rushed into coming to Fengqing. Gongcang sighed and continued, I will soon bring you the person from Pasteur Medical Center. Luxuan and I will return first to prepare for everything. I'll send someone from my side to go with you back so that when you come back, the Luo family doesn't cause trouble. Wang Jing called in a middle-aged man who looked physically imposing, exuding authority and gave a military salute upon entering. This is Shen Peijun, a guidance officer from the special combat class of the 1st Battalion in Fengqing's military zone. With him accompanying you, no one will dare to cause you trouble. Shen Peijun clearly knew Gongcang. Upon seeing him, he immediately shook hands with Gongcang and said, Gongcang, I heard from Wang Jing that you're here. It looks like those unruly youngsters will now have someone to straighten them out. Director Shen, that's very kind of you to say. It's getting late, so let's set off. Otherwise, if there are elderly or women and children in your group, they might suffer due to the delay. Shen Peijun seemed rough but considered details carefully when speaking and acting. Luxuan took a liking to him. Before leaving, Wang Jing handed a package of crystal cores to Gongcang, explaining their use quietly before parting ways. Gongcang held the crystal cores in his hand, embraced Wang Jing once more, and then left his territory. Chapter 84, A Perfect Match. Ji Mingshang had been waiting for Lu Xian and Gongcang for a long time. When he saw Shen Peijun accompanying them, he immediately realized that Gongcang's position in Wang Jing's heart must be significant. Ji Mingshang laughed loudly and waved his hand to call out his few brothers. You're going out to receive people now, right? I'll have some of my brothers help, and we can all save time for the elderly and young ones to rest. There were indeed many middle-aged and elderly people in the group, so Lu Xian and Gongcang didn't refuse Ji Mingshang's offer to assist and expedite things. On the contrary, they sincerely thanked Ji Mingshang. However, as Lu Xian and Ji Mingshang exchanged smiles, they also understood why he was doing this. Wang Jing sent his left-hand man, Shen Peijun, with Lu Xian and Gongcang as a sign of the Wang family's acceptance of them, and Ji Mingshang personally showing up meant the same thing. Lu Xian and Gongcang should handle any provocations from the Luo family themselves. However, apart from this, there were still some scattered small forces in the vast Feng city. Their presence was signaling those outside the major factions to not mess with the wrong people. Although Ji Mingshang brought people to follow Lu Xian back mainly as a gesture, he also genuinely wanted to help. The brothers he brought were all strong and robust men, covered with tattoos of dragons and tigers, exuding an exaggerated aura. Ji Mingshang couldn't do much about it since, before the apocalypse, everyone on the street sometimes needed such camouflage. If a tattoo could solve a problem, no one wanted to waste punches unnecessarily. Only a few young people chose not to get tattoos at all, probably because they feared pain or didn't trust the tattoo artist's skills. When they returned to the outskirts of the city, Lu Xian and Gongcang introduced Shen Peijun and Ji Mingshang to Li Qian and Hiyong. The group quickly spread the news that they would soon enter Feng City. The feeling of drifting all the way made everyone feel exhausted and weary. Living without a fixed home had made them reluctant to endure this again, which is why everyone supported and fully endorsed the idea of entering Feng City. After Lu Xian learned the size of the territory and buildings that would be allocated to them from Shen Peijun, he began selecting suitable members from their group. 2/3 of those who could manage physical labor went into the city first to clean up the place, while the remaining 1/3 took out supplies, organized them, and looked after the elderly, weak, sick, women, and children, ready to move into Feng City at any moment. After everything was properly assigned, Lu Xian and Gongcang went into the city as well to tidy up, while Hiyong worked together with them. Li Qian, being meticulous, stayed behind to oversee and direct operations. Lu Xian and Gong Song had already attracted much gossip when they came before, and the Luo family also received the news that these two strikingly handsome individuals had entered Feng City and befriended Ji Mingshang and Wang Zheng. Yu Fangfang had been strolling around the city earlier and caught sight of Gong Song and Lu Xian, recognizing Lu Xian's identity. She then reported the matter to Luo Yaozu. Luo Yaozu slightly raised his eyebrows and smiled. Fangfang, didn't you hate how Ji Mingshang's father killed your mother and father and lusted after you? We can try using these two friends of his as leverage. Are you saying, sending these two over to that person? Yu Fangfang was extremely intelligent, beautiful yet with an air of gentleness masking a tough core, which was why she stood out in Luo Yaoyu's eyes. She quickly understood his plans and said softly, even though that person is highly capable, Lu Xian and his companion have received assistance from Wang Zheng and Ji Mingshang, so it might not be that easy to capture them. Moreover, they both come from remarkable backgrounds, and if we act recklessly, we may have trouble wrapping this up cleanly. The person Yu Fangfang referred to was an overseas individual named Tommy brought back by Luo Yatsu's former squad. This foreigner possessed extraordinary strength, his spirit animal being an adult cougar with immense power and a terrifying burst of energy. They originally saved his team from a group of zombies, bringing him back as a result. This Tommy wasn't just anyone, he was backed by a considerable force. Luo Yatsu met someone from behind Tommy and agreed to cooperate, allowing Tommy to stay in Feng City as assurance and to train Luo Yatsu's subordinates. Tommy was skilled and talented, significantly enhancing the strength of Luo Yatsu's men through his training. Although this Tommy appeared normal on the surface, he was actually a very terrifying person. His personality, perhaps influenced by his beast soul, enjoyed torturing good-looking men and women. Several lives had already been claimed by his hands. The Luo family had numerous connections, so the disappearance of a few attractive individuals in Feng City could be managed quietly. However, if it were Lu Xian and that handsome man, there might be some ripples. Luo Yatsu didn't seem to care at all as he embraced Yu Fangfang, leaving her a sticky hot kiss on her lips and lightly brushing his fingers against her nose with a laugh. Fangfang, you're overthinking it. Haven't you forgotten what conditions those people put forward when they helped our Luo family awaken their beast souls? We need to take over the power in Feng City. Otherwise, they won't let us go. There are some things we should start doing, or how can we show our sincerity in wanting to cooperate? One Tommy alone had such formidable combat ability, but Luo Yatsu had personally witnessed even stronger people obeying that individual's orders. Thinking about this, Luo Yatsu sneered slightly. The other side had provided them with so many benefits and promised to help the Luo family seize power, but he knew clearly what tricks the other side was playing. They required the Luo family to guarantee not to damage Wang's laboratory, otherwise the cooperation would be cancelled. Many people knew that the Wang family was engaged in scientific research, and Luo Yatsu naturally did too, which made him connect a lot of things mentally. For instance, the person who handed over the agents that enabled the Luo family to awaken their beast souls, Luo Yatsu believed that because the other party valued the content of Wang's lab so highly, there must be something inside the Wang family's laboratory that they desired, and that thing was more powerful than these awakening agents. Luo Yatsu needed to use the opportunity provided by the other side to unify Feng City, and naturally wouldn't openly turn against them. But from his perspective, there was another advantage. On the day of the attack, he could refrain from damaging the lab, though he hadn't said anything about exploring its contents or walking away without taking anything he needed. Every time she thought of Ji Mingshang's former admiration for her, Yu Fangfang's expression darkened. She hated Ji Mingshang and his father. If it weren't for them, her family wouldn't have been destroyed. Yu Fangfang had completely forgotten about Ji Mingshang's care for her throughout the journey and also forgotten the fact that her father dragged Ji Mingshang's father into the zombie crowd. Her memory became distorted under the double impact of losing both her parents. She forgot that her mother was attacked by someone turned into a zombie, and she forgot that her mother was attacked while saving the then obstinate herself. Some people are like that, in the face of intense guilt and self-reproach, in order to make themselves feel better, they choose to shift the blame onto others. After all, hating others is much simpler than hating oneself. Yatsu, then I'll arrange it today so that Tommy finds Lu Xian and that handsome man. Yu Fangfang wasn't stupid. She wanted to scheme against Lu Xian and Gong Song, but she also needed to leave herself an out. If Tommy managed to capture the two, it would naturally be the best outcome. But if Tommy failed, she would need to ensure the Luo family avoided any suspicion. My dear, you're really smart. Luo Yatsu kissed Yu Fangfang, then started fooling around with her right away. In college, Yu Fangfang had always been his goddess. He had spent a lot of effort just to win her favor, but failed to win her heart as she kept refusing him with the excuse that she already had an engagement. Now that everything was going as he wished, Luo Yatsu couldn't help thanking Ji Mingshang and the apocalypse. Without the circumstances and Ji Mingshang's blunders, he wouldn't have ended up with Yu Fangfang. But Luo Yatsu didn't entertain any thoughts of thanking Ji Mingshang for his inadvertent assistance. On the contrary, he was entirely focused on killing Ji Mingshang. After all, Yu Fangfang only broke up with Ji Mingshang due to the trauma. Luo Yatsu didn't want one day when Yu Fangfang remembered the good parts about Ji Mingshang and returned to him. Looking at the smiling Yu Fangfang in his arms, she still looked gentle and demure, yet the more serene she appeared, the sharper the venomous gleam in her eyes, making Luo Yatsu infatuated with her even more. He knew they were destined to be a perfect pair. Lu Xian and Gong Song had no idea that Yu Fangfang and Luo Yatsu had set their sights on them, so they followed Chen Peijun to the place Wang Jing said would be allocated to them. This area was behind the street where Ji Mingshang lived. After being cleaned up, it wasn't given to other ordinary people since this entire area belonged to powerful factions, distinctly separated from where commoners resided. After Chen Peijun showed Lu Xian and the others the place arranged by Wang Jing, everyone was satisfied. Since Lu Xian's group had many people and plenty of supplies, Chen Peijun arranged for them a high-end residential complex. Although it wasn't as elegant or luxurious as Ji Mingshang's residence, the environment was clean, with some greenery and recreational facilities for residents. Most importantly, the neighborhood was large enough to accommodate their machinery and vehicles, and there were sufficient houses for storing resources. The women who came to help, like Fan Lily, upon seeing this environment and hearing Lu Xian's announcement that men and women would live separately in the future, couldn't hold back their tears. In this post-apocalyptic world, they had suffered too much torment. Seeing Lu Xian's arrangements now, they finally believed there were still good people left in the world. Kindness meant hope, and it was precisely what was most lacking in this post-apocalyptic era. Chapter 85, Ask them for power generation equipment. Lu Xian and his team assigned the tasks. The heavy physical labor of moving things was to be done by the men, while the women were responsible for allocating houses according to the number of people and organizing cleaning. Soon, these matters were dealt with one by one. These houses had all been infested with zombies or corpses before. Even after they were cleaned up by the people from Fengcheng, the smell still hadn't completely dissipated. Everyone put in a lot of effort while tidying up. Fortunately, there was no shortage of water in Fengcheng, so the repeated flushing greatly reduced the odor in the houses. After their efforts in cleaning the filth, although some smells could still be detected, it no longer affected living conditions. After Lu Xian and his team finished arranging the living quarters, they also cleaned up the entire neighborhood. With such a large group working together, the efficiency was remarkable, and the tasks were quickly completed. Looking at the mountain-high piles of garbage stacked in the corner of the neighborhood, He Yong shouted loudly, "We'll leave these garbage alone for now, and later we'll use a bulldozer and military trucks to take them away. By the way, the rooms have been swept clean. Fan Lily, have you handled the housing allocation?" Fan Lily handed over the list they had prepared to He Yong. She seriously said, "All the rooms have been registered and distributed. Women's buildings are inside, men's are outside. The bottom floor is arranged for those who have awakened beast souls. In case of any emergency, they can react first. The second floor was mostly allocated to elderly people who would live with younger ones willing to take care of them. In addition, people on upper floors can draw lots or freely combine to choose their rooms." Fan Lily's thoughts were simple, and she did not deliberately separate people based on whether they had awakened their beast souls or not. This coincided with the intention of Lu Xian and He Yong. To break down barriers, the simplest method is to mix both groups, allowing emotions to gradually build up as they blend. This allocation method is good. It's getting late, they must be anxious waiting. He Yong agreed with Fan Lily's distribution method and added, "Let's quickly bring them in. I estimate that the older people in the group may already be struggling." Just as He Yong guessed, the faces of the elderly showed signs of fatigue. He Yong arranged for them to be the first batch to move in, followed by women and children, and lastly, the men. Lu Xian and Gong Song's residence was also on the first floor, but it was on the left side of the staircase. In this neighborhood's building layout, there happened to be only one suite on the left side of the staircase, which, though slightly smaller in design due to its corner location, was perfectly suitable for the two of them. After a busy day, Gong Song didn't let Lu Xian clean the room. Instead, he sat resting on the wicker sofa in the living room while Gong Song meticulously tidied up the house. After finishing, Gong Song saw that Lu Xian had fallen asleep leaning against the sofa out of exhaustion. A gentle expression crossed Gong Song's eyes. He went forward, lightly picked up Lu Xian, carried him to the bedroom, and laid him on a soft bed. When Gong Song was about to stand up, unexpectedly Lu Xian suddenly reached out and hooked his neck, pulling him close and delivering a passionate kiss. Even though this room wasn't big, the feeling of home still warmly enveloped both Lu Xian and Gong Song. In this apocalypse world, everyone had lost their loved ones, but Lu Xian was glad he had met Gong Song and fallen in love with him. Gong Song felt the same way. He never thought he'd find a place to settle in the midst of his wandering life. The missing piece of his emotional puzzle was found here. Perhaps for him, the future still held many uncertainties. This disastrous era wouldn't return to the peaceful tranquility it once had before the apocalypse, but as long as he thought about Lu Xian being by his side, even an unknown future seemed flavorful and lively. The two didn't express their feelings with too many words. Their deep love turned into a series of fervent kisses, carrying them to the peak of unity. After this intense joy, Lu Xian was so tired that he couldn't move his fingers, but looking at Gong Song smiling beside him, he felt willing to be even more tired if it meant offering all the beauty of this world to the man he deeply loved. Seeing how exhausted Lu Xian looked, Gong Song felt deeply sympathetic and gently spoke, "How about next time you do it?" Lu Xian waved his hand, saying loudly, "Forget it, you keep doing it. I'm too lazy to move." Looking at Lu Xian's contented face, Gong Song couldn't help but chuckle and planted a tender kiss on his forehead. After indulging in a wild and raucous romp, the two didn't prolong their intimate moment and got up to tidy the room. This set of rooms had been relatively lucky, when the original owner had turned into a corpse, he hadn't been inside. Plus, due to its corner position, it was hard for zombies to get in, making this place cleaner than some other rooms. The furniture inside was also intact. However, even though all appliances were present in the room, there was no power supply. Looking at things like the fridge that could have been useful, Lu Xian could only sigh wistfully. After all, electricity needed to be reserved for Lu Xinwu's computer and some other essential devices that required charging, rendering appliances like fridges and induction cookers into luxurious burdens. But Lu Xian's early preparations weren't without benefits for everyone. As night fell, all the rooms occupied in the compound were provided with lighting. Although most bulbs had been replaced with LED lights, their glow resisting the darkness filled the people with a sense of security. Standing within the complex and watching as each room glowed with light, Li Qian and the others felt pride and satisfaction. However, these shining lights appeared as blatant flaunting in the eyes of the Luo family. Who would have thought that Lu Xian and his group had some skills, managing to get so many generators? I wonder what kind of stroke of luck they hit. Yu Fangfang had learned a bit about this team, her face filled with jealousy. After the apocalypse, Fengcheng's power plant hadn't suffered major issues, but the electrical lines had been damaged significantly during the unrest. Wang Jia's team included engineers and technicians who restored power to Fengcheng. However, most of the electricity was still allocated to their own laboratories, a fact well known throughout Fengcheng, yet nothing could be done against the Wang family. Therefore, even in Yu Fangfang's sphere of influence, power restoration was partial, not unlimited. Similar to long ago planned economies, they now had planned electricity usage. Since Yu Fangfang held a special status, Luo Yaozu made an exception for her by connecting electricity for her fridge and providing basic household electricity, but she couldn't waste electricity endlessly, for instance, beauty devices or smart toilet seat heaters, things she couldn't use. Before the apocalypse, although Yu Fangfang's family wasn't as wealthy as Ji Mingshang's, her conditions were far from poor. Her consumption level wasn't luxurious, but absolutely upper middle class. After the apocalypse, her quality of life dropped significantly, leaving her in a sour mood. When she saw Lu Xian's group having their own generators, envy and resentment welled up inside her heart. Luo Yaozu also had his eyes on those generators. Seeing Yu Fangfang upset, he consoled her by hugging her and said, "Baby, don't get mad. Once we get rid of this group of people, won't all this stuff be ours?" Moreover, since they've entered Fengcheng's territory, even if Wang Jing allows Shen Peijun to follow them and Ji Mingshang goes along too, that doesn't mean the Luo family should be overlooked. Yu Fangfang immediately perked up upon hearing this, asking Luo Yaozu, "So how do you plan to take the generators from them?" "There's no need to plan." Luo Yaozu smirked proudly, "The factions entering Fengcheng must know the rules here. Certain supplies must be offered to the three original powers among us. We can directly ask them to provide some generators, and even if Ji Mingshang and Wang Zheng are involved, they can't interfere with this matter. What if they refuse?" Though intrigued, Yu Fangfang was cautious. Knowing Lu Xian was not one to give in easily, she couldn't help but worry. "It doesn't matter if they refuse," replied Luo Yaozu nonchalantly. "We'll just let Tommy give them some trouble." Originally, Luo Yaozu and Yu Fangfang were looking to trap Lu Xian and Gong Tsang. Now, if Lu Xian and Gong Tsang don't back down, they'll simply be providing them an excuse. Luo Yaozu believed that once targeted by Tommy, those two would definitely meet their end. If so, go find Tommy later and discuss tomorrow's affairs. Yu Fangfang wasn't going herself. Tommy was a reckless man, and she wanted no part in giving him any chance to come close. After comforting Yu Fangfang to sleep, Luo Yaozu immediately went to find Tommy. Tommy lived in a separate little villa. Even before approaching, Luo Yaozu heard screams of agony emanating from within. He knocked lightly on the door. About 10 minutes later, a foreign man who looked fairly handsome opened the door. If Gong Tsang were there, he would definitely recognize this man as his former colleague from the security company, Tom. Tommy glanced at Luo Yaozu, who was wearing an insincere smile, and furrowed his brows impatiently. "Luo, I've already told you not to disturb me at night. I need to discuss something with you." Luo Yaozu avoided mentioning Lu Xian and Gong Tsang, only telling Tommy about the plan to get power generators from the newly arrived group tomorrow. As soon as Tommy heard about the possibility of obtaining generators, his eyes lit up immediately. He licked his lips like a feline, excitedly saying, "Going with you for some fun tomorrow sounds fine, but if we get a generator, I want one set. There are some toys I haven't shared with my darlings yet." With that, Tommy turned his head to look at the couch inside. A woman he had tortured to unconsciousness lay sprawled on it like a rag doll. Her face was still intact, but her once pristine white skin was now riddled with deep and shallow claw marks. Worse still, there were bite holes in her sensitive areas, which made the sight even more horrifying. A gust of wind blew through the room, carrying the stench of blood that made Luo Yaozu feel nauseous. However, he remained silent, as he knew what he was getting into by cooperating with Tommy. The only thing that troubled Luo Yaozu was that the beauty he'd painstakingly acquired seemed close to death. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Luo Yaozu left Tommy's villa. He pondered that it was time to scout new targets for Tommy. Maybe among the newcomers, there would be suitable prey. Chapter 86, Absorbing Crystal Cores. Under the arrangements of the Wang and Ji families, Lu Xian's force entered Fengcheng. This not only meant an infusion of fresh blood into Fengcheng but also rendered this already chaotic city even more unpredictable. Some had caught a bit of news from the Luo family, so they gathered early at the entrance of the residential area where Lu Xian and his people lived, ready for some spectacle. Others from smaller forces flocked to the same spot like sharks drawn by blood, waiting to see how this new group would perform. If their strength wasn't overwhelming enough, then even the support of the Wang and Ji families wouldn't be able to protect them. This newborn power would be torn apart under the assault of the Luo family and these minor forces, and subsequently divided among all the factions. Among those gathered, many were there for Gongcang. Yesterday, when Gongcang and Lu Xian entered the city, Gongcang's stunning appearance had already caught plenty of attention. Being good-looking didn't guarantee safety before the apocalypse, let alone afterward. Those who were interested in men might like Lu Xian, but most admirers of Lu Xian were women. Gongcang, however, attracted more male than female interest due to his bewitching looks. Women who saw his face didn't feel infatuated but rather subconsciously released hostility toward this man whose appearance so overwhelmingly overshadowed theirs. His gender-transcending beauty and tall figure made him a topic of private discussion among many. A lot of people thought that Gongcang seemed to have no real abilities and probably relied on his looks to get by in the team. Quite a few shared this notion. But Gongcang was unaware of the impractical associations his face had sparked. He was still lying lazily in bed with Lu Xian, discussing how to absorb crystal cores to enhance their capabilities. Lu Xian spoke about what he knew concerning crystal cores. Why are there crystal cores? Because the walking dead have lost their lives and vital signs, a mass of dead flesh cannot move without energy. They perform instinctual feeding motions only through the remnant neurons. However, neurons disappear as the body fully perishes. But this virus turns those neurons into crystals while transforming humans into zombies. These crystal cores become the energy source driving the movements of the zombies and allow the corpses to remain viable for longer periods. Just like how humans awaken their animal souls, the conversion of neurons into crystal cores is rare for zombies. However, the proportion of zombies possessing crystal cores is higher than the proportion of humans who awaken their animal souls. You mean these zombies can exist longer once they've formed crystal cores compared to those that haven't? After listening, Gongcang found no comfort in this fact. If zombie crystal cores were indeed their energy source, he wondered whether, like human awakening of animal souls, these zombies would gradually become harder to deal with and more threatening. Along our journey, I didn't pay special attention to this issue. Their numbers are already hundreds or thousands of times greater than ours. If they survive longer than us, it's certainly not good news. And if these zombies become tougher with the help of their crystal cores, humans may eventually only face extinction. True as that may be, humans also aren't without the potential for evolution. In your past life, you were an S-level animal soul awakener. The change and hope you could bring to this world far surpasses your imagination. Thinking about how his decision in the previous life created their connection, Lu Xian's gaze became resolute. Perhaps this world will worsen because of human ambition, but nature always provides its perfect cycle. So, while crystal cores may create difficulties for us through the zombies, they will also provide animal soul awakeners with ways to enhance themselves. S-level, when exactly will I become that strong? Gongcang summoned his animal soul, gazing at it and couldn't help but sigh. Maybe, if it hadn't been because I became that butterfly flapping its wings, you might be much stronger now because of me. Lu Xian showed a trace of guilt. Ever since being together with Gongcang, whenever faced with terrible issues, he couldn't stop wondering if, without him, Gongcang's situation wouldn't be so passive now. Gongcang couldn't resist pinching Lu Xian's face, stretching this handsome face until it distorted, releasing only when Lu Xian cried out in pain. Seeing Lu Xian's eyes filled with tears due to his sneak attack, Gongcang said word by word, Lu Xian, I don't know why the me from the previous life was so powerful. But now, I want to become strong because of you. Gongcang gave Lu Xian a passionate and deep kiss, whispering, that me might have been powerful, but I think without you, I wouldn't be as happy as I am now. Lost in Gongcang's hot kiss, Lu Xian couldn't help but recall the man from the previous life whose eyes carried compassion. For a moment, he became absent-minded, making Gongcang upset. Lu Xian, I'm right here. Why do you always think about other men? Gongcang directly stretched out his long arms and pinned Lu Xian down, ready to punish him. Lu Xian couldn't resist mocking back, how can you think I'm thinking about other men? I'm just thinking about you. After these words came out, Lu Xian's face also turned scarlet red. However, Gongcang burst into jealousy, saying, you can only think about me now, I won't allow you to think about the me from your previous life. With his enchantingly beautiful yet seductive face, Gongcang said this jealously serious sentence that sounded more pleasant to Lu Xian than any sweet talk like, I love you. Moreover, such jealous Gongcang looked less mature than usual and more childish, which made Lu Xian feel even more moved. Seeing such a Gongcang, Lu Xian couldn't resist wanting to thoroughly savor him. It happened that previously, Gongcang had mentioned wanting Lu Xian to take the lead, he. Seeing Lu Xian constantly looking at himself, Gongcang didn't feel awkward at all about being on the defensive. On the contrary, with his eye gleaming, he frankly opened up his body, revealing himself completely before Lu Xian. Loving someone is never about taking but about giving. No matter what kind of relationship Lu Xian wanted, as long as he expressed it, Gongcang would make it happen. What could be more important than pleasing one's lover? If it weren't for this thought, how could Lu Xian willingly lie under Gongsun? Still, despite having the thought and facing such beauty presented before him, Lu Xian finally decided against it after satisfying himself with feasting his eyes on Gongsun again. Never mind. Lu Xian grabbed his clothes, put them on, then threw a white shirt at Gongsun, covering up those sights that stirred his heart intensely. What's wrong? Gongsun didn't expect that Lu Xian would refuse him when he offered himself up, and given that Lu Xian was clearly aroused judging by a certain part of him, are you worried I'll reject you? It's not that. Lu Xian also wished to linger closely with Gongsun, but there were some things they couldn't just easily do. Although he had experience in certain positions, lying down did bring an indescribable soreness. Now, they had just arrived, and it was exactly when Gongsun needed to handle various tasks. If he disregarded everything and got intimate with Gongsun, in case of emergencies where their actions became hindrances causing harm to Gongsun, he would never forgive himself. At the thought of this, Lu Xian's ardor disappeared like it was doused by a bucket of cold water. Looking at Gongsun, Lu Xian couldn't help but think that if he really wanted Gongsun at least should reach S-level ability, otherwise, he'd always worry about whether Gongsun's survival would be affected by his demands. Furrowing his brow, Lu Xian cleaned the crystal core and handed it over to Gongsun, looking grave. Now is not the time for those things. You need to quickly enhance your strength, otherwise, I'll hesitate to proceed because of concerns affecting your capabilities. Gongsun's face lost its composure. He coughed dryly a couple of times, reached out and took the crystal core from Lu Xian's hand, gazed meaningfully at Lu Xian, and seriously responded, understood, for your future happiness, I will strive to improve myself. Feeling embarrassed to be dismissed due to lack of skill despite offering himself up, Gongsun couldn't help wondering what material Lu Xian considered him to be so fragile. But upon further reflection, he felt warm inside. Lu Xian's love for him was selfless. Even when wanting to do something together, Lu Xian would always consider more for him. Thinking of this, Gongsun also set aside all his thoughts and firmly gripped the crystal core, summoning his animal soul according to Wang Zheng's instruction. The soft and fluffy giant squid animal soul formed within a large water ball, slowly appearing in Gongsun's palm. Upon seeing Lu Xian, it became excited and immediately waved its tentacles, greeting Lu Xian enthusiastically. Seeing the giant squid's enthusiasm, Lu Xian also responded to the king giant squid. Only then did the king giant squid turn its head toward Gongsun, looking at him with a pair of watery eyes. Put the crystal core on your palm so it can eat. I'll go out first. Lu Xian didn't want to delay Gongsun's absorption, so he turned and left the room. After seeing Lu Xian leave, the tenderness in Gongsun's eyes disappeared, and he looked solemnly at his beast soul, placing a crystal core on his palm. The king giant squid glanced around this crystal core, grabbed it with two soft tentacles, and played with it back and forth on its hand as if highly interested. Gongsun wondered in his heart why the king giant squid hadn't yet absorbed the beast soul. At that moment, the king giant squid suddenly shoved the crystal core into its mouth. Instantly, the sharp beak directly bit into the crystal core and with a sudden effort, an immense energy was released from inside the crystal core. The king giant squid immediately began to absorb it vigorously. After this energy hidden within the crystal core was released, Gongsun instantly felt an indescribable force surging into his body. This force wasn't from the crystal core but from the king giant squid. At this time, a thin layer of white enveloped the body of the king giant squid's beast soul, and at the same time, its body started to wildly thrash about inside the water sphere. Chapter 87, Your Opponent is Me. Lu Xian came out of the room, but his mind was still preoccupied with Gongsun, who was inside absorbing the crystal core. The two had always been together, the smell of Gongsun made Lu Xian's sensitive nose suffer much less. But now that they were apart, Lu Xian could barely stand it. The odors in this neighborhood were already very complicated, the sweat and stench from people's bodies, the odor of bloodstains and decomposing corpses, the smell of wilting or rotten plants. Then there was the cooking crew preparing breakfast early in the morning, all of which created a stimulating aroma that made Lu Xian feel quite at ease. However, Lu Xian also noticed that his abilities had improved. With his willpower, he gradually used the power of the little pig to weaken those disgusting smells. Although he couldn't block them out entirely yet, things were much better than before. Lu Xian's beast soul was no longer the pink, tender little pig spirit that resembled glutinous rice balls. It now looked like a steamed bun version of a pig beast spirit, plump and round. Looking at his own beast soul, Lu Xian couldn't help but complain, what good are you? In this apocalypse, it's either zombies or monsters. What use is my sharp sense of smell? If it weren't for my boyfriend's natural barrier, I don't know how many troubles I'd have to endure. Isn't pig strength supposed to be great? Why doesn't it work for me? Lu Xian's complaint directly offended the little pig. The little guy snorted, swung his thin, white tail that looked like lotus roots, and went back inside. At the moment the little pig left, Lu Xian smelled a strong perfume scent that almost knocked him unconscious. This terrible odor struck Lu Xian like a heavy hammer smashing onto his head. For a while, he couldn't catch his breath. Following the fragrance, he saw a gentle and elegant young woman with a man of about the same age coming in with several others. Who are you? This is our base. If you have no business here, please leave as soon as possible. The one on guard duty was Jiang Jun from the day shift. Sensing the bad intentions of the visitors, he immediately waved his hand, and these soldiers quickly moved into action, escorting the nearby women and children to a safer, more secluded position. Luo Yatsu then appeared, holding Yu Fangfang and walking up from behind. He held a cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and said, "I'm Luo Yatsu from the Luo family. I heard you plan to settle permanently in Feng City, so I came over to visit. Since we'll all be mixing here from now on, we can't act like we don't know each other, right?" Lu Xian could hardly bear the strong perfume mixed with the smell of cigarettes and had no intention of getting closer. However, Lu Xian noticed that the woman being held by Luo Yatsu kept glancing at him with a subtle look. Was this woman Yu Fangfang? Lu Xian had once seen old photos of the two together at Ji Mingxiang's place. Back then, Yu Fangfang looked younger and more naive, her eyes filled only with Ji Mingxiang. They seemed to be deeply in love as childhood sweethearts. But now, the only thing similar between the present Yu Fangfang and her past self was her face. Her demeanor had completely changed, and Lu Xian hadn't recognized her at first. Lu Xian knew all about the dirty deeds Yu Fangfang had done to Ji Mingxiang. Now seeing Yu Fangfang, Lu Xian felt wary. However, Lu Xian neither approached nor showed any recognition of Yu Fangfang. Instead, he stepped aside to watch with the others, trying to test whether Yu Fangfang was really observing him. It turned out that just as Lu Xian guessed, even after he changed positions, Yu Fangfang's gaze full of malice followed him. Lu Xian pondered privately that this must be because Yu Fangfang was aware of his relationship with Ji Mingxiang. Perhaps she intended to take him down too to hit Ji Mingxiang indirectly. They say when picking persimmons, choose the soft ones. Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh to himself. Did he look that easy to handle? There was no need for Lu Xian to step forward. Li Qian and He Yong immediately arrived upon hearing the commotion. Recognizing Luo Yatsu, the two exchanged glances, and Li Qian spoke up, "We welcome the visit from the head of the Luo family, but what's with the rush? Why show up at the crack of dawn?" Li Qian usually spoke in a measured manner, but his attitude changed in the morning. His words immediately clashed with Luo Yatsu. Hearing Li Qian's straightforwardness, Luo Yatsu didn't hide his thoughts either and bluntly said, "Everyone in the forces around Feng City knows the rules here. You should contribute some stuff for us original local powers to use. And here's the deal, I heard you guys have generators. I came over to ask if you could give me a few to play with. You wouldn't refuse me this favor, would you?" Luo Yatsu was dead set on getting the generators and gave them no choice in the matter. Instead, his declaration sounded more like a notice, whether Li Qian's group liked it or not, they would just have to accept. He Yong was displeased. Most of these generators had been prepared by Lu Xian in advance and were now being put to good use. Luo Yatsu was shamelessly asking for them just like that, as if his face were thicker than a city wall. He Yong outright rejected him, saying, "This equipment doesn't belong to me, so I can't simply give it to you. Moreover, I've already asked Shen Peijun about Feng City's rules. Our heavy machinery is what Feng City currently needs most urgently. We are willing to share our heavy machinery with everyone. But when it comes to the generators, the answer is no. Shen Peijun may be the one who said he wants the heavy machinery, he represents the Wang family's power. That doesn't mean the Luo family agrees with your opinion," Luo Yatsu retorted. Luo Yatsu hadn't expected Shen Peijun to tell this group about the lack of large machinery. His face turned sour instantly. He violently slammed something he held onto the ground and growled darkly, "If you don't bring out some stuff today, don't blame me for being rude." Luo Yatsu wasn't alone with just the people who came in earlier, his voice grew louder, and immediately dozens of burly young men streamed in, each thick-waisted and brawny, built like hired thugs kept by the Luo family for making trouble. As they entered, they spat coarse vulgarities, their faces red and necks stiff. If ordinary people encountered such textbook ruffians, they'd certainly be intimidated. But their opponent wasn't an ordinary person. The 60-odd soldiers, although fewer in number, had all seen countless battles. Fighting 10-on-1 might be hard, but taking down 2 or 3 foes was certainly doable. In life-or-death situations, these human weapons could deal immense damage. These soldiers were different from the hulking youths. None of them spoke, instead scattering to guard the civilians behind them. Their posture was upright, their gazes cold and collected. It appeared extremely composed, yet precisely this battle-honed silence exerted an unparalleled pressure on those street bullies. Though these bullies weren't among those selected by Luo Yatsu to follow Tommy's harsh training regime, they'd still glimpsed Tommy's brutal methods and the killer intent he exuded during drills. While the soldiers didn't radiate such intense killing energy, the feeling they induced far exceeded that of the trainees. Seeing they had encountered such a tough challenge, Luo Yatsu got angry. He couldn't believe it, despite being one of Feng City's 3 major powers, he found himself powerless against these people. Yu Fangfang observed the situation unfolding at her side, noticing Luo Yatsu's growing anger towards confrontation. Suddenly, she had an idea and gently pulled at Luo Yatsu, whispering softly, "Yatsu, how about we try this?" After hearing Yu Fangfang's low-toned proposal, Luo Yatsu nodded in agreement. Turning back to Li Qian and He Yong, he sneered coldly and declared, "Since you're so keen on holding on to things, then you must prove your capability. Here's the plan, each side chooses 3 representatives to test their skills. If you win, the things stay with you. If I win, all the generators come with me." Of course, you can refuse my suggestion, but let me tell you something straight, if you reject it, make sure your soldiers can protect every single one of you. Luo Yatsu flicked his cigarette butt to the ground, snuffing it out with the tip of his foot, adding casually, after all, Feng's city is vast, and sometimes people get lost and don't know how to return. Although Luo Yatsu didn't elaborate fully, his intentions were clear, refusing the fight was possible, but the Luo clan were the legitimate bigwig gangsters here. Nobody could keep bodyguards 24/7. A slight misstep, and unexpected accidents would await them. To Li Qian and He Yong, Luo Yatsu's threats meant nothing, but for the common folk listening in, it was quite another story. However, after days of interaction, everyone instinctively trusted Li Qian and He Yong and didn't create chaos due to being incited. Even though the public stayed calm, it didn't mean Li Qian's group wouldn't consider the implications. Li Qian figured that since they wanted a showdown, he'd play along. It was also a good chance to teach those onlookers at the gate a lesson. Li Qian picked 3 people, including He Yong. Luo Yatsu also chose 3 individuals, one of whom was the foreigner Tommy. Tommy had been quietly observing everyone in the team from behind the crowd. He identified several targets, his inner excitement barely contained. He also spotted Lu Xian, the handsome Chinese man was an especially interesting toy to him. Tommy's eyes locked onto Lu Xian without any attempt to conceal his thoughts and intentions. Seeing Tommy, He Yong furrowed his brows. This foreigner emanated a different kind of energy compared to the other hooligans. Even if he wasn't part of some elite special forces, he surely had undergone rigorous training akin to Siberian death camps or something similar. Only someone who'd experienced such harsh conditions would exude this aura. Li Qian frowned too, sensing that this Westerner was not to be underestimated. At that moment, the door at the corner of the ground floor creaked open, and Gong Tsang emerged. Gong Tsang moved his neck left and right, a series of audible joint cracks echoing out as he stretched. He sighed contentedly, his face relaxing with a satisfied expression. Gong Tsang immediately drew everyone's attention. Some people were awestruck by his presence while others looked at him with indecent admiration. However, Tommy's eyes glimmered with both surprise and admiration. I didn't expect to see you here, Jean. Tommy licked his lips as his gaze lingered on Gong Tsang with burning intensity. He had once been ordered to kill Gong Tsang, but back then, he had genuinely regretted it because this beautiful, striking Oriental man was truly a rare worthy opponent. Tommy remembered the last time they fought, how composed and steady Gong Tsang always appeared no matter what. At that moment, he couldn't help but wonder how this man would react if ever pressed under him. The apocalypse brought despair into Tommy's life, leading him to believe such perilous times might already have claimed this Oriental man. Yet, fatefully, here he was before his eyes again. Tommy turned his gaze back to Lu Xian, curving his lips with interest. He thought about what a remarkable bounty he discovered today. Gong Tsang noticed Tommy's stare but paid little mind to it. But when Tommy shifted his focus onto Lu Xian, Gong Tsang slightly frowned, a fleeting glint of killing intent flashing through his eyes. Walking up to the 3 selected men, Gong Tsang nodded to one whose strength seemed relatively weaker. The individual stepped down. Looking straight at Tommy, Gong Tsang extended the challenge. Your opponent is me. Chapter 88, Swift Slaughter. Gong Tsang's sudden appearance and his challenge to the strongest here left everyone staring wide-eyed. Yu Fangfang, in particular, showed a look of ecstatic joy. Though she wanted Gong Tsang and Lu Xian to die even more miserably, just seeing Gong Tsang make a bloody scene right there would bring her great pleasure. Yu Fangfang's deep-rooted hatred for Ji Mingxiang had twisted her heart completely. Her lips were tightly pressed as if she couldn't wait to send Gong Tsang to his death herself, thus relieving her hatred for Ji Mingxiang. Gong Tsang accurately captured Yu Fangfang's gaze, raising his head to look at her with an unperturbed expression. Yet from this single look, Yu Fangfang felt a chilling fear that sent shivers down her spine. Luo Yaozu wasn't as short-sighted as Yu Fangfang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to strike that deal with Tommy and the people behind him. Yu Fangfang said that Gong Tsang was all show and no substance, indeed this man was so stunningly attractive that it made her heart skip a beat. But Luo Yaozu saw more than that in Gong Tsang. The calm demeanor that Gong Tsang displayed made Luo Yaozu somewhat wary. More importantly, he realized that Tommy and this person knew each other, and Gong Tsang's background was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Who exactly is this man named Gong Tsang? Luo Yaozu turned his head towards Tommy, who still had his lecherous eyes fixed on Gong Tsang. Despite Tommy's perverted tendencies, Luo Yaozu couldn't help but worry about whether he'd end up losing against Gong Tsang. Luo Yaozu intended to use Tommy to borrow a knife and kill some of these arrogant people here, gaining good things from them, yet that didn't mean he wanted to sacrifice Tommy or irritate those powerful figures behind him. With this thought, Luo Yaozu took a step back, standing beside Tommy and whispered lowly, Tommy, this person doesn't seem ordinary. You need to be much more careful. This is between me and him, don't meddle. Tommy completely disregarded Luo Yaozu's warning, his focus now set entirely on one target. Gong Tsang, who Tommy couldn't wait to flaunt his strength before, turning Gong Tsang into his possession. Tommy stuck out his tongue and licked his cracked lips due to heightened excitement. He mused that perhaps he needed to pay extra attention during their encounter, otherwise, damaging Gong Tsang might prove unfortunate. Tommy harbored an inherent destructive urge towards beautiful things and people. Strangely, though, when facing Gong Tsang, he actually felt some reluctance. All Tommy hoped for now was that after defeating Gong Song, they could spend some time playing together. After all, he knew that Gong Song had excellent physical fitness, and maybe Gong Song could become the one accompanying him in testing all his toys. Lu Xian watched as Tommy blatantly appraised Gong Song with fiery intent, his anger rising like flames, yet he maintained his composure because he heard Tommy refer to Gong Song by his name, Jean. This meant that this person was familiar with Gong Song's previous identity. Lu Xian lowered his eyelids, searching his memory for any information related to Tommy. Suddenly, a recollection struck him. This man was one of the individuals leaving alongside Julius, as seen on a video Lu Xinwu had once found. Is this person Julius' subordinate? Does this mean the Luo family has secretly conspired with that terrifying woman behind the scenes? Upon pondering this, a cold sweat broke out on Lu Xian's back. While everyone else was working hard to find Julius' whereabouts, it never occurred to him how effortlessly Julius' location came into view. Moreover, Julius was always extremely purpose-driven in her actions. If she had joined forces with the Luo family, there must be a significant reason behind it. Lu Xian subconsciously glanced at Gong Song, catching precisely when Gong Song also looked at him. As their gazes met, they instantly understood each other's thoughts. Gong Song gave Lu Xian a subtle nod, confirming that Lu Xian grasped both the origins of this individual and the glint of killing intent in Gong Song's eyes. Since the rules are settled, let's begin. Li Qian waved his hand, scattering the soldiers and directly clearing the central area for the 6 participants. Even though Luo Yaozu treated Tommy as his trump card, the 2 others he chose weren't pushovers either. You go first, I'll catch up with him later. With a flick of his hand, Tommy sent the 2 men charging at Hiyong and another participant. One of these 2 followed the path of traditional martial arts, his long fist technique and grappling moves were mastered to perfection, while the other evidently practiced free fighting. Each punch carried immense power and was incredibly fast. Hiyong found himself paired against this opponent, and for a moment, he couldn't seem to break through the man's defenses. Gong Song, however, didn't concern himself much with the other battles because he knew that although Tommy appeared as a cheerful and handsome man, he actually excelled in techniques similar to ambush attacks. If Gong Song let down his guard, it would be easy to lose. As long as he could defeat Tommy, losing the other 2 wouldn't matter since Luo Yaozu only said there needed to be a winner without specifying how to determine one. All Gong Song had to do was eliminate everyone else. Jean, seeing an old friend doesn't make you want to share a hug. Tommy stretched his massive frame, producing audible cracking sounds as the joints in his body extended. He didn't consider this bout a serious fight at all. On the contrary, he viewed it as an immensely pleasurable hunting expedition. Or would you prefer coming with me afterward to my toy house for some private conversation? Gong Song showed no interest in bantering with Tommy. Instead, he swiftly drew out his familiar military dagger, flipping his wrist and immediately attacking Tommy. Tommy hadn't expected such a nonchalant response from Gong Song, so he slightly narrowed his eyes and gave out a deep roar like thunder. Immediately, a layer of light yellow fur covered his body surface. At the same time, sharp claws grew out of his fingers, lashing out toward Gong Song. The sharp claws emitted a high-pitched buzzing sound as they cut through the air, sounding as if tearing through fabric. Swift and piercing, the claws met head-on with the military dagger. Clang! The shrill noise reverberated inside the eardrums, making the onlookers frown. However, the 2 combatants themselves didn't flinch at all, continuing their fierce struggle. After Gong Song's attack was deflected by Tommy, Tommy felt the force applied to his claws, his eyes widening in surprise, the pupils contracting instantly. Gone was his playful demeanor, replaced by a serious expression. Beings awakened with beast souls have an extremely acute perception of strength. At this moment, Tommy sensed a rare and formidable power he hadn't encountered since the apocalypse. Had he not known that Julius' experimental subjects only included them, he might even have guessed that Gong Song shared a similar identity to him. While before Tommy regarded Gong Song merely as a beautiful toy he intended to acquire, at this very moment, he truly recognized Gong Song as a worthy adversary, someone deserving of a true battle. Despite his large build, Tommy moved with incredible agility, whether straight punches or hooks, or sometimes counterattacks with his claws. His actions were unpredictable, leaving observers like Lu Xian and Li Qian holding their breath. This man was truly powerful. Though Lu Xian believed that Gong Song would eventually triumph over him, watching the other's ferocious attack filled his heart with anxiety. On the other hand, Gong Song's style of attack differed significantly from Tommy's. Though leaner in physique compared to Tommy, Gong Song did not adopt an agile attacking strategy but instead attacked with grand sweeping motions, forcing Tommy's advantageous spatial advantage to shrink greatly. In front of absolute strength, tricks become useless. Gong Song's fighting style exemplified this truth. The surrounding soldiers watched his fight with widened eyes, fearing to miss any exciting exchange by blinking. Not only the people on Li Qian's side were captivated, but Luo Yaozu and those accompanying him also watched attentively. Yu Fangfang, upon seeing Gong Song's calm yet striking face actually pushing Tommy back a couple of steps, was completely stunned. This man was so powerful. When Yu Fangfang considered this, she couldn't help but think what kind of method she needed to remove this man. Deep down, she subconsciously believed that if Gong Song were not eliminated, he would certainly become an aide to Ji Mingxiang in dealing with her and Luo Yaozu. Though Yu Fangfang speculated about Gong Song from a lowly angle, undeniably, she guessed correctly to some extent. Lu Xian and Gong Song owed Ji Mingxiang a favor during their time in Fengcheng. This friendship was now certain, and they were determined to repay Ji Mingxiang for the good deeds done to him by Yu Fangfang. At this point, Tommy no longer displayed the carefree and unrestrained attitude he usually had around Luo Yaozu. His beast soul, an extraordinarily powerful and terrifying cougar, still couldn't seem to handle Gong Song. Moreover, the strength Gong Song displayed now was only a part of what he could muster. Tommy could feel that Gong Song still had more reserve power left within him. This discovery made Tommy much more anxious, and the more anxious he became, the greater the pressure he felt. After roughly figuring out Tommy's style, Gong Song suddenly exerted force. After forcing Tommy to retreat, he smirked coldly at Tommy, "You're too slow." Gong Song's figure flashed, his speed nearly doubled all at once. A storm of attacks rushed towards Tommy, and the sharp military dagger almost always led ahead of Tommy's defense, directly breaking through his defenses and pinning this usually haughty hulk with bloody holes all over. And these wounds weren't deep enough to kill Tommy. Normally, under the healing power of his beast soul, he should have recovered very quickly. However, the wounds caused by the military dagger were not smooth. The flesh that was pierced by the sharp tip was forcibly pushed open underneath, which made the healing process long and painful. When had Tommy ever suffered such a silent loss? The excruciating pain all over his body made Tommy sweat profusely. His clothes, soaked with blood and sweat, clung tightly to his body. The wounds, immersed in salty sweat, hurt so badly that even Tommy's facial nerves twitched. "Is it fun?" Gong Song looked at Tommy's face contorted in pain, his eyes slightly dimmed, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth, making him appear even more charming. But when this smile fell into Tommy's eyes, he immediately understood. Gong Song would not take his life, but because of his previous offense, Gong Song would make his life worse than death. The method used by Gong Song was just like the one he used on those people he played with before, non-fatal yet prolonging the process of pain. Tommy found joy in showing off his skills, but when facing the suffering himself, even as a stereotypical tough guy, he struggled to endure. The numbness from the wounds recovering intertwined with the lingering pain, eroding Tommy's self-control and willpower. Chapter 89, Lure Him Out. Tommy's movement slowed slightly, and Gong Song seized this opportunity. His figure flashed like a ghost to the back, directly pressing his fingers together to strike the back of Tommy's neck. This attack immediately dazed Tommy, and the sudden ambush in the midst of high tension caused Tommy to lose control entirely. Tommy's fainting and incontinence directly impacted the combat state of the other two individuals. One was hit in the stomach, crumpling on the ground, while the freestyle boxing expert fighting Hiyong was kicked in the chest by Hiyong with a spinning kick, flying out more than half a meter before hitting the ground with a sharp scream of pain. Just moments ago, his men were arrogant, but now they lay semi-unconscious on the ground. Luo Yaozu wished he could give his two underlings a couple of kicks. However, in the direction where everyone's attention was focused, Luo Yaozu clearly recognized that if there was anyone who had lost face more thoroughly, it was none other than Tommy. Seeing the important ally, Tommy, lying on the ground, convulsively releasing an embarrassing odor, Luo Yaozu's face turned bright red. He regretted not staying calm to find weaknesses in Gong Song and Lu Xian and wait for an opportunity. But now, whether willing or unwilling, he had already lost face. Yu Fangfang looked at Tommy in the arena and Luo Yao's flushed face. Her heart became unsettled, and she reached out to pull Luo Yaozu's arm to console her man. However, this time, Luo Yaozu didn't enjoy the coquettish comfort from her. He withdrew his arm and said to his subordinates, "Lift them up, let's go." Though Luo Yaozu arrived with such ferocity, he left in utter defeat, merely glancing at Gong Song twice as he departed, seemingly trying to engrave Gong Song's appearance deep within his memory. Luo Yaozu turned and walked away without even acknowledging Yu Fangfang, who stood beside him. She felt utterly clueless, watching the retreating group and ready to follow. Yet she could feel Lu Xian's gaze sticking firmly to her back, like wanting to peel open her body and look into her heart. This gave her a sense of fear, as if all her clever plans had been laid bare. Yu Fangfang hurried forward faster and soon merged into the crowd. Lu Xian retracted his penetrating gaze from her back and moved towards Gong Song. Even though Gong Song had the absolute advantage, he hadn't come through unscathed. Two rather deep gashes adorned Gong Song's arm and waist, clawed by Tommy, causing Lu Xian great distress. "That bastard could have torn you in two if he put any more force behind it." Lu Xian pulled Gong Song aside to examine his injuries, finding that due to the influence of the animal spirit, the bleeding had almost ceased. But even so, Lu Xian couldn't help but feel uneasy about even these faint scars. Gong Song realized his wounds troubled Lu Xian, so he lightly pressed down his clothes and reassured Lu Xian, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Actually, he should have been able to rip me in half, but after my abilities enhanced, he can't do that." Gong Song pointed at his own wounds and said to Lu Xian, "If you carefully look, you will see that my wounds aren't whole from start to finish and there are no piercing injuries. Given how sharp his hook-like claws are, not leaving piercing wounds would nearly be impossible, unless the animal spirit of the giant squid granted me control over my muscles. That makes a difference." To increase the persuasiveness of his argument, Gong Song attempted to gently move the muscles of his arm. Then he told Lu Xian, "Now, why don't you touch my muscles?" Lu Xian, uncertain yet curious, jabbed his finger onto Gong Song's arm. With this jab, he applied some strength, yet the taut muscle beneath that thin layer of skin was almost too hard to withstand, nearly fracturing his fingertip. Too hard. Lu Xian forcefully pinched Gong Sang's arm. No matter how much effort he exerted, those muscles wouldn't budge, which surprised Lu Xian to no end. How did you manage this? It's simple, using mental power to control one's body muscles and amplify the internal strength locally. Gong Sang raised his hand and presented his slender, elegant fingers to Lu Xian. Look at my hand, if I apply this control over muscles here, it also becomes harder. As if proving his words true, Gong Sang squatted down and brought together 2 fingers, thrusting forcefully against the earthy ground. Instantly, his fingers pierced through the soil like a knife slicing tofu, leaving a hole about an inch deep, demonstrating the incredible power without any obstruction. Hey, Gong Sang, are you practicing Prince Duan's one-yang finger technique? Li Qian, who had been watching the 2 of them talk nearby, immediately started shouting once he saw this one move by Gong Sang. Not only Li Qian, but He Yong and the others also witnessed the strength behind this single finger strike from Gong Sang. Especially those people who originally intended to follow the Luo family for scraps were now wide-eyed in astonishment. With such a fierce individual emerging in their group, anyone foolish enough to pick a fight would surely regret it. Moreover, some sensed the signs of growing power within this force. They stepped forward to greet everyone warmly as if they had come not to scavenge but specifically to welcome the team. As for these people who became suddenly friendly without showing any malice, no one exposed their intentions. After exchanging pleasantries silently understood by all, they bid farewell to these individuals. When most of the idle onlookers had left, the people at the campsite welcomed their first morning and first breakfast here. The food was much like before, yet everyone's expressions were different. Some displayed relaxation after fatigue, while others showed joyful anticipation for a new beginning. All were visibly positive about the opportunity to live in a place where humans gathered. Lu Xian didn't have much to ponder regarding this. He acted like a child with a new toy, persistently clinging to Gong Sang and asking him to harden various muscles so he could poke them, even doing so during breakfast. Gong Sang kept letting Lu Xian play around with his body changes without displaying any impatience. He always followed Lu Xian's requests, and their well-known close relationship turned into another instance of public teasing, prompting many bachelors to protest loudly about needing girlfriends. Though the clamor and jokes were one thing, base discipline was another. Regarding personal romantic interests among the bachelors, Li Qian allowed everyone freedom in pursuing relationships, forbidding the use of coercion in dating women. They must respect the other party. If there was no willingness, even an unawakened civilian could say no to someone who possessed beast souls. This rule surprised some outsiders from other Fengqing groups, but to the team members, it aligned perfectly with what they already believed in. Each one of them readily agreed without hesitation. Lu Depeng had long desired to find love but missed out both before the apocalypse due to being in the military and afterward due to lack of prospects. Now with this opportunity, he eagerly approached a pale-skinned, chubby girl, making her so flustered that she quickly hid behind Fan Lily, drawing bursts of laughter from the crowd. He Yong, both amused and exasperated, slapped Lu Depeng's head. You little rascal should learn to be less eager. If your current antics actually lead to romance, I'll call you brother. Surprisingly, the chubby girl looked at Lu Depeng's pitiful face and He Yong's domineering demeanor, then blurted out, Commander you're going to have to call me brother today because I agree to Fat Brother's courting. He Yong hadn't expected betrayal so early on and chuckled, Brother Fat, then let me congratulate you first. With a girlfriend secured and hearing the usually haughty Commander he calling him brother, Lu Depeng felt indescribably pleased but also knew it was wise to reserve a line. He immediately waved his hands and declined, Commander, you're just mocking me. No matter what, I won't dare accept that. With Lu Depeng leading the charge, others began mingling in pairs here and there, and He Yong and Li Qian, observing the successful matchmaking gathering, were quite pleased. In the future, scarcity wasn't limited to resources but extended to human numbers as well. Beyond merely striving for human reproduction, He Yong and Li Qian wanted these comrades in arms, who had shared their hardships, to form families through love. They hoped that deep-rooted fear and pain would gradually heal under familial care. Seeing He Yong and Li Qian laughing uncontrollably, Lu Xian and Gong Sang exchanged a glance and walked over to make an eye signal. Immediately understanding that the two had something to discuss, He Yong and Li Qian followed Lu Xian and Gong Sang to the negotiation spot. Regarding Tommy, I have something to tell the two of you. Gong Sang laid everything related to Tommy on the table, including his role in the tasks from his past missions. He Yong and Li Qian's faces grew paler as they listened to Gong Sang, and afterward He Yong angrily said, It seems the Luo family has been colluding with Tommy. I suspect that Julius is plotting something against this Fengqing base. This crazy woman would let the world end for what she calls the scientific spirit, and if her goal is achieved, who knows whether she might drag everyone in Fengqing into a pitfall. Li Qian frowned deeply, damn it, all of us lost our families due to this woman, now that we have a chance to retaliate, I will definitely show no mercy. And she also took my people. If I can, I want to catch Tommy and find out where my people are. As long as they're still alive, I'd risk my life to save them. Gong Sang lowered his gaze and contemplated for a while before speaking to Li Qian, today I embarrassed Tommy, based on my understanding of his character, he'll be desperate to take revenge on me. We can create an opportunity to lure him out of Fengqing and set a trap for him. Sure, but how do we make such an opportunity? Gong Sang smiled, confidently stating, let's prepare for some exploration missions these few days. I'm sure he won't miss such news. By then, we can lure him out. Thinking of Tommy, Gong Sang's eyes dimmed momentarily, a hint of murderous intent flashing briefly before disappearing. This scum, once Gong Sang obtained the information he wanted from him, he was determined not to spare him. Chapter 90, The Secret Wang Mingjing Knew. After deciding to take Tommy down, the group discussed their plan and made the necessary arrangements. Thanks to the help from the Luo family that morning, the team's reputation in Fengqing grew. What stunned everyone even more was the fact that this small team was packed with highly capable individuals, yet they didn't use their skills to collect protection fees or bully others within Fengqing. When they needed resources, they would trade for them fairly without cutting corners. Few could behave this way in the post-apocalypse world. Among the three major factions, the Wang family looked down on such tactics, while the Ji family had no need for them. They also benefited slightly from entering Fengqing early, allowing them to stockpile resources and define territories that were sufficient for their consumption. Not only did the strict discipline of this team catch the attention of others, but their unique internal matchmaking events stood out as well. Women and those who hadn't awakened their beast souls were victims under great power in this terrifying apocalypse. Even within Fengqing, there were families like the Luos and other factions doing such things, while the Wang family could only ensure some surface-level issues. Ji Mingshang's strength could only protect himself, not interfere unnecessarily. It can be said that after these matters came to light, many wanted to join Li Qian's team. Li Qian discussed it with everyone, and most shared similar views. After verifying their background, it could be considered to recruit ordinary people into the team for labor work once they have stabilized in Fengqing. In the current moment, they needed to keep a low profile and avoid unnecessary trouble. It wasn't easy to let everyone live with dignity, and at this point, the team still lacked the ability to change all of Fengqing. Hence, they could only apologize to those who wished to join the team. Nevertheless, Li Qian and his team thought about offering these people a chance for employment. When the team left the port, they took away some seeds intended for export. The land outside of Fengqing was fertile, but uncontrollable factors were too great. Therefore, Li Qian and Gong Sang consulted Wang Zheng for the city planning map of Fengqing, identifying the people's park near their living area. In China, general parks, apart from public facilities, often featured extensive garden construction. For the forest city of Fengqing's People's Park, greenery was abundant, and most importantly, these areas of greenery were vast. If cleared, they could be used as farmland, and the timber obtained could repair damaged houses or even be burned into charcoal for storage. This plan received comprehensive support from Wang Zheng, and Ji Mingshang also joined the effort. However, the Luo family was completely excluded from this plan by Li Qian's group. There had already been conflicts between them, and inviting them would be hypocritical. Most importantly, Lu Xian believed that Luo Yaozu was devious, offending him openly might cause problems, but including him in this construction plan might result in his covertly sabotaging them. Any retaliation from Li Qian's side would then incur losses. Upon learning that he had been excluded from the plan, Luo Yaozu couldn't eat all day. He didn't expect Li Qian to cut him off so absolutely and disrespectfully. However, Luo Yaozu failed to consider why Li Qian preferred to openly offend him rather than discuss cooperation. So, Luo Yaozu harbored an even deeper grudge against the team and secretly sent people to spy on Li Qian's movements. But when they arrived, He Chang detected their intentions and exposed them. Li Qian and his group deliberately told this infiltrator about their plans to leave the city and displayed the corresponding resources and equipment as proof. Once Tommy regained consciousness and healed from his wounds, Luo Yaozu unhesitatingly sold the information to him. He hoped that Tommy would eliminate the experts within the team, thereby reducing its competitiveness. Tommy, however, was entirely absorbed in thoughts of revenge and showed no intention of dealing with anyone else. He couldn't forget the shame of being beaten to the point of incontinence by Gong Sang, and during the fight, the alluring beauty like a rose blooming captivated him deeply. The more he yearned for Gong Sang, the more he became obsessed with him. Love and hatred intertwined, making Tommy fully consumed by Gong Sang's charm. Seeing this, Yu Fangfang couldn't help but ask Luo Yaozu, what if Tommy gets killed by Gong Sang? If he dies fighting on our behalf against Gong Sang, his backers will blame us. But if his death has nothing to do with us, merely because of his relationship with Gong Sang and his infatuation, then they won't blame us. Instead, we can use this incident to strengthen our cooperation with them. Luo Yaozu had no regret whatsoever about possibly losing Tommy. Though he was wary of the power behind the foreigner, both sides understood that their relationship was mutually exploitative. If Tommy's survival brought him the greatest benefit, that would be excellent, but if his death could also bring profit, or even greater profit, he wouldn't stop Tommy from walking into certain death. Yu Fangfang, seeing Luo Yaozu like this, didn't feel anything was amiss. Once, she had been a capricious girl, but after her parents' death, her distorted anger transformed her mindset, and she was no longer the simple and innocent girl she used to be. With such a mindset, she didn't find Luo Yaozu's thorough exploitation of allies repulsive at all, rather, she thought her man was great, igniting an intense desire in her. Yu Fangfang kissed Luo Yaozu, unleashing a side she had never shown before. After Luo Yaozu's plan succeeded in hooking Tommy, everyone had formulated a strategy to capture him. Lu Xian, Li Qian, Gong Sang, Sutton, Shen Peijun, Ji Mingshang, and others were involved in the operation. The rest joined Ji Mingshang and Shen Peijun in executing the People's Park reclamation plan. Everyone's task was meticulously arranged, leaving only the arrival of the day in question. The day before the departure, Fang Xinjie, who was in charge of caring for the wounded, rushed into Lu Xian and Gong Cang's room. The person saved by Sutton is awake. He says his name is Wang Mingjing. He knows Lord Lu is here and has repeatedly asked to see you. Wang Mingjing. Isn't he Wang Mingyuan's older brother? Though Gong Cang had never met Wang Mingjing, he had heard of his reputation. He immediately added, when Sutton rescued him, his body was still fusing with a beast soul, causing swelling, and since he was unconscious, no one recognized him. No. Lu Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. Wang Mingjing is different from Wang Mingyuan. He handles things very carefully and leaves room for maneuver. But he prefers to keep a low profile, so I guarantee that even without the swelling, few would know who he is. This man really has good luck. Despite being attacked by strange creatures, he not only managed to escape but even made it to Liquor City. Gong Cang found this man quite intriguing. I wonder why he's looking for you. We should check first. Yes, I agree. Lu Xian nodded and followed Fang Xinjie to meet Wang Mingjing. Unlike his previous bloated state, Wang Mingjing now appeared much better, revealing a handsome appearance that could charm young girls easily. Fang Xinjie looked at Wang Mingjing as normal, but two other young women caring for the patients blushed upon seeing him, clearly already smitten. It's been a long time, young Master Wang, said Lu Xian, not giving any cold stares because of Wang Mingyuan. In fact, he was slightly more courteous. To Lu Xian, Wang Mingyuan was just a disgusting piece of gum, but Wang Mingjing was different. This gang leader, capable of matching Ji Mingshang, not only possessed great strength but also profound intelligence. Otherwise, given Wang Mingyuan's obnoxious arrogance, he'd have been dealt with long ago. Upon hearing Lu Xian's courtesy, Wang Mingjing bitterly laughed and replied, Lord Lu, you're joking. With my current state, I don't deserve to be called young Master Wang. If it weren't for that horrifyingly powerful foreign youth, I would have been eaten by zombies long ago. Master Wang, please don't be modest. Even without your awakened beast soul, you managed to reach Liquor City, a feat not many could achieve. Lu Xian respected Wang Mingjing, yet he hadn't come to chat. After exchanging pleasantries, he cut straight to the point, Master Wang, you insisted on seeing me when you learned I was here. What is the matter? If this issue benefits our team, then we will be grateful, whether you're planning to return to the Xiao Qing base or anywhere else. Lord Lu, what I want to tell you does not require gratitude, for if those people succeed, we'll die sooner or later, where doesn't matter. Wang Mingjing shook his head bitterly, since you know I was attacked, you've likely heard about what happened that day. But encountering that monster wasn't coincidental, it happened because we unintentionally uncovered their schemes. As a result, they sent that monster to hunt us down. It's a pity about my brothers who have followed me for the longest time. Even though I haven't awakened my beast soul, they still desperately protected me when we encountered those monsters. Just because these brothers risked their lives for me, I can't let those who chased us have it easy. Wang Mingjing naturally built his own power not just by being tough and ruthless, but also by treating his brothers well, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to subdue the forces in Xiao Qing as a non-beast soul awakened person. Sometimes, absolute strength is indeed the ultimate way to crush the opponent, but a clever mind is also a sharp weapon. Lu Xian felt that Wang Mingjing was not only smart and loyal, but also extremely lucky. Being chased by people didn't lead to his death, but instead prompted him to awaken his beast soul, which couldn't help but make others admire him. What exactly did you see that caused this fatal disaster? Gong Cang raised an eyebrow with interest and asked, could you describe it a little? We saw what those foreigners were doing, they were excavating an ancient tomb. Excavating an ancient tomb? Lu Xian was extremely surprised because he had thought of many things, but he never expected to hear such an incredible story from Wang Mingjing. Chapter 91, Tommy got tricked. What are they digging up the ancient tomb for? Lu Suan heard how the story developed and was completely confused about what these foreigners were thinking. Gong Cang also frowned, but after pondering for a while, he softly spoke, I think, perhaps their excavation of the ancient tomb is related to some strange creatures. These mysterious creatures have existed on our planet for who knows how long. The foreign relics digging has revealed the existence of angels and other peculiar creatures. Perhaps they are excavating the ancient tombs for similar reasons. He then turned to Wang Mingjing and asked in a solemn voice, do you know where those foreigners dug up the ancient tomb? Do you know roughly which dynasty those tombs belong to? Let me explain the details. Wang Mingjing took a sip of water, exhaled slowly, and recounted his experience that day. The location of the ancient tomb is over 30 miles outside Xiao Qing near Xiao Qing village. At that time, we encountered a group of zombies. To avoid them, we went toward Xiao Qing village intending to make a detour and return home. Along the way, we also planned to stop by the rural gas station there to collect some fuel to bring back to High City. It was at the gas station in Xiao Qing village that we encountered these foreigners. They were dressed much like the people from the Pasteur Medical Center in High City. However, in this apocalypse world, it's strange for such a group to be here. I became cautious and did not reveal our presence. After they entered Xiao Qing village, I followed them to see what was going on. At first, these people just wandered around the village. Then, I saw them enter the ancestral hall inside the village and take something out, which looked like a huge toe of some kind of reptile. Wang Mingjing bent his fingers to mimic the size, with furrowed brows. Honestly, the toe was probably this long. If it were an animal existing now, I wouldn't believe it. But it does resemble a dinosaur claw that I once saw in a fossil museum. However, that claw was more beautifully colored, like gold but a little duller. After hearing this, Lu Suan and Gongcang exchanged glances and exclaimed simultaneously, strange creatures. Looking at the two with shared understanding, Wang Mingjing sighed, I guess so. Anyway, those foreigners became very excited after getting that object and then forced a middle-aged man around 50 years old to lead them up Daju Mountain. Daju Mountain? Isn't that place closed because of a landslide issue a few years ago? Although Lu Suan wasn't familiar with Xiao Qing village, she had indeed heard of Daju Mountain. Back when she was still dating with Siming, he wanted to take her mountain climbing since she liked spring outings. They chose Daju Mountain but couldn't go due to its closure, making the impression quite deep. Yes, it's officially closed, but I heard from people on the streets that it was actually due to finding a cluster of ancient tombs during the landslide. For protective excavation, the whole mountain was sealed off. I followed them up Daju Mountain and witnessed them entering a small hill that resembled a Mongolian yurt magnified countless times. This small hill is the entrance to the ancient tomb. We didn't get a chance to follow them down further before they discovered us. You should already know what happened after that. Wang Mingjing chuckled bitterly, shaking his head guiltily. If I hadn't been so strongly curious, maybe I wouldn't have dragged my buddies along to find out what exactly was happening, and they wouldn't have perished. Perhaps they learned from that middle-aged man about strange creatures located near Xiao Qing village's Daju Mountain, Lu Suan said seriously. Whatever they're trying to extract from the tombs must be significant enough for them to kill to keep quiet about it. Gongcang nodded thoughtfully. Once we've resolved the issue with Tommy, we'll organize a group to check out that tomb. Maybe we can uncover what kind of strange creature remains they obtained. That's all we can do. There are too many things happening right now, and we can't handle them all simultaneously. We'll need to address them one at a time. Lu Suan discussed briefly with Gongcang and said to Wang Mingjing, Mr. Wang, to be honest, Gongcang and I didn't get along well with Mr. Air while in High City. If you plan to return to High City, I can only arrange a vehicle for you. You'll have to return yourself. Wang Mingjing knew that his younger brother was utterly infatuated with Lu Suan to a nearly pathological degree, even before the apocalypse, causing him no end of trouble in managing his younger brother Wang Mingyuan. Now Lu Xian has chosen to remain unseen by Wang Mingjing, and as his older brother, he doesn't even have the qualification to confront others. Wang Mingjing sighed and said, Young Lord Lu, I don't want to return to High City for the time being. After all, Mingyuan has already grown into an adult, many decisions can no longer be made for him by me, his elder brother. So I must let him bear some pressure himself so that he will grow. As for my current situation, since you're heading to Daju Mountain, I can lead you there, so during this period, I'll just focus on recuperating. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian realized that Wang Mingjing had backup plans within the High City base. Even if he was not in High City, nothing major would happen with Wang Mingyuan. It seemed that their smooth escape from there initially was due to Wang Mingjing's arrangements not suspecting them, otherwise, it would have been challenging for them to leave High City. As Wang Mingjing didn't achieve his position by being overly kind-hearted, there were far more strategies involved. Since Wang Mingjing was willing to cooperate, Lu Xian also informed Li Qian and others about it, arranging a house for Wang Mingjing to stay after his recovery, making him a semi-permanent resident. Interestingly enough, Wang Mingjing's personality is entirely different from Wang Mingyuan's. How are they brothers? Setting aside this small digression, the day planned for leaving the city came quickly. Gongcang woke up early in the morning and left Fengqing immediately. There were only two people in his group, one was Sutton, and the other was Lu Xian. This small team had a fatal flaw. Lu Xian could handle shooting okay but wouldn't be much use in anything else, making him the critical weakness of the team. However, this team was meant to be bait, which is why someone with obvious combat deficiencies like Lu Xian was included. After Gongcang and the others left Fengqing, two teams that had departed the previous day quietly tailed them. The leader of one of these teams was Tommy. Tommy originally wanted to carry out the mission alone, using his solo advantages to wipe out those individuals before finally going after Gongcang, but his plan was completely shattered because Luo Yaozu insisted on assigning his men to Tommy. Luo Yaozu's reasoning was simple: if necessary, his men could be used by Tommy either as bait or cannon fodder. He was authorized to manage these men as he wished. Faced with this situation, Tommy had no choice but to think more carefully. Although he was strong, he realized after his previous standoff with Gongcang that Gongcang wasn't an ordinary person, so he couldn't be too overconfident. Besides, his goal was now clear: to capture Gongcang. With these men helping to design strategies against Lu Xian and others, he could force Gongcang into fighting on two fronts until he was exhausted and captured. However, after these two teams left, Shen Peiyuan's team set out under Lu Xinwu's notification. They closely followed the two groups, turning the upcoming battle into a series of interconnected traps. Facing the unknowing teams ahead, Li Qian's eyes turned colder. He was determined to capture that foreigner and rescue his soldiers who had been taken by them. After a while, Tommy saw Gongcang and the others entering a dense forest and immediately assigned tasks to everyone. You go ahead to scout the path. You two are responsible for guarding the team. The rest of you spread out and prepare according to the battle plan I previously discussed with you. Once you hear my whistle, attack immediately. After finishing these instructions, everyone dispersed. Tommy also hid in a dense forest and moved towards the direction where Lu Xian and his three-man team were located. Lu Xian stood in the dense forest at a distance from Gong Sang. He took a deep breath, absorbing all the scents around him into his mind. Lu Xian could identify all the sources of the scents, some came from animals, some from plants, and of course, some were human. Tommy is coming towards us, everyone prepare. After detecting Tommy's scent, Lu Xian immediately warned Gong Sang and Sutton. Gong Sang took Lu Xian and leaped onto a tree, while Sutton went outside without a care, muttering a Chinese idiom he had learned, the mantis catches the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Though they were currently in the position of the poor cicada, Sutton wanted to teach these fools a lesson. What kind of lesson? Excitement flared in Sutton's eyes as he thought about making these hunters understand that they should always be prepared to become the prey themselves. Faced with such a Sutton, Lu Xian had no intention of stopping him. If Sutton's madness could eliminate those who intended to harm them, then it would be put to good use. It was clear, however, that Sutton was someone with his own code of conduct, and his enemies were bound to have a tough time ahead. So when Tommy split from his team, one by one the people following behind him gradually disappeared. At first, Tommy thought these subordinates were just too slow, but the last person's scream made Tommy fully realize something. He had been far too careless this time and had fallen into a trap specifically designed for him. Chapter 92, The Hunt Completes. Damn it, I actually became their prey. Tommy smelled the intense bloodiness coming from all directions pressing towards him. This made him feel his emotions turning frantic, unable to relax his nerves, especially under these circumstances. These people had killed his subordinates, was he next? The wind blew through the treetops above the forest, the rustling echoing in Tommy's ears. His senses had expanded to their limit, yet he hadn't heard a single sound of anyone walking nearby. He didn't know how they managed it, but Tommy realized that his mind was already scattered. An instinctual sense of danger weighed heavily on him. The beast soul emerged from Tommy's body, revealing a cougar with tan fur who lazily stretched before calmly looking at Tommy, as though not sensing the urgency at hand. Yet, if one could observe the tight muscles in the cougar's body, its tension would be unmistakable. This calm demeanor was just an act. Just like its host, the cougar was under immense pressure, anxiously swishing its long tail as it paced around Tommy. Its deep brown eyes remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings while its slightly open mouth revealed sharp fangs. Bawang, where are you? Tommy allowed himself to enter the state of beast soul awakening. Fur resembling his beast soul appeared on his skin surface. Facing fear, Tommy seemed to have progressed beyond his previous battle with Bawang. Sharp white canines extended from his lips, and saliva dripped down his teeth, falling into the dirt below. At this moment, after securing Lu Xian in a safe area, Bawang silently leapt down from the tree. Carefully controlling his breathing, each inhalation blended perfectly with the rhythm of the forest winds. The rustling sounds concealed Bawang's movements. It was no surprise that Tommy couldn't detect his presence. Who could find a single drop of water in the vast ocean? Sutton and Shen Peijun, having dealt with those expendables, had hidden themselves at the perimeter, leaving the hunting to Bawang. Their only task was to ensure the prey wouldn't escape from this zone. Upon nearing Tommy, Bawang made no attempt to hide his presence further, lightly landing in front of Tommy with suddenness that startled him. Tommy had not expected such proximity despite his heightened alertness. Clearly, his adversary was far stronger than he anticipated, potentially surpassing what he might defeat. It seems I've underestimated you all along, Tommy said, this time not relying solely on his formidable claws for battle. He withdrew 2 tactical daggers, one long, one short, and positioned himself for attack. After receiving your enthusiastic welcome earlier, it's now my turn to return the favor. Tommy extended his crimson tongue, licking his teeth as his slightly narrowed eyes held a murderous madness. He knew that this time, he had reached his end. No longer pondering over capturing Bawang to savor another day, his current focus was purely about survival. He didn't detect any hint of blood from Bawang, implying Bawang's companions had eliminated his men. To leave safely, he needed to defeat Bawang, using him as leverage to negotiate his escape. This was the greatest crisis Tommy had ever faced, but paradoxically, it ignited within him a bone-deep thrill of combat. Bawang also retrieved his favored military dagger, spinning it gracefully between his elongated fingers, creating appealing white trails, contrasting starkly with his otherwise striking face. His cold, emotionless expression added a lethal intent. Though inviting, the underlying aura of menace radiating from Bawang remained uncurbed, bestowing a unique charisma upon him. Seeing Bawang ready to fight him with merely a single military dagger caused Tommy to sneer in disdain. This time, he was determined to teach Bawang the price of underestimating him. Kill! A roar erupted from Tommy's lips as he thrust both feet forcefully. Instantly, his bulky frame sprang into the air much like a cougar, demonstrating extraordinary jumping prowess reaching 4 to 5 meters high. For a brief second, his body hovered mid-air, then surged downward at an accelerated speed under Tommy's control. The daggers left a streak of light in the air, looking like 2 wings extending from Tommy's side. A surge of killing intent accompanied by an overwhelming pressure was directed at Bawang below. Bawang slightly raised his head to look at Tommy coming down on him, revealing his long and elegant neck, which darkened Tommy's eyes momentarily. Instinctively, he opened his mouth wide. He wanted to bite Bawang and sink his sharp teeth into the beautifully contoured neck to make him submit. This impulse was only momentary, but during such skilled confrontations, even a fleeting distraction could alter the course of battle. Without a doubt, Bawang had intentionally distracted Tommy to better deal with him. At this point, Bawang finally moved. His body sank slightly, then with sudden force at his toes, the ground beneath him crumbled under the pressure, creating a visible indentation. Using that strength, Bawang shifted his figure backward with a single step. Simultaneously, Bawang's body leaned forward abruptly, and again, with a powerful thrust from his toes, he leapt sideways into the air, colliding directly into Tommy's chest. Tommy became immediately aware of Bawang's intent and broke out in cold sweat. Unable to find any leverage mid-air, if Bawang succeeded in landing a fatal strike on his stomach with the military dagger, it would mean certain death for Tommy. A person with a beast soul may be stronger than ordinary people, possessing superior abilities across the board, but this did not mean that after being gutted, they could resurrect themselves. If someone could survive a stab through their stomach unscathed, it wouldn't just be a miracle, it would be divine. In response to this situation, Tommy stopped thinking too much, retracted his outstretched arms, sacrificed balance in his body, and drove the daggers in his hands sharply downward. Snap! The military dagger successfully parried Tommy's two daggers, but under the forceful attack from Tommy, could it hold up so easily? The military dagger that had served Bawang for some time fractured under the dual impact of these formidable forces, emitting a sharp, unpleasant sound. After slicing through the military dagger, the daggers continued toward Bawang's arm. Even though Bawang focused all his mental energy on his arm, the two daggers still struck him. With this successful hit, Tommy's eyes gleamed with manic excitement, destroying something he couldn't have gave him an immense sense of satisfaction. Though the daggers penetrated Bawang's defenses, they only managed to go half an inch deep into his arm before they could progress no further, having not even pierced his bones. Blood flowed thickly from Bawang's arm, spreading a heavy stench of blood in all directions. Tommy smelled it, his eyeballs tinged red, and he screamed ferociously, "Die!" Despite this serious injury, Bawang showed no change in expression. His somber gaze looked at Tommy as though he were nothing more than a lump of dead meat. The icy indifference in his eyes snapped Tommy out of his frenzy briefly. Some flicker of awareness passed through Tommy's mind, yet he could not grasp its meaning. "Fool!" Bawang softly uttered two words, then water mist suddenly burst forth from his body. This mist quickly condensed into a solid mass in the air, crashing violently onto Tommy's abdomen. Following a dull thud, Tommy felt excruciating pain as if all his internal organs had been torn apart. Yet the agony in his belly seemed unusual, as though something had entered his body, a fiery heat accompanied by freezing liquid coursing within him. Glancing down, Tommy saw a compressed needle protruding from his stomach, with an empty mini-pump pressed completely flat. Clearly, all the drugs from the pump had already entered his body. Evidently, Bawang's earlier injuries and water mist had merely served as a ruse to conceal the deployment of this device. A tingling sensation spread through his body, causing Tommy's strength to vanish instantly. With a massive twist, his towering frame crashed heavily to the ground. Bawang gracefully landed nearby, watching Tommy with disdain and a trace of coldness. You injected me with anesthesia." It finally dawned on Tommy, not only had he been lured out of Fengqing like bait in a fishing trap, but the atmosphere set up by his adversaries killing his men was all about making him relax his guard during a desperate fight, to facilitate his capture. These people sought something far beyond just his life. As his consciousness plunged into total darkness, Tommy finally grasped the depth of trouble he'd fallen into. After ensuring that Tommy had lost consciousness, Gongzong whistled, and everyone gathered over. Sutton slapped Tommy's cheeks, confirmed he was completely under the influence of drugs, then directly grabbed him and slung him onto his back. Hunting mission complete. Gongzong and the others didn't bring Tommy back because if the Luo family learned they hadn't killed Tommy, it might cause other trouble. Furthermore, if the Luo family realized they had captured Tommy alive, Julius might change tactics to deal with them. For this reason, Gongzong instructed Hiyong to bring out Hichang. They couldn't torture Tommy and leave obvious marks of interrogation on him, but they could use Hichang's ability to hear thoughts to deduce the secrets Tommy had hidden. Although Hichang's abilities were not strong, in Tommy's unguarded and panicked state, they still managed to obtain relevant information through the young boy. After securing the information, Gongzong directly killed Tommy and handed his body, along with the corpses of the Luo family members, over to Sutton for disposal. As a scavenger, Sutton had numerous ways to handle these bodies, especially in this apocalypse where there were plenty of animals capable of disposing of the remains. He happily patted his chest to accept the task. However, after obtaining some leads from Tommy, Lu Xian and the others discovered that heading to Dazhu Mountain had now become an essential mission. Chapter 93, The Concealed Truth. With the information obtained from Tommy, Lu Xian and his team returned to Fengqing. The entire squad was unscathed, without any signs of having been in combat. This caused the informants of Luo Yaozu to be startled. If these people had run back due to sensing something amiss, it would have been understandable. But if they had defeated the ambush squad and still remained unharmed, that was quite an accomplishment indeed. As time passed, Luo Yaozu's men really didn't wait for their own team or Tommy to return. They then confirmed that Gong Sang's team must have done something extremely terrifying, annihilated all their opponents. Luo Yaozu didn't particularly care about Tommy's death. He had already prepared to sacrifice his subordinates and even use Tommy's death as a means to further deepen his relationship with Julius and others. However, the current situation wasn't just about Tommy dying, it was that Tommy had died, and his body couldn't be found. This was problematic. If someone is alive, you should see them. If they are dead, you should at least find the corpse. Now, finding nothing meant trouble was unavoidable. Without Tommy's body, what would happen if the forces behind him asked Luo Yaozu for an explanation? Yu Fangfang, upon hearing that Lu Xian and his group returned unscathed, almost screamed in astonishment, "What? They didn't die. But we explicitly instructed the dispatched people that even if they followed the team, they should leave someone far enough away to survive and report back. How could not a single person return?" For Yu Fangfang's question, Sutton could perfectly answer during an open discussion, assuming there would ever be such a day for public discourse. But now, Luo Yaozu was nearly losing his mind. He shoved Yu Fangfang, who was in his arms, out and roared at his subordinates below, "Go quickly and search for their traces. I don't care how you do it, dig up every inch of ground if you must, but you will bring me their bodies." "Yes, boss." Most of Luo Yaozu's focus immediately shifted to finding out the whereabouts of Tommy and his team. Sutton gave Lu Xian and his team a bit of assurance regarding the investigation into Tommy's disappearance, stating confidently that by the time Luo Yaozu's people found Tommy's body, whatever their team was supposed to do would already be complete. When Gong Sang brought back the information revealed by Tommy, Wang Jing happened to be in a critical phase of an experiment and couldn't come out for some time. Shen Peijun replaced him to handle matters on this side. Ji Mingyang, Shen Peijun, Lu Xian, Gong Sang, as well as Li Qian and He Yong gathered together. Li Qian and Gong Sang recounted all the things they had learned from Tommy. Since Ji Mingyang and He Yong were not present before, they both paid full attention, listening intently as more and more details came to light. Their eyes grew wider and wider, practically bulging out. Although the content they heard wasn't completely new news in this post-apocalyptic world, the information within undoubtedly carried much higher value. So, does that mean China's mutated species are stronger than those abroad? He Yong was surprised when he heard the message Li Qian and the others managed to uncover, so he questioned, is the reason why they went to cemeteries to extract the genes of China's mutants because they are trying to replicate its unique properties? Could the superior strength of China's mutants be similar to the super gene, a natural advantage of yellow-skinned races? You're mostly right. Li Qian sighed. Also, our hypothesis regarding the anomalies in tombs might point towards dragons being the essence of China's mutated species. Li Qian's face showed some strangeness as he mentioned the word dragon, since dragon is a spiritual emblem of China, and Chinese people call themselves descendants of dragons. For China, dragons symbolize power and greatness. But after all, it is merely symbolic. They never imagined the possibility that this fantastical creature could actually exist. Now we don't know exactly what they've taken, but judging by this, we must make a trip there. Ji Mingyang furrowed his brows deeply, making up his mind since he first heard about these things, unless we personally go and take a look, we won't know exactly what they've extracted from ancient tombs. Moreover, I think perhaps there may still be items inside those ancient tombs that can help us. Sutton is correct. My suggestion and plan is also to go investigate the ancient tomb in Dashushan first. Regardless of what they've taken, we will be able to discover through our exploration. Gong Sang continued, glancing at He Yong, although we got some information about Julius from Tommy, he didn't provide her exact location. After following the Luo family's actions, Julius changed her position and left only fixed contact methods. At this moment, Shen Peijun also said, according to what Tommy said, the end of each month is the day when they make contact here. Since we are going to explore Daju Mountain, we also need to plant our own people here to monitor the Luo family and make sure we catch the messenger. Then, we can get useful information from the messenger's mouth and find that terrifying woman. Julius has planted people in Fengcheng. She must have an ulterior motive for Fengcheng, but we don't know her intention yet. There was almost 20 days until the end of the month. I will try to probe the Lu's mouth with my friends. If we don't prepare, I'm afraid we'll suffer losses. Ji Mingshang licked his lips, a hint of concern on his face. After hearing about that woman from Lu Xian, I've realized something. Geniuses and madmen are inherently the same. We must not judge Julius by normal standards, she's a lunatic. Ji Mingshang is right, Lu Xian sighed, worry flashing through his eyes. We do not know what Pasture Medical Center and Julius are up to, but based on their ambitions, if we cannot stop them, the remnants of humanity in this world will perish. Lu Xian understood the principle of natural selection after knowing the ages of those abnormal species. For powerful creatures that could not live long and had low birth rates, it spelled doom. Being strong was crucial, yet countless mighty beings throughout history had become relics of nature's evolution. Lu Xian didn't want his kind to meet the same fate. Since we've decided to go to Daju Mountain, I'll prepare some people and supplies, and we'll gather again at this time tomorrow. Li Qian was ready to adjourn when Lu Xinwu entered. Lu Xinwu held a stack of printed materials and handed them around. Sorry I'm late, but I've obtained satellite images of Daju Mountain and Xiaofeng village over this period. You can review them to see if they help us with the mission. Everyone scrutinized Lu Xinwu's satellite photos. Shen Peijun sighed as he looked at the pictures in his hand. Whatever they found in Daju Mountain, they've lost quite a few people there. Just look at the comparison between these two photos. One photo was taken before they entered, showing nearly 20 people. The other photo, taken after they came out, showed only 9 survivors, all bearing signs of injury. It was evident they'd faced numerous hardships inside the ancient tomb. Still, everyone noticed that while these people were battered, they brought out plenty of items, including a large, unwieldy object wrapped in a black sack. Their bounty indicated a prosperous haul. Lu Xian looked at the undecipherable black object in the photo and sighed. Regardless of what they found inside, I believe we cannot fall too far behind Julius. That crazy woman has likely started her research already. So, let's divide our preparation and I will gather sufficient manpower early tomorrow morning. Shen Peijun returned the satellite photos to Li Qian. I'm not sure how many of their people are still inside Fengcheng, but I can be certain the chances of infiltration on your side would be less likely. It's best we keep these here. Now, I can assure you that the ones coming with me tomorrow will be absolutely trustworthy. Shen Peijun maintained a high alert, clearly suggesting the situation in Fengcheng was not straightforward, thus compelling him to take precautions. Alright, then let's wrap up the meeting and make our individual preparations. As Shen Peijun and Ji Mingshang left successively, Lu Xian exchanged a glance with Gong Cang and turned to Li Qian. Even though we can rely on satellite maps for navigating to Daju Mountain, I think it would be wise to bring Wang Mingjing along. He has been to the site and knows more than we do. Sure, you two can go notify him later, said Li Qian, then turning around to He Yong added seriously, for this trip, we'll organize a team led by Lu Xian, Gong Cang, and Sutton, but the two of us must stay at the base. He Yong initially wanted to join too, but upon hearing Li Qian's words, frowned and questioned, just the 3 of them leading the team. I'm worried about insufficient manpower. After all, only so many of Julius' people made it out, and we still don't know what might happen inside. This mission will definitely involve enough personnel from Shen Peijun's side. On our end, we'll send elites only, sometimes more people isn't necessarily better. Li Qian's expression was equally solemn. Now we've taken care of the cannon fodder sent by Tommy and Luo Yaizu, but we don't know what he will do next. We must keep enough people at the base to deal with any emergency situations. But this mission is very important. Li Qian is right, Gong Cang interrupted He Yong's plea, speaking gravely, no matter what we are about to find, if we lose our foundation, then everything will be for nothing. All our resources are currently concentrated in Fengcheng. If we cannot properly protect the people here and our equipment, even if we find something valuable in the ancient tomb, it won't matter. What Wang Zheng is doing right now is also crucial. Since we have already decided to make Fengcheng our base, maintaining its stability is our top priority. Gong Cang has pointed out what I've been considering too. If we have too few people on our side and Shen Peijun takes away too many, if something happens, Ji Mingshang may not be able to control the Luo family. After thinking it through, He Yong finally nodded and said, you're right. Our focus right now should still be on Fengcheng. At this moment, Lu Xian also spoke up, if we are heading to the ancient tomb this time, let's see if there are any people interested or have expertise in this area. We might need them. You two go rest. I'll take care of asking around. He Yong waved his hand, dismissing Gong Cang and Lu Xian. Gong Cang and Lu Xian found Wang Mingjing together and informed him about the departure the next day. Wang Mingjing was highly committed to participating in this mission. Due to his awakened beast soul, his body recovered extremely fast. Now he had moved into a regular room. As soon as Gong Cang and Lu Xian left, he lay down to rest well. I hope those people haven't found that thing, otherwise, all my comrades would have died in vain. Wang Mingjing sighed deeply, closed his eyes, and told Gong Cang and Lu Xian the truth, although he chose to withhold certain parts, especially regarding being chased. Chapter 94, Hints in the Shrine. In the apocalypse, not only are food and medicine scarce, but so are specialized talents. These professionals or experts were originally selected from ordinary people with a method of selecting the best from the best to work in certain industries. Before the apocalypse, their services could be bought with money, but now they have become more precious than money and supplies. Although Shen Peijun's group said they would try to find such talents, even with efforts, they still didn't find anyone. This was understandable. Bookish geeks who didn't awaken beast souls probably died quickly at the hands of zombies. Even if they did awaken beast souls, who could guarantee that these individuals, who never really liked exercise, could suddenly use their beast souls effectively? In short, Shen Peijun's team searched for a long time among the people they were protecting, and finally found an elderly man in his 60s. This was already the most reliable person they could find regarding historical artifacts. The old man surnamed Ku, with a single name Kan, used to sell things in the antique city. Of course, to be chosen by Shen Peijun, he had his own skills, particularly excelling in aging and forging antiques, unknowingly tricking countless people with his family heirloom techniques. If it were other matters, old Ku wouldn't have bothered, but this lifelong seller of fakes, who managed to avoid being beaten by buyers, became interested upon hearing Shen Peijun's request and immediately signed up. As old Ku himself put it, my life is worthless, but I want to see big things. This was old Ku's catchphrase. He wasn't sure whether it was because of all the bad deeds he'd done in his life, but his parents passed away early, he had no siblings, his wife died during childbirth along with her baby, making him a total solitary star of misfortune throughout his life. Even though Lu Xian already knew that old Cook came from a questionable background, he thought it was fine. This wasn't about participating in some reality show looking for fathers, but rather descending into tombs. All that mattered was having skills and knowledge. This time around, Lu Xian's team consisted of 7 members. Besides Lu Xian, Satan, Gong Tsang, and Wang Mingjing, the other 3 were exceptionally good at operating heavy machinery. For this trip, Lu Xian's team would bring 2 heavy transport vehicles, 1 excavator, and 1 crane. From any perspective, these 2 engineering vehicles would be excellent aids to Lu Xian's group. Meanwhile, Li Qian, He Yong, and others worked with Ji Mingshang to ensure the balance of power in the city after the elites left. Needless to say, the main force for this operation was Shen Peijuan's group. To ensure safety, Shen Peijuan's team brought out 3 groups altogether, each consisting of 10 highly trained individuals under Shen Peijuan's command. Shen Peijun dared to take them out mainly because of one sentence from Wang Zheng: "We must figure out what they took from the ancient tomb. If we can get similar things back, that will be ideal." To prevent any problems with this action, except for samples given to Wang Zheng for research, the rest of the anti-zombie agents were taken entirely. After finalizing the headcount one last time, this massive convoy left Fengcheng. Luo Yaozu also heard about the convoy leaving in grand fashion, but he couldn't do anything. Just as he intended to send people to investigate this convoy, Shen Peijun directly sent word over: "Don't always mindlessly focus on things that don't concern you, otherwise, if I accidentally cut your forces again, everyone's face will be lost." A direct threat was more effective than anything else. Even if Luo Yaozu wasn't short of cannon fodder, he still had to consider the implication behind Shen Peijun's words. What would happen if Shen Peijun decided to deal with the Luo family ahead of schedule due to his dissatisfaction? The reason why the Wang family refrained from interfering too much was not due to lack of capability, but because they focused all their energy on research. If the Wang family truly decided to eliminate the Luo family, Luo Yaoshou harbored great doubts about whether his so-called allies would come to his rescue in time. Or rather, he believed that the people behind Tommy wouldn't make it to Fengcheng in time to save him. Therefore, Luo Yaoshou specifically restricted his subordinates, knowing very well that if they provoked Shen Peijuan's group, he wouldn't gain any advantage. Guided by satellite maps, Gong Tsang's group soon embarked on their journey towards Dazhu Mountain. From Fengcheng, it was about 4 days' drive. One reason was the dangerous world they now lived in, requiring the team to ensure safety in their surroundings. Another was that vehicles carrying the excavator and crane needed sufficiently wide roads, making their journey not so simple. Everyone was divided and grouped according to their teams, forming a total of 4 groups. There was no doubt that Lu Xian's group would be led by Gong Tsang as the team leader for the mission. Satan was always a laid-back person, so he clearly stated that he wouldn't participate in any night shifts within the team. However, after everyone saw him punch a zombie blocking the way into a literal pile of meat due to lack of sleep, no one raised any further objections. After all, none of them wanted to become Satan's next target. What they didn't know was, even if Satan didn't participate in the night watch, he still wouldn't get enough rest because his insomnia had nothing to do with external factors. It was caused by playing hacker simulation games with Lu Xinwu. As Wang Mingjing's frown deepened while getting closer and closer to Dazhu Mountain, what once happened there had become his nightmare, and this secret made Wang Mingjing extremely anxious. Did those people later find that thing? If it were found, would it deal a fatal blow to the surviving humans? Although Wang Mingjing liked to think deeply, he wasn't usually the type who would overthink this much. But the secrets he knew forced him to reflect on such issues. If humanity didn't exist anymore, then where could his schemes and calculations go? After becoming monster feces, will he rethink things? Lu Xian noticed Wang Mingjing's worried expression. Although Wang Mingjing tried to conceal it, Lu Xian was quite certain in his heart, Wang Mingjing must be hiding something from them. However, Lu Xian also knew clearly that Wang Mingjing probably wouldn't set any traps for them. After all, it was not Lu Xian but Satan who saved Wang Mingjing, and if Satan had been just a bit colder towards him back then, he might have lost his life, let alone plot against them. What was troubling Lu Xian was what secret Wang Mingjing was concealing. Yet Lu Xian understood as well that if Wang Mingjing didn't want to say something, there was no need to force it out. He would eventually find a way to know. After all, he still had He Chang as an ace up his sleeve. As long as Wang Mingjing's beast soul level did not surpass He Chang could always uncover some information. The days passed quickly, and the group finally arrived at Xiaofeng village outside of Dazhu Mountain. Once a must-visit place for travelers to Dazhu Mountain due to its beautiful surroundings and simple village culture, Xiaofeng village had turned into a ghost town, just like other desolate villages in the apocalypse era. When the end virus outbreak occurred, it began from the medical station in Xiaofeng village. The village chief who had been sleeping for a while bit and killed his caring wife and the doctor, transforming into a bloody mutant that went on to attack more people, destroying this beautiful little village on that day. When Zhu Lisa's group previously came to Xiaofeng village, they thoroughly cleared out all the mutated villagers, as well as the zombies roaming around nearby dense forests. When Lu Xian's group arrived at Xiaofeng village, what greeted them was a village eerily silent and almost deathly quiet. These zombie corpses were piled up on the drying ground behind the Xiaofeng village under blazing sunlight, where many had already rotted significantly. Insects drawn by the smell feasted on these bodies, using them for their own reproduction. A strong stench of rotting flesh hung throughout the village. This tragedy, which everyone had witnessed many times in the apocalypse, left only one persistent thought: finding the key to solve all problems sooner, to prevent the same tragedies from happening to others again. Lu Xian and Gongcang visited the ancestral hall that had been ransacked before, finding 3 large wooden bases inside. One, obviously larger, clearly used to hold the toe, while the other 2 held some moldy books. Let's see what kind of books these are. Gongcang cautiously picked up the book from the shelf and flipped through it, frowning. All small seal script characters, I can barely read much. Not being able to read them doesn't matter, we'll show them to old Ko later. Lu Xian's attention was completely drawn by another object on the shelf. Turning to Gongcang, he waved his hand and said, Gongcang, come look at this wooden statue. What's so special about a potentially antique wooden statue? Gongcang glanced at the sculpture, unsure why Lu Xian wanted him to look at it. The wooden statue looked rather old because of the incense smoke from offerings over time, seemingly like an antique. However, Lu Xian, noticing its odd pose, remarked, it's not that simple. The craftsmanship is too rough to be a masterpiece. And based on the lines, it seems like it could have been carved by a village carpenter. The reason I called you here is because the typical hand position of a guanyin statue should look like this or this. Lu Xian made several poses, all common postures for statues, then added, but look at this statue, its posture is different and too strange. The statue had one arm hanging down while the other was raised high, as if giving a slanted salute of the former empire's military, looking both eerie and repulsive, which made Lu Xian feel quite odd. Such a pose lacked beauty and didn't make sense. Was it carved for humor? Upon hearing Lu Xian's comment, Gongcang also became alert. He walked around the statue several times, suddenly tilted his head up to look above, and exclaimed, I know why this pose is like this now. Chapter 95, The Remarkable Man Between Cao A and Cao C. Oh. Is there anything special about this pose? Lu Xian raised one of his eyebrows, showing great interest as he asked, I'd love to hear what you have to say. Look, the statue is surrounded by piles of dust, but the dust on the statue itself is relatively less, indicating that this statue has never been moved. So I'm wondering, why must such a strange statue remain in place all the time? And this is how I found out the reason. Gongcang pointed his finger towards the statue's pose and indicated the roof beam of the ancestral hall. Look at the roof beam above. This is the direction the statue points to. If I'm not mistaken, perhaps the true treasure worth hiding inside this ancestral hall is located up there. You're really stretching it. Lu Xian didn't believe Gongcang's analysis. It was just a weirdly posed statue after all. How could there be so much hidden meaning? Gongcang smiled at Lu Xian and suddenly sprang into the air like an arrow, heading straight for the beam. With 2 slender, white fingers lightly gripping the edge of the beam, Gongcang stabilized his body, hovering mid-air as if he were a flying deity from the Dunhuang murals, both eerie and enchanting. As Gongcang performed his mid-air stunt without giving it much thought, his decision to avoid pressing even another finger against the beam stemmed from the heavy layer of dust inside the house. Just as Gongcang suspected, the beam pointed to by the statue was not accidental. On top of the beam lay a black wooden box, concealed within layers of dust along with the deep red-black beam. Without careful observation, it was almost impossible to tell them apart. Gongcang picked up the box with his other hand and then gracefully dropped down. After landing, Gongcang proudly gestured to Lu Xian and held up the box in his hand. I've told you this statue isn't simple. You didn't believe me before, now you should believe what I said, right? Lu Xian couldn't help but be amazed when it turned out that Gongcang was correct. However, his curiosity piqued further. What exactly was inside the box? The black box was nearly 70 centimeters long and quite heavy, clearly valuable, though it was locked with a copper lock. It seemed that without a key, opening it would be impossible. After examining the copper lock, Gongcang pulled out a dagger and gently inserted it into the keyhole with a flick and push, quickly prying it open. Take a look inside, urged Lu Xian impatiently to Gongcang, completely engrossed in his movements. Gongcang took off the copper lock and carefully wedged his dagger into the seam of the wooden box, applying light pressure. Instantly, with a deft movement, the lid of the box popped open. Lu Xian had high expectations for the contents of the box. But when he finally saw its contents, he was left somewhat speechless. Inside this mysteriously concealed box, aside from a bronze key, there was absolutely nothing else. What can this huge key possibly unlock? This bronze key measured nearly 70 centimeters and weighed over 20 kilograms, close to 30 kilograms. If it was a door key, Lu Xian believed the door in question must surely be a city gate, otherwise, how could there be such a massive key? Gongcang inspected the bronze key. It was very well maintained, with no green rust on the entire key. Instead, due to years of oil immersion and wiping, the key itself exuded a lustrous sheen. Let's give this book and the key to old Ko for him to see. He knows more than us and might understand where this key fits. Looking at the bronze key, Lu Xian's imagination ran wild. He joked with Gongcang, do you think this could be the key to some Qin Shi Huang tomb? What if we go in and encounter those legendary zombie resurrections? It was rare to see Lu Xian daydreaming in front of Gongcang like this, prompting Gongcang to chuckle slightly and joke back, if we do encounter something like that, treat it as a 1,000-year-old zombie. We'll figure out a way to kill it. The two chatted while making their way out. After meeting Shen Peijun, they directly informed him of their findings and asked him to bring Old Ku over. Old Ku initially didn't pay much attention to Lu Xian and Gong Cang's discovery. When he saw the bronze key, he snorted in disdain. Is a key this big supposed to be more secure? Humph, unless you're like Empress Wu Zetian of the Tang dynasty who had her tomb dug into a mountain, or like the first emperor of Qin who used mercury for protection, no matter what kind of key or lock you use, it can't stop those grave robbers. Lu Xian had treated the bronze key as an extraordinary treasure, but after being criticized by Old Ku, he felt his face heating up with embarrassment. Seeing Lu Xian's discomfort, Gong Cang passed the book to Old Ku and asked, "Could you tell us what this book is about?" "What else could it be? Books like these are usually just tales of ancestral achievements fabricated by the villagers here. If I ever saw this back at the antique street, I would have bought it just to erase the ink and write something else on it. Anyway, this one's material isn't bad, it could pass for high-quality counterfeit stuff." While flipping through the book, Old Ku rambled on. But suddenly, his voice quieted down. His eyes widened and his face grew increasingly flushed, showing extreme excitement as if he were about to explode with enthusiasm. Lu Xian watched this and couldn't help but wonder if Old Ku was okay. Just as he was about to ask, Old Ku suddenly looked up at him and shouted excitedly, "If what this book says is true, then we are truly witnessing history." The abrupt change in attitude startled Lu Xian, and Gong Cang couldn't help but frown and ask, "Mr. Ku, what does it say? Please calm down and explain slowly." First of all, the content in this book is divided into two parts. One part is about the origin of this village, and the other is about the great figures from this village, Mr. Ku explained while continuing to flip through the book. This family originally lived near Sanxi Xianyang during the Eastern Zhou period, and their family lineage has been intertwined with minor official positions throughout various dynasties despite ups and downs. But eventually, an absolutely remarkable person emerged. Remarkable person? Who is that? Lu Xian was intrigued and quickly leaned forward to ask Old Ku. Old Ku did not hold back, revealing everything he had seen. "Do you know the story, Zhou Chu eliminates the three evils?" Lu Xian and Gong Cang, having grown up under the red flag, knew such stories promoting good values and nodded honestly, "Yes, we've heard it." That's where it gets interesting. According to the historical records inside this village's book, Zhou Chu was one of their own remarkable ancestors. Old Ku marveled aloud, "I never expected to find such history in this small village, truly amazing. Luckily, I came out with you guys this time, otherwise I'd have missed so much." "So what's the connection between the ancient tomb inside Dazhu Mountain and the remarkable person you mentioned?" Gong Cang thought deeply. Based on the family history and the position of the ancient tomb inside Dazhu Mountain, he speculated there might be a connection and asked Old Ku about his thoughts. Old Ku chuckled and said, "There's a strong connection. To explain the relationship, you need to understand what kind of person Zhou Chu was." Based on Old Ku's extensive knowledge, Lu Xian and Gong Cang were given a thorough crash course on the life of Zhou Chu. It was only then they realized that Zhou Chu wasn't your ordinary person and far beyond the typical idea of a remarkable figure. In his youth, Zhou Chu was a notorious local bully who relied on his strength to terrorize the countryside. There was a dragon in the water and a hungry tiger in the mountains nearby. This formidable individual somehow became infamous alongside the tiger and dragon as the three evils. It goes without saying how powerful he must have been to rival both creatures. However, one day, Zhou Chu had an epiphany and decided to mend his ways. He killed the tiger in the mountains and the dragon in the water, dedicating himself to doing good. He eventually joined the army, defended his country, and died heroically on the battlefield. That's the historical record of Zhou Chu. However, the historical text within the village revealed another fact entirely. According to this book, Zhou Chu did not die on the battlefield but feigned his death to retreat secretly to subdue the dragon in the water. Ultimately, he sacrificed his life to suppress a malevolent dragon that was nearly transformed into a mighty dragon, thus explaining the origin of the ancient tomb inside Dazhu Mountain. So, the ancient tomb inside Dazhu Mountain is where the evil dragon and Zhou Chu's remains are buried? Gong Cang furrowed his brows and asked, why were Zhou Chu's body and the evil dragon buried together? According to the records, the fierce battle between Zhou Chu and the evil dragon was hard fought, and as he killed the dragon, his own body was also torn apart. To forcibly separate the dragon and Zhou Chu's remains would have left him without a whole corpse. You know, in ancient times people valued most their bodies, which they received from their parents, so being buried without all parts was something they feared greatly, for it meant lacking in the next life. Thus, to preserve his whole corpse, it was handled this way. To prevent the evil dragon from resurrecting, Zhou Chu's descendants built this grand tomb, concealing both bodies within. Without this bronze key, it's impossible to open the tomb. Never expected the origin of the tomb inside Dazhu Mountain to be so significant. Knowing the strength of these creatures since learning about them, Gong Cang couldn't help but give a thumbs up at the thought of this great man taking on the evil dragon alone. Not only is its origin great, when they built the tomb, this family had lots of money and people. Inside, there are specially designed decoy tombs to trick intruders. If one is greedy for the wealth inside, death will follow. However, according to the records here, when constructing the grand tomb, to pacify Zhou Chu's soul, all the corpses of the evil dragons he slew were placed inside the tomb as sacrificial burials. If Pasteur Medical Center has gotten these evil dragon remains, and Zhou Chu's true tomb requires the bronze key to open, we might be able to get that largest evil dragon's corpse. At this thought, Lu Xian's eyes lit up. This creature was more powerful than others of its kind, and if obtained, it could bring some new things to Wangzheng. At this moment, Shen Peijun came over to listen to old Ku's words and immediately became interested. Since what you found is so useful, let's hurry up and go then. Chapter 96, Bronze Tree. Old Ku wasn't in a hurry. He leisurely said, "What's the rush? I haven't finished reading this book yet. It's not too late to leave after I'm done." Sutton heard something interesting about the contents of the ancient tomb and became slightly impatient since old Ku wasn't leaving. He asked, "This book isn't that useful now anyway. Can't you take it back to the base to read slowly?" "No." Old Ku didn't get angry but replied calmly to Sutton, "I've heard that only a few people from the previous group who came here returned. Do you think this ancient tomb is so easy to just go into?" Old Ku glanced at Sutton and chuckled, "If you don't understand the Chinese burial culture and just go down there, even those who know a lot end up dead. Do you think you can avoid this fate? Let me tell you, if you try to go down without preparation today, I guarantee you'll go down but never come back up." Even after being lectured by old Ku, Sutton didn't get upset. Instead, he showed interest and stood beside old Ku watching him flip through the book. Shen Peijun and Lu Xian didn't rush old Ku either because they knew he was telling the truth. Normally, going into a tomb without thoroughly observing the surroundings could easily lead to death due to protective mechanisms. Moreover, this tomb was a co-burial of Zhou Chu and the evil dragon. No one knew what changes might occur below. The more information they gathered, the safer it would be for them. Everyone waited quietly while old Ku read through the book. After over half an hour, old Ku finally closed the book. Lu Xian curiously asked, "Old Ku, have you finished reading?" "Pretty much finished," old Ku smiled at Lu Xian and said, "and I also learned something important. If we go into this ancient tomb through the front entrance, I can't say everyone will definitely die, but very few would survive." Old Ku pointed towards the ancient tomb direction and said, "The tomb on Dishushan Mountain is divided into 2 levels. The first level is the fake tomb, and the second level is the real one. The method to enter the real tomb is different from the first level fake tomb, which is why bronze keys exist. So how do we enter?" Shen Peijun, hearing old Ku's words, realized that this ancient tomb truly wasn't for ordinary people to enter casually. However, he believed that since old Ku had dared to let them wait, there must be some discovery. Sure enough, old Ku grinned and said, "This book mentioned a bit about how to enter. But specific operations still need to be done once we're inside this Hushan Mountain. Even if I explain for hours here, we'll still need guidance on site. Since we already have a way to enter the second level true tomb, let's move out immediately." With a wave of Shen Peijun's hand, everyone sprang into action, taking their respective positions, maintaining the formation as they moved steadily forward toward Dishushan Mountain. As Lu Xian walked, he noticed something odd. This road leading into the mountain seemed tailor-made for their team, not only wide but with solid stone slabs underfoot rather than muddy terrain. Lu Xian carefully observed the surrounding roads, his doubts deepening. Although these roads were made of large stone slabs, the slabs had obvious traces of wear, signs of centuries or even millennia of exposure to wind and sun. Some of the slabs had even cracked due to their age. Still, Lu Xian felt there was something peculiar about it all, as though someone had foreseen events hundreds of years ago and left this road behind. Lu Xian shared his feelings with Gong Cang, but unexpectedly, Gong Cang laughed. "You're overthinking it. Back in the Tang dynasty, the empress's tomb was carved into the mountain with such roads constructed for the purpose of transporting coffins. Perhaps the construction of these roads served the same function here. But Zhou Chu wasn't an emperor. Isn't this kind of work beyond protocol? Who would know, with this remote place surrounded by mountains and rivers?" Though Gong Cang verbally reassured Lu Xian, he himself harbored many inexplicable doubts, like why some broken stone slabs showed evidence of repair. In theory, after the completion of the mausoleum construction, if the slabs were damaged, no repairs would have been necessary. So why did they bear these marks? Gong Cang had unanswered questions in his heart, but he didn't want a mere unverified thought to pressure others, especially when they were soon entering the tomb. Regardless, staying vigilant while keeping a relaxed mood would help better prepare them mentally. Lu Xian nodded slightly at Gong Cang's words, feeling somewhat reassured. Perhaps he really was overthinking it. As they continued their journey, everyone became much more cautious. The closer they got to Dishushan Mountain, the more silent they became. Walking along the stone slab road to its end, Lu Xian and the others jumped down from their vehicle. Looking around, all they could see were mountains covered in emerald greenery. This sea of green reduced the summer heat even as the season was drawing to a close. Soon, everyone turned their gaze toward one direction, where there was a small hill that had been half blasted open. Yellow, brown, and black dirt had scattered all around, revealing a large black cave that seemed deep and bottomless. Looking around further, they noticed large black tombstones broken into pieces of varying sizes scattered on the ground. It was obvious these had been destroyed by the recent attack from the Pasteur Medical Center. That is the ancient tomb. Shen Peijun, seeing the remains of the tomb, turned his head and asked Old Ku, "What do we do now?" Old Ku looked around, took a couple of steps forward for observation, then decisively headed toward the back of the small hill. Worried about him encountering danger, Shen Peijun and the others immediately followed after him. Lu Xian also followed along and circled the small hill, only to discover another smaller one at the back. This little hillock was significantly shorter than the previous one, with tall trees planted on both sides. If not circling to the rear, it would have been impossible to notice its existence. The real mausoleum leads down from here. Old Ku walked under one of the trees and took out a dagger, forcefully stabbing towards the trunk. At that moment, everyone heard a crisp clang as the metal collided, and Old Ku somehow lost his grip, letting the dagger clatter to the ground. Gong Tsang and Lu Xian exchanged glances and stepped up to take a closer look. The tree's exterior appeared wooden but was actually metallic. Gong Tsang picked up the fallen dagger and gently scraped it. He found the tree's texture akin to bronze, with some kind of algae-like growth covering it. From afar, this light brown algae made it blend perfectly with the surrounding forest. The ingenuity of the ancients was truly remarkable, creating such clever contraptions. Without the guidance provided in that book, only uprooting the entire grove would have revealed this mechanism. And this area happened to be one the national government had designated as no-cutting zone. Before the end times, no one had discovered this place, and if not for Old Ku finding it, everything would have remained buried indefinitely. Gong Tsang scraped clean the moss-like algae from the bronze tree, spotting a lock hole facing south on the trunk. It was an exact match for the size of the bronze key. Lu Xian immediately stepped aside, allowing Old Ku to approach. Squinting his eyes, Old Ku carefully picked up the bronze key and inserted it into the lock hole with great caution. He mumbled, "What exactly is this fake tree made of? I reckon it's bronze, but how come neither the sun nor the rain has rusted this lock to the point of blocking it? That's strange." The bronze key was pushed all the way to the bottom, and Old Ku gave it a firm turn. Instantly, a series of clicking sounds emanated from inside the tree. This faint noise was transmitted downward, and within a few moments, thunderous rumblings spread from all directions beneath the earth. Dust filled the air as if a giant dragon was about to break through the soil and emerge. The whole land trembled at this commotion. Meanwhile, a string of continuous popping sounds caught everyone's attention. What the hell was going on here? Almost 20 minutes later, the noises finally ceased, and the swirling dust settled, clearing everyone's view once again. At this moment, the mound that resembled a small hill had risen nearly 2 meters. The ceiling soil completely fell away, revealing a copper semicircular bunker-like structure below, glowing dark green. On the front of the structure, an opening had formed, about 1 meter wide and more than 2 meters high. Inside the opening connected a similar metal path. Due to the lack of light, the pitch-black depths contrasted eerily with the peculiarly colored walls, which reflected the light and looked otherworldly. "Damn, this place looks sinister." Lu Xian twitched his nose, catching the scent of the air coming from inside. Sealing it tightly had corrupted it, almost making him tear up. Something's wrong with the air quality inside. Not only does it smell of earthy dampness, but also putrid decay. Old Ku stepped forward, twitched his nose lightly, and then said, "Nothing much, it's normal. This place has been sealed underground for so long, so there will naturally be some smell of decay that hasn't dissipated. Take out the firebrands you prepared before as instructed. Once the air clears a bit more, we can go in." This time, with a clear understanding of what they were up to, the group had consulted Old Ku thoroughly about their preparations. So, besides carrying some first aid supplies and flashlights for lighting, they also brought along windproof lighters and homemade firebrands. As Old Ku put it, venturing into such places was like gambling with the king of hell, seeking fortune at great peril. One misstep might mean death. So those dangers lurking beneath, whether visible or invisible, must not be underestimated. Whatever could be prevented should be, and for those that couldn't, well, it all depended on whether the king of hell would take you. Under Old Ku's command, everyone waited a long while longer. When he gave the order, they lit the firebrands, readying themselves to enter the ancient tomb. Gong Tsang, Lu Xian, and Old Ku walked at the front. There was no need to elaborate on Gong Tsang, he was the strongest among the group. Lu Xian's keen sense of smell made him capable of detecting any irregularities or traps smeared with poison in advance. And there was no need to say much about Old Ku either. With his vast knowledge and rich experience from the antique street, he could promptly discern any hints, preventing errors or missteps. The trio led the way, with the others trailing behind, dividing themselves into combat teams as much as possible. Regardless of whatever happened, they were prepared to avoid being surrounded and retaliate simultaneously. 3/4 of the total number of people who came this time entered the ancient tomb. Those driving and 2 fighting teams stayed outside by the entrance, ensuring communication with those inside wouldn't be cut off if anything unexpected occurred. Chapter 97, The Underground Palace Incident. Step by step, the 3 of them walked downward, sensing the surrounding air carrying a rust-like scent. The firebrand flickered with a dull yellow light, stretching the shadows. Within visible range, Lu Xian observed ancient murals skillfully painted by the hands of an older civilization. As Lao Ku had mentioned before, the story in the mural began with a tall and heroic young man striking down an evil dragon and continued with his journey fighting against it. In this battle with the evil dragon, Zhou Chu lost his lover and close friend. Even more detailed parts that weren't told in the original story were depicted within these murals. However, the conclusion of the mural didn't depict Zhou Chu or the evil dragon's death. It abruptly ended, stopping at a silhouette looking out over surging rivers. Apart from this mural, the other rooms had intricate patterns on their bronze walls but did not narrate any further stories akin to the one presented in the mural. Why is this mural incomplete? Lu Xian couldn't help but ask Lao Ku while observing the murals. Shouldn't Zhou Chu have died along with the evil dragon? Lao Ku was busy taking photos with the only camera and full power supply that they had, clicking away joyously at the mural. After hearing Lu Xian's question, he paused for a moment and grinned at Lu Xian. If I were to guess, there are only 4 possible reasons. 1. They ran out of funds. 2. They lacked time because the corpse deteriorated too much. 3. Some incidents occurred in this underground palace which forced them to stop painting. 4. The actual story deviated slightly from what we read in the book. Personally, I would rather hope for the first or second reason, since the third and fourth possibilities carry too many uncertainties. Old Ku's words made Gong Song frown slightly. If things followed the events as described in the book, that would be fine. But if there were discrepancies, it meant someone might lose their life as a result. People don't die from knowing something, but ignorance could indeed be fatal, a rule that cannot be overturned. Ku Lao's words were also heard by others. Even Sutton, who normally acted carefree, put away the indifferent expression on his face and became more cautious. After entering the underground palace, Wang Mingjing's expression turned numb. The secret hidden in his heart seemed like a large hand gripping his heart tightly, making him almost unable to breathe. Everyone moved forward silently, astonished by the stories portrayed in these murals. Astonishingly long ago, there really was someone who could confront strange creatures, even becoming the nightmares of such beings. This made everyone marvel. However, under their gaze, after the sealed underground palace was opened, air came into contact with this secluded place. The originally vivid murals gradually faded in color until eventually turning into unremarkable stains. The bronze material, whether it was coated with grease above or not, did not show obvious signs of rusting after contacting the air. Still, many bronzes exhibited various oxidation marks, forming subtle patterns that were impossible to replicate. This place is simpler than I imagined. What's annoying is, why aren't there any burial goods here? Ku Lao walked at the front, gazing around at the empty space. His weathered face scrunched up like a chrysanthemum. He thought this was the chance for a good look around, yet so far, he had seen nothing. Not only were there no burial goods, apart from the glinting bronze before their eyes, only the now modeled murals could be seen everywhere, leading to increasing feelings of unease. He felt this trip was in vain without anything substantial to take away. Ku Lao had such thoughts in his mind, and so did others harbor their own. Even if lacking Ku Lao's breadth of vision and experience, during the compulsory education period, everyone learned at least a bit about history. People knew how the concept of Chinese tombs equated death with life. Put simply, one would juggle even in death just as in life. Thus, there was the habit of burying daily use items, clay pigs, wooden figurines, etc. alongside the dead. There were even historical dynasties that used human sacrifices as burial goods, all for a leisurely life after death. Yet, Zhou Chu's underground tomb appeared too simple. There were no burial items whatsoever, it merely consisted of interconnected, hollow rooms. No burial pits, not even the coffin expected to contain Zhou Chu and the dragon remains. Lu Xian felt as though he were inside a huge bronze box. Despite looking everywhere, finding nothing, fear surged within him boundlessly. With no horizon in sight, it felt endless. Is this really the underground palace, or is it actually another trap? Ku Lao Tu walked to the end of the underground palace, holding a firebrand while examining the bronze murals on the walls. As he was observing, he suddenly reached out and touched a raised pattern on the mural, then tried to pry it off. Rumble. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The passageway door of the underground palace slammed shut with a loud noise. The stone weighing 200 or 300 pounds that they had deliberately moved to the entrance was crushed into powder by the collision. One could only imagine what would have happened if someone had been there. Huh? What's going on? Ku Lao Tu didn't expect such a big problem from his casual press. He just saw that the raised section on the wall was a nice piece of jade and decided to pry it off. But who knew that this triggered a mechanism? Not only were they locked inside, but worse still, Ku Lao Tu couldn't reinsert the jade piece no matter what he did. At that moment, everyone felt a violent tremor as the entire bronze underground palace began to sink. Gong Tsang immediately protected Lu Xian in his arms, grabbed Ku Lao Tu in one swift motion, and pressed against the wall to steady himself. At the same time, he warned others, find somewhere to stabilize your bodies quickly, we're descending. The harsh sound of metal grinding followed, prompting Lu Xian to cover his ears reflexively and frown deeply. He had no idea where this place would sink to, and he was even more worried about what challenges lay ahead. By now, the firebrand had slipped from someone's hand and went out on the ground, while the flashlight rolled chaotically around due to the descent, casting erratic beams of light everywhere and creating further confusion. Boom! A crisp sound rang out, simultaneously causing Lu Xian's body to jolt after the sudden stop of the fall. His body involuntarily left the ground before crashing down heavily again. The dull pain made him involuntarily gasp for cold air, while Ku Lao Tu groaned pitifully, jumping up and down like a maniac, adding some unintentional humor despite the situation. However, the current situation was far from amusing. Relight the firebrand. Gong Tsang gave calm instructions, and everyone acted promptly to reignite the firebrands. Before, the firebrands were meant to keep them safe until they evacuated the bronze underground palace before the oxygen ran out. Now, not only did the firebrands serve as warning signs, but if the oxygen became insufficient, they would essentially act as countdown timers to their inevitable doom. This cruel and stark reality silenced everyone. The unexpected event made them realize that there were many things they simply couldn't change. This bronze underground palace can go down and presumably can also come back up. Shen Peijun, seeing his people tense, spoke up, "We must now focus all our efforts on finding a way back up." Sutton, upon hearing Shen Peijun's words, sneered and said impatiently, "Finding a way up? Haven't you forgotten a fact? This underground palace only appears because we used the bronze key to open it from above." Another young man perked up at that, his eyes lighting up excitedly. If the underground palace disappears, and given the events near the entrance, those outside might figure out to turn the bronze key again. In other words, if we wait a little longer, they will. Just then, a strange metallic grating sound came from far away, making everyone uncomfortable and increasing their alertness. Inside this underground palace, the uncertainty of what might happen next filled everyone with dread about the potential outcomes. Snap! Suddenly, the spot where Kulao pried off the jade popped open. Behind it was a hole, from which the unsettling metallic friction sound grew louder. A few seconds later, something shot out of the hole, flying straight for 7 or 8 meters before crashing onto the ground with a thud. A bronze key. Upon recognizing the object clearly, everyone's expressions froze. If the young man's earlier hope that those outside were smart enough to reopen the underground palace had given everyone a glimmer of hope, then the bronze key now before them extinguished it completely. However, Kulao, the very person responsible for all this chaos, glanced at the bronze key and then looked at the jade he held in his hand, letting out a dry chuckle. "Hey, hee, if this key was sent down, it means this bronze key will take us out of here." At that moment, Gongcang nodded in agreement. "He's right. The true underground palace may be hidden beneath us. And we don't have to worry about running out of air, just look at your firebrands." Everyone looked at their firebrands and noticed the flames flickering occasionally, waxing and waning. Lu Xian immediately understood, in an environment without air circulation, the flames should have remained stable. This situation only meant one thing: the palace, after being reopened, had activated an air exchange mechanism, breaking its previous state of complete airtightness. This bronze chamber would no longer lack oxygen. As long as we have fire, water, food, and circulating air, we won't have to worry about hunger or suffocation anytime soon. Lu Xian glanced around. Now we need to find the place to insert the bronze key. Easier said than done. There seemed to be no visible place in this vast area that could serve as a keyhole. Therefore, they had to split into teams and search individually. Before separating to search, Shen Peijun gave everyone a strict order due to Kulao's past blunder: no touching anything inside here, just observe. Lu Xian, Gongcang, Kulao, and another small team were assigned to inspect the room with murals they had visited earlier. After searching the entire room thoroughly and finding nothing useful, they were about to leave when Gongcang suddenly stopped in his tracks. Lu Xian didn't understand why Gongcang had paused, so he followed suit and asked, "What is it?" Gongcang didn't reply but instead pulled out his dagger and jumped onto the bronze steps. He gently poked the mural with his dagger. Instantly, the dagger sank deep into the wall, producing a dull metallic sound upon impact. Gongcang raised an arched eyebrow. Lu Xian's eyes brightened. If this is made of bronze behind the mural, why would they still carve the mural on top? Gongcang lightly nodded, angling the blade upwards to pry off a large chunk of the mural, revealing intricate patterns that were unlike any other patterns found on the bronze walls. Chapter 98, The Devoured Corpse. Lu Xian hurriedly went to help peel off the mural. Soon, the entire large mural was peeled off. Underneath the mural, a golden hue different from other bronze metal walls revealed itself. Gold wall. The others couldn't help but shout out loud upon seeing this scene. However, after Old Cook came forward, he squinted his eyes and took a look, then used his fingernail to scratch it, furrowing his brows as he said, "This isn't gold, it's bronze mixed with other elements inside, appearing like gold, but the color is much darker than that of gold." Gongcang swept his eyes over the entire expanse of the golden pattern, discovering a coiled-up colossal dragon bronze relief. This bronze dragon relief looked extraordinarily lifelike, whether it be the dragon scales or the delicate root-like mustaches, all carved as if they were real, as though it would break through the wall and leave the underground palace at any moment, exuding an intensely solemn atmosphere. As Gongcang looked all around, his gaze fixated on a spot about the height of a man from the ground, the eyes of the dragon. "There's a hole there, looking about the same size as the keyhole above." Gongcang called out to the others, and everyone's gaze concentrated on that location accordingly. Lu Xian said, "Since there's a keyhole here now, let's put the bronze key in and open up this relief first." After carefully examining it for a long time, he noticed a fine crack around this relief plate, which exactly divided this great dragon relief painting, estimating that when the key was inserted into the lock hole, it should open this metallic relief. Old Ku handed the bronze key to Gongcang while frowning deeply. "You take the key first, I'll check the situation." Saying that, Old Ku stood outside the relief and borrowed a dagger, turning it upside down and forcefully striking it on the metal relief. Clang! After a heavy strike, a deep, hollow sound echoed, and Old Ku carefully listened for quite some time before striking it again. Changing positions several times and striking repeatedly, he finally said to Gongcang and Lu Xian, "There's definitely emptiness behind this wall, but judging by the echo, the space behind this metal wall isn't small." And the sound doesn't return so directly, meaning there must be other obstacles inside. Now we just don't know what exactly those obstacles are. But I can only confirm one thing, there are no mechanisms on this metal wall. Old Ke's words made Gongsun and Lu Xian more cautious. Lu Xian said to Saitan and Shen Peijun, you lead everyone to the bronze steps over there. If anything unusual happens here, you'll be less affected at that position. Saitan and Shen Peijun did not argue further, leading their teams according to the arrangement onto the bronze steps. Gongsun, holding the bronze key, watched as Lu Xian walked beside him and gravely said, Lu Xian, go wait over there with Old Ke. I'll stay to watch the situation. If there's any change, I can immediately inform you. No need. There was a trace of indescribable tenderness in Gongsun's eyes as he looked at Lu Xian. If something really happens, it will be easier for me to handle without you being around. If you're here, my concern for your well-being will instead cause me to make wrong judgments. Gongsun was speaking earnestly. With Lu Xian present, he would allocate some focus on him. In such a case, if there were any sudden changes, he wouldn't abandon Lu Xian to save himself, which would rather hinder him. But didn't Lu Xian also worry about Gongsun? The various oddities of this place had already made him more careful and unable to let Gongsun face this alone. Even though he understood that Gongsun's decision was correct, Lu Xian couldn't simply walk away. Seeing Lu Xian's silence, Old Ke couldn't help but interject, Lu Xian, there's definitely no problem with this metal door. The true problem lies behind the door. Even if you intend to stay, I think that, should anything happen, based on your capabilities, you'd still be a hindrance to Gongsun. Lu Xian was almost choked by Old Ke's words. He knew that his abilities couldn't compare with Gongsun's, but to be told so by someone weaker than himself, Old Ke left his face burning red. Seeing Lu Xian's clearly flushed skin, Gongsun relaxed his brows, gently kissing Lu Xian on the lips, and softly said, don't worry, I'll be fine. Don't distract me. Lured by a sweet kiss from the beauty, Lu Xian watched as his own agile figure climbed onto the colossal metal dragon relief without delay. He then pulled Old Ke, who was quietly trying to hide nearby and observe from a distance, forcing him to stand on the bronze steps. Saitan glanced at Lu Xian, snorted through his nose, and said with a tinge of mockery, TSK, I must say, I'm thoroughly impressed by you and Gongsun. You've already scattered enough dog food in normal times, now this. It's becoming more excessive day by day. Even in such critical moments, you can still be all mushy. Do you even intend to leave any room for us? By then, Gongsun had already swiftly climbed to the head of the dragon relief sculpture. He took out the bronze key, forcefully inserted it into the lock hole, and gave it a hard twist. Under his probing force, the bronze key followed along with a full circle turn. At the same time, there came a creaking sound from inside the metal dragon relief. It worked. Gongsun exhaled 2 words before exerting force with his toes and instantly shooting backwards several meters like lightning, creating distance between himself and the metal dragon relief. After landing, Gongsun gave another powerful leap, propelling himself toward the bronze steps and reuniting with Lu Xian. Just then, the metal wall began shaking, emitting a dull creaking sound as the walls gradually moved aside. Very soon, a chilling cold swept out, filling the entire space. The sudden invasion of icy coldness felt like the harsh cold of deep winter, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily. Old Ke particularly trembled, sneezed in response to the frigid air. However, as time passed, the cold became easier to endure, and the temperature gradually returned to normal, though it still remained a few degrees colder than before. Phew, this is freezing. Old Ke rubbed his arms, bending over as he hopped down and was about to jump toward the metal door when Shen Peijun rushed over in 2 strides and firmly grabbed his arm. The floor is frozen, watch out. At that moment, Lu Xian also noticed under the light of his flashlight, a thin layer of transparent ice covered the metallic floor. When Shen Peijun stepped on it, there was an immediate faint cracking sound. Saitan, watching this scene, revealed an interested expression, his eyes wide open, clearly filled with a delighted exploratory glint. Could there be a natural freezer underground? If so, that would be extremely fascinating. Gongsun slightly frowned, not answering Satan's question, instead whispering softly to Lu Xian, be extra careful. Lu Xian nodded, and at that moment, hearing Gongsun's words, Saitan rolled his eyes irritably and tilted his lips, I guess without my dear ones around, I'm utterly miserable. Lu Xian didn't bother to respond and followed Gongsun toward the open dragon relief sculpture. The metal dragon relief split apart from the middle, the inside pitch black and difficult to discern. Gongsun shone his flashlight into the darkness, the yellowish glow sweeping across a massive figure standing at the entrance, which immediately caused everyone to cry out in shock. Mutants. They're mutants. Everyone abruptly retreated, except for Gongsun, who stood firmly at the spot. Turning back, he told Shen Peijun and the others, don't worry, this mutant has long been dead. With that, Gongsun approached the colossus, touching its long-dead body. He controlled thick ice fog to condense into liquid form, completely enveloping his hand. Even so, he perceived through his manipulation of the liquid just how stiff the corpse had become after being frozen, and at this moment, the expression on Gongsun's face grew exceedingly complex. This towering behemoth measured nearly 4 or 5 meters tall, its body alone resembling a small mountain, but upon closer inspection, this giant turned out to be exactly the type of dragon familiar to everyone in Huaxiao. Its thick body coiled up entirely, giving it this appearance. There are other dragon corpses inside. As Gongsun mentioned, the vast area within revealed similar situations everywhere. Dragon-like mutants lay coiled on the ground, presenting a terrifyingly gloomy atmosphere. Following Gongsun inside, Lu Xian gently twitched his nostrils, noticing that despite the cavern housing so many mutant or dragon corpses, he detected no peculiar putrid smell. On the contrary, Lu Xian caught a faint fragrance in the air, one neither resembling flowers, nor fruits or known perfumes, it carried a hint of mustiness. This place is a freezer, yet shouldn't have even a whiff of blood. As Lu Xian spoke, he walked over to Gongsun's side. The two of them carefully examined the frozen corpses. All the corpses retained the marks of being frozen, their throats severed and stitched back together in such a way that the current postures were clearly posed by the people of Zhou's clan when they were sealed inside. These mutants were dead beyond doubt. Meanwhile, Lu Xian heard a cry of alarm. All the mutant corpses inside had been completely eaten away. Lu Xian looked up at Gongsun, whose face suddenly changed color. Both rushed towards the source of the voice, and Lu Xian immediately issued a warning to everyone, "Leave this freezer. Hurry." Shen Peijun and Saitun quickly led everyone out, with Old Cook carried on Satan's shoulder as he bolted outside. With hurried footsteps, they fled the freezer, but the metallic door roared shut after the last person left. "Damn it, Gongsun, Lu Xian, the metal door is closing, get out quick." Shen Peijun rushed forward shouting at Lu Xian and Gongsun, while Saitun hurriedly moved in, using his arms to prop open the creaking metal door. Chapter 99, Zhou Chu. The metal door relied on a mechanism for opening and closing, and the power it wielded was immense, evident in how even Sutton, who possessed extraordinary strength, began to tremble slightly after only a few seconds under such pressure. Under this colossal pressure, Sutton had no choice but to give his all to hold on until Lu Xian and Gongsun arrived. He did not know if he could still retrieve them once the door closed completely, and he was all too aware that if they were lost, there would be no possibility left between himself and Lu Xinwu. Lu Xian and Gongsun rushed to the spot where the flashlight revealed the remains of a dragon-like hybrid that had been gnawed down to nothing but pristine white bones. Lu Xian shone the flashlight inside and saw dozens of similar white skeletal remains. After exchanging a glance, both saw the shock in each other's eyes. These bones could only mean one thing: behind the metal dragon, carving, were not just the buried remains of Zhou Chu, the evil dragon, and those dragon-like hybrids, there might have also been some living beings left behind. Without hesitation, the two turned and dashed toward the exit. But at that moment, they saw a slender man extend his finger, forming it into a bow shape, and with a flick aimed at Sutton's head. Instantly, Sutton let out an anguished cry as he was flung backward as though punched hard. Boom! The metal door slammed shut with great speed, isolating Lu Xian, Gongsun, and the man within the place concealing countless secrets. Outside, Shen Peijun watched as Sutton was hurled back and immediately ran forward to block his fall. Even so, a massive force carried him back as well, crashing directly into the bronze wall. Sutton, that bloodthirsty young man with the striking features who had made such an impression on Shen Peijun, fainted right then, leaving a large, terrible bruise on his elegant, pale forehead. My goodness! Who exactly is that person? How can he possess such terrifying strength? Shen Peijun's expression grew grave as he looked at the tightly shut metal door. This expedition might very well cost him his life. More importantly, the strongest member of their group, Gongsun, was now locked inside. No one knew what that person inside was. What if the creatures inside wanted to use human bodies as vessels to leave here? Recalling the powers and abilities displayed by that creature earlier, Shen Peijun glanced again at the unconscious Sutton, and suddenly the image of the base being a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood flashed through his mind. At this exact moment, inside, Gongsun also stopped alongside Lu Xian, both of them staring fixedly at the figure who had turned around. This person. If this truly had once been human, then what they were seeing now was absolutely not purely human anymore. Before they hadn't seen clearly enough. Now standing before the two men, the figure's pupils weren't human either, instead, they were black circular ones with golden tinges beneath, practically demonic. Not only that, his skin wasn't of human coloration but had a faintly yellowish hue, somewhat like the metallic dragon, carving, only tinged with a touch more blood red, making this yellow resemble actual skin. Who was he? Why had he been hiding here? And why had he devoured the carcasses of these hybrids? A series of questions made both Gongsun and Lu Xian's expressions worsen. Though the man in front looked frail, both Lu Xian and Gongsun felt a vast and overwhelming aura from his body. Such a terrifying presence was unlike anything they'd ever encountered before. If the hybrids they'd previously faced, or even the monstrous creations deliberately engineered by the Pasture Medical Center, had made them feel the brink of death, then this man instilled in them a sense of insignificance akin to ants. Not only did they feel their lives were under his control, but they couldn't even breathe freely. Under such an overwhelming aura, although Lu Xian tried to maintain restraint, his body still uncontrollably quaked. It wasn't fear, rather, it was a terror born from an enormous gap in class, an ingrained obedience deep in the soul forced him to submit. This sensation was irrefutable, yet his pride refused such servility. Straining with every ounce of strength, he resisted. Before long, the tremendous mental pressure caused Lu Xian's entire body to be drenched in cold sweat, wave after wave of it emerging as if he had plunged into icy water, soaking his clothes completely. Gong Tsang, standing beside Lu Xian, was also subject to the same overwhelming pressure. However, whether it was due to his particularly powerful beast soul, his condition was much better than Zhang Yu's. Not only did he stand straight, with taut muscles without trembling like Lu Xian, but his pale complexion betrayed no ease. Gong Tsang sensed the agony emanating from Lu Xian next to him. Narrowing his elongated, beautiful eyes, he reached out and wrapped an arm around Lu Xian, contemplating involuntarily if he should attack the flawless man in front of them. Ho ho, your attacks are too weak for me. Don't bother thinking. The man let out a laugh that sounded like metal grinding against metal, his raspy voice halting at times but still managing to smoothly deliver a sentence. At the same time as these words left his mouth, the pressure he had deliberately exuded disappeared. Lu Xian, who had been struggling with all his might, immediately slumped down. Gong Tsang swiftly turned and looped an arm around Lu Xian's waist, fixing a stern gaze on the man. By this point, Gong Tsang was sure, if this man wanted to eliminate both him and Lu Xian, it would be as easy as snapping his fingers. Clearly, though the man had given them a show of power akin to a warning, he had no intention of making a move. Who exactly are you? The man chuckled. Opening his mouth revealed that his human teeth had vanished, replaced instead by sharp fangs resembling those dragon-like hybrids. These interlocking white fangs looked startling and chilling. The man extended his cherry-red tongue to lick his teeth, laughing and saying, "Weren't you two here to find me? The destined one. Zhou Chu." His words caused both Lu Xian and Gong Tsang to inhale sharply. They couldn't believe it. How was it possible that the man from a dynasty long lost to history was not only alive but now standing before them? How could that be? Faced with their astonished gazes, Zhou Chu didn't seem surprised at all, even he himself hadn't anticipated living for so long. After regaining his composure, Lu Xian took a deep breath and asked, "If you're Zhou Chu, what does the destined one mean?" If this person claimed to be Zhou Chu, Lu Xian wouldn't doubt it anymore. The bronze key was the sole proof to enter the underground tomb, and they'd gone through many traps to reach here. Who else could it be if not Zhou Chu? Lu Xian was deeply concerned about the concept of the destined one, and he believed that understanding this would explain why Zhou Chu had lived so long. Gong Tsang also paid attention to what Zhou Chu said. He cared about this as well, watching Zhou Chu fixedly. Zhou Chu smiled faintly and told them, "I don't know what the significance of the destined one is, but when I entered this underground mausoleum, the Sky Seer said that during times of chaos, anomalies arise, and only the destined one can resolve them." Sky Seer? What's that? Not only did Zhou Chu fail to clear up their doubts, but he made the two even more confused. Judging by his statements, it seemed that thousands of years ago, these ancient people already knew that today they would come here, which was shrouded in mystery and sent chills down their spines. With a deep sigh, Zhou Chu glanced at them and walked toward the interior. "You'll know if you follow me." Gong Tsang and Lu Xian exchanged a look, then followed Zhou Chu without hesitation into the depths. This underground cavern was much larger than they imagined, and the number of dragon-like hybrid skeletons inside exceeded their expectations. While earlier dragon-like hybrids retained their original forms, most of the ones further inside were gnawed down to pure white bones. Meanwhile, Lu Xian felt the colder it became as they went deeper. Even as a beast soul awakened individual with superior physical abilities compared to others, he could not help trembling violently from the cold. Seeing Lu Xian shiver from the cold, Gong Tsang simply stretched out his arm and pulled him into his embrace. Although Gong Tsang's skin was cold, their close proximity allowed some warmth between their touching skin. Furthermore, since Gong Tsang could manipulate moisture in the air, he isolated the icy chill from Lu Xian's body, allowing him to feel much better. When Zhou Chu glanced back and saw the two snuggling together, a trace of envy flashed in his eyes, but he remained silent and continued walking inward. The deeper they went, the narrower the cave became, yet the temperature kept dropping. Zhou Chu appeared completely unfazed as he calmly moved forward. As they ventured deeper, the space grew even narrower and colder, but Zhou Chu pressed on without showing any change in demeanor. Finally, turning his head slightly backward towards Lu Xian and Gong Tsang, he muttered, "Not far now." Lu Xian looked at the ice frost forming on the walls around him, his heart filled with intense curiosity. What was going on here? Why was the temperature here so extremely cold? But now, relying entirely on Gong Tsang's protection to breathe steadily, he didn't want to ask any more questions. Gong Tsang noticed Lu Xian's curious face and knew his curiosity had been fully piqued. He could only lightly squeeze his arm, indicating that he already understood. At the end of the cave, Zhou Chu squeezed into a narrow passage, and the two without hesitation followed him inside. Although the passage was dark, they could vaguely see the brightness at its end, making it seem like an open-air space. Many more questions arose in their minds. If the end of this passage was out in the open, then why hadn't anyone discovered Zhou Chu's existence? It wasn't until they exited the passage that the two realized why no one had ever discovered Zhou Chu's presence. The light here all came from a cave ceiling as high as the sky, with countless fist-sized shimmering pearls embedded high above. A closer look would reveal that these pearls traced out celestial star maps. This cave was completely different from the previous cavern. Not only was there no bone-chilling cold, but instead, it felt like spring all year round. What captured the two's full attention, however, wasn't the cave itself, but rather the figure sitting cross-legged on a stone bed in the corner of the cave. Chapter 100, The Sleeping Man. This warm cave provided Lu Xian, who was suffering from the biting cold, with a much-needed reprieve. Likewise, Gong Tsang, who had been protecting him, finally managed to ease his burden. The stark contrast in temperature from the icy world outside gave both of them enough strength to speak again. Lu Xian took a moment to look at the man before him and was filled with shock. Is he alive? It wasn't unreasonable for Lu Xian to ask so rudely, for this man possessed silver hair that stretched for several meters. These snow-white locks, resembling a milky galaxy, surrounded him. They did not appear strange but instead harmonized perfectly with his nearly transparent, pale skin. The man's handsome face looked as though it could belong to a perfect porcelain doll. Even with their keen eyesight, neither of them detected any flaw. Not even Gong Tsang, known for his otherworldly beauty, could evoke the feeling that this man did, a feeling of artificiality, as if this man was a flawless doll rather than a human being. In response to Lu Xian's question, Zhou Chu laughed heartily. Looks like I'm not the only one who thinks Zishi doesn't seem human, neither do you. Zhou Chu appeared no older than the man called Zishi, who looked no more than 20-something, less than 30 years old. From Zhou Chu's tone, it was evident that the two were acquaintances, if not friends, and quite familiar with each other. Who exactly are you people? Gong Tsang asked, stepping forward. Is this Zishi the sky watcher you mentioned? As Gong Tsang moved closer, Zhou Chu suddenly shouted loudly. Don't step on Zishi's hair. His panicked cry echoed through the cavern, causing thin dust to fall from the ceiling. Gong Tsang lowered her gaze and noticed white strands scattered ahead of her. Lu Xian couldn't understand why Zhou Chu cared so deeply about fallen hair, but Zhou Chu carefully gathered Zishi's long locks and draped them around the stone bed. These hairs have a connection to Zishi. If you step on them, it will cause him pain. He is still alive. But judging by his appearance. Not only Lu Xian doubted whether this man was living, even Gong Tsang had failed to detect or observe any sign of breathing. No. Gong Tsang suddenly tensed, her eyes narrowing as she sensed a heartbeat and faint breaths. He wasn't dead after all. A flicker of astonishment crossed Gong Tsang's face. It seemed that just like Zhou Chu harbored secrets about his body, this man named Zishi also held some mysteries. Under Gong Tsang's perception, she realized that his heartbeat and breathing moved at an incredibly slow, weak frequency, maintaining the faint continuation of life within him. If Gong Tsang had to guess, this person might, in some sense, resemble hibernating cold-blooded animals. However, the environment around him was not cold enough to induce hibernation, making it all the more fascinating. At this point, Lu Xian twitched his nose, catching a faint scent coming from Zishi. His face brightened with comprehension. This man did not carry the stench of death or decay that corpses normally emitted. Instead, Lu Xian detected a light fragrance, akin to like the indescribable aroma he'd smelled in the freezing warehouse earlier. Suddenly, Lu Xian associated the thought with the dragon-like skeletons gnawed down to bones. A bold and frightening assumption formed in his mind. He quickly raised his head toward Zhou Chu, astonished. Isn't the reason you can survive in this underground palace so long related to those dragon variants? Zhou Chu looked at Lu Xian with great interest, smiling more openly now, nodding approvingly. You guessed right. Both Zishi and I owe our survival to consuming these reverse dragons. With that, Zhou Chu glanced down at Zishi, who remained asleep, and then said to them both. Wait while I awaken Zishi, and he will explain everything to you. The Destined One, the Sky Watcher, countless dragon variant remains, the two lonely individuals residing within this bronze tomb. None of these things escaped the curiosity of Gong Tsang and Lu Xian. Neither Gong Tsang nor Lu Xian spoke, stepping aside quietly to wait for Zishi's awakening. Zhou Chu didn't intend to move them further away, directly flattening the cross-legged Zishi onto the stone bed before rubbing his limbs and torso with his hands. There was nothing inappropriate in the way Zhou Chu handled Zishi, as he massaged him with a composed and natural manner. His technique was remarkably skilled, evidently having performed this ritual on Zishi hundreds of times. This revelation sparked Lu Xian's curiosity about their relationship. Just what kind of bond did these two share? Normally, such actions were highly valued by ancient people. However, Zhou Chu acted as though it was the most natural thing in the world, indicating a connection between them that might be even more intimate than Lu Xian imagined. Considering the possibility that they had a bond similar to his own with Gong Tsang, Lu Xian's eyes involuntarily shifted toward Gong Tsang. Gong Tsang was fully focused on Zhou Chu, who was massaging Zishi, still asleep. She noticed how Zishi's breathing became slightly faster under Zhou Chu's massage, his body temperature rising noticeably, while his previously pale face now bore faint signs of color. At this moment, feeling Lu Xian's gaze beside her, she turned her head, catching his look directly. Lu Xian's fiery, deep affectionate stare softened Gong Tsang's usually guarded coldness almost instantly, prompting her to unconsciously reach out and tightly grasp Lu Xian's hand. In their intertwined fingers lay an indescribable trust and reliance. Ugh, I didn't expect this to stop working again. Suddenly standing up straight, Zhou Chu frowned at the two. You stay here and remember not to get near Zishi. If anything happens to him, I won't spare you, no matter if you're the destined ones or not. Their shared focus was interrupted by Zhou Chu's warning, but seeing his evident concern for Zishi, neither said anything further and stepped aside to show their compliance. Zhou Chu, pleased by their cooperation, hurriedly entered the passage. About 20 minutes later, he re-emerged. This time, Lu Xian and Gong Cang saw Zhou Chu holding something roughly the size of a human head, its shape resembling a heart. What is he planning to do? Lu Xian stared in disbelief at the large heart Zhou Chu was carrying. He never expected to witness such a scene. Gong Cang furrowed her brows, responding quietly, perhaps this is the method they used to survive for so long. Zhou Chu gave them a wry smile and split into a grin. Your guess is correct, this is our way of surviving. But learning this wouldn't help you anyway because only us, the chosen of heaven, can endure the poison inside these reverse dragons' bodies. Saying this, Zhou Chu approached Zishi. Standing over Zishi, Zhou Chu unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a jagged scar across his otherwise perfect chest. This sight made both Lu Xian and Gong Cang wince. The varying depths of its color indicated this area had been repeatedly injured numerous times. To be frank, even Gong Cang might hesitate to claim she could survive such severe injuries. Yet Zishi, who suffered repeatedly, exhibited extraordinary vitality. What exactly was this chosen one? Were they even human? Completely unfazed by their stares, Zhou Chu shaped his 5 fingers into a blade and plunged them directly into the wound. With a muffled "ft," the wound cracked open. Strangely, Zishi, who should have sustained fatal damage, remained completely motionless, clearly unaffected by the pain due to his deep sleep. Zhou Chu broke through the scar, pulling his hand out. The underlying flesh exposed by his action revealed a stark contrast to the white skin surrounding it, amplifying the horror of this wound and causing Lu Xian's scalp to tingle. However, bizarrely, despite the depth of the wound, not a single drop of blood flowed from it, creating a stark contrast with the red inner layers which looked strange. Even Zhou Chu's hands remained completely clean without a speck of blood staining them. Just then, Zhou Chu bit into the dragon variant heart held in his other hand, his fingers applying great force. With a crunch, the enormous heart shattered into minced meat, along with congealed blood plasma flowing through the wound he tore open in Zishi's body. This grotesque and bloody spectacle left Lu Xian wide-eyed, horrified and nauseated by the terrifying visual. Gong Cang, experienced as she was, had also never witnessed such savagery before. It was just that he didn't feel any nausea. Instead, he focused all his attention on Zishi. Soon, Zishi's body, which had appeared like it was in hibernation, began to change. His skin was no longer as deathly pale, the heart seemed to have nourished his body, gradually restoring much of his vitality. But this slight change paled in comparison to other transformations occurring. Right before their eyes, Zishi's body began to display a series of crimson symbols, as though written in blood. These symbols were neither words nor patterns but bore a resemblance to ancient oracle bone script. However, these symbols didn't stay long on Zishi's body. After crawling all over him densely, they suddenly vanished all at once. At that moment, both clearly heard Zishi's breathing grow heavier. Seeing this, Zhou Chu exhaled in relief and licked the remaining flesh from the hand that had crushed the dragon variant's heart. He then told them, he'll wake up soon, and you can ask him any questions when he does. Recalling how he first entered this place and saw Zishi looking like a lifeless doll, Lu Xian couldn't help but curiously ask, how long after waking up will he fall back into slumber? Originally, it was 3 years, Zhou Chu sighed softly. But dragon hearts are expendable, and we don't have an endless supply of dragons for our survival. So, to wait for you, he usually chooses to go back into slumber after 6 months. Lu Xian furrowed his brow tightly. If he were in Zhou Chu's position, guarding a sleeping Zishi underground, waiting for an unknown time when the tomb would reopen and the destined ones arrive, he might have gone insane after only a short while. Apparently, although these celestial chosen could extend their lives in such a manner, the solitude and loneliness they endured were pains that many others simply could not bear. Gong Cang also marveled at how Zhou Chu had almost entirely spent his life inside this tomb. She admired his fortitude. Beyond his formidable combat abilities, his mental resilience must have been equally extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lasted through those lonely years. Suddenly, Lu Xian noticed Zishi's fingers twitch slightly and held his breath in anticipation. The gazes of Gong Cang and Zhou Chu immediately focused on the sleeping beauty about to awaken. Chapter 101, Inheritance. Zishi's eyelids, which had been trembling at an extremely low frequency, gradually began to quicken. Beside him, Zhou Chu's eyes became more focused and tender. Under the gaze of the crowd, this man, perfect like a doll, finally opened his eyes. Zishi. When Zhou Chu's gaze met Zishi lying there, a smile appeared on his face. He extended his hand to help Zishi up as if handling something delicate and fragile with utmost care. After Zishi sat up, he turned his head toward Lu Xian and Gong Cang who stood nearby, letting his gaze linger over them for a while before eventually locking on to Gong Cang. It seems we have finally waited for our destined one. A slightly hoarse voice echoed through the cave, its deep tone resembling little claws scratching against the eardrums, leaving a strong impression. At this moment, Gong Cang noticed that the man's chest, previously split open by Zhou Chu, had closed up. The scars were tightly fused together, looking fierce and terrible, but it was undeniable, his wounds had healed in such a short time. His terrifying regenerative ability and powerful vitality left both of them speechless. However, what amazed Lu Xian even more were the man's eyes. These were the most beautiful eyes Lu Xian had ever seen. Just like Zhou Chu, Zishi's eyes no longer resembled those of a human. They looked like pale purple crystals with lavender-colored pupils embedded within, exuding a mysterious charm. Despite his amazement, Lu Xian cared more about the fate they were about to face. After enduring so long underground using such means, Lu Xian doubted the challenges ahead would be simple. You must be the Sky Observers. What exactly do you want us to do? Lu Xian's straightforward question made Zhou Chu laugh heartily. He pointed to Zishi leaning against him and said seriously, although we are all heaven-chosen ones, only he is the Sky Observer. Did you really spend so much time inside this bronze mausoleum just waiting for us? Asked Gongcang solemnly, frowning deeply. Whether it was being called heaven-chosen or Sky Observers, or their claim that they and Lu Xian were destined ones, Gongcang felt a strange sense that these two weren't unfamiliar to him. Moreover, they waited because of the chaos outside. I think you can feel that we mean you no harm. Zishi smiled at Gongcang. His doll-like delicate features seemed more human. That's because your body carries the bloodline tied to ours. What are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Lu Xian stared at this man, whose beauty carried not an ounce of humanity, growing worried as he gazed at Gongcang. How could these people, after such a long wait for the so-called destined ones, end up locking Gongcang here like themselves, unable to leave? He has the same blood running through his veins as us. Zishi's smile grew even brighter. To be precise, the three of us belong to the same family. What nonsense is this? Your name's Zishi, Zhou Chu surnamed Zhou, and Gongcang surnamed Gong. How could you possibly be from the same family? For some unknown reason, although Lu Xian strongly denied it, a voice in his heart told him that Zishi wasn't fabricating lies. After all, Lu Xian found that there was indeed a slight resemblance between Zishi and Gongcang. For us, names are merely symbols. The inheritance of bloodlines cannot be erased. Zhou Chu sighed, our meeting now is because our fates were already determined without our knowledge. Zhou Chu glanced at Gongcang and Lu Xian and spoke softly, before entering this underground, we knew that the mausoleum wouldn't be opened until times of chaos, and neither would you appear. Is there now some undead corpses killing humans outside? Also, creatures similar to those dragons outside? Zishi spoke softly. His words described the exact turmoil happening on Earth. Before we entered here, I had already seen everything about this chaotic world. You've seen it? Lu Xian gasped sharply upon hearing Zishi's words. How could you possibly see what happens in our world? The celestial stars in the sky tell me everything. Because of this, I am called the Sky Observer. At this moment, Gongcang noticed that although Zishi's eyes would glance in his and Lu Xian's direction while speaking, his gaze was completely unfocused. It seemed as though he were blind. Every Sky Observer cannot see the world until they have fulfilled their mission. Lu Xian had a hard time believing a blind person could suddenly regain their sight, but after witnessing so many bizarre occurrences already, disbelief wasn't an option for him anymore. Zishi's voice gradually returned to normal as he spoke, his tone completely calm with no hint of regret about his disability, but Lu Xian could feel Zishi's strong desire to restore his vision. I believe you, but what is your mission? Gongcang alternated his gaze between Zishi and Zhou Chu, asking what Zishi needed him to do. Zishi stood up and gestured for Gongcang to come closer. Lu Xian wanted to stop him, but strangely, as soon as he saw Zishi, he couldn't move. It was as if an invisible giant hand held him firmly in place. Unaware of this, Gongcang slowly approached. When he got close enough, Zishi suddenly sprang into action like a white shadow rushing toward Gongcang. In a blink of an eye, he extended a finger and tapped it against Gongcang's forehead. Gongcang felt a wave of coolness touch his forehead followed by darkness overtaking his vision as he collapsed to the ground. Everything happened in a flash before Lu Xian even had the chance to cry out in surprise. At this moment, Lu Xian suddenly felt lighter and regained control of his body again. He rushed over to Gongcang and embraced him as he lay unconscious on the ground. Drawing out Gongcang's dagger with the other hand, he fiercely questioned Zishi, what did you do to Gongcang? In response to Lu Xian's angry questioning, Zishi softly replied, I didn't do anything. I merely let him see what I've seen, allowing him to make his own choice. What kind of choice? Though Lu Xian asked anxiously, Zishi didn't respond. Facing Zhou Chu, who seemed almost invulnerable, with Gongcang unconscious in his arms, Lu Xian grew extremely anxious. Yet, all he could do was retreat with Gongcang to a safer corner. Not knowing what to do, he decided to wait for Gongcang to wake up. But while unconscious, images began flashing before Gongcang's mind. Blinding light surrounded Gongcang, giving him a feeling that was both foreign and inexplicably familiar. The contradictory sensation caused him to squint his eyes in an attempt to discern the source of such dazzling light. However, the light was too intense, making it impossible for Gongcang to identify its origin. At this instant, a colossal force erupted from within the brightness, enveloping Gongcang. Then streams of images started revolving in his mind. Countless scenes fell from the sky above. Normally, these overwhelming pictures would disrupt any normal thought process, but Gong Tsang's special ability to memorize mirror impressions made him remember each image clearly. Hours passed as Gong Tsang remained unconscious. Lu Xian looked down at Gong Tsang cradled in his arms and was driven nearly mad with worry. Not only was Gong Tsang close to losing it, but outside, Saldon had just awoken in a similar rage. Damn it! That bastard attacked me when I wasn't expecting it. After waking up, Saldon not only felt excruciating pain from his forehead but also noticed through others' reflections that there was a lump on his forehead, resembling some sort of deformed tumor that made him look foolish. Saldon, who took great pride in his looks, couldn't tolerate this outright humiliation. He roared ferociously, gripping his fists tightly and pounding against the metal dragon relief that had sealed itself. Don't beat it up like that. Let's find the bronze key instead, which dropped earlier. If we can find it, perhaps we could use it to rescue them. Old Ku observed Saldon's near-crazed state. Although worried whether this old man might suffer from Saldon's wrath, he still moved next to Saldon and advised, even if you hit the metal dragon carving now, according to my observation, the mechanisms here are very delicate. If your brute force ruins something inside, they might end up trapped forever. Ku Lao's persuasion somehow managed to calm Sultan down a little. This capricious and angry handsome youth glared fiercely at Ku Lao, almost scaring him into a heart attack. But in the end, he returned to reason, biting his lips as he stood aside and gruffly said to Ku Lao, since you say the bronze key can open the door, then it's up to you. If you can't open this door either, don't blame me for being rude. Yes, yes, yes. Shen Peijun and Ku Lao immediately led the group to search around. Not long after, they found the bronze key which had previously activated the metal dragon relief. Shen Peijun also managed to send someone up to try opening this sealed metal dragon relief. However, much to everyone's shock, the metal dragon relief seemed tampered with after the last person closed it, preventing the bronze key from fitting into the lock hole. I told you, this door is stubborn as hell, may heaven strike it down. Sultan muttered all sorts of chaotic lines he probably learned from somewhere, shoving away the person who came near wanting to hold him back, and rushed forward to the metal dragon relief. Enraged Sultan didn't think any further when faced with such a situation, punching the metal dragon relief with even greater force, blow after blow. Shen Peijun and Ku Lao didn't try to stop Sultan anymore. After all, hearing the dull sound produced by the metal carving gate under Sultan's full-force attacks, they wisely moved to the side, thinking about their own bone density. Old Ku, what exactly is going on now? Who built this underground palace that's so precise and filled with mechanisms? No, you can say this place is precise, but not overly complex with mechanisms. Ku Lao extended his hand to feel the wind brushing against his palm and frowned, saying, given the intricacy of this underground palace, if it really were loaded with traps, even if there were 2 more of me or 10 more of you, we wouldn't have survived. Moreover, Ku Lao glanced at Sultan still furiously pounding on the carved gate and lowered his voice, the person who expelled Sultan earlier could have killed us if he wanted to. I suspect his target might be Lu Xian and Gong Tsang. You're joking, right? There's a mysterious figure in this underground palace, and Lu Xian and Gong Tsang are merely caught inside by coincidence. And yet you're telling me that person's purpose might be Lu Xian and Gong Tsang. Shen Peijun looked at Ku Lao with an added hint of doubt in his eyes. Perhaps this man wasn't as knowledgeable as he thought, but one thing Ku Lao said resonated with him. That mysterious person didn't intend to kill them, otherwise, considering the force that sent Sultan flying with just one finger, killing them all in this enclosed environment would have been effortless. Ku Lao noticed Shen Peijun's gaze but didn't bother elaborating, chuckling slightly. He turned his head and shone his flashlight on one corner of the metal dragon relief, saying to Shen Peijun, take a look at that face carved there. Whom does it resemble? I didn't examine closely anything other than the dragon relief before. If it weren't for my proximity while trying to dissuade Sultan, I might not have discovered this. Following the beam of light, Shen Peijun squinted slightly, taking a clear look at the corner of the relief. Chapter 102, Hidden Secrets. At the sight of it, Shen Peijun broke out in a cold sweat. Under the flashlight's beam, that profile was at least 70 to 80% similar to Gong Tsang. However, this bas-relief differed from Gong Tsang somewhat. Even in this simple and almost indiscernible portrait, the chill in those bright eyes could be clearly seen, colder, more merciless than the inherently icy Gong Tsang. Shen Peijun rubbed his eyes, stepped closer to the metallic dragon bas-relief, and examined it closely again. He wasn't imagining things, yet this scene left Shen Peijun feeling particularly surprised and terrified. His back prickled with goosebumps. If Shen Peijun hadn't personally witnessed this painting, if he hadn't participated in all the actions firsthand, and knowing what he knew about Gong Tsang's background, he might have thought this was some terrible conspiracy. But if it wasn't a conspiracy, then everything became bizarre. Regardless of how you look at it, I feel we should stop worrying. Mr. Ku sighed softly, recalling the inexplicable things he had experienced in the past, and consoled Shen Peijun, throughout our Huaxiao lineage, there have always been remarkable people appearing in history's long river. This is just a drop in the bucket. I think we shouldn't overthink it and wait patiently. The mysterious figure with unmatched combat strength but no murderous intent, the human figures on the bronze tomb, led Shen Peijun to involuntarily recall the road they had taken upon arrival. Could this road also be like Gong Tsang's portrait, laid out thousands of years ago because of foreknowledge? Thinking this way, Shen Peijun felt completely bewildered. Though he held a high position in the Wang family and had significant military experience, and although he knew many secrets, none of them matched what he faced now. Shen Peijun couldn't help but wonder, how many similar secrets lay hidden under this vast land. Perhaps there were still many situations they hadn't even discovered. Sutton noticed the portrait as Shen Peijun approached, and he stopped his frantic attack, gazing at this lifelike image. Was all of this designed by Gongsun? Sutton's blue eyes were filled with anger, his fists brimming with prominent veins. No, this can't possibly be designed by Gongsun, since the time hidden down here isn't false. Mr. Ko quickly stepped forward to pacify Sutton. Let's just wait and see. Perhaps when Gongsun and Lu Xian come out, they'll give us an answer. In this world, the very existence of humanity is itself a mystery. The presence of the alien species has completely shattered Darwin's theory of evolution, but what Gongsun witnessed before him further obliterated every piece of common knowledge he once possessed. No one could believe what Gongsun saw, not even himself could believe in what he beheld. Before his eyes unfolded fragments long lost to history, exactly as Zishi had said, they truly originated from the same clan. And this clan shared intimate secrets tied to these alien beings. Before Zhou Chu and Zishi entered this underground tomb, everything in the world followed the natural order, like human warfare, dynastic changes, all naturally occurring events that arose due to civilization advancing to a certain extent. In ancient times, without the advancements in science and technology that modern society enjoys today, ancients used their rich imagination to interpret various anomalies they encountered. For instance, floods that couldn't be controlled, fire whirls formed when wildfires collided with airflow, tornadoes during typhoons or hurricanes, ferocious beasts, and creatures resembling humans. These diverse phenomena transformed in the minds of the ancients into extraordinary tales. With the power of imagination, these tales turned into legends. Yet, this mysterious clan bore witness to all these legends. A family did not represent the simplest form of blood relations for humans. In contrast, everyone within this clan possessed specific inherited abilities. Like the ability of those who peek into the heavens, like Zhou Chu's capability to assimilate with the aliens to gain strength, and Gongsun's ability to reincarnate after accepting his mission. The number of people in this clan was not many, no one has specifically counted how many there have been. However, during times of great turmoil in the world, members of this clan would always emerge to solve problems. After Gongsun saw those fragments, he understood the origins and development of the situation. He realized now that his arrival at this place to open the underground palace was also due to so-called destiny. The future was shrouded in darkness, yet the fragments swirling around him stirred up a myriad of emotions. Gongsun finally figured out what his fate was, the chain named inheritance, the mission named inheritance. From the beginning of the formation of heaven and earth, humans existed as unique creatures, different from all things around them. Whether it was thousands of years ago or now, humans did not conform to Darwin's theory of evolution. In a purer antiquity, humans didn't have the modern high technology for their convenience, they became strong through the refinement of their physical bodies and spiritual powers. It was just like those shamans who predicted the will of heaven by burning tortoise shells. In ancient times, such people had greater abilities and were more obviously special. Their destinies were not only to divine for kings but also to fight against those beings that shouldn't exist in this world, driving away species that should not appear on Earth. So why do these dynasties and royal families in Huaxia call themselves the true dragon emperors? Why do they strive to unify the country? On one hand, it is certainly about men's sense of conquest and greed for power, while on the other hand, it is also about gathering all forces together to fight these terrible creatures with their utmost strength. History isn't written solely by the victors and historians, it is also controlled by these inheritors. They joined hands with those in power within these dynasties, becoming the force that suppressed these monsters, dedicating their entire lives to become Huaxia's spear, tearing apart these terrifying monsters. In the dynasties before Zhou Chu's era, the more remarkable inheritor predecessors went further back in time with increasingly stronger capabilities. Similarly, the monsters were also much more powerful. Numerous inheritors sacrificed their lives in battles against these monsters, and Gongsun was like an undying monster, slowly walking from the ancient times until now. However, everything changed dramatically during Zhou Chu's era, between the Three Kingdoms period and the Western Jin dynasty. In the ancient battles, those extraordinarily powerful monsters fought fiercely with the talented inheritors, and these inheritors killed the terrible monsters at the cost of their own lives. Yet, when they saw the gradually peaceful realm, some inheritors with warning abilities felt something peculiar. These monsters were not actually defeated as they seemed to be, dying off gradually on the surface. They could smell the hidden danger lurking deep down. The previous Skygazer initiated the prophecy using his life, finding the point in time when these monsters would counterattack. For making this prophecy, he offered himself as a sacrifice. However, this Skygazer discovered that as time moved forward, there were fewer inheritors seen, and when the concealed monsters retaliated, their powers grew even stronger. As predicted by the Skygazer, the inheritors gradually declined and perished, and humanity lost faith, making it harder to connect with heaven and earth, which resulted in fewer people becoming inheritors. The Skygazer realized they must find capable companions to devise a way to keep the inheritors alive. After the death of the Skygazer, Zishi was born, inheriting the memory and ability of the previous Skygazer. Even though his abilities surpassed those of his predecessor, the cost was that no new Skygazer would appear after his death. She returned to the inheritors, and they found a method together, to hunt the mighty dragons for extending their lives. Unlike other monsters, the mighty dragons completely transcended other species. This fearsome creature, not only incredibly strong and highly lethal, had every part of its body, from scales and flesh to blood and internal organs, filled with immense energy. However, this energy wasn't something ordinary people could withstand. Even the inheritors weren't sure what would happen if they consumed the dragon's blood and meat. But this was their only path forward. As an inheritor, Xiao Qing embarked on the journey to hunt mighty dragons, with his incredible combat skills and an inherent intimidating presence toward the dragons, making him the sole dragon slayer. Sky Gazers, Dragon Slayers, these titles unlike those of ordinary inheritors signified their special roles among the inheritors and the heavier fates they carried, though at that time, they didn't know it yet. After Xiao Qing obtained enough mighty dragons, practically wiping out their lairs, all the inheritors attempted to consume the skin, flesh, bones, and blood of the dragons. The potent toxins of the Jiao dragons, when refined by the inheritors skilled in alchemical pills, yielded highly potent elixirs. After consuming these pills, the inheritors gradually grew stronger. They possessed powers they had never had before, and their physical imperfections were also compensated for. Due to such powerful changes, some individuals within the family of inheritors began harboring ulterior motives. They wished to eliminate all the other inheritors so they could control this terrifying power themselves, chasing imperial authority and enjoying wealth and honor beyond the reach of ordinary people. Under such circumstances, the inheritors began to turn against one another. Killing a traitorous inheritor would sometimes lead to even eating the corpse of a fellow inheritor, extracting energy from their flesh. And the traitors among these inheritors also began to transform, not just physically but becoming increasingly numb as well. Only fresh blood and flesh could satisfy their growing desires. Chapter 103, The Death Loop. In this situation, the inheritors who hadn't been altered by the pills gathered together, using themselves as bait to catch all the traitors in one fell swoop. During that earth-shattering battle, the location of the inheritors' family was transformed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A heavy stench of blood and the light of burning after the slaughter pierced through the heavens, creating an absolutely terrifying scene. When everything finally settled down, the surviving inheritors discovered they were not resistant to the poison in the flesh of the river dragons. That poison subtly altered their bodies. However, these changes wouldn't turn them into cannibalistic madmen but would even assist them in some ways. For instance, Shi, who was a seer, his hair turned white and grew longer, behaving as if it had gained life on its own, making it unable to be treated harshly or else he would feel pain. Once, Shi accidentally broke some strands, and to his surprise, gushing streams of blood flowed out from the broken hair. He even fainted due to the intense pain caused by the breakage. Yet, Shi didn't solely gain negative traits, these hairs increased his empathy, strengthening his communication with the energies of heaven and earth, enabling him to foresee a more precise future. As for Xiao Qing, being a dragon slayer, he could transform into a half-dragon human, his appearance drastically changed, but through consuming the bones and flesh of the river dragon, he could extend his lifespan indefinitely, becoming an immortal monster. This advancement also made him utilize the river dragon's remains to an unprecedented extent. Even though he became a half-dragon, Xiao Qing still differed greatly from those inheritors who went insane from obtaining strength. He could control his consciousness and desires, refraining from indulging in bloodlust unless willingly provoked, thereby avoiding becoming a victim controlled by the river dragon's bloodthirsty nature. Likewise, Gong Sang, once a reincarnator who fought alongside Shi and Xiao Qing, could now reincarnate similar to a phoenix reborn from its ashes. However, the cost was that through each lifetime, he would never experience the human capacity for romantic love. Living without the ability to reciprocate affection, he couldn't respond to love even when deeply cherished. Those who loved Gong Sang, whether men or women, driven by his unresponsiveness and coldness towards love, met with despair and even death, while others eventually gave up loving him. Had Gong Sang always lacked the ability to feel love, knowing nothing of its taste or sensation, he might have avoided suffering from this loss. But tragically, Gong Sang did know, he had once loved a man. After being influenced by the toxins of the river dragon, he chose to abandon that love. What began as love dissolved into estrangement because of the dragon toxin, the man disappeared entirely from Gong Sang's world, vanished without a trace. Although Gong Sang no longer harbored love for the man, his memory of this former lover remained vivid. Ironical as it may seem, the more earnest and profound his past affection for the man had been, the less distinct that person became in his memory, gradually growing blurrier. In time, Gong Sang couldn't even recall the man's appearance anymore. His former lover faded away into the shadowy corners of his memories. After peeking into the future through his divination skills, Shi learned that these monstrous beings only temporarily disappeared, waiting for the opportunity to cleanse the human race centuries later. Hence, Shi decided to construct the Bronze Palace, intending to hide himself and the remaining inheritors away until the impending calamity arose. However, who would have guessed that despite their willingness to endure various sacrifices to become the sparks of hope, reality still dealt them cruel blows. Except for Shi, Xiao Qing, and Gong Sang, all other inheritors died violently before entering the Bronze Palace. Moreover, Gong Sang could sense his life fading, while only Shi and Xiao Qing managed to escape this fate. Unlike the other inheritors, Gong Sang had the unique ability to resurrect after dying, repeatedly expending his accumulated energy to restart from incorrect moments in the future. Upon fully comprehending all this, Gongcang furrowed his brows slightly, as a question immediately surfaced in his mind. If rebirth was his power, then what about Lu Xian? Lu Xian clearly wasn't among the circle of inheritors, nor did he relate to the predestined individuals Zishi and Zhou Chu had mentioned. Amidst the questions brewing in Gongcang's heart, the fragments around him suddenly shattered violently, yet other shards rained down from the sky. These fragments interlinked and arranged themselves into shapes akin to ropes, but their swaying arcs appeared more like serpents gliding through the ocean, almost alive. Although Gongcang didn't understand what these fragments represented, he felt instinctively that they pertained to events occurring after his rebirths. As Gongcang spun around to observe the ropes formed by these fragments, he realized that they represented the countless rebirths and deaths he had experienced. Though his memory held no impression of these specific events, the faces in those fragments were undeniably his. He was confident of this fact. After being surrounded by these fragments, Gongcang's memories began to slowly revive. However, at that moment, Gongcang noticed a broken rope, causing him to abruptly widen his eyes. Gongcang extended his finger and lightly tapped on this broken rope. Instantly, the sensations contained within the rope surged through him like an electric shock. All his memories reset, making Gongcang feel as if his soul had been possessed, transferring onto another version of himself. It was still the same city where they were now based, with him playing a significant role in this base. One day, while driving nearby to search for some supplies, he heard gunshots. There weren't many humans wandering near the city. Perhaps someone encountered trouble or set a trap for him deliberately. Regardless of the situation, the powerful, himself, never felt any fear, so he drove closer to the source of the sound. But Gongcang witnessed a scene that made his heart wrench violently. Lu Xian, much thinner and looking disheveled, lay on the ground, blood overflowing from his mouth and wounds covering his body. In a corner at the scene, he caught sight of a familiar figure, Wu Siming. Yet, inside this version of himself, there was no memory of Wu Siming. His vision was entirely captured by the dying man who showed unwavering defiance. Unprecedented sympathy arose from the bottom of his heart. This unfortunate man, if he could make it to their gathering place, might survive, perhaps even live a better life. But at this very moment, he was close to death. Seeing Lu Xian in the pool of blood, Gongcang's emotions piled up continuously. His fists tightened, the scenes distorting before his eyes due to his intense emotions. He wanted to roar, to cry, but the indescribable panic brought by the loss left him feeling almost suffocated. Still, Gongcang could only helplessly watch without letting his emotions influence the himself. He watched silently as the himself, harboring a bit of compassion, approached Lu Xian lying in the blood pool. Rest in peace, you won't suffer anymore. The himself squatted down and gently closed Lu Xian's eyes, which had gradually lost focus, watching as the person he deeply cherished faded away before him, losing the last trace of vitality. Crack. When Lu Xian's spasms stopped, the scene vanished, returning Gongcang to the space he currently occupied. He touched his face, finding not a single tear mark there. Despite the feeling of his soul being torn apart, excruciatingly painful though it was, he couldn't cry. At that moment, however, Lu Xian looked down at the Gongcang in his arms shedding tears full of pain, surprised. Lu Xian didn't know what Gongcang had gone through during his unconsciousness. But after seeing Gongcang's tears, Lu Xian could feel an unprecedented sense of panic and bewilderment enveloping him. What exactly is Gongcang going through? A man who looks alluringly delicate yet possesses such an incredibly strong will shedding tears. Lu Xian couldn't do anything right now except hold on to Gongcang tightly. Gongcang circled around again, scrutinizing those fragments carefully, then spotting Lu Xian's figure once more, he activated the memory by tapping it. After a while, Gongcang painfully emerged from the experience of that event's memory. Lu Xian died again, this time when Gongcang met him, pleading to be killed by Tang Mingyuan's brutal torment. Gongcang had never seen Lu Xian look so frail. Wearing a tattered female skirt, revealing thighs and arms covered in questionable marks, more bruises and red scars hidden beneath the skirt. That pair of eyes, so beloved by Gongcang, were completely devoid of vitality, having lost all aspirations and warmth concealed within, appearing like a living corpse unable to gnaw on humans like those outside the camp. This version of Gongcang accepted the request and personally ended Lu Xian's life. Gongcang stared intently at his own hands, unable to believe he had made such a choice. But what shocked him even more was the fact that Lu Xian, even another version of Lu Xian who hadn't met or fallen in love with him, would endure such torment. Gongcang took a careful look around and realized there were many more fragments broken like this one. Most of these fragments contained some trace of Lu Xian. Even though he knew the endpoint for Lu Xian within these fragments was always death, and their meetings were inevitably followed by parting, Gongcang found himself losing control and continuously tapping on these scenes. After repeatedly experiencing the pain of losing his loved one, Gongcang gradually came to an unsettling realization. In every fragment where Lu Xian's death was the final chapter, they never crossed paths. This meant that, in countless possibilities, he and Lu Xian had never known each other from the beginning. After the apocalypse, they survived separately until the moment they met, which marked their farewell through death. Gongcang and Lu Xian kept experiencing reunion after reunion, followed by separation after separation, forming a flawless yet tragic cycle of death. Chapter 104, Breaking Destiny. Gongsun once again thought about the matter of rebirth that Lu Xian had told him about, the first scene he had encountered in this space. He suddenly realized that in all these scenarios, Lu Xian's death was more or less related to him, except for the first one where his involvement, either directly or indirectly, did not lead to Lu Xian's demise. And this fact marked the turning point in the relationship between him and Lu Xian. Because my actions were not related to Lu Xian's death, did it grant him a second chance at life? Gongsun mumbled to himself. Just then, Zixi voice suddenly rang out in his ears. Yes, you did not participate in Lu Xian's death in that scenario, granting him the opportunity for rebirth. That is to say, your interaction with Lu Xian broke the original fate between the two of you, leading to the chance to meet, understand, and love each other this time around. However, what? However, ironically, your mission was originally to end the existence of those creatures in this world. But in the futures where Lu Xian met you only to die, your mission utterly failed. Thus, your ability repeatedly brought you back to before all these events began, seeking an opportunity to accomplish your mission. Clearly, your power has not only returned you to the start of everything but also let Lu Xian, who had numerous encounters with you, relive his life alongside you. Lu Xian is a unique existence, he does not possess our abilities, nor is he a continuation of our family bloodline. In the countless worlds where you failed, his fate was always tragic. Those grievances and sufferings bound his destiny until, before his rebirth, the warmth you gave him pacified his resentment and frustration, enabling him to accept his own fate calmly. Gongsun looked around, the vivid past contrasting sharply with the abrupt darkened images now gray and bleak. Clearly, in those futures, the world would inevitably be destroyed. He had never imagined that Lu Xian's rebirth truly had an intricate connection with himself. Nevertheless, Gongsun was grateful for that chance occurrence from the previous world, it allowed Lu Xian and him to both reincarnate and made their current encounter possible. So, this time, even if there is no separation and death between Lu Xian and me, it doesn't necessarily mean that I will accomplish my mission, does it? Ho ho, you're smarter than I thought, Zixi chuckled. You're absolutely correct, you have broken away from fate, but it doesn't guarantee that you'll complete your mission. But I can tell you this, because the last breaking of destiny, I cannot foresee your future, which implies that you still have a possibility to achieve your mission. What if I fail again this time? Perhaps your ability will send you back again to before any of this happened. But this time, Lu Xian may no longer have the same opportunity to escape the confines of fate as he did the last time. Zixi's tone turned colder. That means he will face the countless fates you've seen, deceived, betrayed, toyed with, and destroyed. Why must Lu Xian endure such a fate? He is the most innocent person. Gongsun screamed angrily, Zixi's coldness making him feel furious and anguished. He couldn't comprehend why Lu Xian had to face such a fate. Every time he remembered the deaths he'd witnessed, the pain he endured through them, and the times he passively or actively ended Lu Xian's life out of ignorance, he felt an unbearable pain in his chest. Perhaps destiny was predetermined by heaven, but Gongsun could not accept such a so-called destiny. Innocent? Maybe. However, haven't you noticed something? Everyone's destiny is different, and despite encountering similar events when given a second chance, small environmental factors, like a painting seen as a child or a sentence heard while eating, can affect someone's destiny. Zixi appeared in front of him in this space, his hair resembling a dispersed galaxy, looking just as surreal and captivating as CGI from blockbuster movies. Yet, behind his hypnotic appearance, sympathy lingered in the eyes gazing upon Gongsun. But Lu Xian is different from others. In these fragments, people with emotional entanglements with him have never changed their behaviors towards him. For instance, the one he used to like, who clearly showed change after experiencing sincerity from Lu Xian post-apocalypse, wanting to live well together, still chose betrayal after another person coveting Lu Xian appeared. Don't you feel curious? Why does it seem that even though fate has already changed, the outcome always reverts to betrayal, torment, and manipulation? Gongsun tried to think about the fragments he had seen within his mind. He realized that, even for people who were close to him, their life paths altered due to some choices and decisions. Even those who once got along well with him might eventually turn against him. However, the one constant was Lu Xian. In every new cycle, his fate seemed fixed, inevitably leading to the worst possible ending. Why is he like this? Gongsun looked at Zixi, believing that this man must have already figured out the answer. Sure enough, Zixi sighed lightly and gave his judgment. I suspect he is your lover from before you entered this cycle. How could that be? Even if it's him, how? Gongsun's mind frantically searched for the figure of that person, but no matter how hard he tried to recall or think, he couldn't remember a single detail about them. Whenever he thought of the person's figure and appearance, he found his memory cloaked in a thick veil, obscuring everything inside. After taking the pill from the dragon, you lost your emotions, so you let go. But have you ever considered, given your insight and looks, would you ever fall for an ordinary person? Even though we became familiar during the battles against traitors, I never saw the man you loved, but I know that when you talked about him, before the dragon's poison had completely ruined your emotions, your words were filled with sincerity. If, after separating from you, he spent his entire life searching for a way to recover your feelings, and in doing so angered heaven, what then? Zixi sighed again and seriously said to Gongsun, Perhaps you haven't noticed, but within the fragmented memories, as Lu Xian kept dying over and over, your emotional state also grew increasingly complex. I imagine that if both of your fates are predetermined, then his death is like a war chariot, repeatedly colliding with the tracks of your destiny until you gradually free yourself from the control of fate. Perhaps I don't know who he was before you entered this cycle, but for him to use such means to restore your feelings shows a determination far beyond what I expected. Gongcang carefully pondered over Zixi's words and indeed found issues hidden within the subtle differences between these fragmented memories. Just as Zixi had described, his numbness and indifference began to shift into contemplation and concern about his surroundings. In the earliest event Gongcang could find, he was still himself, his identity unchanged, but he lived like a robot, strictly executing his missions without fail. This person, uncaring for his own life or the lives of others, was simply focused on completing his tasks. As long as he achieved his goal, killing and death were not even within his consideration. After the apocalypse began, that version of Gongcang blew up the Pasteur Research Institute to eliminate Julie. Lu Xian was inside the Pasteur Research Institute, hiding there to evade Wang Mingjing's pursuit. After hearing about Gongcang's mission, he voluntarily helped open the institute's door from the inside, yet Gongcang silenced him without hesitation to ensure the success of the mission. There was no mercy or empathy. Back then, Gongcang was like a human monster using overwhelming power to instill fear in others. No one would ever entrust their backs to someone like him. Of course, that emotionless Gongcang didn't fare well and certainly couldn't complete his mission, otherwise, there wouldn't have been any cycles afterwards. But Gongcang wasn't about to oversimplify things, especially after uncovering the secret behind all this. He now felt even more sympathy for Lu Xian. Only, he was no longer the original person, and neither was Lu Xian. No, that wasn't right. Gongcang's expression turned solemn as he suddenly became envious of the self that Lu Xian had called back through his repeated deaths, bringing back his lost emotions. He even feared that Lu Xian might become someone he didn't recognize, yet someone who was deeply infatuated with him. Rest assured, your destiny has already been broken, and no one knows what your future will be like. Zixi sighed lightly and said to him, moreover, in each of your experiences, we never had the chance to meet. If you hadn't broken your destiny, we would have been trapped down here until we turned to dust. However, so far, I think you're handling the issues caused by those things called Yizhong pretty smoothly. It's estimated that you'll soon complete your mission. So, what you mean is that the apocalypse we are experiencing now is related to the Yizhong defeated a long time ago. After understanding many things, Gongcang directly asked, I thought this was just a biodisaster, but from what you've said, it involves matters far too terrifying and mysterious. If I hadn't seen fragments of memories, I wouldn't dare to believe it at all. Humans are evolving, and they are evolving as well. Do you know what the worst and most terrifying thing in this world is? Zixi sighed lightly, after seeing countless failures in your missions, I roughly understand many things. This disaster has an absolute connection with humans. However, if we want to reverse the destruction of this world, it might inherently be an impossible task. Even we can't stop it. Chapter 105, Energy Fusion. Our inheritors have great abilities, but humans have guns. We can deduce and calculate, but you have machinery that replaces human effort to solve temporary problems. We think the massacre of a city is a terrible disaster, but look at that thing called the atomic bomb. It accomplishes in hours what tens of thousands of soldiers need nearly half a month to complete. And those who survive are cursed, deformed and decaying until death. Zixi stared into the distance, softly uttering a sentence. I'm wondering, these creatures known as alien species, which we've been fighting since ancient times, how did they appear in the world? I think that besides our country of Huaxia encountering this trouble, other places would also face similar troubles. But why do they appear? Could it be their creator already knew the fear of humanity and so created them to counterbalance us? At this point, Zixi sighed, I can see the Tao that others cannot see. In all the worlds you've experienced, I've seen futures ending in destruction, no one knows how it ends, yet I see it, total darkness. But I can't see the future now, so this gives me a bit of hope for the future. Rest assured, even if not for that forgotten mission, I will spare no effort for Lu Xian, and absolutely will not let him fall back into that terrible cycle of fate. In response to Zixi's words, Gongcang sighed softly. He couldn't allow Lu Xian to return to the destinies he'd encountered before. Perhaps after you finish your mission, I'll understand the method he used to resist destiny. A hint of significance appeared on Zixi's face, then she slowly approached Gongcang. As she walked, her long silver hair danced like silver silk in the wind, appearing as if alive and floating gracefully in the air. A closer look revealed tiny points of silver light from her hair resembling fireflies, flying directly to his front before plunging into Gongcang's body. Gongcang only felt as though his body had been thrown into freezing cold weather, causing him to shiver. His eyes suddenly snapped open and he noticed white vapor rising from his body, clearly a result of the energy infused by Zixi earlier, leaving behind such effects. But this was just the beginning, not the end. Gongcang. The sudden drop in temperature almost froze Lu Xian into solid ice, yet he didn't loosen his grip on Gongcang. Instead, he embraced him more tightly. The chill crept into his body, making Lu Xian feel as if every breath was agonizingly cold, his throat as though pierced with blades of snow, freezing and painful. With each breath, his internal organs contracted unconsciously due to the overwhelming cold, causing him to spasm and convulse. Seeing Lu Xian suffer like this, Gong Song felt both self-reproach and sorrow in his heart. However, he was unable to voice anything, and could only stare intensely at Lu Xian, silently imploring him to let go. How could Lu Xian comply? Not knowing what had happened to Gong Song, he persisted on using his last strength to embrace Gong Song more firmly, hoping that his own body could provide more warmth for Gong Song. Zishi's coldness isn't something you can resist or resolve, let me take over. Zhou Chu approached, gently pulling Gong Song out from the frozen arms of Lu Xian and placing him in a corner of the cave. Lu Xian stared fixedly at Zhou Chu, thinking that Zhou Chu and Zishi must have set some kind of trap, and they had fallen right into it like fools. You, stop looking at me that way. Neither Zishi nor I have done anything harmful to Gong Song. While Zhou Chu was undressing Gong Song, he glanced back at Lu Xian, whose daggers of stairs were piercing into his back. Zishi has transferred all her energy to Gong Song, and now it's my turn. Although we are powerful, we have stayed down here too long, consumed too much dragon's blood and flesh, we are far from normal people. Let alone living like ordinary humans, even if given such a chance, we wouldn't be able to grasp it. You, what are you going to do? Gong Song's snow-white body was exposed. At this moment, Lu Xian saw a layer of frost visibly covering his skin and screamed hoarsely. I'm going to do the same thing as Zishi, give my energy to Gong Song. Zhou Chu looked at the anxious Lu Xian and couldn't help but tease him. He stretched out his hand and touched Gong Song's shoulder, his hard fingers scraping the tender flesh of Gong Song, leaving several terrifying bloodstains instantly. The red bloodstains on the skin did not flow for long before they solidified. The striking contrast of red and white added a touch of bewitching allure to Gong Song, making Lu Xian even more anxious. However, at this moment, Lu Xian also saw another strange phenomenon. Zishi, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, her hair resembling a galaxy, actually began to lose color, turning into a withered white like an elder's, losing its luster and moisture. The front strands of her long hair, after becoming dry and brittle, broke off as if unable to bear the gravity of earth. Seeing this scene, Zhou Chu retracted his smile and directly extended his arm, drawing 2 fingers along the vein on his wrist. Streams of blood with a peculiar aroma flowed out from his vein and dropped onto Gong Song's body. At the same time, Gong Song's body emitted waves of heat upon contacting this blood, yet Gong Song's expression also became distorted. At this point, Gong Song had already been attacked by Zishi's freezing coldness, and now it felt as though molten lava was flowing through his body. This alternating experience of extreme cold and heat caused him immense pain. Yet at the same time, he felt his muscles being stretched apart painfully, suffering the agony, but also that the icy chill to the bone and the scorching heat which made him burn alternated, strengthening his muscles through such trials and adding strength to every inch of his body. Watching Gong Song's face shift from the initial torment slightly eased Lu Xian's tension. He finally exhaled a long breath, confirming that there was indeed no malice intended. After waiting for a while, Lu Xian's body gradually regained warmth and sensation, and he stood up, watching the transformation occurring in Gong Song's body from where he stood. The blood rolled over his body and left deep traces, then transformed into tattoo-like imprints on his skin before vanishing again, restoring his skin to its former whiteness. Lu Xian watched this bizarre sight and fell into confusion, yet his gaze towards Zhou Chu grew much more complex. You and Zishi gave your energy to Gong Song. What about you two? Although he didn't know exactly what this energy entailed, Lu Xian's intuition told him it must be significant, so he asked this question. Zhou Chu smiled carelessly and bared his teeth saying, don't worry. After you leave, I'll seal the underground palace again. These dragon corpses can sustain Zishi and me for some more time. When they're gone, we will return to dust. Lu Xian tightened his lips because he hadn't expected this person to view life and death so lightly. Zhou Chu noticed Lu Xian's expression and chuckled, from your expression, you think Zishi and I will die soon. Don't worry. Without this energy, our lifespan might decrease a bit, our bodies might show signs of aging or other changes, but we will still live longer than you. Zhou Chu's words were very straightforward, reminding Lu Xian of even more practical issues. They could survive hidden under the earth thanks to the changed bodies feeding on dragon corpses. But above ground, their chances of survival would far surpass theirs, especially considering the horrors of alien species, zombies, and untrustworthy humans. At this moment, Gong Song slowly opened his eyes. Lu Xian, surprised, rushed to look only to find an unfamiliar sense of distance in Gong Song's eyes. Gong Song. Lu Xian subconsciously wanted to rush over to embrace Gong Song but was stopped by this distance. Mumbling, he called out to Gong Song once. As Gong Song's gaze met his face, his expression abruptly changed. Xian. Elation mixed with pain tangled as Gong Song spoke softly, but the tone and rhythm of speech were completely different from the one he used to know. Lu Xian's radiant smile froze suddenly, and a note of wariness entered his eyes as he gazed at Gong Song. Who are you? Gong Song, it has been a long time. An appearance so handsome it took your breath away carried an unparalleled arrogance that couldn't be duplicated, never expecting his and Zishi's energy would awaken a slumbering soul. Zhou Chu. Gong Song gazed at the old friend with whom he had once fought, his once handsome features affected by dragon venom bore a trace of eeriness, and involuntarily let out a soft sigh of sadness. In order to fulfill their identities and missions as inheritors, each of them had lost what they originally possessed. Our separation has lasted a long time, but I think perhaps we won't meet again in the future. However, he had lost more than Zishi and Xiao Qing. He had lost his emotions, the ability to love, and the lover he once cherished deeply. When Lu Xian saw Xiao Qing and the person who now occupied Gong Sang's body questioning each other, he couldn't help but shout furiously, "Xiao Qing, what did you do to Gong Sang?" Xiao Qing turned around and looked at Lu Xian, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "I didn't do anything to him. This Gong Sang is still Gong Sang. But, explaining it all to you would be too troublesome. Anyway, don't worry right now. Gong Sang's body was unharmed, but his essence had been replaced. How could Lu Xian not be anxious? Who are you? Give Gong Sang back to me." Chapter 106, Separate Reincarnations. Who am I? Watching his former lover unable to recognize him filled Gong Sang's face with sorrow. He lay dormant in this reincarnated body, experiencing Lu Xian's death again and again. Whether it was by his own hand or someone else's foul play, he helplessly watched Lu Xian die time and again, until now. This Lu Xian was just like the Lu Xian he knew, either he didn't fall in love, or when he did, it was soul deep. To recover the feeling stolen by the dragon venom, Lu Xian resorted to such drastic measures, offering his entire body as a sacrifice to the heavens in exchange for meeting him again and again. His Xian had finally helped him regain those lost emotions, but Xian couldn't recognize him anymore. Perhaps this was an unalterable fate. Although he could have forcibly suppressed the soul within this body and taken its place, the wariness in Lu Xian's eyes and his affection for that sleeping soul forced him to give up. Xian. The person before him had sacrificed everything for him. If the only one who could bring happiness to Lu Xian was the sleeping soul, then he was willing to step aside. Xiao Qing, realizing the transformation of Gong Sang's former soul, waved to Gong Sang as a farewell. Gong Sang smiled faintly, suddenly closing his eyes tightly. His complexion became deathly pale, and he fell to the ground. Instinctively, Lu Xian stepped forward and caught Gong Sang. At the same time, he felt Gong Sang's body suddenly become as cold as before, the chill carrying a heavy aura of death. What was going on? Seeing Gong Sang's deteriorating condition, Lu Xian was so horrified that he almost couldn't speak, tears streaming down involuntarily. As the warm tears touched Gong Sang's face, his body suddenly twitched, as if all vitality had abruptly returned. The blood color returned to Gong Sang's face, and his paused breathing started again. Gong Sang. Lu Xian slapped Gong Sang's cheeks, forcibly waking him. Once awake, Gong Sang opened his eyes and immediately hugged Lu Xian. During the fusion of the two energies, Gong Sang felt as though his consciousness was trapped in a vast net, unable to break free. At the same time, he sensed another consciousness hidden within his body taking control. Through his own eyes, Gong Sang could feel that this presence wanted to replace him, trapping him here forever. Gong Sang resisted desperately, forcing himself to make a bet with the other self. If Lu Xian no longer needed him, he would grant him freedom. Gong Sang reached out and touched Lu Xian's cheek, speaking tenderly, "You recognized me, and you chose me." As the familiar sensation returned, Lu Xian wasted no time, embracing him tightly and planting a kiss on his lips. However, after Lu Xian rejected the other self, Gong Sang felt the net confining him loosen. But at the same time, with the disappearance of that consciousness, his own awareness began to blur. If not for Lu Xian's tears, perhaps. Just imagining being separated from Lu Xian under these circumstances, knowing Lu Xian might return to a tragic fate, Gong Sang cursed the already vanished wretch. Humph. Zishi exhaled lightly and opened his eyes, looking up at the cave's airspace. There, floating above Lu Xian and Gong Sang, was the original Gong Sang he once knew. After countless cycles of rebirth, Gong Sang's spirit form was no longer as strong. Though continuing to hide within Gong Sang's body could allow him to live on, he chose to leave, even leaving most of his energy for the current Gong Sang. You two should go. Zishi spoke softly. Both Gong Sang and Lu Xian looked toward him. Once possessing long hair, Zishi now had waist-length silver-gray hair marked by a touch of elder's fatigue, causing Xiao Qing some heartache. Gong Sang had long known Zishi's choice, and Lu Xian had also learned the answer from Xiao Qing. Without any further words, both nodded and started walking out. Xiao Qing nodded at Zishi, walked through the passage, grabbed what seemed to be an extremely strong dead dragon, and followed Lu Xian and Gong Sang. Standing at the entrance of the bronze palace, Xiao Qing gently pressed a hidden mechanism, causing the bronze gates to rumble loudly. The heavy door parted from both sides, revealing the people gathered outside. Lu Xian, are you both all right? Shen Peijun saw the two immediately sigh with relief, but when he noticed who was standing beside Lu Xian, his face turned cautious. Sutton went even further, waving his fists as if ready to challenge Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing ignored Sutton and simply tossed the dead dragon's body towards the door with a thud that startled everyone. When I activate the mechanism, you'll be able to leave from here. Xiao Qing turned to Gong Sang, his face revealing a faint smile. I hope you can complete your mission. Farewell. Farewell. Gong Sang nodded and walked out of the bronze gates with Lu Xian. At this point, Xiao Qing pressed some kind of mechanism, and the surrounding bronze instruments immediately roared loudly. Everyone's attention was drawn over, but at this moment, Xiao Qing had hidden behind the bronze doors, which slammed shut. Seeing this, Sutton became agitated, shouting loudly, "Damn it! What if this strange guy traps us here?" The muddled idioms made people sweat drop, but more attention was on the rapidly changing surroundings. A path has appeared. The bronze palace was undergoing changes, the friction sounds continuous. The doors leading up, which had closed and seemed unopenable, now creaked apart, revealing a sliver of light. "We can leave." With such excitement, the team split up to carry the dead dragon's body and quickly ascended. "My goodness, you've finally come out." Just reaching the gate, Lu Depeng's voice rang out, Jiang Jun coming forward with great emotion. At this moment, Lu Xian noticed each of them drenched in sweat, holding massive hard stones, their blue copper fragments on the dark stones indicating they'd been trying to break down the door for their rescue outside, while inside they hadn't heard a thing. One could imagine how deep underground that bronze palace must have been located. Gong Tsang silently bid farewell to the two bearers he had sealed inside. At this time, within the cave, Zhou Chu had already returned to Zishi. Looking at Zishi with an indescribably gentle gaze, he gently embraced Zishi's shoulders. Zishi touched Zhou Chu's hand inside lightly. Who would have thought we three would gather together like this after so many years? The guardians of old had spent long ages transforming their flesh and blood into a great wall defending the safety of the land of Huaxia. Now their task was complete, they hadn't dishonored the title of inheritors and its associated honor and pride. Gong Tsang floated silently in midair. After leaving this lifetime's body, his soul began to crack. He was exhausted and couldn't persist any longer in reincarnation. Zishi had just told him some things, and he reflected that, after all, he hadn't let his feelings destroy the world because of his personal matters. This time, Lu Xian and his reborn self would complete the task originally assigned to him, and all he hoped for was that this life of his would bring Lu Xian more happiness and joy. Unlike himself, who had lost his love. Gong Tsang's spiritual body cracked into dust and disappeared into the air. Zishi watched this scene and sighed softly, sooner or later, we will also become dust inside this bronze palace. Zhou Chu gently lifted a strand of gray hair and asked him, or would you like to continue sleeping? I can use the dragon's heart blood and flesh to nourish your body. I've slept too long, I don't want to sleep anymore like before. Zishi's slender white fingers climbed onto Zhou Chu's solid chest, sliding down, stimulating his senses. Perhaps, we can try another way to restore my energy. Zishi looked up at Zhou Chu, her eyes full of warmth after the ice had melted, and a red flush rose on the intact half of Zhou Chu's face. They had loved each other for so many years, but their missions forced them to keep one sleeping and the other guarding, meeting only briefly. Now that their mission was complete, they wouldn't waste a single moment more. Plunging into the long-awaited embrace of love, separating them could only wait until the day of death. Carrying the dragon's corpse, everyone returned home smoothly. On the way back, they stopped by a county where supplies were stored and brought back quite a lot of materials. The team wasn't low-key when they went out, and they were even more ostentatious on their way back, clearly showing no regard for Luo Yaozu. Ji Mingyang came out with a group to greet them, and Wang Zheng, the tech geek, also emerged from the compound, his face brimming with excitement as he waited by the gate. Luo Yanzu and Yu Fangfang knew they had returned safely but felt irked inside. These people, coming or going, seemed invincible, not suffering an ounce of harm. Although the corpse of the dragon was unique, it was disguised by a large quantity of supplies and remained undetected. The body was directly sent to the lab, and no one knew about it. After returning to the base, Dong Tsang summoned Wang Zheng and Ji Mingyang. To these two allies, he revealed some crucial information. After Gong Tsang finished explaining Zishi and Zhou Chu's origins, the two stared wide-eyed, like listening to a fairy tale. But when they thought about this damned apocalypse, this fairy tale wasn't surprising at all. Chapter 107, Find the Truth. Who would have thought that there would be an organization like this in ancient times? It's truly breathtaking. Ji Mingyang sighed with deep sentiment, then said with a smirk, does this count as an ancient ex-social organization? It reminds me of Japan's Sanko group, bad-tempered, capable, protecting the people when there's nothing to do, and extorting tributes when they're broke. A mysterious organization, described by Prince Ji Mingyang, lost its solemnity entirely. Lu Xian could only shake his head. On the contrary, Wang Zheng was excitedly looking at Gong Tsang, almost eager to strip Gong Tsang's clothes off, leaning over to keep asking, Gong Tsang, that person said he gave you their power, did you feel anything? Before Gong Tsang had a chance to reply, Wang Zheng, the idiot, tore open his shirt and moved closer for inspection. I don't see much difference in your muscles compared to before. Gong Tsang remained silent, his expression darkening slightly, when suddenly a burst of water erupted from his body, forming 8 tentacles which directly bound Wang Zheng up in midair. Holy crap! This is badass. Ji Mingyang sensed the energy contained within the water-condensed tentacles and his jaw nearly dropped in shock. Dude, your tentacles, wow, they're even more badass than 8 whips. Whoever messes with you, if you lash them with your whip, they won't be left intact unless I lose the bet. Listening to Ji Mingyang's words, Lu Xian couldn't help but imagine a beautiful and cold-faced Gong Tsang standing proudly with her arms crossed, while a group of people knelt before her shouting, Long live the Queen. Anyone who disobeyed would be struck by the 8 water whips. Thinking about it made Lu Xian feel aches in his own muscles. Even though I feel my abilities skyrocketing, I am still alone. If facing the monsters from the pastoral medical center, perhaps one or two I can handle, but if more appear, not even I can resist. Despite this, Lu Xian still considered Gong Song incredibly powerful, admiration and pride flickering in his eyes as if he had just inherited something grand. Regardless, this time you've gained something good, and also brought back the corpse of a Jiao dragon. We might very well end this catastrophe ahead of time. Wang Jing noticed the subtle yet undeniable intimacy between the two that others couldn't intervene in. Not wanting to remain a third wheel any longer, he coughed and said, since we're all clear on what happened, I won't disturb you further. You two must have plenty more to discuss, I'll leave first. Ji Mingyang, being somewhat rough around the edges, didn't catch Wang Zheng's intention right away, grinning foolishly, alright, you go ahead, I'll chat with them some more. Chat my ass, why don't you open your eyes? Those two are exhausted from their trip out there. Can't you let this couple rest? Wang Zheng waved to Gong Song before dragging Ji Mingyang away. Lu Xian smiled to Gong Song and said, dear, look how considerate these two guys are. We shouldn't waste their goodwill. His words weren't finished when Gong Song curved her lips into a smile, her charm so captivating it nearly rendered Lu Xian speechless. Before he could fully admire this blooming peony, a column of water condensed in her hand, instantly wrapping around his waist and pulling him over. A passionate kiss left Lu Xian completely lost in delight, but Gong Song quickly released him, sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed. The water column transformed into a long whip. With a flick of her finger, the whip cracked loudly onto the floor, startling Lu Xian momentarily. Lifting her chin, Gong Song appeared both proud and icy, uttering two words from her beautiful lips, beg me. Damn! Such a sudden teasing act almost threw Lu Xian off balance. Yet Lu Xian had a particular preference for this sort of masochistic stimulation. Letting his coat slip off his shoulders, he approached her with a mischievous grin, yet before he could say the word beg, the coldness in Gong Song's eyes had melted into fervent flames enveloping him. Afterward, Gong Song placed a gentle kiss on Lu Xian's furrowed forehead, going all out this time and rendering Lu Xian unconscious in pure bliss. Even now, gazing at Lu Xian's pained yet unresisting face, warm feelings slowly filled Gong Song's heart. She wouldn't abandon the most important treasure like the other self she had once been. Tightly embracing Lu Xian, entwining with him like man-eating flower vines, the depth of emotion in Gong Song's eyes was impossible to conceal. As they returned, on the other side Luo Yaoru and Yu Fangfang were practically driven mad. Previously, the people from the other side had been dealt with by Gong Song and her team. Now they strutted back boldly, clearly not putting them in their eyes. This kind of thing, to speak of it might seem insignificant. Gong Song and her group acted arrogantly because they possessed the strength for it. But for Luo Yaoru, his days were lived somewhat awkwardly. Among the three major powers within the base, in fact except for Wang Zheng, his position was the highest. Just with this status, Luo Yaoru's faction could command influence freely within the base. Ji Mingyang could maintain independence and self-protection, but didn't have the ability to raise a banner and fight alongside him. Luo Yaoru had many subordinates under him, they could wear Ji Mingyang down even if it came down to a war of attrition. The real trouble was people like Gong Song. They were all damned soldiers with strong fundamental combat abilities, and more than a few awakened beast souls. They simply wouldn't do the same bullying men and raping women that Luo Yaoru's crew did. How could such behavior inside the base not attract others' thoughts? Damn! These people have brought back so many supplies, the entire market price may get disrupted. Luo Yaoru's eyes almost blazed with fire whenever he thought of those truckloads of supplies piled high as hills, hauled back one after another. Even Yu Fangfang, his favorite coming over to cajole him, failed to cheer him up. With one shove, he pushed Yu Fangfang to the ground, making her eyes red with tears from falling. Yu Fangfang joined Luo Yaoru, originally to be cherished like a precious gem. Moreover, because of her hatred for Ji Mingyang, she completely submitted herself to Luo Yaoru. Although Luo Yaoru played 100 tricks on her in some matters, overall, he still loved her. Thus, she didn't think there was anything out of place. But now, being shoved by Luo Yaoru, resentment welled up within her heart. Luo Yaoru, you're capable enough to vent your anger on people like Gong Song. What does it prove attacking me? As soon as these words left Yu Fangfang's lips, Luo Yaoru's face changed suddenly. He stood up, walked to her, grabbed her collar, and lifted her before giving her 2 smacks. Damn, what do you think yourself to be, speaking to me like this? With a bad mood, Luo Yaoru started to look at Yu Fangfang unfavorably. If it wasn't for me, could you eat well and drink well? Damn, just for revenge on your father's death, should I provoke Ji Mingyang and Gong Song? Partners in life are like birds of the same forest, flying apart when calamity strikes. The ancient saying is entirely correct, even these two individuals, who join forces for their own interests, are no different. Had it only been Ji Mingyang, the affectionate interplay between the two wouldn't have gone sour. However, as things got more complicated, even affecting Luo Yaoru's fundamental interests, the situation naturally changed. Though Yu Fangfang relied on Luo Yaoru's favor and flaunted power arrogantly, she wasn't stupid either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have maintained her position for so long. Recognizing Luo Yaoru's change in emotions, she immediately softened. Swallowing her internal curses, Yu Fangfang snuggled next to Luo Yaoru to flirt and please him. I've made it difficult for you, but my husband, don't you think too? As long as Ji Mingyang and Gong Tsang are here, even without my father's issues, won't they keep annoying you? Are those people really setting rules and regulations for the common folk? In this devilish time, the government doesn't even exist anymore. Who are they pretending to fool? Isn't it merely to humiliate all of you who have taken divergent paths? Yu Fangfang's gentle coaxing improved Luo Yaru's countenance considerably. After all, men need comfort and support at home after losing out outside. Immediately, he embraced Yu Fangfang's slender waist and apologized to her. Fang'er, don't be mad at me. Those were just heated words from my anger earlier, don't take them seriously. Originally, Yu Fangfang wanted revenge. Whether Luo Yaru took her words sincerely or lightly mattered little as long as they reached her goal. Not mad. If even a word couldn't be said, how could I be called your woman? We should instead think about how to deal with people like Gong Tsang and Ji Mingyang. Seeing the palm prints on Yu Fangfang's face, Luo Yaru looked apologetic. It's all because of my bad temper, making you suffer. Despite his apology, that splash of red on the snow-white skin caught his attention provocatively, arousing a slight urge within him. His hands became less disciplined as they circled her waist. How can you be like this? Yu Fangfang pouted while sweetly laughing, nestling closer into Luo Yaru's embrace, presenting her ample softness onto his hands. Luo Yaru certainly wouldn't hold back seeing such a compliant Yu Fangfang. Still, he didn't notice that Yu Fangfang's smile stayed superficial, not reaching her eyes. After Gong Tsang waited for Lu Xian to sleep soundly, she gave him a good massage. Turning, she left the bed directly, stepping out of the room and heading to Wang Zheng's place. Wang Zheng had originally planned to head to the lab, but he hadn't expected Gong Tsang's visit. Surprised, he said, "Dude, how did you come so quickly? Is there some problem already?" "Whether there is a problem or not is definitely something I can't discuss with you, but you know, my skill in beating people is also solid." Faced with his childhood friend's teasing, Gong Tsang gave an insincere smile and cracked his knuckles, immediately causing Wang Zheng to straighten up. Wang Zheng chuckled and said, all right, I won't joke with you anymore. Tell me, what trouble have you found for me this time?" "What trouble?" Gong Tsang sighed lightly. Before the Qianlong base was destroyed, Xiao Qing left us a final message asking us to take care of ourselves and fight our own battles. What I'm doing might be a bit foolish, but I always want to go into the base, to let these former comrades rest in peace. "I know how you feel." Wang Zheng sighed lightly, clenched his fists, and prominent veins appeared on the back of his hands. "I've also thought about letting all comrades rest in peace, but even you would find it challenging to deal with everyone inside the Qianlong base. My intention isn't just to let comrades rest in peace. I also want to see if there are any clues inside the base for me." Gong Tsang frowned, his fingers tapping aimlessly on the chair as his eyes lost themselves in reminiscence. Everyone in Qianlong knows the importance of the base, so if there was even a 1 in 1,000 or 1 in a million danger, they wouldn't retreat to the base for safety. But such a strong base has fallen, which is why I want to return, to bury the comrades while finding out the reason for its fall. Wang Zheng's expression became serious. Gong Tsang's words echoed his own inner thoughts. If they wanted to uncover the reason, a return to the base was unavoidable this time. "If that's the case, I'll arrange some manpower for you." Wang Zheng didn't finish speaking before Gong Tsang interrupted him. "Manpower won't be necessary. It will be safer for me to enter alone. Just help me prepare some supplies." After discussing with Wang Zheng and returning home, Gong Tsang felt something off as soon as he pushed open the door. Looking up, he saw Lu Xian sitting on the couch, legs crossed as he waited for him. Even though Gong Tsang only intended to leave without disturbing him, instinctively, he began explaining anyway. "Lu Xian, listen to me. Chapter 108, Subtle Dragon Base. What are you saying? You left quietly in the middle of the night without sleeping." Lu Xian knew that Gong Tsang didn't want to disturb him, but more importantly, it meant that what Gong Tsang was about to do was something he didn't want Lu Xian involved in, which made Lu Xian a bit anxious. "I don't care what you're planning to do or whether you're willing to bring me along, but I need to know everything, and I must be with you." Lu Xian raked his fingers through his hair, his demeanor becoming somewhat anxious. "I don't want to be like we were in the Bronze Tomb anymore, where I can do nothing as you might die at any moment. That feeling is terrible, it makes me want to die too. Love always makes people greedy for what they cannot have, let alone when both of them had already faced a deathly separation before." Such emotions made it impossible for Lu Xian to remain calm. Gong Tsang didn't expect his actions would scare Lu Xian to this extent. He approached Lu Xian, extended his hand, and embraced him, resting his chin on Lu Xian's head as he apologized softly. "Sorry, I really didn't mean to leave you behind." Gong Tsang's apology was sincere, and the tight embrace reassured Lu Xian. He sighed and asked, "So, what did you go out to do so late?" "Nothing much, I chatted with Wang Zheng and planned to check out the Subtle Dragon Base." Without hesitation, Gong Tsang revealed what he discussed with Wang Zheng. This was something he was determined to do, and he didn't want to keep secrets from Lu Xian, so he simply told the truth. "Just you?" Lu Xian frowned, raising his head to look at Gong Tsang with obvious disapproval written across his face. Gong Tsang sighed lightly and said, "Yeah, I plan to go alone. With my current skills, I won't get into too much trouble by myself in that place." "So you're very familiar with all sorts of equipment inside the Subtle Dragon Base, especially the operation of the computer system?" Lu Xian refrained from sharing his thoughts and continued asking questions instead. Gong Tsang was just about to nod when he suddenly realized a significant issue. In most cases, handling computer systems was no big deal for him, but the computer system inside Subtle Dragon Base was designed by their team's computer expert. Logically speaking, such a system with strong protection capabilities was certainly beyond his ability to handle well. If he only went back to base to check things out, it wouldn't be much of an issue, but if he needed to use the system while inside or break into it under abnormal circumstances, then he wouldn't be able to accomplish it. Gong Tsang looked at Lu Xian silently, hesitated for a moment, and lightly shook his head. So tell me, Lu Xian wriggled free from Gong Tsang's arms with a click of his tongue. Rather than going solo, why not involve the few of us who've long been coordinating together? We can cover each other's backs and aim to settle everything in one go when we go inside. When Gong Tsang heard this, he finally understood why Lu Xian kept asking such questions. Turns out he had never given up the idea of wanting to return to Subtle Dragon together with him. Gong Tsang could refuse Lu Xian, but the word no that reached the tip of his tongue turned into a simple okay. Lu Xian, upon hearing Gong Tsang's agreement, felt delighted yet also noticed the uncertainty and worry lingering in Gong Tsang's eyes. He quickly planted a kiss on Gong Tsang's corner of the mouth and whispered, Gong Tsang, don't worry about me. I'll take good care of myself. If there are particularly dangerous situations, as long as you tell me not to go, I won't. Lu Xian wanted to fight side by side with Gong Tsang, but he wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could truly match Gong Tsang's abilities. Rather than stubbornly forcing himself and making Gong Tsang worry unnecessarily, it would be better to fully comply with Gong Tsang's plans, removing his concerns completely. If that's the case, then let's rest now, and we'll decide tomorrow who else we need to bring with us. Once the matters were thoroughly deliberated upon, Lu Xian couldn't help but chuckle slightly. All right, I'll listen to you. The previous grievances he initially harbored had completely dissipated by now. Lu Xian yawned, grabbed Gong Tsang's hand, and headed towards the bedroom. After lying down on the bed, they quickly fell asleep, with Gong Tsang tightly hugging Lu Xian's waist as they both entered dreamland. When they woke up in the morning, Lu Xian immediately began enthusiastically discussing specific action plans with Gong Tsang. After careful planning, they decided that they should still include Lu Xinwu and Sutton on this mission. Lu's skills and proficiency shouldn't present any problems, and even if we encounter difficulties, Sutton isn't just anybody, he'll be able to cooperate well with Lu. However, Sutton got beaten up by Zhou Chu inside the bronze tomb. I don't know if he's recovered yet. Gong Tsang couldn't help laughing when he thought about how Sutton's extraordinarily handsome face had been swollen. Lu Xian chuckled and went to find Lu Xinwu, while Gong Tsang went to meet with Wang Zheng to gather more equipment for the other three. Lu Xian had just reached Lu Xinwu's door, knocked, and Sutton opened the door, clearly in a bad mood. Even when angry, the originally handsome youth was still very attractive, but the lump on his forehead changed that. It looked hilariously funny. Humph, ceiling light. After throwing out these three inexplicable words, Sutton lazily went back into his room, leaving Lu Xinwu to look at Lu Xian and jump excitedly. Lu Xian, I heard from Sutton about your trip to the bronze tomb. Damn, I'm so regretful I didn't go with you. Lu Xinwu's eyes were already wide like light bulbs. The computer behind him on the desk entered screensaver mode, indicating that before Lu Xian arrived, he had been chatting endlessly with Sutton about what they had seen and heard there. It's because we were afraid something might happen. Lu Xian looked at his highly interested friend and could not help but shake his head wryly. With this much excitement, if he really told Lu Xinwu about their plans to enter the Subtle Dragon Base, things would probably get even more complicated. So he needed to consider carefully, should he take Lu Xinwu or simply only bring Sutton? Lu Xian hadn't finished pondering yet when another knock on the door came. Lu Xinwu went to open it, and outside stood Gong Tsang. Looking at Lu Xian then Lu Xinwu, Gong Tsang smiled and said, I ran into Wang Zheng just as I got to the door and told him what equipment we need. How about over here? Have you told old Lu about going to the Subtle Dragon Base? What are we talking about going to this Subtle Dragon Base? Lu Xinwu looked perplexed at Gong Tsang, turning around to look at Lu Xian. He caught Lu Xian making strange faces at Gong Tsang. Since Gong Tsang already let the cat out of the bag, and Lu Xinwu had caught Lu Xian in the act, Lu Xian could only reluctantly explain the reason for coming. Old Lu, we're here to ask if you're interested in coming along with us to the Subtle Dragon Base. Gong Tsang wants to return to look for some clues, but the defense system there is likely beyond what just the two of us can handle, so we'd have to count on you and Sutton for help. Sutton had already stepped out when Gong Tsang entered, and upon hearing about going out again, immediately frowned unhappily, not going. Last time my head got battered, this time, who knows if I won't end up losing my life. Well, if you don't want to go, fine with me, I'm going anyway. Lu Xinwu did not comment further, simply nodding vigorously to Lu Xian and asked, when do you plan to set off? If it involves breaking into such systems, I'd need to bring my own computer. I've become used to its keyboard, and it works efficiently. Within these few days. Gong Tsang gave Sutton a subtle glance, saying to Lu Xinwu, if Sutton doesn't go, I'll arrange Yi Yong and Li Qian for your protection. They both have strong combat abilities and can offer substantial help. Hold on. At first, Sutton didn't want to go, but since Lu Xinwu decided to join, now that they were planning to give Lu Xinwu two burly fighters for escort, Sutton became agitated. I was just kidding earlier. Our four always work well together, why call in anyone else? You obviously just. Lu Xian teased Sutton as soon as he saw the blush rising to his cheeks. The next moment, Sutton became so angry he almost exploded. His animal soul surged powerfully, stomping so hard it nearly collapsed the building. Wife. Lu Xinwu almost dropped his laptop due to the shaking, but after protecting his notebook, he slapped Sutton's back with the shadow palm technique. Look what you've done. If anything happens to my wife, I'll unfriend you. The incredibly powerful yet cocky Sutton immediately suppressed his animal soul, batting his beautiful blue eyes apologetically toward Lu Xinwu, though when glancing at Lu Xian and Gong Cang, daggers in his eyes transformed into sharp missiles, skewering through these two culprits who had started the ruckus. The playful squabble between them made Lu Xian and Gong Cang no longer wish to be third wheels, so they quickly bid farewell. As they walked downstairs, Lu Xian heard Lu Xinwu nagging Sutton incessantly, barely managing to keep from bursting out laughing. People's relationships are fascinating. What may be honey for one person could be poison for another. A cleaner who reaps lives like weeds had been completely subdued by a super otaku like Lu Xinwu. One cannot help but exclaim, truly, this is love. It's just unclear when Sutton will truly win Lu Xinwu's approval and acceptance. After all, Lu Xian saw it clearly. When Lu Xinwu hugged his laptop and called it wife, Sutton's face turned green with envy. Over the next 2 days, Lu Xian, Gong Cang, Lu Xinwu, and Sutton gathered together to thoroughly analyze the entire subtle dragon base structure and the points they needed to pay attention to. Time was tight, but none of them were ordinary people. They managed to memorize the fairly complex underground architectural layout diagram almost entirely. Once we get in, it won't just be about finding clues. Gong Cang also wants to properly handle the remains of our fallen comrades. So when we go in, I think we can grant access according to zones. Before setting off, Lu Xinwu voiced his idea, and after considering for a long time, Gong Cang nodded in agreement. We can proceed as you suggest, and if so, it will also reduce my burden. If he wanted to bury his comrades, he would first need to process them accordingly, and clearing them by zone seemed like a pretty good suggestion. Gong Cang reiterated the group's plan. Anyway, once we're inside, no matter what happens, let me take the lead. Sutton will provide cover for me, and Lu Xian and old Lu, if things turn sour, retreat. Don't worry, we won't stay and fight to the death. Understood. After receiving the responses he hoped for, Gong Cang led the three into the area where the subtle dragon base was located. Chapter 109, Horrifying Sight. This is the entrance during extraordinary times. Standing by the river at the northernmost part of the city, Gong Cang pointed at a drainage channel submerged in the river and solemnly told the three people, the part submerged in the river is about 5 meters long. To get inside, either we wait for the river water to recede to its lowest point or hold our breath and swim through it. After this section, there won't be any problems. Lu Xinwu looked at Gong Cang with a headache-inducing expression and said, my wife is delicate, even though I've used a waterproof bag, I'm still worried something might go wrong. So let's wait until the tide retreats before going in. Silly, Sutton looked at Lu Xinwu with a hint of sympathy, sighed softly, and said, Gong Cang can control water. How could he not protect your wife? Lu Xian was also speechless. Lu Xinwu was supposed to be one of the smartest people around, yet anyone would know that when this computer genius hacker got involved with anything related to computers, his intelligence dropped significantly. If you're ready, let's head in. Oh, once we're underwater, try to move as fast as possible because I'm concerned about the oxygen level. Gong Cang didn't pay much attention to this, lightly flicking his finger so that a small mist of water exploded around his fingertip, enveloping everyone's bodies in a thin protective layer. Damn, this is amazing. Lu Xian poked this thin layer gently with his fingers, discovering that it wasn't fragile like he had imagined. On the contrary, it felt quite resilient, almost like a rubber membrane that remained intact even underwater. Not sure how Gong Cang managed to achieve this, Lu Xian marveled silently as he followed him into the depths of the drainpipe. Although the icy river water was kept out, one could still feel the cold sensation through this thin layer. It was like the whole world had become a giant jelly, creating an unsettling and eerie sensation. The 5-meter distance wasn't too far, and they quickly reached the shore. By then, the oxygen inside this film had been almost depleted. With a soft exhale, Gong Cang broke the film covering his body, and the air filled with the fishy smell of the river invaded their nostrils. Cough, cough. Lu Xinwu choked upon inhaling this scent, a troubled look appearing on his face. It seems this place has been completely sealed off. The air is basically trapped in a non-circulating environment, and probably only during low tides does any exchange occur. Now, what concerns me is that if this situation persists, it may cause us trouble when entering. It's what I'm worried about too. Sutton put aside his usual carefree demeanor, unusually serious. No matter how strong we are, oxygen remains a necessity for survival and action. Without sufficient oxygen, we'll face major issues going in. You don't have to worry about that, I'll take care of it. Gong Cang turned on the flashlight, illuminating the surroundings. This was a larger cave where cement and boulders constructed wide passageways leading to a heavy metal gate. Out of curiosity, Sutton tapped on it, eliciting a muffled sound. Lu Xian glanced around and furrowed his brows slightly. Green moss of various shades clung thickly to the walls due to dampness. It was clear this place hadn't been cleaned for a long time. How were they supposed to enter? Before he could voice his doubt, Gongcang pulled out a tiger-tooth dagger from behind and approached the stone wall next to the metal door. He scraped off a large chunk of moss, revealing a massive metal plate embedded in the rock. Gripping the dagger upside down, Gongcang gently prised at the edge of the metal plate, which opened promptly to reveal hidden buttons underneath. Click click. Gongcang pressed a few buttons, and soon a thunderous sound came from inside. Hidden lights above, covered by moss, lit up instantly. The bright white light pierced through the layer of moss above, casting green cloud-like shadows that seemed dreamlike and fantastical. Still, it was far better than being surrounded by pitch darkness. I just activated the backup power supply. Air exchange should complete within 5 minutes. Gongcang sighed softly. If it weren't for all the secrets hidden within Qianlong, opening it up to the public, or even to Li Qian and the others, wouldn't be such a bad idea. Lu Xian naturally understood how many confidential things an organization like Qianlong could have. Bitterly shaking his head, he replied, "You can forget that idea. If they tampered with something they shouldn't, chances are those monsters wouldn't need to deal with them, they'd already destroy themselves." Lu Xian extended his thumb and dragged it across his neck, which made Sutton burst into laughter. "Gongcang, you've already activated the internal ventilation system, now we should be able to go in." Sutton, eagerly eyeing the gate, turned to ask Gongcang. Immediately, Gongcang pressed the button to open the door, but after pressing several times, there was no response. Strange, what's going on? Clearly, this outermost layer had no issues, yet it wouldn't open. This left Gongcang utterly confused. There's nothing wrong, someone must have tampered with the system. Sutton pressed some other buttons and found that those buttons, which were previously controllable, now showed no signs of movement. Frowning, he said, "It appears this is a single-trigger system trap. If, upon the first activation, we choose to directly open the gate, we would have been able to get in. But if any operations are done on the other buttons, the system would short-circuit." Gongcang sighed lightly and muttered, "It seems Qianlong's people fully executed their leader's orders, sealing off the base and ensuring it cannot be opened. No, they just made it impossible for ordinary people to enter. This can't possibly stump someone like me or Wu who can write the hardest programs in the world." Sutton shrugged, "The person who created this single trigger trap didn't entirely follow your boss's orders, otherwise they should have written a program capable of burning through the entire circuit board, not just causing a control short. Sutton is right, such things can only stop ordinary people, not us." Lu Xinwu, facing this situation, already had fire in his eyes. Before Sutton could say anything, Lu Xinwu took out his computer. Lu Xinwu gave Sutton a slight nod, "Help me connect the data line to the internal circuit." Without hesitation, Sutton took the data line Lu Xinwu threw over, extended 2 fingers, instantly transforming the nails at his fingertips into sharp little knives. He stripped the surface rubber away, then pried up the panel, scraping out matching color data lines underneath and connecting them. After finishing all this, Sutton gave Lu Xinwu an OK sign. Immediately, Lu Xinwu opened his laptop and began debugging. Although Lu Xinwu's expression remained unchanged, the continuously quickening gestures indicated that this wasn't as simple as what he and Sutton had initially claimed. Lu Xinwu's spirit merged perfectly with his body, symbolizing flawless cooperation. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, his 10 fingers moved so fast that they were almost invisible, all anyone could see were streaks of light. Under this rapid typing, after a period of time, suddenly, an electronic sound, bip bip, rang out, and the previously motionless metal gate slowly climbed upward. The gate finally opened. "Phew, this guy's really crafty, trying to trick me completely. Ha ha ha, lucky I'm smart and decisive, otherwise we'd be done for." Having finished all this, Lu Xinwu hugged his laptop, flipped himself up, and tilted his head towards the 3 others. "We can go inside now. However, judging by this welcoming entrance, I personally won't be too optimistic about what's inside. There's nothing more we can do, let's follow our previous plan and clean and explore area by area." Gongcang handed the gun and bullets to Lu Xian, reiterating again, "You protect Lu Xinwu well, and Sutton and I will take the lead. If anything goes wrong, the 2 of you retreat immediately and seal this base completely, making sure that nothing threatening Sutton and me escapes." If something could make even Gongcang unable to handle it, it was certainly no small matter. If it got out from the base, it would definitely cause chaos. Human survival was already tough enough as it was, so reducing disasters like this was always good. Lu Xian didn't say much, just nodded, thoroughly checking the clips and guns one last time, and finally tucking the dagger into his waist. He wasn't particularly skilled in close combat, but he could still give it a try. Even if he couldn't kill any monsters with his ability, choosing the outcome for himself wasn't a bad choice. After all, in this apocalypse, death has never been comfortable. The 4 walked through the passage for about a few minutes and soon encountered the first fireproof door. Sniffing slightly, Lu Xian detected a smell of decay that had long since festered, causing his face to immediately sour. There may be some terrible situations inside. I suggest everyone mentally prepare themselves. Lu Xinwu understood Lu Xian's hint and moved back a bit before saying, "If you guys are ready, I'm going to open the first fireproof door to the area." "Go ahead." Gongcang's eyes turned cold as an intimidating aura was released from his entire body. Sutton also transformed himself, unleashing an unexpectedly fierce and brutal air that sharply contrasted with his slim figure. Clack clack. The gate opened, and Lu Xian immediately saw several bodies lying right outside the fireproof door. To be precise, these could hardly still be called corpses. Despite being in an enclosed space with a relatively low temperature, it couldn't stop the decay process of the corpses. During this period since the apocalypse began, these bodies had undergone a slow rotting process. Now, even with just a glance, one could see some joints where the flesh had fallen off, exposing the bones underneath. Bones coated with sticky liquid gave off a nauseating smell, causing even Sutton to slightly frown. It seems they were trying to escape from here but were intercepted. Once Xiao Qing decided to seal the entire base, if these people attempted to escape, he would certainly have given orders to kill them without exception. Chapter 110, Mutant Zombies. Facing the corpse that had rotted into a pool of sticky liquid, Lu Xian and Lu Xinwu felt somewhat breathless, but after quite a while, they finally got used to the smell. Shit, it's good you let out some air when you electrified it before, otherwise, this smell would have been more potent than any poison gas. Lu Xinwu dry heaved a bit, then took out a box of mentholated oil and applied some under his nose, which made him feel slightly better. The two of us will check around first. Don't wander off. Although they were inside the Qianlong base now, this was part of the external area designated as a resting zone. As they went deeper, there were many already withered green plants and seeding areas. They didn't know what kind of changes they might encounter. After you guys clean up here, we can enter the next area. Gong Sang led the way, followed by Sutton. The two advanced slowly. Even though he wasn't walking alongside Gong Sang, Lu Xian could still detect from the ever-present stench in the air that this place had become a dead zone after being sealed off. Boom! Just about 20 or 30 meters after Gong Sang and Sutton walked forward, their path ahead erupted with a loud crash. Several horrifying zombies dragged themselves toward Gong Sang. Roar! The zombie opened its mouth, revealing decayed and bacteria-covered blackish-brown teeth to Gong Sang. However, Gong Sang wasn't at all frightened by the sudden attack of the zombie. On the contrary, water erupted from his fingertips like a whip, striking directly at the zombies and cleanly severing the necks of these few zombies. Seeing this, Lu Xian became even more impressed with how powerful Gong Sang had become after absorbing the energy. This was very different from the understanding of water usage he had gained through their intimate moments together. As Lu Xian watched the dignified and commanding Gong Sang, he couldn't help but think in an absurd manner, his 50-year-old heart just couldn't take such excitement, could it? It was driving him crazy again with the electric feeling caused by Gong Sang every time. Lu Xian wished he could glue his eyeballs onto Gong Sang, but he couldn't forget that he needed to protect Lu Xinwu, so he forced himself to look away from Gong Sang. Next to him, Lu Xinwu was typing rapidly on his keyboard, his face grave. Noticing that Lu Xinwu's expression wasn't great, Lu Xian asked suddenly, "Old Lu, what's wrong? Did you run into any tricky issues?" Not necessarily a tricky issue, but it's a bit of a hassle. While furiously coding lines of code on the keyboard, Lu Xinwu explained to Lu Xian, "The person who designed this base's defense system is an expert, and the problems he left for me aren't just at the gate." Lu Xinwu switched to another interface, revealing a line of dark paralleled windows, continuing, "I've tapped into the monitoring system, but he set some instructions that require time to resolve. If they cannot connect to the surveillance cameras, then Lu Xinwu wouldn't be able to offer better protection for Gong Sang, hence why his mood changed." At the moment, Gong Sang and Sutton had reached almost halfway through this zone and eliminated about 20 or so zombies. Both were masters in close-range combat. When using his abilities, Gong Sang was clean and precise, whereas Sutton was far more violent and bloody. The iron knuckle dusters Wang Zheng created for Sutton were mostly employed against the beast souls of elephants, where a single punch obliterated each zombie. Though blowing these zombies apart felt pretty satisfying, the proximity to the decaying remains allowed pieces of rotten flesh to stick easily to Sutton's body, which was quite repulsive. Sutton casually picked up a crowbar lying beside a corpse, shrugged, and quickly caught up with Gong Sang, continuing to clear out the zombies. "I've inspected this area, and there doesn't seem to be anything else unusual. It seems, apart from those individuals killed at the entrance, no other survivors remain." After coming back to the location of Lu Xian and Lu Xinwu, Gong Sang informed them of the situation in the area. Since this was a rest area, nothing unusual happened. Lu Xinwu nodded and said, "Wait a moment for me. Once I have fixed the monitoring system, we'll move on to the next region. Shouldn't the people here all be elites? How come we haven't seen anyone?" Sutton found a clean outfit inside one of the lockers in the rest area and quickly changed, finally escaping the terrible stench. He left the dirty clothes and the knuckle duster behind. Besides the Qianlong team members, there are also support staff because we frequently go on missions. There's no way base logistics can be managed by us alone. Gong Sang mentioned his team members with a faint look of worry on his face. "Although we haven't seen any of our Qianlong team members here so far, the base is quite large. We need to conduct a thorough search to know what truly happened. I think perhaps some people, like you, didn't return to the base. So, they might have survived." Lu Xian lightly patted Gong Sang's shoulder and whispered comforting words. Gong Sang turned around, holding his hand firmly, and his expression softened considerably. "Perhaps. Once we end all this, there will definitely come a day when we meet again. Just after these words left Gong Sang's mouth, Lu Xinwu abruptly clapped his hands together, bursting into a confident laugh, which startled Lu Xian. Shit, run. Go ahead and keep running. Haha. You've still fallen into my hands. Lu Xinwu spun his laptop towards Gong Sang and Lu Xian, then tapped on the keyboard again. The display screen that was just filled with black frames quickly transformed into various images, showing real-time monitoring from inside different parts of the entire base. I took a quick glance. Aside from 2 roads that aren't covered by surveillance, everything else seems to be here. With a grin plastered across his face, Lu Xinwu pointed to one location on the screen, addressing Gong Sang. The next place we're going to enter is right here, but... Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Xinwu suddenly frowned and started rapidly tapping on his keyboard again. Standing nearby, Sutton stroked his chin with curiosity. This guy who wrote the code is indeed skilled. He set up a double return trap for you. What do you mean? Lu Xian, having not caught the conversation, asked Sutton curiously, is it another predicament for old Lu? It's not unusual for him to fall into traps since this is your country's secret base, and naturally, there would be experts involved. Now, Lu Xinwu is struggling to break free from the trap in order to retain the surveillance system access, but the bigger problem is if this double return trap wrecks his computer, opening subsequent areas could become more complicated. Gong Sang understood some relevant knowledge and recognized the severity of the situation, grimacing wryly as well. Their group's meticulous defensive strategies, originally meant to be their best defenses, had now turned into an obstacle against them. Hey, honey, this command cannot be used here. Sutton chipped in while observing Lu Xinwu's actions, occasionally interjecting during their exchanges. Though Lu Xian didn't fully grasp what the hackers were discussing, the undertone of their conversation made it clear the situation wouldn't be easy. Shit, I'm in trouble. If I don't give up control over the surveillance system, my computer might very well fry due to overload. The person's traps are relentlessly attacking my defense system. Upon saying these words, Lu Xinwu's face darkened. Anything was negotiable except for his computer being ruined due to overload, which would complicate matters greatly. Let go of the surveillance system. It's fine even without it. I've already taken a brief look at the screens, so I understand roughly what's inside. Unlike Lu Xinwu's heightened anxiety, Gong Sang remained calm thanks to his exceptional memory. In this dire situation, the cursory glimpse earlier proved surprisingly informative. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinwu immediately organized a counter-strategy and quickly exited the surveillance system. Phew, if you had said that a bit later, I might really have lost my computer. As Lu Xinwu stroked his nearly crashed computer under heavy attack, the heat radiating off its surface made sweat bead on his forehead. Can you truly remember what you saw before? Sutton cast a dubious glance towards Gong Sang, who retorted helplessly, did you forget about the previous battle? At that time, I relied solely on my memory. Regarding Sutton's doubts, Lu Xian jumped to defend his man. If it were someone else, it might not be possible, but Gong Sang possesses photographic memory. Anything he sees, he can recall the details. Gong Sang's good memory is undoubtedly beneficial, yet I have some bad news for all of us. Lu Xinwu wiped the sweat from his forehead and chuckled wryly. The recent attacks led me to discover something. Although this base appears sealed, the power supply hasn't been shut off, keeping it functioning at a basic level. Precisely because of this, my intrusion got intercepted. So, Lu Xian didn't comprehend how much worse things could get. Gong Sang, however, understood and remarked, you mean to say that the base's power supply is at risk of depletion due to prolonged usage? Yeah, if the power goes out, we'll have to retreat, Lu Xinwu candidly stated. Without electricity, I can't operate the internal network to control the doors unless they are manually opened. But even if the door could be opened this way, total darkness would prevent us from exploring the area, not to mention we wouldn't be able to use the exhaust system and risk running out of oxygen. Then, let's work more efficiently next time, Sutton yawned unconcernedly. Gong Sang, did you see any particularly troublesome zombies in the footage? If not, maybe we can split up and clear them separately. I didn't see anything unusual, but I don't recommend splitting up because there's a defense operation system here which might cause trouble for those unfamiliar with it. Besides, once we split, if one of us runs into problems, Lu Xian and old Lu may not have enough time to escape safely. Gong Sang immediately rejected Sutton's suggestion. Meanwhile, Lu Xinwu's computer had returned to normal temperature after the previous overload attack. He addressed the two of them, I'm about to open the second door now. Are you both ready? Lu Xian subtly twitched his nostrils and could detect the strong stench of decaying bodies gathered right behind the metal fireproof door. So he reminded Gong Sang and Sutton, the smell over there is heavy now, so please be extra cautious. After Lu Xian gave this warning, Sutton grabbed a large wooden table nearby and placed it as a shield in front of him. Finally, Lu Xinwu opened the door. The moment the door opened, more than 10 zombies swarmed towards Gong Sang and Sutton, flailing their arms. Gong Sang slightly crouched down and swung his water whip left and right, severing the legs of the zombies one by one. Sutton took down each zombie with precision, instantly delivering headshots to those lying on the ground. Their seamless cooperation quickly cleared out all the zombies in the area. This process was repeated several times, eventually clearing most of the zombies. The four then arrived at the entrance of an unmonitored special zone. This is the next area. Just as Lu Xinwu was about to open the fireproof door, Gong Song suddenly raised his hand to stop him. Wait, something doesn't feel right. Lu Xinwu halted his actions and turned his gaze towards Gong Song, noticing his extremely serious expression. At this point, not only Gong Song but also Sutton's demeanor became exceptionally cautious. Having been through countless battles, both Gong Song and Sutton possessed sixth senses far more sensitive than ordinary people. They could easily perceive threats. At this very moment, goosebumps rose involuntarily along both of their backs. An indescribable feeling emanated from within the door, instilling a genuine sense of threat and fear in the two men. What lay beyond that door possessed strength enough to endanger the entire squad. Gong Song turned around to look at Lu Xinwu and Lu Xian, firmly deciding, the two of you retreat to the previous section. Sutton, wait here with me. Immediately have Lu Xinwu close the fireproof door if anything seems off. Realizing the level of danger must have prompted Gong Song's order, Lu Xian quietly asked, if things inside are this uncontrollable, perhaps we should leave first. Bang! Before Lu Xian could finish speaking, the fireproof door was suddenly rammed hard. The clashing sound of metal reverberated throughout the corridor, and a visible dent appeared on the thick fireproof door. Whatever it was inside had a strength great enough to make even Sutton's smile vanish completely. Follow his instructions and get out immediately. Sutton gripped his crowbar tightly, growling at Lu Xinwu and Lu Xian. As if stimulated by Lu Xinwu's voice, the pounding from the other side became more frequent, causing the fireproof door to start deforming. If it can break through here, it could also crash through the outer fireproof door. Regardless of the reason, I must eliminate it here. Gong Song pulled Lu Xian's waist and dragged him toward himself, leaving a deep kiss on his lips before forcefully pushing him away outside. Go. That single word made Lu Xian fully understand Gong Song's determination. This unknown demon awakened by them would become the nightmare of Fengqing's residents. And Gong Song decided to take on this burden and address the issue as best as possible. With the fireproof door growing less stable, Lu Xian wasted no more time, retreating quickly with Lu Xinwu to the previous fireproof door. After the two had left, Gong Song nodded to Sutton, and Sutton immediately darted to the side. However, at that moment, the fireproof door, which had already been completely deformed, could no longer withstand the abuse. With a loud bang, it flew off its hinges and hurtled directly toward Gong Song. Chapter 111, A Battle Between Life and Death. Gong Song gave a slight tap with the tip of his foot, shooting backwards in an instant. He retreated nearly 7 or 8 meters, barely avoiding the fireproof door hurtling towards him. After flying for 5 or 6 meters, the fireproof door lost its momentum and abruptly crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the vision. Nevertheless, during this split second, Gong Song managed to clearly see what had broken through the door. It couldn't be described as a human, a mutant, or even a zombie. Or rather, it was a trinity of all three. He was once human, the massive, muscle-bound body twisted with brown hair proved he had awakened his beast soul. In theory, such an awakened individual should not be affected by the zombie virus. However, he had entirely lost his vital signs and turned into nothing more than a mindless flesh-eating walking corpse. When Gong Song saw the person's face, his entire expression changed suddenly, and he even shouted out a name. Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao, who used to be a close comrade of Gong Song's, was a weapons developer within the Qianlong organization. Despite his towering stature, he was very gentle-natured. However, during the time when Gong Song was carrying out a mission, Zhang Tao and Yi Fei were supposed to be on another mission abroad. They shouldn't have been in the country. A flicker of thought crossed Gong Song's mind, but Zhang Tao, after awakening his beast soul and turning into a zombie, didn't give him any time or leeway to think, swinging a colossal fist straight at him. Huff! The mighty punch struck the ground, immediately leaving a sizable crater behind. The force of this punch made Gong Song discard all extraneous thoughts in his head, compelling him to focus fully and prepare for this battle, otherwise, trouble would come. Gong Song utilized the space around him to dodge side to side, evading blow after blow from the zombie. Meanwhile, the water whip in his hand continuously lashed onto Zhang Tao's body. Yet, attacks which would have been lethal to other zombies yielded no similar effect against this mutated zombie. The water whip only damaged its surface skin, producing a sound akin to slicing through tough cowhide. Awakened individuals causing such trouble after turning into zombies were unexpected. Gong Song raised his eyebrows slightly and contemplated silently, it seems that this battle will be tougher than expected. At this moment, Gong Song's beast soul emerged, and a huge water mass coalesced around his body, completely enveloping him inside. The mutated zombie showed absolutely no fear from Gong Song's action. On the contrary, the remaining consciousness commanding its primal urge to consume blood and flesh drove it toward Gong Song. With arms thicker than a human leg, it raised them high and slammed down powerfully. Sutton, upon witnessing this attack, widened his eyes dramatically. Even he would find it difficult to counter this blow easily. The awakening of the beast soul grants humans potential far beyond normal limits, yet humans still feel pain and take protective measures during combat. Zombies, however, are different. They possess an awakened formidable body and, more importantly, harbor no reservations whatsoever. They will throw all their might into attacking their opponent. This isn't just about fighting until one dies. It is a battle where losing is simply not an option. Given such circumstances, Gongcang found himself facing a challenge even greater than imagined. In Sutton's opinion, deliberately guiding the zombie to expend energy through blind attacks could be a good strategy. And judging from everything Gongcang excelled at, this would be the best choice. However, Gongcang did not act as Sutton anticipated. The water solidified on his fists as he resolutely moved forward to meet the blow. An utterly straightforward punch caused Gongcang's fist to collide directly with the zombie's. The water encasing his fist exploded like a balloon under high pressure, and the two fists met in a fierce clash. Crack! A distinct sound of bone breaking echoed out. Sutton was about to intervene as his face shifted, but before he could move, he heard a sharp cry from Gongcang. "Don't come near." Upon careful inspection, Sutton was shocked beyond measure. Surprisingly, the fractured arm was not Gongcang's. Instead, the zombie's arm broke at the elbow, its enormous fist twisting and rotating to another direction. Damn, is this still human? This punch was both within and beyond Gongcang's expectations. As expected, Gongcang realized he had inherited the power, his body's strength and quality had already surpassed what they were before. Unexpectedly, though, his body was even more powerful than he had imagined. The zombie's elbow breaking didn't stop it from attacking. Like other zombies, it was entirely controlled by its feeding instincts, becoming a ruthless killing machine. It extended its other hand to fiercely grab at Gongcang. This time, Gongcang did not tangle with it anymore. He flipped his wrist and pulled out the dagger tucked behind him, then pressed down hard with all his strength as if there were springs under his feet that shot him upward toward the zombie's head. The zombie reacted quickly too, lifting its hand to snatch at Gongcang midair. Standing around 3 meters tall, this zombie, when raising its arm, almost touched the ceiling, leaving little space for Gongcang to maneuver. Damn! Seeing this, Sutton cursed under his breath. However, what surprised him greatly happened next. In midair, Gongcang twisted his body skillfully enough to narrowly miss the zombie's arm, barely avoiding being grabbed by its colossal hand. After landing, less than a second passed before Gongcang leapt again. A layer of water film condensed on his body surface. Simultaneously, he extended his hand and gripped the zombie's skull. A cold glint flashed in Gongcang's eyes as the dagger in his hand moved swiftly, plunging directly into the gap between the seventh vertebrae, cleanly severing the zombie's head in one swift motion. As an expert who understood human anatomy, Sutton was nearly clapping in admiration. He thought Gongcang's attack was extremely professional and precise, perfectly seizing the opportunity to resolve the crisis. With its head severed, the zombie's massive body twitched twice like it was electrified. Gongcang leapt back and delivered a powerful kick to the zombie's back, causing its immense form to crash heavily to the ground. The zombie's head rolled over to Sutton. With a swift kick, he hurled the head straight towards the wall. Under such forceful impact, the head hit the wall with a dull thud, rolling off to the corner where it landed amidst a pile of decayed corpses. After dispatching this mutated zombie, Gongcang let out a long sigh, and beads of sweat could already be seen glistening on his pale forehead. However, Gongcang did not deactivate the alarm yet. Instead, he gave a covering signal to Sutton and proceeded slowly towards the location of the wide-open fireproof door. This was Qianlong's real command room. The huge screen wall had been completely destroyed. During this period, coagulated blood had turned into black streaks, with bits of flesh and bloody fingerprints still visible. Upon inspection, Gongcang saw numerous blood-stained military uniforms, among which a torn uniform with a medal caught his attention. This was the medal of Wang Zheng's father, awarded decades ago for his illustrious war achievements. He picked up the medal and solemnly saluted in respect. Regardless of the past, present, or future, he revered this elder who had devoted his life to the battlefield. But inside this room, while Gongcang saw many battle uniforms of Qianlong personnel, he did not find any trace of Xiao Qing's corpse. Xiao Qing, as the highest commander of Qianlong, wore a distinct uniform compared to others, yet nothing could be seen here. After declaring the alert lifted to Sutton, Gongcang glanced around the area, confused by many things. Xiao Qing must have been here back then, but where has he gone? Gongcang's expression became increasingly grave, his breathing lighter, as if he feared disturbing the colleagues who had perished here without a full corpse left. Suddenly, Gongcang remembered a possibility and hurriedly walked to the southernmost end of the room, where there stood a stainless steel cabinet taller than a person. Normally, it stored various documents. Perhaps when Zhang Tao underwent the mutation, someone hid here. The contents inside the cabinet had been scattered, the cabinet door open wide, with dried blood at the entrance resembling elongated handprints. However, at the moment, Gongcang wasn't focusing on the cabinet itself, but on the surroundings instead. Just then, Lu Xinwu and Lu Xian entered the room. Gongcang said to Lu Xinwu, "Old Lu, the screens here are destroyed. I don't know how much data remains. Can you check if there's anything we need?" Lu Xinwu approached the pile of machines for inspection and nodded, "All right, leave this to me." Lu Xian, on the other hand, came to stand beside Gongcang and asked, "What's wrong?" "I didn't find any trace of Xiao Qing." As he said this, Gongcang pointed at the stainless steel cabinet and continued, "I used to complain about how ugly this thing was to Xiao Qing, and back then he said it was the guardian deity of the base. I reckon there might be a hidden room behind it or something." Lu Xian carefully examined it, sniffed around, and shook his head. I don't smell anything unusual from behind here. Even if there is a hidden room, this stainless steel cabinet is likely just some kind of mechanism or switch. It probably doesn't have much to do with the hidden room. Lu Xian leaned closer to take a look inside the open cabinet door. Other than some scattered, blood-stained documents, there was nothing else. Just as he was about to close the cabinet door, Gongcang suddenly gripped his wrist. Wait. Lu Xian stepped aside to make space for Gongcang, who swept all the documents on the floor with one motion. Then, Gongcang reached in and touched around, raising one eyebrow slightly. The bottom thickness of the cabinet isn't consistent. As he spoke, he tapped the cabinet's bottom. One side emitted a crisp sound, while the other side produced a more solid, muffled sound. Gongcang pressed down firmly on the thicker side of the cabinet bottom, and unexpectedly, the seemingly flawless cabinet was pushed inward. At the same time, several meters away, the floor split open, revealing an underground passage before everyone's eyes. What is? Gongcang had been stationed in Qianlong for a long time, but he really had no idea that the base had such a place. Lu Xian smelled the foul odor emanating from the passage below and whispered, Gongcang, the smell down there is intense. There's likely no survivors. Gongcang nodded lightly and glanced down. The lighting inside the passage wasn't ideal, but it was sufficient for him to assess the situation near the entrance. I'll go down first and check. Gongcang called out to Sutton, Sutton, you're responsible for keeping watch up here. Understood. Sutton walked to the entrance of the underground passage, his expression cautious as he peered into the darkness. Gongcang then slowly descended. Since it was a confined space and the corpses inside were decomposing, Gongcang tore off a piece of cloth to make a makeshift mask. The area below turned out not to be some special secret base as Gongcang had assumed, but rather an emergency shelter. There were two bodies down there, one wearing a lab coat and the other dressed in Xiao Qing's uniform. Even though the two corpses were almost unrecognizable, Gongcang confirmed Xiao Qing's identity by examining the old injuries on the skeleton. Gongcang sighed softly, removed his coat, and gently draped it over the two bodies, his eyes reflecting a complex emotion. Xiao Qing was a highly skilled individual, or he wouldn't have become the leader of Qianlong. Yet, a man with such remarkable abilities had quietly passed away in this basement. Even though Gongcang knew that this was simply the norm in these turbulent times, he still couldn't help feeling sad. Lu Xian heard some noise from below but didn't hear Gongcang's voice, so he softly called out, Gongcang. Gongcang raised his head from deep thought, cleared his throat, and responded quietly, I'm here. How's the situation down there? Xiao Qing is down here. I didn't see anything special. Gongcang paused mid-sentence and looked around the room, then suddenly closed his mouth and moved toward a small table in the corner. Chapter 112, The Demise of Qianlong. A pocket-sized computer sat on the small table, with a few sheets of paper pressed underneath. Gongcang slipped the pocket-sized computer into his own pocket and picked up the stack of papers to flip through them. After finishing reading, Gongcang's expression grew extremely solemn. His gaze lingered over Xiao Qing's covered remains, revealing even more gravity. Never would I have thought it ended up like this. At that moment, Lu Xian above, having not heard from Gongcang for some time, descended. Seeing Gongcang's serious face, he couldn't help but ask, Gongcang, what happened? Lu Xian also spotted Xiao Qing's and another person's remains. A fleeting flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes as he lightly patted Gongcang's shoulder. It's nothing. Gongcang glanced at Xiao Qing and sighed gently. Xiao Qing and the researcher hid in here under the cover of Wang Zheng's father and his men. After realizing they wouldn't be able to leave this underground room, they wrote down all the details leading to the demise of Qianlong. They prepared the information stored on the pocket-sized computer and left it here. They took their own lives. Xiao Qing dared to do so because he was certain that only someone from Qianlong would uncover this secret room, hoping everything he knew could be passed on to whoever opened it. Lu Xian removed his jacket and covered Xiao Qing's body with it. This man, no matter what, was a shield defending the country, and this act was a tribute to him. Once back on the surface, Gongcang resealed the tunnel entrance and smashed the mechanism with a punch. Xiao Qing devoted his entire life to Qianlong, and here he had also found his final resting place. In the years to come, no one would disturb him again, making this a place for eternal rest. Wang Zheng's father and his subordinates killed Zhang Tao after his betrayal. If people with awakened beast souls die, they don't turn into zombies, but Zhang Tao changed in an unusual way. The latest and most complete novels are all on Mazhao Novel Network. Gongcang handed over the pocket-sized computer to Lu Xinwu and sighed lightly, let's go back to base first. We can discuss these matters later when we return. Sutton shrugged, saying, I originally thought our search for clues here would be fruitless, but it seems we've gained far more than expected. Gongcang nodded and pointed toward the southwest direction. This base has ample supplies of firearms, and handling that will fall to you next. The smile on Sutton's face quickly faded. Initially, he'd assumed he'd just be a backup, yet now he was tasked with transporting supplies. You can't seriously expect me to handle all this transportation alone, right? Before Sutton finished his complaint, Lu Xinwu already countered, you didn't contribute much during the fight earlier. Now exerting some effort isn't wrong, is it? After all, I gathered data from the Qianlong base, and Lu Xian acted as Gongcang's steadfast psychological pillar. What else do you plan to do except put in some work? Lu Xinwu spoke confidently and convincingly, leaving even the brilliant Sutton unable to find any counterarguments, leaving him dumbfounded and somewhat stupefied. Their bickering inadvertently lightened some of the somber atmosphere, and Gongcang let out a soft sigh. Even if we destroy things in this base, there'll still be items unsuitable for outside exposure. We should take whatever is necessary and then permanently seal this place. Qianlong had become a relic of the past, much like guardians who fulfilled their responsibilities without regrets. This burial ground should no longer be exploited or disturbed to interrupt their peace. The electricity here is unstable, so achieving this purpose shouldn't be difficult. Letting them rest undisturbed here, I'll take care of it. Lu Xinwu continued copying the remaining documents onto his computer. Lu Xian thought for a moment and said, "You two go retrieve the items first. I'll stay with old Lu and finish this. Once done, we'll head out together." Gongcang agreed and set off toward the armory with Sutton. As Lu Xinwu checked the files, he turned to Lu Xian and asked, "Lu Xian, do you have any guesses about what Xiao Qing left on that pocket-sized computer?" Lu Xian shook his head and replied, "I can't figure out what might be on it, but I suspect this pocket-sized computer must be closely related to Zhang Tao's betrayal. His defection certainly has something to do with this device. But don't you find it strange?" Lu Xinwu moved his gaze from the keyboard to Lu Xian's face, asking earnestly, "We've uncovered quite startling information before the apocalypse. Whatever the Pasteur Medical Center wanted couldn't possibly have been here. So, what exactly would Zhang Tao risk betraying Qianlong to steal? Moreover, to make someone in a Qianlong team betray, the things here must be valuable enough that whoever wanted them would offer an irresistible price to Zhang Tao. Anyway, once we get back to the base, we'll find out." As Lu Xian was speaking, suddenly an unusual stench of decay entered his nostrils, instantly putting him on high alert. "Lu, something's not right." Smelling the foul odor gradually drawing closer from afar, Lu Xian immediately warned Lu Xinwu, "Hurry up and pack up the computer, we need to find Gongcang. There's no one around here. Don't scare yourself unnecessarily." Though Lu Xinwu said this, his body instinctively followed Lu Xian's command. Within moments, he had packed the computer into his bag. Lu Xian handed Lu Xinwu a gun with an unprecedentedly serious expression, saying, "We're heading out now. No matter what happens, if you can't hit its head, aim for its body." Realizing the sincerity in Lu Xian's words, Lu Xinwu felt tense as well, nodding repeatedly and replying, "Understood." Without wasting another word, the two took swift steps toward the exit. After leaving the room, Lu Xinwu heard rustling sounds coming from the distance. Realizing Lu Xian's keen nose was indeed useful, something was truly approaching. The two didn't delay, hastening their steps towards the armory. However, they weren't moving too quickly since they didn't want to attract unwanted attention too early. Whether it was zombies or other creatures, for both of them, not attracting these things over was the best scenario possible. After walking for a bit, Lu Xian detected the smell growing stronger while the sounds outside grew closer. Sensing trouble, he whispered urgently to Lu Xinwu, "Lu, run." Lu Xinwu nodded, taking off at full speed. Glancing behind him, Lu Xian also sprinted forward. Instantly after they started running, sticky watery splashing sounds grew louder, along with the clatter of installations being struck, indicating whatever was outside had noticed them. Shit! Listening to the noises, two thoughts raced through Lu Xian's mind. First thought, he and Lu Xinwu were lucky because whatever came wasn't zombies. Second thought, if it wasn't zombies, then it could mean big trouble, a likely mutant creature. His mind was already swirling with confusion, but his feet kept running without stopping. Splash splash. Suddenly, a series of noises sounded from behind. Lu Xian turned back to see a strange-looking beast chasing after them. What kind of monster was this? Standing at a height of 2 to 3 meters, its bulky body was covered with palm-sized scales. It looked like a scaled-up sea elephant but with a grotesquely fat human-like face instead of a head. Its appearance was extremely bizarre. Every feature on its face resembled a distorted doll created by a clumsy child. The eyes, mouth, and nose all appeared to have been carelessly formed as though the clay was squished and stretched haphazardly, making the creature seem peculiarly unnatural. Judging by how it looked, it certainly wasn't something friendly or easy to deal with. What alarmed Lu Xian more was why such a monster would show up here. Their actions shouldn't have been discovered, yet this monster seemed to follow them intentionally. Was it connected to the destruction of the Qianlong base? Or had Julia discovered their movements? The increasingly rapid footsteps and overpowering stench made Lu Xian stop contemplating. Turning around, he aimed his gun straight at the monster's eyes and fired directly. A series of bullets rained down on the monster's head. In motion, Lu Xian couldn't guarantee perfect accuracy. Most shots missed their target entirely, striking the walls, and those that did hit mostly grazed non-vital areas, only serving to enrage the beast. Damn it, keep running. Having emptied the bullets from both handguns, Lu Xian didn't dare waste time facing off with the creature behind him anymore and urged Lu Xinwu onward. Gongcang. Gongcang. Running rapidly drained Lu Xian's stamina. Still, due to the adrenaline rush from encountering the monster, he maintained his speed despite feeling the exhaustion building in his body. This very second, stopping meant death. Just as the monster drew dangerously close, the two tightly shut doors ahead suddenly burst open, and Sutton rushed out, carrying a machine gun. Run along the side. Gong-san also appeared at the doorway, holding a lump of something in his hand as he meticulously assembled something. C4. The yellowish substance looked utterly inconspicuous, but Lu Xian understood what Gong-san was up to. Using this against the monster was truly a clever tactic. Rat-a-tat. Bullets from the machine gun shot out like little daggers. Each impact tore off chunks of flesh and skin from the beast, causing it to shriek loudly in agony. Yet this only further riled the creature's bloodlust. SSSS. The broken jaw of the monster dangled limply, its tongue shredded into half, while it wildly swung its arms toward Sutton. By this time, Lu Xian and Lu Xinwu had already rushed into the armory, directly hiding in one of its corners. Meanwhile, Gong-san had completed assembling a devastating weapon meant to end the monster, giving Sutton a grave command: fall back. Sutton threw down the machine gun and quickly dashed back inside the armory. Simultaneously, Gong-san hurled the bomb in front, precisely striking the wound on the monster's chest. After tossing the explosive, Gong-san leaped backward like an arrow retreating into the armory. The moment Gong-san retreated, Sutton slammed the doors shut, locking the heavy bolt into place with a resounding clunk. At this point, Gong-san immediately grabbed Sutton, leaping towards Lu Xian and Lu Xinwu who were hiding in the corner. Boom! An enormous explosion erupted just a few steps away from the door. By then, Gong-san had already conjured several layers of water-formed barriers. But even these flexible shields were obliterated in the blink of an eye. As the barriers shattered, torrents of water cascaded down onto the four individuals, yet it was the concussion sound waves that inflicted real pain upon them. Not only Lu Xian and Lu Xinwu but even Gong-san, whose body was most resilient among them, spat out a mouthful of blood. Sutton rose, leaning on the wall and wiping the blood from his lips, suddenly raising his head to look upward. The formerly unyielding barrier now displayed numerous cracks. Though it hadn't collapsed yet, it was clear that during the attack, this place suffered massive damage. Shit, this place might be destroyed. We have to leave immediately. Chapter 113, The Secret in the PDA. Because of the explosion, the door bolt was slightly deformed, and Sutton had to exert a bit more effort to open it. Pushing open the two heavy doors, the sight ahead still made Lu Xian take a sharp intake of breath. The monstrous creature from before had almost completely disappeared. The walls and ceiling of the entire passageway were splattered with exploded flesh fragments. On the ground, the remaining carcass had been roasted under high temperatures, emitting a pungent and nauseating odor. Even though he knew this thing was barely related to food, Lu Xian inwardly decided that for the near future, he did not want to see barbecue at all. Sutton, you handle these, I'll take the rest. Gong-san threw the equipment packed into a small mountain toward Sutton, while carrying many items himself. Lu Xian and Lu Xinwu each carried a bundle of weapons on their shoulders, and the four rushed outward together. This single alien creature, although fearsome-looking, was the only one they encountered until they reached the shore. After putting down the weapons to rest, Lu Xian could not help but voice his concerns about the aliens. Julai's must be hiding nearby, this thing might have escaped from that area. Once we're well rested, we should inquire about Julai's situation from Luo Yaizu. Gong-san looked with some regret at the Qianlong base, which had been completely destroyed by Lu Xinwu after its power system was shut down. Sadness lingered in his eyes. As for your traitorous colleague, I believe we may find more information inside this PDA. Lu Xian glanced at Gong-san and seriously said, though we currently don't know who orchestrated the betrayal, I think it must definitely involve either Julai's or the past medical center. Let's discuss these matters when we return, said Sutton as he looked at the weapons stacked like a small mountain beside him, whistling. These things now can easily get us into trouble. Gong-san was already in a bad mood over the Qianlong incident. Hearing Sutton say this made the corner of his mouth lift into a slight smile, speaking softly, if someone wants to run into trouble, let them try. Running into trouble. Seeing the chill in Gong-san's eyes, Lu Xian couldn't help but think that if anyone were to clash with Gong-san today, it wouldn't be just running into trouble, it would clearly be akin to lighting a candle in the restroom, looking for death. I've rested enough. Let's go back first. Lu Xinwu was determined to power on and inspect the drained PDA, so he stood up first to hurry the three others. Seeing his anxious manner, no one wasted any time and they returned to the inner city. With all the stuff Sutton was carrying on his back, he drew many side glances walking through the city, and this news quickly reached Luo Yaizu's ears. Upon hearing that Gong-san and his group had brought back numerous fine weapons, Luo Yaizu couldn't hold back an oath. Luo Yaizu grabbed the teacup and smashed it onto the floor. Tea water mixed with shattered porcelain scattered all over the ground, and the flying shards even cut Yu Fangfang's foot, making her sharply inhale a breath of cold air. However, this time Yu Fangfang restrained her temper. That previous event had already revealed this so-called ideal suitor's true nature. She knew that at this moment, Luo Yaizu absolutely would not spare her even half an ounce of extra affection, so she must endure. Husband, their obtaining weapons doesn't mean they will keep those things forever. Yu Fangfang limped over to Luo Yaizu and consoled gently, some part surely will be given to the Wang family, the leftovers, we can try to figure out a way to acquire some of them. Acquire some? Luo Yaizu looked disapprovingly at Yu Fangfang, are you stupid? How can something in our hands be taken away? It's hard to bribe Gongcang and those soldiers, but inside there aren't merely soldiers. During this period, Yu Fangfang had arranged for some people to make contact with the individuals inside, achieving somewhat successful results. There are always people willing to betray others for their own prospects and interests. Are you saying you've secured something? Luo Yaizu's expression immediately brightened, his tone softened considerably, and there was an added layer of expectation in his look towards Yu Fangfang. Yu Fangfang leaned close to Luo Yaizu's ear and whispered a few words, instantly improving Luo Yaizu's mood significantly. Never thought you'd find such a loophole, really impressive, hahaha, truly impressive. Luo Yaizu burst into a wild laugh, as if he had just discovered the secret that would bring Gongcang to his death. Back at the base, Gongcang set aside some of the equipment, preparing to send it to the Wang family as a token of gratitude for their provision of weapons this time. After Lu Xinwu returned, he did nothing but immerse himself in his room with the PDA, refusing even medical treatment and medication until Sutton forcibly made him comply through force. Previously, the explosion left all 4 team members with various degrees of injury. Lu Xian felt a severe chest ache but found only minor internal injuries upon examination, everything else was fine. Gongcang finally relaxed. Before, you found Mr. Wang Zhen's father's remains inside Qianlong base. Since you're going there to deliver the weapons as a return favor, I won't accompany you. Though Baoang, Gongcang, was his lover, each of them still led independent lives with separate circles of friends, including Gongcang's relationship with Wang Zheng. At such a moment like this, he believed an outsider should not intervene. Being there during one's sadness always helps, be it with close friends around. Lu Xian couldn't help but recall how he'd once lost his parents. Everyone assumed he was incredibly strong, so even the double tragedy of losing both parents was no more than mere fuel for his success. In reality, the agony during that period had rendered sleep impossible. Work and social obligations became part of his daily routine, partly because they helped mask the sharp edges of society's harshness, which is why Wu Siming's efforts for his father's sake deeply touched him. Wang Zheng was also powerful and seemed unbreakable. Yet when faced with familial ties, even someone strong like Wang Zheng can't resist touching that single vulnerable point. If there were a person sharing the burden together, the pain could ease. Gongcang noticed the sympathy reflected in Lu Xian's eyes, prompting him to press a gentle kiss on Lu Xian's lips. Regardless whether it was destiny from a past life or good fortune in this one, all he could do was endlessly thank heaven for sending this person into his life. You rest. I'll go find Wang Zheng first. Watching Gongcang leave, Lu Xian touched his lips where Gongcang's warmth still lingered, eliciting a quiet smile. If not for the importance of what Gongcang was about to do, he would have disregarded everything to keep Gongcang beside him, wanting him to stay and accompany him. However, Lu Xian didn't know that Gongcang's thoughts mirrored his own. If not for the pressing urgency, he too would have preferred staying by Lu Xian's side. Who knew that upon discovering the monster chasing after Lu Xian, how frantic and disordered his heart had become? Gongcang delivered the weapons to Shen Peijun, then went directly to Wang Zheng's room. Wang Zheng had been waiting, looking drastically different from his usual work-obsessed persona. His hair was in disarray, his entire being exuding signs of extreme exhaustion. Clearly, he hadn't rested well. The instant Gongcang entered, Wang Zheng stood up, gazing at him with complicated emotions and asking quietly, "You've come." Baoang lightly breathed in, stepping closer to Wang Zheng. He retrieved the metal he'd carefully cleaned after his return. It was now pristine, bloodstains washed away, gleaming with a golden luster and its red star vivid, almost as new. Wang Zheng took the metal in his hands, bitterly stroking its smooth surface with 2 fingers. This was the old man's favorite metal, something he carried everywhere. He told me that soldiers don't desire high positions or power, they seek these metals. How foolish he was. He could have retired with a fat salary, but instead clung onto his soldiers and unit till the very end. Wang Zheng's eyes reddened slightly, yet his emotions remained tightly controlled, showing no outburst. Uncle Wang bought time for Xiao Qing. Together, they protected data intended for us. Old Lu is processing this PDA. Once we make any discoveries, I will inform you immediately. Gongcang gently patted Wang Zheng's shoulder before standing beside him. Suddenly, Wang Zheng buried his head into Gongcang's shoulder. After a while, Gongcang realized the shoulder fabric was wet with tears, though Wang Zheng had not uttered a single sound, suffocating his sobs deep in his throat. Much later, Wang Zheng lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes revealing clear traces of crying yet without a mark visible on his face. He solemnly pinned his father's medal onto his collar, giving Gongcang a firm embrace. Thank you. There were no more words, but Gongcang could hear the gratitude in his voice. Gongcang looked Wang Zheng in the eyes and said firmly, "You're too polite. This is what I should do." Taking a breath, he calmed himself down before saying to Gongcang, "By the way, recently Luo Yaizu's people have not been well behaved, especially Yu Fangfang. One of my subordinates reported that she was trying to make contact with someone from your team. I appreciate your concern, but I've known about their intentions for a long time." Gongcang shrugged nonchalantly. "It's a trap I set for them, I only hope they don't avoid it." Wang Zheng laughed wryly and shook his head. "I should have known. When the rabbit wants to catch the fox, it's practically asking for death. I've already arranged everything on my side, don't worry about it." Besides, if I ever encounter something I can't handle, I'll definitely ask you for help. Gong Song glanced outside. I'll go back first, we'll touch base when there's news. Gong Song declined Wang Zheng's offer to see him off and left quickly. Upon returning home, Gong Song saw Lu Xian sleeping soundly, so he took off his coat, ready to rest too. Just then, suddenly there was a loud knock at the door. Gong Song. Lu Xian. Open the door quick. Lu Xian jumped up from the bed, almost colliding with Gong Song. Grabbing his clothes, Gong Song walked to the door and opened it. The moment the door opened, Lu Xinwu rushed in. Lu Xinwu was so excited that his speech was slurred, and in his hands was the trembling PDA. My God! You wouldn't believe what's inside this PDA. Lu Xinwu opened the PDA, unlocked a file, and handed it over to Gong Song. Gong Song took one look and immediately felt a storm brewing within his eyes. After cracking the files inside the PDA, they discovered hidden nuclear codes. You know, I've already taken control of the satellite. If we can use these nuclear codes, we could take down everyone in Julis. Lu Xinwu's voice trembled as even Lu Xian widened his eyes. Damn, how did Xiao Qing get his hands on this? Considering Qianlong is the country's ace, if any threat emerges, we would work alongside Dragon Tooth to eliminate it completely. This isn't our offensive tool, rather, it's our peace safeguard. But I thought Xiao Qing would have destroyed it, never imagining he'd store it in the PDA. At this point, Gong Song threw some cold water on Lu Xinwu. Old Lu, although it's genuine, we only have half of the nuclear code, while the other half is in Dragon Tooth. Gong Song's eyebrows knotted deeply, his expression turning extremely grave. Simultaneously, Lu Xian exclaimed, I have an idea. Could it be that Zhang Tao has defected, possibly aiming for the nuclear codes? Or might they already possess Dragon Tooth's half of the nuclear code? Dragon Tooth was annihilated during a mission, yet the second half of the nuclear code shouldn't have been leaked. Grimacing, Gong Song voiced his suspicions, unless there's also a traitor in Dragon Tooth, and this traitor holds a high rank. Considering the current situation, the three realized that this issue might not be so simple. If the nuclear code information has been leaked, could the person responsible actually be Julis? And if it was Julis, then behind all this, what were her plans? Or was there another secret hidden in Pasteur Medical Center? This tangled mess caused silence among the three of them, as none of the possible outcomes were ones they desired. Initially, Julis was abandoned by the mainstream due to scientific research, thus receiving support from Pasteur Medical Center. Personally, I think the connection to Julis here is minimal, it's probably behind Pasteur Medical Center instead. After Lu Xian carefully presented his thoughts, Gong Song nodded in agreement, that's true. Julis doesn't have the capability alone, whereas Pasteur Medical Center, with its deeper political and economic ties, possesses the resources needed to uncover the secrets of both Qianlong and Dragon Tooth. I also doubt Julis could buy Zhang Tao's loyalty. The resources she gets from Pasteur Medical Center aren't enough to tempt him. Money wasn't enough to entice him. Lu Xinwu sighed, then I'm curious, what could possibly persuade him? Maybe it's related to his critically ill wife. Gong Song turned his head towards Lu Xian, and there was an indescribable gentleness in his eyes. If you were facing the same situation, Lu Xian, I think I would make the same choice. No, you wouldn't. Lu Xian shook his head with a smile, grabbing Gong Song's hand. If it were you in such a situation, you'd stay with me until I die and then go with me. Yes, in such a situation, Lu Xian knew that Gong Song wouldn't cross the line, it would mean betraying his country and ethnicity, which would cost many lives. The only choice Gong Song could ever make would be loyalty for life, following each other even through death. When their gazes met, they exchanged a knowing smile. At that moment, Lu Xinwu unceremoniously interjected. TSK, I just came here to share my findings, but why are you two flaunting your relationship in front of me? Lu Xian felt a little embarrassed and let go of Gong Song's hand. Gong Song cleared his throat and said to Lu Xinwu, by the way, can you completely delete this file and never restore it? Yes, but why do you want to delete it? Lu Xinwu was puzzled, after all, how precious was the item? And since he could control the satellite, if he had access to the complete nuclear code, it would give him incredible power. In simpler terms, while big-scale weapons requiring manual operation might still be out of reach, the pre-prepared war supplies for instant retaliation were at his command. For safety, anyway, I've already memorized the content here. Gong Song pointed to his own head. So, the backup on the computer isn't needed anymore. Lu Xinwu understood Gong Song's meaning and took immediate action, directly erasing that file completely. After finishing everything, Lu Xinwu asked Gong Song again, I found several differently encrypted files on the computer. Do you need them decrypted? Lu Xinwu had started from the hardest encrypted file and hit gold right away, yet considering the significance of this file, he supposed the others inside weren't ordinary either. Therefore, he needed to consult with Gong Song first. Of course, the more secrets we know, the more truth we can piece together. At the thought of the omnipresent Pasteur Medical Center, Gong Song furrowed his brow, no matter what, we're far from catching up to those people. What we have now is still not enough. If you allow it, I'll handle it. Upon receiving authorization to continue decryption, Lu Xinwu rushed off again with his portable computer in hand. Lu Xian closed the door, turned around, and seriously asked Gong Song, If someone knows Xiao Qing has possession of this nuclear code, who do you think the betrayer from Dragon Tooth would be? Gong Tsang's eyes dimmed. Fan Qingjiang, the leader of Dragon Tooth. Gong Tsang had long guessed this person, because aside from the leader, who else could possibly know these secrets? What shocked and disappointed him was that Fan Qingjiang was Xiao Qing's comrade in arms, and their relationship was one of both rivalry and camaraderie. Though they competed professionally, when required to cooperate, their mutual understanding couldn't be faulted. Nevertheless, betrayal was betrayal. Gong Tsang wasn't sure whether Fan Qingjiang was alive or not, but as long as he was, Gong Tsang would find a way to track him down and eliminate him. Would you tell Wang Zheng or anyone else about getting hold of the nuclear code? Not for now. Gong Tsang glanced at Lu Xian earnestly. This is too serious. If it's not necessary to use it, I hope its existence remains unknown to others. Otherwise, it might cause some unforeseen consequences. The secrets Xiao Qing guarded with his life must have its reasons, and if possible, I only wish its knowledge remains confined within the four of us. Lu Xian nodded solemnly. Rest assured. Old Lu understands the importance of this. He won't reveal it. Upon hearing this, Gong Tsang remembered the trap he previously set and gave Lu Xian a peck on the cheek. By the way, someone's fallen into the trap I set earlier. Let's rest first, and discuss it carefully tomorrow. Chapter 114, Bait. At dawn, before the others woke up, Gongtsang directly found Wang Mingjing. Wang Mingjing was also dressed and waiting for Gongtsang to come. What did the people from the other side say to you? As soon as Gongtsang entered Wang Mingjing's room, he straightforwardly asked him. Sit first. Instead of being hasty, Wang Mingjing casually invited Gongtsang to sit down before continuing. The people from Luo Yaizu's side have learned my identity, so they contacted me, offering good conditions. Wang Mingjing looked into Gongtsang's eyes. These narrow and elongated pupils appeared cold, yet made his heart stir. Gongtsang didn't seem to care about what he said at all, as if this matter wouldn't affect him in any way, and he hadn't even thought about offering a condition to persuade him to stay. This strong confidence did not annoy Wang Mingjing in any way. On the contrary, it gave Gongtsang an attractive charm in his eyes. Wang Mingjing's gaze didn't escape Gongtsang's attention. His eyebrows arched slightly, instantly covering his face with a frosty look, naturally widening the distance between himself and Wang Mingjing. Even though Gongtsang had done nothing, Wang Mingjing felt as if he were being eyed by a terrible fierce beast, making his hair stand on end. The greed flickering in his eyes vanished in an instant. After roaming in gangs for a long time, Wang Mingjing's sixth sense was very strong. At this moment, this sixth sense, which forewarns of fortune or misfortune, let him realize the situation and understand why Gongtsang wouldn't care about whatever promise the people from Luo Yaizu's side made. Obstacles blocking the path of the man in front would be swept away one by one, whether it be Luo Yaizu or even himself. Gongtsang possessed great confidence, and more importantly, Wang Mingjing knew that Gongtsang had ability sufficient to match this confidence. He dismissed the whimsical thoughts in his mind, and Wang Mingjing regained his previous calmness, cheerfully recounting the terms offered by Luo Yaizu's side to Gongtsang. Yufangfang's people said that if I cooperate with them to set up a trap, they have the ability to take care of most of your group. The stuff you retrieved on this occasion, they would give me the majority of, letting me smoothly take over your base and territory. When Wang Mingjing recounted the terms Yufangfang's people had laid out, a clearly mocking sneer spread across his face. Of course, if I choose to leave, they will arrange transport for me to return, and the promised supplies can be taken back with me. After hearing this, Gongtsang softly sighed and said, do they really think you're naive enough to fall for this kind of trick? It's probably not going to be that simple. Indeed, it won't be, Wang Mingjing softly sighed, saying, they must assume that I'd use this incident against them, gaining advantage from their plans and exploiting them to eliminate you all. Certainly, after I've done all this, they'll definitely expose the matter, borrowing the hands of the Wang family or Ji family to deal with me. But they've underestimated me. Even though others may consider me as someone who stops at nothing to achieve a goal, still, thievery has its rules, and the underworld respects principles. I have no doubt about this point. Recalling the words Lu Xian had told him, Gongtsang understood that Wang Mingjing's character was entirely opposite to Wang Mingyuan's, and even before the apocalypse, Wang Mingjing disciplined Wang Mingyuan many times to avoid bringing trouble to Lu Xian. Clearly, this person is extremely principled. So what are your plans? Go back to Haicheng City after resolving this issue, or continue to stay here? As long as Wang Mingjing cooperates, Gongtsang won't make things difficult for him, but since he knows the feelings Wang Mingjing harbors for him, Gongtsang doesn't want him to remain here anymore. Wang Mingjing wasn't a fool, he understood Gongtsang's implication. Plus, considering the secret he concealed was originally for his younger brother, he decided without hesitation, I'm an outsider, and since I've been saved by Satan, this should count as repaying that favor. Afterward, you can just send me back to Haicheng. No problem. Wang Mingjing's choice greatly pleased Gongtsang, making his expression become relaxed by two parts. He said to Wang Mingjing, since Luo Yaizu wants to get rid of our forces, this suits perfectly. Also, I don't like his attitude, we could. Gongtsang lowered his voice, turning the threat posed by Luo Yaizu's group into an opportunity for them to deal with this troublesome issue. After discussing thoroughly with Wang Mingjing, Gongtsang quietly left. At this moment, most people hadn't woken up yet, including Lu Xian, who slept soundly, snoring loudly, unaware of his dreams, occasionally smacking his lips as if eating something. Seeing Lu Xian's appearance, Gongcang couldn't help but smile secretly, filled with warmth in his eyes. Instead of going back to bed, he took out a large pot, rinsed the rice, added water to cook it, then opened a can of luncheon meat, slicing the meat into minced pieces and chunks. The minced pieces were put in to simmer with the rice. By the time Lu Xian was awakened from his slumber by the rich aroma of the meat porridge, over an hour or two had passed. As Lu Xian gobbled down the meat porridge that Gongcang had prepared, he sighed repeatedly in contentment. In this post-apocalyptic world, having food on the table was already a blessing, but to enjoy such a delicious meal was exceptional. Had it not been for Gongcang, Lu Xian would never have experienced such a treat. Gongcang had finished eating his own share long ago and sat beside Lu Xian, occasionally wiping the corners of Lu Xian's mouth. Feeling a little embarrassed, Lu Xian grabbed a tissue from Gongcang to wipe his own mouth and shifted the topic. Did you go and negotiate? Yes, everything's set. Later, we'll talk with Li Qian and Wang Zheng. The Luo family's influence should be eradicated from here. If the Luo family only wanted to compete with them, then things wouldn't be as dire. Gongcang might have allowed the Luo family to persist for a while longer. However, now the Luo family wasn't merely trying to intimidate Gongcang, they had directly threatened their survival and extended their hands within the group. This, Gongcang could not tolerate. This time, the person the Luo family reached out to was Wang Mingjing. But what if next time they targeted someone else? Sometimes, losing an inconspicuous screw on a submarine may not seem problematic while it's moored, but at great depths, it might just become the catalyst for their doom underwater. After breakfast, the two cleared the dishes together. Then, Gongcang and Lu Xian found Li Qian, He Yong, and Ji Mingshang, heading over to Wang Zheng's side. There, they collated the information Gongcang had gathered from Wang Mingjing. Luo Yaizu, this thorn definitely needs to be removed. Wang Zheng had no objection to Gongcang's plan. He had a gut feeling that the alien corpse Gongcang brought back would completely change the current situation. And this meant that he must have absolute control over this base. His intention for gaining control wasn't about vying for leadership with Lu Xian, Gongcang, or anyone else, but to ensure those like Luo Yaizu who might spy on his research and leak information to the enemy would be thoroughly dealt with. He didn't know how long this terrifying apocalypse would last, but he understood every step they took now would bring irreversible consequences. Therefore, he had to clear away all obstacles within the scope of his capability. Ji Mingshang also agreed and was willing to join in. For him, Luo Yaizu wasn't merely a ticking bomb, there also had to be a conclusion regarding the matter between him and Yu Fangfang. This action isn't just about dealing with Luo Yaizu, I want to use this opportunity to expose Julius. A trace of coldness tinged Gongcang's voice. Regardless of whose continuation or reincarnation he was, his respect for Julius wouldn't diminish. Even though he knew the incomprehensible depth of the Pasteur Medical Center might very well present their greatest future challenge, Julius still ranked as his primary target. Julius. We are monitoring Luo Yaizu's external contacts and have basically taken control over them. Wang Zheng frowned, saying, but lately, we haven't received any intelligence concerning Julius. Perhaps, the other side has abandoned Luo Yaizu. It's not that simple. Julius is determined to seize this base, it must somehow connect to your situation. Lu Xian spoke earnestly, she won't abandon it so easily. Besides, her subordinate she sent isn't weak either. I suspect Luo Yaizu's actions are tied to some plot orchestrated by Julius, we simply don't yet understand their plan. Whatever Julius' plan may be, once we take care of Luo Yaizu, the truth will come to light. Ji Mingshang shrugged nonchalantly. This place isn't small, but it's not as vast as they think it is. Secrets can be concealed temporarily, but not forever. Wang Zheng also nodded and said, let's proceed. Regardless of what schemes Julius and Luo Yaizu have cooked up, after we remove Luo Yaizu from here, we'll at least learn something about Julius' intentions. Even if we end up knowing nothing, she will need time to regroup, and during that time, we will have uncovered plenty of secrets from the dragon-like alien species you brought back. After finalizing the decision, Lu Xian returned first to find Lu Xinwu, while Gongcang, Ji Mingshang, and others continued discussing specific arrangements. They clearly intended to decisively eliminate Luo Yaizu and leave him with no chance of revival. When Lu Xian went to find Lu Xinwu, he happened to be playing a game with Sutton during his break. After Lu Xian explained the purpose of his visit, Lu Xinwu immediately began working with great enthusiasm. The despicable acts of Luo Yaizu in this base had long caused much suffering for many people. However, in order to survive, most chose to endure and remain silent. But what if Luo Yaizu did not give them space to survive? What if Luo Yaizu's actions completely crossed the boundaries they could accept? Or worse, what if the safety they thought they had never truly existed, and Luo Yaizu still treated them like pigs or dogs? How would those who had clung to Luo Yaizu feel then? After coming to this base, Lu Xian learned of certain matters. Despite no one visibly intruding on Luo Yaizu's sphere of influence, it didn't mean that no one cared about those who had died, like the families of the sacrificed victims. These people could only grit their teeth and bear the humiliation while Luo Yaizu was at the height of his power. But if given the chance to overthrow him, would they let go of the weapon handed to them? Lu Xinwu's task during this time was to consolidate all the records, summarizing those who had been mistreated to death by Luo Yaizu or sent out as cannon fodder. Among these individuals, they hoped to find potential collaborators. Meanwhile, Wang Mingjing had already made contact with Luo Yaizu's men, just as he and Gongcang had planned. The man led Wang Mingjing to a secret rendezvous point prepared by Luo Yaizu. Luo Yaizu sat with his leg crossed, waiting for Wang Mingjing's arrival. But the moment he saw Wang Mingjing, the arrogant expression on his face vanished, and his demeanor turned hasty. Chapter 115, Show Some Sincerity. Wang Mingjing was not like Luo Yaizu. He wasn't some rich brat, but someone who relied on his own skills and courage to clean up the underground world of Xiao, becoming its ruler. He was unlike what many people expected, with a handsome appearance and an extraordinary demeanor. Unlike Wang Mingyuan, who was exceedingly arrogant, he gave off a very steady impression, and no one dared to offend him, even if there was no killing intent on his face, and even with a hint of a smile. Luo Yaizu saw such a calm and composed Wang Mingjing, looking quite decent. The tailoring and quality of his clothing couldn't compare with the brand-name clothes on Luo Yaizu's body, yet Wang Mingjing had an overwhelmingly powerful presence that made Luo Yaizu cautious, and even caused Yu Fangfang's breathing to become lighter. Mr. Wang. Luo Yaizu cleared his throat, breaking the silence while extending his hand towards Wang Mingjing, his expression becoming much more serious. I am glad you have made the right choice. Luo Yaizu was arrogant, but when facing Wang Mingjing, this long-renowned crime lord, he did not dare underestimate him, even though Wang Mingjing had no resources at present and was all alone. The right choice. Wang Mingjing glanced at Luo Yaizu's extended hand without grasping it. On the contrary, he smiled ambiguously. Mr. Luo, before we get to know each other's situations and discuss matters in detail, I won't make any decisions. Wang Mingjing sat down in a chair opposite Luo Yaizu, propped his feet up, supported his chin with his arm, and a faint smile appeared on his face. This matter concerns my life and assets. Therefore, it is not about me making any choice, but about you convincing me to cooperate with you. Luo Yaizu turned red with anger at Wang Mingjing's aloofness, but upon seeing Wang Mingjing's tranquil face, he suddenly realized two things. First, Wang Mingjing was definitely not someone easily tricked. Second, if he could truly convince Wang Mingjing to cooperate, the chances of success would increase significantly. Just thinking about being able to bring down Gongcang, create opportunities for Julius to break through Wang Zheng's defenses, and that this base would become his possession transformed the anger inside Luo Yaizu into another emotion. A truly useful Wang Mingjing was the most critical part of his plan, only such a useful person could be the knife that cut through Gongcang's defenses. Yu Fangfang looked at Wang Mingjing and felt a strange sensation arise in her heart. This man gave her a strong sense of danger, as intense as when the apocalypse first arrived. That intense unease was like an invisible hand gripping her tightly. She looked down at Luo Yaizu, the only man she could depend on. His body was tense, his eyes fixed on Wang Mingjing, already completely absorbed. Yaizu. Yu Fangfang barely uttered two words before being glared at by Luo Yaizu, and what truly stopped her from speaking was a glance from Wang Mingjing seemingly done absent-mindedly. His cold gaze felt like a venomous snake biting her heart, almost making her unable to stand. She immediately stepped back 2 steps, knocking over a nearby chair. Women are always in the way. Seeing Yu Fangfang fall to the ground pale-faced, Luo Yaizu said nothing nice, directly instructing his 2 subordinates, take her out, don't disturb our conversation. The 2 subordinates almost half-dragged and half-pulled Yu Fangfang out of the room. Though Wang Mingjing neither approved nor disapproved of how Luo Yaizu handled Yu Fangfang, the slight upward curl of his lips revealed his obviously improved mood now that fewer people were present in the room containing just him and Luo Yaizu. Now that there are no unnecessary people around, let's talk about the entire plan, shall we? Wang Mingjing straightened his posture and looked directly at Luo Yaizu, evidently putting Luo Yaizu on an equal footing with himself at this point. However, while Wang Mingjing's attitude had slightly changed, Luo Yaizu's eyes became somewhat fanatical, gradually revealing his ideas. It was already several hours later when Wang Mingjing left the meeting room. After Luo Yaizu's people led him away, they returned to the room to find Luo Yaizu in an exceptionally elevated mood. Boss. One of Luo Yaizu's subordinates softly called, pulling him out of his thoughts, only to discover that their usually irritable boss actually smiled at them and instinctively took a step outside. What's there to fear? Luo Yaizu saw his subordinate's action and laughed heartily. But this made his subordinate fear him even more, prompting him to sigh heavily. Although these subordinates had been following him for such a long time, not one of them could provide as much help as Wang Mingjing had. Just thinking about the plans discussed with Wang Mingjing earlier made Luo Yaizu excited enough to nearly jump up. But at this moment, he could only suppress his excitement. Knowing that his relationship with Wang Mingjing was purely based on utilization and that he couldn't recruit Wang Mingjing as his subordinate, Luo Yaizu's eyes flickered with regret. No matter how much he admired Wang Mingjing and anticipated their collaboration, Luo Yaizu still lacked the courage to let Wang Mingjing live. A man like that would never be content serving under him. And if Wang Mingjing discovered how Luo Yaizu had used him, there was no way Wang Mingjing would let him off lightly. After returning to his quarters, Luo Yaizu walked into the house and immediately saw Yu Fangfang walking toward him. Yaizu, you must be careful of Wang Mingjing. Regardless of her fear of Wang Mingjing or her genuine feelings toward Luo Yaizu, Yu Fangfang could not resist warning him. In the chaos of the apocalypse, Yu Fangfang understood all too well that Luo Yaizu was her only real support until they dealt with the current troubles. If she lost him, she would truly have nothing left. However, at this moment, Luo Yaizu felt an intense aversion toward his former goddess, Yu Fangfang. With a sidelong glance, he scrutinized her, increasingly displeased. Previously, he had followed her advice on many things, and while some had helped him, looking back now, this woman wasn't as clever as he had once thought. If she were truly clever, wouldn't she see just how much help Wang Mingjing could bring him? The more Luo Yaizu thought about it, the less tolerant he became of Yu Fangfang, his expression growing colder and colder. Yu Fangfang didn't know what Luo Yaizu was thinking. When she noticed his silence, she moved closer, cuddling into Luo Yaizu's arms in a coquettish tone. Yaizu, I'm doing this for both of us. That's why I warn you not to trust Wang Mingjing too easily, he's no ordinary person. The one who suggested using Wang Mingjing was you, and now the one warning me to be cautious is also you. You've said your piece, are you just playing with me like a monkey? Luo Yaizu frowned suddenly, shoving the beauty in his arms onto the ground. He sneered as he looked down at Yu Fangfang, whose face contorted in pain from the fall. You keep talking about US, but deep down, you probably think you're so smart, don't you? Don't think I haven't seen your condescending glances, you must think I'm a crude rich second-generation fool unworthy of a professor's daughter like you, right? If Ji Mingchang hadn't killed your parents, would you ever have chosen me? Yu Fangfang indeed held some disdain for Luo Yaizu, though his gentleness and kindness had touched her, which is why, when she decided to commit herself to him, even if she had some misgivings deep down, she never made any fuss. But now, Luo Yaizu had exposed that little bit of hesitation within her heart, leaving her thoroughly embarrassed and utterly disheartened. Previously, Luo Yaizu, though perhaps not the brightest, would refrain from making decisions without listening to her advice first. Hadn't she given suggestions before that he later withdrew? Yes, she had. But timing mattered greatly. In their early days together, her guidance often helped him pull back from mistakes, which earned her credibility with him. Now, however, it only seemed self-serving. Understanding Luo Yaizu's implication, Yu Fangfang felt her heart completely freeze toward him. Yet despite this, she dared not show any dissatisfaction. After all, if she did, Luo Yaizu, whose feelings for her had clearly changed, would make her life miserable. Realizing Luo Yaizu's impatience with her, Yu Fangfang could do nothing but humbly apologize, clinging to him like a parasitic vine. This tactic, which had worked countless times in the past, proved ineffective this time. Luo Yaizu thought of how she manipulated him and scowled darkly, letting out a cold snort before leaving the room. Facing Luo Yaizu's cold silhouette, tears streamed down Yu Fangfang's face. She knew that Luo Yaizu would definitely go to the pretty young girl who had arrived just a couple of days ago. When a woman relies solely on her charm to protect herself and loses her appeal, the outcome can only get worse, especially for someone like Yu Fangfang, who had always been lavished with Luo Yaizu's love. Sitting on the floor, she began sobbing uncontrollably. Between her cries, Yu Fangfang noticed a piece of paper being thrust toward her. Shocked, she assumed it was Luo Yaizu returning. But when she looked up, she saw none other than Luo Yaizu's close friend Ye Jinyan. Ye Jinyan also came from a thug background and had an extremely close relationship with Luo Yaizu. The two were not brothers by blood but better than brothers. Yu Fangfang and Ye Jinyan had a decent relationship, so she took the tissue he handed her, wiped away her tears, and softly thanked him. At this moment, Ye Jinyan directly pulled Yu Fangfang off the floor and embraced her halfway, grinning and saying, "Fangfang, what's making you so upset? Did our dear leader make you unhappy?" As Ye Jinyan spoke, his fingers wandered over Yu Fangfang's waist, startling her into letting out a small cry. At that very instant, Ye Jinyan covered her mouth with his hand and whispered lightly, "Fangfang, the boss has praised you multiple times in front of me. Do you think I should say good things about you or report your bad deeds to him when he comes to drink at night?" Though Ye Jinyan's tone still carried some humor, the underlying threat made Yu Fangfang shiver to her bones. Previously, if Yu Fangfang was confident that whatever Ye Jinyan said wouldn't shake her position in Luo Yaizu's heart, now, with Luo Yaizu already feeling disgusted with her, if he said more, the situation would be even worse for her. Just imagining how women handed down by Luo Yaizu were mistreated, their dignity destroyed as they became objects of amusement for others, terrified Yu Fangfang into trembling uncontrollably as she pleaded with Ye Jinyan repeatedly, "Big brother Ye, I beg you to help me. Don't let Yaizu dislike me. I could help persuade the boss, but favors don't come for free, right?" Ye Jinyan reached out to touch Yu Fangfang's softness, deliberately pinching her, watching as embarrassment and pain flitted across her face. That pleasure of conquering this proud woman thrilled him. Before Ji Mingchang always respected Yu Fangfang, even after following Luo Yaizu, her position was clear and legitimate. Now, Ye Jinyan touching her up made Yu Fangfang feel unworthy, yet she had no choice but to rely on him to say a few good words on her behalf. The humiliation and pain caused her to shed tears involuntarily. When exactly did she start making wrong choices? Was it when she sought revenge by aligning with Luo Yaizu and betraying Ji Mingchang? No, Yu Fangfang thought back to when she protected her mother who got injured and mutated because of her. She reflected that perhaps from the time she refused to confront her guilt for causing her mother's injury and instead harbored resentment toward Ji Mingchang and his father, she had already chosen incorrectly. But now, she had no room left for second choices. Clutching Ye Jinyan's neck, Yu Fangfang was pressed onto a chair by this anxious man. The exchanges between Wang Mingjing and Luo Yaizu became closer and more frequent. Gong Cang had sent people to track Wang Mingjing, who naturally employed various tactics to reduce the tracker's suspicion. Luo Yaizu observed all of these actions, trusting Wang Mingjing even more for his maturity and adaptability. One day, Luo Yaizu invited Wang Mingjing to meet again. This time, Wang Mingjing brought along something as a gesture of goodwill. Is this the great work of Wang Jing? Upon seeing the bottle Wang Mingjing produced, a flash of greed crossed Luo Yaizu's eyes. However, he didn't forget his natural caution. Turning to Wang Mingjing, he asked, "How did this end up in your hands?" Luo Yaizu had warmed up to Yu Fangfang again recently. With her high pride reined in, being obedient and agreeable, she spoke in ways pleasing to him. Cleverly prompted by Yu Fangfang either intentionally or unintentionally, Luo Yaizu immediately saw the key issue. Gong Cang had sent people to track Wang Mingjing. It certainly wasn't possible for the item to have come from Gong Cang. And Wang Zhang's prized possessions wouldn't be easily shared with others, especially someone like Wang Mingjing who wasn't even considered a top-tier combatant within the group. Luo Yaizu hit upon the crux of the matter with his question. However, these contingencies had already been calculated by Gong Cang and his team. Wang Mingjing smiled at Luo Yaizu and replied, "Did that bald guy following me fail to tell you about my little evening rendezvous with the girl from the research institute?" This blunt and slightly vulgar remark did not anger Luo Yaizu but instead drew a laugh from him. He knew it would be hard for his own people to keep secrets from Wang Mingjing, yet he still sent them to tail him, essentially showing intent to stay closely connected with Wang Mingjing. Appreciating Wang Mingjing was one thing, but the cooperation involved too many critical factors. Luo Yaizu couldn't afford to ignore any detail. Wang Mingjing's movements were fully known to him, including his association with the female researcher from the lab. But he hadn't anticipated that the woman, clearly a loyal subordinate of Wang Zheng, would secretly give Wang Mingjing such advantages. While Luo Yaizu understood that this possibility existed, he believed it might also be a trap set by Wang Mingjing and Wang Zheng working together. At this, Luo Yaizu narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Wang Mingjing for a moment before voicing his suspicions with a tinge of doubt. "I didn't expect that the medicine actually came from that woman. You have more tricks up your sleeve than I thought." Luo Yaizu's suspicion caused his men to slowly inch closer to Wang Mingjing. However, Wang Mingjing showed no signs of fear, remaining completely composed and unbothered. "Seems like my token of sincerity doesn't interest you much." Wang Mingjing took back the medicine bottle from Luo Yaizu's hands and opened it without hesitation. He popped one of the pills inside into his mouth and swallowed it. "If you're not interested in this good thing, then I'll just keep it for myself." After Wang Mingjing swallowed the pill, an imposing aura quickly radiated from his body. Luo Yaizu noticed that the force emanating from Wang Mingjing far surpassed his expectations and even exceeded his current level. The overpowering pressure forced everyone standing around them to instinctively take a step back, surprising even Luo Yaizu himself as a flicker of astonishment flashed through his eyes. "What exactly does this medicine do?" An urgent question escaped Luo Yaizu's lips as he desperately wished to snatch the bottle back from Wang Mingjing immediately. Wang Mingjing smirked and replied, "This medicine temporarily boosts your combat strength. When it really matters, this is the only treasure that will save your life or slay your enemy." A gleam of excitement sparkled in Luo Yaizu's eyes as he eagerly pursued further details, asking, "How exactly were these drugs researched?" Chuckling softly, Wang Mingjing answered, "Some unique species fell into Wang Zheng's hands for dissection. From their bodies, certain hormones were extracted and synthesized into this drug. But there are still some things I haven't told you." Glancing around at all of Luo Yaizu's people, including Yu Fangfang, Wang Mingjing indicated that this was confidential information for the ears of Luo Yaizu alone. Luo Yaizu nodded in understanding and gestured for everyone to leave, ensuring privacy. Once they were alone, Wang Mingjing leaned forward and whispered conspiratorially, "I'm going to tell you something only you will know, so that you can seize control over this. You must not let anyone else find out." Suspense now gnawed insatiably at Luo Yaizu, who hurriedly reassured Wang Mingjing, "Rest assured, even my father wouldn't hear a word about this." Seeing how enraptured Luo Yaizu was by the drug's potential, Wang Mingjing grinned faintly and revealed, "The more you consume of this drug, the stronger your battle prowess becomes. This single vial contains more than 20 pills, you can imagine what would happen if all of them were consumed at once. Moreover, most importantly, this drug has no side effects. Once your metabolism expels those hormones, you'll be fine. Though it cannot permanently enhance your strength, it leaves behind no adverse consequences after use. Its value should be crystal clear to you." By this point, Luo Yaizu's face was a canvas splashed with gratitude, as he fervently declared, "Mr. Wang, you've done me a tremendous favor by sharing this information." To hold this drug was equivalent to having an extra lifeline at his disposal, a fact Luo Yaizu keenly grasped. Puffing Wang Mingjing on the shoulder, Luo Yaizu affirmed, "We are partners in this endeavor, and naturally, I shall ensure to give you benefits. Let me warn you though, Gong Cang also sent spies to follow me, so make sure your people don't get caught. If your people betray me, rest assured I'll have retribution." Though the tone of the word retribution was softer among others spoken by Wang Mingjing, it rang chillingly loud to Luo Yaizu, inducing cold sweats down his spine. Luo Yaizu knew better than to raise his voice against Wang Mingjing and proceeded to charm him with ample flattery. Once Wang Mingjing had left, Luo Yaizu carefully stashed the medicine near his chest, determined not to divulge this secret to a soul, not a soul. Not even. Chapter 116, A Temporarily Changed Plan. Wang Mingjing had sent several fragmented shipments of drugs to Luo Yaozu, all of which were gladly accepted by him. Upon Wang Mingjing's advice, Luo Yaozu distributed some of the drugs among his subordinates, sharing them fairly to avoid discontent from his men regarding his control over a large quantity of medicine. With this supply of medicine secured, Luo Yaozu began moving faster and preparing for an attack, making it increasingly inevitable. Meanwhile, Luo Yaozu and Julius also managed to establish contact smoothly. Julius' men met with Luo Yaozu's men outside the city, handing over a phone, and soon after, the two communicated through a special line. Miss Julius, I will launch an attack after a certain period, completely uprooting Gungang's group and the Wang family's forces from this base. Luo Yaozu's tone carried more respect when speaking to Julius, knowing full well that the attractive woman before him, despite appearing as one who should be doted on by men, was not nearly as harmless as she looked. The merciless killer at his side was none other than her creation, something he would never forget. Julius had long sought to obtain something from the Wang family's laboratory, knowing that the madman there might have uncovered details she hadn't noticed yet. Those details could very well be the key to the entire plan. Moreover, Julius glanced at the tightly shut door next to her. Behind it, people from the Pasteur Medical Center conducted experiments on awakened humans inside that lab. Clearly, their goals were fundamentally different from hers. Those madmen weren't looking for a golden key to solve all diseases in this world, instead, they aimed to create terrifying, irrational killing machines. What pitiful beings! A trace of compassion flickered in Julius' eyes. This world had become what it is today because she wanted to explore the limits of patient zero, but she wasn't wrong, her aim was for everyone suffering from painful illnesses in this world. If she could take control of the Wang family's laboratory, she could persuade the people of the Pasteur Medical Center to allow her an independent lab, where she would complete her final conception. With this in mind, Julius responded firmly to Luo Yao, don't worry, Luo, I'll send my best assistant to fight alongside you and capture that city. But, are you sure there are no flaws in your plan? After all, this world is no longer as simple as we once thought. Each of my assistants is invaluable and difficult to replace in the short term. For this attack, I already have a perfect strategy planned out, Luo Yao slapped his chest and assured her, then added further requests to Julius, Miss Julius, I hope you can give me more assistance. They are highly trained soldiers, and most have awakened to their beast souls. To ordinary people without beast souls, they're precious laborers, but those soldiers must be utterly eliminated during our attack. Julius was not surprised by Luo Yao's words, as she'd prepared accordingly beforehand. I'll have my men bring you something good, but I hope you ensure that no one outside of the plan learns about it. As Luo listened, the image of Wang Mingjing's resolute and confident face appeared in his mind. Despite being convinced by Wang Mingjing's apparent behavior, a little voice inside him suggested this might be a good opportunity to test Wang Mingjing's loyalty. I'm waiting for your good news, Miss Julius. After confirming the method, time, and location for the rendezvous, both parties ended their call. Julius immediately summoned Tom, the man who had previously been dispatched to hunt down Gongsun. Tom, prepare the things we discussed last time, and then help that Luo fellow take over the base. Tom, whose figure was tall and imposing, nodded, emitting a growling sound like a wild beast from his throat. Miss Julius, after capturing the base, how do we deal with that ridiculous young man? Tom referred to Luo Yao, and his eyes revealed clear contempt and disdain. He formed a cross with his 5 fingers at his throat to mimic a cutting motion. Don't touch him. After taking the place, we still need him to manage it. Our focus must remain on research, managing these affairs would only waste our energy and time. Julius had a clear plan for her objectives. She would not waste a single minute on anything she deemed unnecessary. Understood, I'll go prepare. Anyway, I should also pay a visit to that guy. For Tom, his feelings toward Julius had long since ceased to be purely those of a protector. While what this woman did seemed horrifying to everyone else, he could understand her determination to break all constraints and her greatness. One day, all the people in this world who cursed Julius would see her sacrifices and contributions and would feel grateful because of them. As Tom went off to prepare, Gong Tsang and the others were also busily preparing. Lu Xinwu played for Wang Zheng and the others the recording of the intercepted phone content, causing serious expressions to appear on everyone's faces as they now understood Julius' target, the Wang family's laboratory. Julius is determined to secure the laboratory. She might not know we've acquired the Dragon Clan variant, but she does know this lab's setup and that her research needs it. Wang Zheng bitterly smiled and shook his head. I thought this lab would be confidential. But clearly, it's not as secret as I imagined. If this was before the apocalypse, there would be plenty of disguising and guarding methods, making confidentiality never an issue. However, this is post-apocalypse. Gong Tsang let out a soft sigh, saying, even if one doesn't specifically know what research goes on here, the electricity usage alone shows it's far from ordinary, and these details are easy enough to investigate. A great many abnormal species corpses needed freezing and refrigeration, so the lab's electricity consumption was undoubtedly the highest. It was an unshakable truth. But if they want to use the lab, I think the destruction of power might not be something to worry about, Lu Xian mused before speaking up. The importance of the lab goes without saying. They wouldn't do anything during attacks or sabotage that would harm the lab. That's something we can rest assured about. Luo Yaozu's collusion with outsiders aims at capturing this base. His ambition is not small. Speaking of Luo Yaozu, Wang Zheng's expression grew slightly somber. I'd like to see how he acts. It's uncertain whether Luo Yaozu and Julius' deal is being concealed from Wang Mingjing. We need to be extra cautious. After the meeting, Gongcang communicated a little with Wang Mingjing, and Wang Mingjing reassured him, indicating that he knew what to do. Sure enough, during their subsequent meeting, Luo Yaozu casually mentioned Julius. Not only did Wang Mingjing fail to show interest, he directly informed Luo Yaozu that if Julius' involvement made everything uncontrollable, then he would no longer participate in this plan. This is a plan that must succeed, one I cannot afford to fail, and neither can you. With a single sentence, Wang Mingjing gained Luo Yaozu's trust, cautious yet decisive, such was the former boss Luo Yaozu trusted. In turn, Luo Yaozu didn't continue hiding the deal from Wang Mingjing. Though he was destined not to spare Wang Mingjing's life, right now, Wang Mingjing was his greatest collaborator. Tom's group lured a horde of zombies to the suburbs, creating an exceptionally brutal battle that caught the attention of forces within the base. When they faced zombie attacks they couldn't resist, Wang Zheng's people intervened and saved them. According to the old rules, the base could temporarily accommodate them for rest and adjustment, but they had to offer sufficient supplies in exchange. Tom's group handed over supplies and, under Luo Yaozu's operation, took a rest within his jurisdiction. Meanwhile, Wang Mingjing met Tom through Luo Yaozu's introduction. Tom, this Mr. Wang is my collaborator. He's hidden within Gongcang's group and will help us create opportunities for our attack. Wang Mingjing glanced at Tom, his face remaining unperturbed while his eyes showed deep caution and vigilance. Turning to look at Luo Yaozu, he asked, are you sure their participation will make our actions more perfect? Remember, after entering the base following those previous battles, everyone knows their combat capabilities. For any formidable fighting force, I believe Wang Zheng's side would certainly monitor them closely. I admire your keenness and meticulousness, but don't forget, you're the biggest variable in this action, Tom bluntly challenged Wang Mingjing, unless you can prove your worth, I think you won't have to return there either. Tom's eyes carried a cold intent to kill, and the sudden release of his imposing aura made Luo Yaozu's face pale. Wang Mingjing, despite feeling the powerful charisma, showed no fear and instead stared back at Tom unflinchingly. The two men's gazes locked in mid-air for a long while. As the tension between them grew thicker, Luo Yaozu began to worry whether they might reach a point where cooperation would be impossible. However, Tom eventually withdrew his offensive stare. I was concerned that you'd be an incapable person, but now I believe you're capable of doing your job. This scrutinizing gaze from Tom was merely to confirm that Wang Mingjing harbored no deceitful intentions. The incident with Liao Jin had shaken him deeply, so during the pursuit of Liao Jin, Tom thoroughly examined every collaborator. Unlike Luo Yaozu who was already aligned with Julius, Wang Mingjing possessed ambitions far exceeding his actual strength, a type of individual essential for their cooperation. Internally, though, any traitor could lead to irreplaceable losses. To return and see my younger brother, I will do anything it takes to survive. Wang Mingjing gave Tom a cold glance and warned, don't drag me down. Although Wang Mingjing's arrogant tone and self-assurance slightly irritated Tom, he admitted that this aggressive collaborator suited his taste. Unfortunately, they had to leave behind the fool Luo Yaozu. Tom looked at Luo Yaozu, who keenly sensed the disdain yet pretended to be indifferent. Luo Yaozu knew only too well about Julius' influence. As long as he could survive this apocalypse, he wouldn't care whether he was regarded as a person or an object in her eyes. Survival was his sole purpose. Calmly speaking, Tom asked, our people are ready, what opportunity will you seize to take action? And when will you select a moment for him to cause chaos from within? Simple. I'll stir up an internal conflict. It will disrupt the order of this base. They can easily resolve this conflict, but they won't, because humans are non-renewable resources, and no base can afford massive casualties. Simultaneously, Luo Yaozu grinned and added, my people will lure a horde of zombies to weaken the city's forces as much as possible. Luo Yaozu then turned to Wang Mingjing and said, at that time, I'll give you a drug that suppresses the abilities of beast soul-awakened individuals. You just need to put it in the drinking water. We'll handle the rest amidst the chaos. The bloodthirsty undertones in Luo Yaozu's voice made even Wang Mingjing slightly raise his eyebrows. This plan wasn't perfect and carried significant risks, but combined attacks from inside and outside would undoubtedly result in a catastrophe. In such a situation, how many of the faction Gongcang belonged to would remain alive after the third wave of attacks remained uncertain and not optimistic. Wang Mingjing, touched by some thoughts internally, maintained an outward cautious expression towards Luo Yaozu, asking, if this is the case, how can you guarantee my safe departure? You stay inside the base without venturing out, avoid being attacked by the mob, and our people recognize your appearance. They won't harm you. Just keep hiding and stay alive. Once everything is under control, we'll make sure to get you out. Wang Mingjing clenched his teeth until his veins popped on his forehead. After a long silence, he responded, since we've decided to cooperate, I'll trust your words. When exactly is the timing? And when will I receive the drugs? The timing and the items will be sent over later, Luo Yaosu replied, gazing deeply at Wang Mingjing. To avoid alerting others prematurely, from today onward, we should sever contact temporarily. Wang Mingjing nodded without uttering further words and left decisively. After Wang Mingjing was entirely gone, Tom turned to Luo Yaosu with a frown, asking, "Didn't you say this man was trustworthy? Then why hide these plans from him?" "Because I can't let him have a chance to survive, otherwise, he'd be the first to kill me." Though Luo Yaosu had genuinely trusted Wang Mingjing, the overwhelming sense of impending danger nagged at him incessantly. Moreover, new developments from Yu Fangfang's efforts provided another reason. Hence, at the last minute, Luo Yaosu made his decision. Yet, Luo Yaosu didn't realize that Wang Mingjing had already sensed something amiss. Chapter 117, Find That Person. After returning to the residence, Wang Mingjing returned to his room as usual, alone. When closing the door, he flicked a strand of finger wind toward the doorway, causing a small piece of paint to chip off. When Lu Depang was conducting his routine patrol, he glanced at Wang Mingjing's door and then reported it to Li Qian. At dawn, Gong Tsang sneaked into Wang Mingjing's room as usual. Wang Mingjing recounted everything he had witnessed with Luo Yaosu to Gong Tsang. "If I'm not mistaken, Luo Yaosu plans to get rid of me as well. Therefore, whatever medicine he intends to give me will not be genuine. You must stay vigilant and find out who is their mole." After guessing Luo Yaoshu's true intentions, Wang Mingjing made an accurate deduction. "Now I don't know what kind of means they'll use against us, but you have to help me figure that out." Gong Tsang understood that even Tom was here now, indicating that Julius and his group were determined to seize the Wang family lab. Nodding, he said, "Now we don't know the true identity or the abilities of this insider, so you must stay extra cautious yourself. However, in order to keep them complacent, you mustn't let your guard down. Rest assured, whether it's for survival or to return to High City, I will do my best to assist you." As Wang Mingjing stared at Gong Tsang's side face with alluring features, he became slightly dazed. Gong Tsang acted as if he didn't sense Wang Mingjing's gaze, leaving the room indifferently without sparing him even a second. Sigh. Wang Mingjing shook his head wryly, suppressing his turbulent emotions. He had thought, if it weren't here, if it weren't during the apocalypse, perhaps he would try every way possible to pursue Gong Tsang. But there are no ifs. In fact, Wang Mingjing knew very clearly that even if Gong Tsang wasn't in this situation, things remained unchanged like in the past, he would still never be able to attain anything with Gong Tsang. Some people are beyond reach for life, Wang Mingjing understood this fully. But such a clear understanding also made him feel particularly reluctant. With a soft sigh, Wang Mingjing closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, all those distracting thoughts had vanished from his eyes. The determination to survive overpowered every other thought. After Gong Tsang and Lu Xian met up with Li Qian and others, they passed on all the information provided by Wang Mingjing. Li Qian's expression became exceedingly serious. "If Luo Yaoshu can betray Wang Mingjing, then surely someone within our group has betrayed us." He Yong's complexion darkened further, gripping his fists tightly, biting down hard on his jaw. "I can confirm that my soldiers pose no problem, but as for those who came along with us, I am uncertain." Lu Xian suddenly remembered someone, and seriously said, "Do you remember He Chang?" "He Chang? Isn't he that kid whose father shares the same name as me?" He Yong vividly recalled He Chang because of the similarity in names. Due to this coincidence, he had even shared drinks with He Chang's father, another He Yong. "Yes, that's him," confirmed Lu Xian earnestly. He Chang's ability allows him to hear other people's inner voices clearly. "I cannot confirm who among the short-haired ones might have colluded with Luo Yaoshu, but I do know that if their rank isn't higher than He Chang's, he will certainly be able to hear their thoughts. But everyone in this courtyard who followed us here has some knowledge of He Chang's abilities, so it's possible they've already been on their guard. In fact, being on guard is a small matter. The point is, He Chang is different from us, he's just a child. He lacks proper judgment on many issues. Rather than dragging him into this mess, we should think of ways ourselves to discern things." Li Qian's words garnered agreement from Gong Tsang too. Given that the child was too young, it was questionable how much assistance he could provide. If someone familiar with He Chang harmed him because of this, everyone would end up blaming themselves. But even if we try our ways, it might be too late. He Yong shook his head, frowning deeply. "This plan may come into effect when we're least prepared. We don't know whether chaos will ensue first or zombies will be lured first, or exactly when they'll drug us. If we wait recklessly, it could lead to catastrophic consequences." Everyone was aware of Luo Yaoshu's planning, yet they couldn't act on him impulsively. If his planted agents among the masses incite the unknowing people, this base would surely descend into utter confusion. And when that happens, it would fulfill Luo Yaoshu's wishes. This base would then become easily accessible prey for the pre-prepared Julius. Realizing what was about to possibly happen, everyone inevitably fell silent. Regardless of whether Luo Yaoshu's scheme is a conspiracy or an overt plan, it would be extremely difficult to not hurt the innocents. If that's the case, I do have a method. After pondering for a moment, Lu Xian suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. Everyone looked at Lu Xian with eyes full of curiosity. Only Gong Tsang's gaze remained on Lu Xian's face, revealing a thoughtful expression. Lu Xian chuckled and pointed to his nose, saying, "Don't forget, my beast soul is a pig, which has one of the best senses of smell in the world, second only to dogs. Previously, because of the upgrade, I could control my sense of smell, blocking overly foul odors. Li Qian's eyes lit up, hesitatingly saying, "What you mean is that you're going to act like a police dog and detect strange smells?" What Li Qian meant was a process similar to that of drug-sniffing dogs, although the workload was significant, but with Lu Xian's abilities, it wasn't impossible. However, what Lu Xian had in mind wasn't as simple as that. He could eliminate issues once, but he couldn't guarantee preventing them every time. Only by identifying those who had problems could they truly be worry-free. Lu Xian smiled and shook his head. "What I want to sniff out isn't just odd scents, but changes in people's body odors." "You mean emotional changes causing scent variations?" Looking at Lu Xian with amazement, Li Qian nodded, "Exactly. When emotions fluctuate, bodily scents also change, and this fact might not be known by everyone." He Yong lit up, "But how will you make use of this?" "Very simple. I can cover everyone with my sense of smell. So, we just need to ask the right questions." Lu Xian said confidently, "The more unsettling the questions are for them, the more they'll help us identify who among us has betrayed." "In that case, I know the kinds of questions that can stir their emotions," Li Qian replied, his face turning cold and eyes filled with ferocity. It wasn't hard to understand why Li Qian felt this way. Even at such a critical juncture, there were still people instigating internal conflicts, or worse yet trying to wipe out their entire team. Even the most benevolent would be furious. Just then, Li Qian suddenly said, "Since we're testing, let's test our own members too. Although I trust my comrades, we can't risk what-ifs. If something goes wrong, the price we pay won't be just a little." Li Qian. He Yong's face immediately changed. "You're talking about our brothers who have faced hardships together. Soldiers who trusted us with their lives. You're going to test them for this slight possibility? This, I absolutely disagree with. Old He, do you think I'm willing to come to this point?" Li Qian's expression was very complex, filled with a bit of struggle and pain, but his eyes were resolute. "My life doesn't mean much, but there are so many others whose safety we must consider. Even if now, we're no longer part of the state apparatus, we're soldiers for life and we can't neglect to sacrifice ourselves for the ones who trust us." Li Qian's words made He Yong's complexion change several times. In the end, he sighed deeply and stopped talking, tacitly approving Li Qian's suggestion. Seeing the tense atmosphere between the two, Gong Tsang comforted them, "Rest assured, the inherent nature of soldiers is to obey and protect the people. Li Qian's decision won't harm real soldiers." Gong Tsang was right, but what came to Lu Xian's mind were the tragic endings of these soldiers from his previous life, which weighed heavily on him, making his mood unusually somber. Until they left, he barely spoke a word. After Gong Tsang and Lu Xian returned to their room, Lu Xian sat on the couch lost in thought while Gong Tsang busied himself cooking. After preparing a table full of dishes, Gong Tsang hugged Lu Xian like a bear, brushing his nose against Lu Xian's cheek affectionately. Seeing Lu Xian snap back to reality, he asked smilingly, "Why are you so down?" In front of Gong Tsang, Lu Xian never concealed his feelings, leaning his head onto his chest softly and whispering, "I remembered things from my last life." Gong Tsang knew Lu Xian's contemplation stemmed from Li Qian's speech on the responsibilities of soldiers. With a light sigh, he said laughing, "Last life is over, it's gone. Everyone is fine now, aren't they? Why bother so much over things that won't happen anymore? Moreover, in this world, we have a day to live happily or unhappily either way. Relaxing is the key to better dealing with various matters we encounter." Lu Xian simply had a knot in his heart that hadn't been fully resolved, and after Gong Tsang guided him through it, the knot loosened significantly. "You're right. I can't let the past affect my current mood, otherwise, if we fail to find those hidden among us, it will be disastrous." The two of them ate together, then fooled around on the bed a bit before going to sleep early because they had already set a plan for testing and needed to conserve their energy. The next morning, before arranging the actions, Li Qian mentioned to everyone about the dinner gathering that night. No one was suspicious since this team's living conditions were better than other teams overall, not only in terms of equal human rights but occasional gatherings to improve life as well. Li Qian had some rookies stay behind to help cook while the rest went out hunting as usual. After Lu Xian met with Lu Xinwu, he also helped with the cooking. Although the communal meals were much rougher than Gong's private stoves, the big chunks of canned meat and fist-sized potatoes stewed into a sticky mess paired well with Sichuan-style pickled vegetables and quickly stir-fried greens made by the Chengdu member, tempting Lu Xian's appetite. Knowing Lu Xian's beast soul greatly influenced his body, Li Qian directly had him exchange for a whole pot of food to eat his fill. By the time Gongs returned later that evening, Li Qian had already led the group in eating something first. Satisfied and full, he began speaking. "Our team has been together for such a long time now, and there are some things I want to discuss with everyone." As Li Qian spoke, Lu Xian secretly summoned his beast soul. Already round and plump like glutinous rice balls, the piglet clung to Lu Xian's palm, purring cutely despite knowing that the beast soul wasn't a real pet. Still, Lu Xian couldn't help stroking it a few times before forming a deep connection. "Sweetheart, you'll be my key reliance soon." At a certain stage, a beast soul and its awakener could merge. This fusion not only enhances mutual communication but also expands the range of abilities. In sync with Lu Xian, the piglet obediently lay in his hand, softly nudging his hand with its nose while emitting faint snorts. Its pink-tinged white surface became transparent. Simultaneously, Lu Xian felt a strange force rise from the depths of his soul. Closing his eyes, Lu Xian could feel his senses becoming more acute, especially his sense of smell. At this moment, he realized he could distinguish the identities of the people present through minute differences in scent. More astonishingly, just as anticipated, when Li Qian started talking, subtle changes occurred in many people's scents. He could decipher what these scents represented emotionally. A calm emotion smelled like an excellent soufflé, soft with a hint of creamy fragrance. Worries and concerns resembled whiskey, able to easily evoke emotions. Anger and anxiety were akin to fried chili-covered peanuts, intensely fiery and impossible to get close to. Associating emotions with food made Lu Xian somewhat speechless. How did this diverge from what he expected? The scent he smelled from Gongcang. Recalling Gongcang, Lu Xian blushed, completely forgetting how the powerful scent radiating from Gongcang's body was like a rich honey cake that tempted him to touch. Just at that moment, Li Qian spoke seriously. We have lived together for quite a while now, but up till now, no one has clearly directed each person's future path. So this time, we'd like you all to make a choice, to continue living with us or seek protection from another power within this base. No matter what decision is made, I hope no one regrets it. As soon as Li Qian finished speaking, Lu Xian noticeably smelled the scents changing on many people's bodies, with worry and concern becoming the most predominant emotions. Fang Xingjin anxiously stood up and asked, Deputy Camp Leader Li, what exactly happened? We've been through so much together, why suddenly give us this choice? Is the burden of the team too heavy? If so, I believe everyone would be willing to contribute more effort to share the responsibility. Fang Xingjin's words resonated with others, with several showing support and expressing a desire to pitch in more. No one was a fool. Since coming to this base, although the Wang family and Ji family hadn't committed any atrocities, the true nature of the Luo family who controlled the grassroots of the base was visible to all. For those who have awakened their beast souls, things might be better since they at least have a unique skill. But for those who haven't awakened, it goes without saying what kind of life they lead. No one wants to live like an animal when they could have an equal life, even if it means enduring more hardship and fatigue. Li Qian cleared his throat and said with a smile, I'm not complaining about any of you. After all, we've spent such a long time together, and there are feelings involved. However, I can't make decisions for your futures anymore. And leaving this team doesn't mean we'll become enemies. If you need our help, you can still come to us. Since that's the case, let's make our intentions clear now. Those who wish to stay in the team, please remain. If you want to try other lifestyles, you may leave. Fang Xingjin spoke up again, reaching out to pull Dodo to her feet. Together with a few others she was close to, such as Fan Lily and Xiao Hong, they stood up and moved over to Li Qian's side. With her action, the remaining people also stood up one by one, choosing to stay. However, during this process, Lu Xian caught whiffs of 2 or 3 different odors that didn't match the known emotions. This smell was like rotten fruit on a summer day, irritating and nauseating, not much better than the stench of zombies. Similar to these undead creatures, they emitted an odor that made Lu Xian extremely uncomfortable. Only dark psychological changes could produce such a scent. Following the smell, Lu Xian opened his eyes and glanced around. When he identified the person whose mind had already drawn conclusions, he felt a jolt. He never expected it would be this person. Chapter 118, The Reason for Betrayal. Lu Xian had speculated many people could be the traitor, but when he saw that face, he was still shocked. He had never thought the traitor would be Fang Tong, the computer communication soldier who had once fought side by side with him. Lu Xian refused to believe this judgment and repeatedly confirmed the smell released by everyone, finally locking onto Fang Tong. Li Qian had been observing everyone's expressions while speaking. However, to his surprise, no one's expression seemed unusual, and he couldn't help but think that this traitor had not shown any signs so far, apparently lying in wait much deeper than he had imagined. However, Li Qian did not miss Lu Xian's expression. Seeing the gravity on Lu Xian's face, a sudden shock ran through his heart. Could it be that the person found was beyond everyone's expectations? Even though he thought so, Li Qian revealed no traces on his face. With everyone standing on his side, he felt reassured yet also felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. Clearing his throat, Li Qian looked at everyone behind him with an unprecedentedly serious expression and said, since everyone trusts us, then regardless of how great the cost may be, we will do our utmost to ensure the normal operation of this team. At this moment, Qian Jiejia, always gentle, stepped forward. She glanced at the crowd behind her and said seriously, Deputy Battalion Commander Li, we've already made up our minds after these days. Being with all of you, even those of us without superhuman abilities have genuinely felt a sense of safety, and respect, and care from you. Is there anything more important than being treated as human beings at this point? We thank you and hope to live well under your protection, together waiting until the apocalypse ends. What Qian Jiejia said reflected what others were also thinking. When the apocalypse started, they entered a world truly defined by the law of the jungle where there were no moral constraints, and everyone just made choices to survive. Everyone hoped that this damned apocalypse would eventually end and let them return to that normal society which, although restrained, was safe. Thinking that perhaps one day they could wait for the apocalypse to end, many eyes turned red. This broken-down world had burdened them with too much pain and torment that they didn't want to bear. Just the thought that perhaps one day they could return to a normal world filled them with excitement and longing, making their bodies tremble slightly. As long as humans survive, they will reproduce. Who would wish for their next generation to learn combat and survival from childhood rather than enter a clean campus? Everyone echoed this sentiment, touching Li Qian somewhat. For a long time, he and his soldiers had positioned themselves as protectors, but they hadn't realized how far beyond his expectations and imagination the trust of everyone toward them had grown. And this sense of trust made Li Qian hate the traitor even more, the scumbag who wanted to destroy all this peace. After calming everyone down, Li Qian adjourned the meeting, and Lu Xian left the canteen with everyone else following their usual habits, heading over to Li Qian's place late that night. This time, however, Lu Xian didn't linger for long with Li Qian and others. He soon used some decoded information as an excuse to gather them at Lu Xinwu's place. Upon entering Lu Xinwu's room, the leisurely expressions on everyone's faces instantly turned tense. He Yong and Li Qian simultaneously asked, "Is the person found out?" Lu Xian sighed lightly, nodding his head and saying, "I found the person harboring deep malice. He is one of us, and he's quite capable, which is why I brought you here to speak. Old Lu has got this covered, there won't be any mistakes." Li Qian gravely asked, "Lu Xian, who exactly is that person?" Without hesitation, Lu Xian uttered the name he firmly believed belonged to the traitor. Fong Tong. He Yong's eyes widened sharply in disbelief, exclaiming, "How could it possibly be him?" Upon hearing Fong Tong's name, even the color drained from Li Qian's face in an instant. Stepping forward, he stared into Lu Xian's eyes and questioned, "Lu Xian, are you sure? How could it possibly be Fong Tong?" In response to He Yong and Li Qian's reactions, Lu Xian could only sigh again and say, "I'm absolutely sure, it really is Fong Tong. I, too, wish I was wrong. I locked onto him multiple times for verification, each time leaving me with no choice but to believe my judgment was correct." And Lu Xian, unable to bear looking at He Yong and Li Qian who were ashen-faced, gritted his teeth and said, Fong Tong's emotional changes corresponded to Li Qian's speech. Moreover, when Li Qian mentioned taking care of everyone, Fong Tong's malice reached its peak. Although Lu Xian's words did not explicitly state the situation, everyone knew what he meant, that Fong Tong's dissatisfaction was not aimed at ordinary civilians but rather at their own group. He Yong and Li Qian exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with many thoughts. After a long while, both let out heavy, sorrowful sighs. If Fong Tong's hatred is directed at He Yong and me, I think I roughly know the reason for his betrayal. Li Qian's voice was full of self-reproach, and his usually confident face now showed only anguish. Most of us in this group awakened our abilities right at the start of the apocalypse. Even if we hadn't awakened initially, during combat, we gradually acquired our animal souls. Fong Tong came from a technical military background, and at the time, since he hadn't awakened, it didn't matter much to us because everyone was considered brothers. We all just wanted to survive together, and no one thought too much about it. After arriving here, we also attempted methods to help Fong Tong awaken an animal soul. We followed the advice given by the Wang family and accepted their assistance, but it simply didn't work. 2 of our comrades succeeded, but he and a few others couldn't awaken their souls for the life of them. Lu Xian wasn't particularly aware of Fong Tong's case, but Gong Sang understood the underlying cause deep down, it was something he had personally set into motion. No matter how strong a soldier's combat capabilities might be, lacking an animal soul would inevitably make them weaker. Possessing such a soul greatly enhanced their fighting power, as exemplified by people like Gong Sang and Satin. However, there was always uncertainty in every situation, and what made Fong Tong unique among those affected was his inability to accept the outcome. Li Qian thought that after talking heart-to-heart with Fong Tong, he had come to terms with it. Unexpectedly, not only had Fong Tong not resolved his resentment, but instead, he betrayed them all, betrayed this group united by common honor. A bitter expression flashed across Li Qian's face as he let out a soft sigh. I'm sure Luo Yaosu has lured him with something related to awakening. The clearer they understood the reasons behind Fong Tong's betrayal, the more suffocating He Yong felt. The feeling of being betrayed by someone they trusted was truly terrible. Because of this, He Yong's gaze towards Li Qian carried an extra layer of apology. Had it not been for Li Qian's insistence on letting Lu Xian cover everyone's sense, they might still be unaware of the betrayer, leading to disastrous consequences far beyond their control. I've understood Fong Tong's situation. Let's feed him some false information later. Gong Sang broke the oppressive silence between the two. If Luo Yaosu incited Fong Tong, then let's give them some wrong information deliberately. We know Luo Yaosu is plotting something big, so any trouble we can create for him will make dealing with him easier. Fong Tong's betrayal as a technical soldier wasn't a trivial matter, but what reassured Li Qian and He Yong was that they hadn't discussed critical matters within the team. Instead, they brought these issues over to the Wang family for discussion. After all, within this base, the force represented by Wang Zheng was most important, and others demonstrated respect by going to that side for discussions. This allowed the dedicated researchers involved to waste less time. Lu Xian also nodded, a mischievous grin on his face. Speaking of which, I have a suggestion for you too. After hearing Lu Xian's idea and recommendation, the gloom on Li Qian and He Yong's faces lessened slightly. However, exchanging a glance, Li Qian hesitated, we've used this trick before. Would Fong Tong fall for it again? If Fang Tong could participate and witness the entire process himself, that would make all the difference. Lu Xian smiled and revealed a name, Xiao Hong. Haven't you forgotten about this girl? Before, we faked things using various methods, but this time, we have an instant tool, a cheat, Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong was the girl who possessed the spider beast soul. She could control zombies, and her strength was genuinely formidable. Since entering the base, she underwent several evolutions, and now she could command hundreds of zombies for short periods. Gong Tsang slightly raised one of his eyebrows, muttering, Xiao Hong's current strength is clear to all, but staging this act would undoubtedly put her through immense strain. I wonder if she'll be able to hold up under the pressure. I don't know if Xiao Hong can handle it, but from what I've observed during my time working with her, she has a determined streak. If we give her the right support, she could really pull this off. As He Yong mentioned Xiao Hong, his eyes shone with admiration as he gave a thumbs up. In my book, her rank is definitely this high. Li Qian nodded in agreement. If that's the case, then communicating with Xiao Hong will be your responsibility. No problem. I'll take Xiao Hong out on a mission shortly and discuss things with her while we're at it. He Yong frequently led Xiao Hong's team on missions, which made communication convenient. Gong Tsang added, with Fang Tong confirmed as the traitor, monitoring duties fall to you guys. I'll coordinate with Lu Xian's previous plans and also discuss our strategy with the Wang family. At this moment, Lu Xian interjected, Fang Tong's surveillance isn't my area of expertise, but since I've locked onto him, I can also lock onto any nearby sense. If I detect anything unusual, I'll notify you immediately. Lu Xian was confident about this point. After all, scent composition generally followed predictable patterns, and if Wang Mingjing was correct, that particular thing would surely have a distinct smell. By the way, I have another thought, it's possible that what Fang Tong gets from Luo Yaosu isn't necessarily a liquid, Gong Tsang suddenly spoke up. After all, Luo Yaosu manipulated even Wang Mingjing. Who knows how exactly he plans to use that thing? All I need to do is keep Fang Tong closely monitored and remain flexible regardless of the situation. Anyway, there are many things beyond our control, so overthinking them won't benefit us much. At this point, Lu Xinwu, who had been busy tinkering with a computer, suddenly stood up and pointed at Satin, who was still furiously typing away nearby. Lu Xian, hurry over. We've decoded some information. Lu Xinwu's voice trembled with barely contained excitement, startling everyone into turning around and rushing toward him. I hacked into some semi-defunct satellites last night, and one of them was used after being infiltrated. To avoid detection, we captured some data before lying low. The semi-defunct satellites Lu Xinwu referred to were those properly functioning pre-apocalypse but now aimlessly floating in orbit without control since the catastrophe began. Did you manage to decipher this information? Lu Xian glanced at Lu Xinwu's face, which bore heavy dark circles under his eyes, and couldn't help but remind his old friend, Old Lu, working hard is good, but don't push yourself too far or you'll ruin your health. Lu Xinwu and Satin were the only two plastic machine operators in their group, and both were strong assets. An illness could lead to unforeseeable losses for the whole group. Don't worry about me, I'm still sharp. Come on, take a look at this. Lu Xinwu rushed to the computer, projecting the desktop screen onto the wall, pointing at the file. Some of this stuff is in Romanian, some in English, and some in Italian and other languages, but we programmed the translator to decode it. The grammar might not be perfect, but when pieced together, it should make sense to you. What exactly does this content mean? You're acting so mysterious. Lu Xian focused on the documents projected on the wall, his murmurs fading into silence as he absorbed the details. Not just Lu Xian, but even Gong Tsang, Li Qian, and He Yong grew increasingly troubled as they read further, their expressions growing more alarming. We never expected the Pasteur Medical Center to be something like this. He Yong sucked in a sharp breath, leaving them all stunned. Combining these findings with the earlier materials gathered from the Pasteur Center, it seemed that the truth behind the apocalypse was even more terrifying than they imagined. If this is true, Jules was merely a mad scientist exploited by others, while the people from the Pasteur Medical Center were the real architects of terror. After reviewing the contents, Lu Xian's expression also soured. What lay ahead was not at all what he had foreseen. I thought we were the ones who could end this, but it seems we'll need to unite with greater forces to address the situation. Li Qian's expression turned bitterly sorrowful. I never imagined such events would happen in this era. The intercepted contents displayed on the wall came from various sources, some were folk legends, some were copied images of medieval parchment scrolls, and others were foreign family genealogies. At first glance, apart from the bizarre things that might catch attention, there wouldn't be much association. However, everyone present was fully aware of the materials obtained from the Pasteur Medical Center. They had long been searching for mutants to conduct human experiments on, and individuals from China were considered key targets due to their supergenes. But what this data unearthed shocked everyone, namely, the existence of legendary creatures. Vampires, werewolves, water spirits. These creatures that have dominated Western dark fairy tales were, in everyone's understanding, merely exaggerated interpretations by humans of certain diseases. But considering the strange beings found by the Pasteur Medical Center, what if these weren't fantasies, but realities? Moreover, the reality was even more grounded. These creatures from dark fairy tales were actually the offspring of foreign mutants combined with humans, passed down through generations. Not only do these hybrid descendants exist, they have also infiltrated human society, rising to positions of power and becoming dominant forces controlling human society. Just thinking about this possibility sent shivers down everyone's spines. If the emergence of mutants in China could at least make some sense, then the existence of such beings abroad was truly alarming. In these materials, many details were missing because Lu Xinwu and his team intercepted the data cautiously so as not to be detected. As a result, the stolen information was fragmented. One incomplete file stood out prominently. It was the focus of everyone's attention. This file contained a timetable, a plan created by foreign mutant groups aimed at spreading their kind. The plan involved using viruses and gene technology to alter human genes, turning promising humans into their own kind while manipulating others who couldn't evolve. Though more detailed sections of this plan were lost, based on today's gene technology capabilities, achieving what was laid out wasn't impossible. Gene technology has become an integral part of modern life for many. Some people carry genes granting superior physical abilities, while others bear genes making them less adaptable to environmental changes. There are even some gene technologies capable of improving the human body to better suit different environments. However, gene technologies beneficial to humans generally come with exorbitant costs. Forget about applying such gene modifications to the human body, even its application to animals and plants is extremely expensive. Promotion or popularization within elite circles remains a challenge. Yet viral vectors completely lower all thresholds. As seen with SARS and H1N1, both just forms of pneumonia and the common cold, but spread globally due to various factors, demonstrating the high activity and contagious nature of virus strains. When viruses combine with genetic technology, the outcome can only be described as terrifying. Lu Xian furrowed his brows angrily. No wonder the initial outbreak of the apocalypse had such wide coverage and intensity. It had little to do with patient zero or Jules. On the contrary, the chances are higher that it was orchestrated by the Pasteur Medical Center. It was no wonder Lu Xian thought this way. The Pasteur Medical Center had established footholds worldwide. Even in backward areas, like parts of Africa where poverty runs rampant, the institution was regarded as a savior, offering aid and treatment without asking for anything in return. Yet, none could have foreseen this organization's hidden agenda, not only targeting China's supergenes but also functioning as the vessel holding Pandora's box of viral gene technology in every corner of the globe. The more this idea sank in, the angrier everyone became. He Yong clenched his fists tightly, grinding his teeth until the veins on his forehead bulged visibly, resembling a small dragon entwined around his head. It appears those hybrids of mutants and humans exploited those at the top to acquire resources, thus becoming creators of calamity, Gong Song muttered after reflecting deeply. Thinking back to the challenges encountered during their missions pre-apocalypse, whether domestically or internationally, Gong Song let out a heavy sigh, echoing He Yong's sentiment, fear of death controls everyone. This very fear enables those with control over everything to fall prey to exploitation. Lu Xian nodded as well. Now that we know this message, it feels like sheer luck that by peering through the cracks, we're piecing together fragments. But our current strength, though likely sufficient to deal with Jules, is probably still insufficient to confront the vast global reach of the Pasteur Medical Center. Shifting his gaze to the projection on the wall, Lu Xian asked Lu Xinwu, "Old Lu, do you have any clue about the identity of the person transmitting these files?" Lu Xinwu shook his head with a bitter smile. "I just hid and retrieved the data. I don't know who was transmitting these files. But if you give me some time, I can set up a trigger-based hidden tracking command based on the other party's transmission method, which might help determine their identity. In my opinion, though, this abandoned satellite once belonged to Russia, so perhaps these materials come from people of that country as well. Furthermore, judging by the collection methods of these documents, it probably wasn't the doing of the Pasteur Medical Center. After all, a very practical issue, they have the support of global political elites and billionaires, thus possessing resources far beyond anyone's imagination. They would never resort to using an abandoned satellite. If so, old Lu, you should track them down. Perhaps we could find allies to stand against the Pasteur Medical Center. Maybe together, we can root out this global scourge at its source." At this moment, Li Qian said, "We can deliberate further on these matters later, but right now, we must safely get through Luo Yaizu's imminent action." Gong Tsang paused in deep thought for a while before saying, "I have an idea, everyone can consider it." "What kind of idea?" "Now we know what good deeds the Pasteur Medical Center has been up to. When we deal with Jules, I have an idea which might also be helpful in wiping out the domestic branch of the Pasteur Medical Center." Gong Tsang hesitated for a moment before elaborating on his plan. This time, the assistance Luo Yaizu is receiving from Jules is Tom. He isn't part of the Pasteur Medical Center, but rather a colleague of mine at the security company. Tom has harbored feelings of admiration towards Jules. If we manage to capture him alive, I believe we can use him as a channel to communicate with Jules, trying to persuade her to join our side. Jules is a scientific fanatic. How can you be sure she'll listen to Tom? Moreover, I suspect she would trust the Pasteur Medical Center, her collaborators, more than us former adversaries. Gong Tsang shook his head. Precisely because she is a scientific fanatic, once she knows the full truth, there's a certain likelihood she could become an ally. Even if not, the things she knows will definitely become a point of divergence between her and the Pasteur Medical Center. Perhaps more accurately, this rift might already exist. What Tom delivers to her this time will only serve to widen this crack. Gong Song is right. I'll copy these items then let that person take it back to Jules. In any case, there's no harm for us. Finally, Sutton looked up from his computer with a totally nonchalant expression, saying, no matter what, if we can deal with them once, we can deal with them again. And if they turn hostile due to lack of cooperation, we'll just exterminate them next time. Perhaps due to sleep deprivation, Sutton's words were lethargic, but the unmasked fierceness still caught everyone's attention. Now that we've settled on these plans, let's get moving. Let's give them a grand gift. Everyone faced the upcoming battle with remarkable composure, showing nothing but calmness on their faces. In this post-apocalyptic world, fleeing or dodging won't solve anything. If they wish to survive, they must face challenges head-on and never give up. Chapter 119, A Peaceful Park. 2 days later, Li Qian mobilized everyone for an operation. Our satellites have discovered a batch of unclaimed supplies 200 kilometers away. However, since they use hydroelectric power as a backup source, we need technicians to crack it. Li Qian directly looked at Fong Tong, who was standing silently beside him, and assigned Fong Tong. This time it was supposed to be Lu Xinwu and Sutton going, but the two of them are trying to decrypt the satellite password recently, so they're unavailable. You go instead. Any issues? Fong Tong lifted his head, said resolutely, report, no problem. His voice was strong, and his face showed no sign of any issues. If it wasn't for Lu Xian's constant influence on him, the hidden details might not have been discovered. That said, Li Qian in his heart still hoped that during this mission, Fong Tong could change his decision. Years of interaction made it impossible for him and Hiyong to abandon their soldiers easily. That's why he couldn't fully accept Fong Tong's betrayal emotionally but retained a bit of sentiment. If there's no problem, that's good. This operation will involve me, Hiyong, Gongsun, and 2 other teams. Dismissed. Everyone go claim your supplies and provisions, and we leave in 1 hour. A place 200 kilometers away isn't close, usually taking half a day to travel back and forth. To ensure strength, after the completion of missions, teams would often find sheltered areas to rest before returning when safe. Therefore, no one opposed Li Qian's orders. The men and women responsible for logistics efficiently handed over the prepped items to the team members participating in this operation. Lu Xian, however, set off earlier with Xiao Hong's different squad to act elsewhere. An hour later, everyone left the base promptly, embarking on their mission. Li Qian's rare large-scale move naturally caught Luo Yaizu's attention. Hurrying to Tom, he asked anxiously, Tom, this time Li Qian and Gongsun are leaving the base and taking most of the combatants. Shall we begin our action now? Tom suppressed his annoyance and calmly replied, don't forget, one of the teams is only conducting a cleanup nearby. The squad we sent out to draw zombie hordes hasn't returned yet. Plus, your mole has been taken by Li Qian. Without the mole creating trouble, how much chance do you think we have to succeed? Patience in all matters ensures a position of strength, don't you have an old saying in your country? Think thrice before you act. I certainly don't want Gongsun sensing our plan. Besides, before the zombie horde distracts the Wang family people, can you confirm we can succeed? The latest and complete novels are all on Mahjua Novel Network. Upon being reminded by Tom, Luo Yaizu realized he was too hasty and awkwardly gave up the previous thought. You're right. We can settle these matters first and then talk about the rest. If we rush into action now, we might expose our target. Tom found this statement far more pleasing to hear, nodding, if you can think like that, I'm glad we're on the same page. Their team has mobilized so many people this time, where they're headed must be very dangerous. It might solve some of our troubles for us. Regarding Tom's idea, Luo Yaizu also wished things to turn out this way. Although deciding to use Wang Mingjing as bait and even wanting Wang Mingjing to be a scapegoat, he didn't underestimate Li Qian and others' abilities. If not for luring the hardest-to-move group inside with the promise of beast souls as enticement, he wouldn't have felt such confidence within himself. Since everything was planned, waiting for Fong Tong's return wasn't a big deal. Thinking this way, Luo Yaizu departed from Tom and went directly to his little sweetheart whom he'd met recently, played around with her for a while, and then took her to meet Yu Fangfang. Whenever he wasn't feeling great, although Yu Fangfang appeared annoying at times, her unparalleled proud air still captivated him, especially in these leisurely pursuits. Watching her transition from initial resistance to falling into the pleasure trap gave him an irresistible excitement. However, what Luo Yaizu didn't know was that Yu Fangfang had already lost faith in him. If it weren't for her lingering hatred towards Ji Mingxiang, which she could not articulate, she would have long been unable to stay by Luo Yaizu's side. At this point, Yu Fangfang was like a female demon surviving on hatred. Her former innocence and shyness had transformed into a false mask named pride, hiding the fact that her inner world had rotted completely. When she saw Luo Yaizu hugging his lover and entering her room, a flash of humiliation passed through Yu Fangfang's eyes. However, on her face were expressions of awkwardness and coquettishness designed specifically to please Luo Yaizu, just like an actress performing the expression he loved. Yu Fangfang thought to herself that one day, she would use Yi Jinyan to completely replace Luo Yaizu, the rich but reckless playboy. And on that day, perhaps she could obtain favor and respect solely from Yi Jinyan. In such a twisted environment, Yu Fangfang's mindset had become warped, and she fully surrendered herself to it. Soon, soft moans of varying pitches intertwined and were carried outside by the wind. Unlike Luo Yaizu who indulged in unrestrained pleasures, Li Qian and He Yong led their team swiftly to their destination. On the way, though they dealt with some issues, these setbacks did not slow them down. This time, their destination was a newly built science and technology park located beside a county town. This park wasn't very large, funded by a machinery company from Sakura country. As the primary market before the apocalypse was China, the company established the park for local production lines, hoping to enjoy local incentives while avoiding import tariffs, maximizing profits. Such a science and technology park naturally wouldn't only have manufacturing workshops and research institutes. To retain scientific researchers and skilled technicians in this area, many supporting facilities were introduced, including supermarkets, hospitals, and schools, making it a compact but fully functional complex. And due to its special nature, the park had two sets of power generation equipment. One was the normal power grid line, while the other was hydroelectric power generated using local water projects. The local government approved their application, ensuring that no power outage would cause irreparable losses to their factory. Because of this, even during the pre-apocalypse era, shops within this park still received power, so their freezers continued running, providing considerable supplies. Moreover, this wasn't just a simple food run for Li Qian, there was also a drone assembly plant within the park, specializing in UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles, making it an object of great interest. Regardless of how many finished products existed, if they could get their hands on even some drones, it would give their team a significant edge, offering a survival advantage. Due to this necessity, they needed to bring technicians to crack the access codes, lest any mishaps attract trouble. Upon arrival at the gates of the Science and Technology Park, after clearing out a few straggling zombies, Li Qian's group performed a high-point reconnaissance. They discovered that the park appeared eerily calm, with only scattered zombies here and there. A glance showed that this technological hub, which should have been filled with over 1,000 people, looked unusually tranquil. Where are all the zombies? I don't see any here, one member curiously asked, a trace of relief evident on his face. The peaceful situation surprised everyone. Was the mission about to proceed smoothly? However, the experienced Li Qian and others frowned. This eerie calm didn't mean smooth sailing, it meant that this mission would likely be tougher than usual. Our goal isn't just taking food from the supermarket freezer but also securing resources that benefit our squad's survival. Gongcang calmly stated their predicament. It seemed that during the initial outbreak of the doomsday virus, the personnel of the park might have been trapped inside the factories and buildings, thereby increasing the difficulty of their second objective. Though seemingly casual, Gongcang had another motive. This mission wasn't merely for show to Fong Tong, the equipment within the park was something he was determined to secure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have participated in this action. Fong Tong hadn't expected such a scenario. Swallowing hard, he turned to Li Qian and He Yong and asked, "Commander, why don't we just retrieve the supplies this time, then come back for the other things next trip? I think this way is fine too, but..." Li Qian sighed lightly and said, "The situation hasn't been good recently. We can wait, but if Julius is monitoring our actions, they might come to cause trouble after we leave. Then, we won't be able to get anything. There are some things I have to prepare for in advance, so my suggestion is still to be careful during this operation and take some equipment with us." Gongcang nodded and said, "I agree on this point too. Some opportunities cannot be easily attained again, even without the power led by Julius, who can guarantee when the electricity or water will stop functioning. Now the zombies in this factory zone are locked inside their respective workshops. We might face a strong challenge, but if there's no electricity and all the zombies get out, it would be nearly impossible for us to come back here in a short time." With over 1,000 employees in the technology park and their families plus service providers from the supporting facilities, the total number was greater than expected. This also meant that without a large and elite team, it would be impossible to completely eliminate the zombies in the technology park, and then even if they wanted to, they wouldn't be able to take the valuable items. Gongcang and Li Qian's words resonated with others. He Yong patted Fong Tong on the shoulder earnestly and said, "Fong Tong, rest assured. No matter what happens, you'll be my first priority. I'll make sure you don't get hurt." He Yong's voice carried sincerity, his gaze toward Fong Tong equally serious. Fong Tong managed a forced smile and said, with captain's assurance, "I'm not afraid anymore. I'll follow your arrangements and try to complete this mission perfectly." Looking at Fong Tong's hypocritical behavior, He Yong felt a sense of unease but retained a bit of hope, perhaps thinking the upcoming plan could change Fong Tong. At this moment, Xiao Hong, who had long hidden in the park, left a mark at the entrance of the drone-containing building. After confirming it, Li Qian and Gongcang immediately instructed Fong Tong to contact Lu Xinwu and have him give the specific tactical positions. Lu Xinwu quickly sent over the prepared map. "Based on this factory layout diagram, we can break in through the flank." Holding the map, Li Qian quickly analyzed the situation with everyone and assigned Gongcang his task. "Gongcang, you're the strongest among us, so the reconnaissance duty falls to you." Gongcang accepted the mission without hesitation. This time, the team brought quite a few usable gadgets provided by the Wang family, including the spray that could block zombies. Gongcang liberally covered himself with the spray, gripping the military dagger backward tightly and leaped toward the gate with one swift motion. The electrified factory gates were almost 4 meters high. With just 2 leaps against the wall, Gongcang gracefully cleared the fence in a swallow-like flip. 2 minutes later, the thick metal gate was opened by Gongcang, whose dagger was now coated in coagulated blood, exuding an unpleasant and alarming odor of decay. Everyone knew that from this moment on, they had entered the seemingly peaceful factory zone. Each person knew their own target, yet everyone also knew Fong Tong was the only member unaware of the true objective of the mission. Just as Li Qian and the others had said, they needed to carefully perform this act, making Fong Tong believe in their actions, so they could protect their families and friends in the next stage of the operation, safeguarding everything they cherished. Chapter 120, Tragedy Occurs. 2 vehicles, filled with team members, slowly drove in through the open gates and quickly arrived at the first destination, a convenience store. To prevent any accidents upon entering the convenience store, everyone got out of the vehicles and began clearing nearby zombies. Many of these zombies were so decayed that they no longer looked human. Dealing with them wasn't difficult, and with all hands on deck, the task was quickly accomplished. At this moment, Li Qian instructed everyone to get off the vehicles, leaving Fong Tong and 2 drivers behind. The others took up their weapons and climbed the fire escape ladder on the exterior wall of the convenience store to reach the 2nd floor, entering through an open window. Gong Tsang was the first member to go inside. Before entering, Gong Tsang directly formed a ball of water and threw it inside, smashing it against one corner of the room. Instantly, several dragging footsteps headed toward that direction. As soon as Gong Tsang landed, he lightly pushed off with his toes, moving deftly forward. With a swift motion, the military knife in his hand plunged into the spine of the nearest zombie, taking it down immediately. He then quietly snapped his fingers, signaling the others to climb in. This is the manager's office. Gong Tsang glanced at the desk where the nameplate of the manager was placed, and then looked at the zombie on the ground wearing a suit. Exiting from here will lead us to the daily chemical supplies section on the 2nd floor of the supermarket. The freezer is in the basement. Let's start collecting from the daily chemical items first. This time we brought small trucks, so try to carry back as many supplies as possible. Everyone nodded in agreement, picked up their weapons, and followed Gong Tsang into the 2nd floor marketplace. When the apocalypse erupted, there weren't many people inside this convenience store, and only a dozen or so zombies were on the 2nd floor. They were swiftly dealt with, and then everyone began selecting daily necessities. Items such as soap and clothing are essential consumables, while things like tissues aren't as popular. Everyone was focused on moving clothes and other necessary items, gathering what they could before picking up other supplies. Their actions were orderly, and once the collection on the 2nd floor was complete, Gong Tsang led the group downstairs. There were slightly more zombies on the 1st floor, but due to the scent isolating spray, the zombies had no awareness of their presence and were quickly eliminated. Many canned goods and cookies with long shelf lives were transported outside. Then Gong Tsang took a few people to find the freezer in the basement. The journey down to the basement went smoothly. Upon opening the freezer, Gong Tsang noticed that there wasn't as much as they expected, or rather, there was relatively little, just a few slabs of frozen pork covered with thick frost. Gong Tsang inspected the sparse stock within the freezer, flipped through the incoming goods records hung on the side, discovering that the place had received its last shipment right before the apocalypse broke out, though the exact quantities were unclear. Returning the records to their original position, Gong Tsang thought, perhaps because of the canteen here, the supplies were consumed faster. Probably this pork tastes like a refrigerator. He-Yong observed the icy layer covering the pork and reached out to scrape it off. Li Qian stopped him, saying, "Leave it. It helps mask the smell. Otherwise, if the zombies sense the meat's aroma, their savage instincts might flare up." As the two discussed and started carrying the pork out, Gong Tsang outside suddenly spotted something stirring in a corner of the freezer, an immediate sense of danger blooming in his heart. At this moment, his face changed abruptly, and he roared fiercely, "Forget about the pork, get out now." Upon hearing Gong Tsang's voice, He-Yong and Li Qian rushed out immediately, pushing the team member at the door outward. Gong Tsang swiftly delivered a powerful kick to shut the freezer's heavy doors. A loud booming sound resonated as Gong Tsang swiftly locked the doors completely. However, the moment he locked it, something slammed into the door of the freezer, causing everyone to take a step back in unison. Through the thick glass door, they finally saw what appeared to be a semi-transparent, jellyfish-like humanoid thing colliding with the glass. Holy crap, what the heck is that? It was obvious that the humanoid monster inside was no longer considered human. Its translucent body continuously changed colors during the impacts, blending hues with the pork and walls behind it like a moving GIF picture, giving it an extremely eerie appearance. Its saliva splattered against the glass and trickled down in strands when the creature collided again. As its head struck the surface, some pale pink liquid spewed out. This liquid, likely its blood, helped reveal its true form. It actually looked human, plain and ordinary, as if it had been soaked in water, making it appear slightly chubby. What caught everyone's attention were its eyes, smeared with pink liquid. The creature shook its head, revealing its true form. It looked like glutinous rice balls that had been boiled, bulging out of its eye sockets in a bizarre and terrifying way. My goodness, this thing looks like a corpse that has been soaked, or a giant jelly. One of the team members watching this grotesque sight turned pale. Gong Tsang, however, shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "This person probably got bitten by a zombie at the time of awakening, and hid inside to awaken their beast soul." At this point, the monster gave up on leaving the freezer and turned around, wobbling toward a slab of hanging pork, which it embraced entirely. Everyone held their breath, observing the slab of pork. They noticed that the exposed portion of the pork was covered in a viscous liquid, slowly shrinking. No, upon closer inspection, it was being drained or crushed, gradually dissolving. It was unimaginable what kind of damage this peculiar monster could have caused if Yong and Li Qian hadn't been warned by Gongcang, or if Gongcang hadn't closed the door in time. Even Gongcang himself admitted that, despite his current abilities, he would have difficulty fighting it without getting injured. His beast soul could create a water barrier to avoid the corrosive liquid, but for others, encountering it would surely be disastrous. Moreover, what troubled Gongcang even more was that this creature wasn't affected by freezing temperatures. It had only been exposed to the air outside for a brief moment before regaining mobility. Fortunately, there was only one of them, otherwise, they would have faced serious trouble. These 2 slabs of pork have definitely been touched by that monster. Even if they haven't been touched, I wouldn't want to eat them. Yong looked at the 2 slabs of pork they had previously taken out, wrinkling his nose in disgust and kicking them aside. The others nodded in agreement with Yong's words. After being together with that mutated creature for so long, who knew what kind of contamination these slabs had suffered? No one would dare eat them, even under gunpoint. After abandoning the freezer, everyone returned to the upper level and replaced the reserved space with some short-term nearing expiry yet unspoiled food. They also managed to get extra disinfectant. For the thing encountered in the freezer, everyone remained silent. They simply claimed that the power was out in the freezer, causing all the food to rot. This was how they fended off Fang Tong's inquiries. Due to Fang Tong's collusion with Luo Yaozu, no one knew if he might inform Luo Yaozu about the monster after hearing about it, nor did they know if Luo Yaozu would tell the people from Pasture Medical Center, who might take the creature away to turn it into a deadly weapon against them. Yong looked at Fang Tong's slightly surprised expression and felt annoyed. In a coarse voice, he urged the driver to move to the next mission target location. The factory had already been tampered with and arranged by Xiao Qing. She had lured the zombies into various separate sealed workshops several days ago, leaving only the ones she could control. From the surveillance footage of the factory alone, the workshops appeared crowded with zombies moving chaotically, densely covering the area. To enhance the performance, cameras throughout the factory premises were damaged except for a few inconspicuous ones in the corners, left for Fang Tong to observe their act. Getting off the vehicle, Li Qian and Yong addressed all the team members. Li Qian cleared his throat resolutely and said, "The items we're going to seize this time will significantly enhance our entire team, but the number of zombies inside is unknown, and any unexpected situation might arise. Therefore, I hope everyone completes the task with ensuring their own safety as the top priority." Understood. Everyone responded in unison, knowing the big show was about to begin. They focused intently, recalling the tasks they had been given earlier. At this moment, Yong gestured to Fang Tong and said, "Fang Tong, you open this sealed factory." Due to the science park regulations, entering each factory required both a universal card and an iris scan. Xiao Qing had used the all-access card from the security guard when she entered. However, after taking the universal card, she deliberately messed up the security booth, stealing all the cards to make it necessary for Fang Tong to participate in this mission. Unaware of these arrangements, Fang Tong arrived at the entrance with his tools, connected his computer to the system, and opened the gate in a short amount of time. As the sealed door creaked open, Fang Tong stood at the entrance, eager to step inside. At this moment, Yong grabbed Fang Tong and said in a low voice, "There are many zombies inside. It would be better for you to stay outside. Otherwise, if there are too many zombies, we wouldn't be able to protect you properly." Fang Tong was just putting on a show and didn't actually intend to go in, so he immediately stepped aside and quickly hacked into the entire factory system, connecting the cameras to his computer. Seeing the camera feeds appear on Fang Tong's computer screen, Yong instructed him through the communication device, "If any danger arises, make sure to take care of yourself first and assist those near you in retreating. You're an important part of our team, and I don't want anything happening to you because you're trying too hard." The truck was about 20 to 30 meters away from the factory. Speaking in a quiet voice so only Fang Tong could hear, this was one of Yong's attempts to win over Fang Tong. "Let's go." Yong didn't look back at Fang Tong but called everyone else and entered the factory together. Gongcang took a step ahead and made eye contact with Xiao Qing hiding in the corner. Xiao Qing whispered softly, "Everything has been arranged. The items I've organized are in the warehouse at the far corner. There are more than 10 zombies in a small room inside. We will wait for your signal." Gongcang exchanged a few words with others, then walked straight past the pile of zombies towards the well-hidden storage room. After pushing open the warehouse door, stacks of dusty cardboard boxes appeared before his eyes. He casually opened a box and, confirming it contained drones, immediately called for people to start moving these cartons. As 7 or 8 cartons were moved out, many people outside waited for the pre-planned events to occur. At this moment, someone accidentally touched the fire extinguisher switch. Suddenly, the entire factory was drenched by water falling like rain. What made everyone most nervous at this time was that the spray used to confuse the zombies had also been washed off their bodies. Instantly, the zombies became agitated, howling and roaring uncontrollably, causing the people outside to crowd around Fang Tong in alarm. "Fang Tong, what happened inside?" By now, Fang Tong's attention had already been captured by the zombies on his monitor screens. Although the people inside weren't him, the sight of so many dark, dense zombie figures sent chills down his spine. Just now, something triggered the fire extinguisher system in the factory, washing away the scent masks of the people inside. The zombies have caught their smell. The remaining driver didn't hesitate and was about to rush inside when Fong Tong immediately stopped them. You won't be able to help them now. Moreover, these supplies are crucial to our entire team. You should get ready to evacuate immediately. I'll see if there's any way I can help them escape. The two drivers understood Fong Tong's logic and no longer argued further. They ran fast to start up the truck and waited for Fong Tong to assist those inside in evacuating. Everyone else watched Fong Tong intently, wishing they could burn holes into him. However, at this moment, Fong Tong realized that whether or not he wanted to spare He-Yong and Li Qian, the others inside were still his former comrades and friends who couldn't be abandoned. At this point, Fong Tong heard angry shouts and cries of pain coming from inside and quickly typed on his keyboard, connecting the loudspeakers within. He shouted, "Everyone listen up. I'm going to create noise on the other side to distract the zombies. Try to reach the gate within half a minute. After half a minute, I will close the door to block the zombies." At this moment, the thrashing zombies had already been controlled by Xiao Qing, surrounding the group strangely without following their bloodthirsty instincts, instead struggling against the group as if fighting for dominance. Everyone was filled with tension and panic because, even though they knew the zombies were being controlled by Xiao Qing, there was still a sense of being surrounded by wolves without the isolating spray. This kept them perpetually on edge. Amidst the chaos, several people under the cover of the distracted zombies reached their predetermined positions where they obtained blood-stained makeup and painted themselves with it. They then covered dismembered limbs from mannequins in blood placed at corners and threw them away while lying down themselves, allowing the zombies to surround them tightly. Though drenched by cold water and lying on damp, icy ground, these people exerted all their strength to keep still and not shiver. The scent of surrounding zombies infiltrated their nostrils, bringing an unbearable nausea. But as long as they thought about the mission to protect their loved ones in the base from harm, the inherent fear that humans naturally have was suppressed. At this moment, seeing people fall down, Fong Tong wasted no more time and hit a key to open the gate. Instantly, the putrid stench inside, mixed with the smell of blood, made Fong Tong squint his eyes as it surged out. Suddenly, Fong Tong was startled by several staggering figures rushing toward him. There were scratch marks on their bodies, while He-Yong and Li Qian lagged behind trying their best to kill the pursuing zombies. Gong Tsang moved like a shadow, his military dagger striking with every move, paralyzing each zombie he touched. Fong Tong looked enviously at Gong Tsang's agile figure, thinking, but despite how powerful Gong Tsang might be, he was still only human. Even with the powerful beast soul he possessed, what he could offer were only strong attacks and self-protection, unable to fully shield everyone from harm. He-Yong had a fake wound on his abdomen that looked as though it was ripped open deeply. Even under such circumstances, Fong Tong harbored no suspicion. At this moment, a cry of agony came from the corner of the factory. Li Qian pushed He-Yong and said seriously, "Gong Tsang, you take Commander He out first. I'll go support Zhang Bing." "I'll go." Both He-Yong and Gong Tsang exclaimed simultaneously, but Li Qian showed no hesitation and rushed in without delay. Biting his lips, Gong Tsang pulled He-Yong and dashed out. After the two came out, about 10 seconds passed, then a group of zombies staggered forward. Without any second thoughts, Fong Tong shut the gate immediately. Seizing Fong Tong's collar, He-Yong shouted furiously, "Fong Tong, Li Qian is still inside. Open the door fast." His desperate voice carried a palpable sense of sorrow, almost breaking into tears. Seeing He-Yong's pain, Fong Tong felt a slight joy in his heart and gritted his teeth, saying, "Commander, I can't open the door, they won't make it." At this point, as if to confirm Fong Tong's words, cries of agony from Li Qian and Zhang Bing echoed from within the factory, causing He-Yong to faint on the spot. Gong Tsang hoisted He-Yong onto his shoulder, and coldly ordered Fong Tong, "Let's retreat." In this instance, all personnel quickly boarded the vehicle and left the roaring factory. However, intentionally or unintentionally, one person bumped into Fong Tong during the retreat, and the laptop he was holding fell to the ground, completely ruined. Fong Tong watched as the computer that had accompanied him for years was destroyed in front of his eyes reddening with anger. At this time, the driver kept urging him to get in, and he could do nothing but abandon his broken computer and jump directly onto the truck. The truck did not hesitate to evacuate everyone. Simultaneously inside, Li Qian and other team members, after hearing the truck drive away, immediately rolled over and rushed into Xiao Qing's hiding compartment. Meanwhile, Xiao Qing, who was exhausted from controlling the zombies, sighed in relief upon seeing everyone safe and sound and fainted right away. Li Qian and others sprayed the previously prepared sprays that blocked the zombies' sense of smell on their bodies. Gradually, the initially agitated crowd of zombies outside began to calm down and gradually dispersed, continuing to wander around the vast factory like ghosts. After the truck traveled a distance, it found a place to stop so that everyone could start dressing their wounds. These wounds certainly weren't caused by the zombies' claws, but instead, they had been inflicted on themselves near the exit. Once tidied up, these rather horrifying wounds were firmly concealed. Even He-Yong's fake wound was personally dressed by Gong Tsang, while the pain and struggles He-Yong displayed were observed by Fong Tong, giving him an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Gong Tsang addressed the group, "He-Yong seems pretty bad off, we may need to rest a bit before setting out again." With this situation, no one raised objections. This rest period had already been planned as the time reserved for Xiao Hong and others to return to the hideout near the base. Unlike Gong Sang and others who rested, Xiao Hong, after waking up, returned with Li Qian and others in a jeep found in the industrial park. By the time they got back to the base, Lu Xian's squad all wore expressions of anguish and exhaustion, telling those who greeted them, during our cleanup of the zombies, we were surrounded by a group of over 100 baby zombies. Xiao Hong sacrificed herself to give us the opportunity to escape. Lu Xian handed over a blood-soaked piece of clothing to Xiao Ling. Upon seeing it was the exact attire Xiao Hong had worn when she left, Xiao Ling collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Witnessing Xiao Ling faint due to her sudden change in emotions, Lu Xian felt filled with regret deep down. The upcoming crisis at the base, apart from the members of the hunting team, hadn't been disclosed to more people. With too many mouths came too much gossip. The majority of hunting team members were bonded through life-threatening situations, well aware of what stakes weighed heavier. Others, however, might not act convincingly enough while pretending, thereby risking exposure and tipping off enemies prematurely. For absolute perfection in their deception and to ensure subsequent retaliatory strength, Xiao Hong's staged death had been kept from Xiao Ling. Only such profound sorrow exhibited by Xiao Ling could convince Fang Tong and Luo Yaozu of its authenticity. Upon hearing about Xiao Hong's death, Luo Yaozu gleefully kissed his partner Yu Fangfang several times, laughing heartily. That woman who could control the zombies is actually dead. It's truly as if heaven itself is helping me. Yu Fangfang cooed in a cloying tone, Yaoyu, this is undoubtedly heaven lending you a hand. Knowing you're destined for great things, it's helped remove all those thorns in your side. Yu Fangfang's voice, dripping with affected petulance and coyness, resonated deeply within Luo Yaozu, filling him with even greater anticipation regarding Li Qian's mission. He kissed Yu Fangfang and replied joyfully, if Gong Sang's group runs into trouble too, then that would be absolutely perfect. Yu Fangfang smirked inwardly, there couldn't possibly be so many good things coming Luo Yaozu's way. Besides, given Gong Sang's reputation, he must have taken top-tier equipment from the base on this trip. If anything did go wrong, then perhaps it really would be an act of heaven favoring Luo Yaozu. But how could something go wrong just like that? Tom, overhearing Luo Yaozu's words, scoffed without hesitation, I may not know everything, but if it's about Gong Sang, even if he were thrown into hell, I believe he could crawl back out unscathed. Thinking about that infiltrator who had betrayed the company, Tom gritted his teeth. However, no matter if he returns safely or not, this time around, I will surely kill him. A fierce murderous intent surged out from Tom, causing ghost-like animal soul fragments to surface on his body. The scales appearing looked akin to copper coins in size, and a phantom tail materialized from the ethereal power around him. This long tail, capped with a row of hard scales above, struck the ground fiercely, kicking up dust and shocking both Yu Fangfang and Luo Yaozu, altering their expressions immediately. Aware of Tom's formidable power since before, yet never expecting his animal soul to be stronger than others, resembling a crocodile. Seeing Tom's impressive performance, Luo Yaozu's heart danced with joy. With such an invincible assistant, coupled with the plans already set, taking control of the base would pose no difficulty at all. And at that time, he would definitely make the Wang family and Ji Ming Shangru ever underestimating him. As for that despicable Gong Sang and his mistress Das He, he'd let them suffer worse than death, ultimately tearing them limb from limb. At dawn, Gong Sang's group returned to the base, their full load of goods contrasting sharply with the worried clouds hanging over everyone's faces. Apart from Gong Sang, the two drivers, and Fang Tong, each member bore injuries. He Yong especially looked tormented, whereas Li Qian and the rest didn't show up at all. Not long after the team returned, Luo Yaozu's informant stationed outside heard wailing breaking out inside, learning only then that Li Qian and the others had been permanently left behind at their destination. Through the ensuing heated arguments filled with anger from insiders, Luo Yaozu discerned that the entire team's atmosphere had significantly worsened compared to before. Soon after, the team organized a farewell ceremony for everyone lost. After Luo Yaozu made contact with the people outside luring zombies and arranged the attack for the final night of vigilance, just 2 days away. Luo Yaozu reasoned quite simply, no matter how tough, one cannot still fight well after staying up all night. In such a scenario, even if the medicine brought by Tom fails to work effectively, dealing with this bunch of weak and sick individuals wouldn't present a problem. With these thoughts, Luo Yaozu discussed this matter with Tom. Following the plan, the Luo family members and those accompanying Tom began preparations. On another note, Fang Tong, having received notification, used the pretext of needing to procure new computers to look for second-hand deals in the market and subsequently left the team to rendezvous with Luo Yaozu. Luo Yaozu handed over the liquid previously shown to Wang Mingjing to Fang Tong. At the same time, he also provided another vial of reagent to Fang Tong. Fang Tong, this is the reagent I mentioned to you before. It can help you obtain a beast soul. However, after taking it, you'll fall into a coma for 1 to 3 days, so I suggest you take it during the attack. After awakening your beast soul, you'll also have something to show to those who remain alive. Fang Tong opened the reagent and smelled it. The scent was unlike what he'd imagined, without any foul odor, but rather with a slight sweetness. Yet, Fang Tong hadn't let the windfall cloud his judgment. He looked warily at Luo Yaozu and asked in a low voice, how do I know if you're telling the truth or lying? What if this bottle contains poison? Luo Yaozu laughed heartily and coldly said, our cooperation is based on mutual benefit. Once we deal with your comrades, with you by my side, it will make controlling others easier. After all, in this apocalypse era, if unnecessary deaths can be avoided, I prefer not seeing anyone dying unjustly. So, I won't kill you, I still want you to work for me. Of course, if you don't trust me, you could always refuse this drug. At this moment, Yu Fangfang grinned charmingly and walked toward Fang Tong. She took the medicine bottle from him, uncapped it, and poured a little liquid into her mouth. Not long after, Yu Fangfang's body softened, but apart from that, no other symptoms emerged. On the contrary, she could feel some kind of energy stored within her. Seeing this, Fang Tong no longer hesitated. He placed both bottles of reagents into his bosom and quickly left. Before leaving, Fang Tong informed Luo Yaozu about the drones obtained by Gong Tsang's group. Thinking about it, Luo Yaozu's eyes lit up brightly, further solidifying his determination that this plan must succeed and not fail. After Fang Tong left, Luo Yaozu called Wang Mingjing over again. Wang Mingjing knew Fang Tong had already been there, but showed no expression. Instead, he asked bluntly, "So, have you decided when to launch the attack?" I plan to attack in 7 days' time. During this period, I'll arrange for some internal strife inside, which will help our actions go more smoothly. Luo Yaozu took out a test tube that looked identical to the one Fang Tong had held and told Wang Mingjing, "On the 7th day at dawn, pour this reagent into the drinking water, and leave the rest to me." In response to Luo Yaozu's words, Wang Mingjing emitted an indifferent sniff and said, "I will assist you, but you better not forget our agreement. Rest assured, I will arrange for your return afterward." After making the promise, Luo Yaozu saw off Wang Mingjing. Yu Fangfang curiously asked, "Yaozu, aren't you planning on letting him die as well? Why tell him a different time?" "I'm afraid Fang Tong might get surveilled, so I made him come here as a scapegoat. When I sent someone to find him, I intentionally exposed him along with my men under the Wang family's watchful eyes, thus avoiding Fang Tong being suspected. After all, one case has concrete evidence while the other does not exist at all. Moreover, even if he betrays me, he might not survive. Given his character, even if killed, he wouldn't sell me out because he's still counting on me for revenge. How would he betray me then?" However, unknown to Luo Yaozu, all his words had been recorded by a bug planted under the chair and relayed back to Gong Tsang's group. That night, it was revealed that Wang Mingjing had betrayed them. Furthermore, Gong Tsang executed Wang Mingjing immediately, throwing his corpse outside the city walls. To verify the authenticity of this matter, Luo Yaozu quickly sent someone out to check beyond the city wall, only to find pieces of Wang Mingjing's remaining corpse. Once sure that Fang Tong wouldn't encounter any trouble, Luo Yaozu felt relieved and contentedly awaited the day conditions matured. Chapter 121, Death Duel. However, Luo Yaozu did not know that when Fang Tong left the squad, the team members who had already successfully pretended had completely abandoned their plans to persuade him. And those pretending to be injured were also arranged by Gong Tsang and Lu Xian to rest during this wake. Ji Mingxiang and Wang Zheng, who knew the details, sent some people over to help, instead allowing those in the squad with combat capabilities to rest and regain strength, waiting for the upcoming battle. All of this seemed to happen so suddenly, yet everything was reasonable. Moreover, the genuine sorrow displayed by those unawaried Fang Tong, Luo Yaozu, and Tom. On the last day of the vigil, everyone appeared extremely exhausted, and all of Lu Xian's energy was focused on Fang Tong. Just as Fang Tong learned from Luo Yaozu, he directly put the agent into the soup specially distributed by He Yong to everyone. The taste of the soup masked the smell of the agent itself. If it weren't for Lu Xian's sensitive nose, it would have been difficult to detect any problems. However, Fang Tong did not know that He Yong had not only prepared the soup but also a backup without any additions. Once Fang Tong left, Lu Xian quickly switched the edible soup. Fang Tong watched everyone drink down the soup, feeling relieved inside. He hurried back to his room, took out the agent that could awaken potential and stimulate beast souls, waiting for the others to encounter issues before drinking it himself. Luo Yaozu immediately contacted the people outside the city after Fang Tong's successful poisoning signal, guiding hundreds of zombies to the base's outskirts, beginning to ram the guard posts. In response to this situation, the Wang family reacted just like Luo Yaozu expected, sending elite troops to exterminate the zombies to prevent them from breaking through the base's walls and defenses, bringing no potential danger to everyone inside the base. Hundreds of zombies roared as they crashed into the base's defenses, their continuous and crazy actions making those fighting feel tense. These undead beings could not be stopped unless decapitated. In everyone's eyes at this moment, they looked terrifying. However, for survival, they had to confront the battle. Ji Mingxiang and his subordinates also came to assist the Wang family outside the city. When Ji Mingxiang left the base, Luo Yaozu led people from behind, cutting off their retreat, forcefully trapping the Wang family and Ji family's people between the base and the zombies. Meanwhile, Tom's men split into two groups, one participating in the ambush and encirclement outside the city, the other following him to join the attack against the base of Luo Yaozu's small unit. Shit! Son of a bitch Luo Yaozu, what do you mean by this? Ji Mingxiang was confined outside the city, clearly knowing the situation but still shouting insults with his neck stiff. Luo Yaozu, seeing Ji Mingxiang's embarrassed red face, laughed loudly, "Ji Mingxiang, if you are lucky enough to survive, Grandpa will play with you to your heart's content later." Luo Yaizu's blatant arrogance made everyone hate him with extreme intensity. But everyone understood clearly that they could not interfere with matters inside the city now, the immediate fierce battle was their main concern. Ji Mingxiang drew his weapon and rallied his subordinates. Everyone, fight these pieces of rotting flesh. After finishing them, we'll deal with that son of a bitch Luo Yaizu. Kill. The roar emitted from his dantian broke the clouds, echoing from outside the city walls and reaching inside. Luo Yaizu naturally heard these shouts of valor. He was very clear in his mind that under the current circumstances, regardless of whether he liked it or not, he was now riding a horse without reins, unable to turn back. He shouted to his people, and Luo Yaizu led them to the doorstep of the small squad's courtyard, fiercely declaring, anyone from the military, kill them all. For anyone who awakens their beast soul, sever their tendons. Regular people, tie them aside. Anyone who resists, kill them without mercy. Kill. Similarly filled with killing intent, the team rushed towards the courtyard where the small squad resided like fierce tigers descending from a mountain. Hearing the cries below, Fang Tong trembled inside, wondering involuntarily whether the people who had gone through so much with him might die here. He hated He Yong and Li Qian because their promises could not come true, but Luo Yaizu wanted to kill his own brothers. The extinguished humanity reignited once again in this moment. But having already committed betrayal, how could he stop at this critical moment? Seeing the fierce-looking Luo Yaizu walk in, Fang Tong took out the bottle of agent, opened it, and drank it all in one gulp. However, at this moment, Fang Tong felt his lips tingling slightly. He reached out to touch them and discovered that the skin where he had come into contact with the glass bottle was as if it had been burned by sulfuric acid, a large chunk of flesh had peeled off. Fang Tong let out a fierce whimper in his mouth. The scorching sensation akin to being scalded by boiling water was excruciatingly painful, even for a soldier like him, resulting in an ear-piercing scream. He struggled and rushed to the mirror inside the room, staring at it only to see that his lips were already rotten. The part that had touched the glass bottle looked as if burnt, blackened and charred, obviously due to some terrible poison. How could Fang Tong still guess that Luo Yaizu and his people had tampered with the glass bottle? At this point, after recalling carefully, Fang Tong remembered that when Fang drank, her lips did not make contact with the side of the bottle wall, otherwise, there would be lipstick marks left behind. Initially, Fang Tong thought it was respect from the other party. However, upon further reflection, he believed that Fang probably knew about the toxic liquid on the glass bottle so avoided it altogether. That bastard. Fang Tong continuously cursed Luo Yaizu internally. This man made him betray his companions but now tricked him again, employing brutal means to take his life. Regret and anguish intertwined tightly, entwining around Fang Tong like a noose. But the poison was incredibly potent. Along with the obvious energy-providing potion absorbed simultaneously by Fang Tong's body, he gained a certain amount of stamina and resistance, turning the venom into a tool of torture, inflicting excruciating pain without ending his life. The poison eroded his flesh from his mouth down to his throat and esophagus, bit by bit melting it until Fang Tong spit it all out. Already severely tormented by the agonizing pain, sweat soaked his entire body. Tears, snot, melted meat juices mixed with blood created a revoltingly sticky fluid. Fang Tong had no idea how much time had passed while enduring this terrifying, excruciating agony. His whole body was losing control under the toxin's invasion. His bladder and other excretory organs had already lost function, adding more foul odors to the stench surrounding him. As the other internal organs began feeling the heat and suffering brought by the poison, Fang Tong finally saw the door of his room open. With blurry vision, he glanced toward the entrance and saw a familiar face. Li Qian. Li Qian, who had already died in that factory. Fang Tong wanted to muster a smile, thinking that seeing Li Qian confirmed he was indeed near death. What once instilled fear became a sweet liberation. As for Li Qian, whom he had hated deeply before, Fang Tong realized how much Li Qian had cared for him back then. Back when he almost died failing the physical tests due to being a tech soldier, it was Li Qian, along with He Yong and others who had protected and saved him despite his average physical abilities. Having experienced life and death situations together in the past, how could he have been so misled by the awakening of the beast soul? Why couldn't he accept it? The more he thought, the blurrier his vision grew, until finally slipping into darkness, Fang Tong exhaled his last long breath. While Fang Tong was tortured oblivious to the world outside, Luo Yaizu, the organizer of this operation, didn't fare well either. Once entering the small courtyard, seeing people sprawled haphazardly on the ground, he rejoiced internally, commanding his people to deal with these individuals right away. However, as soon as his men dispersed, the ones lying on the ground leapt up, catching them off guard. Tom reacted fastest, unleashing a low growl. His crocodile beast soul instantly merged with his body. Now adorned with crocodile scales on his face and body, his nearly 2-meter-long tail whipped out, directly flinging a squad member away. Just as this unfortunate individual was about to crash heavily into the wall, surely sustaining bloody injuries, a figure nimbly darted forward, dragging him deftly and using force to redirect him towards another direction. Although the unlucky fellow still hit the ground hard, thanks to the earlier push and pull, most of the impact force had dissipated, causing no irreparable harm. It was Gong Tsang who came to the rescue. Standing firm, he waved at Tom casually, calmly saying, "Tom, it's been a while." Gong Tsang's hair was significantly longer than before. A breeze blew, sweeping slender strands over his beautiful face, giving off a dangerously lethal allure, akin to a venomous creature. Liao Jin, long time no see. Tom still regarded Gong Sung as the person they had worked together in the past. As he uttered these two names, anger gradually surfaced on his face. You seem to be doing pretty well. You were really lucky back then. Maybe God didn't want me to die, Gong Sung shrugged indifferently. We can't do much here. Let's change places. Tom also knew that after merging with the beast soul, his destructive power would not only harm others but also injure his own subordinates. For this point, he thought it might be better to change place for a thorough fight. He nodded coldly and said, lead the way. Gong Sung smiled with a hooked lip, tossed his head and said, follow me. After speaking, Gong Sung directly rushed out of the small yard. As Tom was about to follow and leave, Luo Yaizu rushed up and blocked him, saying, Tom, you can't go. The situation here is very complicated. If you leave, the consequences will be disastrous. Tom directly flicked Luo Yaizu to the ground with his tail, grinning nastily and said, if you can't even compete with these people, then you only deserve to die here. I have decided to take Liao Jin's life. Tom's departure made the battlefield more balanced. Although the people he brought were powerful, the remaining ones also had their own strengths. Luo Yaizu no longer harbored any illusions about an easy victory, yet deep down, he had another hope, that the battle outside the city would end quickly so his people could come back to help. Luo Yaizu glared at the direction where Tom left and gritted his teeth fiercely, saying, this damn guy, if I survive this time, just wait for me to get my revenge on you. However, what Luo Yaizu expected wouldn't come to fruition, as those people outside the city who were supposed to provide support were now facing situations far beyond their control. The team leader outside the city was Yi Jinyan, whom Luo Yaizu relied on heavily. They applied for an outdoor hunting trip yesterday, stayed away lingering, and hid in a safe place waiting for the zombies to attack the city so they could launch a surprise assault afterwards. But everything didn't go according to the pre-imagined script. Instead, things developed completely contrary to expectations. Originally planning for a sneak attack, Yi Jinyan found his people getting shot in the head with bullets as soon as they showed themselves. How could this happen? Yi Jinyan's face turned pale with anger. He couldn't believe his hiding spot had been discovered, nor could he believe there was a sniper lurking there waiting for them. In this dire situation caused by snipers, Yi Jinyan could only command his companions to drag the dead bodies back in and bury them on sight immediately, avoiding attracting zombies. But even if he handled things promptly, what terrified everyone most at this location was Xiao Hong, who they already considered as good as dead in their minds. During this operation, Xiao Hong expended all her energy controlling the zombies and fainted due to exhaustion afterward. However, the benefits gained from this action were countless. After awakening this time, Xiao Hong's beast soul had further evolved, allowing deeper integration. Now her ability to control zombies was more proficient than before, and the number of zombies she could manipulate had increased significantly. Naturally, such an existence wanted to test her new capabilities. Xiao Hong directly controlled nearly half of the zombies from the city gate and surrounded Yi Jinyan's safe house with them. Seeing the zombies blocking the door, Yi Jinyan's face turned deathly pale. If the current situation continued, they would eventually perish. What was worse was that despite burying the bodies on sight, the smell and blood still attracted the zombies, prompting them to bang furiously against the door. Even if the safe house could ensure temporary safety, without sufficient food supplies and with these zombies unwilling to leave, they would surely starve to death inside. As for rushing out, even if there weren't hordes of zombies outside, that horrifying sniper would simply shoot them in the head. At this moment, Yi Jinyan had no choice but to pull out the communication device to contact Luo Yaizu for help. However, he didn't know that Luo Yaizu was also embroiled in fierce battles, unable to divert attention. When Yi Jinyan called for help and accidentally dialed Yu Fangfang, this woman, who seemed to have long bowed to him in submission, unexpectedly told him, it's probably better for useless waste like you to just die. It was then that Yi Jinyan realized how he was viewed by Yu Fangfang, probably just as someone being exploited, and someone who had forcibly used her. Faced with such a desperate situation, Yi Jinyan and the others couldn't help but think, had they chosen the wrong target for their actions? That answer might be something they'd never know. The door of the safe house was pushed open slightly by a zombie. Yi Jinyan fired bullets like rain against the ghouls rushing in. Some of the zombies, after being shot down, blocked the entrance and became even harder obstacles to break through than the door itself. Seeing this bizarre balance, Yi Jinyan didn't know whether he should feel relieved or worried. However, Yi Jinyan heard a clicking sound coming from his side. Turning his head, he found that one of his subordinates who had just retreated from the door had suddenly changed his gaze. His face distorted viciously with drooling saliva sliding down from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he had become a zombie. This subordinate bit and killed two more of Yi Jinyan's men before lunging at him. Clenching his teeth, Yi Jinyan acted swiftly to shoot his now undead subordinate dead. The others backed up, forming a circle and shooting at the zombies together. As the bullets in his hands decreased rapidly, Yi Jinyan began to consider a desperate plan. If they could push someone out as a sacrifice to attract the attention of the zombies, the rest could climb along the main beam of the safe house and hide first. Then they could wait until the zombies disperse and leave. Yi Jinyan's eyes drifted toward his remaining subordinates. Biting his teeth, he prepared to betray them. With 3 people as bait, his chance of survival would increase significantly. However, as Yi Jin-yen raised his pistol, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. A deafening gunshot echoed beside his ears, and he lost control of the gun, which fell to the ground along with his broken wrist. White bone pierced through flesh and exposed to the air. Broken blood vessels sprayed blood everywhere, immediately provoking the zombies to howl madly. Yi Jin-yen screamed in terror, while his subordinates turned around and broke both of his legs. Unable to bear his weight on the broken legs, Yi Jin-yen collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Yi Jin-yen watched as his 3 subordinates sneered at him, led by his trusted confidant Wu, a little hoodlum he had personally mentored. "Boss Yi, my brother still wants to keep this life for offspring. Thank you for letting us go." Wu didn't kill Yi Jin-yen since only fresh flesh and blood could ignite such fierce interest in these living dead beings. This was Yi Jin-yan's chosen path, no blame on anyone else. Those who live by violence must pay the price. The 3 subordinates skillfully climbed onto the roof. Although the tin roof didn't have great load-bearing capacity, it seemed they were saved. Zombies forced their way through the pile of corpses and lunged towards Yi Jin-yen. Thanks to his awakened beast soul, Yi Jin-yen wouldn't die so easily, nor would he turn into a zombie. He would endure the agony of his body being torn apart and bitten piece by piece until a fatal blow came or his blood ran dry. Facing such betrayal and agony, Yi Jin-yan's face showed a look of mercilessness as he gritted his teeth and said, "Wu, I'll see you through this. I'll teach you one last thing, always leave room for maneuver. If we meet again later, trouble will come." Wu had only thought of breaking Yi Jin-yan's legs and one hand to stop him from escaping, using the bleeding wound to draw the zombies' attention. But carelessly, he left Yi Jin-yen alive and with his free hand intact. Yi Jin-yen picked up his severed hand, tightly gripping the weapon, aimed upward at the roof's tin panel, and fired recklessly. In an instant, the 3 on the roof were riddled with bullets. A cascade of blood poured from the ceiling, drenching Yi Jin-yen head to toe, and inciting a wild frenzy in the zombies. These undead creatures grew even more terrifying and impulsive. Yet Yi Jin-yen let out a cold laugh, aiming the gun muzzle at his temple. He, Yi Jin-yen, wouldn't be foolish enough to get devoured alive. He preferred blowing his own brains out. But as he pulled the trigger, the anticipated death did not arrive. Instead, a crisp click echoed within the room. Terror flashed in Yi Jin-yan's eyes, the gun was out of bullets. Only then did Yi Jin-yen realize that his furious firing earlier left him without ammunition. Neither able to survive nor perish. One of the zombies that rushed forward took a huge bite out of Yi Jin-yen's shoulder, tearing off a large chunk of skin and flesh. The excruciating pain caused Yi Jin-yen to scream incessantly. But Yi Jin-yen knew, without the ability to end his life, he would endure this suffering for quite some time. Yu Fangfang panicked when Yi Jin-yen called her. If Yi Jin-yen had to call for help, who could guarantee the success of that attack? What if Luo Yaizu failed? Yu Fangfang was restless at the thought of Ji Mingxiang returning to settle accounts with her. She hastily packed a small suitcase with some food and items she was accustomed to using, then left with a woman she trusted, heading towards the area where the lower-class residents gathered. She thought that no matter how thoroughly Ji Mingxiang investigated, he would never guess that she would hide in such a place. Once the search relaxed, she planned to find a way out of the city. However, Yu Fangfang, who had been rushing all the way, did not notice that the greedy and cold eyes of the servant she trusted were watching her, and the direction the servant took through an unpublicized side road had changed, leading them into the darkest area of the city. Gong Sang brought Tom to a nearby square. Although this square had been cleared, because it had once witnessed mass infection among many gathered people, there were too many dead bodies, and thus its surroundings always reeked of corpses, keeping regular people away. Tom slightly glanced around and sneered at Gong Sang. "Liao Jin, you nasty insect chose such a place for your grave. It's quite fitting. Now let's have a good fight and see who is the strongest." Previously, when Tom tried to sabotage Gong Sang, he ended up being injured by Gong Sang's counterattack, which caused his mission to fail, creating an opportunity for Lu Xian to save someone. This incident became the only blemish on Tom's otherwise perfect record before the apocalypse. Such a powerful and confident man, a killer tasked with assassination, couldn't just forget something like this. At this very moment, all he wanted was to rip Gong Sang apart himself so as to continue his streak of perfection. However, Gong Sang wasn't affected in the slightest by Tom's words. Instead, he smirked at him. "Back then, your sneak attack on me failed too. Do you think you can change anything now? Stop joking. With your abilities, you're nowhere near my level yet." Gong Sang's confidence turned Tom's face pale. His long crocodile tail slammed onto the ground with such force that it cracked. At the same time, Gong Sang didn't back down either. The beast soul of the giant squid manifested on his body, and its powerful tentacles sliced through the air with ear-piercing sounds. Such strength made Tom's expression more serious. "I didn't expect your powers to grow so fast. Unfortunately, you're facing an opponent who's also at the top of the food chain. Is that so? Then let's see who will leave here alive." With those words, Gong Sang stepped hard on the ground and leaped high into the air. The military dagger in his hand shone brightly under the moonlight, reflecting light off its surface making him appear like a ghost moving stealthily through the night. Tom wasn't going to back down either. His tail supported his jump off the ground, and his huge, towering frame shot upward like a cannonball toward Gongsun in midair. Upon closer inspection, he held claw daggers in both hands, weapons fit for ferocious beasts. In this night, the clash between these two equally powerful beast-souled individuals would mark the peak battle of all beast soul users. The moment they collided, they exchanged several moves already. The military dagger in Gong Sang's hand could hardly defend against Tom's dual attacks, so he abandoned his defense and launched a full-on offense, forcing Tom to give up his offensive stance and switch to defending himself. The two claw daggers resembled a snake's fangs, holding tightly onto the military dagger, refusing Gong Sang any opportunity to strike successfully. But Gong Sang's movement wasn't limited to his hands. At the same time, the mental tendrils formed from his spirit energy waved, blocking Tom's tail assault. Tom's tail had previously only shown part of its capabilities. Now, the tail acted like a spear, attacking madly towards Gong Sang's waist and abdomen, leaving him preoccupied. Although their collision lasted merely seconds, the two in midair already completed numerous defensive and counterattacks. When they landed, each had gained a few new scars on their bodies. Though they spoke with mutual disdain towards each other, during this encounter, their attacks on one another were extremely cautious. Just like their friendly spars in the past within the company, the saying, "worthy rivals" was not an exaggeration at all. Tom also reassessed Gong Sang based on this match. The success of the ambush back then was truly due to Tom catching him off guard. Otherwise, Tom knew that completing his assassination mission would be an arduous task, and might even end in failure. "Liao Jin, you're even more exceptional than I thought." Tom rarely praised an opponent, but now he did. However, Gong Sang coldly sneered, "You're not qualified to judge me. Besides, my name isn't Liao Jin, that's just my mission name. My real name is Gong Sang." As soon as Gong Sang finished this sentence, his beast soul manipulated the surrounding moisture and directly condensed it into several water balls, throwing them at Tom's face. When Tom realized this, he became angry immediately. The action of throwing water balls couldn't cause any actual harm to a beast soul owner. However, if there was any damage, it was the deliberate humiliation, showing great disrespect towards him. This childish behavior and movement infuriated Tom. With a wave of his left hand, a mental energy virtual beast head attached to his arm. At the same time, his left hand stretched out 5 fingers, 4 fingers, and the thumb opposing each other to form a gap. The beast head also opened its mouth accordingly, clearly revealing the appearance of an alligator. When the beast soul fuses with the human body, individual characteristics can be used. Such use of the beast soul sufficiently demonstrates the depth of the integration between the beast soul and him. Gong Sang's expression became solemn. He didn't dare to underestimate Tom. If the goal were to kill Tom, he would use various methods to ensure success in this matter. However, this time his purpose was to capture Tom alive, so he had to endure Tom's counterattack. "Gong Sang, huh? Humph, anyway, you will die under my hands, so what name you go by doesn't matter." Tom's demeanor turned serious. His massive frame suddenly unleashed a formidable presence that could not be ignored, pressing towards Gong Sang like surging waves. The alligator, a fierce beast that has existed on Earth for many years, exuded extraordinary momentum. Gong Sang only felt a chilling bone-chilling aura enveloping him, making his breathing momentarily faster and more difficult. However, he wasn't an ordinary person. As a powerful soldier, Gong Sang had long experienced countless silent brushes with death. The surge of breath from his mouth descended down his throat, reaching deep into his Dan-Tian energy center, emitting equally formidable strength from his body. The hardened tendrils of his spirit energy whipped through the air, directly lashing towards Tom. "Roll." A single chilly word sounded indifferent, but the sound erupted from his Dan-Tian and exploded sharply right beside Tom's ears, shocking Tom's scalp to feel numb. Tom's gaze upon Gong Sang was no longer merely cautious, but filled with astonishment and bewilderment. The energy the beast soul brought to the human body was extremely intense, which was why Tom was highly confident in himself. The alligator's beast soul was immensely strong, almost an absolute top-tier hunter. However, the power he sensed emanating from Gong Sang far surpassed his own, forcing him to take it seriously. Tom hastily rolled on the ground, evading the shockwave of the sound wave. At the same time, he twisted his waist and bounced back up. His left-hand alligator's giant mouth opened wide and directly lunged toward Gong Sang's body. This move was a single strike prepared in advance, showing Tom's reaction was already extremely swift and agile. If the attack succeeded, even Gong Sang might have been bitten and injured. In an instant, the area around the two of them brimmed with the atmosphere of impending conflict, causing even the wind passing by to grow heavy and oppressive. Up close, Tom was not just aiming to bite Gong Sang with the alligator's head. In his right hand, he also tightly gripped claw daggers again. These curved daggers were exceedingly sharp, resembling animal claws with a deadly edge glinting in the dark, aimed straight at Gong Sang's heart. The double attacks came first one way and then another, targeting vital points. Especially the claw dagger, quick, steady, cruel, and accurate, delivered with tremendous force, precise angles. Tom handled them appropriately, displaying his seasoned and ruthless experience. The claw dagger's tearing sound split the night air, a glimmer of white light reflecting moonlight flashing toward Gong Sang's eyes. At the same time, the sharp sounds rose abruptly, unbearably loud. Gong Tsang felt the previously sensed coldness rush over again, as a layer of water film instantly formed on his skin surface, closing pores unaffected by the assault. However, this movement fell before Tom's eyes, prompting a malevolent smirk from him. Tom licked his lips, imagining seeing Gong Tsang torn apart by his assault. His expression could not be restrained, revealing traces of excitement. However, just at that moment, Gong Tsang's lips curled slightly upward, a mocking smile gracing his cornered mouth. Simultaneously, two tendrils moved like lightning, shooting abruptly from below upward. The water on the tendrils transformed instantly into hard ice armor, carrying piercing winds towards Tom's arms. The sudden sneak attack was eerily similar to Tom's own tactics, but the force and energy behind it far exceeded his, shocking Tom who had been so confident in his success. Reacting instantly, Tom pulled back his right hand and slashed downward, while his left hand directed the crocodile head to fiercely bite toward the tendrils. This unexpected ambush completely disrupted Tom's footing, he hadn't seen it coming. As Gong Tsang's left hand moved with immense power, a military dagger was thrust sharply towards Tom's shoulder. The moment the dagger made contact, it cut through Tom's shoulder like slicing through tofu, gouging a large hole straight into his arm. Enraged, Tom committed fully, not holding back as he shifted his body, allowing the tendrils to pierce into his side instead of dodging, and simultaneously directing the crocodile mouth on his left hand to clamp down on Gong Tsang's torso. In that very instant, Tom felt something different once he bit down and then twisted his wrist with full strength, causing the crocodile jaw to roll and spin rapidly around what it clamped. Tom's entire body rolled violently alongside the motion, driven by his sheer force, as he glared viciously at Gong Tsang, brimming with confidence that this maneuver would tear off Gong Tsang's arm. Death roll. This was Tom's ultimate move, bolstered by his immense strength. He was utterly certain that it would sever Gong Tsang's arm clean off. But much to Tom's dismay, after biting down hard, there was no cry of pain from Gong Tsang, and the part he had bitten immediately burst apart inside his mouth. Only then did Tom realize how much more cunning his opponent was than he had thought. What he had bitten wasn't Gong Tsang at all but a refracted projection. Pale-faced, Tom tried to retreat, but Gong Tsang wouldn't let this chance slip away, emerging like a fierce predator lurking in the shadows, showing him a row of sharp, gleaming fangs. Strikes from the military dagger followed one after another, gouging yet another gaping hole into Tom's other shoulder. Tom felt as if he were under some sort of illusion, unsure whether he was even fighting the real Gong Tsang or if the genuine Gong Tsang was using his refraction abilities to hide somewhere, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. For the first time ever, Tom felt fear in the face of an enemy, and also for the first time, he wanted nothing more than to escape entirely from this fight. Without hesitation, Tom turned and fled. He had to get out of here and go back to tell Julius about what had happened with Gong Tsang. This man would be Julius' greatest rival and their most formidable obstacle to conquer. However, just as he took a few steps, Tom suddenly realized that his body was unresponsive. Looking down, he saw blood gushing uncontrollably from the wound, and it struck him. An insight dawned upon him. Could it be that the point of those dagger strikes was to inject anesthesia into his body? Tom's complexion grew graver, but it was too late. His body could no longer move as nimbly as before, and he toppled forward, unconscious. Chapter 122, On the Brink of Life and Death. Tom's body slowly collapsed to the ground, his face still expressing unyielding defiance. However, the powerful anesthetic Bozang had applied to the bayonet was extremely potent, so much so that it would fell even an elephant. Only when Tom had completely lost consciousness did Lu Xian step out from his hiding place. In his hand, Lu Xian held a loaded tranquilizer gun. If Bozang's plan to lure the enemy deeper had failed, then as a backup contingency, he would have carried out a second attack to subdue Tom. Are you all right? When Tom had executed the death roll earlier, Lu Xian broke into a cold sweat the instant the crocodile's jaws snapped down, despite knowing that Bozang would use refractive camouflage to create illusions and make Tom attack a decoy. The changes brought about by beast souls to the human body could no longer be understood through conventional worldviews. Lu Xian couldn't help but think, if he had faced off against Tom, his body might well have been torn apart under such an attack. Bozang's brain was incredibly powerful, countless simulations and plans had already been made. But even with that preparation, what just happened unfolded in the blink of an eye. Without his quick reflexes, Bozang would either have exposed issues in his plan or risked everything himself. Seeing worry etched across Lu Xian's face, Bozang gave him a light smile and whispered, "I'm fine. Pass me the chain." Bozang knelt to tend to the wound on Tom's shoulder, then took from Lu Xian a thick iron chain, 3 fingers wide, securely binding the unconscious Tom. After glancing at Tom, Bozang said to Lu Xian and the others, "Take him to a safe place. I'll go deal with things over there first." With those words, Bozang leapt off, disappearing like a phantom into the pale white of the night. Lu Xian knew how important Tom was. Together with the others, they lifted Tom and quickly crossed the square, entering the Wang family's territory. The Wang family had already made arrangements. Seeing them carry Tom over, they immediately led them to a pre-prepared room. "You keep watch over him here. I'll go help." After arranging Tom properly, Lu Xian left at once and returned to his team. By now, the battle in the courtyard had escalated to fever pitch. All the beast soul awakeners and the people brought by Luo Yaozu were locked in combat. The guns, which should have given them an advantage, instead became a major hindrance. Blind firing wasn't only unable to inflict significant damage on the opponent, but also carried the risk of injuring their own side due to the gun's penetration power. People who hadn't awakened beast souls hid early inside the buildings, setting up a defensive network with their firearms. Occasionally spotting isolated enemies or stragglers separated from their groups, they fired covertly, causing real chaos and irritating Luo Yaozu's men so much that they avoided this place altogether. However, Tom's group differed from Luo Yaozu's subordinates. They were mindful that if they captured this place, these people would become reusable assets for the future. Furious at being sniped at unexpectedly, several men suppressed the defenders with gunfire. One awakener with a speed-based beast soul grabbed explosives and charged toward the residential building, intending to blast it down. Luo Yaozu watched as his men got heavy-handed and felt reluctant inside, yet facing this uncertain situation, biting his teeth, he swallowed the words that were almost about to slip out. It was more important to survive first than to try and take advantage of the situation later. With this thought, Luo Yaozu glanced at Bozang, who single-handedly handled 3 beast soul awakeners. Despite his elegant features, a shadow of killing intent lingered in his eyes, keeping his competent subordinates awkwardly on their toes and risking injury with each wrong move. His clean, precise actions were beautiful even under siege, adding charm to the fight. Had it not been for the accumulated teamwork and extensive combat experience between these 3, coupled with the support of other members to draw attention away, the tide might have turned entirely. More importantly, Tom, who possessed such a formidable beast soul, had already been neutralized. How could they not feel alarmed? Thinking of the situation outside the city, Luo Yaozu's heart sank. He roared furiously at his men, "Attack! Kill him, and I will share half of our supplies and weapons with you." In a post-apocalyptic world where people live day by day without knowing when it'll end, resources may still be manufactured somehow, but weapons are undoubtedly much harder to produce. For Luo Yaozu to say this meant he was revealing his own wealth to motivate his subordinates. To survive means having infinite possibilities, but if one dies, everything is lost. Under such an incentive, Luo Yaozu's men became spirited and fought recklessly as though their lives didn't matter, with some even rushing forward to help Tom's group blow up the building. This was a moment of life or death, and no one would hold back. Everyone exerted all their effort to become the sole survivor who would laugh in the end. Xiao Qing and others saw Luo Yaozu's men offering help. They watched enemies holding explosives approaching closer, panic-stricken as they tried to stop them. However, Tom's men, with the assistance of Luo Yaozu's followers, had greater firepower, pressing them down so severely that they couldn't even raise their heads amidst the crisscrossing fire net. No matter what, they couldn't sit idly by and wait for death. 2 soldiers risked getting hit in an attempt to counterattack. Yet the moment they showed their heads, they were injured. Had it not been for the timely reactions of those nearby dragging them down, their lives might have been lost. Was this really where they were going to die? A massive fear gripped everyone's hearts and restricted their breathing like an invisible hand, plunging them into immense tension. The injured soldier, seeing the rapidly advancing enemy, clenched his teeth and yelled, "Everyone retreat to the other side. If the floors are low, jump out." The ground floor was almost empty due to intense suppression from gunfire. Most people gathered on the 2nd and 3rd floors, while some elderly individuals who were less mobile were placed on higher floors like the 4th and 5th for safety. When they realized how dire the situation was, some elderly directly rushed over, telling the young ones looking after them, "You must go downstairs quickly. Or there'll be no place to hide. We old bones have lived long enough, don't worry about us." These senior citizens hoarsely stood up and pushed the group outside, shutting them out the door. Once inside, these old folks hugged each other tightly, trembling as faint traces of fear lingered in their dim eyes. At this moment, 2 wounded soldiers broke free from the crowd wanting to carry them away, pushing them off, shouting, "Don't care about us. You go." Afterward, they pulled out grenades from their bodies, firmly deciding that as soon as the speed beast soul awakener got close, they would rush forward and fight to the death with him. A real man should stand to his death and take his enemies with him. At the critical juncture between life and death, each person made their own choice. There was no one who wasn't afraid of death, yet beyond this fear, they also had things more important to protect, so their decisions were all made with clear consciences. Even if they perished, they wouldn't regret their choices nor feel ashamed before their deceased relatives and ancestors who had gone ahead. Just as the speed superhuman was about to succeed, suddenly a bullet came whistling through from an unknown direction, striking its mark precisely at his left temple. The bullet spiraled inward due to residual energy, punching right through his head and immediately taking his life. Still, even in death, the momentum carried his body forward. Seeing everyone in the residential building at such a perilous edge, those on the 2nd and 3rd floors had no choice but to evacuate. Just then a series of dense gunshots rang out, aiming straight toward both Tom's followers and Luo Yaozu's forces that had formed a firing line. Lu Xian and the reinforcements pressed Tom and Luo Yaozu's groups, yelling loudly toward the people inside the residential building, "Find cover quickly." Suddenly, a shadow appeared beside the corpse. It was none other than Bozang, who was just moments ago battling several opponents. With a roar, Bozang let out a mighty cry, and immediately, countless streams of liquid appeared around his body. This liquid instantly wrapped around the corpse, stopping its inertia and momentum. The water pressure set off the explosive, and suddenly, a huge force erupted from within the liquid. All eyes turned towards Bozang, the nearest one standing amidst the chaos. People inside the building screamed in worry for his safety, while those outside anticipated that this explosion might injure Bozang, easing their burden. Yet, none guessed the outcome. That sticky layer of liquid acted like rubber, tightly enveloping the corpse and the explosives. Even though the explosives detonated instantaneously, tearing apart the corpse, the enormous blast failed to shake the layer of liquid Bozang had deployed in the slightest. It wasn't until this moment, while using firearms from a distance to suppress Tom's followers, that Lu Xian finally realized just how powerful the energy Bozang had obtained inside the bronze tomb really was. However, such an ability was still slightly too much for Bozang's current body. As Bozang controlled and condensed the highly compressed water to counteract the impact of the explosion, his breathing faltered slightly, and he could clearly feel a hint of metallic taste between his mouth and nose. A streak of fresh red trickled down the corner of his mouth, causing Lu Xian's heart to tremble. Yet Bozang, despite being injured, didn't retreat even one step. Instead, he unleashed all his strength and charged forward towards the several opponents he had fought earlier. Could Bozang's abilities actually control explosives? This astonishing scene shocked everyone, putting these few who had clashed with Bozang under immense pressure. All couldn't help but think in their hearts, what if such a terrifying power were used on them? The thought alone filled them with fear and dread when they considered the shattered corpse fragments from the explosion. This development naturally caught Luo Yaozu's attention as well. In light of this situation, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Don't be afraid of him. The previous explosion has already wounded him. Kill him now. Or else when he recovers, we won't have a chance." The reinforcements outside the city should have arrived by now, which made Luo Yaozu anxious and furious. If they could eliminate Bozang, they could take out the people inside and also go support the troops outside the city. If they continued to waste time here, however, the outcome was already predictable. Luo Yaozu's words awakened the others to this reality, prompting them to desperately rush at Bozang. At this moment, Sutton, having just dealt with the nearby opponents, suddenly charged toward these individuals. He surged forward like a cannonball, his full-speed charge smashing into them. How overwhelming was Sutton's power with the awakened elephant beast soul? Under this full-throttle acceleration, there was no way these individuals could withstand it comfortably. Sutton's collision was like a cannonball, it instantly crushed several of them into broken bones and torn flesh, leaving everyone utterly astounded. "I didn't get the chance to properly greet you earlier, my apologies." Sutton, bearing numerous wounds from battling the beast soul awakeners opposite him, remained calm, his blue eyes radiating a killing intent that could make anyone shiver in fear. He was extremely enraged, and the reason was simple. These trash wanted to blow up the residential building, the very building where Lu Xianwu was hiding. Perhaps others' lives were not closely related to him, but anyone daring to harm the person he cared deeply about would not be tolerated by him. Sutton's attack was crude and violent, bone-shattering sounds followed by horrifying screams piercing the air, shaking everyone to the core. Luo Yaozu's men were accustomed to all sorts of wicked deeds, but they had never encountered such brutal and cruel methods. Especially against the backdrop of Sutton's handsome young face, the blood-soaked reality seemed all the more cruel. Golden strands of hair stained with blood, droplets of crimson trickling down his face, carving lines that resembled tribal totems. Sutton cast a glance downward at the people beside him. Every single individual instinctively avoided his gaze upon meeting his substantial stare. With the sudden shift in momentum, Sutton grinned at Bozang. "Bozang, let's sweep away these pieces of trash." Bozang lifted his head slightly to look at Sutton and then glanced around at the others, shouting in a deep voice, "Kill." His low-pitched shout resonated from his dantian, heavily pressing down on the entire courtyard, stirring up the fighting spirit of the others engaged in combat. "Kill." The same roar echoed from each beast soul awakener in battle, thunderous shouts resounding through the area. Upon hearing these cries, Luo Yaozu's face instantly paled. It was at this moment that he realized the reinforcements outside the city might share the same fate as them, death. Women, power, material wealth, weapons, all these things meant nothing to Luo Yaozu at this instant. His sole thought was to escape as soon as possible, otherwise, he knew this place would be his grave. Raising his weapon, Luo Yaozu screamed hoarsely, "Fight them to the death." Dying while fighting was certain death, not fighting was certain death. Realizing this situation, all of Luo Yaozu's subordinates ignited with fervent fighting spirit, clenching their teeth and roaring as they battled fiercely together. Everyone was attacking each other with all their might, using even fists and teeth as weapons. The scene became increasingly chaotic. At this point, Luo Yaozu could no longer care about the consequences and swallowed what Wang Mingjing had given him. A massive surge of power emanated from his dantian, gradually filling his entire body. The other underlings followed suit, drinking the drugs that could boost their stamina. Their combat abilities heightened instantly, and they quickly wounded quite a few members of the small team. Just then, Bozang whistled, and immediately, Lu Xian's group pulled out several liquid-filled glass bottles from their pockets and threw them forcefully into the crowd. The glass bottles shattered upon impact with the ground, spilling the liquid all over and soaking everyone's feet. Upon seeing this scene, Luo Yaozu's heart rang loud alarms as he shouted to everyone, "Be careful. Do not touch these liquids." However, even before his words had fully registered, Luo Yaozu detected a faint sweetness in the air. Simultaneously, he began to feel something odd with his body. Though he hadn't drunk alcohol, his vision blurred and his body felt increasingly uncontrollable. This bizarre effect wasn't just happening to Luo Yaizu. When he glanced around, his subordinates were similarly affected, each moving sluggishly, like they were caught in slow motion. It was clearly an ominous sign. Meanwhile, on the side of the small team, everyone remained vigorous and fought fiercely, taking down several of Luo Yaizu's most capable assistants in moments. Though Luo Yaizu's brain responses were gradually slowing down, sluggish as it might be, one fact became crystal clear to him. He had always thought that he'd outwitted Wang Mingjing, but reality contradicted this belief. The man, someone who should have been on their side, had actually set a trap for them early on. These drugs were not the treasures of the Wang family at all. Perhaps, their purpose had solely been to harm them. Realizing this, Luo Yaizu's face turned deathly pale. If everything from the beginning was a trap, did it mean that this man's demise was also staged? Wang Ming Jing. Each word squeezed painfully through his clenched teeth, when suddenly, the face of Wang Mingjing, a face that made him grit his teeth with hatred, materialized right before his eyes. It's been a while. Wang Mingjing greeted him amiably, yet without hesitation, drove a knife mercilessly into Luo Yaizu's chest. The moment the cold blade pierced his heart, Luo Yaizu's mind went blank of any distractions. His hands reached out helplessly towards Wang Mingjing, but after the attack, Wang Mingjing didn't approach him again. Along with the torrent of scorching blood spurting from his wound, Luo Yaizu collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Death came suddenly, without warning. But Luo Yaizu's death was merely the start. His remaining underlings were swiftly mopped up by the small team's beast soul awakeners, leaving only Tom's men standing. As the supporting forces were cleared out one by one, Tom's followers found themselves under mounting pressure. Annihilation was just a matter of time. It was then that one member instructed another still resisting, "You, retreat quickly and report the situation upstairs." After hearing these words, the others fought even more desperately, surrounding the person who received the instruction and pushing him toward the rear of the building. Beast souls manifested across their bodies, covering them in long feathers. With a light flick of his toes, he soared into the sky. An eagle falcon beast soul awakener. Flying-type beast souls weren't common. Yet, this man's patience in hiding his ability until now demonstrated his intent to escape effectively. Immediately, many aimed their firearms at the aerial figure. However, the bullets, already weak due to the distance, were further deviated by the wind gusts from his flapping wings, making it hard to hit him accurately. At this time, the eagle falcon beast soul awakener also realized the danger looming above and below him. In the sky, he maneuvered with wildly erratic movements, causing the sniper to miss repeatedly. Even though everyone wished to capture him, reality often falls short of expectations. His beast soul posed significant challenges for others, but for Bozang. Bozang would naturally not let such a threat go. Should he escape, information regarding their base would surely be reported back. Moreover, crucial uncertainties existed, whether this person was Tom's subordinate or someone provided by the Pasteur Medical Center to assist Tom. Bozang extended his left hand forward. Immediately, moisture in the air was almost entirely depleted, even causing flowing blood to be drawn into his grasp. In a manner akin to an alluring enchantress, red and transparent interwove in mid-air, quickly forming a massive longbow in Bozang's hands. At the same time, his right hand conjured a long arrow that emanated a bloodthirsty and eerie appearance. Bozang drew the bowstring to its limit, channeling all his energy into the arrow. Compressing the energy fully, he swiftly released it with a sudden flick of his wrist. Zoom! The arrow whistled sharply through the air, flying towards the Eagle Falcon Beast Soul Awakener at a speed no less than a bullet. The Eagle Falcon Beast Soul Awakener felt the oncoming disturbance and vigorously flapped its wings to ascend and evade the attack. But just as it spread its wings, the arrow exploded mid-air. The energy imbued within the arrow retained colossal force even upon explosion, and the water streams shot out like small steel pellets, directly piercing the body of the Eagle Falcon Beast Soul Awakener. In an instant, the snapping sounds of bones being struck and broken rang out incessantly, akin to popping beans. Even more terrifying, these sounds were followed by bursts of blood mist across the Eagle Falcon Beast Soul Awakener's body, eliciting a shrill and painful scream before he plummeted from the sky and crashed heavily onto the ground. Puff! The Eagle Falcon Beast Soul Awakener was truly unfortunate. Despite the vastness of the ground below, he fell onto a dilapidated building. The weathered walls, exposing rusted rebar, impaled the Beast Soul Awakener, pinning him dead where he lay. The gruesome scene of death left Tom's remaining subordinates devoid of any hope for survival. They resisted even more fiercely, yet having been injured while protecting the Eagle Falcon Beast Soul Awakener's escape, they were quickly exterminated under relentless attacks. Only after eliminating the last invader did everyone burst into heartfelt cheers. The once pristine courtyard had been utterly devastated in the battle. Blood and corpses littered every corner of the courtyard, making it resemble a battlefield shrouded in smoke. After this brief period of peace and tranquility was shattered, the place appeared desolate. Yet, the smiles of triumph on everyone's faces were brilliant because they knew that regardless of how many times enemies came, as long as they persisted, they could turn ruins back into their home. This battle was exceptionally fierce, for 5 ordinary people had perished, 2 Beast Soul Awakeners had died, several suffered severe wounds, and almost everyone bore some injury. The joy of victory waned greatly upon seeing fallen comrades. Friends surrounded those who would never awaken again, crying. Many others stood up to aid and bandage the critically injured. Though Bozang had continuously unleashed powerful moves, his body began to feel somewhat fatigued. However, there was no time to rest. He signaled those still able to fight and said, "Let's go help Li Qian." At this point, the battle outside the city involving Li Qian and his group had also escalated to fever pitch. As the zombies were being annihilated, some previously stationed individuals emerged to cause chaos. Unlike Yi Jinyan, who was unremarkable, these men trained by Tom fought with remarkable ferocity. Xiao Hong was hunted down by one of them when controlling the zombies but was saved by He Yong. Unfortunately, He Yong lost an arm to protect her, severely reducing his combat ability. More teammates were wounded in the ensuing struggle, but both He Yong and the others continued to fight courageously amidst bloodshed. This wasn't merely a battle for survival, it concerned the safety of their companions inside the city. Only by holding their ground and eradicating these zombies could they prevent hindering their allies within. With such valor and determination, Tom's forces gained no advantage. Instead, due to the well-coordinated counterattacks by the team members, they gradually took control of the situation. Xiao Hong strained herself until her face turned pale and she broke out in cold sweat to maintain zombie control. When Bozang and his group joined in, the entire battle stabilized. These fresh troops perfectly complemented the team to completely wipe out the invaders. Chapter 123, Yu Fangfang's Outcome. When the battle was over, everyone was so exhausted that they were almost drained of all energy. They returned to the city with the wounded for emergency treatment. After Gongsang arranged everything, Lu Xian briefly bandaged his wound and then kissed Gongsang's lips without hesitation. Underneath the passionate kiss was a yearning for life and a fear of death, but more importantly, there was relief and joy. Lu Xian was relieved that Gongsang's strength meant he wouldn't lose his beloved partner. Sensing Lu Xian's emotional unease, after their kiss ended, Gongsang reciprocated with an ardent embrace. This hug directly pressed onto his wounds, causing fresh blood to seep from the newly dressed injuries. Smelling the blood, Lu Xian struggled to break free from Gongsang's embrace. "Are you crazy? I just helped bandage your wound." "I'm not crazy." There was a touch of tenderness in Gongsang's voice. "I just want you to know, no matter what challenges we face in the future, I promise you, I will live well, and stay by your side." "So?" Gongsang looked at Lu Xian, pulling him closer to his ear, whispering softly so only the two could hear, "No matter what happens, I hope you take care of yourself. Only when you're safe can I feel reassured enough to fight and defeat those enemies." Although Gongsang did not verbalize his remaining thoughts, his tightening arms revealed his inner state unmistakably. Saving this world is the most important thing, because there won't be another cycle of rebirth for him. He also doesn't desire one. However, compared to these things, Lu Xian is even more important. Only when Lu Xian lives well does he have the courage and strength to oppose this world. Lu Xian and Gongsang rested a little before helping others handle the situation, then rushed over to see He Yong. He Yong lay in bed with closed eyes, Xiao Hong sat beside him, staring blankly at him with red-rimmed eyes, clearly having cried already. Xiao Hong wasn't a woman skilled with words. On the contrary, she always viewed herself as equal to men and would never let her gender make her inferior. Xiao Hong's strength stemmed from her necessity to become stronger, she had to protect her younger sister, Xiao Ling. In countless battles, Xiao Hong was always the one who fought alongside men, never treating herself differently as a woman or actively seeking protection from them. To her, these people were no longer demons forcing her into battle, but companions who fought together and looked out for each other. And He Yong, though usually unsmiling toward her but never unjustly criticizing her, had earned her respect and admiration. She harbored a subtle affection for He Yong in her heart, but now, that sentiment was crushed even before it could be expressed. He Yong lost an arm saving her. Xiao Hong couldn't imagine how He Yong, such a valiant warrior, would manage life afterward as a disabled person. Deep inside, all she felt was waves of panic, as if she were drowning, completely overwhelmed by it, unable to comfort He Yong or earn his forgiveness. She hated herself, hated that she hadn't seen through the trap and fell right into it. If she hadn't made that mistake, He Yong wouldn't have been brought to this point. It was under such circumstances that Lu Xian and Gongsang saw the scene. He Yong, due to the need for handling his wounds, was under anesthesia, while Xiao Hong stared blankly at him, silent. Exchanging glances, both Lu Xian and Gongsang read mutual regret in each other's eyes, yet when Lu Xian spoke, his tone held no reproach. "Xiao Hong, how is He Yong doing?" "The doctors have treated the wound. He's currently under anesthesia and hasn't woken up yet." There was immense sorrow and restraint in Xiao Hong's voice, laced with slight sobbing that even moved Gongsang to pity. Gongsang, who had lost comrades on the battlefield before, knew all too well that the helplessness and guilt one feels during situations like this can weigh down like a mountain and never fade away. Yet Gongsang keenly sensed that Xiao Hong's feelings for He Yong weren't so simple, and sighed quietly in his heart, "Xiao Hong, don't blame yourself. He Yong is a soldier, every decision he makes is thought out. Saving you, he won't regret it." Xiao Hong didn't reply. She knew He Yong wouldn't regret saving her, but how could she feel at peace? How could she accept it? Seeing Xiao Hong almost bite her lips to bleeding, Lu Xian knew that this stubborn girl couldn't reconcile with her self-blame immediately. He consoled her in a low voice, Xiao Hong, if you really feel guilty and can't let go of your apology to He Yong, then you can become his arm, take care of his life for a period after the operation, and help him adapt to this situation. Lu Xian's words made Xiao Hong raise her head instantly. She looked at Lu Xian, whose eyes were filled with encouragement and support. His words finally gave her an escape from her tunnel vision. If He Yong lost his arm because of her, then she would become the hand He Yong lost and take care of him for the rest of her life until the day she died. A hint of gratitude appeared on Xiao Hong's relaxed face. She bowed to Lu Xian and Gong Sang and said shakily, thank you, thank you. After comforting her for a while, seeing that He Yong still had no sign of waking up, the two left the ward. As they walked out, they saw Li Qian standing not far from the door smoking. Apparently, he had finished handling his people. The three exchanged greetings, Li Qian nodded to them, and the two followed him to a nearby open area. This time He Yong's injury and the damage to our side is a considerable loss, but most of the people have been saved. Li Qian started first, sighing deeply. When the people from the Luo family saw us coming over, they surrendered without a word, and directly led us to the warehouse of the Luo family. Gong Sang and Lu Xian took care of the wounded before, and the Wang family and Ji family, after treating their own people's wounds, also came to help clear the bodies in the courtyard. Li Qian went to the Luo family to deal with the remaining troubles. However, when Li Qian arrived, the Luo family was already in chaos and never encountered the expected resistance. Lu Xian smiled and asked, did you find anything good in the Luo family's warehouse? There are plenty of things, including food and supplies. Li Qian flicked the cigarette butt onto the ground and extinguished it with his toe, but the internal situation of the Luo family has already fallen into chaos, and we happened to encounter a group of people looting when we got there. Lu Xian, I have a piece of news to tell you, which might need to be passed on to Brother Ji. Lu Xian glanced at Li Qian, frowned and asked, what? Did you not capture that woman Yu Fangfang? Li Qian nodded apologetically, Yu Fangfang has escaped. That woman isn't just smart. According to what the Luo family people told me, before she left, she received a distress call from one of Luo Yaizu's trusted subordinates, and after hanging up, she left immediately. She left taking some things, together with a few acquaintances. The Luo family people said she may have already left the city. Left the city? Lu Xian shook his head in disbelief. Perhaps she told others she left the city, but this woman is extremely afraid of death. How could she leave without ensuring her safety? I think this news is only meant for us to believe she has left. She should still be within the city. Gong Sang also nodded. If it were someone else, perhaps letting her go might be an option, but Yu Fangfang is too clever. No one knows what crazy actions she might take to revenge against Ji Mingshang. I don't want another Luo Yaozu to appear in this base, so we must find her whereabouts. One Luo Yaozu, originally just an ordinary character, under Yu Fangfang's control gradually became powerful. What's more important is that this woman indeed had the ability to find breakthroughs in solid teams and even successfully implanted a spy among them. If the first person they had found wasn't Wang Mingjing, if the first one they had found was Fang Tong, the situation might be different by now. Just imagining the order given by Luo Yaozu that the animal soul awakeners were disabled makes Li Qian's back chill immediately. You're right, whether or not this woman can overturn the sky, we must get her first. Saying this, Lu Xian added, Tom was just given anesthetic drugs and cannot wake up now, while Yu Fangfang hasn't been away for long. We can search for Yu Fangfang first and then deal with Tom. Lu Xian let Gong Sang go back and rest. After informing Ji Mingshang about the situation, Ji Mingshang and his team immediately joined Lu Xian and headed to Luo Yaizu's residence. Lu Xian had the Luo family lead him to where Yu Fangfang used to live, and summoned his beast soul. Instantly, his sense of smell became highly acute, extracting various deep and shallow living scents from here. Among the scents, a sweet fragrance left a deep impression on Lu Xian. And because of its lingering time in the air, it became a clue pointing directly to Yu Fangfang. Opening his eyes, Lu Xian looked at Ji Mingshang and said, Old buddy, Yu Fangfang uses a very famous brand of perfume, and I am confident I can find her now. Ji Mingshang had already given up hope on Yu Fangfang. He wouldn't kill her, but he couldn't let her wreak havoc outside either. At this moment, hearing Lu Xian mention the perfume, Ji Mingshang twitched his nostrils, catching a familiar sweet scent. Ji Mingshang sighed with a bitter smile, saying, This perfume is called As My Heart Wishes, which was the engagement gift from a British designer to his fiancée. It's globally limited edition, yet I still managed to have a friend buy a set for her. The set not only included a bottle of perfume but also a heart-shaped necklace pendant. At the time Yu Fangfang received this gift, she smiled sweetly. Back then, Ji Mingshang only found her more beautiful than flowers, never imagining how ruthless and twisted this woman could be. After their falling out, Yu Fangfang ripped off the pendant right in front of him and threw it back at him. But what he hadn't expected at all was that she hadn't thrown away the perfume and even continued using it. He was fully aware that Yu Fangfang was certainly not doing this out of lingering feelings for him. With a long sigh, he urged Lu Xian, if we can find her, then let's go. This time, if they find Yu Fangfang, Ji Mingshang will spare her life, considering it a final closure of everything between them. From now on, whether Yu Fangfang lives or dies has nothing to do with him. Seeing Ji Mingshang's varied expressions, Lu Xian knew he had made a decision inside and did not hesitate, pursuing along the trail of this sweet scent. Countless smells in the surrounding air were almost completely suppressed by Lu Xian's abilities, but that sweet scent remained intact, guiding him forward. However, the further they went, the worse the expressions of Lu Xian and Ji Mingshang became. Having stayed in the base for such a long time, how could they not know that this place wasn't where any good people would stay? Because of the Luo family, the base appeared to be mostly trouble-free on the surface, but there were always some minor issues here and there. One of these places the scent led to was one of those issues. No, it could even be considered the biggest issue, something deliberately ignored by Luo Yaozu. Although people in the base lived in an orderly manner, this area was notoriously chaotic, even saying that Luo Yaozu just left these people alone to cause problems for the others in the base. The Wang family didn't question this matter either, since they had divided tasks with the Luo family, maintaining normal rules in most areas. For the Wang family, who cared little about management, this was enough. But for Yu Fangfang, entering this area was 10 times worse than going into the slums. The people in the slums merely lacked money but still possessed basic human conscience and moral boundaries. The people living in this area couldn't even be called humans anymore, they were more like abandoned beings deliberately isolated in another world. Surviving on scraps from the entire city, leading a life of utter destitution, Lu Xian and his team had organized efforts in the past to send food and clothes here when they had spare capacity, knowing full well that this place was not only devastated but also highly dangerous. A polished and sophisticated woman like Yu Fangfang escaping into such a place was akin to delivering lambs to tigers or ghosts wandering into the hall of Yama. It was extremely perilous. Lu Xian and Ji Mingshang exchanged a glance, seeing the same alertness in each other's eyes. Everyone took out their weapons. Lu Xian guided Ji Mingshang through the dilapidated roads, winding several times until they located Yu Fangfang. As they approached, Lu Xian smelled an intense perfume smell that couldn't cover up the coppery tang of blood and the stench of decaying bodies. Lu Xian immediately stopped Ji Mingshang and whispered lowly, "Yu Fangfang is just ahead, but it seems like she has already encountered something terrible." Ji Mingshang looked deeply at Lu Xian, nodded, and choked out, "I understand." After speaking, Ji Mingshang stepped forward 2 paces over Lu Xian and immediately saw the woman he once loved and hated lying on the ground motionless. Ji Mingshang's subordinates were about to enter, but Lu Xian held them back. "Besides Yu Fangfang, no one else is inside. He will be fine." Everyone stopped their steps and did not enter. They understood the significance Yu Fangfang once held for Ji Mingshang, and they knew that farewells should be left for the two of them alone. Yu Fangfang was already dead, and the ghastly state of her corpse almost made Ji Mingshang fail to recognize her. Her once charming face was contorted and deformed due to immense pain. She had bitten through her lips, revealing her bloodied and pale gums. There were no longer any clothes covering her body, her white skin was smeared with clotted black blood and dirt, making her look utterly disheveled. Her long legs had been broken and twisted beneath her, presenting a shocking sight. Worse still, those who had toyed with her had viciously torn chunks of flesh from her body as if treating her like fresh prey. Bite marks covered her skin in an untidy pattern, their texture stark and jarring because of the contracted flesh beneath them. Yu Fangfang not only endured great humiliation before her death but was also slowly eaten alive, bleeding out piece by piece. Next to her lay a smashed box, its contents, clothing and other personal items, gone, taken by those who killed her, save for shattered glass fragments of a perfume bottle that lingered with a strong scent. This was the source of the perfume's fragrance, it was the gift he had given Yu Fangfang, and now it was all that remained of her after her death. Ji Mingshang had thought about how he would treat Yu Fangfang, coldly and mercilessly cutting all ties with her and ending the relationship between their two families. Yet, he had never imagined their conclusion would come in such a cruel and brutal manner. Ji Mingshang recalled the first time he saw Yu Fangfang. Back then, she was just a little girl, sweetly smiling up at him. "Big brother Ji." Her clear voice seemed to echo faintly even now. With Yu Fangfang's death, all of Ji Mingshang's inner turmoil and past connections gradually dissipated. The dead deserve respect. Ji Mingshang sighed lightly, took off his coat, wrapped it around Yu Fangfang, lifted her lifeless body into his arms, and walked out of the messy alleyway. "Let's go, I need to find a place to bury Yu Fangfang." Lu Xian noticed Ji Mingshang's composed demeanor and sighed in relief, having worried earlier that Ji Mingshang might succumb to despair. Upon reflection, Yu Fangfang's past actions had completely eroded any affection Ji Mingshang still harbored for her, he had indeed overthought things. Although Ji Mingshang's men had already selected burial sites for themselves, due to Yu Fangfang aligning herself with Luo Yaozu, Ji Mingshang could not allow her ashes to share the same ground as his brothers after they were gone. Hence, he straightforwardly cremated her and interred her ashes in a public cemetery. During the burial, Ji Mingshang buried the heart-shaped necklace pendant that Yu Fangfang had once thrown back at him, along with the love-hate entanglement between them. From this moment on, there would be no traces of this woman left in his life. As for Yu Fangfang's end, though Lu Xian knew she had trusted the wrong people and sealed her own fate, judging from the wounds on her limbs, she must have suffered greatly before dying. Lu Xian thought this way. Previously, while Luo Yaozu controlled these areas, deliberately ignoring what happened here meant there wasn't much they could interfere with. Now, however, since Luo Yaozu's power has crumbled, these regions must be comprehensively managed. If they could do so before, tormenting and even eating Yu Fangfang, it proved these people posed a ticking time bomb for the entire region. They had to integrate the inhabitants of this area into the base and couldn't let them continue living like this. For those uncontrollable ones unwilling to change, they needed to eliminate these individuals entirely, ensuring the base remained secure. Sometimes, out of desperation, people make bad choices. But Lu Xian understood that whether voluntary or forced, if someone cannot be governed, they must be isolated altogether. Their behavior had become abnormal. If provided a stable environment and they still acted this way, then it would be their choice to determine their own path. Regarding Lu Xian's ideas, upon discussing them with his team members, Ji Mingshan and Wang Zheng, all three parties decided unanimously to support the plan. Sometimes, a single ant hole can bring down a 1,000-mile dike. As long as this area remains within the base, it should no longer be exempt from the law. Once the plan to renovate the whole base was settled, Tom woke up. Faced with confinement by Lu Xian and others, he had no means of resistance and could only keep cursing Gongsun Sang spitefully. However, most Chinese people don't understand English. His ranting, although cathartic for him, fell on deaf ears like ducks hearing thunder, utterly incomprehensible. Nevertheless, although incomprehensible, Tom's tone still annoyed the guards. However, they neither beat nor scolded him. Instead, when Tom asked for water, they simply kept up the act of not understanding his English. By the time Gong Sang and Lu Xian arrived to see Tom, his lips were already cracked, and he was visibly irritated, glaring as if wanting to tear Gong Sang and the others into pieces. Lu Xian noticed how Tom's glare pierced through Gong Sang and decided immediately, hey, if you don't adjust your eyes, I wouldn't mind sending back a one-eyed man or even a blind man to July's. Go to hell. Tom instinctively wanted to curse, but his slow brain finally caught on to what Lu Xian said, so he suddenly paused, stunned, and asked in return, you're going to release me? That's our plan, though it seems like you're not eager to leave. Lu Xian eyed Tom suspiciously, which made Tom's hairs stand on end. Maybe capturing you alive was a mistake in the first place. Tom didn't fear death. But hearing there might be a chance to survive, he felt a spark of hope light up within. Still, while Tom had survival instincts, he also had his principles. Looking at Gong Sang and Lu Xian, Tom's face showed determination. No matter what terms you offer, I won't betray July's. Gong Sang had worked with Tom for quite some time and understood fully that Tom had resolved himself not to compromise July's interests, even for his own life. Gong Sang glanced over at Lu Xian, who then spoke softly. We don't need you to betray July's. We just want you to deliver an item to her, something only she can understand. Lu Xian had experience from many business negotiations and quickly identified the key point from Tom's earlier words. Tom hadn't mentioned Pasteur Medical Center but July's, meaning July's must be the sole object of his loyalty. This detail mattered most. There could be no better messenger than Tom because, as evident now, he wasn't part of Pasteur Medical Center, he belonged solely to July's. Item. Instead of relaxing, Tom grew more vigilant upon hearing Lu Xian's proposal. You aren't trying to trick me into delivering some virus or other dangerous thing to harm July's, are you? We are not Luo Yaozu, and certainly not like you either, Gong Sang coldly replied. Given the bad blood between us, wiping you out would be my utmost pleasure. The reason I let you go this time is straightforward, there are bigger issues at stake than our personal grudges. What kind of big issue? Though hearing Gong Sang's reasoning, Tom did not lower his guard for a moment, keeping a defensive gaze locked onto Gong Sang. If you can't tell me what exactly the problem is, I cannot agree to your request. Lu Xian smiled and said, since you insist on knowing, let me tell you, ironically, July's is the biggest victim here, not us. However, involving July's means touching upon larger matters, hence why we chose to send this message for you. Regarding viruses, I believe you should know better than anyone else, our methods do not rely merely on those crude tactics, we prefer eliminating issues directly at their root. So, you want me to believe that you who've always viewed July's as a thorn in your side, have decided to let me go free to deliver this supposedly beneficial message? A cynical sneer spread across Tom's face as he closed his eyes and coldly stated, you might as well kill me, I will not be used. So, even if Pasteur Medical Center exploits July's and tricks her into becoming everyone's target, you don't care anymore. Very well, I've got it. Lu Xian signaled casually towards Gong Sang and smiled, saying, since your ex-colleague doesn't believe Pasteur Medical Center intends harm towards July's, you dispose of him then. After all, July's probably won't last much longer either before joining him. May God bless the meeting in hell. Wait. Tom shouted loudly after catching the name, Pasteur Medical Center, sensing perhaps things were not as he had presumed. Are you saying Pasteur Medical Center plans something against July's? Absolutely. Gong Sang answered bluntly, initially, our plan was to take advantage of Luo Yaozu's situation and wipe out all of you at once. But recently, we came across certain information that revealed some truths about Pasteur Medical Center. July's doesn't know about those things, so we want you to bring her the information we've obtained. We hope that after she reviews it, she can make a judgment. Tom was aware of the depth of July's cooperation with Pasteur Medical Center. More importantly, he always harbored a certain level of caution toward Pasteur Medical Center. Though he didn't understand much about July's research, his intuition made him very distrustful of the people inside. Therefore, for this reason, he had to carefully treat Gong Sang's words. Is your talk of truth related to exploitation? Tom's eyes revealed an unhidden concern for July's, could you tell me what exactly it is? It's not some big thing, we just discovered that Pasteur Medical Center is responsible for all these messes and problems affecting the whole world. It's not July's, she isn't capable of such things yet. The real source of the disease is not patient zero but Pasteur Medical Center's viral gene promotion plan. Tom understood these matters in his heart, which caused even more shock and surprise within him, but Pasteur Medical Center claims it's due to July's research. She's merely a facade they put out there openly. Even if July's were eliminated by people like us who aim to solve her, it wouldn't interfere with what Pasteur Medical Center is doing. At this point, Lu Xian sighed with a bitter laugh. I assume you're aware of the experiments that Pasteur Medical Center conducts on captured people. Do you think, once they discover that July's has no further value, what will they do? Lu Xian didn't need to say much more. Tom already knew how extreme the methods of Pasteur Medical Center were towards those deemed no longer useful. Once July's lost her utility, she would become someone else's test subject. This was precisely why Tom had always kept a watchful eye on Pasteur Medical Center. What you intend to do depends on whether you trust us or are willing to deliver this message to her. Lu Xian waved the data copied by Lu Xinwu in front of Tom, saying earnestly, if you choose to return this evidence to July's, we'll let you go. If you refuse or deceive us, sorry, I can detect your real emotions, and will eliminate you. Lu Xian wasn't the least bit worried about Tom lying or deceiving him, which forced Tom into deep contemplation. Was what Lu Xian said true? Should he relay this message back to July's? Despite his doubts about Lu Xian's words, one thought kept Tom restless, July's, who remained in Pasteur Medical Center. If there was even the slightest chance of the scenario Lu Xian described being real, and if July's might endure misfortune because of it, Tom couldn't continue insisting any longer. He loved July's, this woman who was devoted to science to the extent that she almost lacked human warmth. He knew everything July's did for him was just a form of utilization, but he didn't care. What mattered to him was one thing alone, July's must stay alive, and live well. After thinking this through, Tom stopped hesitating and made his decision. Let me go. I'll take the item back to July's, and only she will see it. Tom's cooperation finally brought a sigh of relief from both Gongsun and Lu Xian. At this moment, Lu Xian placed a satellite phone beside the USB drive and whispered lightly, if you hand over the materials to July's and she wishes to contact us, she can use this satellite phone. Other assurances I can't make, but I guarantee that this phone won't be traced by Pasteur Medical Center. Gongsun then unlocked the shackles restraining Tom, looking at him and saying seriously, Tom, I have one warning for you, don't try to provoke me in any way. Otherwise, the consequences will be terrifying, far beyond what you can accept. Tom didn't dare underestimate Gongsun's warning since he had realized earlier, when he was knocked down, just how formidable the other person truly was. If they wanted to kill him, it would be incredibly easy. They'd engaged with him to capture him alive. Besides, as long as July's was still alive, he wouldn't do anything that could incite these people, bringing trouble to July's. Looking intently at Gongsun, Tom's facial expression turned somewhat obscure. He muttered solemnly toward Gongsun, don't worry, I won't cause trouble. But you have to ensure that I sustain some injuries. If he returned entirely unscathed while the entire team was wiped out, various troubles would inevitably arise, potentially impacting subsequent events. Gongsun was more than willing to help with that, and even deliberately created wounds of varying ages by controlling the blood and liquid inside the wounds. Of course, while creating the wounds, Gongsun also gave Tom a fair share of suffering. Despite having experienced various forms of torture, Tom still broke out in cold sweat all over his body, looking as if he had been subjected to extreme punishment. But Tom didn't complain, since he would have to face everyone at Pasteur Medical Center, and the more realistic the act, the more beneficial it would be for him. He put the satellite phone into his bag, but for the USB drive, he cut a new wound and buried it beneath the skin. Seeing Tom's action, Lu Xian knew that this person wouldn't worry about too many things anymore. He pointed toward a direction and told Tom, everything is arranged over there, you can leave. But remember, don't hurt people. Tom didn't waste any more time, directly smashing through the window and leaving the room where he had been held. He departed from the base without stopping on the way. As he left, Tom saw that the disrupted order of the entire city had started to slowly recover. Several teams were clearing up the remains of humans and zombies outside the city, everything carried out in an orderly manner. Tom let out a light sigh. He thought, this was truly an ending he couldn't predict, yet he had no choice but to accept it, acknowledging his failure. July's had chosen the wrong collaborator from the beginning, this was probably the real issue he was facing. It was already 2 days later when Tom returned to the base where Pasteur Medical Center was located. Without any means of transportation, Tom could only rely on his legs and some food found along the way to sustain himself. Seeing Tom come back alone, the director of Pasteur Medical Center, Xuan, angrily roared, "My God, Tom. The group of experts from our base that went out on this mission with you, now they're all gone, and only you came back, that's just unacceptable no matter how you look at it." Upon seeing Tom's pale face, July's immediately stepped forward and said, "Regardless of what happened, Xuan, Tom is a person with extremely strong abilities, and the fact that he survived is ultimately a good thing. As for the total loss you mentioned, this incident includes my mistake as well. I want to treat his wounds first, and after that, I will go with Tom to explain the situation." July's attitude was agreeable, which made Xuan sigh reluctantly. "All right then, I hope you can clearly explain the situation to me." Understood. After July's finished speaking, she no longer paid attention to Xuan, instead taking Tom to the medical room and personally treating his wounds. For July's protection, Tom felt warmth in his heart, but he didn't say anything, because he knew they needed to talk about the data from that base after going there. When they reached the medical room and the doctor left to get supplies, Tom tore open his own wound, exposing it directly. What are you doing? Tom! Stop! July screamed in alarm, but Tom quickly retrieved the USB drive hidden in his wound and handed it to her, making a gesture for silence. Seeing how seriously Tom handed her the USB drive, July was very shocked, but she wasn't stupid. It must be something Tom didn't want Pasteur Medical Center to know about. When July quietly pocketed the USB drive, the doctor returned. Seeing the torn wound oozing fresh blood, she exclaimed in surprise, "Why did you rip your wound like that?" Tom sheepishly smiled and said, "I wanted to clean the wound myself, but I'm clumsy." The doctor didn't think much about it, cleaned the wound, and dressed it properly, while July restrained her curiosity and silently waited next to Tom as he cleaned his wound. Once everything was cleaned up, July and Tom went together to meet Xuan, and Tom disclosed everything, including the fact that he had been captured. Faced with their capture, Tom claimed that the other side likely wanted to find out the location of the base from him, but to avoid this, he fought to escape back. When Xuan finally dismissed the two, it was several hours later. Before parting ways with July, Tom hugged her briefly. Using this opportunity, he whispered lightly in her ear, "July, don't use Pasteur Medical Center's equipment to view that item, and don't connect it to the network. After you've seen it, we'll talk further." July lightly kissed Tom on the cheek, indicating that she understood. She urged Tom to rest well before leaving. Back in the room, July pretended to be sleeping, but in reality, she was using her handheld computer under the covers to check the contents of the USB drive. One by one, the translated documents appeared before July's eyes. Just like how it caught Lu Xinwu's attention, she too was drawn to that one crucial piece of information. Chapter 124, Holy Origin. After reviewing that document, Julius returned to re-examine the legends about vampires and werewolves, her face growing increasingly pale with every word. She had originally thought that all the calamities of the apocalypse were due to her research on Patient Zero, so even if there were errors or problems, they were merely accidents during the study, and she believed she could eventually make amends. But all this was predicated on her research direction being correct. Now, however, Julius realized that she was nothing more than a pawn. The true source of infection lay in the gene virus developed by the Pasteur Medical Center. And, the course of events was developing entirely differently from what she had imagined. She had thought her research pointed in the right direction, and that humans awakening their beast souls through such infections were partly her contribution. But now she wasn't so certain. If all of this turned out to be a conspiracy orchestrated by the offspring of mutants, then it could only mean that what she had always believed to be an upgrade for humanity was simply a means for these offspring to create more companions. As for those humans who couldn't awaken their beast souls, the implication was obvious. Just as in various legends about mutant descendants, humans were merely their food. If anything, Julius could only be grateful that the awakening of the beast soul hadn't eradicated human nature but instead gave humans more power to protect themselves. Oh my God, what have I done? Her steadfast beliefs, after suffering this severe blow, made Julius appear much more dazed. As a researcher, she had always believed her work was intended to benefit all of humanity. Those who opposed her claimed they wanted to stop her from opening Pandora's box, but Julius had always thought that it was simply because these people envied her intelligence and talent, so they ostracized her. Because of this, Julius felt deeply moved when the Pasteur Medical Center reached out to her. She finally found someone who appreciated her talents, but she never expected to discover she played such a disgraceful and foolish role in the entire matter. They knew her specialty was virus research, so they accepted her. If it weren't for her obsession and curiosity about Patient Zero, the Pasteur Medical Center wouldn't have thought of using viruses as carriers of genetic pollution. All of this was due to her stupidity and selfishness, which is why everyone encountered such circumstances. Thinking back to those experimental organisms, those enormous and grotesque creatures resembling monsters, Julius suspected that these mutants might very well be the real showcase that Pasteur Medical Center aimed to present to the world. After comprehending all of this, Julius experienced confusion, clarity, and regret, and had already made up her mind. If this was her mistake, then she would find a way to rectify it. A few days later, Julius met with Tom. Seeing the evident signs of exhaustion on Julius's face, Tom knew that what he had brought back was truly something confidential regarding Julius, and he became anxious. "Are you okay?" Tom asked with concern. "You look really bad." "I'm fine." Julius shook her head, took a deep breath, and tried to look less weary before saying, "Do you have any way to contact them?" Tom nodded, but under these circumstances, he and Julius couldn't be alone together. Using a satellite phone might attract unwanted attention too. The size of a satellite phone made it impossible for him to carry it around all the time or slip it to Julius discreetly like a USB drive. He had to bring Julius back to his place, but he didn't know how best to do it, causing him to hesitate. Julius also understood Tom's concerns. After days of repeated deliberation, not only did she come to realize how the Pasteur Medical Center exploited her expertise, but she also began to suspect that sometimes their apparent care for her might not be genuine, it was just a form of covert surveillance. At this thought, Julius wrapped her arms around Tom's neck and pressed a passionate kiss on his lips. At the same time, she whispered softly, Tom, take me to your room. As one of the beast soul awakened individuals within the base, Tom possessed significant strength and was assigned better accommodations. Taking Julius back abruptly would naturally draw others' attention. However, under the guise of this moment, it would likely pass unnoticed. Tom restrained his admiration for Julius and responded calmly. At the same time, he held Julius's slim waist and took her back to his room. Once inside the room, before she could say a word, Tom voluntarily released his grip on her waist, walked to the side with a serious expression. Suddenly leaving the warmth of his touch, Julius's eyes revealed a trace of confusion and bewilderment. But as the cold air reminded her, her demeanor gradually returned to its usual sternness. Tom took out the satellite phone and handed it to Julius. The phone already had a pre-saved number, it took just a few seconds to connect after pressing it. Hearing the breathing from the other end, Julius swallowed hard, her emotions becoming exceptionally composed as she opened coldly. Hello, this is Julius. The woman's voice on the phone evoked responses from Lu Xian and Lu Xinwu. It was the familiar yet strange voice they had heard many times in that video. Cold, steady, and tinged with a hint of arrogance, this was the woman who had altered the world. Lu Xian took a deep breath and responded earnestly, Hello, Miss Julius, I am Lu Xian. I assume you've already seen the information we sent. Yes, I've finished reviewing it, and I thank you for sharing it. At this point, Julius suddenly asked, Is Liao Jin with you now? He's nearby. Lu Xian signaled Gongsang to approach, and Gongsang greeted Julius, Doctor, it's been a while. That's right, it has been a while. Because we've collaborated before, speaking with you feels slightly less nerve-wracking. Julius sighed, You've given me these documents, so what would you like to know? We don't need to know much, just two things, the hiding place of the Pasteur Medical Center in China, and whether you can propose a solution to end this apocalypse. I can give you the location, but regarding solving this mess, I currently have no idea how. However, I think that if the entire situation is due to the rampant spread of the gene virus, perhaps we can also learn from them and use similar methods to counteract it, or reverse engineer the genetic data. Julius wasn't entirely clear about this, so she could only provide a general direction. I can offer some items here, things that might be useful to you. Beyond that, I may not be able to help you more. Julius wanted to make up for her mistakes, but there was truly little she could do, especially since she was still within the Pasteur Medical Center, which limited her actions even further. Lu Xian and Gongsang didn't press Julius with additional demands, they knew her current contributions couldn't resolve everything immediately. Gongsang spoke solemnly, Doctor, I believe you've already grasped the truth about this apocalypse. Whatever your goals are, it's evident that the Pasteur Medical Center and your own targets diverge. Don't overthink things for now. We will work in the direction you've indicated, hoping we can resolve these anomalies soon. I'll have Tom deliver the information to you. Julius glanced at Tom and added, I'll study the anomalies further. I think those documents will help you a great deal. Neither Julius nor Gongsang could have imagined that their long-standing animosity before the apocalypse would now turn into a cooperative relationship, it was simply unfathomable. But despite their choices, each party's fundamental stance wouldn't change anything. Once the matter with the Pasteur Medical Center was resolved, they would inevitably face a final reckoning. Without excessive pleasantries, both Julius and Gongsang hung up the call simultaneously. In the days that followed, Julius cultivated and replicated some virus samples and plants, and stealthily made backup copies of the alien species cell slices and genetic sequence combinations from the Pasteur Medical Center base. Julius didn't hastily let Tom deliver the materials to Gongsang and the others because this matter had to be handled with utmost care. Otherwise, both she and Tom would be eliminated by Xuan. In the face of the silent Julius, Gongsang and others didn't grow anxious, they patiently waited for Julius to send over the information while also handling their own affairs. Just as Lu Xian had suggested, the factions united to clear out the urban area, bringing all its inhabitants out into the open. They assigned tasks based on what everyone could contribute, securing survival by means of work. No longer forced to live in darkness like insects, but instead enjoying normal lives as ordinary people, some still chose to avoid responsibility due to distrust or laziness. But most entered the survival system of the base, using their labor to earn food and shelter. For those who shied away, the Wang family gave them time to think, providing them with prepaid food supplies. Although these supplies were readily available, once someone decided to stay, they would have to pay back the owed labor points. And as for those unwilling to join the base, those supplies served as their rations before leaving, the base wouldn't continue accommodating them. Wang Zheng's lab had extracted some useful things from the bodies of the Long clan's alien species. To ensure that no other bases or hidden members of the Pasteur Medical Center coveted these materials, the base had to form an impenetrable unity. Amidst this gradual consolidation of the base, Lu Xinwu finally identified the intruder. Saint Source. Lu Xian and Gongsang glanced awkwardly at the alias used by the person conversing with Lu Xinwu. Regardless of whether the name was abstract or not, it definitely carried a sense of teenage absurdity. Yes, I've been monitoring them. I've confirmed they have no ties to the Pasteur Medical Center and are actually combating it. That's why I reached out to them. Lu Xinwu tapped at his keyboard, while Sutton worked on another computer nearby, interjecting, one of their hackers is someone I know personally, his identity is verified, so he can be trusted. Wu, pass on Sweet Soup's words to them. Sutton busily tapped away at the keyboard, then stopped speaking after that remark. Lu Xinwu quickly picked up where Sutton left off. Sweet Soup is the nickname of the person Sutton knows, a highly capable Russian hacker. He told us that Saint Source is an organization resisting alien hybrids, just like how the Pasteur Medical Center has a global presence. Saint Source is the name of the organization, and they represent its Russian branch. As he spoke, Lu Xinwu pulled down one section of the conversation for Lu Xian and Gong Sang to see. They believe that the human supporters behind the Pasteur Medical Center have already been eliminated during the apocalypse, which allowed the center access to countless resources unimaginable to us. To resolve the issue with these hybrids, we must devise a foolproof plan. Otherwise, even if we finish dealing with the Pasteur Medical Center domestically, their operatives will return someday, causing more trouble. Gong Sang leaned closer to Lu Xinwu and asked him, "Old Lu, could you ask them if they have experts studying biotechnology and genetic engineering? Perhaps we can pool our efforts together to create weapons that these hybrids would fear." What Jula said during her initial call remained deeply ingrained in Gong Sang's thoughts. Indeed, these hybrids had caused the apocalypse merely because the viruses used against them had no effect, so there were no problems yet. If these hybrids could use genetic technology and viruses combined to attack humans, then why couldn't humans retaliate with the same tactics? Moreover, they might even utilize such technology to spread the virus further. Chapter 125, Julia's Choice. As the group learned more about the Holy Origin through their communication, they realized that this organization was far from simple in its origins. It differed from the existence of something like the Church, as this organization fundamentally was a gathering of monster hunters. After discovering the creatures that were born from the union of aliens and humans, such as vampires and werewolves, they took it upon themselves to exterminate these monsters and found many ways to combat them. Just as werewolves and vampires fear silver, the real crux wasn't things like garlic or sunlight, it was that silver could trigger severe allergic reactions in these two types of beings, which led to their deaths. So, when Gong Sang told the others about Julia's idea, they were very supportive. However, support alone wasn't enough, they needed to obtain the gene sequence of the alien species and some other things before conducting research. The older the alien species, the purer the gene sequences they can provide, but the older ones are also more ferocious and not so easy to deal with. After listening to Sweet Soup's words, everyone fell into silence. They certainly knew that what he said wasn't false. Moreover, Lu Xian and Gong Sang had all dealt with alien species before, such as the terrifying spider nest in that tunnel or the aquatic alien creature at the Qianlong base. Whichever one it was, they were all extremely challenging to handle, let alone more ancient and purer alien species. That would definitely give their team a headache. Moreover, the crucial point was that they didn't even know where to find such ancient alien species, apart from the dragon alien species they currently had. After pondering for a moment, Gong Sang let them know about the information regarding the dragon alien species they had, but the response they received was surprising. What? Even with that, we still need the gene sequences of Western alien species? They never expected that after sharing this information, the answer would still be unsatisfactory. Furthermore, the key was that there were actually differences between Eastern and Western alien gene sequences. If that's the case, our ability to help might be limited. Lu Xian mused thoughtfully, after all, there's only so much we can achieve here in Huaxia now, let alone helping over in the West. How do we even get there? Swim across. The world was no longer the same as it once was. The airplanes that connected the entire world for convenient travel crashed quite a bit during the apocalypse outbreak, and airports, which reached a terrifying level of population density, made clearing out zombies an incredibly difficult task. In such a situation, how could they possibly easily secure an airplane? Even if they could find an airport through the remnants left by Xiao Qing, who could guarantee that the landing side would still be normal? Besides, Pasteur Medical Center controlled resources far beyond their imagination. Those madmen could do things that would destroy the world, and if they discovered an aircraft, it wouldn't be impossible for them to shoot it down. With this in mind, everyone furrowed their brows tightly. Could it really be, as Sweet Soup suggested, that even after working hard to clear out the alien creatures and the Pasteur Medical Center in Huaxia, those alien species in the West would come back after achieving a certain level of progress, and they would end up being slaughtered? Lu Xinwu sent over their concerns and thoughts, but unexpectedly, new news came quickly from the other side. Before the apocalypse outbreak, several ancient alien species arrived in Huaxia. If we can take care of them, everything can be resolved just the same. Looking at the message that returned, Lu Xinwu's expression relaxed slightly. Sweet Soup says that according to Holy Origin, there are significantly fewer alien species here in Huaxia compared to those in the West. If we really need genes, starting with these few alien species is an excellent choice. Furthermore, to ensure the success of this operation, they will come over to help us. Though coming over from Russia doesn't require swimming, it won't be too quick either, but having possible assistance was itself a cause for celebration. Therefore, after discussing with Wang's family, Gong Sang and Lu Xian confirmed the cooperation plan with Holy Origin. Holy Origin would not only send over a batch of top-notch hunters but also bring along their genetic experts. This time, it was not only about eradicating these few ancient alien species but also obtaining their gene sequences to deal with the remaining hybrids. From Russia, they didn't need to swim over, though the journey wouldn't be short, the prospect of receiving assistance made the occasion worth celebrating. Thus, after Baoang and Lushuan consulted with the Wang family, they finalized the plan to collaborate with Xingyuan. Xingyuan would not only send a group of high-quality hunters but also bring their genetic experts and others. This time, it wasn't merely about eliminating these ancient aliens but also about extracting their genetic codes to fight against the remaining mongrel breeds. It would take Holy Origin more than half a month to arrive from Russia. In order to better prepare before their arrival, all the members of the small team sprang into action, stockpiling food and building fortifications, etc., effectively getting Fengqing's entire city running again. Although this city had not yet regained the prosperity it once had before the collapse of civilization, the orderly restoration and preparation work gave everyone a sense of both pressure and hope. The pressure was that of impending battle, uniting everyone in the base as one. Even those who lived in the former dark zones and those who had harbored discontent joined in the efforts. Struggling to survive in the apocalypse had drained many of hope and ideas, so when presented with an opportunity to resolve things through combat, no one wanted to give up. Living was torment, so they were willing to fight, either to defeat the alien creatures and finally be free from this wretched apocalypse, or to die in this battle and escape from the hopeless hell. And then there was hope, the very reason everyone was pushing themselves hard. If they truly had a chance to wipe out the monsters and hidden horrors, these people could look forward to a brighter future after the battle. Sometimes, hope is like an oasis seen by travelers in the desert. Even knowing it might be a mirage, it still draws them forward. After helping for a while, Wang Mingjing decided to leave. Though his good-for-nothing younger brother caused him headaches, they were still siblings, and he couldn't abandon him. Before leaving, Lu Xian found Wang Mingjing, asking him to help Wu Siming if he ran into him on the way back. The betrayal had been repaid in that previous escape, and Lu Xian simply hoped that any past entanglements between Wu Siming and them would end here. Wang Mingjing didn't expect Lu Xian to say such a thing but still agreed, though he asked, what if Wu Siming survives and comes looking for trouble? Lu Xian gave a nonchalant smile, quietly replying, I can protect myself, don't worry about that. Wang Mingjing made no comment, finally seeing Gong Song once more before taking the supplies and car prepared by the team and leaving Fengqing. Looking back at Fengqing one last time, Wang Mingjing couldn't help wondering whether he'd return to this city in the future. Perhaps he would, but he hoped it would be after everything had settled down and society's order had been rebuilt. He imagined meeting Gong Song casually on a street corner one autumn afternoon instead of amidst ruins. At that point, even knowing Gong Song's heart belonged to someone else, he could still be Gong Song's friend, talking about life and shared interests. Turning back toward the road ahead, Wang Mingjing continued forward, leaving only 2 words floating in the wind behind him. Goodbye. Goodbye wasn't forever goodbye, but a wish for meeting again. Julius had always seemed like a snake waiting out the winter, methodically doing what she needed to and wanted to do. Yet some changes had taken place within her. Julius was no longer cold toward Tom. She accepted his confession of admiration, beginning their little world together. Tom looked at Julius' change with astonishment, almost unable to control his emotions. His face beamed with smiles every day. Julius, however, was not one who understood love and passion well, so her behavior towards Tom in this relationship appeared somewhat awkward and unsure. She mimicked Tom's actions as if learning, feeling the affection that emanated from him. After an intimate session, Julius lay in Tom's arms, gazing blankly upward. She didn't understand why she'd missed out on love for so long, it was something that brought her immense happiness and joy. But the more she felt this happiness and joy, the heavier her heart sank. The happiness and joy she missed were exactly what the alien species had taken away from the whole world, and she had unwittingly helped them in the process. After coming to terms with this reality, Julius realized that her relentless dedication to research was merely a tool being exploited by others. She began reflecting, would the world have remained as it once was, maintaining its previous order and lifestyle, if not for her stubbornness? Yet as much as she thought about it, Julius knew very well that these were matters beyond her control. The damage had already occurred, there was no turning back now. During this period, Julius had been actively doing her work, thus speeding up the collection of all items. Half a month later, Julius finally managed to collect all the materials and items she needed. Tom, you deliver these things. After contacting Gong Song's team, Julius called Tom into her room. Gong Song will meet you on the other side. Upon hearing Julius' words, Tom frowned and asked, and what about you? I won't leave this place, Julius smiled. If both of us disappear at the same time, they will realize we have escaped. If it's just you, they won't pay too much attention. In that case, let me go then, you stay. Tom immediately rejected Julius' suggestion, he loved Julius and couldn't bear leaving her behind while he went free. Julius tiptoed and kissed Tom lightly, gazing into his eyes with her beautiful ones. I am a scientific fanatic, Tom. If I didn't go to the lab in the morning, they would notice immediately. So it's useless if you stayed. And even with such a short amount of time, I wouldn't be able to escape far enough. That would ruin everything I prepared over this period. But I can't let you stay here and die. Tom roared in agony. He knew Julius was right, though he might willingly stay behind, the attention toward Julius from the Pasteur Medical Center outweighed any focus on him. Julius, come with me. Even if it costs me my life, I'll ensure your safety. Safe. Julius chuckled coldly. As long as those alien creatures are not completely wiped out, there will be no safety in this world. Tom, I'm only doing what I believe is right, just like everything I've done before. I hope that you'll help me walk on the right path rather than just live selfishly like a bug crawling around for survival. Julius had never cared about living or dying, this question was never important to her. Her mind was always set on contributing to the world. Perhaps her actions were extreme or excessive, but deep down, she truly wanted this world to become a better place. For Julius, surviving unharmed versus doing what she believed was beneficial for the world, it was obvious that the latter was infinitely more important than the former. Even after becoming aware of her feelings for Tom, Julius could not abandon her long-standing commitment. Seeing Julius' face filled with determination and persistence, Tom opened his mouth to say something, yet closed it without speaking. After remaining silent for a long time, Tom simply said 4 words, "I understand." The scheduled departure was 2 days later during the shift change. Julius had already made all the necessary arrangements. Over these 2 days, Julius and Tom continued their affectionate behavior, yet when they tangled together intimately in the room, they burned like raging fires, letting fierce emotions consume their reason and entwining themselves as if trying never to separate again. Yet no matter how deep their feelings were, action day inevitably came. That night, Julius handed the prepared items to Tom early and let him leave Pastor Medical Center through a previously arranged exit. After Tom left, Julius altered the surveillance footage and simultaneously played back a recording of sweet words and confessions they had previously recorded in Tom's room, creating the illusion that she and Tom were still together. In the morning, Julius attended her regular work in the laboratory, working alongside others. However, when Tom hadn't shown up by noon, the personnel at Pastor Medical Center realized something was amiss and restrained her. Xiao Qing looked at Julius in different expression and couldn't help but ask, "Julius, where has Tom gone?" Julius didn't bother to answer him, not even sparing him a glance. This woman who only knelt before science had no intention of answering Xiao Qing's questions. Faced with Julius' obstinacy, Xiao Qing stomped in frustration but could not force Julius to speak. Just as he seethed with anger, the door to the interrogation room was pushed open, and a middle-aged man dressed in an elegant suit walked in. Upon seeing the visitor, Xiao Qing's face instantly displayed respect. Meanwhile, Julius instantly felt something was off about this man. This man's complexion seemed too abnormal, it wasn't like a normal person's skin tone. His face was closer to an ashen gray, resembling a corpse that had been dead for a long time, devoid of any color. Julia's heart skipped a beat the moment she locked eyes with the man, the dangerous vibe emanating from his very bones alerted her to impending danger and fear. The middle-aged man's features were somewhat ugly, but his movements were extremely graceful. He appeared as if he belonged in an era hundreds of years ago, where elegance and courtesy had been ingrained into his very bones, every action epitomizing refinement. Xiao Qing bowed slightly to the man, speaking softly, "Mr. Wooster, you're here." Wooster nodded, handing his coat over to Xiao Qing who stood nearby. As he began loosening the cuffs of his shirt, he said, "I've heard about a person who went missing here, and it seems you have no way of extracting information about their whereabouts from Miss Julius. Hence, I thought I'd lend a hand." Julius gazed at Wooster, a profound sense of foreboding welling up inside her. She had no knowledge of Wooster's existence, yet evidently, this man was fully aware of hers. This implied that during her cooperation with Pastor Medical Center, many things had been withheld from her. However, when she saw the fanged smile on Wooster's face, Julius sharply sucked in a breath. The resemblance between Wooster and the vampires described in the documents was uncanny. As Wooster moved closer, Julius detected a metallic rust-like smell mixed with perfume wafting from him, akin to decaying blood, which made her feel sick. Upon realizing what kind of being Wooster truly was, Julius felt a flicker of relief instead. At least it wasn't Tom who stayed behind. Faced with the looming unknown terror, Julius closed her eyes. Memories of everything she'd ever experienced surfaced in her mind, along with thoughts of Tom. She hoped that, regardless of whether her end would be death, her final thoughts wouldn't be filled with pain or fear, but rather, of the man who gave her love. Chapter 126, Poroshenko's Box of Treasures. Tom arrived at the agreed location with Gomi around noon, handing over the items to him. Afterward, Tom informed them about the location of the Pastor Medical Center and then turned to leave. "Tom, aren't you going back with us?" Gomi called out to Tom because when speaking on the phone with Julius earlier, Julius had entrusted them to take good care of Tom. So, he couldn't help but ask one more time. Tom turned his head and glanced at Gomi and Lu Xian, shook his head, and left silently. Gomi didn't chase after him further, instead, he watched as Tom's figure disappeared into the jungle. Lu Xian asked, "Is he going back for Julius?" Gomi turned his head to look at him, gently caressing his cheek, and softly said, "Yes, it's for Julius. If I were in the same situation as you, I would make the same choice. If death comes, then let it come together, at least having someone by your side while facing death isn't so terrifying." Lu Xian didn't say anything more and returned to the base with Gomi carrying the documents. Wang Jing organized these documents afterward and began his research. A few more days passed, and finally, the convoy from Xinyuan arrived in Fengcheng. As promised by Xinyuan Online before this mission, they exerted great effort. Each vehicle in their several convoys carried only elite personnel. Leading the group was a young Russian man named Poroshenko. He was Xinyuan's coordinator in Russia and also an outstanding researcher. The hacker named Sweet Soup, however, appeared to be no more than 20 years old, a blonde Western girl who seemed cheerful, vibrant, and dressed colorfully in artistically layered clothes. Hello, Poroshenko greeted everyone with a handshake and introduced his team members one by one. This operation involves a wide range, and we must act quickly. Wang Zheng, representing Fengqing's forces, spoke with Poroshenko directly. He asked, our mission has two parts. One is to search for ancient Western mutants, and the other is to ensure that our research materials are ready before we find those mutants. Now, Julius has already provided us with everything needed, including complete data. Before you all arrived, I did some research on it. If everything goes smoothly, we can use this opportunity to completely suppress the mutants. In the time since, Wang Zheng studied the information Julius had given. As shown in the data provided by Julius, humans possess a genome sequence that enables transgenic research, and similarly, mutants have their own gene sequences too. The reason why the genetic codes of mutants from the East and West differ lies in the intervention of supergenes, causing a distinction between the gene sequences of the East and the West. Furthermore, the sequence changes when Western mutants mate with humans. Thus, more samples are required to conduct this research. Don't worry, I've brought all of our treasures this time. Poroshenko presented a middle-aged man in his 50s to Wang Zheng, introducing him as follows, this is Mr. Chekhov, an expert in gene engineering. In the previous world, what he studied was classified information in our country. Trust me, he's exactly the person you need. Chekhov greeted Wang Zheng briefly and then became serious. Mr. Wang, I hope we can resolve this problem quickly. If I make any mistakes, please don't hesitate to bring them up. Chekhov also introduced a younger man, a Japanese student studying abroad. This young man was Chekhov's most trusted assistant in the lab pre-apocalypse. This is my assistant, Shinji. He has published many highly acclaimed articles on genetics and even led experiments in genetic research. If not for the apocalypse, his achievements would soon surpass mine. For such praise from Chekhov, Shinji responded with modesty and politely conversed with Wang Zheng. Mr. Wang, don't listen to my teacher's flattery. There's still much I haven't achieved in this field. But if there's any way I can contribute to ending this wretched apocalypse, please feel free to instruct me. After arranging everything, Wang Zheng led the research team away. Since both the virus vector and gene sequencing required study, the team's division of labor was very clear and strict. It wasn't long before the group functioned smoothly. Yet, the real challenge still lay in obtaining the genes of Western mutants. As the leader of the operation, Gomi openly stated, although you've said we must hunt Western mutants, the problem is that we don't know their whereabouts. We can't just blindly search everywhere, can we? Poroshenko smiled and said, this is something you don't need to worry about at all. The reason we have mobilized all Xingyuan resources in Russia is because we found out the location of the Western mutants and even identified one of the places where a Western mutant has settled. It's very close to here, and our target for this mission will be there. Gomi discussed this with Poroshenko and discovered that the address they had uncovered was exactly the same as the one Tom had given him. Sutton, overhearing their conversation, immediately interjected, since we now know the exact location, we'd better quickly devise a plan to attack that base and capture the Western mutant for research. Regarding this, we will inform you on how to deal with the mutants, especially those artificially created variants. Poroshenko smiled and pointed at the heavy truck they had driven over, addressing Sutton, friend, our weapons are highly advanced since Xingyuan has been combating these pests for centuries. Our weapons are specifically targeted. I believe that if each of you is equipped with the right weapon, your combat abilities will increase exponentially. Is that so? Then I'll wait and see. Upon hearing Poroshenko's words, Sutton showed an interested expression, glancing a few more times at the parked heavy truck. Gomi also curiously asked about what kind of weapons Poroshenko referred to. What are your weapons like? Every beast soul awakener has different beast souls, and thus needs different weapons. I'm curious about what kind of weapons you will use. In general, our weapons focus mainly on close combat tools. For those mutated mutants, we've found that unless attacked by missiles or similar weapons, firearms don't do much damage. On the contrary, if Beast Soul Awakeners have suitable weapons, combined with their Beast Soul abilities, they could unleash much greater combat power. Poroshenko inclined his head towards Sutton and Gomi and walked towards the heavy truck, tapping its front. Yang, open the weapons vault. Sure, boss. Yang opened the back door of the truck, and Poroshenko led Gomi and Sutton over, jumping directly onto the weapons vault. Seeing the various weapons displayed inside, Sutton couldn't help but whistle excitedly, his eyes sparkling with excitement, while Gomi also showed a strong interest in the weapons. Picking up a longbow that looked like a compound bow, Poroshenko explained to Gomi and Sutton, this gadget is a laser-cutting bow. Press this button on both ends of the longbow, and a laser string will appear, using the high temperature of the laser to cut through the bodies of the mutants. Poroshenko demonstrated it, and Sutton immediately wanted to try it himself, grabbing the longbow and playing with it. Within minutes, Sutton had mastered the weapon thoroughly, prompting even Poroshenko to commend him repeatedly. Never thought you'd handle this laser-cutting bow so well. Looks like this weapon is meant to stay with you. Poroshenko generously pushed the laser-cutting bow into Sutton's arms and handed him 5 spare high-density power cells. Each cell provides roughly half an hour of energy, though the device is quite heavy. I suggest you carry only 2, as it might affect your movements and speed. Gomi smiled and said, there's no need to worry about that. Sutton's beast soul is the elephant, and his strength is unmatched among us. Even carrying this may not hinder his actions. Poroshenko didn't expect such a beautifully angelic-looking Sutton to have awakened such a rare beast soul. He immediately clapped and laughed heartily, an elephant beast soul. That's fantastic. I have another weapon, originally prepared for one of our whale beast soul awakeners. Unfortunately, during the last battle at Red Square, he perished along with the Western mutant that infiltrated Russia. The weapon is extremely heavy and difficult for us to handle conveniently. Since Sutton has awakened the elephant beast soul, I think this weapon would suit him perfectly. Poroshenko pressed a button on the wall, and the wall slid apart, revealing an ancient-looking shield to the three of them. You're talking about this shield as the weapon? Gomi and Sutton approached the shield, noticing its overall roughness, which lacked any of the intricacy and precision of the previous weapons they'd seen. This made them somewhat skeptical. However, Poroshenko nodded emphatically and said, "You mustn't underestimate this shield. Sutton, give it a try." Poroshenko pressed a button, and the glass cover over the shield slid open for Sutton to pick it up. The moment he lifted it, Sutton's face, previously marked with an ease and confidence, transformed almost instantly into one of serious concentration. This shield has some interesting qualities. Chapter 127, The Meaning of Battle. Gong Tsang looked at Sutton in confusion and asked softly, "What's wrong with this shield?" Sutton glanced at Gong Tsang and directly handed over the shield to him. "Here, just take it and you'll know why I find it interesting." "Right, once you hold it, you'll understand why it's intriguing." Poroshenko, standing beside them with an amused expression, encouraged Gong Tsang to take the shield. Without hesitation, Gong Tsang reached out and took the shield from Sutton. This shield appeared like a large iron pot. How heavy could it possibly be? But as soon as he grabbed it, Sutton immediately withdrew his arm. Gong Tsang felt the shield suddenly plunge downwards, and he instinctively exerted several more units of strength into his arms. A surprised sound escaped Gong Tsang's lips, and a look of intrigue appeared on his face. This shield, though not large in appearance, weighed nearly 1,000 pounds. If his spirit soul wasn't that of a giant squid, he might not have been able to lift the shield at all. Even more interesting than the weight of the shield was the feeling that its heaviness was not merely due to its density but also because of the magnetism emanating from it. Holding the shield, Gong Tsang turned his head towards Poroshenko and asked, "What is the function of this shield?" Poroshenko didn't answer, instead asking in return, "My goodness, this shield is super heavy, yet how are you able to pick it up?" Sutton chuckled and patted his shoulder, laughing, "My beast soul is an elephant, and his beast soul is a well-developed giant squid." Poroshenko stared at Gong Tsang with a mix of envy and jealousy on his face. The chances of awakening sea creatures were extremely low, let alone one that was a deep-sea dominator. These Chinese people sure had good luck. Still, it was far better to have such beast soul awakened individuals on their side rather than making enemies of them. Poroshenko pointed at the shield and said, "This shield was crafted from a meteorite that fell on the Siberian plain. This meteorite contains a peculiar radioactive substance, and through a special inducing material, it radiates outward. For humans, the radiation causes minimal harm, much like cell phones or telephones. But for aliens, this type of radiation makes them incredibly uncomfortable and even slows down their movements." At this point, Poroshenko's expression showed regret as he sighed lightly. "The refining process for this meteorite was incredibly complex, and we paid a great price and invested a lot of time. If only we could have forged it sooner, perhaps my companion who awakened the whale beast soul and others wouldn't have died." Gong Tsang had personally engaged in combat against these aliens, knowing how terrifying those battles could be. For Poroshenko to display such unguarded pain openly meant that battle must have been gruesome, resulting in many losses. "That battle where we couldn't use it, we will definitely use it this time around," Sutton comforted Poroshenko by patting his shoulder. "Anyway, I can promise you, I'll retrieve what belongs to your fallen comrades from those revolting creatures." Sutton's resentment towards Western aliens and the past medical center had reached its peak. Due to these things, his Lu Xinwu had been very tired recently, constantly monitoring these entities because he feared the past medical center would leave that area, so constant surveillance was necessary. High-intensity monitoring plus helping Wang Zheng's lab to find related data had exhausted Lu Xinwu's octopus beast soul, causing immense concern for Sutton. He now wished to end all this as soon as possible so he could take Lu Xinwu back to live like a hermit, immersed in the world of computers, undisturbed by others. "Well then, thank you very much," Poroshenko laughed as he closed the empty shield box. "Gong Tsang, do you see any weapons that suit your style?" Gong Tsang showed little interest in either shields or bows. He was an offensive type person. Therefore, after scanning the room, his gaze settled on two heavy-looking dark golden military daggers. "What about these two military daggers? Is there anything special about them?" Gong Tsang stepped closer to the daggers, pointing to them while asking Poroshenko. "These two military daggers. They definitely have something special about them. After all, those aliens aren't easy opponents, so most of our weapons have been modified to increase the damage they can inflict." Poroshenko picked up the daggers from the display cabinet and pressed a button. Instantly, the three edges of the bayonets were coated with a layer of pale blue light. It was also a laser weapon. However, what caught Gong Tsang's attention even more was that this laser weapon did not just have a laser coating on its surface. When Poroshenko pressed a button, a segment of laser beam over 10 centimeters emerged from the tip of the weapon. If you thrust the bayonet into one of those creatures' bodies and press this, it can cause internal destruction. Poroshenko then pressed another button, making the surface of the bayonet look somewhat moist. At this moment, Prashenko's expression grew extremely tense as he pointed to the surface of the bayonet, introducing it carefully. This is a synthetic neurotoxin which acts as a powerful anesthetic for aliens but is fatal to us humans. Thus, when using it, we must protect ourselves well, and under no circumstances should we touch this stuff. Otherwise, if it's not dealt with in time, it could be fatal. This won't be much of a problem for me since my beast soul is a marine creature, and I've awakened the ability to control water, Gongtsang replied, slightly revealing some of his capabilities. But Prashenko didn't take it too seriously. He shrugged and said, sorry about that, I forgot that those with fish-based beast souls could potentially awaken the ability to control water, but you need to understand, this thing is not to be toyed with, so keep it in mind. Prashenko had only ever encountered people with relatively shallow control over liquids, like Gongtsang's level of liquid manipulation was extremely rare. However, Gongtsang didn't say much and simply nodded to show he understood. The other weapons aren't very convenient for me. I still prefer guns, bayonets, or daggers. These two bayonets seem quite suitable. Seeing Gongtsang liked these two bayonets, Prashenko waved his hand generously. Alright, these two bayonets are yours. Even though this bayonet doesn't come with a urine supplement box or any such additional device, the bayonet itself is a great weapon, made from special steel. Its refinement process is incredibly troublesome, and both its sharpness and hardness are extraordinary. Bayonets themselves are already quite sharp offensive weapons, while adding lasers or synthetic neurotoxins only enhances them further. Gongtsang remained noncommittal and nodded, saying, thank you. After chatting for a bit, the three gathered everyone who would participate in a fight, allowing them each to choose their preferred weapons. The weapons brought by Prashenko's group were on another heavy truck. After everyone had chosen their weapons, they took everyone else to inspect their arsenal. The weapons brought by Prashenko's group were on another heavy truck. After everyone had chosen their weapons, they took everyone else to inspect their arsenal. Clearly, the hunters with practical experience had a wide variety of weapons, but they were highly practical. Watching them made everyone else feel envious and a bit jealous. Take a look at their equipment, it's truly complete. We might want to improve our own. When Lu Xian obviously displayed envy, Gongtsang also nodded. Indeed, once we have time, we can have Wang Jing study with Prashenko. Everyone, get familiar with your weapons as our operation will start soon. Let's not waste any time. In order not to fall behind Prashenko's group, Li Qian also took out the drones obtained by the small team. To tell the truth, the quantity and quality of these weapons and equipment impressed even Prashenko, who kept saying how good they were. Both sides summarized their weapons and equipment, which would indeed significantly assist their upcoming mission. According to the information provided by Julius, we now roughly know their patrol times and personnel numbers. Therefore, let's decide on our operational schedule. To fully prepare for the encirclement and suppression of the alien species, all the leaders of the combat teams came together to discuss and quickly came up with a precise timetable. A few days later at dawn, Gongtsang and Prashenko led their respective groups into the area where the past medical center was located, heading directly toward the center. Based on the clues provided by Julius, the group entered the past medical center without any hindrance, each person sneaking into the darkness according to their pre-assigned tasks. Ding! 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 Not long after entering the past medical center, someone accidentally triggered the alarm. Instantly, warning bells rang out throughout the building, causing everyone's ears to ring. It seems like they've been prepared for a while. Gongtsang observed the suddenly dark environment and the constantly flashing red alarms, giving the order to his team, since the stealth mission has failed, let's face them head-on. On the other side, Prashenko made the same choice. At the same time, the people from the past medical center also rushed out with weapons in hand, charging toward them. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere as the entire base plunged into thunderous chaos. Those who had awakened their beast souls began to fiercely battle each other. The person who chose Sutton as their opponent was a woman with an awakened giant python beast soul. Due to the influence of her beast soul, her black eyes turned slit-like like those of a snake. Though seemingly weak and flexible, she possessed over 1,000 pounds of crushing force. Her movements were extremely fast as she relentlessly pursued Sutton without letting up. If Sutton were an ordinary beast soul awakener, he would have been killed by the woman long ago, just like the team member who met her earlier. In an instant, that member's bones were snapped and died due to internal bleeding. Facing such an opponent, Sutton naturally did not dare to take her lightly and mustered all his strength to confront her. The woman's name is Park Dasun. She is Korean American and was a female martial artist before the apocalypse. Having participated in many martial arts competitions, she was one of Suen's top fighters, known for her exceptional strength. Park Dasun continuously used her body's flexibility and agile steps to set one trap after another, attempting to strike Sutton down at once. However, Sutton was not someone so easily dealt with. Every time Park Dasun was about to attack or set a trap, he skillfully avoided her, never engaging her in direct combat. Chicken. Have some guts and stop running. Seeing Sutton constantly dodging, Park Dasun could no longer maintain her arrogance or supposed advantage as a predator and let out angry curses. But Sutton was not swayed by Park Dasun's verbal taunts. Instead, he continued to evade her attacks with increasingly deft movements. Park Dasun grew anxious and furious. She desperately wanted to catch up with Sutton and strangle him to death immediately. As the two were caught in a cycle of attack and evasion, Sutton unexpectedly stumbled on something. Suddenly, his body flew through the air and crashed onto the floor nearby. Seizing this chance, Park De-sun bent her body into an impossible position and leapt toward Sutton. Armed with 2 daggers in her hands, her aim was to slice through Sutton's body with the blades, covering the handsome boy in blood as punishment for how well he could run. Yet, at the moment Park De-sun reached Sutton, she saw that he had pressed a button on a small device he was holding. Within seconds, the clicking sound was followed by the formation of a long bow almost instantaneously, despite having no bowstring. In an unbelievable motion, Sutton twisted his body around and slipped under her while still wielding the bow. Blue light flickered as the laser bow string instantly materialized. Sizzle. The smell of burnt flesh quickly filled the air. An overwhelming heat focused on Park De-sun's abdomen. Park De-sun felt a wave of scorching pain spread across her, numbing her entire nervous system. She even lost sensation in her legs, instinctively burying her head to check. Aya! A terrifying scream erupted from Park De-sun's mouth as her body slammed heavily onto the ground. Blood exploded out, spreading all over the place. My legs, my legs. Park De-sun flipped over and frantically crawled toward the severed half of her body lying on the floor. The laser longbow had instantly sliced her body into 2 parts. The extreme heat from the weapon simultaneously sealed the blood and organs inside her 2 halves. It wasn't until she hit the ground that the wounds burst open entirely. Standing nearby, Sutton pressed a button, retracting the laser longbow directly back into his pocket. He coldly looked at Park De-sun, whose breathing was more labored than normal, yet still attempted to crawl towards her legs, mocking her, "You fool, how can someone who kept leading you around trip over flat land?" But Park De-sun no longer heard these words. Before she reached her body, she had already passed away. Her spilled intestines and blood mixed together, illuminated by the glaring red emergency lights, forming a grotesque scene of beauty amidst distortion. Sutton wasn't interested in admiring his masterpiece but instead shifted his gaze further inward. Originally, he planned to continue running with Park De-sun to strike unexpectedly later. However, he decided to act sooner because he sensed a dangerous presence emanating from deeper within the facility that unsettled him. The truly terrifying beings in this base were not the humans who awakened beast souls, but the chimeras, be it those from the laboratories or the legendary Western varieties. They were absolutely not an easy opponent to deal with. However, this sense of danger that could unsettle Sutton caused his adrenaline to skyrocket and made him feel a sliver of pleasure. Battles where death was imminent were addictive, like games one couldn't help but be engrossed in. He reached up and pushed the hair falling onto his cheek back, revealing his perfect face. A smirk on his lips clearly spelled out 2 words, interest. It seems the thing inside is pretty powerful, Sutton shouted toward Gom's direction. I'll go check it out first. At this moment, Gom was battling a chimera released by the lab. This chimera, bred in the laboratory, was a monstrous creature resembling a cougar with 2 heads. Left and right, these 2 heads were placed atop a huge body as big as a small mountain, radiating immense strength, yet exuding a strange aura. These were not grafted heads, but the result of genetic engineering. Although not as horrifying as the 3-headed hellhound, the saliva flowing from the bloody red mouths of its dual heads, together with its constantly exhaling nostrils, conveyed an aggressive nature and cruelty even to Gom. The sight also ignited Gom's fighting spirit, leading him to draw his combat knife. With a twirl, he gripped one properly and another in reverse, holding them firmly in both hands. A monster bred by the past medical center, huh? Let's see how strong you are. Gom raised his combat knife, gave a quick thrust with his feet, and dashed furiously toward the 2-headed cougar, maintaining an unusually calm expression. The 2-headed cougar sensed Gom's action and realized Gom was its rival. Though the cougar's bloodlust was provoked by the murderous aura emanating from Gom, strangely, it did not directly confront him but instead swung its long tail, turning to rush toward a pitch-black corridor. The 2-headed cougar fled. Gom was somewhat surprised in his heart, but had no intention of letting the creature escape. Instead, he chased after it even faster with his knife in hand. For some reason, Gom always felt a sense of unease deep down, as though if he let this cougar go here, they might encounter even greater trouble. But the moment Gom stepped into the corridor, he immediately came to a stop. A strong smell of wild beasts led Gom to find the reason for the 2-headed cougar's retreat. At the end of the corridor stood 1 male and 2 female cougars, yet the male lion among them looked different from the other 3 2-headed cougars. In the middle of this particular 2-headed cougar's colossal heads, there was a human head attached. Taking advantage of the light seeping through from the red warning lamps, Gom suddenly widened his eyes when he recognized the features of the human head. Isn't this one of the team members Li Qian took away? Because Gom had seen the photos of the missing people at that time, he remembered their appearances vividly. He could recognize faces easily. Thus, even now, though this human who had become one with the 2-headed male lion had seemingly lost all traces of humanity, his wide mouth filled with sharp teeth dripping with saliva, the features and outline clearly belonged to one of the taken team members. Damn Pasteur Medical Center. After recognizing it, Gom's anger flared like a pile of firewood drenched in gasoline, igniting instantly. Could it be that they would treat captured individuals this way? Did they intend to create such abominations? These insane bastards. Kill, 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 eat. Eat. Suddenly, the human head spoke. The distorted eyes slowly shifted their gaze to Gom as if sizing up an object, completely devoid of any human control. However, Gom also understood why all of this had happened. The 4 two-headed cougars had set a trap. Perhaps one two-headed cougar could not defeat Gom, but if the cougars worked as a group, their combined fighting power became a force to reckon with. Faced with this overwhelming advantage, the 2 male lions roared fearfully. Instantly, an ear-splitting sound reverberated in the corridors. Amidst these roaring screams, the 4 two-headed cougars moved. 2 cougars pounced on Gom from front and back while the others launched their attacks from the side, clearly aiming to capture Gom once and for all. Just as the 4 two-headed cougars were about to close in for the kill, Gom suddenly sprang into action. His body shot upward like a tightly coiled spring being released. Gom's sudden upward leap collided with the first cougar, his combat knife plunging straight into its belly. He kicked another cougar's head, and in an instant, there was a sickening sound of flesh tearing. Its stomach had been ripped open. The viscera, dripping with blood, fell momentarily, but thanks to Gom's quick reflexes, not a drop stained him. The cougars below smelled the blood and instinctively lunged forward, tearing into the unlucky cougar's innards with their teeth, ripping it apart before it could react. Before the dying cry of the cougar could travel far, it was already lifeless, crashing down heavily, convulsing on the ground for several moments before finally expiring. The cougar that bit the entrails didn't last much longer either. Gom leapt again, this time landing forcefully onto the cougar, pinning it beneath his weight like a meteor striking. In his hands, the combat knife suddenly activated a laser mechanism, emitting a blue glow from its tip. With a cold, deliberate motion, he plunged the knife into the cougar's brain and twisted it sharply, liquefying the creature's mind into nothing more than pulp. Despite the efficiency of the massacre, the fight wasn't over yet. The most powerful male cougar and the remaining female simultaneously attacked Gom while he still held his position atop the fallen cougar. Fearlessly, without a moment of hesitation or confusion, Gom smirked coldly, his eyes blazing with a ruthless killing intent. Suddenly, sharp spikes erupted violently around his body, seemingly forged out of fresh blood. These spikes pierced through the vulnerable areas of the 2 cougars, pinning them in place. However, this wasn't the fatal blow, not yet. What truly paralyzed these creatures were the synthetic neurotoxins smeared over the spikes, which rendered the cougars' bodies immobile almost instantly. To be paralyzed in front of Gom meant certain danger, even if for a minute or a second. As soon as the 2 cougars became sluggish in their movements, Gom acted decisively and finished them off twice in quick succession. Though fearsome, the 4 two-headed cougars' coordinated ambush tactics were no match for Gom. They crumbled under his calculated moves, utterly defeated. The difference between animals and humans is still significant, Gom mused aloud. Even though Pasteur Medical Center transplanted human brains into these hybrid beasts, they couldn't fully suppress the animal instincts. This greed for blood and reliance on the encirclement strategy ultimately sealed the fates of the 4 cougars. They underestimated how cunning Gom truly was. After piercing the heads of the 2 male cougars, Gom left untouched the human head attached to one of them. Instead, he stared deeply at the human face, his resolve growing stronger to end this dystopia, to eradicate the monstrous deeds of the Pasteur Medical Center. As the main body of the cougar died, the face of the human grew darker, its expression contorted with pain as the toxins coursing through the blood began spreading. "Kill me, please." The human head slowly opened its eyes, gazing at Gom, and weakly uttered a few fragmented words. It seemed that the consciousness, once subsumed by the beast, returned after the death of the cougar. A flicker of human light rekindled in those murky eyes. With a soft sigh, Gom nodded gently. He pressed the eyelids closed, driving the combat knife straight into the brain of the human head, freeing him from the absurd nightmare of this apocalyptic existence. Death may be inevitable for everyone, but as the human head passed away, a smile graced his features. Gom thought perhaps the smile came from knowing he met his end as a human rather than as some monstrous abomination. Amidst the ongoing sounds of distant battles, Gom suppressed the thoughts swirling in his mind. Firmly stepping forward, he moved resolutely in the direction Sutton had gone. Chapter 128, The End and a New World, Part 1. The deeper Gongyang went into the inner compartment, the stronger he could feel the same dangerous sensation Sutton had sensed before. This oppressive feeling that lingered constantly over his heart caused Gongyang to frown. At this moment, Lu Xian also fought off the security personnel from the Pasteur Medical Center who were pressing him and rushed over. "Are they inside?" Lu Xian glanced at that direction and asked seriously, "We need to be cautious in a bit." Gongyang suddenly reached out and grabbed him, shaking his head as he said, "It's too dangerous inside. You shouldn't go in. If you do, I can't guarantee your safety." "Because it's dangerous inside, I can't let you go in alone," Lu Xian replied, grasping Gongyang's hand in return. His handsome face was full of sincerity and earnestness. "Gongyang, I'll take care of myself just as you worry about me. I also worry about you. Moreover, my coming with you is not for fun. Look at this." Lu Xian quickly pulled open his tactical vest and pointed at a row of things on his waist that looked like needles, saying to Gongyang, "Look at this, this is a compressed injection given by Prashenko. It contains substances that can severely trigger allergic reactions in the abnormal bodies, and this can be launched with a gun. My marksmanship is good, and I can give you a hand from a safe distance, so I hope to fight alongside you. But you don't even know what kinds of beings are inside or how the Western abnormalities can use their powers. If you encounter danger, I'll lose focus. Gong wouldn't back down regarding Lu Xian entering with him. He couldn't risk the life of the person he loved. He insisted that Lu Xian would not enter with him. Gong, I promise that if it really gets too dangerous, I'll retreat first, and I absolutely won't make you worry about me, Lu Xian sighed, but letting you go without me, I can't do that. Every time Gong tried to reason with Lu Xian listened to Gong words, but this time, he didn't know why, there was a strong voice calling him from deep within his heart. He had to act together with Gong. Whether it was intuition or something else, Lu Xian followed his inner feelings and turned a deaf ear to Gong warnings, sticking to his own decision with all his heart. Besides, in such a dark environment, his nose was more useful than his eyes, which could help Gong more effectively. Seeing Lu Xian persisting like this, Gong had no choice but to agree to Lu Xian's request to come along. He was worried about Lu Xian getting into trouble, but he feared even more that if he firmly refused to let Lu Xian join, Lu Xian might secretly follow him, making him even less prepared. Moreover, Gong stared at the depths shrouded in darkness, unknown conditions lurking. He thought, at least now with Lu Xian by his side, he would spare no effort to protect him. With that in mind, Gong stopped insisting that Lu Xian leave. Instead, he turned and moved toward the darkness. No matter what happens next, remember to stay behind me and don't act rashly. Lu Xian nodded and summoned his spirit beast. Immediately, his sense of smell increased exponentially, enabling him to not only detect sudden scent but also an intense bloody smell along with some complex odors. These smells accurately identified the number of people and monsters on the other side. After doing a quick calculation, Lu Xian said, there are 7 or 8 people inside, plus 3 different abnormal scents. Sutton seems injured, we must hurry. For the laboratory-created abnormalities, Gong held no more attachment. He shouted to Prashenko still engaged in battle, the ones outside are all yours. No problem. Prashenko swung a long sword cutting an approaching monster into 2 pieces and gave Gong a thumbs-up sign, once we clean up these external abnormalities a bit, we'll join you. Gong and Lu Xian swiftly stepped into the darkness, rushing toward the direction where Sutton was located. The closer they got to the location of those abnormalities, the stronger the blood smell became that Lu Xian smelled, which made him extremely uneasy, and this uneasiness was clearly reflected on his face. Lowering his voice, he warned Gong, Sutton isn't in a good situation. I can smell his current emotions are very violent. It appears Sutton has suffered greatly. I will go in first. Be careful yourself. After instructing Lu Xian briefly, at this point, both had already entered a large hall. This hall used to be the research center of the former Pasteur Medical Center. But now, this place had turned into a hell filled with blood. Sutton. Seeing Sutton fiercely battling a monster that was about 3 to 4 meters long, Lu Xian couldn't help but call out quietly. Sutton's chest and waist were both slashed by sharp claws, leaving long bloody marks. Some of the marks were shallow, but others were deep, especially the one on his waist that had ripped his ribs completely open. At this moment, the shield Prashenko gave Sutton was being wielded to block the creature's attack. This monster resembled a hybrid between a leopard and a scorpion, sporting a leopard's head with strong limbs, as well as a torso growing many small claw-like appendages. The originally slim and elegant tail of a leopard had turned into a pitch-black scorpion tail, marked with some white patterns. The long scorpion-like tail curved backwards, its tip not a thin venomous needle but rather something akin to a feline paw dipped in blood. It was clear that these wounds on Sutton's body were all courtesy of this monstrous tail. Lu Xian took a quick glance and realized this monster combined the agility and ferocity of a leopard and a scorpion, but thankfully without poison. That counted as a silver lining, though the situation still remained perilous. This creature's tail could sneakily ambush during attacks, which is exactly why Sutton had been injured. Gong saw this scenario and immediately pulled out 2 military daggers, launching himself forward with just a tap from his toes. Borrow me some support. Gong let out a low shout at Sutton, who instantly understood Gong plan. Without any hesitation, he ceased protecting himself and raised the shield high above his head. Gong figure soared like an eagle into the sky, successfully capturing the monster's attention. After leading the monster to focus on him, he suddenly plummeted back down with overwhelming force. At this moment, the monster's tail lashed towards Gong descending shadow in the air, but after Gong landed, using the shield as a pivot, he twisted his body and pounced onto the beast. Simultaneously, blue light enveloped the military daggers, fully encapsulating them. Next, with immense strength, the dagger swept toward the tail that hadn't yet retracted, chopping off the lengthy scorpion tail entirely. The stench of burning flesh and the beast's piercing scream filled the confined space together. And right then, instead of retreating, Sutton advanced. He lifted his shield high and struck the monster's head hard. With Sutton's incredible strength, the blow sent the creature's skull crashing to the ground, followed shortly by the massive body collapsing beneath it. Still, Sutton didn't stop there, he continued hammering the creature's head more than 10 times before finally stepping back. Renowned for its offensive capabilities, this anomaly never anticipated how easily 2 men working in tandem could defeat it. Clap clap clap. You humans are more capable than I imagined, but it ends here. Next, I will send you to a woman named Julius and her little lover. The sound of applause came from the side, causing Lu Xian to look up sharply. In doing so, he clearly saw the appearance of the man applauding. This man looked like a European aristocrat from ancient times, his every move radiating elegance. But despite this, Lu Xian didn't loosen up. He felt the danger emanating from this man and smelled a familiar yet overwhelming power. He is the Western abnormality. As Lu Xian warned Gong Yang and Sutton, the man began laughing. Western abnormality? No, we are the masters of the future, gods on this earth. Oh, and my name is Wooster. I hope you call me Mr. Wooster. While speaking, Wooster suddenly moved. Gong Yang had already been vigilant against Wooster. Once he judged the direction of Wooster's attack, he kicked Sutton away to safety outside while remaining stationary himself, gripping the military dagger tightly and lunging at the enemy in midair. As if rehearsed thousands of times, the exact moment Gong Yang plunged downward coincided perfectly with Wooster's arrival, but Wooster's movements were exceptionally fast. With a backward flick of his hand, he seized the military dagger only to quickly release it next. Spreading his arms wide, he leaped back several meters. You actually managed to wound me. Wooster inspected his own hands, his eyes brimming with interest since he hadn't experienced pain in a very long time. Gradually, his irises began transforming into red. As a human goes, your predictive ability and response really rank among the best. Wooster's body possessed the abilities of the bloodline race. He was part of the earliest batch of hybrids born from the fusion between anomalies and humans, making him also one of the most powerful batches. It was precisely because of his strength that he had been dispatched by the Elder Council for this Chinese scheme. There was a hint of regret in Wooster's gaze as he looked at Gong Yang. This human's appearance and abilities were the strongest he had ever seen. If he could make him his subordinate, it would be both pleasing to the eye and hassle-free. However, Wooster knew that Gong Yang came from no ordinary background. After failing to extract answers from Julius through severe torture, he simply consumed her brain. Since then, he could sense Julius's emotions towards the people around her. Thus, at the very moment he laid eyes on Gong Yang, he could sense Julius's admiration tinged with a trace of caution. A person like this wouldn't betray their own heart, they wouldn't let anyone become a reason for betrayal. But then he also noticed Lu Xian's presence and realized the relationship between Gong Yang and Lu Xian. Perhaps this person might prove to be a breakthrough soon. Wooster licked the wound on his palm, the blood staining the corner of his lips, a color deeper than that of human blood, looking eerily terrifying. At the same time, the others behind him began moving. Wooster's attack triggered attacks from the others too. Xuan et al. Directly suppressed Lu Xian's actions with firearms. Meanwhile, Sutton encountered another humanoid anomaly. Damn! Lu Xian was forced into hiding within a shooting blind spot, watching helplessly as those individuals slowly approached Sutton, indicating their intention to start with Sutton. Seeing this scene, Lu Xian became incredibly anxious. If he left those people to collaborate with the anomalies to attack Sutton, Sutton would surely die. But if he rushed out, being only flesh and blood, his awakened beast soul would be unable to withstand such terrifying attacks. At that moment, Lu Xian felt a slippery substance forming over his body's surface. Upon touching it, he discovered it was actually a layer of grease. This layer wasn't only extremely smooth but quickly solidified on the skin's surface, turning into a film. Before Lu Xian could react, his body secreted more grease, which solidified again. In just a few short minutes, the grease had secreted and solidified more than 10 times, transforming into a thick layer of armor over Lu Xian's body. Lu Xian glanced at his beast soul. The little pig blinking its small eyes now revealed a layer of brown fuzz over its body, looking as if it was covered in mud. Looking at this bizarre sight, Lu Xian was initially taken aback. Then, his jaw dropped wide open. Could this be the wild boar's life-saving skill? Lu Xian and his beast soul shared an unspoken connection. After this thought crossed his mind, the little pig nodded, swaying its chubby body proudly, confirming that Lu Xian was right. Though uncertain if this alone could truly withstand bullets, Lu Xian took a deep breath and pulled out a pistol, aiming the trigger at the fleshy side of his thigh. Bang! With a loud roar, sparks flew everywhere. All Lu Xian felt was a sharp slap-like sensation on the meaty part of his thigh followed by a wave of heat. But the expected tearing pain didn't occur. The bullet, upon contacting the greasy hard shell formed by the oils, slid off at an extremely distorted angle, hitting the ground with a forceful thud and leaving a shallow crater. Can this work? Upon inspection, Lu Xian found the hard shell created by the grease merely dented slightly, showing no sign of penetration whatsoever. This grease-based bulletproof vest was even better than a real one, bulletproof without sustaining damage, with shock absorption reaching an unfathomable level. However, Lu Xian was clear that this effect owed much to the non-hard nature of the flesh where he got hit. Had he been struck on the head, this could still cause concussions or other dangerous conditions. Just having this full-body bulletproof armor gave Lu Xian newfound confidence, and he charged forward wielding firearms. As soon as Lu Xian appeared, a dense barrage of gunfire erupted, causing Gong Yang to momentarily falter, receiving a deep scratch on the side of his thigh from Wooster. Seeing Gong Yang injured, Lu Xian shouted anxiously, "I'll be fine, don't worry about me. Kill that old bastard." Gong Yang turned back and saw Lu Xian deflect bullets with the oil-covered coating on his body, instantly feeling reassured. He spoke calmly, "Understood, I'll kill this old guy next." Upon hearing their conversation, Wooster was furious, his mustache bristling. As a high-ranking member of the Western Mutants, he had never encountered someone like this who would dare call him an old bastard. Such disrespect made his eyes bulge as if they were about to bleed. "You two damn Chinese pigs, I'll catch you and make your deaths more painful than Julius's stupidity." The threat squeezed out between his teeth didn't intimidate the two at all. On the contrary, after Lu Xian killed two of the opponent's researchers with a burst of gunfire, he taunted, "Do you really think you can catch Gong Yang? Dream on." Hearing Lu Xian's provocation, Wooster became even angrier, but Gong Yang couldn't help but laugh, momentarily stunning Wooster. Gong Yang laughed because he knew Lu Xian wasn't just trying to irritate Wooster, he was also telling him that he was fine and safe. This kind of thought could only be understood by Gong Yang. To him, everything Lu Xian did conveyed deep meaning, he loved him, with all his being. Precisely because Gong Yang understood this, he told himself he must focus and fight to eliminate this Western mutant, creating a better environment for their future. At this moment, Wooster seemed to realize the connection between them and shouted to Shun et al., "Kill them." The gunshots became more intense, but many bullets were deflected by the grease bulletproof vest on Lu Xian's body, not hurting him at all. Moreover, Lu Xian's speed gradually increased as he rushed towards Sutton, who was battling another anomaly. Sutton was being forced back step by step by the anomaly. If it weren't for the shield, the anomaly would have devoured him alive long ago. The laser bow and additional power cells had been snatched away during Sutton's confrontation with the previous anomaly, or else how could he allow this one to run rampant? Seeing the intense battle situation, Lu Xian realized he couldn't intervene now, but he had to, otherwise, if Sutton died, he would face much more trouble. Wooster, seeing Lu Xian rushing towards Sutton, sneered, "Looks like your lover has lost his mind. He wants to die. Fine, but he's dragging your companion down with him." Gong Yang expressionlessly thrust the military dagger in his hand towards Wooster's abdomen, not even bothering to respond. Lu Xian had said he would protect him well, so now no matter what Lu Xian did, Gong Yang wouldn't waver. He believed everything was part of Lu Xian's plan. Because of this trust, Gong Yang was completely focused, putting all his efforts into fighting Wooster. Gong Yang was renowned for his speed, his figure moving like a ghost. At full strength, even Wooster couldn't underestimate him. Just then, as Lu Xian reached Sutton, he loaded the special bullets and whistled. Sutton suddenly turned around and saw Lu Xian throwing him a cocked gun. Without hesitation, Sutton caught the gun and fired several shots straight at the anomaly's head. The compressed liquid-filled bullets hit the anomaly's skull, and upon entering, the liquid was immediately pressurized by the compression pump directly into the anomaly's body. Instantly, the anomaly's body inflated like a balloon, but if examined closely, it was visible that the liquid had formed between its skin and muscles. Then, the anomaly's body started to erode as if corroded by sulfuric acid, emitting an ear-piercing scream. In such pain, the anomaly certainly couldn't focus on Sutton. At this time, Sutton seized the opportunity and rolled into the corner. Wooster instantly let out a long howl, and the anomaly immediately turned and pounced toward the unsuspecting Sutton. By then, Sutton had picked up his weapon bag and grabbed the laser bow, snapping it open before violently throwing it at the approaching anomaly. Rip! The sound of thick skin being torn and burned abruptly rang out. Sutton also quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding being hit by the falling body of the anomaly whose head was severed from its body. The liquid encased within the skin directly splashed onto the ground, instantly creating numerous white bubbles, clearly indicating that the liquid inside the anomaly's body was highly corrosive. Both Sutton and Lu Xian broke out in cold sweat. If it weren't for Sutton's quick reflexes, this might have cost him his life. At this point, there were no anomalies left on the lower levels causing trouble, but the people above unleashed their full firepower, determined to kill the two. Sutton and Lu Xian took cover in a corner. Lu Xian was fine, but Sutton had been hit by a stray bullet in his calf, leaving a clear-through gunshot wound. Damn! Sutton, provoked by the pain, extended his hand toward Lu Xian and said, "Pass me a weapon, I'll take them out. Right now their firepower is too strong, and if you go like this." Lu Xian's words were cut off as suddenly he caught a whiff of a foul stench, heavy with blood and wild animal musk, emanating from a corner of the hall. He quickly grabbed Sutton and spoke in a low voice, "Sutton, a new anomaly has appeared." Just as Lu Xian finished speaking, a monster that looked to be 5 meters tall staggered out from the corner of the hall. Its body was excessively obese, walking upright just like a human. But when it moved from the shadows into the bright area, both Lu Xian and Sutton couldn't help but gasp in shock. This monster was actually a rat. No, it was a rat, but also not just a rat. Its tail was thick and powerful, slamming onto the ground and shattering the neatly laid tiles, making it evident how formidable its strength was. "I didn't want to release this unstable experiment specimen, but you've driven me to a dead end." Shun had lost an ear to Lu Xian, half of his face was covered in blood and looked ferocious. He had already released a great number of anomalies outside, and those left inside were all highly combat-capable ones. Besides these, the most terrifying beings within this base were this ever-growing experimental rat and Wooster, the true ruler of this place. In an instant, Wooster flashed in front of the rat and extended his hand before it. The long nails on his fingers were stained with the flesh and blood of Gongsang, instantly provoking the rat's savage nature. The rat sniffed Wooster's hand with its nose and then suddenly grabbed him. Before Wooster could react, he was bitten on the arm, and his arm was immediately torn off. Witnessing this, Xuan was momentarily speechless, while Wooster himself still hadn't realized he'd lost an arm and was looking at the rat in astonishment. However, the rat seemed to disdain Wooster. It spat out the arm in its mouth, apparently only wanting to lick the blood of Gong Song that remained on Wooster's hand. Wooster reached out to retrieve his own arm. Just then, the rat's tail flicked upward, directly piercing through Wooster and pinning him to the wall. Afterward, the rat stepped on the broken arm, grinding it into mush. Gong Song had already leapt to a high position and coldly observed this scene, finding it utterly ironic. These creatures created by humans had never considered themselves human, always obsessing over restoring their past glory and ruling the world, treating the people of this world as food. But what they didn't know was that even among different types of anomalies, there would be fights for survival. Temporary submission was merely a compromise born out of being unable to kill each other. After witnessing those memories, Gong Song understood just how brutal this reality was, yet these Western anomalies lacked such memory or experience. They were like wolves who lived among lambs for too long, arrogantly attacking a lion and getting eaten as a result. Wooster, impaled by the tail on the wall, struggled for a bit and then went silent. At that moment, a crunching sound came from his chest cavity, similar to something being chewed. The next second, the rat pulled its tail away from the wall, the tip of the tail bearing a half-eaten heart. Meanwhile, Wooster bled from all 7 orifices of his body and died completely in the corner. At this point, no one cared about the mission anymore. The anomaly created by Xuan and his group had set its sights on its former master who had raised it. The rat's gaze was filled with greed, lusting after the delicious feast that lay ahead. Terrified, Xuan and the others' legs went limp, and they scrambled toward another exit. The very moment they started moving, the rat exerted all its strength with its 4 limbs, propelling its obese and towering body into the air, rushing toward Xuan and the others. In a matter of seconds, it caught up to them. A series of crisp sounds followed, and Xuan and several others had their bodies or arms bitten off, lying in pools of blood while crying out in agony. One by one, their necks were snapped by the rat. Afterward, the rat, having gnawed off the heads of Xuan and the others, turned its eyes toward Sutton and Lu Xian. Sutton was well-versed and experienced, but he was shocked by the brutality of this rat. Moreover, the rat moved so fast, if it attacked him, would he really be able to deal with it? Chapter 129 The End and a New World, Part 2, Grand Finale. The rat did not give Sutton much time to think, as it lunged towards the two of them. Just as it was about to get close, a sturdy wall of ice suddenly appeared in mid-air, stopping it dead in its tracks. Gongsun had only been testing Wooster during their earlier battle, holding back on revealing all his cards until he understood Wooster's attack patterns. But now, this rat was different, its movements were quick and decisive, and its power immense. Neither Sutton nor Lu Xian could match it. So Gongsun revealed no hesitation, unleashing his full strength from the very start, stopping the rat in its tracks. Gongsun's current power could no longer be underestimated. In an instant, he conjured an ice wall half a meter thick. As the massive body of the rat collided with it, the sound of flesh hitting solid material echoed through the air. At the same time, such a thick ice wall was cracked by the collision, and large chunks of ice shattered and fell to the ground with a loud crash. But the force accumulated by the rat did not stop there, it continued charging toward Lu Xian and Sutton. At that moment, however, its fur bristled, and a chilling scream erupted from its mouth. Behind the ice wall, several massive icicles stood ready at the rear, their sharp points aimed directly at the rat's body. Whether or not they pierced vital organs, this presented a clear and dangerous signal, an undeniable threat to the creature. At this moment, Lu Xian and Sutton gained a momentary reprieve thanks to Gongsun's intervention. Both rolled on the ground, splitting apart to escape. Just as they did so, the rat collided with the icicles, piercing its body with Gongsun's intensely compacted ice spears. The rat's fur was incredibly thick, and even these attacks only managed to puncture the outer layer of its muscles. Its body was extremely robust and powerful. Mid-air, after being hit, it swiped one of the closest icicles with its claw, breaking it cleanly. It then used the momentum from the swipe to throw itself toward the side where Lu Xian lay. Enraged by the wound, the rat spotted Lu Xian nearby and lashed out with its long tail, aiming straight for him. If bullets failed to harm Lu Xian much due to insufficient impact force, the rat's tail was no ordinary thing. It was wide enough that just the sheer weight pressing down could rupture Lu Xian's internal organs or even crush him into a pulp. Right at that moment, Gongsun moved. Like a gust of wind, he swept toward Lu Xian lying on the ground, taking the attack upon himself. Above Gongsun's body, layers of ice armor instantly coalesced, hovering in place to reduce the damage as much as possible. But when the rat's tail slammed down, the layers of ice armor shattered immediately. Lu Xian could hear the brittle sounds of bones cracking from Gongsun's back. Having landed a successful blow, the rat raised its tail even higher, like a spear plunging toward the two figures lying on the ground. This single move intended to pin them both firmly to the ground. Gongsun. Lu Xian saw how Gongsun, who had shielded him, suddenly went pale, a streak of crimson emerging at the corner of his lips. His eyes filled with bloodshot veins, Lu Xian quickly embraced Gongsun's body, which was lying atop his, and rolled away in a narrow escape from the attack. With the strike missed, the rat plunged its tail deep into the cement floor beneath before quickly pulling it out and attacking again. As the two were unable to evade further, Sutton grabbed the weapon on the ground and fired repeatedly at the vertebrae of the rat's tail. Bullets tore off a large patch of fur but surprisingly failed to penetrate the rat's skin. Seeing this, Sutton's face changed dramatically, while the rat let out an ear-piercing roar of anger. Without delay, it swung its long tail and struck Sutton squarely in the waist, sending him flying over 10 meters before smashing him against the wall. Sutton felt a sudden darkness clouding his vision, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Just as the rat prepared to attack Sutton again, Gongsun shouted, "Take care of yourself," and charged headfirst at the rat. Meanwhile, Lu Xian swiftly retreated to the side. He knew his strength paled compared to the rat, and rushing in recklessly would only complicate matters for Gongsun. However, though he complied with Gongsun's wishes and stepped back, his eyes never left Gongsun. This wouldn't do. If Gongsun fought the rat alone while injured internally, he was bound to take a severe toll. Gongsun had already summoned his beast soul. Towering and immense, it had already materialized, forming a ride for Gongsun, a colossal squid-like beast soul over 5 meters tall. With Gongsun perched high above, man and beast clashed violently with the rat. Gongsun flicked his finger lightly, and instantly several black water balls exploded in midair. The black liquid turned into ink-like mist, blocking the rat's vision and enveloping everything within a 10-meter radius around him and the rat. Taking this opportunity, Lu Xian rushed toward the entrance of the hall, intending to find Prashenko and the others for joint battle. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to reach the door, a heavy fireproof door suddenly descended from above, blocking the exit. Lu Xian looked back and saw Waster, who should have been dead, standing in the corner with wide, grotesque eyes, pressing a switch with an evil expression. This was what cut off Lu Xian's chance to seek help. After pressing the switch, Waster used his last ounce of strength to shatter it. At that moment, Sutton, who had struggled to get up, raised his fists and delivered several punches to Waster's head, completely smashing it into bloody pulp. This Western hybrid is a vampire. Its heart is the vital point, but without destroying the brain, it still has some ability to survive. Sutton gave a cursory look, his lips curling into a scornful smile. It seems his abilities are not just speed and attack, his regenerative capacity is also quite strong. Sutton tore open Waster's chest and found some tissue left behind when the rat had removed the heart. At this moment, these tissues were slowly wriggling and recovering, even though Sutton had now smashed Waster's head, unable to stop the tissue from continuing to grow. It appeared that to thoroughly kill this thing, they could only rely on fire for purification. Sutton sat down beside Waster's body, no longer attempting to destroy the remnants of the regenerating man. They kept this guy alive for research purposes. It would be better if he remained living rather than dying. However, it was unclear how long it would take for him to regrow limbs. With a cold gleam in his eyes, Sutton directly twisted off Waster's 4 limbs from his twitching, nerve-stripped body. Despite being dismembered, the body continued to tremble as expected by Sutton, for it hadn't truly died. Waster kept repairing himself. The black concealing mist created by Gongsun was actually the ink of the giant squid, which had blurred the rat's vision. So, Gongsun had already jumped off the giant squid and quietly moved towards the rat through the mist. Ordinary weapons were extremely limited in the damage they could inflict on the rat, so all Gongsun could rely on were those 2 laser daggers. If he wanted to take down this rat, he needed to ensure his attack was precise and fatal. Gongsun, like a venomous snake lurking in the darkness, stared at the rat with sharp eyes, approaching it silently and imperceptibly at a very slow pace. Trapped by the black mist, the rat tried to break free but couldn't, because the giant squid involved in its struggle controlled the mist mass, confining both itself and the rat inside. Just as Gongsun prepared to leap forward and attack the rat, a sense of impending danger rose from his spine. Simultaneously, he heard Lu Xian scream. "Be careful." Lu Xian couldn't leave, seeing Gongsun and the rat trapped within the black mist, so he involuntarily moved closer, trying to see if there was anything he could do to assist. However, as he approached the side of the rat, he noticed its tail was high in the air, clearly ready to strike. Lu Xian smelled the heightened excitement radiating from the rat, his heart suddenly sinking. He abruptly recalled something. Could it be that this rat, pretending its vision was obscured, had already locked onto Gongsun? It was likely waiting for the perfect moment to strike and capture. Realizing this, Lu Xian warned Gongsun before the rat's tail swung and lunged forward, using all his strength to grab hold of the rat's tail. The attack was interrupted. Feeling the tail being grabbed, the rat furiously attempted to shake Lu Xian off, but Lu Xian clung to it like chewing gum, tightly gripping the rat's tail regardless of whether it struck the ground or swung forcefully. Even to stabilize himself, despite the filth, Lu Xian bit into the skin of the rat's tail, letting his teeth sink deeply into the flesh. Enraged by the pain, the rat let out a deafening roar and curled its tail, impaling it straight into Lu Xian. Blorch! Lu Xian felt intense pain in his abdomen, his hands losing grip on the tail as he was thrown off. As the black mist cleared, Gongsun caught the overwhelming stench of blood, his heart sinking heavily. His hand gripped tightly, immediately dispelling the mist. In the instant the mist vanished, Gongsun saw Lu Xian lying on the ground, life and death uncertain. His belly was split open, exposing internal organs, and blood flowed from his mouth. Lu Xian had lost consciousness entirely. A surge of heat began to spread from deep within Gongsun's brain, turning into a ball of fire that exploded in his mind. He had completely lost consciousness and fell into an uncontrollable state of madness. Ah! Gongsang's anger and pain were unbearable, and he let out a roar of fury, the agonizing scream reverberating throughout the hall. The rat had initially been happy and excited after shaking off the person clinging to its tail, but before it could revel in its triumph, an unprecedented sense of danger enveloped it. It turned its head to look at its opponent and experienced fear for the first time. The man's face showed no emotion, with tears streaming down his eyes as if they were made of blood. His body grew larger under the influence of his animal soul, while the rat, instead of taking advantage of the moment to counterattack, instinctively obeyed its animal nature and ran toward its nest. But the rat's movements were fast, yet Gongsang's were faster. Giant tentacles suddenly lashed out, coiling around the rat and dragging it towards him. After Prashenko and others dealt with the creatures outside, more than half of their group had perished. Without resting, they charged deeper, in the direction where Gongsang and Sutton had gone. However, when they arrived at the hall, they too were blocked by the heavy, specially designed fireproof door. Prashenko immediately called for someone to use a laser to cut through it. At this very moment, Prashenko heard the anguished cry emitted by Gongsang. "Hurry! Gongsang is in danger." Prashenko didn't know what was happening inside, but he understood that if even Gongsang fell, it would be catastrophic for everyone. Therefore, he urged his team with growing urgency. Just then, sounds of intense battle echoed through the room, soon followed by the shrill squeaks of the rat. This sound was loud at the start, but after a while, it became faint and barely audible. The laser had already cut a gap open, and the pungent smell of blood caused Prashenko to frown. It was at that point he saw Gongsang. Gongsang threw the severed head of the rat to the ground and walked over to Lu Xian lying on the floor. He gently lifted Lu Xian and hurriedly approached the fireproof door being cut open. "Step back." 3 cold words emerged from the fissure, prompting Prashenko to grab his teammates, cutting the door and retreat a few steps. Boom! The fireproof door was suddenly pushed up by something large. The beast soul of the giant squid stood firm at its original place, holding up the massive door like a pillar. Gongsang then said to Prashenko, "The Western hybrid is with Sutton. Lu Xian is severely injured, I must rush back immediately." Only then did Prashenko see the extent of Lu Xian's injuries. Lu Xian's belly was torn open, revealing his internal organs. Blood had flowed endlessly aside from countless bone shards piercing through the flesh, making it clear that he was breathing more air out than in. He wouldn't survive much longer. However, Gongsang's expression remained eerily calm, hiding beneath it an almost frenzied resolve that silenced any words of consolation from Prashenko. All he could do was help Gongsang bring Lu Xian back safely before dealing with the Western hybrid. The vehicle carrying Gongsang raced back to Feng City without hesitation. Without saying a word, he dashed towards Wang Zheng's lab. "Wang Zheng, please save Lu Xian." Wang Zheng was startled by the blood-soaked figure of Gongsang, but seeing the deathly pale face of Lu Xian cradled in Gongsang's arms, he realized how close Gongsang, a man who never begged, was to breaking point for Lu Xian's sake. His mental pressure had reached a critical threshold. Lu Xian was unconscious, teetering on the brink of death. Yet Wang Zheng knew that if Lu Xian died, so would Gongsang. For both Lu Xian and Gongsang, Wang Zheng thought of a desperate measure. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zheng said to Gongsang, "Follow me," while holding Lu Xian. Wang Zheng led Gongsang to his lab, instructing him to place Lu Xian into a glass tank filled with viscous liquid. After carefully placing Lu Xian into the tank, Wang Zheng poured a bottle of dark green liquid inside. Quickly, it mixed with the other fluid. Once Lu Xian's body was submerged, the bleeding stopped. After confirming the vital signs hadn't disappeared, Wang Zheng said to Gongsang, "This dark green liquid is a purified essence extracted from the blood of the dragon species hybrid. I'm not sure what effects it will have on Lu Xian, but as long as he doesn't die, it should aid in his recovery." After hearing Wang Zheng's words, the madness in Gongsang's eyes dissipated slightly, and he could only repeatedly thank his old friend. He knew what fate awaited Lu Xian if he were to die, so he could not let that happen. Whether it was for Lu Xian or out of selfishness, he hoped they could remain in this world of love for a long time. The news of Lu Xian being critically injured spread quickly within the team. Ji Mingshang, Li Qian, and others consoled Gongsang, but due to Wang Zheng's assurance, Gongsang did not lose his rationality again. On the contrary, he became more dedicated in cooperating with Prashenko on the plan. Gongsang thought simply, he wanted Lu Xian to wake up to a clean world, a world that wouldn't remind him of his past life. With his strength, Gongsang became the leader of Feng City. He had improved through constant battles, and by relying on his own power, he established an unshakable foundation. Wang Zheng felt both joy and worry about everything Gongsang displayed. The joy came from Gongsang finding a way to divert his attention, the worry lay in the fact that this diversion was based on Lu Xian living. But Wang Zheng had no confidence at all about this matter. Lu Xian's body had been maintained at a very low survival threshold. His brain waves were extremely weak, and there was no guarantee that he would truly wake up. If he were such a living dead person, could Gongsang really wait until the day he woke up while still staying clear-minded? Under the help of Jules' notes and data, the scientists brought by Prashenko finally developed a genetic weapon targeting the creatures. Lu Xinwu and Sutton found the carrier for dispersal using the secrets left by Xiao Qing. 5 years after Earth fell into the apocalypse, humans discovered for the first time when fighting against the creatures that those creatures began to weaken. Zombies had already been mostly eradicated by humans, and the extinction of these creatures led the Pasteur Medical Center down a similar path. 10 years after the apocalypse, countries started rebuilding, and order began to form, though this time it wasn't the original concept of nations, but rather those who fought together fused together, working collectively to survive and thrive. In Wang Zheng's lab, there was a special room where everyone knew that war god Gongcang's lover was recuperating. Day after day, Gongcang stayed by Lu Xian's side, watching the young man who slept without waking, his affection for him never changing. He was known as the cold-blooded war god to others, but no one would have guessed that in front of Lu Xian, the comatose patient, he was a man in love who would cry, laugh, and even pout. Lu Xian, today is the 4,000th day since we met. Don't you want to wake up and take a look at me? Thinking about how Lu Xian had taken care of him while he was in a coma, Gongcang's eyes couldn't help but redden. A man doesn't shed tears lightly, unless he reaches the depths of sorrow. Yet despite the moistened rims of his eyes, Gongcang still wore a smile on his lips, because he knew Lu Xian liked to see him smile. As usual, Gongcang gave Lu Xian a massage, then placed a kiss on his lips. When he looked up, he saw a pair of yellow eyes, just like the dragons he had seen in the bronze tomb. But what he heard next was a familiar voice. Gongcang, you look awful when you cry. Surprise filled Gongcang's gaze as tears flowed uncontrollably, and the love he had waited for finally bore fruit. Life is short, yet it can also be long. With Lu Xian by his side, he would never be alone. The end.